Who would have thought that the aloof school beauty, who is adored by thousands, would form a contract with you? This F-grade waste spirit beast. It's only because both you and the school beauty are reincarnators. The school beauty was originally the future Empress, Luo Shuiyan, who unfortunately fell in a fierce battle with the powerful demons and unexpectedly traveled back to the campus period 50 years ago. But in your past life, you were just a laborer. But now you have been reborn as a spiritual beast, and you have awakened a system that allows you to become stronger by lying flat. Just now, Luo Shuiyan, relying on memories from past lives, gathered the 4 major goddesses to form an exploration team. However, the apartment assigned by the school has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and the girls started arguing over who would hold me at night, leading to a quarrel. In the end, it was Lin Shuer who was most familiar with Xue Yan. The two had been good friends for many years, so there was nothing wrong with sleeping together. On the other hand, Yiziming and Huxiaxio were the most recent additions and were not familiar with each other, so it was better for them to have 1 room each, with 2 people sharing 1 bed. After hearing the discussion of a few people, I was a little stunned. Lin Shuer also wanted to come over and sleep in the same bed with me. Could it be that my peach blossom luck is coming? After the 3 women separated into their rooms, each went back to the hotel to get their luggage. Luo Shuiyan did not rest either. She sat cross-legged on the bed and began her cultivation. As for me, I was equally disciplined. I went straight to sleep lying on Shuiyan's thighs, fully embracing the concept of lying flat, without any effort to cultivate. This is the true essence and bottom line of lying flat. Soon after, the other 3 girls also moved in with their luggage. Lin Shuer pushed the door open and saw Luo Shuiyan still practicing. Shuiyan is really working hard. No wonder she was able to win first place in this competition. But why is Xiaobai still so lazy? Perceived Lin Shuer holding a silver mink and walking in. Shuiyan also temporarily ended her cultivation. Lin Shuer, who was about to step forward, suddenly felt the silver mink in her arms struggling violently for some reason. Silver mink, do you want to sleep outside? Hearing Lin Shuer's words, the silver mink nodded desperately. Well, since you don't want to sleep in the bedroom, go to the sofa. The silver mink in Lin Shuer's arms immediately seemed to be pardoned, and jumped directly from Lin Shuer's arms. A few simple chats. Lin Shuer rushed into the bathroom. Packing up and rushing on the road made her sweat a lot, and now she couldn't wait to dive into the bathtub. Listening to the sound of water flowing in the bathroom, I couldn't help but have some improper thoughts for a while. Living with 4 beautiful women at the same time is simply enjoying the blessings of having all the beauties. Lin Shuer quickly finished bathing and walked out wearing a black suspender dress. The stark contrast between her snow-white skin and the black nightgown was striking. The only thing that disappointed me a little was that such a beautiful face was rather plain. Shuiyan, you won't be practicing at night as well, will you? Practicing will increase my mental strength and allow me to skip resting. Well then, I'll hold by and sleep first. Lin Shuer doesn't have the same self-discipline as Luo Shuiyan. She directly hugged me and quickly fell asleep on the bed. Too peaceful, too thin, all bones. I tossed and turned, but in the end, I still lay on Luo Shuiyan's thigh. I was about to fall asleep when I suddenly heard a small tiger outside making a series of faint noises. Boss, are you asleep? It was so annoying. My face instantly darkened. I had planned to have a good sleep, but I didn't expect to be disturbed one after another. You better have a good reason. Otherwise, I'll make your owner not recognize you. I jumped off the bed and prepared to go out and teach this new little brother a lesson. I arrived at the door, jumped up, used my claws to turn the doorknob, and then pushed the door open. Looking at the small tiger that came into view, I immediately glared at it. Quick, the boss is coming out. You two haven't met the boss yet. Upon hearing Little Tiger's words, I noticed that not only was Little Tiger standing at the door, but also Yiziming's rainbow swallowing python and Lin Shuer's silver mink. The small tiger standing in the middle now looks like a complete bootlicker, a real lackey following behind oneself. I didn't expect this little tiger to start forming cliques so quickly. This little brother is really efficient in recruiting followers. Being my little brother is fine. Bring me some delicious food every day to show respect to me. Don't disturb me at other times. And you 3 are too weak in your cultivation now. Hurry up and practice more. Otherwise it will be embarrassing for me to call you my little brothers when we go out. With that, I waved my paw and drove away the 3 spirit beasts, then went back to sleep in the house. Xiao Hu, it's so late. What are you doing? At this moment, a door opened, and little Lolita Hu Xiao Xiao, wearing cool pajamas, pushed the door and walked out. Just as she was rubbing her sleepy eyes, she happened to see the scene of 3 spirit beasts bowing to me. Nothing. We're just listening to the boss's lecture. Hearing that her spirit beasts actually bowed to other spirit beasts as the boss, and were so excited and proud, Hu Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say for a moment. This is great. Originally there was only one white-eyed wolf like you. Now there are 3. Hu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at the little tiger. Her spirit beast was really unreliable, but she was still very curious about what abilities this little white with F-grade bloodline possessed. That could make 3 spirit beasts treat it with such respect. Could it be that the little white is some kind of divine beast? One night passed. I stretched comfortably. I have to say, sleeping on Luo Shuiyan is much more comfortable than sleeping in Lin Shuer's arms. Plus, the whole apartment is full of women. I feel like I am surrounded by the fragrance of women, and the air is filled with a faint scent. I feel a little hungry. I am about to eat something. Suddenly heard a burst of ethereal sound in my ears. Congratulations to the host. After becoming a leader of a primary power, still not thinking about progress, being able to lie flat without forgetting the original intention, gaining amplification rewards, experience points plus 12,000. Last night's hang-up cultivation of the beast god decision increased experience by 1,200. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Current level 18. Cool. Zhang Che had only just come to his senses. Then he heard a system beep in his ear. After all these days of accumulation, it finally broke through again once more. Zhang Che didn't expect that little tiger's unauthorized act of helping him gang up on him last night had actually helped him a great deal. Now that he sort of had 3 minions, he was actually recognized by the system as a party's junior power leader. It's really nothing. The key thing is the system's additions for after this identity. Together with the previous accumulation, it managed to allow him to break through to the 18th level. Zhang Che's eyes both glowed slightly. Now their own this is still only the primary forces. If later become intermediate, or even senior forces leader words, will this lay flat increase continue to increase? The corners of Zhang Che's mouth couldn't help but gust up even at the thought of this. Xiao Bai, you broke through again? With Zhang Che's breakthrough in strength, Luo Shuyan's side also obtained feedback from the imperial beasts. Zhang Che's strength refinement brought Luo Shuyan, a royal beast master, a lot of benefits, causing her cultivation to increase quite a bit more. However, Luo Shuyan was, at this moment, speechless, for she found herself in this day and night of sleeplessness and not wasting any time in her hard work. As a result, the final harvest was not as good as half of the effect of the feedback brought by Zhang Che after his breakthrough. This is kind of a man by the beast himself. In the past, between the Imperial Beast Master and the Spirit Beasts, they were all mutually beneficial to each other. For the most part, though, it was the Imperial Beast Master who grew a little faster in the realm. But I didn't realize that in my own case, it was flipped. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Luo Shuiyan's eyes regained their determination. Although the feedback from Zhang Che's breakthrough was excellent, she wouldn't become dependent on it and thus give up her own cultivation. She understands that less is more. Chapter 43. It's almost like seducing a crime. I'll go make you some food. Luo Shuyan's face was smiling and her voice was very soft. Although Luo Shuyan was diligent about her cultivation, she always prioritized taking care of Zhang Che's diet. It was because Zhang Che had never told Luo Shuyan exactly what the way he was able to make a fast breakthrough was. And Luo Shuyan also subconsciously thought that like Zhang Che was eating and sleeping every day, then the source of his energy was most likely relying precisely on eating. Luo Shuyan thought that Zhang Che's such a demonic talent was most likely converted because of eating a large amount of food. After all, having something like a system, even Zhang Che himself, if he hadn't relived his life, wouldn't have been able to believe it at all. And Luo Shuyan naturally wouldn't have thought about it either. Good. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, the sleeping Lin Shuer, her curled-up body gradually stretched out, like a kitten that was stretching its legs, and softly murmured. Apparently what Luo Shuyan had just said to Zhang Che, Lin Shuer thought that Luo Shuyan was asking her. Then Lin Shuer also got up and started to change her clothes in her room. This caused Zhang Che, who had just woken up from his sleep, to suddenly feel that his own blood was flowing at a rapid pace, and a wave of qi and blood went straight to his brain. Crime. You women are seducing people into committing crimes. Zhang Che could be described as being in pain and happy at the moment. His qi and blood were constantly rolling over, but his eyes were unblinking for fear of missing something. I have to admit, although Lin Shuer's size is quite a bit smaller compared to Luo Shuyin, but her skin is white and smooth, and she is definitely also at the level of a pure schoolgirl. Zhang Che was spitting in his heart though, but when the snow-white buns disappeared into thin air, there was another expression of intent. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Aqua Smoke? Later we're going to the academy for a lecture. I'll pass. I have to prepare breakfast for White. Hearing Lin Shuer's words, Luo Shuyan smiled and shook her head. Are you kidding? Who among this Tianke Academy is qualified to teach her? In her previous life, Luo Shuyan had cultivated to the realm of a female emperor through her own efforts. Those fighting techniques as well as the techniques of the imperial beasts had long been engraved in Luo Shuyan's memory. If she were to compare learning to experience, she could be much richer than all these teachers in Tianke Academy. To Luo Shuyan, Going to classes inside the Heavenly K Academy was not as fast as practicing on her own. It's our first day of class today, so you're not going? Hearing that Luo Shuyan actually didn't intend to go to class, Lin Shuer was also a bit surprised for a moment. After all, although Luo Shuyan had good talent, but they had only just become Imperial Beast Masters, and Luo Shuyan's decision had really surprised her a bit. However, between Lin Shuer and Luo Shuyan, they had long been close friends for many years. She understood Luo Shuyan's character and knew that she wouldn't change the decision she had already made, so she didn't say anything more. As Lin Shuer pushed open the door, she only saw that at the entrance, Aun's tiny little tiger, her own silver fox, and Yiziming's seven-colored snake were all already standing there waiting for a long time. Why are you all here? The three spirit beasts gathered at the entrance, sitting there looking almost like gatekeeper beasts. You three little ones, standing neatly, do you want to give me a treat? Bah! Don't flatter yourself. We're here to greet my boss. Hearing Lin Shuer's words, the little tiger cursed and muttered. It was just a pity that Lin Shuer didn't understand the beast language and had no idea what the little tiger was talking about. Looking at the tiger cub's tigerish head and still grimacing at her, Lin Shuer only found it very cute and even squatted down to rub the other party's head. Boss, we've prepared breakfast for you. Please get up and enjoy it. The three spirit beasts turned to the master bedroom and shouted in unison. Immediately afterward, amidst Lin Shuer's astonished gaze, Zhang Che jumped down from the bed. He walked out with small, very inviting steps a little bit. The three spirit beasts lined up at the side to welcome them, a gesture that was as exaggerated as it could be. On top of the dining table, a dozen plates had been set, and Luo Shuyan hadn't started cooking yet. Obviously it was all prepared by these three spirit beasts. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lin Shuer also froze in place. She didn't expect her silver fox, who was obviously afraid of Zhang Che every time she saw him. He would actually serve Zhang Che with two other guys that he just met. What exactly happened yesterday? Humph. Spineless traitor. The little lowly auxiliary Xiao Xiao also pushed open the door of the room at this moment, just in time to see her splendid spirit beast. Without a good-natured blank look at the little tiger, Oxia Xiao Xiao muttered a sentence and then directly turned around to leave. She had just seen very clearly that most of that food laid out on the table had been bought by her. As a result, I didn't expect that it would all be taken by my own spirit beast to honor that so-called boss. To know that this tiger of hers, its bloodline was also extraordinary, and as a result, recognizing an F-rank spirit beast as its boss was really the reverse of the Big Dipper, and it wasn't enough to say it out loud to be ashamed of it. Yiziming also went out. Her dress style today was slightly different from yesterday, but that proud figure, as well as her charming temperament and appearance, still made her look seductive. Just one look alone can mobilize one's hormones. Zhang Che stood on the chair, eating the feast sent by the three spirit beasts while looking at the beautiful women coming out of the room, feeling very pleasing to the eyes for a while. Earlier, Zhang Che still felt that it was a bit inconvenient to have a few more people sleeping in the house, but now it seemed that this kind of day was simply not too comfortable. Don't either of them take their spirit animals out? Looking at Oxia Xiao Xiao and Yiziming, both going out on their own, Lin Shuer was also a bit puzzled for a while. Between a beast master and a spirit beast, they have always been inseparable. Where was the reason for a royal beast master to go to the academy and end up not bringing his spirit beast? Silver's gone. We're going to the academy. Lin Shuer was also ready to go out, calling out to her contracted spirit beast at the door. As a result, to Lin Shuer's surprise, that silver fox even shook its head at her and just stood behind Zhang Che, saying nothing and refusing to come over for a step. Stop it. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and go to the academy. However, Lin Shuer's urging didn't do any good. Looking at the little tiger and the seven-colored snake standing beside Lin Shuer then understood why Oxia Xiao Xiao and Yiziming both didn't bring their spirit beasts out today, hoping that it wasn't that they didn't bring them, but that these spirit beasts didn't want to go out. Lin Shuer had no choice but to leave on her own. Little White, you guys play by yourselves. I'll continue my cultivation. When Luo Shuyan saw that Zhang Che had three spirit beasts waiting on him, she couldn't help but feel a little bit embarrassed for a moment. It was just as well that there was someone to take care of Little White, and she could prepare herself for the next secret realm, where there was a chance she had to get. Chapter 44, Becoming a Role Model to be Studied? Alright, you all continue to go cultivate as well. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Che burped contentedly, then waved his paw towards the three spirit beasts of the little tiger. Your current strength is really too weak. Being my little brother is just a bit too much to take. Going out, if people knew you were my little brothers, it wouldn't even be enough to embarrass me. Okay boss, we will definitely cultivate hard and never disgrace the boss. The three spirit beasts, led by the little tiger, patted their own chests to state their position, and that look was as cute as it could be. After eating, drinking and training his little brother, Jiang Che then leisurely returned to his room and continued to return to Luo Shuyan's lap to lie flat. Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh. This kind of life is really how cozy it should be. It's true that lying flat is the king of life. Watching Jiang Che return to his room, the little tiger then turned his head and said to Silver Fox in Color Scale, "Boss is still terrifying as hell. Do you two feel it? The aura on the boss is even stronger again than yesterday." The colored scales also nodded at his words, a pair of snake pupils filled with worship and admiration. "I think boss, he made another breakthrough. He improved so much in one night. Worthy of being our boss." "That's right. We can't be lazy either. We have to concentrate on cultivating to bring our strength up. We can't pull our boss's leg." The little tiger and the colorful scales, between their words, were all admirers of Jiang Che. Although the silver fox's bloodline was quite a bit lower compared to the two spirit beasts, he was also able to perceive the power of Jiang Che's strength, and at this moment, he also nodded in agreement. For the next whole day, the one person and three beasts inside the apartment spent their time in hard and diligent cultivation, as if they all ignored the passage of time. Jiang Che was the only one who had always been lying flat and never stopped. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shuer, Yi Zimeng, and Oxia Xiao Xiao, the three girls returned to the apartment one after another. Everyone bought a whole bunch of things again. There's no way. Those things they bought yesterday were basically taken by the three spirit beasts to honor their oldest Jiang Che. The trio thought for a day and could not understand Luo Shuyan's F-level spirit beasts exactly how to let the three of them spirit beasts, all so happy to submit, and even at the expense of betraying the royal beast masters. Looking at the three people who came back, with that big bag in their hands, the little tiger's eyes lit up when he saw them. He, this time there's something good to honor the boss at night. The little tiger's heart burst with ecstasy. The rest of the week was spent basically like this every day. Lin Shuer's three daughters had to go to the academy for classes every day, except that the three spirit beasts stayed at home to serve Jiang Che. Among the students attending the class, Lin Shuer's trio was the only one who didn't bring their spirit beasts along. However, there was nothing they could do about it. After these three spirit beasts met Jiang Che, each one of them was even more affectionate than when they met their own father. They didn't even listen to them, the imperial beast masters. Even now they have to buy back tons of things every day, because every time they buy back food, it's basically brought to Jiang Che by their own spirit beasts. Luo Shuyan, on the other hand, had been practicing inside her home and had never been to Tianke Academy. During these few days, Jiang Che had relied on the additional laying increase rewards from the system after he became the primary force leader. Now that he had already broken through to the 21st level, he had successfully stepped into the range of a third-order spirit beast. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed was truly breathtaking. Seeing Jiang Che break through so fast, Oxia Xiao Xiao, three people also do not mind their own demonic beasts to follow Jiang Che. No way. People really cattle awe. Luo Shuyan had received the feedback from Jiang Che's breakthrough, and her cultivation had also climbed to a 6-star intermediate royal beast master, one step closer to becoming a senior royal beast master. During this period, Jiang Che also obtained 2 system-gifted skills, Qilin True Flame and Heavenly Thunderfall. Just by hearing the names, you can tell that both of these are extremely lethal skills. When he obtained these 2 skills, Jiang Che's consciousness saw the burning of flames in the sky. It was as if there was a unicorn made of purple flames, possessing the powerful pressure of burning everything in the world. Under that hot flame sweeping, the earth became cracked open, and the mountains and rivers were about to evaporate. Although the current Jiang Che was still unable to exert the full power of the Qilin True Flame, it was already an extremely powerful fire attribute martial skill. That thunderbolt descent was even more terrifying. Directly using the bloodline of the Qilin, he triggered the heavenly landmine calamity to descend and exterminate everything in the world. That terrifying thunder was as if heaven and earth were shaking with rage, making people not dare to look directly at it at all. The divine beast Qilin is as terrifying as it is. These 2 martial arts alone were already enough to crush many spirit beasts. However, Jiang Che didn't take this to heart. After all, he just wanted to lie down and didn't like to fight and kill. In Jiang Che's opinion, as an imperial human master himself, it would be better to leave the fighting to Luo Shuyan. Jiang Che tapped on his current attribute panel. Level, 21, 1688/48,000. Bloodline, Class E. Unicorn, 10%. Skills, Spectral Sprint. Eye of Fear. Kirin Steps. Kirin Armor. Instantaneous Movement. Kirin True Flame. Heavenly Descent. Spiritual Artifact, Kirin. Space, click to expand. Jiang Che realized that as his level continued to break through, the bloodline level displayed on the panel was also finally changing. This period of time had passed, and the bloodline had finally taken a step up. Although it was still a bit bad compared to the other spirit beasts, It was already too much better and worse than earlier. However, for Jiang Che himself, he didn't really care about this. After all, it was fine even if he was topped with an F-ranked name. Even in Jiang Che's opinion, he preferred to keep topping the F-ranked bloodline. After all, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger always had unexpected effects, and the bloodline level shows high. The next time you go for a test you might even draw attention from the sidelines. Worthy of being the boss, not only is his own bloodline talent unrivaled, he cultivates even more diligently than us, because Jiang Che was always lying flat inside the room. The three spirit beasts outside the room, the little tiger as well as the silver fox, simply didn't know that Jiang Che wasn't cultivating inside the room at all. When they saw that Jiang Che had broken through so quickly, they only attributed all of this to Jiang Che practicing even harder. See, I wasn't wrong. This is our boss. Boss broke through so fast. He's already at the third stage spirit beast. We can't drag our feet. Even though our talent and bloodline are quite a bit worse, we have to keep working hard. Little Tiger looked at Jiang Che's tightly closed room door and said in a serious tone to Color Scale and Silver Fox. The other two spirit beasts, too, nodded with deep understanding, and then the three spirit beasts began a new round of cultivation. However, they didn't know that behind the closed door of the room, Jiang Che was lying on Luo Shuyan's lap with a comfortable look on his face as he huffed and puffed. Chapter 45, The Beautiful Mentor is Angry. The day the secret realm opened, time faded away and it was early morning again. Xue Bingning, the tutor of Tianke Academy's first-year ordinary class 3, was currently standing on the podium, her eyes gazing deathly at the classroom doorway. There were students from the Imperial Beast Academy coming in one after another at the door, and everyone could see that Xue Bingning was very angry at the moment. This beautiful tutor had a pair of beautiful eyebrows, which had all been tightly wrinkled together, just short of writing the words "Don't mess with me" on her face. Although Xue Bingning didn't say anything and everyone didn't open their mouths to ask, the many trainees in the room could guess a few points. The reason that could make the tutor so angry was actually very simple. It was precisely that Luo Shuyan who had been recruited because she was number one on the list. Apart from coming to the classroom on the day of the class separation report, Luo Shuyan never stepped into the classroom for the next period of time. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xue Bingning had now been angered by Luo Shuyan. After all, that's a bit of a nasty attitude for not coming to class all day. She didn't come again? Seeing Lin Xuer's trio rush to the classroom, Xue Bingning said with a gloomy face. This she in Xue Bingning's mouth didn't even need to be asked much. The trio knew that they were talking about Luo Shuyan. Teacher, it's like this. Aqua Smoke. She's a bit not feeling too well today. She shouldn't be able to come. Fine. Not feeling well again. Can't you guys change your excuses? Hearing Lin Xuer's words, Xue Bingning was practically laughing with anger, the cold aura amongst her beautiful eyes sending shivers down one's spine. Why did I hear people say that Luo Shuyan stayed at home every day and didn't even go to the hospital? Since she's not feeling well, why don't she go to the hospital? Teacher, actually we don't know her well. We're not too sure about the specifics. Yiziming sniffed and said with a light cough. Xue Bingning, on the other hand, directly blanked her, then looked at Lin Xuer. Lin Xuer, Yiziming and Oxia Xiao Xiao. The two of them, it's just as well to say that they're not familiar with Luo Shuyan. After all, the two of them have only just gotten to know each other. But I've heard that you and Luo Shuyan are so good that you're sleeping in the same bed, so I'm sure you should know about her. Meng and her duo could still use the excuse of not being familiar with each other. Xue Bingning wanted to see what other reasons Lin Xuer had to put herself off. Lin Xuer really did have a difficult look on her face when she heard this, and she pondered before piling on a smile. Mentor, Shuyan, she hasn't been slacking off. She's been working very hard on her cultivation every day. All that Lin Xuer said was the truth. She was most aware of how hard Luo Shuyan practiced. In the room, while Lin Xuer rested and slept, falling water smoke was cultivating. When Lin Xuer woke up, Luo Shuyan was still cultivating. This kind of cultivation that didn't stop for a moment and didn't rest, made Lin Xuer feel that Luo Shuyan was simply like a cultivation machine that didn't know how to get tired at all. If Luo Shuyan's kind was called slacking off, then what could a few of them be considered? Only Lin Xuer also had some curiosity as to why Luo Shuyan hadn't been coming to the academy for classes. Oh, so she's physically okay? Hearing Lin Xuer's words, Xue Bingning's anger intensified and she only felt a nameless fire ignite in her heart. The body is fine but still do not come to listen to the class. Only shut up in the house by herself boring cultivation. In that case, she just can't see me as a tutor? Xue Bingning was laughing out loud at this moment, obviously furious. Only Xue Bingning's stunningly beautiful face. Even if she was very annoyed at the moment, she looked exceptionally hot, adding a point of high and cold teacher's flavor. Tomorrow is the day the secret realm test opens. Go back and tell her that if she doesn't come tomorrow, then don't even come in the future. Although she was furious in her heart, Schwebingning took a few deep breaths and still suppressed her anger, admonishing Lin Shuer. In the past few days, she had also learned from the others that Luo Shuiyan was most likely assigned to an ordinary class because of outside reasons. This made Schwebingning's heart also very irritated. She hated these right and wrong in the outside world, involving the academy. Because of the entanglement of interests from the outside world, the Imperial Beast Masters were affected, which had gone against the original intention of their Tian-K Academy. Although Schwebingning was very dissatisfied with this, she was just an ordinary class instructor, and she couldn't change anything at all. The decision that had been made from above, Schwebingning could only follow the order of the day. Besides, the class division has been finalized, and it can't be changed even if you want to. Ranking number 1, but ended up like this. Luo Shuiyan had some dissatisfaction in her heart, which was reasonable. After all, if it were Schwebingning herself, I'm afraid that her heart would also be very bad. It was just that Schwebingning didn't want to see Luo Shuiyan just wasting her talent for nothing, because these things caused this talent to sink down. Ranked first on the list and with an A-grade talent, it would be a shame for this kind of existence to be buried like this. Aqua smoke. I'm telling you. After returning to the apartment, Lin Shuer went back to her room and immediately recounted what happened today with Luo Shuiyan. Water smoke. It's fine if you didn't go to class before. You won't still not go tomorrow when the secret realm test opens, right? Go? Of course I'm going. And not only am I going, but you're all going to have to get ready ahead of time. Luo Shuiyan's expression became quite serious as she said in a deep voice. Prepare? Prepare for what? Each of you prepare a few more jade boxes. Ha? A jade box? Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, Lin Shuer was a bit puzzled for a moment. We're going to kill magical beasts. What's the point of preparing a jade box? It's going to store spirit medicines. Luo Shuiyan looked at Lin Shuer and said seriously. Go get ready. It looks like we won't be able to keep laying down nice and flat tomorrow. Looking at the few people who had gotten busy, Jiang Che sighed slightly. Luo Shuiyan was a reincarnated and reborn empress, so she must have known some of the chances of her previous life. According to Luo Shuiyan, in her previous life, she had practiced amongst the Heavenly K Academy, so I'm sure that Luo Shuiyan knew everything about the tomorrow mysterious realm like the back of her hand. To be able to make Luo Shuiyan so active, this chance should be extraordinary. Early the next morning, several people were all fully loaded and ready to go. Nowadays, Lin Shuer had also broken through to a 1-star intermediate royal beast master. Yi Ziming and Oxia Xiao Xiao were a bit stronger than Lin Shuer, and the two women were at the 2-star intermediate royal beast master realm. After cultivating to an intermediate level imperial beast master, one would be able to open up an imperial beast space within their body and could place their spirit beasts into it. All three of them summoned their spirit beasts and wanted to put them into the royal beast space. However, these three spirit beasts had already been infected by Jiang Che, and simply didn't want to stay in that incomparably boring imperial beast space. I thought, you weren't going to come today either. Inside the academy, Schwebingning couldn't help but complain when she saw that Luo Shuiyan had finally arrived. With that, he led the crowd towards one of the high towers of the academy. Chapter 46. The boss is exhausted at night. So what's wrong with taking a nap during the day? Before everyone's eyes, this is the academy's secret tower. Under Schwebingning's leadership, the crowd arrived near one of the academy's high towers, and at this moment, there were already quite a few trainees gathered underneath the tower. Every new student in the secret realm tower can have one free opportunity to open the secret realm shortly after enrollment. Only after this one, everyone who wants to get in again will have to pay for it themselves. Luo Shuiyan and the others came to the front of the tower, and a few people raised their heads to look ahead at this moment. Just see this tower in front of me. The material is strange body dark. In the sunlight irradiation also raised a hint of metal luster. Just by looking at its appearance, one can feel a hint of mystery and heaviness. At this moment, around the tower, people from the first year focus class and ordinary class, a total of 8 classes, had already gathered. The people from the key class were the first to arrive, and when they saw the people from the ordinary third class coming, each one of them became incredibly condescending. These key class trainees were all incredibly arrogant, looking at the ordinary class trainees with disdain in their eyes. In the eyes of these key class participants, there was just an insurmountable gap between them and the regular class, at the moment trying to show off the high end of his position and that ridiculous sense of superiority. You guys, look at Izzy Dream and the girls coming. The outstanding appearance of Yi Meng's several people had long since made them the beautiful scenery of the academy. Now that several people had just approached, they immediately attracted the attention of many people present. There's also that Luo Shuiyan. It's been so long since the start of the school year. She can be considered to have finally arrived at the academy. Oh, I thought she was planning to be a shrinking violet for the rest of her life, hiding in her apartment all the time and not daring to come out. who let him not know the heights of heaven and actually refused the solicitations of all the ancient city of Xian's lineages, and really thinks he's some kind of supreme genius, but it's just a fluke that she gained the first place in the ranking. She thinks too highly of herself, and now that she has refuted the face of those families, she can only blame herself for not having a brain when she is being put in small shoes. Yuck! You guys look at her like that. At a time like this, she's still pretending to be noble, even if you once took the #1 spot on the rankings. So what? Isn't it still only possible to use this self-sacrificing way to incompetently vent the dissatisfaction in one's heart? Seeing Luo Shuiyan walk over, these key class participants immediately chattered and made a lot of noise. They had no grievances with Luo Shuiyan, but human jealousy was very scary. After the examination, Luo Shuiyan didn't give face to the worldly family, so she was sent to the ordinary class in small shoes. This made these key class students who had been suppressed by Luo Shuiyan, all of them were excited as if they had gotten out of a bad breath. In their hearts, they didn't think it was wrong for the academy to sanction their talented students because of outside reasons. Instead, they were all gloating. These students of the key class, seeing the former #1 in the rankings, were now only able to be in the ordinary class. They even missed classes continuously for fear of retaliation, and all of them had a sneer at the corners of their mouths. TSK, 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 it's a shame about her talent. What a waste. That's her contracted spirit beast in her arms, isn't it? It's really lazy to the extreme. It's at this time of the day and it's actually still sleeping. For this chattering clamor around her, Luo Shuiyan didn't put it in her mind as such. Once she had cultivated to the level of a female emperor, what kind of gossip hadn't she experienced? All of this was completely child's play in Luo Shuiyan's opinion. As for Jiang Che, he was even more completely unconcerned and was still in a deep sleep. Schwebingning also noticed it all, the unkind eyes from those trainees in the focus class, and she immediately glared back fiercely. Attention! This time, although the secret realm is not too dangerous after years of development by the academy, there will still be a small number of new students who unfortunately lose their lives every year. Remember, even with any treasure, life comes first before chance. I hope you all return safely from the secret realm. Schwebingning's expression was a bit grave. In the past, there would often be disciples who overestimated themselves in the trials and thus fell off. He didn't want the class he was leading to repeat these accidents. Schwebingning gathered all the cadets of the first-year ordinary class 3 together. Thinking about it, she was still a bit uneasy. Luo Shuiyan, all this time you've been inside the apartment, not leaving the front door. I'm sure your teammates have told you everything about the secret realm, right? Well, they all told me already. Luo Shuiyan nodded and said. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's dry words, Lin Shui's several people, for a moment, were all a bit speechless. They hadn't said any of this at all, and it was entirely because they were commanded by Luo Shuiyan yesterday that they went to the secret realm to start their preparations. Secret realms were basically existences left over from the ancient times. Many of these secret places will gradually be buried or even disappear amidst the ravages of the years, but there are some that will resurface over time and subsequently be controlled by future generations. The secret realm that Luo Shuiyan and the others, this time, were preparing to enter, was precisely the safest one among the secret realms held by the Heavenly K Academy. The magical beasts distributed in this secret realm were generally only below level 30. Among them, those magical beasts that were above level 20 were in the depths amongst this secret realm. So if the trainees are only training in the periphery, there is basically no danger. Of course, if the trainees are very confident in their own strength, they can naturally choose to go deeper into the secret realm, but this way the danger has increased by a few points. After all, every freshman class was basically just an intermediate Imperial Beast Master at this time of the year. If you encountered a third-order magical beast, you might still be able to take it down through teamwork, but if there were a large number of third-order magical beasts, you would be in a perilous situation. Entering the secret realm is for you to enhance your combat experience. I hope that you will not kill each other in it. The secret realm will close 15 days after it opens, so I hope you can all crush the teleportation talisman before that time. An academy elder came forward and said in a deep voice, because this secret space had existed for a somewhat long time, coupled with the fact that it had been probed by academy powers many times before, the secret space was somewhat unstable. If they continued to enter strong people, I'm afraid that this secret realm wouldn't be able to withstand it and dissipate completely. That's why for the last 100 years, only new students have been allowed to enter the calendar. Soon the first-year students, one after another, entered the Black Tower and entered the secret realm after passing through the first layer of blue boundary. When they entered the boundary, a spatial fluctuation came, and everyone felt a wave of dizziness in their head and brain. As for this spatial power, Luo Shuiyan was very familiar with it, so she didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Little White, don't sleep. we've arrived at the secret realm. Luo Shuyan looked at the sleeping Jiang Che in her arms and reached out to gently pat him. Boss must be tired from a night of bitter cultivation. What's wrong with a little rest? Seeing this, the little tiger immediately bared its teeth at Luo Shuyan. Chapter 47, Threatening me? Who gave you the courage? Luo Shuyan? He practiced hard for one night. You're afraid you're not kidding me. Because she possessed the gift of beast heart psychic, Luo Shuyan was probably able to understand the meaning of the little tiger's words. At this moment, when she heard little tiger actually say that Jiang Che had been practicing hard for a whole night, this caused Luo Shuyan to be a bit stunned for a while. Is he or she hallucinating? If she was right, it seemed like White had been sleeping on her lap. Right? Is hard work really the right word to use for White? However, immediately after Luo Shuyan turned her thoughts around. Although she was a bit confused about Jiang Che's cultivation process, she had to admit that doing so was indeed very effective. Jiang Che just ate and drank every day, slept after eating, and continued to eat when he woke up from his sleep. And there really wasn't the slightest sign of using his energy. But the speed of that breakthrough was not slow at all, and it was much more useful than Luo Shuyan's hard training day and night. Thinking this way, Luo Shuyan was relieved. Perhaps this was precisely Little White's special training method, so she couldn't really say anything back. But even so, Luo Shuyan didn't care about the little tiger blocking her, and still tried to slap Jiang Che to wake him up. After all, it had already entered the middle of the secret realm. There was no telling what dangers awaited them next. That was why several people, including their respective spirit beasts, had to remain vigilant at all times. In this secret realm, most of the magical beasts were over 30 levels though, but who knows if any sudden change of situation will happen next. When faced with the unknown, it is only natural that you have to be on top of your game. Oh woman, I advise you not to be ungrateful. When the little tiger saw that Luo Shuyan was not listening to him at all and wanted to continue to change Jiang Che to wake him up, he immediately growled lowly and threatened. I think you're the one who doesn't know any better. You little white wolf. Snap. This was immediately followed by the sound of a crisp slap. It turned out to be Oxia Xiao Xiao. She finally couldn't hold back at this moment and slapped the little tiger on the head. In the midst of the noise of several people, Jiang Che woke up leisurely. Ding! Congratulations to the host. As the leader of a party of forces, still do not think of progress, and is in the arms of the Empress, honor and disgrace to carry on lying down. To obtain an increase in experience 24,000. Ding! Hang up and practice. As soon as he woke up, one prompt after another came to Jiang Che's ears. This was followed by a large amount of experience coming in after the increase, bringing him one step closer to a breakthrough. Hearing these descriptions from the system, Jiang Che immediately understood. He himself had just gone to bed and, no surprise, must have been taunted again. And most likely, it was those cadets from the Tianke Academy. All of these plots Jiang Che had once known in his previous life, when he read online articles in his spare time. But for this Jiang Che does not care. Anyway, he did not hear what those people said. Besides, in this world, the strongest man is honored, and it is useless to show off the power of words, and the fist is the hard way. Boss, this woman is so rude. She actually dares to disturb your beautiful dreams. Boss, I just tried desperately to stop her, but I couldn't even stop her. Seeing Jiang Che wake up, the little tiger immediately opened his mouth with a face full of flattery. That tone of voice was full of pleasing intentions, and his appearance was simply like a dog's leg. At this moment, this little tiger, where was there the slightest bit of dignity and dominance that should be present as a fierce tiger? Bang! Yet in response to this little tiger, it was still a small burst of head from the little Lori-san. Auxiliary Little's face was full of black lines at the moment. She couldn't wait to kick this little tiger straight out of the secret realm. Shame. It's just so humiliating. It was just like that on weekdays, but today when they entered the secret realm to practice, they were even so fawning and kneeling to Jiang Che in front of a few people. Where did this make her face as the master go? Even now, this little tiger doesn't even treat her as his master. Ever since he recognized Jiang Che as his boss, he had taken Jiang Che as his leader in everything. Ow, enough. If you fight again, watch out, I'll flip out. The little tiger that had suffered a welcome blow from Auntie Tiny bared its teeth at her for a moment. Ever since he had embraced Jiang Che as his thigh, the little tiger no longer cared about what the Imperial Beastmaster thought, which caused Oxia Xiao Xiao a headache. Okay, you guys stop fighting for a second. The little tiger that was originally still baring its teeth immediately became incomparably well behaved after hearing Jiang Che's voice. It was almost as if it was a kitten. The look and the posture were as dignified as they could be, and as obedient as they could be. Seeing this scene, Oxia Xiao Xiao was even more furious. Her silver teeth were about to be gritted by her. Who would have thought that he was a royal beast master? And as a result, His position in the hearts of his spirit beasts was not even comparable to that other F-rank spirit beast. Where is this now? Have we entered the secret realm? Zhang Che raised his head and observed his surroundings, only to see that the crowd was in the middle of a grassland, gazing into the distance, occasionally seeing magical beasts in the distance. There seemed to be a huge mountain range not far away. Obviously this place was no longer within the boundaries of the Tian-Ke Academy, as well as the ancient city of Xian's urban area. Well, that's right, we just passed through the secret realm's teleportation array, and now this is exactly where the secret realm is. Luo Shuiyan nodded, and then began to identify the direction. We have to reach the depths of the secret realm as fast as we can. We must not be robbed of our chance. After determining the direction, Luo Shuiyan led the crowd to hurry. The secret perimeter of the country still has a map record. Even ordinary people can have it. Only it is not as detailed as the world's family. It's just that if we follow this map record, we might take quite a few wrong turns. But along the way, Luo Shuiyan had neither looked at the map, yet she was able to accurately identify the direction. He acted as if he was extremely familiar with the place, almost as if he was home. On the way to catch the road, there would occasionally be second-rank magical beasts appearing. However, they had only just shown their heads when they were all directly eliminated by Luo Shuiyan alone. Wisps of crimson flames surrounded Luo Shuiyan's hands, making the already beautiful and moving her appear even more radiant at this moment. That strong stance was more than enough to make even a few women feel staggered. As her cultivation continued to rise, those abilities that Luo Shuiyan had in her previous life as an empress could be utilized more and more. Similarly, in the midst of this battle, Luo Shuiyan's strength began to show its first signs. Looking at the powerful Luo Shuiyan, the three of them, Lin Shuier, couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Her strength is really extraordinary. Perhaps with her help, my great revenge. Looking at Luo Shuiyan, who was leading the way ahead, Yi Zimeng's attitude within her heart was quietly changing at the moment. Originally, she only had to join this squad because she was in the way of Luo Shuiyan's threat. However, with the passage of time, coupled with seeing Luo Shuiyan's strength nowadays, it gave Yi Zimeng a rare moment of recognition for this squad. On the other side, the key class of trainees who were the first to enter the secret realm had long since arrived at the edge of the mountain range at this moment. A dozen or so trainees were gathered at this spot. Listen up. If you want to reap the benefits in the middle of the secret realm, all of you will follow me. Wang Jie, a youth whose strength had been cultivated to a 5-star intermediate imperial beast master, at this moment waved his arm and shouted loudly. This person was precisely Wang Jie, who was the second on the list, and was also the existence with the highest cultivation among the previous test with Luo Shuiyan. From the powerful family force, the Wang family, Humph, all the way to the secret realm. And you're still so arrogant. Wang Jie, there are no elders from your Wang family in this secret realm. Not far away behind a tree, a man sneered with a sneer in his gaze. Shi Hai once acquired an ancient book by chance. This time, he had specially entered the secret realm precisely because a hidden treasure recorded in the ancient books was located in this secret realm. In another place at the edge of the mountain range, Luo Shuiyan and her group also encountered other trainees, and very coincidentally, it was also Zhang Maniac and his group. Several beauties. This secret realm is very dangerous. Sure you don't want to find something to rely on? More people are safer in the middle of this secret realm. Zhang Maniac led the way, rushing at Luo Shuiyan and the others with a snicker. Yet Yi Zimeng and the others looked at them with a look of pity. If they had seen Luo Shuiyan strike before, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so confident. No need. Get the hell out of my way. Luo Shuiyan, who was in the middle of rushing, realized that she was suddenly blocked by someone in front of her, and immediately snorted coldly. She was going forward to obtain the opportunity this time. Luo Shuiyan didn't want to have to follow other than Lin Shuier and the others. Upon hearing this angry rebuke from Luo Shuiyan, Zhang Maniac immediately stiffened his face. Luo Shuiyan, I advise you not to drink to your honor. Being rejected outright by Luo Shuiyan once again caused Zhang Maniac's pride to take a serious blow. Not to mention that behind him now, there are still a few juniors. As the boss but lost face, that is no way to establish authority. Yeah, I'd advise you guys to think this through. This isn't the academy. In the middle of this secret realm, any accident can happen. Even if you die in there, it's normal. Several of Zhang Maniac's juniors, seeing that their own boss had actually hit a wall in front of Luo Shuiyan, immediately threatened with a stern voice. I've told you before, this guy is a pain in the ass. It's better to get rid of him early. Looking at Zhang Mania in front of him, Zhang Che skimmed his mouth and said, for this kind of existence that possessed an old grandpa, Zhang Che had always been in the spirit of cutting off the roots and completely strangling it. Otherwise, who knows if the old grandpa in this man's body will bring any trouble to himself. if it wasn't for the fact that the academy had rules that did not allow trainees to kill each other after entering the secret realm. Moreover, there were other trainees present in the surrounding area, and Luo Shuiyan was afraid that she really did all directly strike out just now. However, Luo Shuiyan was, at the moment, unwilling to lose the umbrella that was the Tian-K Academy, so she didn't want to get into trouble with Zhang Maniac over these matters. One thing you guys are right about is that it's a shame to die here. So, Zhang Maniac, I advise you guys to be more careful. After saying that, Luo Shuiyan glared fiercely at Zhang Maniac and left towards the distance with Lin Shuer and the others. Only the ugly-faced Zhang Maniac and his group were left behind. Damn! This woman has refuted my face several times. I must teach her a lesson. Chapter 48, Want to hug me? Line up, one by one. As they continued to go deeper and deeper into the mountain range in front of them, no one else existed around Luo Shuiyan's few people, and this place has also begun to be infested with some level 20 and above magical beasts. One by one, the pressure they emit is quite strong. Hiss, you guys look at that magic beast Savage Bull, it seems like it's very strong. In the middle of several people's line of sight, they only saw a huge Savage Bull with red eyes, looking at Luo Shuiyan's people with anger. Judging from the pressure emanating from this magical beast, it was clearly a powerful magical beast of level 20 or above, which was no longer something that an ordinary person who had just joined the academy would be able to cope with. Therefore, the three of them, Lin Shuer, along with their three spirit beasts, all subconsciously took a step back, and in unison, they turned their gazes to Luo Shuiyan, because before this, the magical beasts that they couldn't deal with were basically arranged by Luo Shuiyan. The strong Luo Shuiyan is simply like a female god of war, invincible and unhindered all the way. Originally, Yi Zimeng and Oxia Xiao Xiao, who were still a little skeptical about Luo Shuiyan, also put down their hearts to Luo Shuiyan after this period of experience in the secret realm. Luo Shuiyan was able to sense at this moment that the strength of that savage bull demonic beast in front of her was likely to be around level 26. Those thick limbs seemed to contain extremely terrifying explosive power. The four hooves continuously trampled on top of the earth, and even stepped out a crack. A pair of bull's horns were flashing with a morose cold light, making people feel shivering when they looked at them. While Luo Shuiyan was only a 6-star intermediate imperial beast master now, the other party was a full realm above her. But even so, Luo Shuiyan was still full of battle spirit, without the slightest bit of fear in her eyes. Snowy, you hold little white. Luo Shuiyan handed Jiang Che to Lin Shuer, and facing this level 26 savage bull demon beast, she was finally planning to fight with both hands. No, 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 you're too skinny, you're choking me. Lin Shuer, who had only just received Jiang Che, was directly disliked by Jiang Che. Jiang Che directly jumped off of Lin Shuer's body and arrived on Yi Zimeng's shoulders. Yi Zimeng's body not only had that unique woman's body odor, but even sprayed some light perfume. Although Jiang Che didn't know much about perfume, this flavor just slightly smelled. It made one's hormones accelerate, and there was some lightness in front of one's eyes. Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Yi Zimeng was definitely born with the sacred body of Phantom Demon. That proud figure coupled with a unique and charming temperament. If one were to use 4 words to describe it, it would be regal. As for Yi Zimeng and Lin Shuer, although they didn't know what Jiang Che had just said, but you can guess a thing or two when you see him move. Well, since White wants to stay with me, I'll hold him. Yi Zimeng and Lin Shuer exchanged a glance, then reached out and then hugged Jiang Che in her arms. The touch that wasn't inferior to Luo Shuiyan's made Jiang Che's eyes narrow slightly. Looking very cute. For such a cute and adorable spirit beast, who would think that he had other thoughts? Even Yi Zimeng had dropped her guard. The crowd's attention was next focused on Luo Shuiyan's body, only to see that at this moment, Luo Shuiyan had already begun to take the initiative to rush towards that savage bull demonic beast. The two are very different in size. That savage bull was simply like a huge killing machine. It was as if just a single charge could directly take Luo Shuiyan's life. And Luo Shuiyan traces like a ghost. The body flashes between a flame phoenix. From its fingertips fly out. The surrounding temperature instantly soared. With this scorching heat, even this 26th level savage bull demonic beast didn't dare to collide head-on. The stout hooves struck the ground hard, forcibly changing their forward trajectory. The scorching hot fire phoenix shadow grazed the savage bull's side and flew by, even making the hair on the savage bull's body burn a large portion of its body, making it look very lousy. Although the savage bull demonic beast was huge and looked like it only had brute strength, its speed was not slow at all. The figures of the two kept changing, and the battle became somewhat scorched for a while. Luo Shuiyan actually had stronger means to take care of this savage bull, but it would require some cost and wasn't worth it. Thus this delayed some time, but just that alone had already shocked the three of them. Lin Shuer, one stood back dazed, unable to believe his eyes. You know that's a third-order magical beast. Its strength is not trivial. Even if they were far apart, the three of them could feel the strong pressure emanating from that savage bull demonic beast. The sense of oppression from their strong bodies made them feel like it was a little hard to breathe, especially the crimson eyes. Only endless violence and killing intent in the eyes. Ordinary people, if they stare at them for a long time, I'm afraid that their own spirit will be the first to collapse. Such a powerful third-order magical beast. Even a team of 20 to 30 newcomers together might not be able to defeat the other party. And Luo Shuoyan had already circled around with this brute bull for a long time with just her own strength, and was even in the upper hand. This caused the three of them, Lin Shuer, to once again have a higher assessment of Luo Shuoyan's strength. It's so slow to fight a mad cow. It makes me lose face as an imperial human master. Jiang Che, who was lying in Yi Ziming's arms, looked at the battle in front of him with some disinterest, yawning as he casually spat out a sentence. In the next second, only Jiang Che's snow-white claws were suddenly covered in a wisp of electric arcs. Immediately after Luo Shuoyan and the savage bull demonic beast had just staggered apart, a sharp cold aura flashed through Jiang Che's eyes. Bang! The crowd only saw a flash of thunder, and in the next second a loud boom was heard. Just when the crowd was still a bit uncertain, they suddenly realized that the body of the savage ox had, at some point, exploded into a terrifying bloody hole. The blood and flesh around that wound flopped around, taking on a charred black color, and even smoldering with wisps of black smoke. The huge body of the savage bull, but also fell straight down on top of the earth, completely lifeless. What? What is this? What just happened? This just gave it seconds? The speed of Jiang Che's strike was simply too fast, and before Lin Shuer's few people could even react, the battle was already over. Looking at Jiang Che in Yi Ziming's arms, the eyes of the three girls had completely changed, and one by one, their eyes changed from shock to admiration. Originally, they were still a little dissatisfied that their spirit beast with a not-so-impeccable bloodline actually recognized Jiang Che as its boss, but now they sort of understood that together, their spirit beast was the one who truly had foresight. Being held in Yi Ziming's arms, just by waving his claws, he killed a third-order magical beast in seconds. To what extent was this strength strong? Even Yi Ziming was a bit stunned and didn't react for a while. Ahem. Sister Ziming, you should be tired of hugging too. Let me help you hug little white for a while. The little lowly auxiliary Xiao Xiao at this moment came up to Yi Ziming's side and said timidly, among her eyes that were looking at Jiang Che, there was already not the slightest bit of dissatisfaction from earlier, and they were filled with admiration. Lin Shuer also came over at this moment, wanting to reach out and hug Jiang Che. Wait. All want to hug me, right? Don't be in a hurry. Come and line up, one by one. Chapter 49, Lori, show me your big baby. Several people were now grabbing Jiang Che to hug him, and for a while, they made Jiang Che a little uncomfortable. Jiang Che only felt that the air around him was filled with the woman's fragrance, but the most comfortable one had to be in the arms of the Luo Shuoyan and Yi Ziming duo. That softness directly pulls full, not something that Lin Shuer and Oxia Xiao Xiao can compare. This battle just now could be said to have made Jiang Che famous in one battle, completely establishing his prestige amongst the squad. Even Luo Shuoyan, who was very familiar with him, was now shocked at Jiang Che's strength. Earlier, when he was conducting the actual combat test, Jiang Che had killed a level 12 demon wolf in seconds with a level 16 rank. At that point it might have been possible to talk about rank suppression, but right now, Jiang Che was only at level 21, and he had actually crossed 5 levels to kill a level 26 savage bull demonic beast in seconds. In the case where one's own level was even lower, one could even cross the ranks and kill in seconds. This battle power was really a bit strong and exaggerated. That huge savage bull body still fell aside, vaguely able to see the black smoke rising from the wound. Obviously just that the power of the blow is not trivial. You guy, you obviously have such a strong strength, but you didn't make a move earlier just now. After Luo Shuoyan was surprised, she gave Jiang Che a grudging look. However, when she saw Jiang Che being vied for favor by several women, the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but rise for a moment. After all, there's no one who doesn't want their spirit animal recognized by their friends and teammates. After a brief restoration, Luo Shuoyan continued to lead the group forward, heading deeper into the mountain range. The purpose of Luo Shuoyan's trip was to enter the depths of this mountain range and search for a chance. In her previous life, a long-dormant seal had been opened a week after the trainees had entered this secret realm. The seal contained all the resources and inheritance of a huge clan from the ancient times. Because of the seal, the same great power that discovered this secret realm at the very beginning of the Heavenly K Academy did not find that one monument. Under the passage of these years, the power of the seal continued to weaken with the passage of time. Eventually the seal loses all its power, triggering a fierce battle between the many trainees. With the speed at which we're advancing now, it's estimated that we should be able to reach beyond that seal by tomorrow. Luo Shuyan looked ahead and murmured in her heart. With that, she turned her gaze and saw a 22-level magical beast, the blood ape, appear in the middle of the woods ahead of her. It was a magical beast with red hair all over its body, and its size was a bit bigger than that of an adult man. Its limbs are very flexible, very agile in the mountains and forests, and its physical strength is very strong. It was difficult for an ordinary imperial beast master with a spirit beast to engage this kind of blood ape in the mountains and forests. The most crucial thing was that this blood ape was a kind of swarming magical beast. Seeing one meant that there was an entire blood ape tribe in the middle of this dense forest. Luo Shuyan didn't want to provoke the magical beast in front of her, so as not to attract the other party's entire herd. Let's take a little detour. Take the side valley trail. Why the detour? Because of those monkeys in the woods up ahead? Jiang Che raised his head and glanced at the woods in front of him, and naturally, he also saw the blood-red devil ape. But unlike Luo Shuyan, Jiang Che didn't put this ape in his mind at all. These blood apes are magical beasts that live in groups, and from what I can see there must be at least a dozen of them in this forest ahead. A group of third-order magical beasts, united together, have a strength that is not trivial. If we were to go in hard, I'm worried that it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Luo Shuyan's eyebrows slightly knitted in a deep voice. There's no need. It's just a couple of monkeys. Just get rid of them. It's too much of a waste of time to go around. Jiang Che shook his head and rejected Luo Shuyan's proposal. He had just seen the valley on the side. The road was very steep and the path very narrow. I'm afraid it's going to be quite a bit of trouble to get through. Far less comfortable than the main road they're walking on now. Luo Shuyan was a bit hesitant for a while, knowing that a dozen or so third-stage demonic beasts, that was no joke. However, remembering the sight of Jiang Che striking out just now, directly killing a third-order savage bull in seconds, Luo Shuyan then still nodded her head. Not detour also can, but you then don't let me do it by myself, so that I will listen to you to continue to take this road away. There was a hint of complaint amongst Luo Shuyan's tone. This journey was basically relying on her to make the move, and although Jiang Che was strong, he was basically lying down. Only when Jiang Che disliked Luo Shuyan's slow fighting would he step in to defeat some of the magical beasts along the road. This makes Luo Shuyan have some doubts about the two people actually who is the Imperial Beast Master. Fine. I'll take a shot if I take a shot. It's just a few demonic apes. It doesn't matter. Seeing Jiang Che nod his head in agreement, Luo Shuyan then followed the original path to the mountain forest. Roar! Seeing Jiang Che and his group approaching, that blood ape immediately jumped down from the tree trunk. It hit the ground so hard that even the grass stepped out two deep craters. Those blood-red eyes were filled with violence, and saliva kept slipping from the corners of his mouth. All of these beasts are ferocious and incomparable, and communicating with them is obviously like talking to a cow. Jiang Che had been too lazy to make a move, intending to be polite first, but even if he was now a spirit beast, he couldn't communicate with these magical beasts. These magical beasts, in their bodies, were full of killing factors and were very violent. Seeing that he couldn't communicate, Jiang Che was also too lazy to waste time with this blood ape. Bang! Jiang Che directly urged the Qilin seal, and the crowd only saw a golden light flash by, and in the next second the blood ape, who had just been pounding his chest and roaring, directly splattered blood on the spot. It was only after killing the blood ape in seconds that Luo Shuyan's face became even more ugly. Oh no! It was this blood ape who was just gathering his companions. As soon as Luo Shuyan's words fell, the crowd heard a rustling sound coming from the middle of the woods. Immediately after that, a dozen or so blood-colored figures were seen, constantly rolling around in the forest. The strong pressure brought about by these dozen or so third-stage demonic apes caused Lin Shuer's three faces to change, and even their spirit beasts were nervous. However, before a few people could run their gong methods, a golden light was seen flickering continuously in the middle of mid-air. Bang! 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 Every time a golden light flashed in the air, a blood ape fell to the ground and died. The speed of the Qilin seal was so fast that even these agile blood apes couldn't react. Soon there were more than a dozen corpses of blood apes on the ground. What was that just now? The three of them, Lin Shuer, hadn't seen Jiang Che perform the Qilin seal yet, and all of them were incomparably curious for a moment. Little White, take out your big baby and show it to me. Little Lorian's tiny eyes were filled with curiosity. Jiang Che always felt that there was something wrong with what he heard. I felt that there was a hard thing that was up against me earlier. Was it that baby of yours? Izumo also suddenly spoke up. Immediately afterward, she lowered her head and her eyes searched Jiang Che's body. Chapter 50, is this a secret? How come so many people know about it? The three of them, Lin Shuer, looked Jiang Che up and down, even going up and down. Although Jiang Che liked to have a good time on weekdays, but now that he was being entertained so warmly by a few beautiful women, Jiang Che was a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, at this time, Luo Shuyan walked over, and Jiang Che directly jumped into Luo Shuyan's arms, which allowed him to escape the clutches of Lin Shuer's trio. Jiang Che had to sigh. This Yi Ziming is simply a chimera. Just now, Yi Ziming buried him directly in the gully, and Jiang Che's little heart was about to jump out of his chest. That's one of Xiao Bai's martial arts techniques, with a relatively fast attack speed. Luo Shuyan briefly explained for Jiang Che, even though even she herself didn't know what the Qilin seal was. At this moment, at the place where Jiang Che and the others had killed that third-stage savage bull, a trainee appeared. This is the corpse of a third-order savage bull, and there are still some traces of fighting around it, so it seems that not much time should have passed. Chi Hai came to the corpse of that savage bull and frowned as he scrutinized the corpse. It was because he had to hurry and head to the place where the seal was located amongst Luo Shuyan's memories of her previous life. So she then didn't spend any effort to burn the corpse of this massive savage bull. Looking at the multiple wounds on the savage bull's body, as well as the one huge bloody hole, Chi Hai frowned. Being able to kill a third-ranked magical beast, there are 2 other fire attribute and lightning attribute experts in the academy? Looking at the wounds received on the savage bull, Chi Hai was very surprised. Anyone who could kill a third-order magical beast must be quite strong. The key thing was that there were 2 more such people, which was a great surprise to Chi Hai. However, in response to this, Chi Hai merely frowned and did not take it to heart. After all, this Tian K Academy is at least the No. 1 ranked Imperial Beast Academy near Xi'an Ancient City, so it's normal to see hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Following the ancient records, Chi Hai discerned the direction and headed towards that treasure. But next on the way, Chi Hai was surprised to find out that when he walked on this road, he was actually able to often come across traces of fighting and the corpses of magical beasts. If it's just happenstance, so be it. The most crucial thing was that Chi Hai was able to distinguish on the corpses of these magical beasts, as well as the destruction caused around them, that basically the ones who did it were all strong in the fire and lightning attributes. If once or twice could be said to be a coincidence, and all along this journey, it was no longer a coincidence that could be explained. Can't it be that there are other people who know about this treasure? Seeing this situation along the road, Chi Hai couldn't help but feel a little panicked in his heart. Obviously someone had already gotten ahead of him, and their strength was not trivial. Not daring to delay any longer, Chi Hai hurriedly accelerated forward. Boss Zhang, Luo Shuyan and the girls, they seem to have entered the depths of the mountain range from this side. Beside a deep stream, Zhang Maniac and his group of ordinary class members were converging here. At this moment, in their neighborhood, the only thing that could enter the depths of the mountain range was the path in front of them, and on both sides of this road, all of them were deep mountain streams. Someone picked up a stone and threw it towards the bottom of the mountain stream. Only the sound of collision could be heard all the way down, and the bottom could not be seen at all. Some people were even so scared that their legs were a little weak, and they grabbed the arm of the person next to them with a death grip, fearing that they would fall from the mountain streams on either side. I didn't expect these 4 women to be so bold. Do they all want to die? You know that most of the magical beasts in there can be of the 3rd rank, and with just the 4 of them, they actually dared to go deeper? Zhang Maniac was surprised. He couldn't figure out how Luo Shuyan and the others could be so bold. Usually, first-year students chose to practice on the periphery after entering the secret realm. After all, even if a small team entered the secret realm, they would still have to do some bonding and familiarization with each other. If there are errors in cooperation between unfamiliar teammates, rushing in is likely to be problematic. Only after their own strength had risen a bit and their combat experience had matured a bit would a small portion of them choose to venture into the depths, wanting to further break through themselves. There were almost very few people who would choose to charge straight into the depths on the first day after the opening of the secret realm. Such people are either very confident in their own strength, or they are newborn cuties. Kid, this place, I seem to have seen it in a volume of ancient books. It might be related to a great ancient power. Maybe there are treasures left inside. An old voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Maniac's ears. The thinking Zhang Maniac's eyes lit up. He was still very convinced about the soul of the one in his body. After all, that was an old demon that had lived for countless years and knew a great deal of secrets, which was the capital of Zhang Zhang's confidence. Only Zhang Maniac still had some doubts. Old Huang, this secret realm has been developed by the Tian K Academy for so many years. If there were really any treasures, are you sure it would still be our turn? Kid, even if it's a secret realm, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be fully developed. Perhaps there are still undiscovered seals inside. Good, I believe you. Then I'll spell him once. The thought of being about to obtain a secret treasure from the ancient past caused Zhang Maniac to show his excitement. With that, he led the dozen or so trainees of the ordinary class around him, and stepped onto the path that was filled with mountain streams on both sides. Time passed, and soon it was the afternoon of the 2nd day of the opening of the secret realm. This is it. only to see that in front of Luo Shuiyan and the others was an extremely large basin. Several people even suspected that this basin in front of them was even bigger than even the ancient city of Xi'an. I'm afraid it just looked a little flat. What's wrong? Why did you stop all of a sudden? The three of them, Lin Shuier, who had been rapidly rushing along, were all a bit uncomfortable for a moment when they saw Luo Shuiyan suddenly stop. The destination has arrived. Luo Shuiyan spoke faintly. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but gently rise. There's nothing here. Is there? Just a good-sized basin. The little tiger couldn't help but sputter for a moment. We ran all night long to find a place like this? Is there anything out of the ordinary about this place? Luo Shuiyan looked at the several people with a slight smile, a mysterious expression on her face. Don't be in a hurry. There are ancient prohibitions laid out in here, with a strong seal added on, so we can't see anything. This front is all just a blindfold. In fact, there is something else inside. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of the crowd, Luo Shuiyan raised her hands and then pinched a strange seal. With the formation of the spirit seal in Luo Shuiyan's hand, the scene in front of her instantly changed drastically, and palace after palace and pavilion appeared on the originally flat and uninteresting basin. Those magnificent halls stand, from a distance, can make people feel that this place was once extraordinary, simply like a fairyland. See a few people dumbfounded. The three of them, Lin Shuier, all froze in place, their eyes filled with shock. They had never even imagined that there was such a magical place in this primordial secret realm. Only what the crowd was more curious about was how Luo Shuiyan knew in advance that there was such a place and was steadfastly advancing all the way towards this side. You know that even when they got close, they didn't see the barricade. I only thought that it was an ordinary basin in front of me. If it was other trainers, I'm afraid that they wouldn't go to this kind of place where the spiritual power is thin and there aren't many spiritual beasts. Immediately afterward, the crowd noticed that there seemed to be another layer of transparent energy film on the periphery of this attic palace. Reach out and touch it as if it were a wall. The little tiger tried to attack, and as a result, the tiger claw fell on this defense film, but it did not move, and even could not afford a ripple. Boss, I can't fight this thing. Why don't you try? Hearing the little tiger's words, Jiang Che became interested for a moment. Jumping out of Azumo's body, he came to this barrier. Bang! Jiang Che was extremely fast, as if a white lightning bolt had cut through the air. Despite his current appearance, he was still a cute and adorable snow-white beast. Its body, however, had long since undergone the transformation of the divine beast Qilin's essence blood. As Jiang Che struck out, a huge boom came out, causing people to feel their scalps tingle. But even Jiang Che was still unable to shake this transparent barrier. Don't waste your efforts. This is an ancient prohibition. It's impossible to forcefully break it with these strengths we have now. Looking at the several spirit beasts sleeping there, Luo Shuiyan couldn't help but remind them. But you don't have to worry. Time has passed for so long. Even if this prohibition was very strong back then, I'm sure that the power has long since diminished, and it's not really difficult to unravel it. Immediately after that, Luo Shuiyan sat down on her knees, pinching a strange seal in her hands as a divine aura flashed between her hands. Water smoke. You actually know the law of forbidding. The three of them, Lin Shuier, looked at Luo Shuiyan at this moment, and for a moment, they were all a little too surprised to speak. They didn't expect that they were the same newcomer trainees, but the gap between themselves and the others and Luo Shuiyan was so great. Luo Shuiyan was not only strong in battle, but she had even dabbled in this very difficult to master forbidden method. Trying to study forbidden systems was not only very difficult to drill, but it also required a lot of time to do so. Seeing that Luo Shuiyan had not only improved her cultivation fast, but had also researched so profoundly in the area of forbidden systems, it made Yi Zimeng even more determined in her inner thoughts. Make sure you hold on to that leg in the future. Oxia Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. She actually knows so much. It seems that this Luo Shuiyan's origin should also be very extraordinary. Of the three girls, only Lin Shuier was at the moment all excited, simply happy for her best friend. Jiang Che wasn't the least bit surprised that Luo Shuiyan knew how to break the forbidden method. After all, in her previous life, Luo Shuiyan was a female emperor, and it was only normal that she was proficient in these areas. Next, the three of them, Lin Shuier, surrounded Luo Shuiyan in the center, cautiously looking around to help protect Luo Shuiyan. What the hell? These guys actually do share my purpose. How on earth did they find such a hidden place? After 2 hours, Chi Hai also followed the map and came to the neighborhood, and a long way away from each other. He saw Luo Shuiyan and her group. The most crucial thing was that Chi Hai could feel that there was also movement behind him, and it was obvious that another group of people were approaching this way. Chapter 51. Within 100 paces, those who approach, die. Chi Hai was a bit skeptical at the moment. Could it be that what he had taken was a shared treasure map? How does anyone know where this treasure is? Boss, look, There are a couple of them up ahead. After some time, Zhang Maniac brought a dozen or so trainees from the ordinary class along the mountain road to the outskirts of the basin. Because there was no darkness in the middle of this secret realm, even if the outside world was in the dead of night. In the middle of this secret realm, it was also as bright as day, able to clearly see the vision ahead. The several people in front of the secret realm, Luo Shuiyin, were clearly exposed to the vision of Zhang Maniac's group. What are they doing? Where is this place? Is it possible that they found some kind of treasure? Zhang Maniac and these trainees, one by one, were wide-eyed, each other's eyes filled with doubt. Kid, see the transparent energy film in front of those female dolls? Don't underestimate that film. It's an ancient prohibition. Right at this moment, a somewhat old voice rang out from Zhang Maniac's body, its tone filled with admiration and shock. I really didn't expect it. That female doll is so young, but she even knows how to crack ancient prohibitions? I also don't know where she learned such mysteries from. Ancient forbidden system? Looks like there really is a treasure here. Are you sure you've read it correctly? That Luo Shuiyin is cracking the ancient forbidden system? How could she know such a secret art? What exactly is the origin? Zhang Maniac was also surprised for a moment after hearing this. One must know that Luo Shuiyin's age, along with theirs, was the same 18 years old. However, the gap between each other was so large, which made Zhang Maniac somewhat incredulous. There was information about ancient forbidden systems that he had once learned about from old Huang, but the ancient forbidden system want to cultivate, can be said to be very cumbersome. That is not the general obscure and difficult to understand. For the Imperial Beast Master is extremely difficult to master. Zhang Crazy want to get started are very difficult. He couldn't figure out that Luo Shuiyin was just a commoner by birth, so young that she was able to learn the forbidden method? Can't it be that this Luo Shuiyin, isn't she afraid to worry that this will affect the progress of her own cultivation? Spending time drilling forbidden systems, where would one find time to cultivate? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Kid, this world is so big that anything capable exists. This female doll might be very talented in ancient forbidden systems, or else she wouldn't have this kind of achievement at such a young age. Hearing this soul within his body praising Luo Shuiyin so much made Zhang Maniac a little jealous. So what? It's just a few sideways. The most important thing for a beast swordsman is still his own battle prowess, and this treasure can only be mine in the end. Zhang Maniac, brothers, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Maniac led this group of ordinary class trainees towards Luo Shuiyin and the others. The way that one came at him aggressively, it was clear that he had no intention of making peace. Watch out! Someone's coming closer. As soon as Zhang Maniac and the others approached, they were spotted by Yi Ziming and the others who were in charge of vigilance. We were here first, please go somewhere else. The little lowly auxiliary Xiao Xiao came forward and looked at Zhang Maniac and the others and softly said, You're afraid you're not joking with me. This secret realm belongs to Tian-K Academy. It's not like you guys bought it. Why can you come when we can't? Enter the secret realm. Then whatever chance there is will be won by those who can. And those who see it will have a share in it. Zhang Maniac laughed out loud, not putting Oxio's words in his eyes at all. After all, Auxiliary Little's cute lowly look didn't give a single bit of intimidation at all. What to do? Sister Watersmoke is still cracking that ancient forbidden system. She simply can't get away right now. This young maniac and his men have a bit too many hands. We can't stop them. Luo Shuiyin is cracking the forbidden system. This squad is now only Lin Shuer and the three of them left, facing several times the enemy. The difference between the enemy's strength and our strength is too much disparity. For a moment, a few people were a bit at a loss for words and subconsciously looked at Zhang Che. The current Zhang Che can be said to have a pivotal position within this team, and Luo Shuiyin is the backbone of the squad side by side. During this trip to the secret realm, Zhang Che completely conquered a few people with his strength. Boss, what to do? Little Tiger's brows tightened as he looked viciously at Zhang Maniac and the others while turning his head to Zhang Che and asking, You talk to your master and tell those guys that whoever dares to come within 100 paces of us will be killed without pardon. Zhang Che casually found a more comfortable position to lie in and lightly said to the little tiger. Hearing Zhang Che's words, the little tiger's eyes lit up and immediately conveyed Zhang Che's meaning to Auxiliary Little. With Zhang Che backing him up, Oxia Xiao Xiao also had the backing at the moment, and immediately crossed her arms and looked at Zhang Maniac and the others with a haughty face. I'm telling you to get the hell out of my way right now. If you dare to come within 100 paces of us, you will be killed without pardon. Although Auxiliary Little with a murderous aura, but how to look like a porcelain doll, not at all intimidating. Instead, it made Zhang Maniac and his group, all of them, laugh out loud. It's really going to kill me with laughter. Little girl, can't see that you're not big, but your breath is not small. Facing so many of us and still dare to say such big words? Brothers, let a few of their little girlies see just what a true spirit beast is. As Zhang Maniac's words fell, 3 trainees immediately walked out from beside him, each summoning spirit beasts from within their respective royal beast space. Second rank spirit beast, Wind Wolf. Second rank spirit beast, Cloud Leopard. Second rank spirit beast, Stone Cow. Roar! A roar rang out, followed by a flash of light in midair, and 3 huge spirit beasts appeared in front of Zhang Maniac and the others. Although they were all trainees of the ordinary class, all 3 of them had spirit beasts that had already reached the second rank. Even if the bloodline was relatively not too precious, the strength was not trivial, and they all had different attributes added to them. At the behest of the 3 spirit beasts approached towards Luo Shuiyan and the others, the Wind Wolf with blue fur, and the purple Cloud Leopard. Although the body length is nearly 3 meters, but the speed is extremely fast, just like the wind under the feet, quickly rushed towards Oxia Xiao Xiao. The Black Stone Bull moved slightly slower, but with a huge body size of up to 3 meters. The earth was trembling as it charged at the moment. These 3 spirit beasts were extremely fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Luo Shuyan and the others. Jiang Che also finally got up at this moment, and under the Qilin steps, as he took a step forward, the strong divine beast Qilin pressure was released. In front of these 3 spirit beasts, Jiang Che seemed to have turned into a flooding beast, and that enormous pressure scared them so much that they instantly fell to the ground. Even the spirit beasts held by a few junior beastmasters in the distance were affected as Jiang Che's pressure swept over them, and one by one, their limbs trembled and their bodies went limp on the ground. What's going on here? How come the spirit beasts are all down? This sudden scene caused Zhang Maniac and the others to be shocked beyond belief, and for a moment, they did not know what had happened. This is such a strong bloodline pressure. The soul hidden in Zhang Maniac's body was incomparably shocked at the moment. Could it be the divine beast? Chapter 52. Is it great to have an old grandpa's soul? The reason why that soul in this Zhang Maniac's body was able to feel this bloodline pressure that Jiang Che was currently emitting, it is because he is not human. That soul body that Zhang Maniac called Old Yellow was actually the soul of a spirit beast. Only at this moment, Zhang Maniac was unaware of his shock and was still cursing. Hey! That soul body sighed heavily in its heart. There was such a strange phenomenon in the field, but Zhang Maniac actually did not have the slightest bit of alertness. Just like the name of Zhang Maniac, the person is just too much of a maniac and has no brain at all. This soul was now regretting that he had followed Zhang Maniac, but there was nothing he could do about it. Because of some contractual reasons, he could only go one way to the end. If not, he really wants to replace it with someone with a good brain. Boss is mighty. Boss is mighty. What's so stinky about it? It's not just straight to fall under my boss's lustful authority. Seeing Jiang Che so strong, these 3 spirit beast little brothers of Little Tiger were more excited than one another, and all of them cheered non-stop there, constantly bragging about Jiang Che. At this moment, the 3 of them, Lin Shuer, had both joy and shock on their faces. Although they knew that Jiang Che was strong, they didn't expect that Jiang Che would actually have such a strong skill, merely standing up and walking a few steps as if he was being cute. That snow-white petite body was an unknown number of times worse compared to the 3 spirit beasts on the opposite side, but it was such a huge gap that Jiang Che actually made all of these spirit beasts submit just by taking a few steps. Alright, they can't move, so I'll let you 3 practice next. Don't make this imperial human master do everything. It's time for you guys to practice. While saying that, Jiang Che jumped back onto Yi Zining's body. What's going on? How come all of our spirit beasts don't dare to move? Get up, get up. Who told you guys to get on the ground? Get up all of you. However, no matter how these trainees commanded their spirit beasts, all of them were lying on the ground and not moving. This scared these ordinary class trainees to death, and they all panicked. It was important to realize that as a low-ranked imperial beast master, one was mainly relying on their spirit beasts to fight. Now that the spirit beasts couldn't move, it was the same as them almost losing their combat power as well. Shut up! What's with all the panic? Zhang Maniac snorted coldly, and then he released his spirit beast as well. With a flash of light, only a level 15 tortoise scale beast appeared in front of him. This turtle spirit beast was shaped like a crocodile turtle, with a length of 4 meters, a height of 3 meters, and a size that was 2 times larger than the previous second-order stone cow. The thick armor looked like a rock, and the defense was terrifying to the naked eye. The most crucial thing about this scaled turtle was that it was not a mere defensive spirit beast. There was also a row of extremely sharp teeth within its mouth, capable of easily tearing into its prey. The sharpness of the teeth could even be seen glinting off the teeth as the light wavered by. This was a melee spirit beast with both defense and attack, and its battle power was very strong. This turtle spirit beast was very strong, and Zhang Mania was already at the 2nd rank when he had just contracted it. Oh, I'd like to see what else you can do. As Zhang Maniac let out a loud shout. With a wave of his big hand, this turtle scale beast roared and charged towards Lin Shuer's several people. The massive size caused the earth to tremble, and the enormous oppressive force was simply regal. However, in the expectant gazes of Zhang Maniac and the others, they did not wait for the result they wanted. The huge-sized tortoise-scaled beast rushed to the side of the wind wolf stone cow, and immediately afterward, it was similarly shocked by Jiang Che's bloodline pressure, and directly prostrated itself on the ground, unable to move. This could make Zhang Maniac look dumbfounded. He had thought that it was the spirit beasts of those ordinary trainees that were too weak, but he did not expect his own turtle-scale beast to end up like this. Old Yellow, what about this? Things had come to a head, and in the face of this perverse situation, Zhang Maniac could only turn to the soul within himself. That spirit beast is indeed peculiar, but although his bloodline pressure is strong, it is only for spirit beasts, and I'm afraid the effect it plays on humans won't be very strong. Hearing old Huang's words, Zhang Maniac immediately slapped his head. Right, why didn't I think of that? No matter how strong his pressure is, he's still just a spirit beast. A mere spirit beast. How can it be compared to a beast master? With that, Zhang Maniac turned around and bellowed towards the crowd beside him. Brothers, since the spirit beasts don't dare to go up, we'll go up ourselves. With that, Zhang Maniac led the charge. And all of this was seen by Chi Hai, who was hiding in the shadows. What a bunch of fools. But it's good. If you guys don't have a low IQ, there's no way you can help me test their strength. It was only because the spirit beasts were too scared to move. All those trainees that Zhang Maniac had brought with him did not all follow him for a while. After all, Zhang Maniac was nothing more than a commoner, without any prominent family status. The reason why they recognized Zhang Zhan as their boss was only because Zhang Zhan was still quite strong in the ordinary class. But it did not mean that they would give Zhang Zhan their lives. Bunch of goons. Seeing that those people hesitated, Zhang Maniac could not help but let out a dark curse. And then he took two of his juniors and rushed towards Lin Shuer's trio. Really? Really kill someone? Looking at the charging Zhang Maniac, Lin Shuer was a bit flustered for a moment. Although she came from a Jianghai family, she hadn't experienced this kind of killing since she was a child. It's okay, you don't dare to do it. So let me do it. Yi Ziming showed her mature side at this moment. And with a light lotus step, she blocked in front of Lin Shuer. Color scales. With Yi Ziming's call, the small seven-colored snake quickly scurried to her. Immediately after that, the originally very pocketable size, unexpectedly instantly rose, turning into a bullthick 3-meter-long seven-colored python. Ouch! I can't see how this small body of Shao Kai can actually become so big. The little tiger was also a little surprised for a moment, not expecting that Jiang Che's usual follower actually had such a wild and fierce side. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python that had grown in size opened its mouth and instantly spewed out a column of seven-colored light, shooting towards Zhang Maniac. Turtle-scale armor. Zhang Maniac hurriedly operated his gongfu to cast away his defense, only to see the scale armor shadow blocking in front of him, and all of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's attacks were defended. I can't believe it's okay? Yi Ziming was surprised, not realizing that Zhang Maniac, who had a similar cultivation level as her, was actually able to carry her spirit beast's attack. Seeing Zhang Maniac this strong, the two junior brothers beside him were also instantly in high spirits. However, in the next moment, the two of them were directly slapped away by a huge snake tail. Only Zhang Maniac and Color Scale were left fighting in the field. Under the operation of Zhang Maniac's gong method, there was an additional layer of armor on his body surface, just like the armor of that turtle scale beast, and there was no way for any of the colored scales attacks to be effective. Little colored scales shortcoming force. Let me help you. Seeing that the colored scales were unable to attack for a long time, Jiang Che then lifted his paw, and the golden Qilin seal was instantly thrown out. Under the flashes of golden light, the scale armor outside Zhang Maniac's body instantly shattered. The colored scale seized the moment and with a flick of the snake's tail, they directly sent Zhang Maniac flying. Che, is having an old grandpa great? Looking at Zhang Maniac who flew out, Jiang Che burst into a cold laugh. Chapter 53, Want to take advantage? No way. This blow from the color scales was so powerful that it directly smashed Zhang Maniac out by more than 10 meters and landed heavily on the ground. Put. Zhang Mania fell heavily on the ground, directly smashing a deep pit out of the ground. The tremendous recoil made Zhang Maniac's internal organs seem to be shifted out of place. The reason why he was able to carry off the colored scale strike earlier was mainly relying on the scale armor on his body surface. That was a martial art practiced by Zhang Maniac, capable of transferring the power of a spirit beast onto himself. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Maniac dared to attack towards the three of them. Lin Shuer, however, without the protection of the scale armor on his body, Zhang Maniac's physical body was no different from that of an ordinary Imperial Beast Master. Kid, don't go. Everyone will be able to get in after that girl doll undoes the ban anyway. At such a critical moment, why do you need to start a war with her? In case she stops lifting the ban, None of us will benefit at that time. Old Huang advised Zhang Maniac bitterly, his voice a little weak. He was the one who, just now, used his divine soul power to protect Zhang Maniac. Otherwise, Zhang Maniac would have already died under the attack of the colored scales. Aha! After being seriously injured, Zhang Maniac was no longer as arrogant as before and was much more cautious. Staggering to his feet, Zhang Maniac wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. That fling of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python just now made Zhang Maniac only feel as if two of his ribs had been broken. It could be felt between breaths, a sharp pain coming from the lungs. Even his body, to this day, is still trembling. That strike just now almost took his life. Even if he was wild, he wouldn't dare to continue to be wild now. Shi Hai, who had been lurking in the shadows in the distance, closely watched the situation over here. His eyes were filled with scorn as he looked at Jiang Che, clearly not expecting that the very cute-looking Jiang Che to have such a strong battle power. The pressure released by the bloodline alone is actually able to deter all the spirit beasts present. It's really a bit terrifying? What kind of existence is this? Even the cultivation level is so high. It's really a formidable enemy. Originally, Shi Hai had focused his attention all on Luo Shuiyan's body. After all, those who were able to unlock ancient prohibitions had extraordinary strength, but they didn't expect there to be such a terrifying existence as Jiang Che. I also have to thank you fools, otherwise I'm afraid that if I rashly make a move, I'll be the one who encounters danger. Only, who exactly are those two powerful people who utilized the power of thunder and fire along the way? Jiang Che's speed of striking out was too fast, and he shocked the entire arena with his micro-pressure alone. So much so that Shi Hai hadn't even found out where the strong man he had followed all the way was? And Jiang Che's side didn't continue to make any moves. After all, right now Luo Shuyan was still currently a student at Tianke Academy. Nowadays, Zhang Maniac was not the only one present. There were also a dozen or so trainees from the Heavenly K Academy. One couldn't just strike out and kill all of the dozen or so people present. I'm afraid there would be big trouble in that case. Although it was normal for casualties to occur in the middle of the secret realm, the fall of more than a dozen people at the same time, even if the higher-ups of the Heavenly K Academy had a problem with their brains, they should still understand that something was wrong. Even if they really wanted to kill someone, they would have to pick a hidden place, at least not in plain sight like now. Moreover, Jiang Che was now somewhat unable to see through the details of the soul in Zhang Maniac's body. He himself had just slammed a Qilin seal down, directly smashing Zhang Maniac's scale armor and making his body no different from that of an ordinary Imperial Beast Master. Plus the blow from that huge body of the colored scales, an ordinary intermediate Royal Beast Master would have been dead already. However, this Zhang Maniac was only spitting out blood and seriously injured, and it was obvious that this was all the work of that soul in his body. Looking at Zhang Maniac, who was spitting blood from his mouth, those ordinary class trainees who had followed him did not dare to act rashly for a while. Just like that, Zhang Mania's dozen or so people were shocked by the small team of 4 people and 1 person that Jiang Che was in. As time passed, it soon came to the morning of the 3rd day. Jiang Che had naturally risen to level 22 with the dual rewards of hanging out to practice and laying flat experience. Level 22, 4000 //60, 000. Tapping on the attribute panel, 60,000 experience was needed to ascend to the next level. This number made even Jiang Che feel a bit smacked in the face. It was true that the path of cultivation became more difficult the further back one went. Even if Jiang Che had a system boost, he was still able to feel his speed slowing down. Like those big powerful families in Zhanghai, the strongest combatants were all old men of a certain age. But even so, their cultivation level did not exceed the king level. It was enough to see just how difficult it was to cultivate a path. It was at that moment that a sudden change occurred. In front of where Luo Shuiyan was sitting, the transparent energy film. At this moment, a gap half a zhang in size appeared. Hurry up and get in here. I won't last too long. Luo Shuiyan's tone was urgent, and Lin Shuer and the others didn't dare to delay and quickly surged in. After waiting for the crowd to enter, Luo Shuiyan and directly flew in. Without the ancient prohibition controlled by Luo Shuiyan, the crack that had only just opened up with great difficulty closed up quickly as if it were a slashed surface of water. Hurry! All follow. Seeing that the crack was about to close, Zhang Maniac and the others also reacted quickly and rushed towards the gap. Shi Hai, who had been hiding in the shadows, didn't expect the ancient prohibition to open so suddenly. Immediately, he emerged from his hiding place and quickly flew towards the gap. But even though the crowd put their best foot forward, they were ultimately a step too slow. Because of Jiang Che's previous great intimidation, Zhang Maniac and his group didn't dare to approach the 100-meter range. Now it is simply too late to enter the slit, and can only watch as the crack slowly closes and disappears. Bang! 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 The incomparably furious Zhang Maniac summoned the turtle scale beast and blasted the transparent film one after another. However, Although this ancient forbidden system looked very weak, the second-ranked scaled beast could not leave a single ripple on this ancient forbidden system even though it tried its best. It's no use, don't waste your breath. Old Yellow sighed. Damn it. This prohibition can actually only be opened for such a short period of time. Zhang Maniac was annoyed at the moment. Through this transparent energy membrane, he could see Luo Shuiyen's several people inside. But it was so close. A group of them, too, could only watch, unable to enter at all. Chi-Hi's face was also extremely ugly at this moment. He originally thought that he had found a treasure, but he didn't realize that there were people ahead of him all the way. It was so hard to stay up until the opening of the ancient prohibition, but in the end, he didn't even enter. It's a big loss to be entered into such a treasure first. Zhang Maniac, that girl child just now is unfathomable, and this technique of breaking the forbidden system is beyond the reach of even old me. Old Huang could see that Luo Shuyen was deliberately unlocking only such a small amount of restrictions to prevent them behind her from taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 54, Scrambling for a Chance. Great, the energy membrane is closing. Hey, Sister Water Smoke, these guys actually want to follow us and take advantage of us. Now there's not even a door. The three of them, Lin Shuer, looked back to the rear and saw that Zhang Maniac and the others were all stopped outside, so they immediately laughed with a joyful expression. While Luo Shuiyen at this moment, she noticed the slightly familiar faces among the crowd. Chi-Hi? He's really here too. The person who made Luo Shuiyen feel somewhat familiar was none other than Chi-Hi, who had been hiding in the shadows. In his last life, there was this Chi-Hi here who was fighting for the treasure with Luo Shuiyen. But in the end, the most important inheritance of that sect was still obtained by Luo Shuiyen. This was also the first big chance Luo Shuiyen had ever gotten in her life. It was this one chance that allowed her to start the path to becoming a female emperor in the future. And Chi-Hi cultivated to the back of the room and had some development of his own. It's just a shame. Luo Shuyen had heard that the Chi-Hi seemed to have messed with an extremely large force, hunted down by this entire force to the point where he was finally nowhere to be found. Everyone should hurry. This prohibition originally weakened a lot with the passage of time. Now that it's been cracked by me again, the power of the ban has been lost once again. If I'm not wrong, odds are that within 5 days, this prohibition will completely collapse. Luo Shuyen withdrew her gaze and turned her head to explain to the three of them. Lin Shuer, what she said was already considered a rather conservative estimate, because if that Chi-Hi, together with the mysterious soul body inside Zhang Maniac, were to make a joint effort, the speed at which this restriction crumbled might even be faster. So they had no time to waste. They had to obtain the chance here as soon as possible. On the periphery of the ancient forbidden system, Chi-Hi, who had suddenly emerged from the shadows, was also surrounded by Zhang Maniac's group at this moment. Because of the missed opportunity, the people had a nameless fire in their hearts as they watched the crack close in front of their eyes. Now looking at the Chi-Hi that had scurried out, each one of them looked a bit unkind. Boss, I've seen this person before. He's from the key class. I think his name is Chi-Hi. Hearing the words of the trainee beside him, Zhang Maniac gently raised his eyebrows and looked Chi-Hi up and down. Oh, so it's a genius from the key class. How did you come over here? Have you been secretly following us all along? Zhang Maniac's tone was a bit unkind. The fat meat that one side was staring at was taken away from him, and there was actually someone hiding behind his ass, ready to do a handful of praying mantis catching cicadas and yellow sparrow in the back. Stalking? You're saying I'm stalking you guys? Hearing Zhang Maniac's words, Chi-Hi couldn't help but feel a little like laughing. I picked up an ancient book myself, and had thought it was a secret. It turns out that the secret seems to be a shared one, known to everyone. Guys, I'm ahead of you. Even if I'm stalking, you're the one stalking me. Facing a dozen or so trainees from the ordinary class, Chi-Hi didn't have any panic, and his expression remained calm and collected. He didn't lie about that. The kid did come before you guys. I realized it long ago. He is hiding amongst the shadows. Old Huang said to Zhang Maniac at this moment. What do you mean? You found out about him a long time ago? Then why didn't you tell me? Old Huang's words made Zhang Maniac a bit annoyed. It had already made him very upset because he had missed the secret stash, and his tone was a bit punchy at this moment. And that tone of his voice made old Huang even more upset. Tramp, if back in those years, if a mole like you dared to talk to me like that, I would have already slapped you into crumbs. Old Yellow was annoyed though, but now in this situation, he could only curse in his heart with indignation. Things had already come to a head, and because of various contractual reasons, old Huang could only choose to assist Zhang Maniac nowadays, helping him to ascend to the top and become a supreme powerhouse. Only then would there be hope in the future for Zhang Maniac to remake his physical body for himself and truly resurrect in the world. Since the prohibitions are now regrouping, it seems that I can only fight through them myself. Chi-Hi glanced at the crowd and then left in a sullen manner. Inside that ancient book he had obtained, There was a record of an ancient prohibition-breaking method about this place. The area of the secret hide covered by this prohibition was very large, and Chi-Hai was prepared to go to the other edge of the basin to crack it without being disturbed. Boss, what now? Seeing that the cracks were closing up, a group of trainees came forward to look at Zheng Maniac at the moment. Old Huang, what do you think? Zheng Maniac directly threw the question to Old Huang. As it is, it seems we can only attempt to break open ourselves. Old Huang also knew a little bit about this ancient prohibition. Immediately under Old Huang's guidance, Zheng Maniac plopped down in front of that layer of transparent film and began to try to break the prohibition. It's so big in here. Where should we go? In the interior of the treasure land, the few people who had entered it, Lin Shuier, looked at Luo Shuyan and asked. These past few days Luo Shuyan had shown her ability, and now she had absolute say in the squad. Don't worry, just follow me. With that, Luo Shuyan, carrying Jiang Che, led the way towards the depths. Inside this there was a magnificent and incomparable ancient palace. Only Luo Shuyan didn't even look at it and directly swept past the palace. Along the way they noticed that there were many skeletons on the side of the road. It had long since rotted out of shape, and judging by the clothes on its body, it was likely that it had been left behind in ancient times. As a few people passed by, all these clothes instantly dissipated like flying ash. After roughly a few more hours of walking, Luo Shuyan's four came to the southern part of the basin. This was exactly where this ancient sect's medicinal garden was located. Upon seeing this medicinal garden, the few people present all lit up. No matter when, the medicinal garden was definitely the top priority of a clan, as it was the root of a clan's disciples' cultivation. And on the periphery of this medicinal garden, there was also a layer of forbidden protection. Only this prohibition, just like the periphery, had been greatly weakened with the passage of time. Luo Shuyan didn't spend too much time this time before quickly breaking through the pill garden's prohibitions. Instantly, a refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the air. Just taking a breath made a few people feel relieved. As several people stepped into this medicinal garden, they were even more shocked by the wide array of spirit medicines around them. Wow! Here, there are actually so many heavenly treasures. Luo Han fruit, 7-colored lotus. Oxia Xiao Xiao came from an extraordinary background and instantly recognized some precious and unusual fruits. Jade spirit grass. She grew her mouth like she was about to drool. With these precious heavenly materials and treasures, the gap in resources between me and those truly great lineages is considered to have leveled out quite a bit. Luo Shuyan was also quite emotional in her heart. The most important thing about this treasure land was actually the inheritance of the clan. But those things, she had already gotten in her last life. And she had, later on, obtained the even more powerful beast god decree. That was why Luo Shuyan didn't go to the inheritance land first, but came to this medicinal garden. Chapter 55. I can't. It's rising up on me. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Looking at the dazzling array of spirit herbs around him, as well as the very precious spirit fruits, Oxia Xiao Xiao couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Even with her knowledge, she was shocked at this moment. That's the Buddha heart fruit. The year is 1,000 years old. 1,000-year-old Buddha heart fruit. This value is simply incalculable. Water smoke. Why are you so familiar with this place? As if you've been here before. Lin Shuier, who didn't have any defenses, subconsciously murmured and said what she was thinking inside. Ziming's mind was much more mature compared to Lin Shuier's. Although she didn't say anything, there was still deep meaning amongst her gaze towards Luo Shuyan. This entire journey, Luo Shuyan's goal could be said to be too clear. From the very beginning, the direction was set, and then the road was rushed with determination, and even the ancient prohibitions were able to be lifted. If all of this could be said to be a coincidence, but after entering the ancient system, Luo Shuyan was actually so familiar with all of the ancient religions, without even a map. He had directly crossed the sect and found this medicinal garden. This could no longer be explained by coincidence. And Ziming also wanted to know how Luo Shuyan, who was just an ordinary trainee, had actually learned about all of this. Looking at a few people's eyes, Luo Shuyan nodded. Actually, I'm also from. Luo Shuyan was about to explain, when a sudden movement from the other side interrupted her words. At this moment, Jiang Che had long since jumped down from Luo Shuyan's body, pacing and inspecting this medicinal garden in front of him. Although Jiang Che didn't know what kind of medicines these were, he could tell from Auxiliary's small expression that they were all very precious. Pacing between the medicinal gardens, just smelling the fresh fragrance of these spirit medicines made him feel refreshed. Boss, try it. This fruit looks delicious. Only to see that little tiger, who had picked 2 golden Buddha heart fruits at some point, trotting all the way to Jiang Che's face. That fawning expression looked very doggy, and even the tiger's tail kept wagging. Oxia Xiao Xiao stood on the sidelines, and the person looked dumbfounded. Her own contracted spirit beast, who had picked 2 Buddha's heart fruits at some point, ended up not even glancing at her, and he also served 2 Buddha heart fruits directly to Jiang Che. Especially that fawning gesture made Oxia Xiao somewhat doubt whether she had contracted a tiger or a dog. Jiang Che sniffed. This Buddha heart fruit didn't only look golden, it also smells mouth-watering with a distinctive fresh aroma. Then I'll taste it. Jiang Che didn't think much about it, and casually took the Buddha heart fruit handed over by the little tiger. His petite body directly opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the Buddha heart fruit in one bite. After chewing it twice, he swallowed it directly into his stomach. Not bad. Very juicy. Jiang Che licked his mouth and subconsciously let out a sigh of approval. The texture and flavor of this Buddha's heart fruit was really good, causing Jiang Che's eyes to glisten a little after eating it. Feeling that the flavor was okay, Jiang Che took it and prepared to eat the second one. But right at this moment, Luo Shuiyan's urgent voice came directly over at this moment. White, shut up! Stop eating! However, Luo Shuiyan's words were still too late. Jiang Che had already stuffed the second one into his mouth and swallowed it directly after chewing it twice. He then looked at Luo Shuiyan as an afterthought. What's wrong with my boss eating 2 fruits? Is this place full of fruit? Why are you so stingy? The little tiger was very dissatisfied with Luo Shuiyan's stop. Immediately, he shouted loudly and was ready to pick the 3rd fruit and hand it to Jiang Che. You little kitten. If you keep messing around, watch out, I'll beat the out of your mom. In the heat of the moment, Luo Shuiyan directly yelled out. A far cry from her usual image. Hearing his words, the little tiger was a little scared for a moment. If it was anyone else, it would be just that. Luo Shuyan was his boss's royal beast master. The little tiger did not dare to be too much of a rebuff. Not to mention that Oxia Xiao stood on the side. The face of the drama expression, obviously will not help themselves out. What's wrong? Is it hard to believe that this fruit is poisonous? Jiang Che couldn't help but softly inquire when he saw how flustered Luo Shuyan was. But immediately afterward, before he could finish his sentence, he felt his body was very hot, under the gazes of the crowd. At this moment, the originally snow-white Jiang Che was radiating a golden light around him. White, are you okay? Luo Shuyan quickly ran over, looking at Jiang Che with some concern. Well, it seems like nothing is wrong. I feel fine. That's good. That's good. It's great that you're okay. Seeing Jiang Che's relaxed and cozy look, Luo Shuyan then put her heart down and let out a slight sigh of relief. You don't know. The energy contained in this Buddha heart fruit is extremely huge. Not to mention that the spirit medicines and spirit herbs within this medicine garden have all reached the 1000-year level. Any imperial beast master below the spirit level will be at risk of bursting into flames if they take it. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, Luo Shuyan's rapid heartbeat slowly calmed down. I can't believe you took 2 straight in a row. Luckily, your bloodline is extraordinary and was able to withstand this power without directly bursting into flames. However, as soon as Luo Shuyan's words fell, Jiang Che suddenly felt that there was something wrong within his body. No, why do I feel like I'm getting hotter and hotter? All over my body, as if there are flames burning. My abdomen is suddenly so high. It's kind of hard. Seeing Jiang Che in this state, Luo Shuyan understood that this must be because Jiang Che had eaten too much. Although your bloodline is extraordinary and able to withstand this massive energy, but this power has been in your body all this time. You need to run your gong methods to refine it away before you can do so. Immediately afterward, Luo Shuyan turned towards the distance and pointed a direction for Jiang Che. Go over there. There's a cold pool over there. The extreme low temperature there can help you suppress the energy riot of the Buddha heart fruit in your body. Jiang Che looked at the direction, and then he quickly scurried out. Sure enough, it didn't take long to see a pool of ice blue water. The cold air around them was so pervasive that the shore even condensed with cold ice. Jiang Che didn't hesitate and directly plunged headfirst into the pool of water. Sure enough, under the easing of this pool of water, the dry heat around his body was then eliminated. The constant alternation of hot and cold made Jiang Che feel exceptionally comfortable, likewise feeling a touch of exhaustion. He eased himself into the water and fell very comfortably asleep. Meanwhile, having determined that Jiang Che had stabilized, Luo Shuyan then turned her head to look at the crowd. You guys must be careful. A lot of things here should never be taken directly. With Jiang Che as a negative example, everyone hastily nodded their heads. At the same time, it was only then that the crowd finally realized why Luo Shuyan had asked them to prepare the jade box earlier. So it was for the purpose of storing these spirit medicines now. Chapter 56, Devouring Spiritual Pills. Crazy upgrade. Precious spiritual herbs and medicines. Once they leave the land, then the medicinal properties will all gradually pass away with time. Like here in the middle of the medicine garden, are sufficient to have 1000 years level. The loss of a little bit of medicinal properties, that is a great loss. The containers made of jade were the best choice for holding these spiritual herbs and medicines, and could preserve the medicinal properties to a great extent. Everyone now listen to my arrangements and collect some precious spirit medicines and store them in jade boxes. After confirming that there were no problems on Jiang Che's side, Luo Shuyan began to arrange for the crowd to move. It was unknown how long the peripheral prohibitions would be able to hold up now, so everything had to be tense. As she spoke, Luo Shuyan turned her head and glared fiercely at the little tiger. Remember what I said. If you mess up again, watch out, I'll really beat your mom up. Just now, this little tiger almost caused Jiang Che to suffer. It was fortunate that Jiang Che's bloodline was extraordinary and was able to withstand the energy of the two Buddha heart fruits. Otherwise it would have been truly unthinkable. Luo Shuyan's sharp eyes made the little tiger's back chill. With her own boss out of the picture, she couldn't even find a backer if she wanted to. 1,000-year-old dragon's blood grass? There's actually even this kind of treasure here. Oxia Xiaoxiao carefully dug out a plant from the soil that was blood red and looked like a shrunken version of the divine dragon. At the moment this spirit grass body surface are flashing up the road red light, reflecting the small face are a burst of red. I didn't think that the dragon's blood grass was even available. It's rumored that it's a superb elixir that can only be grown by drenching it in the blood of dragon spirit beasts. It can greatly temper the flesh of the imperial beast master and enhance the power of the spirit beast's bloodline. Auxiliary Little held this dragon blood grass in both hands and placed it in the jade box, her heart pounding. This also has the Xian spirit flower. It's actually at the 1,000-year level as well. Water soul vine, fire spirit grass, thunder dollar fruit. My goodness, where is this still a medicinal garden? It's simply a cavernous paradise. Oxia Xiaoxiao and Ez Meng, both of them are people who have seen a lot of things. But even so, the precious spiritual herbs and medicines in the middle of this medicinal garden still made them gasp in amazement. Soon after the four of them moved quickly, they filled all the dozens of jade boxes they brought with them. Pity! If I had known that there were so many spiritual herbs and medicines here, I would have taken him 100 out. Lin Shuer looked at the dozens of jade boxes that were filled, still looking regretful. Alright, the most precious ones have already been taken by us. We have to give some soup to those who come after us. Otherwise I'm afraid they'll jump over the wall. Luo Shuyan was also in a very happy mood. These spiritual herbs and medicines were enough for her to cultivate in the early stages. Alright, since it's all filled up, let's next take some relatively low-potency elixirs according to the ability of our respective bodies to withstand them. From the rest of the medicinal garden, Luo Shuyan picked a few fruits and distributed them to a few people. Since I can't take it with me, it's nice to be able to eat one. This is the green yuan fruit. Little, this is just right for you to refine. Z Meng, this is the purple jade fruit for you. Under Luo Shuyan's distribution, the 4 women and 3 beasts all got well suited to their respective elixirs. Immediately afterward, he began to sit down in place to digest this huge medicinal power. This time Luo Shuyan didn't arrange for anyone to escort her because she was very sure that no one would come in midway to interfere. This was because after the secret realm was opened once, one would need to wait for another year before doing so. Even if someone crushed the teleportation talisman and passed the message to the academy tutors outside, it was useless. Because if this secret realm were to reopen again, all the treasures inside would crumble with the secret space, which would be more than worth it for the academy. What's more, if the trainees came in to search for treasures, if they really obtained any supreme treasures, the academy could also take them back. And if it wasn't for those academy instructors, together they would have cracked the ancient forbidden system. Just by virtue of the soul bodies inside Qi Hai and Zhang Maniac, they couldn't enter at least during the period when they were refining the elixir. Even though what Luo Shuyan chose were all spirit medicines with much lower potency and suitable for a few people's cultivation level, it consumed a lot of time to refine them. Soon, the day passed. Luo Shuyan was the first to open her eyes from the midst of her cultivation. This time, under the boost of that massive medicinal power, her cultivation level had directly increased by 3 stars. In one fell swoop, he had reached the grade of an intermediate 9-star Imperial Beast Master. It's still a little bit short of a successful breakthrough to Senior Imperial Beast Master. Feeling the increase in the majestic spiritual energy within her body, Luo Shuyan secretly said in her heart, "Aren't they done refining yet?" Luo Shuyan turned her head and realized that Lin Shuer's several people were still on their knees on the ground, obviously showing no signs of coming to their senses. Luo Shuyan, who had a dual-born talent and cultivated the Beast God decision, had long been ahead of many Imperial Beast Masters. Suddenly Luo Shuyan felt that her cultivation, which had only just stabilized, actually had a tendency to continue refining for no reason. This is Little White's power to feed back? Luo Shuyan was shocked, not expecting the sleeping Xiaobai to actually break through again. Just before Luo Shuyan could adapt to this elevation, the energy in her body instantly filled her entire body, and her own aura climbed extremely high. In no time, Luo Shuyan managed to break through to the 3rd rank Imperial Beast Master. The bottom line is that the force hasn't stopped. 4 stars. 5 stars. It wasn't until she had broken through to Senior 5-star Imperial Beast Master and Luo Shuyan's cultivation had skyrocketed that she slowed down and stopped. What exactly happened to Little White? It actually has such a great power of reflexes. Such a strong power has allowed me to directly break through to Senior Imperial Beast Master. Interrupt. Luo Shuyan was dumbfounded. Her eyes filled with disbelief. The feeding power that Zhang Che brought to her at this moment could be several times more than if she had devoured the spirit medicine herself. Luo Shuyan's heart was pounding. Such a swift breakthrough made her feel like doubting her life. When her cultivation level stabilized, Luo Shuyan hurriedly looked towards the cold pool where Zhang Che was, only to see that the cold pool, which was still freezing cold, was now constantly bubbling with hot air. How does this look like a cold pool? It's more like a hot spring. If Luo Shuyan didn't have the memories of her previous life, she would even be a little skeptical that she was going in the wrong direction. This boiling hot pool of water in front of her could be completely different from the icy cold pool she remembered. Luo Shuyan looked towards the bottom of the pool, vaguely able to see. At the bottom of the pool of water there is a very dazzling reddish-yellow ball of light. Even with the barrier of the pool of water, there was still no way to disguise the brilliant light. Little White, are you okay? Looking at the apparition in front of her, Luo Shuyan was a little nervous in her heart for no reason. Relying on his own contractual relationship with Zhang Che, falling water drowning called out softly in his heart. Even though her own cultivation had skyrocketed, she still couldn't lower her concern for Zhang Che. Luo Shuyan cared more about Zhang Che's safety than her own cultivation breakthrough. 55. Chapter 55, Stepping in the Air. Exalted Level Powerhouse. Chapter 55, Stepping in the Air. Zune Level Powerhouse. Zhang Che. Zhang Che. Vaguely, Zhang Che seemed to hear someone calling his name. Waking up leisurely, Zhang Che realized that he was still in that cold pool. Pust. Hearing Luo Shuyan's call, Zhang Che's body flashed and instantly sprang out of the water. Zhang Che's petite body, however, brought up a large amount of water splashes, and that scene out of the water caused Luo Shuyan to be unable to hold back her exclamation of surprise. After flushing the water surface, Zhang Che's body didn't fall down directly, but was silently suspended in the middle of midair. Little White, what are you? Looking at Zhang Che, who was suspended in midair without any borrowed strength, Luo Shuyan was shocked for a moment. Normally, a royal beast master had to break through to the king level before he could master the power of flight, but even so, it was still necessary to borrow strength to be able to use his own aura to support and transform into 2 wings to fly in the air. It would actually be more apt to describe a king-level royal beastmaster in terms of gliding, and if one wanted to fly through the air without borrowing any force like Zhang Che. On the other hand, one needed to reach the Zune level to be able to use the spatial power one had comprehended to support one's body to step into the air. Luo Shuyan's brain was a bit down right now. She didn't understand how this was such a moment's effort that Xiaobai's strength had changed so radically. You should know that on the back of Kahaku, there are no wings. This proves that Xiaobai was not a spirit beast with a talent for flight earlier. Only those spirit beasts that were born with the gift of flight, such as flying birds, all they need is strong feathers to soar through the sky. Other unusual spirit beasts didn't have this kind of ability. Not to mention Zhang Che, although he didn't know exactly what kind of spirit beast it was, he knew that it was definitely a walking beast type just by looking at its appearance. Now Little White, who had been held in her arms, suddenly flew into the sky, which made Luo Shuyan somewhat unable to react. The most crucial thing was that as an empress in her previous life, she naturally knew what it meant for a spirit beast to fly in the air. Just for a moment, Luo Shuyan was indeed a bit incredulous. She prefers to believe that she is hallucinating with her eyesight. And Zhang Che, who was flying in the middle of the sky and had only just woken up, subconsciously gently patted his belly, but immediately afterward, he felt that something was wrong with him. However, at this moment, there was a very strong feeling of hunger coming from his abdomen, which caused Zhang Che to directly ignore the changes on his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, lying flat while taking a cherished elixir and being the leader of a party's forces. Unthinking, will lie flat to the end, rewarding an increase in experience of 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, upgraded to level 33. What? Hearing the series of system beeps, Zhang Che's brain was a little confused. Wasn't he only 22 levels before? How did this sleep directly break through 11 levels? What had happened during the time he had been asleep? The speed of this breakthrough was no different from riding a rocket. Zhang Che had previously been spitting at himself for breaking through more and more slowly as his cultivation level increased. But before you know it, this comes straight to the boondoggle? White, what level are you now? Luo Shuyan's voice came leisurely from below, and Zhang Che could hear that her tone was filled with shock. Ah, It's like level 33. What? Hearing Jiang Che's reply, even if Luo Shuyan was well informed, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock at this moment. Couldn't believe what was in front of me. She didn't expect Jiang Che to directly break through 11 levels. It was no wonder that the terrifying power of the feedback was able to allow her to directly step into the middle stage of the senior Imperial Beast Master. However, once he thought about it, the powerful medicinal power of that Buddha heart fruit, and the little tiger had even directly given Jiang Che 2 of them to eat down. If the medicine is absorbed properly and refined, then it's really possible. So what's this about you now? Luo Shuyan continued to inquire, curious as to how Jiang Che could suddenly fly? It seems like an awakened talent, right? Jiang Che thought about it. He seemed to have woken up once in the middle when he was inside the pool. Vaguely, I thought I heard the system. Presumably, it was a reminder that he seemed to have mastered some kind of void power, being able to step into the air to master the power of space. At that time, Jiang Che didn't care, and coupled with a bout of drowsiness, so he continued to fall into a deep sleep. Now that he was awake, Jiang Che couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth rise for a moment as he thought about it. With this, what the power of the void, not to mention anything else, at least the ability to save one's life in the future, that was greatly enhanced. At least those below the king level couldn't do anything to him at all. If he really couldn't, he could still tear through space to vanish in the void. Jiang Che secretly nodded. Not bad. This was the natural ability he wanted. For people who just want to lay flat, living is king. Ha 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 ha. Not bad for my little white boy. Luo Shuyan was simply excited at the moment. The little white band had surprised him in one way or another. Nowadays, it's only a 30-something level, and it's still only a 4th-ranked spirit beast. However, Little White could actually grasp the power of space that only those 7th-order spirit beasts could grasp now, which was truly terrifying as hell. I'm hungry. Hunger struck again, causing Jiang Che to touch his belly. He didn't know if the power of the void was strong or not, but he knew his stomach was pretty empty right now anyway. Hungry. Bring it to eat the spirit fruit. Hearing Jiang Che say that he was hungry, Luo Shuyan hurriedly looked for some spirit fruits with relatively weak medicinal effects from the medicinal fields and handed them to Jiang Che. These spirit fruits would only have the greatest value if they were refined into pills to maximize their medicinal properties. However, right now inside this medicinal field, Luo Shuyan had no way to refine pills. What's more, now that Jiang Che was hungry, nothing was more important than that. Receiving what Luo Shuyan handed over, one fruit after another, Jiang Che wolfed down the food and stuffed it inside his mouth to fill the emptiness in his abdomen. He didn't look closely at the efficacy of these spiritual fruits, and only felt that each one of them was mouth-watering and appetizing. The fresh aroma of this spirit fruit was refreshing. Just a single sniff alone made Jiang Che feel his brain clear and his heart and body happy. Eating the fruits in large mouthfuls, juices of different colors were constantly spewing out of Jiang Che's mouth. The fruity aroma mixed with the medicinal aroma, making Jiang Che's appetite grow. Looking at Jiang Che feasting there, Luo Shuyan smiled very brightly. Jiang Che's snow-white petite body looked very cute, not to mention that now holding that one very colorful spirit fruit to nibble on is even more adorable. Perhaps it was because he was eating too fast. Jiang Che's eyes were slightly narrowed, as if they were curved crescent moons. This adorable appearance simply melted Luo Shuyan's adorable heart. Luo Shuyan had no doubt that if Lin Shuer was present, she would definitely want to directly go up to Ri to ravage her. Add to the shelf if you're interested. End of chapter 56. Chapter 56. Pack it all away. Chapter 56. Pack it all away. As Jiang Che devoured one precious spirit fruit after another inside Jiang Che's body, these medicinal powers also began to take effect, helping him continue to ascend towards the next realm. Only after he had eaten a whole bunch of food did Jiang Che continue to start resting. Luo Shuyan also felt it again at this moment. That feeling of skyrocketing cultivation. Jiang Che brought her the power of feeding back, which was much faster than letting Luo Shuyan cultivate on her own. This power, however, then leveled off again. After all, the current Luo Shuyan was already a senior Imperial Beast Master. Her realm was much higher than earlier, so accordingly, the elevation was not as exaggerated as before. The further along the path of cultivation one went, the gap between each level was very large. However, this power of feedback that the spirit beasts brought to the Imperial Beast Master would be there even if the Imperial Beast Master did nothing. That's why Luo Shuyan, when she saw the others still continuing to refine the medicinal power, she then began to proceed, taking a spirit fruit to continue her cultivation. Although the power of the feedback allowed her to break through quickly, Luo Shuyan would not slacken on her own cultivation. After another half a day, Jiang Che woke up leisurely. At this moment, he realized that Luo Shuyan and the others were still immersed in cultivation. and he also saw the dozens of jade boxes that had been piled up by the 4 women of Luo Shuiyan to the side. These jade boxes they came in. They only contain some of the most precious ones, and the rest can't be wasted even if they can't take them with them. Jiang Che turned his head to look. There were still a large number of spirit herbs and spirit fruits remaining in the middle of the current medicinal field. After all, this was the medicinal field of an ancient sect. The jade boxes brought by Luo Shuiyan and the others were only enough to pack away some of the most precious of them. There were still many spirit fruits that remained in this medicinal field. Ow! At that moment, a milky growl rang out. It was the little tiger that had been slumbering earlier that also happened to wake up at this moment. The little tiger raised his eyes just in time to see Jiang Che, and was instantly abruptly startled. He could sense that Jiang Che's strength had changed tremendously again compared to earlier, and it also possessed what seemed to be, very mysterious power that he just couldn't discern for a moment. Boss, are you okay? Cut the crap. You go and pick all the fruits all for me. Jiang Che was going to put all of these remaining spirit medicines and spirit fruits into his own space. Even time was suspended in his space. Therefore, these spiritual medicines and herbs will not lose their medicinal effects even if they are put inside, and they will not be damaged even more. Hearing Jiang Che's words, the little tiger thought that he wanted to eat it himself, and immediately looked slightly embarrassed. Boss, why don't you reconsider? Although it is said that the precious spirit fruits have all been picked, there are still quite a few spirit medicines and herbs left. So much you don't know yet what will happen if you swallow it. As soon as little tiger rang Luo Shuiyan, he felt a little frightened for no reason. It seemed like that woman would actually beat him up if he caused any more trouble. Seeing this expression on the little tiger, Jiang Che shook his head. With that, he said his intentions, all of them, which really surprised the little tiger. Boss, you're my god. You're awesome. After learning about this ability of Jiang Che, the little tiger was completely convinced, and his eyes were filled with admiration. As a fellow spirit beast, the little tiger could be very clear about just how heaven-defying it was to be like Jiang Che right now. Just in case the little tiger didn't believe it, Jiang Che even personally showed him a hand. After the tiger watched, he worked even harder. Right now, he was simply like a tireless harvester, rapidly picking the spirit herbs and fruits amongst the medicinal fields. The spirit fruits were all picked and sent to Jiang Che's side again. Soon another day passed, and the people who were refining the spirit fruits woke up one after another. Everyone's strength had increased more substantially. After all, even if they chose to take the ones with less medicinal power, the ones in this medicinal field were extremely precious varieties, like the little tiger, colored scales as well as the silver sable. All of them had now broken through to level 20 or above. All of them had become third-order spirit beasts, and their strength had already increased tremendously compared to earlier. As for Lin Shuer, Yi Zimeng, and Oxia Xiao Xiao, all three of them had even reached the late intermediate royal beast master stage. It was believed that in time, the three of them would be able to break through to senior imperial beast master. It could be said that this trip to the medicinal field had caused the strength of all the people to increase considerably. Wow! This spirit fruit is truly magical. Feeling the changes in his body, Auxiliary Little shouted in excitement. Lin Shuer was also very pleased and directly picked up her silver sable. For her part, Yi Ziming clenched her fists. The breakthrough in her strength made her much more certain of her revenge. Come on, let's move on to other places. Luo Shuyan interrupted the few people who were still celebrating. Almost 3 days had passed now, and she needed to get to the rest of the place before the ban was broken. At this moment, looking at the dozens of jade boxes she was carrying, she was a bit worried for a moment. Each and every item among these jade boxes was extremely precious. If it was brought to the outside world, it would be impossible to not arouse the greed of the people of the academy. Right now Luo Shuyan didn't want to go against the academy yet. She didn't want to turn her back on Tian-K Academy just because of the elixir. However, she was also more than happy that her hard-earned elixir was given to the academy as a dowry. How can this be? Just as Luo Shuyan was worried, his eyes swept over the surroundings, but he realized that many of the surrounding spirit fruits were all gone. At this time, the remaining 3 people also realized that this medicinal field was surprisingly empty. Oxia Xiao Xiao turned her head to look at the little tiger and said, "Where are those spirit medicines and spirit fruits? Boss, put it away." Put it away? Little White, it's hard to believe that you still have a large space magic treasure? The few people all looked at Jiang Che with astonished faces. What magic treasure? It's just my gifted space. Jiang Che shook his head and said with a bashful face, "Gifted space? Great." Luo Shuyan's eyes lit up with joy. An external object like a spatial treasure had a high chance of being searched even if it was put away. But the talent space is different. That is absolutely safe. As long as they do not say for people to know. Little White, then you can help us put away these jade boxes. Hearing Luo Shuyan's request, Jiang Che reluctantly nodded. Little White, The ones inside those jade boxes you mustn't eat them indiscriminately again. When I find the opportunity later, I will refine these into pills. The effect will be better then. The medicinal properties in it are more gentle and conducive to absorption. That won't be wasted. Seeing that Zhang Che had put away all of the healing jade boxes, Luo Shuyan still reminded him with some uneasiness. Boom! At this moment, on the outskirts of the basin, with a roar, the transparent ancient prohibition shattered open. Ha 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 ha, so what if it's an ancient prohibition? Who can stop me? Zhang Maniac stood up and waved his hand towards the ordinary trainees behind him. With that, he led the crowd and quickly rushed towards the treasure land. And on the other side of the basin, Chi-Hai slowly opened his eyes at this moment. The secret stash can only be mine. Wiping off the sweat from his forehead, Chi-Hai also quickly rushed towards the treasure land. End of chapter 57. Chapter 57. It's better to come early than late. Chapter 57. It's better to come early than late. The prohibition was actually lifted by them so quickly? As the ancient prohibitions on the periphery were broken by Zhang Maniac and Chi-Hai's joint efforts, Luo Shuyan was also aware of it. Pack up and let's get the hell out of here. When the crowd saw Luo Shuyan's face change, they immediately realized something. Then he quickly followed behind Luo Shuyan and walked towards the outside of the medicinal garden. Luo Shuyan still had the same purpose as before. Her purpose was very clear. The place she was going to this time, on the other hand, was the inheritance land of the ancient forces. The inheritance of this ancient sect could be said to be the most valuable existence amongst this treasure land. In her previous life, Luo Shuyan was able to rise rapidly in the early stages precisely by virtue of the inheritance of this ancient land. It could be said that without this inheritance, Luo Shuyan would not have been able to break through to the late-stage female emperors. Although she had been relived in a new life, she had a more powerful technique like the beast god technique. But fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders, and Luo Shuyan didn't intend to give this inheritance away. Although she didn't need it herself anymore, she could give it to her good sister, Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer wasn't like Oxia Xiao Xiao and Ez Meng. Both of them had powerful backgrounds and talents. Even the contracted spirit beasts had extraordinary bloodlines. Even if Ez Meng's family was now being murdered, she was not comparable to Lin Shuer, who came from a small city like Zhanghai. After a 2-hour rush, Luo Shuyan's group finally arrived outside a palace that looked, in appearance, quite a bit special. It was only that this palace looked far less opulent and magnificent than the courtyard that was there when he had just stepped into the treasure land. This place has more of a very quaint charm. The palace didn't cover a large area. Jade alabaster pillars stood on both sides of the doorway, with various spirit beast patterns carved on them. A few people knew that this place was absolutely extraordinary just by looking at the exterior. And right at that moment, there was likewise a figure that quickly appeared in the four women's field of vision. The person who came was none other than Chi-Hai. And the location he had chosen to break the restriction earlier was not only far away from Zhang Maniac's group, but was likewise closer to this place, because he possessed a map of the treasure land. He had gone through the planning in advance, and an optimal solution was chosen according to the route, just to get there as soon as possible. It's Luo Shuyan and the girls. That's great. They seem to have just arrived here. Since they haven't gone in yet, that means I still have a chance. The inheritance of this ancient land is still there. Chi-Hai was ecstatic inside. Luo Shuyan and the others had come in a few days earlier than him, and originally Chi-Hai had been a little worried that the most precious inheritance would be taken away first. So for the sake of the inheritance that he had obtained, he had fought tooth and nail to catch up all this way. Better early than never. I can't imagine that I haven't missed this heavenly chance after entering 2.5 days late. Shoo! In the next moment, Chi-Hai's feet generated wind and his speed accelerated violently as he rushed towards the door of the Great Hall. He had absolutely no intention of greeting Luo Shuyan's four and only thought of entering first. After all, if this inheritance was taken away from him, it would be too late for him to regret it. What's that guy doing running so fast? Looking at Chi-Hai, whose back was fading away, Little Tiger couldn't help but mutter, because inside this palace is where the inheritance of this treasure land is located. Luo Shuyan slowly said, "What? Then let's hurry in as well. We can't let this Chi-Hai steal the show." Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Lin Shuer's few people were immediately anxious and were about to rush forward. It's okay, there's no rush. Luo Shuyan was shaking her head at this moment, reaching out to call out to a few people, because she recalled some memories from her previous life. Luo Shuyan remembered that in her previous life, it was also this Chi-Hai who was the first to enter the inheritance hall. At that time, he himself was still a bit puzzled as to why Chi-Hai was so fast, but it turned out that the other party had a map in his possession. Only Chi-Hai's luck is really not very good. This was because he was afraid that he would be preempted and rushed too recklessly to the point of touching one of the prohibitions within the Great Hall. Just like that, although Chi-Hai was the first to go in, he was trapped in the middle of the forbidden system. Instead, Luo Shuyan. The later, ended up taking advantage of receiving the inheritance. Luo Shuyan couldn't help but sigh that fate was sometimes so coincidental, because in her previous life when she came into contact with that forbidden system, Luo Shuyan had still only just stepped into the ranks of the Imperial Beast Masters. Plus, at that time, she hadn't paid much attention in order to snatch the inheritance, so she didn't know how to lift the prohibition. Luo Shuyan had originally planned to let Little Tiger, or Color Scale and the others go in first, triggering the forbidden system in the hall. Then a few people went to receive the ancient inheritance. Anyway, that prohibition is only a trap array. Can only mix people for a few days time only? Time to the natural lifting. Now it seemed that luck was always on her side and even that was saved. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it! Get me outta here. Sure enough, it wasn't long before several people heard Chi Hai's furious roar coming from the main hall. Put. Hearing this voice, Ziming's few people couldn't help but laugh out softly. Just like this, Luo Shuyan and her group, unhurriedly and very leisurely entered the great hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw Chi Hai, who was in the center of the hall, unable to move, his entire body locked by a golden prohibition. Only 4 golden chains were seen, rising directly from the ground and locking him in place. How can this be? I'm not convinced. Disobey. Watching Luo Shuyan and the others slowly walking past him, Chi Hai was incomparably angry. His gums were crunching, but it didn't help. In the middle of this prohibition, he couldn't even run his gongfu, and could only be forced to stay where he was. Looking at Luo Shuyan and the others, Chi Hai was incomparably nervous in his heart, fearing that the inheritance would be lost. At the same time, his heart was full of remorse. He should have thought that such a precious place, how could there be no array protection? If he had known this, he shouldn't have rushed so fast, but it was too late to say anything now. The Little Tiger and the Silver Sable, when they passed by Chi Hai, they couldn't help but wag their tails. That expression was very gloating. This really pissed Chi Hai off, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Several people walked into the depths of the hall, only to see a huge statue standing inside. It was only because of the passage of time that the exact appearance of the statue had also become somewhat blurred. Just as several people were about to help Luo Shuyan protect her, they saw Luo Shuyan shake her head. I don't need this feat. Xiao Xiao and Zimeng, both of you come from extraordinary backgrounds, so I'm sure there's no shortage of such cultivation methods. How about letting Shuer have this inheritance? Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Oxia Xiao and Zimeng both froze. They didn't expect that Luo Shuyan, who had contributed the most this time, actually didn't want this ancient inheritance. However, the two of them realized on second thought that Luo Shuyan had performed so well this entire journey. I think its origin must also be extraordinary. Perhaps it is not able to see the inheritance of this place. Originally, the duo had planned to give up the inheritance to Luo Shuyan, and since Luo Shuyan had now taken the initiative to give it up, it was naturally fine to give it up to Lin Shui and the duo. Lin Shui looked at Luo Shuyan at the moment, already moved beyond words. Alright, go and receive the inheritance. Luo Shuyan touched Lin Shui's face and signaled her to walk to that futon and kneel down. End of chapter 58. Chapter 58. The pressure was so tight that I couldn't breathe. Chapter 58. The pressure is so tight that you can't breathe. In her previous life, the reason why Luo Shuyan was able to successfully rise to prominence in the early stages relied on the inheritance of this place. Without this ancient inheritance, even if Luo Shuyan was a dual talent, it would still be difficult to compete with the geniuses of those great powers. So Luo Shuyan actually held some respect and gratitude for this place, and at Luo Shuyan's gesture, Lin Shui also choked and nodded, walked over to the futon and knelt very reverently, while kowtowing to the statue in front of her. The tears in the corners of Lin Shui's eyes no longer slipped uncontrollably. Inside the 4-member squad formed by Luo Shuyan, Lin Shui was the worst one in terms of both qualification and strength, as well as spirit beasts. Lin Shui knew that it was because of the relationship between herself and Luo Shuyan that she was able to join this squad. Otherwise, with her strength, she would not have this chance at all. Lin Shui didn't want to keep dragging the team down. Just yet there was no chance of change. Such a precious ancient inheritance. But Luo Shuyan gave it to her with her hands. The gratitude in Lin Shui's heart was beyond words. Surrounding Lin Shui's kowtow, only a haze of light was seen shooting out from above the statue. These haze lights reflected on Lin Shui's body, making her look like a holy fairy at the moment. The silver-white glow made Lin Shui's already fair skin look even more delicate. Under this light, the tears on Lin Shui's cheeks gradually dried up, and the entire person gained an extra bit of sweetness. As Lin Shui accepted the inheritance, Luo Shuyan's trio looked at each other and nodded. With that, he sat down beside Lin Shui, cross-legged. A critical moment like receiving an inheritance was something that could never be disturbed. That was why the three of them were going to stay here and help protect Lin Shui. Ha 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 ha. We're rich. We're rich now. It's thanks to Brother Zhang. If it wasn't for Brother Zhang breaking the ancient prohibition, how would we have had the chance to enter this kind of ancient treasure land? Zhang Maniac and his group, too, all entered this treasure land. Though so far they haven't gained anything too substantial, but everyone's face was still filled with excitement and thrill. After all, this was the ruins of an ancient sect, so even if it was something unusual, it would still be a rare treasure for Zhang Maniac and the others. It's just that Zhang Maniac and the others didn't know that the things they picked up along the way were all trash that Luo Shuiyan couldn't see. Zhang Maniac's face was also very excited at the moment. Sure, in his opinion, he had picked up quite a few treasures. He believed that as they continued to go deeper and deeper, there would definitely be greater opportunities waiting for them. Although Zhang Maniac and the others did not have a map. Coincidentally, as time continued to pass, they also arrived at the medicinal garden that Luo Shuiyan and the others had previously visited. Originally, in the distance, when they saw this medicine garden, the dozen or so people were all incomparably excited and thrilled. One by one, they came running with their legs spread out at a great distance. However, when Zhang Maniac and the others came closer, they were all dumbfounded. How come all the fruits on these trees are gone? It looks like they've just been plucked. Such a large medicinal garden. How come there isn't even a single herb? What's wrong with you? There's not even a hair left? Zhang Maniac stood in the center of the medicinal garden and scanned a large circle, his entire body shaking a bit. This place could be said to be the most precious place for them along the way. I had come in with high expectations and found nothing. It must be Luo Shuiyan and the girls who did this. Luo Shuiyan and the girls came in 2 days early. These spirit fruits and spirit medicines must all be in their hands. With that, Zhang Maniac's eyes narrowed slightly, so he dispersed the dozen or so people to look for the whereabouts of Luo Shuiyan and the others. Old Huang. Before it was for Luo Shuiyan to break the prohibition, but the person only opened a slit. This time, if you encounter it again, you can't continue to hide. It's, Zhang Maniac said in a deep voice. He knew that Old Yellow was still capable of bursting out with even more power, and the reason why he was undefeated before was just that he didn't want to expose too much. However, this time, it could be about a treasure left behind by an ancient power. I know. I'll naturally help you if I get the chance. Old Huang could only agree helplessly at his words. Regarding the strength of Luo Shuiyan's group, Old Huang was deeply jealous. There was no need to say much about the little tiger and the colorful scales. They were both spirit beasts with hidden bloodlines, just waiting to be awakened in the future. It would be able to explode with extremely powerful battle power. Even now, the battle power of these two spirit beasts was not bad, not comparable to an ordinary imperial beast master. And the one who scorned Old Huang the most was the very cute-looking Jiang Che. Underneath the harmless appearance of a human animal, what was hidden was a strong bloodline power comparable to that of a divine beast. If he could, Old Huang would never want to make an enemy of Jiang Che. In his opinion, just with these current strengths of Zhang Maniac, going to challenge Luo Shuiyan and the others was simply sending them to their door looking for death. However, Zhang Maniac insisted on going forward, so he had no choice but to do his best. It couldn't be helped. After all, if Zhang Maniac died, he would die with him. There was only a soul body left, so if it perished again this time, I'm afraid it would really be a soul. At this moment, within the Great Hall, Chi Hai, who was bound by the ancient prohibition, had his eyes turned bloodshot. These 4 golden chains, 10,000 times tougher. Chi Hai couldn't move at all. He could only stand by and watch Lin Shuer receive the inheritance in front of him, only one step away from the inheritance. But not only was he robbed, but he had to be watched. The most crucial thing was that the 3 of them, Luo Shuiyan, who were helping Lin Shuer to protect her, didn't even glance over to Chi Hai's side. It seemed to be very assured of this ancient prohibition, and didn't think that Chi Hai would be able to get out of his bonds at all. It's true that killing is more than killing. Chi Hai now felt that he was more disgusting than even eating a dead fly. After a few hours, Lin Shuer, who had received her inheritance, finally stood up from the futon. Upon closer inspection, her eyes seemed even clearer than before. Those eyes were like spring water. Aqua smoke. Thank you very much indeed. Lin Shuer didn't have time to check her body's condition, and quickly ran to Luo Shuiyan with a grateful face. Luo Shuiyan just smiled at her words and gently patted her shoulder. Well, do we need to talk about this when we're 2 sisters who grew up together? I'm sure you'd do the same if you swapped identities. After saying that, Luo Shuiyan came in front of this statue. With a solemn attitude, he bowed with great respect, as a way of returning the favor of the inheritance from his previous life. When she bowed, she was also hugging Jiang Che. At once this deep squeezing sensation directly woke Jiang Che up. No, the pressure is so tight. I'm a little out of breath. Jiang Che, who was awakened by that towering squeeze, couldn't help but mutter, almost suffocated himself deep in the gully. After ending the inheritance, several people left the Great Hall. Only at this moment, not far away, the figure of Zhang Maniac happened to appear. Finally found you guys. At this moment, Zhang Maniac's face was full of viciousness and hideousness. End of chapter 59. Chapter 59. You're right. It's true that no one knows about killing someone here. Chapter 59. You're right. It's true that no one knows about killing someone here. You guys are really giving me a hard time, but God was on my side and let me plug you guys. Zhang Maniac slowly walked towards Luo Shuiyan and the others, his eyes filled with violence. If I'm not mistaken, the spirit fruits and herbs amongst the medicinal garden have all been picked away by a few of you, right? If you're sensible, hand over all the treasures you've acquired along the way, or else don't blame me for destroying them with my hot hands. Zhang Mania did not hide his purpose in the slightest, and he simply did not put the academy ban in his eyes. This guy is an abomination. Lin Shuer was very angry when she heard these words from Zhang Maniac. They had come all this way by their own hard work. A few people had never thought of robbing others of the fruits of their harvest. But I never thought that this Zhang Maniac would actually aim at them. And listening to Zhang Maniac's meaning, it was obvious that he had already started to kill. Oh, this asshole is not only hateful, he's also arrogant and brainless. Yi Ziming's eyes narrowed slightly, and a coldness emanated from among her beautiful eyes. Looking at the arrogant Zhang Maniac, Yi Ziming couldn't help but sneer. It was important to realize that the strength of the girls today was not what it used to be. After being in the middle of the medicinal garden and devouring the spirit fruits, several people were now high-stage intermediate imperial beast masters, now that their strength was much higher than earlier. As for this Zhang Mania was not even in the eyes of a few people. Let me teach this arrogant and cocky guy a lesson. The hand of Oxia Xiao Xiao, who had just broken through, was itching, and he didn't expect Zhang Maniac to deliver it to his doorstep. So he immediately rubbed his fists together. The tiger descends. As Oxia Xiao Xiao let out a low drink, immediately a mottled tiger composed of spiritual energy appeared in front of him. With the movement of Oxia Xiao Xiao's mind, this huge glistening tiger directly rushed towards Zhang Maniac. Spiritual power outward? How is this possible? Why is the strength of these guys so fierce? Seeing that Oxia Xiao Xiao was directly a move of spiritual power transformation, it made Zhang Maniac froze for a moment, and there was some scorn between his expressions. Obviously the strength of a few people, somewhat beyond his expectations. Old Huang, it's such a time, what are you waiting for? I didn't see that this little girl actually has such strength. Old Huang was also surprised by Oxia Xiao Xiao, and at Zhang Man's urging, he quickly called upon his own divine soul power and added it to Zhang Man's body. One could only see that at this moment, a yellow defense shield had formed outside Zhang Maniac's body. Bang! The fierce tiger transformed into spiritual energy rushed to Zhang Maniac's body, and its huge tiger palm carried the wind, directly slapping down on his head. However, Zhang Maniac, who was within the yellow defense shield, had not moved or suffered any damage from this blow. What? How? Seeing that Zhang Maniac was not injured in the slightest, Oxia Xiao Xiao had a surprised look on her face. One must know that the strike she had just made was 10,000 times stronger. Unless one was a senior imperial beast master, there was no way to carry it hard. Lin Shuer and Yi Ziming both had shocked faces as well. Not long ago, Zhang Maniac was even sent flying by a tail whip from the colored scales, directly spitting out blood and seriously injured. As a result, in just such a short period of time, he actually remained unharmed even after enduring a blow of spiritual power transformation. The duo did not expect that this strength of Zhang Maniac had actually become so strong. Oh, I thought you guys had it all together? Zhang Maniac loosened his muscles and shook his neck with a distinctly arrogant demeanor. His eyes were full of disdain and mockery when he looked at Oxio. It looks quite bluffing. With this much strength, you're not even qualified to tickle me. Originally, Zhang Maniac was still very wary of a few people, but now after experiencing the enhancement of Old Huang's power, this strong defense allowed him to ignore any enemy. Even if all four of Luo Shinin's strength were extraordinary, Zhang Maniac was not the least bit afraid in his heart. It seems that it was that senior within his body who stepped in to help. Otherwise, with Zhang Maniac's little strength, he won't be able to block this blow from Oxia Xiao. I just don't know where the limit of what he can take is. Seeing Zhang Maniac blocking that spirit power transformed into a fierce tiger, Luo Shuyan's expression remained calm, without the slightest bit of panic. After all, these were originally expected of her. With an old grandpa in his body, it would be surprising if he couldn't even block auxiliary little. Looking at Zhang Maniac, who was enveloped by the yellow defense shield, Luo Shuyan quickly pondered in her mind on how to formulate a win. This shield defense was really a bit strong. After all, the body of the pre-ordinary beast master was still very fragile. Reincarnating in a new life, Luo Shuyan did not bring that emperor-level divine soul over, but was only empty of memories from her previous life. Otherwise, With the powerful divine soul that he had cultivated in his previous life alone, he would be able to easily exterminate even saint-level powerhouses. Find a way to distract him. At this moment, Luo Shuyan's voice suddenly resounded between her heart and Jiang Chei's. Before Luo Shuyan could react, Jiang Chei's figure instantly disappeared in place. Luo Shuyan immediately understood that this was Jiang Chei unleashing his spatial skill, being able to vanish into the void. After knowing what Jiang Chei meant, Luo Shuyan looked at Jiang Maniac with a cold smile. Jiang Maniac, you don't have to be so arrogant. As I see it, you don't even have such a strong strength. I'm afraid that the reason you're able to block us now is because you're borrowing the power of others. Luo Shuyan, who had memories of her previous life, knew how she could quickly disturb Jiang Maniac's mind. That was to reveal Jiang Maniac's biggest secret, the mysterious soul body in his body. As expected, after hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Jiang Maniac and Old Huang were all shocked. What? How is this possible? Can it be that this little girl is able to detect my presence? Old Huang was scornful at the moment. One must know that earlier within the Heavenly K Academy, even those academy tutors at the spirit level and king level and above, as well as the elders, were unable to detect his presence. But I never thought that I would actually hear these words from Luo Shuyan's mouth today, and it was precisely because of Luo Shuyan's words that sent both of them into shock. At this moment, the two of them simply didn't notice that the very cute spirit beast that Luo Shuyan had been holding in her arms had disappeared at some point. Even the three of them, Lin Shuer, hadn't noticed Jiang Chei's disappearance. Borrowed power? What does that mean? Can it be that there is still some strong soul left behind in this Jiang Maniac's body? Oxia Xiao Xiao and Ez Meng, both of them are people who have seen a lot of things. Even Lin Shuer, who was born in the Jianghai family, knew something about this. At this moment, when the three of them heard Luo Shuyan's words, they immediately looked at Jiang Maniac thoughtfully. Since you guys know my secret, I can't let you go out alive. There's no one else here, and no academy elder will know if you're killed. The killing intent in Jiang Maniac's eyes grew stronger. Within its palm, yellow energy surged continuously. At this moment, the aura emanating from Jiang Maniac had already reached the might of a spirit-level powerhouse. This kind of strength in a newcomer's first secret realm trial was simply like opening up. You're right. Kill you here and no one will know. Luo Shuyan spoke with the same icy voice. End of chapter 60. Chapter 60, Little White. Are you eating people? Chapter 60, White. Are you a cannibal? Ha! Still talking big here at the end of your life. You really don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Maniac let out a cold smile, and the ball of energy light gathered in his hands directly smashed towards Luo Shuyan and the others. That strong pressure caused several people's faces to change as they retreated in all directions. Not good. Retreat. However, Jiang Maniac had only just unleashed his attack, and in that split second, Old Huang acutely sensed a life and death crisis. He hurriedly reminded Jiang Maniac, his tone very urgent. Only Old Yellow he was still a step too late. Before he could finish his words, a small purple beast ran out in the space behind him. Feeling the fluctuations coming from behind him, Jiang Maniac also understood that something big was not good. He subconsciously turned his head back, yet it was only just after he turned around that he saw a large gold brick reflected in his eyes. Immediately afterward, not waiting for Jiang Maniac to react, this gold brick directly smashed down on his head. The moment the Qilin seal came into contact with Jiang Maniac, the shield, which had an extremely strong defense, instantly shattered apart. It directly turned into a bit of starlight and dissipated in midair. Jiang Maniac's eyes widened, his pupils filled with shock. Even the spiritual energy within his body stopped functioning at that instant. He couldn't even run his gongfu to resist, and he didn't even have a chance to dodge. Bang! A muffled grunt rang out. The Qilin seal flashed by as a golden light, and Jiang Maniac's face, which was originally filled with fear, instantly exploded. The head was as dead as a shattered watermelon. Put. After killing Jiang Maniac in seconds, Jiang Chei didn't continue to stop. Instead, he directly opened his mouth, and immediately after this, a hot flame was sprayed out. This was the Kirin True Flame, and under the sweeping flames, Jiang Ji's weak physical body quickly disappeared, turning into flying ash and dissipating into the air. Ungrateful! I'm not willing. In the middle of the midair, Old Huang's angry hissing was faintly heard. He was already dead in body and had managed to survive in his soul body. The thought was to help Jiang Maniac step up to the peak so that he could restore his physical body. However, he hadn't thought that this Jiang Maniac was so brainless that he knew that Jiang Chei and the others weren't to be messed with, but he still had a killing intent. Now it was good that with Jiang Maniac's fall, Old Huang's divine soul also began to dissipate. Even Jiang Chei used the Qilin True Flame to hasten his death just to be on the safe side. And just as Jiang Chei appeared in the middle of the field, Luo Shuyan, who was on the other side, also blocked in front of the crowd. Above her hands, A spiritual shield instantly surfaced, blocking the attack from Zhang Maniac just now. Only that yellow energy sphere, while touching the shield, instantly exploded violently. Although the attack was blocked by Luo Shuiyan, the strong energy shockwave still sent the several women behind her all flying out. However, fortunately, with Luo Shuiyan's blockage, all of these overflowing power chi were dissolved by several women unloading their power. But even so, they retreated all the way to the entrance of the Great Hall. It was only then that the force was completely dislodged, and he managed to stop. But fortunately he didn't suffer any injuries. Where's the boss? Reacting. The little tiger's first reaction was to search for Jiang Che. And at that moment, Jiang Che, who had also finished disposing of the corpse, happened to fly out from amongst the smoke and dust. His speed was extremely fast, and with just a flash, he stood on Luo Shuiyan's shoulder. As the smoke and dust slowly dispersed in front of him, the Zhang Maniac, who had just been so ferocious, had disappeared. Where did Zhang Maniac go? How did he disappear? This guy is a misanthrope. Is it possible that he is hiding in the dark and wants to sneak up on us? Oxia Xiao Xiao. Several people looked around with a guarded face, worrying that Zhang Maniac was still hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. After all, whether it was that strong defense or the attack that had just erupted, it made a few people jealous. They did not expect that this Zhang Maniac was unexpectedly strong. There's no need to worry. That guy has already disappeared. Jiang Che spoke very casually in response. In his previous life, Jiang Che hadn't read those martial arts novels in his spare time at work. It is natural to know that when one is in the middle of the jungle, one should never leave any handles behind. Killing and burning bodies, it's all a running operation. All in one go. If Zhang Maniac's corpse was allowed to be exposed to the eyes of a few people, although it was said that Lin Shuer and the others would not betray them, but it's hard to say how it will be associated by the college when seen by others. Or just burn it clean and be done with it. I'm hungry again. Jiang Che patted his stomach. Then he took out a spirit fruit from his storage space and ate it. Seeing Jiang Che, the little white tiger scratched his head. Boss, you're not going to eat that guy you just had, are you? What? White, you're still eating people? Hearing the little tiger's words, Oxia Xiao Xiao immediately looked at Jiang Che in shock. It was hard for her to distinguish this harmless, cute little beast from the corpse devouring flesh and blood. Connecting the dots. This image seems a little out of place no matter how you think about it. Blah blah blah. What are you talking about? How could I possibly eat that guy when he's so disgusting? Just the thought of it makes me puke. Hearing little tiger's words with auxiliary little, Jiang Che immediately retorted with excitement. Immediately afterward, he hastily ate 2 mouthfuls of spirit fruit to suppress his shock. When he thought of Zhang Maniac, he felt sick to his stomach. Luo Shuiyan naturally knew that Jiang Che wouldn't eat anyone, and she felt the slightest hint of flame breath remaining in the original spot. She guessed that just now, as the smoke filled the air, Xiaobai should have burned Zhang Maniac's corpse. The corpse was destroyed, so the crowd couldn't find any trace of Zhang Maniac this time. The matter of killing Zhang Maniac must not be known to anyone else, Luo Shuiyan said in a deep voice. This matter is of great importance, and must not be revealed by half. Auxiliary little at this moment, because he retreated to the entrance of the Great Hall. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, she subconsciously turned back and looked towards the forbidden trapped Chi Hai in the Great Hall. Don't worry, I just saw and heard nothing. This ancient prohibition is so amazing. It can actually shield one's 5 senses. Why can't I see anything? Seeing the eyes of a few people, Chi Hai's face turned pale beyond recognition, and his voice trembled a little. He was afraid that Luo Shuiyan several people, in order to eliminate the roots, would even dispose of him by hand? The current him was trapped within the restraints, but he couldn't even resist. It's okay, the academy won't believe it just on his word. Luo Shuiyan glanced at Chi Hai and faintly said, Chi Hai, this person is not bad. On the contrary, both lives are very unlucky. As for Chi Hai, Luo Shuiyan currently had no reason to kill him. Count your kid lucky. Auxiliary little glared at Chi Hai and said, let's walk along the back of this great hall, where there is a place to hide spirit soldiers. After saying that, Luo Shuiyan led a few people away. The inheritance technique of her previous life was obtained by her, while Chi Hai, despite his bad luck, had also obtained a good spirit soldier. Chi Hai, who was trapped in the middle of the formation, was depressed beyond measure at the moment. How is it that everyone else knows all the chances that they know? I thought that was the only chart? End of chapter 61. Chapter 61, Acquiring a Spiritual Soldier. Chapter 61, Acquiring a Spiritual Soldier. The crowd, led by Luo Shuiyan, rushed for an hour before finally realizing that there was an additional small pile of hills in front of them. In the midst of all these gilded compounds around, this one mountainous pile of rocks stood out more or less. A few people looked closely and realized that there was a narrower cave underneath this mountain pile. If it wasn't for Luo Shuiyan leading the way, I'm afraid no one would have noticed this cave in the corner. After all, in everyone's opinion, all kinds of treasures should be stored in those extremely grand-looking halls. It wouldn't have occurred to me that it would be hidden in this remote cave. Although this cave was not blocked by a stone door, there was still a transparent energy membrane covering the entrance on the outside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On top of that energy film, all of them were still flickering with a golden halo. Obviously this was once this clan, the ancient forbidden system that was left behind. The crowd turned their heads to look at Luo Shuiyan. Water smoke. This seems to be another ancient prohibition. We can only rely on you as well. Lin Shuer's trio looked at Luo Shuiyan and smiled slightly embarrassed among their eyes. They could be said to have relied on Luo Shuiyan all the way, whether it's against the enemy or breaking a ban, finding a secret treasure left over from the past. It was almost always Luo Shuiyan alone who was busy, while they were just picking up the ready-made ones. Even their spirit beasts basically didn't have a chance to make a move. The only thing they can use them for is picking fruit in the herb garden. Seeing the eyes of several people, Luo Shuiyan also smiled slightly. What kind of looks are you guys giving me? We're teammates. Since we have formed a squad, it's only natural to face the risks encountered together. I may be the one to help you today, and you may be needed to help me in another day. Hearing Luo Shuiyan say this, several people also nodded their heads. He. Don't worry, Water Smoke. We'll always be your strong backing. Lin Shuer came over and hugged Luo Shuiyan. She had never forgotten that Luo Shuiyan had given up the ancient inheritance to herself, although the two know each other since childhood. But this world, for the sake of the interests of the matter of selling friends, is not really fresh. Luo Shuiyan didn't say much, so she directly arrived in front of this prohibition. This prohibition in front of him could be quite a bit stronger than that of the pill garden. Only nowadays, Luo Shuiyan's strength was also much more elevated compared to then. Luo Shuiyan, who was already a mid-level senior imperial beast master, believed that unlocking this prohibition shouldn't take too long. Seeing this, the three of them, Lin Shuer, also automatically came to Luo Shuiyan's side to help protect her. After this period of time of cultivating together, a slight tacit understanding had been cultivated between the several people, and at this moment, there was an additional group of talented students from the key class on the outskirts of the treasure land. These key class participants, all of them had a strong aura that was not at all comparable to those in the ordinary class. Ha 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 ha, what a surprise! The corners of Wang Jie's mouth rose for a moment as he looked ahead, at this cluster of palaces. In this kind of secret realm that has long been explored, I don't know how many times, there is actually this kind of treasure? That group of ordinary class guys, they really got lucky and actually got bumped into here. Several people were all excited. Before entering the secret trial, they already had a lot of knowledge about this place. Wang Jie and the others also did not expect that there were actually ancient inheritances left behind in the middle of this secret realm. With that, Wang Jie led this group of key class trainees and quickly rushed in towards the treasure land. The crowd was worried that as time passed, the treasures here would be taken away. The students of the key class were a bit more outstanding in terms of realm and strength. Although they came in later, their speed was even faster than those ordinary class participants. It didn't take long for Wang Jie and the others to encounter several ordinary class members who were still searching within the palace group road. Seeing Wang Jie and the others arrive, these ordinary class trainees were immediately startled. Earlier it was with Zhang Maniac leading the way that they found their backbone. Now the Zhang Maniac was nowhere to be found. Their numbers had been scattered. Wang Jie's group of key class trainees looked at the several ordinary class people with contempt and disdain in their eyes. Then, as if they were teasing, they all exerted their own pressure. They even summoned their respective spirit beasts into the arena, directly surrounding the several people. You, what do you want? A few of the ordinary class trainees, at this moment, had all gone down the drain. Facing Wang Jie's group of key class trainees, several people did not even have the courage to resist for a while. Say, how did you guys get here? And what happened along the way? Give me a clear explanation, or else don't blame us for not being polite. When Wang Jie took a slight step forward, he scared a few ordinary class trainees, causing them to break out into a cold sweat. Immediately, a few people did not dare to hide, so they gave a clear account of all the things that had happened in these days. Similarly, he also informed Wang Jie about Luo Shuiyan's several people. Knowing that there were so many treasures within this ancient inheritance, Wang Jie and the others did not dare to delay and quickly walked towards the depths. Wang Jie and the others arrived near the inheritance hall before long. As soon as they walked into the main hall, they noticed the golden light that enveloped the center of the hall. Chi-Hai sensed someone approaching and hurriedly held his breath and shrunk into a ball. He utilized the halo of the ban, as well as the surrounding buildings to conceal his form. Bang! 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 When Wang Jie and the others saw a golden light flashing, they thought it was a treasure, and immediately a group of people quickly launched an attack. As a result, it didn't occur to them that they had broken through this prohibition that bound Chi-Hai. Ha 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 ha, thanks a lot, guys. Chi-Hai burst out laughing, not expecting to get out of the trap in this way, and then quickly left towards the distance. His stance was extremely fast, and several key class participants failed to stop him. Come on, follow him. Wang Jie scanned around the hall and realized that there were no treasures, so he led his men towards Chi-Hai to chase after him, and the direction Chi-Hai fled was exactly where Luo Shuyan and the others were. Everyone, pay attention. This prohibition is going to be broken by me, Luo Shuyan reminded as she cracked the forbidden system. Later on, you will each grab silver, yellow as well as 7 colored spirit weapons. Buzz. As Luo Shuyan made her last hand seal, the yellow energy film at the entrance of this cave then disappeared. Immediately afterward, only a dozen or so divine auras were seen, quickly disappearing outward from the cave entrance. Hurry! Hurry up and do it! Luo Shuyan hurriedly shouted out, and the 4 women together grabbed towards mid-air. These things, they look like they have some value. In that case, just take them all. After glancing at these light flashes, Jiang Che kept changing his position. His figure was incredibly swift, just like an instantaneous movement. Jiang Che's figure slashed through mid-air, and the weapons wherever he went were all pocketed by him. End of chapter 62. Chapter 62, The Secret Realm collapsed and returned fully loaded. Chapter 62, The Secret Realm collapsed, returning full, and not far away. Chi-Hai, who was heading this way, seeing the constant flashes of light in the middle of the sky in the distance, he was immediately startled. Not good. These guys are actually moving so fast. Where on earth did that Luo Shuyan come from? The ancient prohibitions are all unraveling so quickly? The land of the soldiers' hideout has been opened, and this time I must not miss it. Chi-Hai's brows furrowed as his speed increased once again. The various light splendors that flickered in the sky constantly stimulated Chi-Hai's nerves, and behind Chi-Hai, Wang Jie and his group also saw the constantly flickering divine aura in the midst of the midair. Wang Jie several people, although they did not know what treasures were in this ancient inheritance land, but just by looking at this aerial apparition, we know that there must be treasures coming out of the world. Several people likewise accelerated, coming towards this place. Wow, bye, you're so fast. Looking at Jiang Che, who was in mid-air, constantly tossing and turning and scavenging for light, Amber's small eyes were almost bent into crescent moons. Originally, these overflowing light splendor, far away from the speed is very fast. With just the 4 of them, it would be a bit difficult to collect, but he didn't expect that at this time. Jiang Che was simply as if he had turned on. It was almost like a tornado wherever it went, directly windswept and collected all of them. That could make a few people happy. After all, they didn't want to give someone else the benefit of the doubt for the ban they had taken the trouble to break, and at this moment, there were still some light and splendor in the cave, still continuing to fly far outward in all directions. Jiang Che was about to continue scavenging, but he was stopped by Luo Shuyan. Little White, the ones flying out now are just ordinary goods. We don't want these. Just now, a few people had already harvested a large number of precious spirit weapons, and the remaining of these ordinary goods, Luo Shuyan was prepared to give them to others. After all, the wind will destroy the wood for the trees. If such treasures were all obtained by their squad, I'm afraid that there would be a lot of unnecessary trouble when the time comes. Distribute these ordinary spirit soldiers to others so that everyone else can grab them as well. This way, a few people would not attract suspicion. Besides, the remaining ones are just ordinary goods. Even if these trainees brought them out, when they were seen by the people of the Tianke Academy, they would still think that the spirit weapons were too ordinary. So then the trainees will be allowed to stay individually. Otherwise, if the people from the Heavenly K Academy found out that there were treasures present in the middle of the secret realm, they won't stop until they've turned all of them who went in upside down. After hearing Luo Shuyan's words, several people also nodded and then closed their hands, seeing that there were, in the distance, many silhouettes rushing towards this place. Luo Shuyan and the others quickly disappeared. Soon this place where soldiers were hidden, the alien appearance emanating from it attracted a large number of trainees. Quickly look, it's spirit soldiers. The sky is full of them. This is mine. No one is allowed to take it from me. The crowd looked at the spirit soldiers roaming the sky. All of them were overjoyed, and for a while, they began to loot like crazy. However, none of the people had noticed that Luo Shuyan and the others who had broken through the prohibition had already quietly left the place. While in the outside world, several Tianke Academy tutors were frowning at the moment. Something has gone wrong. There is a change in this secret realm. It won't be long before it collapses completely. This shouldn't be. This secret realm has always been very stable. Originally, according to our prediction, it could still exist for another 100 years. How is it that this has only been open for not much time? And it's actually showing signs of crumbling? The several tutors looked at each other with a somewhat grave expression. Something bad is happening. Quickly go inform the dean. Soon the dean of the Heavenly K Academy appeared in front of this secret tower. After glancing at the secret realm in front of him, he moved his body and then disappeared in place. Soon in the sky above the secret realm, an old voice resounded. The voice was like thunder, and it was like the flood bell of the great Tao, exploding in the ears of all the trainees. All trainees listen. This secret realm is about to collapse. You are all limited to 3 minutes to crush the teleportation talisman and come out. All trainees listen to. Upon hearing the voice of the Tian K Academy's dean, many of the Imperial Beast Masters who were still practicing stopped to look at the sky. Was that dean's voice just now? Is this secret realm going to collapse? The dean actually came to inform us in advance. So suddenly? What has happened? We haven't even found the secret treasure yet. And it's actually going to end? For a while everyone within the secret area, their expressions were somewhat stunned, obviously not expecting it to be so fast. So soon. Is this secret realm about to crumble? Luo Shuiyan looked at the sky and faintly murmured in her heart. In his previous life, this secret realm had similarly collapsed away due to the revival of the ancient inheritance. Only that time it wasn't as fast. It was a lot faster than they had predicted. But the good thing was that for once, they had taken all they needed to take. Because of the experience of the memories of his previous life, there was also Zhang Che, the heaven-defying spirit beast. Luo Shuiyan's gains in her first life could be much more than in her previous life. Even if there were a few less days of trial time, it had been harmless enough for them. After all, the most precious things in this secret realm had all been gotten by them. And in the various places of this secret realm, after hearing the Heavenly K Academy Dean's voice transmission, many of the trainees who had been practicing within the secret realm had crushed the teleportation talismans and appeared within the secret realm tower. After all, if the secret realm collapsed, even if one had heavenly strength, they would still have to completely collapse with the space. By then, in case you leave late, I'm afraid you won't even be able to get out. The crowd knew in their hearts that if they hadn't really encountered an emergency, it would have been impossible to alert the Dean of Tian K Academy. Soon within the secret realm tower, many trainees who had been practicing appeared. In the hands of some 30 people, they all held weapons that they had captured from the middle of the secret realm. These were all those ordinary goods that had spilled out after Luo Shuiyan's few people, who had snatched the precious spirit weapons. It was released by Luo Shuiyan's few people, purposely to cover people's ears. Earlier, the Dean of the Heavenly K Academy, when he entered the secret realm to transmit his voice, had seen that one more ancient sect treasure, although his heart was a bit surprised by this, but at that time was rushed, and he did not go to investigate in detail. Besides, the chances amongst these primary secret realms hadn't made him put it on his mind. As expected, just as the Academy tutor predicted, it didn't take long for the secret realm to completely crumble. Attention, everyone, go to your respective instructors and gather according to the class you are in. Because of such a change in the secret realm, a headcount will now begin. Schwebingning looked at the many trainees who had rushed over, so she counted them one by one. After some counting, it was realized that Zhang Maniac and another male cadet had all disappeared and were not in the queue. Schwebingning frowned. She didn't expect the unlucky person from the secret trial to appear in her class. Do any of you know what happened to the two of them in the middle of the secret realm? Out of a responsible attitude, Schwebingning looked at the crowd and asked. End of chapter 63. Chapter 63 False Accusation. This is a false accusation. Chapter 63 False Accusations. This is a false accusation. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, most people shook their heads or bowed their heads in silence. What happened in the secret realm was a bit embarrassing to talk about. After all, they are more than a dozen people, and as a result, they were scared by Luo Shui's 4-member squad and did not dare to move. Not to mention that ancient forbidden system was still found by Luo Shuiyan's few people. They belonged to just picking up the advantage. Although some people speculated that Zhang Maniac's disappearance was most likely related to Luo Shuiyan, but the crowd didn't want to offend Luo Shuiyan's few people because of this. But while some people want to put things to rest, others don't. Two ordinary class trainees, at this moment, stood out and pointed at Luo Shuiyan. Tutor, I suspect that Zhang Maniac's disappearance in the secret realm has something to do with a few of them. These two people were the same two who had previously followed Zhang Maniac and struck out at Luo Shuiyan's people. When they were outside the treasure land, the two had been injured by Yi Zining's 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. Moreover, these two people were closer to Zhang Maniac and had always held a grudge in their hearts against Luo Shuiyan and the others. Hearing the duo's words, the gazes of the crowd turned towards Luo Shuiyan's side. There was surprise and some doubt in the eyes of such people. After all, there had long been a rule within the academy that this newcomer secret realm trial was strictly forbidden for trainees to kill each other. Tian K Academy was not against competition. But the rules for newcomers were naturally different from the other students. For so many years, no one had dared to break this rule of Tianke Academy. Even Schwebingning was a bit surprised. After all, Luo Shuiyan's four looked quiet and sweet. How did they not look like an existence that would kill and exterminate? Believe what you want. Full of mentor. They are slandering us. It's a rumor without evidence. Hearing the duo's words, Oxia Xiao Xiao was the first to come out and retort. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with anger among them. The three of them, Ez Meng, also shook their heads after seeing Schwebingning's eyes. Several people all looked innocent and indignant, looking towards the duo who had accused Luo Shuiyan. Schwebingning frowned. You two said that Zhang Maniac's disappearance was related to Luo Shuiyan and the girls. Do you have any proof? This evidence we really don't have. But in the middle of that treasure land, Luo Shuiyan's strength is very outstanding, and there's no one else who can kill Boss Zhang Maniac other than them. The two spoke with great certainty. Back then, outside of that ancient forbidden system, the strength of the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, was truly something that should not be underestimated. They have seen with their own eyes. Zhang Maniac was beaten and seriously injured to fly out. That's a bit of a far-fetched reasoning on your part, isn't it? However, before Luo Shuiyan and the others could retort, some of the remaining trainees from the ordinary class began to refute the duo. There are quite a few cadets gathered amongst that treasure land. Amongst them, even the people from Key Class 1 have come over quite a bit. Those people from the Key Class, they're much stronger than us ordinary class participants. Yeah, that's right. Those Key Class 1 guys came in, saw us and just went for it, forcing us to ask for information about the treasure land and searching us. It's impossible to say that Zhang Mania is their doing. There were some trainees from the ordinary class who had been bullied by Wang Jia and the others because they had been bullied by Wang Jia and the others in the middle of that treasure land, and they immediately helped Luo Shuiyan and the others to absolve themselves. Although there was no relationship between them and Luo Shuiyan, if it wasn't for Luo Shuiyan they wouldn't have been able to find the treasure land. Not to mention that the key class, which does bully and make them suffer a lot. If that's the case, then there's a real possibility that it's done by someone from the first class. Zhang Maniac, he has a violent personality, and when he encounters this kind of situation he is definitely not willing to give in. The back May. Hearing many of the trainees say this, Yi Zimeng also added a timely remark at this moment. Besides, we're a couple of women. Do we look like the kind of people who kill fellow classmates indiscriminately? When she said this, all four of Luo Shuiyan's expressions looked a bit tender. Her words were immediately highly recognized by the other female participants in the class. There were also many male cadets who nodded their heads for a moment when they saw these four schoolgirl-level existences. In that case, it's more than 8 or 9 times more likely that it's that group of Key Class 1 guys who did it. Those guys, relying on their talent and status, never put us ordinary class trainees in their eyes. Zhang Maniac's disappearance must have something to do with them. With a burst of incitement, the trainees of the ordinary third class then pointed their fingers at the first class. Hearing this from the crowd, Schwebingning's brows tightened as she walked towards the location of Key Class 1 with an ugly expression. Yo, Mr. Shui is here. Gu Qinghe, the instructor of Key Class 1, immediately piled on a smile when he saw Schwebingning walk over. Schwebingning has a sexy and hot body, and her appearance is even more beautiful. It could be said that within the academy, no matter if it was a trainee or a teacher, many people had fallen under her pomegranate skirt, and this Gu Qinghe was one of them. Teacher Gu, I heard from my students that Wang Jia and the others within your class used to bully them in the secret realm. It may even result in my trainees dying in the secret realm. What? There's such a thing? Hearing Schwebingning's words, the smile on Gu Qinghe's face instantly withdrew, and his expression became a bit grave. This is no small matter when it comes to the lives of cadets. Tutor, it's impossible for us to kill our classmates. Mr. Shui must have misunderstood. Wang Jia, who was on the side, heard the conversation between the two and hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Although his family was powerful, it was now in the academy. It's best not to get into conflict with your mentor or there will always be some trouble. Bing Ning, do you have any evidence regarding this matter? Don't worry. If there's evidence, I'll punish you severely. No matter which lineage it is, I'll deal with it according to the rules. Gu Qinghe made a serious look. His expression was very stern. As a tutor of a key class, he still had some strength of his own. After all, the key classes were all geniuses. So how could the tutors convince the public if they weren't strong enough? If Gu Qinghe had followed the rules, even if the great families came, he wouldn't be afraid with the Tianke Academy. Evidence? They bullied and humiliated many students in my third class. That's evidence. Teacher Shui is joking. If it's just hazing, they can't be convicted. Just then, an old man came this way. The insignia on its chest shone brightly, with 5 moons and 8 stars tattooed on it. This person was a strong person at the high stage of the king rank. Elder Wang. Schwebingning frowned slightly. The visitor was from the Wang family and held a high position within the academy. Bing Ning, I've heard that there are 4 female cadets in your class who were the first to enter the secret treasure land. Can you show me? Elder Wang. What do you want? At those words Schwebingning was immediately on guard. It's nothing. It's just that a treasure land suddenly appeared in the secret realm, and there are some things I need to ask them. The crowd understood very well in their hearts. This is clearly want to search Luo Shui and several people. See if they have carried heavy treasure out. End of chapter. 64. Chapter 64, Be Grateful. Who are we brainwashing here? Chapter 64, Be Grateful. Who are we brainwashing here? Elder Wang. What do you mean by that? Don't the chances among the secret realm all belong to the individual student? Schwebingning's face was very ugly. That says that the treasures the academy doesn't know about can naturally be owned by the trainees. But the secret realms they entered this time were all provided by the academy. Strictly speaking, all the treasures in the secret realm should belong to the Heavenly K Academy. If they really took the exotic treasure, wouldn't that be a major loss for our academy? Our academy treats its many trainees with benevolence and great care, and it is only right that they should be grateful to the academy as well. Upon hearing these patronizing words from the other party, Schwebingning was immediately filled with anger. Just because her students, who were lucky enough to get in early, are going to be searched by the academy? Where did this kind of reasoning come from? Seeing Schwebingning's face full of reluctance, another old man appeared at that moment. Bing Ning, as an academy tutor, you should look out for the interests of the academy and should prioritize things. There is much at stake, so lead the way. This person was also born in a large Xian family, and it was clear that this was a joint effort to pressure Schwebingning. Faced with the aggressiveness of the two, Schwebingning could do nothing. After all, she was only a regular class instructor, and her arm could not be bent. In the end, he could only reluctantly lead a few people to his class of trainees. Schwebingning signaled Luo Shui's 4 to come forward. Only her face was a bit guilty. These 4 female dolls, their strength is progressing so rapidly. It seems that they have indeed encountered a chance in the middle of the secret realm. Sweeping a glance at Luo Shuiyan and the others, Elder Wang secretly said in his heart, Ahem, you guys shouldn't have any complaints. The academy has spent a huge amount of money in order to train you all. If you have truly taken treasures that should have belonged to the academy, then hand them over promptly. Don't worry. For your behavior, the academy will commend you accordingly. As cadets, you must sympathize with the academy's difficulties and learn to be grateful. Hearing Elder Wang's grandiose words, Luo Shuiyan and the others laughed coldly in their hearts. Praise? I'm afraid it just goes into the pockets of you worldly families. I'll be damned. And you have the nerve to mention gratitude, talking as if we didn't pay to come to school. You have to pay even to enter the secret tower. And you want us to turn in our treasures? Dreaming, right? Especially Auxiliary Little, so angry that her pink fists were clenched. But a few people only dared to mock it in their minds. After all, the situation is stronger than the people now. But you can't offend these big shots yet. Jiang Che, who was held in Luo Shuiyan's arms, also woke up leisurely at this time, just in time to hear these words from Elder Wang. This instantly poked Jiang Che and made him explode. No, Luo Shuiyan, what did this old bastard say? Let's be grateful. Shucks. I'm thankful for his grandma's leg. We broke the ban ourselves. It's none of his business. These guys just sit around and pick up other people's slack. They're all living in the belly of a dog at their age. As soon as he heard Elder Wang's words, Jiang Che was reminded of his previous life. Work hard for the company's prospects. What the company carefully cultivated. You have to learn to be grateful. The most critical thing is that at that time, Jiang Che was not deeply involved in the world. Actually really believed this nonsense. Jiang Che had eaten enough of these cakes in his previous life, and he didn't expect to actually hear this kind of bird talk again now. If it wasn't for Luo Shuiyan pacifying him, Jiang Che really wanted to pull out the Qilin seal and smash one person first. In this life, he would never allow anyone to pua him. Water Smoke, Snowy, you guys just cooperate for now, Schwebingning said with a somewhat guilty expression. As a mentor to the Ments, not only can't you stick up for the Ments, one was also forced to personally bring these elders over to identify their own trainees. In Schwebingning's opinion, this was simply a strange shame. Luo Shuixian exchanged a glance with a few people. Her expression was very calm. All of this was within her expectations. TSK, 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 so they were the first to enter that treasure land. I'm afraid they should have gained quite a lot. What's the use of harvesting more? It's still not turned in now. Yeah ha ha ha. What's the point of going in even earlier? What doesn't belong to them can only be handed over. The surrounding trainees all gathered around. They all wanted to see what the Luo Shuiyan few who were the first to enter the treasure land had taken. This is a mortal-grade spirit sword, light and sharp. A good weapon indeed, but not much use. Ha, there's a hairpin here? Crafted from fine jade. It's actually a weapon as well. But unfortunately, it's only a mortal product. Mortal 9-section whip. Mortal short sword. What's going on? How come all four of you have the most ordinary mortal weapons? Elder Wang frowned. Although the Luo Shuiyan 4's weapons were of excellent workmanship, each one of them was very sharp and appeared to be of superior build. But it was just an ordinary weapon. There was no difference with the other trainees, which could be completely different from what they thought. Let my spirit animal take a look. At that moment a middle-aged man wearing a red robe walked over. He reached out and lifted his hand, and a half-meter-sized, yellow-colored, rat-like spirit beast with a black stripe down its spine appeared in front of him. This money mouse of mine is capable of recognizing the scent of spiritual treasures on a person's body. So if you're hiding them in your storage space, it's better to hand them over as soon as possible. However, upon hearing his words, Luo Shuiyan's 4 people remained unmoved. The red-robed man snorted coldly at the sight, then reached out and pointed. The money mouse came close to Luo Shuiyan's 4 people and sniffed them one by one. After circling around a few times, in the expectant eyes of a few elders, still nothing was found back at the feet of the man in red. This caused several people to completely blush. Originally, they thought it was Luo Shuiyan and the others, hiding in the storage space unwilling to hand it over. But I didn't expect that even the money rats couldn't detect the breath. You have to know that this money mouse is their special defense against trainees hiding their treasures. Go! Search everyone else as well. Elder Wang's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't believe that Luo Shuiyan and the others who were the first to enter the secret realm had found nothing. He preferred to believe that this was Luo Shuiyan's few people, transferring the treasure to others beforehand. That's enough, Elder Wang. I advise you to watch yourselves. You've finished searching everyone you want to. How about even searching me? The tutor? Schwebingning finally couldn't help but explode. The many trainees immediately felt a warmth in their hearts, seeing that their mentor was indeed protecting them. Elder Wang. No one can say what happens in the secret realm. It doesn't mean that if you go in early, you'll be able to obtain the treasure. Since there was no search, in my opinion let's leave it at that. Gu Qinghao was also standing beside Schwebingning at this moment. As a rookie among the academy's tutors, he had a lot of potential for future development, and his words still carried some weight within the academy. The few elder wands looked at each other and could only turn away unwillingly. Afterwards, Luo Shuiyan's 4 didn't stay at the academy and directly returned to their residence. As soon as she returned home, Luo Shuiyan began to set up a forbidden system to prevent prying eyes of powerful people. After all, it's better to be careful when these things go wrong. End of chapter 65. Chapter 65 Holographic Perspective. How many people is this being watched? Chapter 65 Holographic View. How many people are being watched? Only after watching Luo Shuiyan inside the room, setting up the forbidden system, did the several women breathe a sigh of relief. On the way out from the secret realm, none of them dared to communicate too much. Few really suffocated me. I don't dare to say much on this journey, for fear of being perceived as something. Auxiliary Xiao Xiao let out a long sigh of relief, then hurriedly looked at Zhang Che. He. Little White, Water Smoke has set up the forbidden system, so you should quickly take it out. While saying this, Auxiliary Little also rubbed his hands together with a look of impatience. Immediately afterward, several people all looked at Zhang Che in unison, and that gaze was filled with anticipation. The eyes of a wolf-like tiger looked at Zhang Che for a while. It was true that all 4 of them were rare and stunning, but it was hard not to be nervous with this kind of scene right now. A few people that eyes simply like to eat their own general, seems to be the next second to pounce over. Zhang Che didn't dare to delay and hurriedly pulled out weapon after weapon from amongst his own space. The weapons in these hidden weapons pavilions were of strange shapes and sizes, and each of them flashed with a different color. It was completely different from the weapons that a few people had displayed earlier in the middle of the Tian-Ke Academy. The weapons that were laid out on the ground were emitting divine aura at the moment, and the room was shimmering with gusts of haze. Luo Shuiyan softly said, "Everyone pick the weapon that suits you." Little White moved faster, and the ones he was the first to snatch down were all of a decent grade. Oxia Xiao Xiao looked left and picked, and finally even took an orange-colored spirit whip. This spirit whip was golden yellow in color, and there were black lines at the whip joints. The whole thing looks like a tiger's tail. Once you pick up this whip, Oxia Xiao Xiao will feel in love with it. It is really with his to match yourself. Pop. Snap. With his hand, he then waved the whip a few times in the air. The sound of the air being pumped was like thunder, and Auntie Little was overjoyed to see it, just aside of the little tiger. Looking at that and the constantly waving the whip, Auxiliary Small, but always feel where some wrong. He somehow managed to get a little flustered in his mind for no reason. What are you looking at, you little traitor? I'm telling you, If you little guy ever disobey me again, believe it or not, I'll serve you with a whip. Pop. Snap. While saying that, Auxiliary Little twitched the whip 2 more times. That popping sound scared the little tiger's body, and in a flash, it scurried to Jiang Che's side. Boss, you've got to cover me. Yiziming's green onion-like fingers traced over the many blades, then stopped at a crescent-shaped blade. She gently picked the scimitar up. This scimitar was silver-white in color, like a bright curved moon in the sky. Even the blade was emitting a gleaming white light. The Ez Meng at this moment, reflecting less charming, more of the heavenly palace fairy cold. Lin Shuier, on the other hand, had a clearer goal and directly chose a long sword that was blue in color. This long sword was like a blue ice crystal casting and looked very magnificent. The overall body of the sword was still emitting gusts of white cold air. The word Icy Heart was engraved on the sword, which was obviously the name of the long sword. However, Lin Shuier didn't choose this Ice Heart sword because of its appearance. Rather, it was because she had practiced swords since she was young, and was quite skilled in the way of the sword. Moreover, this Ice Heart sword had the same attributes as her spirit beast, and it could also exert a stronger power. Luo Shuyan's goal, on the other hand, was very clear. He directly chose a flaming sword that was red in color, with a flame cloud pattern engraved on its body. The martial skill that Luo Shuyan was currently practicing was the fire attribute. The weapons in the hands of several people were now at the level of a magic treasure. In this world, weapons were categorized into mortal grade, spirit grade, and fabulous treasure. And within each grade, there were 3 levels, upper, middle and lower. An ordinary Imperial Beast Master would already be very lucky to obtain a spirit item. Like the other trainees, what they obtained in the middle of the secret realm were all mortal blades. But even so, it still excited many of the participants. A magic treasure level blade was able to bring about a great increase in battle power for a Sentinel Beast Master. Because a weapon that could be called a magic treasure was different from an ordinary mortal blade, most of the magic treasure passes have their own special powers, which need to be slowly discovered by the Imperial Beast Master himself. Listen everyone, these magic treasures in our hands are able to be stowed away after refining. It can be integrated into ourselves, no longer needing to rely on the storage space. But even so, it should never be taken out easily in a short period of time. After all, right now, certain old men of the academy with bad intentions are still watching us. The crowd nodded their heads. None of them were people who didn't know the depth of the situation, so they naturally understood the reasoning behind it. With that, several people began to refine the weapons they had just been given. Just as Luo Shuyan expected, the ancient secret realm that they entered first would naturally be followed by someone. Sure enough, right outside the apartment where Luo Shuyan and the others were, there were 2 old men, spying on the room where Luo Shuyan and the others were. It was only that when the 2 of them wanted to use their divine sense to probe a bit, they found that they suffered an inexplicable resistance. What's going on here? Divine sense actually can't detect the room they're in. That female doll called Luo Shuyan, what exactly is her origin? The 2 old men looked at each other, and for a moment, they were both a little shocked. Doesn't it show on the trainee information that she's just a normal orphan? There wasn't anything special in her previous decade or so of her career. But how does she know such a profound forbidden art? Even we can't probe the slightest bit? I also do not know this girl. Exactly what is the origin? Continue to keep a close watch. This kind of genius is rare. If you can get the chance, you must recruit this person. On Jiang Che's side of the room, he began to check up on his own condition. After this secret realm, his strength could be said to have taken another qualitative leap. Name Jiang Che. Level, 35, 2, 3W/50W. Bloodline, Gold. Kirin, 10%. Skills, Spectral Sprint. Eye of Fear. Kirin Steps. Kirin Armor. Instantaneous Shift, current cooldown 6 days. Kirin True Flame. Heavenly Thunderbolt Descending. Power of the Void. Spiritual Artifact, Kirin Seal. Space, click to expand. Looking at the upgrade experience needed, Jiang Che couldn't help but smack his lips for a moment. Compared to earlier, the experience required to cultivate to the back was astronomical. The good thing is that as his strength has increased, the system now has more experience in laying down increases. And with Luo Shuyan's cultivation breakthrough, the tenfold return brought more. Plus inside his own space, he had stored quite a few spirit fruits. As for the realm aspect, Jiang Che was in no hurry. Ding! Congrats on harvesting the fabulous grade spirit weapon. Rewarding the skill. Holographic Perspective. Holographic View can ignore any obstruction and have a holographic view within a range of 1,000 meters, and the observation distance can be increased with strength. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Che hastily cast his newly acquired skill. Sure enough, a number of people were spotted in all directions of the apartment. End of chapter 66. Chapter 66, 100 Schools League? So what if you're a big pair of seniors? Chapter 66, 100 Schools League. What's a big pair of seniors? Boy, how many people are we being targeted by? There are people watching from every direction. This treatment is really flattering. It's a good thing that Luo Shuiyan knows the art of forbidding. Otherwise wouldn't every move of his party be exposed in the eyes of these old guys? Although nowadays, Jiang Che's strength was already very impressive, stronger than even Luo Shuiyan's mentor. But compared to this huge Tian K Academy, there was still a huge gap. It's better to keep a low profile when you're a human being nowadays. A bunch of old undead. Just keep staring. Sooner or later I'll have to teach you guys some lessons. Jiang Che snorted in dissatisfaction, knowing that spirit beasts also had dignity. Being watched by so many people wouldn't be easy for anyone. The next few people, Luo Shuiyan, finished refining their respective magic treasures. For a while the house flickered with divine aura. Luckily there were doors and windows to block it. After familiarizing themselves slightly, the few people took all of their respective magic treasures back into their bodies. A few people looked at each other, all excited. It was important to know that Dharma treasure level weapons were not normally precious. Now that they had an additional magic treasure to their liking, that strength increase wasn't just a little bit. You should all know that there are still 3 months to go before the 100 Schools League, which is held every 3 years in the Great Jin Dynasty, Luo Shuiyan said as she looked at the several people, a hint of wariness flickering up amongst all of her beautiful eyes. Seeing this look in Luo Shuiyan's eyes, Yi Ziming instantly understood what she was thinking, and only looked a little surprised. The 100 Schools League, isn't that usually for 3rd or 4th year? Older cadets who've been enrolled for a few years? Aqua Smoke. You can't be thinking that we, who have just enrolled in school, can go and compete with those older students, can you? Although the strength of a few people had, by now, taken a long way, that was only compared to the freshmen. Many of the older students from the 3rd and 4th years were now senior Imperial Beast Masters, and with the accumulation of 3 or 4 years, their combat experience was even richer, and their bonding with the spirit beasts was even better. Not to mention that among those key genius classes, spirit-level Imperial Beast Masters had already appeared. That strength could be too much stronger than them. Completely not something that a few people who had just enrolled in school could compare to. Sister Zimeng, what are you worried about? Sister Shui Yan is only a 1st year, and she's already a senior Imperial Beast Master now as well, so I think there's a chance for us to give it a try. Although Oxia Xiao Xiao is the most petite looking among the several people, but her guts are not generally big. After hearing Luo Shuiyan's proposal, instead of being worried, she was a bit eager to try. Lin Shuer didn't have any opinion on Luo Shuiyan's proposal. The current her would fully support whatever Luo Shuiyan said. After glancing at a few people, Luo Shuiyan slowly explained, "Don't worry everyone. The 100 Schools League is subdivided into individual and team competitions. Among the team competitions, a squad can enroll up to a total of 7 people. The purpose of this is to cultivate synergy between Imperial Beast Masters. After all, humans are creatures of the herd, and we don't just have to bond with our spirit beasts, but likewise synergize with our teammates." Luo Shuiyan knew very well in her heart that the main reason why the Imperial Beastmaster Academy would get these competitions was to improve their unity with each other. After all, compared to those, the strength of the very strong demon race, the human Royal Beast Master's single body strength is still a little weak. The Imperial Beastmasters were able to better synergize with each other, so that their survivability would also be greatly improved when facing the demons. That's why each Imperial Beastmaster Academy would encourage Imperial Beastmaster students to team up with each other. This one is in the league. Although it might be a bit risky for us, but I think we can give it a try. There will be auditions within the academy. The top 3 individuals as well as the first team will be able to compete on behalf of the academy. Though with the strength of a few of us, we will definitely be able to participate in 3 years' time and still get a good ranking. But I don't think it's necessarily hopeless this year. When Luo Shuiyan was in her previous life, she was the one who waited for 3 years before going to the next 100 Schools League. Nowadays, you are living a new life with the memories and experiences of your previous life. Now the cultivation and strength were even stronger than in his previous life. Although participation in the 100 school tournament, which will be 3 years early this time, is still somewhat of a sure thing, Luo Shuiyan's tone was very calm, and she made every rule very clear. A few people understood in their hearts that obviously Luo Shuiyan had already prepared for this a long time ago. After Yi Ziming heard these words, she already had more and more respect in her heart for Luo Shuiyan, the captain. In the past, Yi Ziming felt that she, already, was considered to be a more mature-minded person among people of her age. However, after coming into contact with Luo Shuiyan, she realized that she was still a far cry compared to Luo Shuiyan. During this period of time, all of the planning and actions that several people had done were in accordance with Luo Shuiyan's instructions. The most crucial thing was that Luo Shuiyan always had a unique vision and was able to seize the lead in many things. On his own and other side, he was still immersed in the joy of harvesting the magic treasures. Luo Shuiyan then already started thinking about the next 100 school league. Yi Zimeng saw battle intent and calmness in Luo Shuiyan's eyes. She just didn't see self-doubt. So young, yet so calm in mind. This made Yi Zimeng feel more and more that accepting Luo Shuiyan's invitation to form a team in the first place was the very right choice. If he could always keep up with Luo Shuiyan's footsteps, he would not only be able to avenge his family's death in the future, maybe even set foot on the pinnacle of this continent. Compared to the hesitant four, Jiang Che shook his head. This woman, Luo Shuiyan, is really restless. Jiang Che just wanted to lie flat in this life, not wanting to make much of a splash. Wouldn't it be nice to honestly wait 3 years and then go to the next session and just crush your way through? However, seeing Luo Shuiyan's look of eagerness to give it a try, and the eyes of the other few people after they were all convinced, Jiang Che understood in his heart that he could not be persuaded. The auditions have entered the registration stage, so since everyone has already agreed, let's go and register now. Luo Shuiyan did things in a thunderous manner, and now that she had finalized the plan, she immediately set off to Tianke Academy with a few people. However, a few people hadn't even walked 200 meters down the stairs when two more old guys appeared in Jiang Che's holographic view. The duo actually opened the door to their room by swiping their cards. Holy, there's a burglar in the house. Jiang Che was instantly furious. He really didn't expect that the houses issued by this Imperial Beast Master Guild were actually all so unreliable. Outsiders were able to casually open the door. A thief? Could it be? After briefly freezing, Luo Shuiyan reacted. This is someone who was not dead set on searching their room properly. A cold aura flashed through Luo Shuiyan's beautiful eyes. It seemed that even if it was the Tianke Academy, or even a huge power organization like the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, now also by the big families, infiltrated almost. How can the human race fight against that powerful demon race when they are so hooked up with each other? End of chapter 67. Chapter 67 Age, never used to measure genius. Chapter 67 Age, never a measure of genius. After a moment of emotion, Luo Shuiyan then reacted and looked at Jiang Che with a curious expression. Wait, we're so far away. How did you know? You want to know? Jiang Che raised his head with a haughty look on his face. Good white, just tell me, how the hell did you know? We've been out for at least 200 meters now, and you actually know what's going on upstairs in the house from such a distance? Luo Shuiyan hugged Jiang Che very intimately, and that towering peak almost made Jiang Che gasp a little. Although in front of the others, Luo Shuiyan had a steady and calm demeanor, but here in Jiang Che, she was always able to let go of those arrogance. After all, even if she was an empress in her previous life, Jiang Che was her master now. TSK. Truth be told, I actually know some clairvoyance and smooth ear techniques. I'll take a look now. Well, these old guys just finished going through our fridge and are now going through the bottom of the bed. Oh, and going through the closet. Hearing these words from Jiang Che, Luo Shuiyan's face was incredibly gloomy. These unashamed old things, how dare they even go through a girl's boudoir? In her previous life, as the Empress Luo Shuiyan, it was a dream for anyone else to enter her residence. The moment she thought of those old undead, who had touched the clothes of a few people, Luo Shuiyan felt goosebumps all over her body, and her heart felt nauseous. Looks like a lot of things will have to be thrown out and replaced with new ones when I get back tonight. Forget it, let's ignore those guys for now. Let's go to the academy first. Although there was some anger in her heart, Luo Shuiyan did not choose to go home at this moment to block the door of her house to catch the thief. After all, more is better than less. After letting these guys rummage through it, they might even lower their guard a bit against a few people. At the very least, they couldn't let the others know that they had already discovered that someone had come, or else they feared that they would attract the attention of more powerful people. It didn't take long for Luo Shuiyan's four to arrive at Tianke Academy. Yo, let's see who this is. It's really a rare visitor to our class. Schwebingning actually saw Luo Shuiyan enter the classroom normally for the first time in these days. Immediately, she couldn't help but sound a bit gloomy. But she didn't have a problem with Luo Shuiyan. On the contrary, the one that Schwebingning valued the most in this class was Luo Shuiyan. Whether it was on the leaderboards at the time, finishing in first place, or is it that amongst this secret realm trial, Luo Shuiyan was the first to enter the treasure land, all prove that Luo Shuiyan was definitely not as simple as the crowd seemed to think. Teacher, actually, a while ago, needless to say, I know, you're not feeling well, are you? Schwebingning jumped the gun and said this excuse, which immediately drew laughter from the class. Luo Shuiyan did not come in those days, easing 3 people every now and then to use this reason to fool Schwebingning. Luo Shuiyan was also slightly embarrassed for a while. After all, This matter was really her problem no matter what. Being a freshman and not attending a single class does somewhat disrespect the teacher as well. But that was only because Luo Shuiyan, with the memories of her previous life, didn't want to waste too much time. For the tutors of this Tian K Academy, Luo Shuiyan actually still trusted most of them. Although the current Heavenly K Academy had been infiltrated by many of those worldly families, it is fair to say that the web of interests within the college is very dense. For example, Luo Shuyan and the others coming out of the secret realm only to be interrogated by a few of Elder Wang's men was the best proof of this. But the truly powerful among this academy still attached great importance to the quality of schooling. The Imperial Beast Academy had a very special significance for a city. The teaching instructors specially appointed by the Imperial Beast Academy are all people who have gone through layers of screening and are not mixed with selfishness. In order to be able to better teach more excellent Imperial Beast Masters, Luo Shuiyan still admired Schwebingning as a serious and responsible teacher. Coughing lightly twice, Luo Shuiyan came directly to Schwebingning to open the door. Instructor Shue, I heard that the academy has started now, preparing for the next 100 Schools League? I hear the tryouts are now open for registration. That's right, it's not too far from the time of the 100 Schools League, so preparing for the selection in advance will enable us to be more secure at that time. But why are you asking? It's hard to. Schwebingning, who was naturally smart as a tutor, immediately heard the meaning of Luo Shuiyan's words and looked a little surprised. After all, right now Luo Shuiyan had only just joined the Tian K Academy and was only a freshman. Although Luo Shuiyan had joined the Heavenly K Academy with the number 1 ranking, but that's only compared to the freshmen. And there's still no comparison to the older students who have been enrolled for 3 or 4 years. Mentor, I'd like to sign up for the individual and team competitions. The moment these words came out, the entire ordinary class 3 trainees were all shocked beyond belief. And for a time, the room was silent. Did I just hear it wrong? Luo Shuiyan said she's going to sign up for the 100 Schools League? I thought she was here to take a leave of absence, but I didn't realize she was actually signing up. Schwebingning's lips were slightly parted, although she had guessed it earlier. But now that he heard Luo Shuiyan say it himself, he still felt a little surprised. Luo Shuiyan, are you serious? You're only a freshman now? Just enrolled in school and have to participate in the 100 Schools League. You can't be kidding me? Mr. Shui, it seems that our academy doesn't have a rule that freshmen can't participate in the 100 Schools League. Luo Shuiyan's words caused Schwebingning to be stunned. It was true that the academy hadn't come out with any rules in this regard, but it was almost an unspoken rule that had been tacitly accepted by all. After all, the gap in strength brought about by time was still very difficult to erase. It's true that the college doesn't have a rule that you can't play in the 100 school tournament your freshman year, but have you really made a good decision? Luo Shuiyan nodded faintly at her words. Teacher, in my opinion, age has never been a measure of genius. It wasn't just Luo Shuiyan. The 3 girls behind her, Meng, also nodded, their attitudes the same as Luo Shuiyan's. Schwebingning's expression gradually became serious as well. In Luo Shuiyan's body, she seemed to see the shadow of a future top powerhouse. Maybe this new guy, who's been skipping school, can work a miracle. Well, since you're all mentally prepared, I'll sign you up. Schwebingning finally nodded. She also wanted to see how far Luo Shuiyan and her teammates could go. Thank you, teacher. Okay, don't thank me yet. May I remind you that the team competition is a mandatory test of captain strength if you wish to sign up. That is to say, water smoke. You must reach Senior Imperial Beast Master before you can do so. Luo Shuiyan nodded at her words. Don't worry, teacher. I'm fine. End of chapter. 68. Chapter 68. Is this the strength of a freshman? It's also too heaven-defying. Chapter 68. Is this the strength of a freshman? It's also too heaven-defying. We're going to pause our lessons for a moment. Aqua smoke. A few of you come with me. After saying that, Schwebingning led Luo Shuiyan and the others out of the classroom and towards the interior of the academy. In a short while, the few people arrived in front of a large hall, and at this moment, there were already quite a few students lined up here. Only unlike Luo Shuiyan and the others, these cures were all older students. The arrival of Luo Shuiyan's 4 new students certainly seemed very alien in this place. Little Shui, shouldn't you be in class right now? Why do you have the leisure to come here? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He was the senior year's mentor, and had now brought 4 classes of students. Seeing Luo Shuiyan bring 4 newcomers here, he was a bit surprised for a moment. Teacher Chen, I'm here to bring the trainees to sign up for the auditions. What? Shui, you can't be mistaken. Can you? Even though it's your first time leading a cadet class this year, it's not like you don't even know some basic rules, right? After hearing Schwebingning's words, the middle-aged man was very surprised. In the past history of Tian K Academy, there had been no record of a freshman participating in the 100 Schools League. After all, 3 or 4 years was enough to widen the power gap between Imperial Beastmasters, which could already be said to be common sense. Did you guys just hear that? These 4 little girls are here for the tryouts? The newcomers nowadays are really newborns. I don't think they even know how to bring spirit beasts to battle, right? TSK, you don't say. These few are really gorgeous looking. If I come across them during the battle, I really don't have the heart to destroy the flowers with a hot hand. Ha 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 ha. These little freshman girls can only rely on their faces. I say a few schoolmates. In my opinion, this term is even. Take a good look and learn from the seniors. If you serve the seniors well, you'll be guaranteed to come out on top in the tryouts 3 years from now. There were even whistles among the crowd of onlookers. Obviously these older students did not place Luo Shuiyan's 4 people in their eyes. I think you're looking for death if you want my people to serve you. Hearing the words of the people around him, a cold aura flashed through Jiang Che's eyes. Did he, the Imperial Human Master, have no face? Luo Shuiyan, I now order you to dislike me immediately. Luo Shuiyan's 4 people. Their faces were also very ugly at this moment. After all, I'm afraid no one else could stand this situation. Just you wastrels who can only show off your tongue. I hope you won't meet me in the next selection tournament. Otherwise, don't blame me for not even giving you a chance to beg for mercy. Luo Shuiyan's voice was icy cold and incomparable, and that wisp of Empress majesty was invisibly released, causing the surrounding crowd to freeze. This audition was different from the previous tests. The examination was only based on the strength of the Imperial Beast Master himself to fight against the same level, the magical beasts that had been imprisoned well in advance and had already lost some of their wildness. However, the auditions were different, as the Imperial Beast Masters had to bring their own spirit beasts and engage in a real battle with each other. There was no limit to rank amongst the selections. I didn't expect this year's schoolgirls to be small in age, but not small in tone. Among the crowd, a senior cadet came forward with a very disdainful expression. Immediately afterward, a strong aura was released from his body, and he was certainly a senior Imperial Beast Master. However, Luo Shuiyan only smiled disdainfully at this. Immediately after that, her spiritual energy revolved, and instantly the same aura that was not inferior to that of the senior trainee emanated out. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The onlookers were all shocked and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No one had expected that Luo Shuiyan, who had only just joined Tianke Academy not long ago, had actually broken through to Senior Imperial Beast Master as well. Many of those old trainees who were originally mocking her earlier couldn't help but lower their heads at this moment. It was because some of these old trainees were not as high in cultivation as Luo Shuiyan, a newcomer. Little Shui, you've picked up a treasure this time. This girl is only a freshman and she has the strength of a Senior Imperial Beast Master. Her future is unlimited. This tutor's tone carried a hint of envy and even some jealousy. If this was his student, he was afraid that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. He had only just joined the Heavenly K Academy and was already a Senior Imperial Beast Master. In the future, there might be a chance to become a Royal Beast Master that surpassed the King level. Even if you luckily break through to Senior Imperial Beast Master, what can you do? For the selection tournament, Senior Imperial Beast Masters are but mere thresholds. If you came to participate 3 years later, you might still have a chance, but now it's just a disgrace. A laughter filled with sarcasm rang out from amongst the crowd. Immediately afterward, he only saw a man dressed in gorgeous clothing, slowly walking over. Seeing this, the surrounding veteran trainees took the initiative to make a path for him. The man had a cynical look on his greasy head. This kind of person Luo Shuiyan was more than familiar with. At first glance, he was a playboy from a big family. In Luo Shuiyan's memory, there was still indeed the existence of this person. This person was also a member of the Zian Wang family, named Wang Tianxin. In his previous life's memory, inside this session of the competition, no matter if it was the individual or team competition, this Wang Tianxin did not make the list. His strength was actually mediocre, but he was just acting on the strength of the Wang family behind him. Glancing disdainfully at Wang Tianxin, Luo Shuiyan burst into a sneer. Strength is made with fists, not with words. After saying that, Luo Shuiyan no longer paid any attention to the strange gazes of the people around her, and followed Xue Bingning to start the registration process. In the individual competition, only Luo Shuiyan had signed up. After all, only the top 3 were taken in the individual tournament, which demanded a very high level of strength from the Imperial Beast Masters. Even in the final 100 Schools League, there were only 300 people in the entire Great Jin Dynasty. Several people then signed up for the team competition, while Luo Shuiyan, as the captain of the squad, was asked to test her true strength. After all, it would be a waste of the Academy's time cost if it wasn't strong enough. Aqua Smoke, give me your spirit beast and go stand inside the apparatus to test the level. Schwebingning subconsciously reached out and took over Jiang Che because she was closest to Luo Shuyan at the moment. And Luo Shuyan also knew Xiao Bai's preference. As long as it wasn't a male, it was basically acceptable. Being handed out by Luo Shuyan and changed to a new environment. This stunned Jiang Che. He'd even seen it. The milky white color of the buttons inside that high, bulging shirt. That deep gully. Jiang Che felt like he could bury himself in it. I have to say, mature women just rhyme. This scale could be quite a bit larger than both Luo Shuyan and Izimeng. Although Luo Shuyan's place was also very comfortable. But after all, he had stayed there for a long time. And now that he had changed his position, there were always some new feelings. Luo Shuyan, 18 years old, 7-star senior imperial beast master. 7 stars? Isn't she just a freshman? I didn't realize that she had actually cultivated to a high stage. The surrounding people were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Originally, they thought that Luo Shuyan had only just managed to break through to senior imperial beast master by fluke. I didn't realize that it had actually all been cultivated to the later stages. Schwebingning, who was a mentor, was also breathing heavily at the moment. Luo Shuyan's strength had surprised her greatly. Even her chest rose and fell for a while, and Jiang Che, who was being held by her, stared wide-eyed at the moment. No, wait, that push is a little toppy. End of chapter 69. Chapter 69 with a backer. You can wave as much as you want. Chapter 69 with a backer. You can wave as much as you want. Not bad. It's been a few years since I've seen a cadet with such good talent. Seeing Luo Shuyan's message, an old man walked out from the back of a building, similar to a security room. Seeing that Tianke Academy had produced such a genius, he was excited from the bottom of his heart at the moment. To have such a cultivation level at such a young age. What a genius! If it can be cultivated properly, I think my human race will be able to produce another top powerhouse in the future. But when he saw the message immediately afterward, his entire body froze. Ordinary class cadets? How can it be an ordinary class cadet? This old man's face instantly became incredibly gloomy, so dark that it seemed as if it was capable of dripping water. Asshole! Such an outstandingly talented cadet has been assigned to an ordinary class? What's wrong with these assholes' brains? This old man sighed heavily, then murmured softly, are all the academies now, by those guys, infiltrated and corrupted to this extent? The old man's face was full of helplessness, and there was even more than a touch of sadness between his brows. It's actually Elder Gua. I didn't expect his old man to appear here today as well. Looking at this sad old man, Luo Shuyan immediately stood in awe. The old man in front of me was plainly dressed and wore no badge on his chest. It looked mediocre and not even close to as imposing as those mentors. But Luo Shuyan knew very well in her heart that this person in front of her was one of the true powerhouses of this Tianke Academy. Moreover, this old man was the type of person who hated the demon race very much. It was an old-timer who really wanted to help the human race and raise generations of strong people. Even the dean of Tianke Academy could only be considered a junior in front of Elder Gua. Latecomer pays his respects to Elder Gua. When she saw the old man walking towards her, Luo Shuyan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Her look was very respectful, without the slightest hint of fudging. Oh, little girl doll, you know the old man? Luo Shuyan's action caused Guo Lao to be a bit surprised for a moment. He usually didn't really go out too much, and today was just a whim that brought him here by chance. But he didn't expect to meet such a gifted surprise as Luo Shuyan. It was just that he was curious as to why Luo Shuyan would recognize him. After all, in the information sheet just now, Luo Shuyan was just a newcomer who hadn't joined Tianke Academy for long. It was important to know that even the older students, and even most of the instructors could not always recognize him. Elder Gua, you are the mainstay of my great Jin dynasty, and you have done your best for the prosperity of the human race all these years. You have killed countless demon races and cultivated an unknown number of strong imperial beastmasters. For you this hefty reputation latecomer naturally recognizes. Luo Shuyan's expression was very sincere. She truly respected the old senior in front of her from the bottom of her heart, even if she was an empress in her previous life. Oh, to be able to make her respect her so much from the bottom of her heart. It seems that this old man has some skills. Ha! Jiang Che was lying in Schwebingning's arms and saw that Luo Shuyan was actually treating a very plainly dressed old man with such respect. This kind of scene can be really rare. After all, Luo Shuyan's treatment of outsiders could always be as cold as an iceberg. Even if it was those elders of the Tianke Academy or the powerful members of the great families, Luo Shuyan didn't give them the slightest bit of face. Jiang Che expected that this old man's identity was definitely not trivial. Although this old man's eyes looked very old, they were shining. Among the dark pupils, there seemed to be a different kind of divine aura. Although his body was a bit withered, Jiang Che was able to sense that this old man's body contained a strong blood qi, and was by no means as simple as it looked on the outside. Ha 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 ha, you little girl child. but is eloquent and well-behaved, very good at boasting. I'm just a bad old man who's getting older. Not as great as you make me out to be. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, the corners of Guo Lao's mouth couldn't help but rise. Talented but not the arrogance of those geniuses. Knowing their own identity but still calmly. This kind of mentality is rare. Elder Guo realized that he was appreciating this junior in front of him more and more. Although today was the first time they had met, the feeling Luo Shuyan brought to him was something unusual trainees didn't have at all. Late generation Schwebingning. Meet Elder Guo. At this moment, Schwebingning, who was standing at the side, she also hurriedly bowed and saluted. She couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. After all, she was a tutor at the academy, and it turned out that she didn't know as many people as her own trainees, which was more or less outrageous. Now he himself followed Luo Shuyan to salute. In turn, there is a kind of Luo Shuyan is a tutor, and she is a newcomer trainee, was brought to recognize the old-timer like, little girl doll, since you called me Elder Guo, then I'll call you Xiao Luo as well. It is destiny for the two of us to meet today, so take this. As he spoke, Guo Lao took out a pitch-black colored wooden tablet from his storage space and handed it to Luo Shuyan. Don't worry, if someone comes after you in the academy in the future, take out this wooden tablet and all things will naturally be resolved. Saying so, the old man left and vanished towards the distance. Luo Shuyan was able to feel the strong anger radiating from Guo Lao's body. It's fine for these guys to mess around normally. I turn a blind eye and don't bother with them. Now that such a demonic genius has been lowered to an ordinary class, I see that this academy has really been at ease for too long. After the old man left, Jiang Che also jumped onto Luo Shuyan's body. This old man just gave away a wooden plaque. Is this thing precious? Looking at the wooden sign in Luo Shuyan's hand, Jiang Che was a bit puzzled for a moment. He didn't see anything peculiar about it. Lin Shuier, a few people, also gathered around at this moment, looking at this wooden tablet in Luo Shuyan's hand with a curious expression. You don't know. White. This is no ordinary wooden sign. Red-colored flames rose up in Luo Shuyan's hands, yet the wooden sign still didn't change in the slightest in the flame burning. The material of this wooden sign is not trivial. It is forged from the finest black shin wood. Water and fire are not invasive, and it is extremely tough. Compared to the material, the most crucial thing is the symbolism of this wooden sign. Even the dean of the Heavenly K Academy wouldn't dare to offend, because the person who gave this token is a saint-level powerhouse who has surpassed the Zun level. Saint level? That's a good feeling. My goodness. I didn't expect to be able to make acquaintance with such a strong person. After hearing Luo Shuyan's explanation, Jiang Che was instantly ecstatic. Luo Shuyan's personality was straightforward, and crucially, she always liked to make waves. Now that there is such a big backer, then in the future it will be fine to wave as much as you want, and you can also lie down flat without worrying about it. This sign, I seem to have seen it in one of the ancient books. After coming over to Otini to take a few glances, he was instantly shocked. Yiziming also felt some impression at this time. She didn't expect that Luo Shuyan would actually be so lucky as to be able to gain that person's appreciation. End of chapter 70. Chapter 70. Could it be the descendant of a divine beast? Chapter 70. Could it be the descendant of a divine beast? No way. They both know too? Seeing the expressions on the faces of Oxia Xiao Xiao and Yizimeng, Schwebingning was a bit confused for a moment. He himself didn't even recognize Elder Guo, and the origin of Luo Shuyan's token. Turns out the participants in their own class recognized. Although he is leading an ordinary class, the students in this ordinary class are not ordinary at all. Moreover, looking at the strength of Oxia Xiao Xiao's trio, although it was not comparable to Luo Shuyan, it was obviously not inferior to those key class trainees either. All three of them were now intermediate level Imperial Beast Masters, and the strength of their spirit beasts was not trivial. Schwebingning took a deep breath. This year is her first time on duty to lead a shift. I did not expect that it would be so exciting. It might even be possible to rely on this class of students to directly rank among the ranks of famous teachers and become the envy of many tutors. Mentor, does that spirit beast still need to be tested? Lin Shuier came to Schwebingning's side and asked softly. The three of you don't need to use yours, but as the captain, Aqua Smoke, her spirit beasts need to be quizzed as well. Schwebingning smiled and nodded. Nowadays, her attitude towards a few people could be said to be getting friendlier. Luo Shuyan's expression was also very calm at the moment. Originally, she was a little worried that Little White's strength advancement was just too fast. In such a short time of enrollment, it had directly jumped from a second-order spirit beast to a fourth-order one, crossing two large realms. Moreover, Xiaobai's cultivation level was even higher than his own. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid that it would easily attract the attention of some people. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble then. But it's different now. Now that he had befriended Elder Guo, he had also obtained the meaningful wooden tablet. In the future, in this Tian-K Academy. It could even be said that in the entire Xi'an ancient capital, and even among the great Jin dynasty, if anyone wanted to move themselves, they were afraid that they would have to weigh it all up. After all, a saint-level powerhouse, that was not something anyone could offend. Next, Zhang Che was placed on top of the quizzing table. As the light flickered, all of Zhang Che's information was presented to the crowd. Level 37, 4th rank Spirit Beast, Bloodline level, Gold level, worthy of being a Spirit Beast contracted by a genius. It's really extraordinary. This Spirit Beast and the Royal Beastmaster's talent are both so demonic. On the outside, he looks a bit plain and harmless, but I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. It's just that I don't know what kind of Spirit Beast it is, but with such a demonic talent, I'm sure it must have an extraordinary origin. After seeing Zhang Che's information, the tutors in charge of the quiz all couldn't help but burst into awe. After all, Zhang Che's current strength was really a bit terrifying. It was important to know that many of the older trainees' Spirit Beasts were not necessarily as strong as Zhang Che. Wait, something's wrong. Suddenly, one of them let out a gasp of surprise, his eyes filled with incredulity. Look guys, this is a record of this Spirit Beast's previous quiz information. It's written on there that it's a Black Iron grade bloodline, and the level is only 16. Still only a second-ranked demonic beast. Now how long has this been over? And it's actually grown to this level? How is this possible? Is there something wrong with our quizzing machine? These two profiles were so far apart that the tutor in charge of the quiz at Tian-K Academy was a bit skeptical for a while. Never in a million years. There's absolutely nothing wrong with our machines. Even if something really went wrong, it should have been the last time something went wrong. As soon as this information came out, many of the trainees surrounding the onlookers were all alarmed at this moment. Hiss, what a surprise! This Luo Shuiyan, a newcomer, actually possesses a Spirit Beast of 4th rank strength. Being a senior Imperial Beast Master herself, and having a 4th rank Spirit Beast, no wonder Luo Shuiyan dared to sign up for the selection contest when she was only a freshman. It seems like there's another formidable enemy in this selection contest. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Luo Shuiyan hurriedly left the academy with the three of them. Lin Shuer. Now that a few people had signed up successfully, then the next step, it was to improve their strength as quickly as possible before the competition. It's really interesting. I didn't expect a freshman to have such strong strength. If you were a cadet in the same semester as me, I'm afraid you might actually be a strong opponent for me. But it's a pity that you're still too young and weak, having just joined the Heavenly K Academy. There was a pair of eyes amongst the crowd, looking at the back of Luo Shuiyan and the others as they left, murmuring in a low voice. Above the badge on this person's chest, there were 4 moons and 5 stars embroidered. This was a 5-star Spirit Grade Imperial Beast Master, and his strength was extraordinary. A 5-star Spirit level Imperial Beast Master. His strength was extraordinary, sufficiently higher than Luo Shuiyan by a large realm. And this, among the senior cadets, was the level of the truly strong. On the other side, it was because Zhang Che had tested out his powerful strength of the 4th rank this time. The bloodline was also upgraded to the gold level. Many big names among the ancient city of Xi'an had paid attention to him. Earlier, Zhang Che was nothing more than a Black Iron ranked bloodline, and even though he was a 2nd ranked Spirit Beast, he wasn't much use in the eyes of the crowd. After all, the height of the bloodline determined the upper limit of the Spirit Beast's future. It also determines the future ceiling of the Imperial Beast Master. A Black Iron grade Spirit Beast was destined to become nothing but a waste in the future. Earlier, the crowd all still felt that Luo Shuiyan was really unlucky to have contracted a Black Iron grade Spirit Beast. After all, with Luo Shuiyan's talent, contracting a Black Iron grade Spirit Beast would be a waste. However, the situation has now been reversed, and Zhang Che is now in the middle of this test result. The many powerful people were instead more concerned about Zhang Che compared to Luo Shuiyan. After all, a Spirit Beast with infinite potential that could still evolve could be even more stunning than Luo Shuiyan, a senior Imperial Beast Master. No matter how outstanding Luo Shuiyan's talent was, if she couldn't submit to it, she still wouldn't be able to take it into her own hands. But Spirit Beasts are different. That strong bloodline, how there are ways to utilize. For a time the entire ancient city of Xi'an was in a dark tide. That Spirit Beast is, in my opinion, most likely descended from a Spirit Beast with a legendary level bloodline. But when you think about it, it doesn't seem right. After all, let alone a legendary grade Spirit Beast descendant. Even if it's a true legendary grade bloodline Spirit Beast, I'm afraid it shouldn't have such a demonic growth rate. This is less than 2 months' time, and it has jumped from a 2nd order Spirit Beast to a 4th order Spirit Beast, and the bloodline has changed as well. If it is even more terrifying than even a legendary grade Spirit Beast, is it hard to be a mythical grade bloodline Spirit Beast? I'm afraid that's unlikely. You know that the descendants of divine beasts, but just after being born, would have a powerful strength not weaker than a king level. That spirit beast called Little White, although it advanced rapidly, it's still far from the king level. For a while, the many powerful people were talking, and they could be said to be very curious about Jiang Che. It's still a rare spirit animal. Although I don't know what kind of bloodline he is, even if it's not a divine beast, it must be extraordinary. Send more people to focus on that Luo Shuiyan and her spirit beast. These two, one is more mysterious than the other. End of chapter 71. Chapter 71, Hegemony over colleges and universities. Starting from collecting spirit beast minions. Chapter 71, Domination of colleges and universities. Starting from collecting spirit beast minions. Ding! Congratulations to the host. After becoming the leader of a party's forces, obtaining powerful backers, and stunning 1,000 people with his own strength, he still chooses to lie down, and it's lying flat in the arms of the future Empress, rewarding a total of 30,000 experience points. The next day, Jiang Che had just woken up in his sleep when he heard the system's beep. Seeing that 30,000 experience had been given in one go, Jiang Che's eyes immediately lit up. He found that as he gained the more of these prefix phrases he had, the more experience he brought to the increase after laying flat. For example, the words about Luo Shuiyan, after her cultivation level continued to rise, the benefit of the increase brought about had also become greater and greater. Jiang Che gently nodded, and the corners of his mouth also curled into a smile. It seems to be right with my earlier guess. This increase experience is also growing. It's okay, if it's still like the very beginning, only giving so little laying experience. I don't know how long it will take to level up until later. Slowly stretching his back, Jiang Che moved his muscles. Boss. Good news, boss. Just then, the urgent voice of the little tiger suddenly came from outside. What's all the fuss about here in the morning? How many times have I told you that being my little brother is the first thing you have to learn to be steady Tarzan without changing your face? Look at what you look like now. You're already a third stage spirit beast and you're still so reckless and panicky? Jiang Che pushed open the door, looked at the junior brother at the door with a disgusted face, and couldn't help but speak out in reprimand. This little tiger has such a reckless nature that hasn't changed a bit after such a long time. Right now, Lin Shuer's few people were still resting, and even Luo Shuyan was immersed in cultivation and hadn't woken up yet. Because those old thieves, they felt their way into the house yesterday while they were on their way to the academy. This led to Luo Shuyan's few people, but they were disgusted in their hearts. Most of the clothes and quilts in the house that they had touched were all thrown away and replaced with new ones. Last night was a full toss and turn until most of the night, which wore a few people out. Hey, boss, I'm just so excited. Boss, you don't know. Yesterday after you finished measuring your strength, your reputation in our beast circle that is completely spread. Many of the spirit beasts in our class, that have immense admiration for you, learning that you're our boss. They're all rushing to be your little brother now, too. The little tiger's back was straight at the moment, but his expression was incomparably excited, because he worshipped Jiang Che as his boss the earliest. Among the three little beasts, the little tiger considered himself the big brother. Now that he had learned that there were so many spirit beasts that wanted to be Jiang Che's little brother, then his own status would naturally rise. In the little tiger's mind, he could now be considered under one beast and above 10,000 beasts, properly the first general under Jiang Che. If Luo Shuyan didn't go to the academy, Jiang Che naturally wouldn't go either. And during this period of time, the little tiger hadn't been too keen on collecting little brothers. After hearing these words from the little tiger, Jiang Che was a bit in tears for a while. He didn't realize that this little brother he had taken in was actually so passionately ruthless about power. This is worthy of that king word on top of his head. However, Jiang Che didn't resent this, but rather agreed with it. Nowadays, Jiang Che had already understood that this phrase could help bring more profit to his laying. Nowadays, Luo Shuiyan still had to cultivate in the middle of the academy, just the right opportunity to get in touch with a large number of, as yet, ungrown spirit beasts. If he could take the spirit beasts of the other students, and accept them all as his little brothers, then wouldn't he slowly dominate the colleges? When that time comes, the lay-flat increase might even surprise him. Very well, this matter then I will leave to you. But little tiger, you remember, the one who has exciting thunder in his chest but his face is like a flat tide can be worshipped as a general. In the future, no matter what the situation is, don't be too flustered. Just like you how to be a general, you can only be a tiger vanguard. After hearing Jiang Che's words that seemed to make sense, the little tiger's golden pupils were filled with adoration. Jiang Che was about to look for some food when he realized that inside the apartment building, there were already many spirit beasts gathered. The most outrageous thing was that all of these spirit beasts had actually carried their masters on their backs and ran here in the night. No doubt this is all the work of the little tigers. Boss, these were all introduced to me. They've been admiring you for a long time. Show them. These guys heard about you yesterday. That one is restless. Let them see how powerful you are. Hearing the little tiger's constant encouragement, Jiang Che reluctantly nodded his head. Jiang Che came into the corridor and looked at these spirit beasts. The Qilin bloodline plus the Eye of Fear were jointly released under that majestic pressure. The many spirit beasts were instantly convinced, all of them paralyzed on the ground. For a moment, he didn't dare to look directly into Jiang Che's eyes. It was as if they saw a desolate ancient beast standing in front of them and looking up to the sky. Looking at these spirit beasts around him, Jiang Che shook his head. He actually wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. This scene was seen by those who were secretly observing Jiang Che, and they were immediately incomparably shocked. This mysterious spirit beast can actually make so many spirit beasts all submit. Its bloodline is truly terrifying. The growth potential of this spirit beast is afraid to be heaven-defying to the extreme, and since Jiang Che had God's view in place, he naturally all knew that the surroundings had been closely monitored. A bunch of old guys. Looks like you need to be taught some lessons. Jiang Che returned to his room, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. At this time it happened that Luo Shuai and several people also got up one after another. The several women sat together with disgruntled looks. They also hated this feeling of being watched. Looks like we need to teach those old things a lesson. Luo Shuyan's idea coincided with Jiang Che's, and was immediately recognized by the crowd. If it was earlier, Luo Shuyan still had some scruples, but now that she had a saint level as a backer, she didn't put those families in her eyes. Don't these old guys like to search things? Then we'll catch him in the act. Auxiliary Little's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth. A few people looked at each other and nodded, then walked out the door. As expected, the old guys who were secretly lurking in the shadows sneaked into their room again. The time was right. Jiang Che nodded towards Luo Shuyan, and Luo Shuyan quickly turned back with a few people. Catch a thief. Someone come quickly. A thief has stolen something. The four women stood in front of the house and yelled out directly. The loud and clear voice, at once, instantly startled the occupants of the surrounding floors. The few old guys who were blocked inside the house by the four of them were immediately embarrassed, their faces red as a monkey's butt. The Imperial Beastmaster Guild, at this moment, also dispatched managers to this place. Originally, there were worldly families involved and they turned a blind eye, but now that they were blocked at their doorstep, they had to step in and take care of it. End of chapter 72. Chapter 72 Extortion. Birds of a Feather. Chapter 72 Extortion. Birds of a Feather. Elder Wang. Elder 2. How come it's you guys? The people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association were immediately embarrassed when they arrived at the scene. These people in the room were not ordinary people. They come from both the great families of the ancient city of Xi'an, and are likewise the elders of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, and are also the elders of the Imperial Beastmaster Academy. It can be said that the identity of several people that is not generally complex. The status is even more than these ordinary managers can handle. Trespassing and committing an act of theft that must be punished. Not to mention this, or the house distributed by your Imperial Beastmaster Guild. If this matter is not dealt with seriously by you, how will it be perceived by those who pass away when the matter is spread? Just because they're Academy and Guild elders and you're ignoring them, what credibility does the Imperial Beastmaster Guild have? I'm afraid that in the future, the world will be ashamed of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Luo Shuiyan's 4 people. With one word from you and one from me. All of these apartment managers of the Imperial Beastmaster Association were dumbfounded. The thing itself was that they were unreasonable, and now they were even more at a loss as to how to respond. Seeing that there were more and more onlookers around, the faces of the several old guys also became more and more gloomy. They could not only represent themselves, but also the families and forces behind them, and they could not afford to lose this face. You little girls, don't be so credulous here. What theft? We're just here to check for security, and this matter belongs to the confidential behavior. Must not be publicized. If you make a noise, don't blame us for being impolite. If you don't want to get yourselves into trouble, then I suggest you'd better. The several old men were no longer hiding it at this moment, and each one of them threatened with a gloomy face. However, for this kind of face of theirs, Luo Shuiyan had already expected it. Troubleshooting hidden dangers, right? In that case, I'll have to ask Elder Gua. Saying that, Luo Shuiyan took out the one given to her by Elder Gua, the black wooden tablet. The current Luo Shuiyan was not the same as before, and with the backing she had, she was too lazy to look at the faces of these families, directly take out their own cards to make them throw in the towel, so that they can still have less trouble cultivating in the future. Not bad, it's growing. Seeing Luo Shuiyan like this, Jiang Che said encouragingly. Luo Shuiyan was still very smart and knew to bring out her backing at the right time to let others take a look. It's better than many people who like to pretend that they have to hold on, and as a result, they hold on until the end of the bottom card is useless, and they also play themselves out of the game. This wooden sign? Looking at this black wooden tablet in Luo Shuyan's hand, the several old guys all stared with wide eyes. One was filled with incredulity, that shocked expression as if even the wrinkles on his face were stretched out. How could she have that once token? Isn't she an orphan from Zhanghai City? What's going on here? What on earth is the origin? You should know that although that one is a loner, he alone is the one that even those top lineage families have to look up to. Looking at this wooden plaque in Luo Shuyan's hand, several people were all shocked and speechless. It was a long time before there was a sound of swallowing. Luo, fellow student Luo Shuyan. Oh no, little friend Luo. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This matter is actually something we did wrong. It's us who were a bit abrupt. Tell you what, if you have any needs and want any compensation, just mention it. A few old guys changed their previous posture, and all of them piled up a smile on their faces. That look was all indescribably flattering, completely different from the usual imposing posture. If there was someone present who knew a few people well, they were afraid that their jaws would be dropped. I'm sorry, Elder Wang. We don't really have any demands. We just think it's a bit outrageous. It really didn't occur to me that in this house distributed by the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, this kind of thing could actually happen. Luo Shuyan said after glancing at the few people from the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. A few people immediately reacted when they heard Luo Shuyan's words. Look at this Imperial Beastmaster Guild being too stingy. What kind of house is this that they've arranged for you guys? The four of you are all geniuses in the academy, and this Imperial Beastmaster Guild has arranged it too poorly. While saying that, Wang Lao also kicked the closet next to him and stepped on the floor. A few of the managers of the Royal Beastmaster Guild's apartments also had strange faces when they heard this. In my opinion, how about this? The old man can give you a villa 3 miles outside the academy, specially arranged. How about it? That villa is very close to the academy, and it's very convenient for all of you to go to and from classes during the week, so you don't have to waste much time spending time rushing around. And now that your strength is also growing rapidly, having a secluded place to cultivate is also very important for you. Luo Shuyan's four looked at each other, all nodded. This was true, Elder Wang. We are just some students. We changed many quilts and clothes last night, and all the money we have saved during this period of time can all be used up. Don't worry. You don't have to worry. All the furniture and decorations in the villa, we will prepare the latest. As for those bedding and clothes, you can go to the stores opened by my Wang family and pick them out at will, with all expenses borne by my Wang family, and your next year's living expenses, with also all by my Wang family to bear. You go to the Wang family store shopping, do not need any spending. Hearing these words from a few people, Luo Shuyan and the others then nodded, promising not to pursue the matter any further. After all, no matter what, these great families branch out. Even if they had a backer now, they couldn't push them too far. On that day, the four of them, Luo Shuyan, moved into the villa gifted by the Wang family. The Wang family was so wealthy that they directly gave Luo Shuyan the ownership of the house, not just the right to use it. It's still a villa. It's really much more spacious. As soon as Oxia Xiao moved to the villa, she immediately cheered and ran around inside the building. There are many floors in the apartment and several other households on each floor, so there are a lot of people. Several people are now carrying more and more secrets, and living in an apartment is really inconvenient. The villa given by the Wang family had 3 floors. The house was very spacious and the decoration was all very luxurious and comfortable. And there's also a good-sized outer courtyard. As for those who were caught, they were summoned by the heads of their families that night. The reason is very simple. Their head of the family, early this morning with the Tianke College Dean, Xi'an Royal Beastmasters Association 2 Vice President, together with the criticism of a fight. These windbags don't even dare to say more than a word. The content of the criticism is all centered around a freshman called Luo Shuyan. When this news came out, all the forces in the ancient city of Xi'an were shocked and immediately withdrew their eyes. Looking at the several people who were blocked inside the house by Luo Shuyan, the Wang family head's face was very ugly. Humph. A bunch of make it or break it guys. It's a good thing you guys didn't start a fight with them today, and you even got that little girl's forgiveness. Otherwise, if Elder Guo blames us, then we can't afford the consequences. End of chapter 73. Chapter 73, Alchemy. Stepping into the Fifth Order. Chapter 73, Alchemy. Stepping into the Fifth Order. They moved inside a new large villa with more rooms and more spacious than before, but the life of the four remained no different than before. The two of them, Easy Meng and Oxia Xiao, were still in one room each, unchanged from earlier. But Lin Shuer still insisted on sleeping with Luo Shuyan even if she had a spare room. In Lin Shuer's words, it's two people who have been together for a long time. She couldn't stay away from Luo Shuyan anymore, and said she wouldn't sleep by herself. and because Jiang Che was just too cute, Lin Shuer had to hug Jiang Che for a while before falling asleep every day. Only compared to Lin Shuer's somewhat bony figure, Jiang Che still preferred to return to where Luo Shuyan was. So every day when he slept until the middle of the night, Jiang Che would always, without realizing it, roll over and return to Luo Shuyan's body again. During the daytime, Luo Shuyan still didn't go to class and only practiced at home. The three of them, Lin Shuer, on the other hand, still had to bring their respective spirit beasts to their classes in the academy. Now that they were closer to the academy, the three of them didn't have to rush like they did earlier. After testing her strength, Jiang Bingning now didn't have any other thoughts about Luo Shuyan not coming to class. After all, this kind of absolute genius, it was too late to provide up. It didn't matter if he came to class or not. And when the afternoon came, these three little ones, the little tigers, would run to the villa's yard with many spirit beasts. All of these spirit beasts had specially come to join Jiang Che after hearing about his strength. Jiang Che now had more and more minions under his command, and all kinds of spirit beasts were involved. 3 days later Luo Shuyan opened her eyes from her cultivation and found Jiang Che after stretching her back. Little white, take out some of those spirit fruits inside your space and give them to me. I'm going to practice some pills. Finally, we're going to make pills? That's a good feeling. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Jiang Che's eyes immediately lit up. Although these spirit fruits were precious in their category, their vintages were all very old, but directly nibbling it did refine it too inefficiently, and it would lose a lot of medicinal properties. For the current Jiang Che, this direct nibbling on spirit fruits no longer brought enough increased benefits. It would be a bit of a waste to eat like that again. Without saying a word, Jiang Che directly threw out a large pile of spirit fruits from his space. For a while the entire villa was overflowing with haze and aroma. Smelling the aroma of the spirit fruit, Jiang Che couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, in order to break through to a higher cultivation level, he held back and waited for Luo Shuyan to refine the pills. Luo Shuyan, who possessed the memories of her previous life, was very experienced in alchemy. She was so skilled that she didn't even need an alchemy furnace, only to see Luo Shuyan plopping down on the ground. A red-colored flame rose directly from her right hand. Immediately after that, the spirit fruits were thrown into her palm, refining and fusing according to different temperatures and times. For a while the entire villa was flickering with bursts of fire. The three of them, Lin Shuer, who had just returned to the villa, were startled to see the commotion in the villa and thought there was a fire. When the three of them realized that it was actually Luo Shuyan, who was using the palm of her hand to gather fire to concoct pills, each one of them was surprised and couldn't close their mouths. For the next 2 days, Luo Shuyan had been refining pills. That burst of Dan fragrance filled the room, refreshing the heart and mind to give people a feeling of floating in the air. Jiang Che couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately the Wang family had given them a villa. If it was in the apartment, such a strong medicinal scent, I'm afraid that it would attract the attention of many people who are interested in it. In the evening Luo Shuyan finally extinguished the flame in her palm and stored the last of the pills intact, then stretched her back. At this time, the three of them, Lin Shuer, also happened to return from the academy. You guys came back just in time. Come, everyone claim your pills. Luo Shuyan handed several porcelain white and cyan medicinal bottles to the three of them. Lin Shuer, this is the spirit elemental pill as well as the muscle and bone pill, and the blood forging pill that I refined using spirit fruits. The spirit elemental pill can help everyone break through their cultivation level, and the blood forging pill, as well as the muscle and bone pill, can strengthen our physique. Although Imperial Beast Masters all rely on spirit beasts to fight, their own physical fitness is also extremely important when fighting, especially in the later stages. The battle power of the Imperial Beast Master himself is also the key to determining victory or defeat. When the three of them heard Luo Shuyan's words, they all nodded in deep thought. Earlier, in the secret realm, they had seen Luo Shuyan's formidable battle power with their own eyes. As for the few spirit beasts that were distributed, they were middle-ranked beast spirit pills, capable of continuously strengthening the power of their own bloodline. After receiving the elixir from Luo Shuyan, Jiang Che directly swallowed it. While the others were still refining the medicinal power, Jiang Che directly fell asleep. With the lay flats system in place, there was no need for Jiang Che to spend his own effort on cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, becoming a party of intermediate level power overlord. Rewarded a total of 40,000 experience value. After a month's time, under Little Tiger's hard work, Jiang Che's minions had reached 300 spirit beasts. The words of the system prompt also changed from primary power to intermediate power. TSK, TSK, TSK. Nowadays I'm afraid that almost half of those spirit beasts amongst the freshman's ordinary class have been taken in by me as little brothers. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth couldn't help but rise. This kind of result is his own did not expect. Have to say that the little tiger this propaganda member did indeed in place. Anyway, I've got 300 minions now. It's about time I got a name. With that, Zhang Che called the little tiger over. Little tiger, it's time for our force to have a name. I've thought of calling it the Frying Sky Gang. As for you, for the sake of you working so hard, I'll appoint you as the head of the mighty Tiger Hall. Oh, thanks boss. Being appointed hallmaster by Zhang Che had excited little tiger. He couldn't help but growl a few times, truly having the majesty of a tiger king. After dismissing the little tiger, Zhang Che tapped on his attribute panel. Right now my level is 39 and I've accumulated 55W of experience. At this rate, it's estimated that we'll break through to level 40 in 2 or 3 more days. Zhang Che secretly nodded. He would soon be able to break through to a 5th rank spirit beast. In the middle of this world, a 5th rank spirit beast could already be considered a big brother on one side as well. In a small city like Zhanghai, a king-level imperial beast master was a rare commodity. And during this period of time, the 4 of them, Luo Shuiyan, also relied on the power of the elixir and saw a great increase in their strength. Luo Shuiyan was now a 1-star spirit-level imperial beast master. Yi Ziming was a 4-star senior imperial beast master, while Oxia Xiao had broken through to a 5-star senior imperial beast master. Even Lin Shuer, who was the weakest amongst the few, had not been pulled too far apart in her cultivation speed because she had received the ancient inheritance. Now she was also a 3-star senior imperial beast master. Lin Shuer's trio, if it wasn't for the demonic to the core Luo Shuiyan overshadowing their light, they would have been extremely dazzling existences within the Tian-Ke Academy. End of chapter 74. Chapter 74, the auditions begin. Chapter 74, the auditions begin. After a few days had passed, Zhang Che woke up leisurely from his sleep. Finally, I heard it again, the long-awaited and familiar beep. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Current level 40. Finally breaking through to the 5th rank. The corners of Zhang Che's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Having broken through to become a 5th-order spirit beast, his current self was considered a strong party in this world. The most crucial thing was that during this time, he had also gained 2 strong skills, Kirin Him and the Great Black Sky Chop. As the name suggests, the Kirin Him was a supplementary type of martial skill, the ability to dramatically empower teammates. There was a huge increase in defense, attack power, and aura recovery. With this skill, even if Zhang Che were to lie on Luo Shuyan's shoulder and do nothing, the increase in strength from the hymns alone are able to help boost the team's strong combat power. This martial skill made Zhang Che very satisfied. With this Kirin Him he could lie flat without worry. In Zhang Che's original world, the Qilin was a legendary beast, a holy beast. Wherever the unicorn goes, auspiciousness comes. Now that he had refined the Qilin bloodline himself and was able to obtain this kind of skill that increased his teammates' abilities, Zhang Che wasn't surprised at all. As for that great black heavenly slash, it was a strong and pure aura externalization attack skill. Under the execution of the skill, he was able to wield a dark, half-moon-shaped aura chop in front of his body, which was extremely powerful. This kind of skill that didn't require big movements was very much something that Zhang Che found gratifying. After being reborn, Zhang Che had always adhered to the principle of lying flat to the end. If you can't move, don't move. If you can let Luo Shuai deal with it, don't do it yourself. After Luo Shuiyan's private 4 people finished familiarizing themselves, they went out and headed to Tian-Ke Academy. Now it had been 2 months since Luo Shuiyan had last gone out. The reason why he went out today was still because the academy's auditions were about to begin. Bye. Don't go back to sleep. If the match starts later, you have to help me. Looking at the somewhat sleepy-eyed Zhang Che in her arms, Luo Shuyan couldn't help but take a little precaution in advance. This competition is very important to her. Luo Shuyan is really a little worried that Zhang Che will say that he is in a bad mood when the time comes and go directly to sleep on the field. After all, the ones who were fighting against each other this time were those senior year students, and the strength of the geniuses among them was equally not bad. If Zhang Che hadn't made a move, Luo Shuyan would have been a bit bottomless in her heart. She was naturally not afraid of the same realm, but the selection tournament wouldn't be according to rank. Don't worry, as long as your elixirs keep coming, then I'm naturally in a happy mood. Zhang Che nodded at his words and responded. The villa was right next to the academy, and it didn't take a while for a few people to arrive inside the Tian-Ke Academy. Today, Tian-Ke Academy could be said to be bustling with people everywhere. Campus tryouts are about to begin because of the highly anticipated 100 school tournament. If someone could stand out in the auditions and represent the Tian-Ke Academy, it would be in the limelight. And according to historical records, every champion of the league, in the history of the Great Jin Dynasty and the continent, has left a heck of a name without exception. And because of that, the league's gold value is rising. The venue for the selection tournament was in a huge square on the northern side of Tianke Academy. At the moment there was already a sea of people around this square. Nowadays, when such tournaments are held, even people from outside the school come to watch. Schwebingning had already arrived at the school entrance early and waited for Luo Shuiyin and the others. After all, Luo Shuiyin's four were just freshmen. They hadn't experienced this kind of scene yet. By the time a few people arrived in front of the square, they could only see a dense and unseen sea of people. The clamor that resounded through the heavens and earth was simply a superb test for the eardrums. Wow, that's a lot of people. What a crowd. The petite Oxia Xiao Xiao, a jump and squeeze in the forefront. A few people on her mind is the most jumpy. After all, auxiliary Xiao Xiao itself is greedy for fun to sneak out from the family. So for this so-called honor and reward, she didn't really care, as long as it was fun. With a few people having arrived at the area, which was specially arranged for the participants, it was only then that he was able to see that there were a total of 8 huge rings set up in the center of the square. Each of these rings was a round stone platform 30 meters in diameter. The structure was very sturdy, and it also left enough space for the Imperial Beast Master and the Spirit Beasts to fight. I didn't expect these freshmen to actually come. Just little girls who haven't seen the world. I hope they don't cry and whine later. Seeing Luo Shuiyan's 4 people walking towards them, some of the surrounding senior trainees let out a sneer. You still have to look at your master when you hit a dog. Dare to move on my Taiyao head. Hearing the taunts from the surroundings, a cold aura flashed through Jiang Che's eyes. Aqua smoke. I'm just making an analogy. Don't get me wrong. Sweeping a glance at the spirit beasts beside these people, the corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Immediately, the old trick was repeated, and the eye of fear plus the bloodline micropressure of the Kirin steps was released. In an instant, it caused the spirit beasts of these senior trainees to instantly wither, and all of their limbs went limp on the ground. Most of these spirit beasts around them were just 4th stage, and regardless of realm or bloodline, they were far inferior to Jiang Che. The reason it didn't directly scare the piss out of them was because Jiang Che was too dirty. The start of the competition was imminent, but as a result, the spirit beasts all collapsed, which scared the surrounding senior cadets. After a few inquiries, they realized their own spirit beasts were actually scared down by a strong pressure, which shocked the crowd. Aqua Smoke, you're the only one of the few of us competing in the individual tournament. We're all in the group tournament. There won't be any overlap with your tournament in a little while, will there? Lin Shuer wasn't very familiar with the details of these matches and couldn't help but ask out loud. Don't worry, it won't. The games are staggered, because there are a lot of people who are in the team competition who have signed up for the individual competition as well. That's why all the individual competitions will take place in the morning, and the team competitions will be in the afternoon. Shortly afterward, an ancient bell rang out. The originally noisy and incomparable square instantly became solemn. There was one more person on the high platform in the center of that square, and it was none other than the Dean of Tian K Academy. Hearing that the Dean of the Heavenly K Academy started talking about boring scenes again, Jiang Che shook his head and simply slept. And now it is announced that the game is on. First round. 16 contestants please come to the stage. Venue 1, 2AO, Li Yang. Venue 8, Rocky Smoke. White. It's our turn. Jiang Che's side had only just gotten a little sleepy when he ended up hearing Luo Shuyan's voice. After being shaken awake by Luo Shuyan, Jiang Che was somewhat helpless. The battle was about to begin, and all he could do was stretch and regroup. It's really boring here. Let's end the battle early in a while. End of chapter 75. Chapter 75. The first battle was a success. Chapter 75. The first battle. These 16 trainees whose names were read out walked towards their respective competition venues. The opponent in front of Luo Shuyan, on the other hand, was a burly man carrying a hammer in both hands. The man's upper body was naked, revealing a very muscular body, obviously a powerhouse. The hammer was a metaphysical black color, and the end of the hammer handle still had spikes that flashed with a cold aura. When this man stood with the slender Luo Shuyan, the contrast wasn't normal. It's almost like Beauty and the Beast. Zhang Biao, this is a freshman elementary school girl. You have to be merciful. Yeah, don't break our schoolgirls, you brown man, or we're not done with you. The fact that Luo Shuyan was a new student was now known to all the people participating in the competition, and many of the older students watching the battle on stage followed suit. After all, a freshman actually dared to challenge a senior cadet. Oh, don't worry, I'll take good care of this fine-skinned schoolmate. While saying that, this Zhang Biao also threw the hammer in his hand with a teasing face. Blacktooth, come out. With a roar from Zhang Biao, only a spirit beast in the form of a boar appeared beside him. This spirit beast was over 3 meters long, and its body was exceptionally muscular. Just looking at its size is afraid to be enough to exceed the weight of 1,000 pounds, and the sense of power is full. The most striking thing was the two giant fangs of this black tooth. As the name suggests, his two giant fangs were all black, and had an extremely oozing intimidating power. Among the boar's nostrils, it was still continuously spewing white gas outwards, clearly an extremely powerful offensive spirit beast. This black tooth was simply a stark contrast to the incomparably petite Jiangche that Luo Shuyan was holding in her arms. The difference in size between the two could be many times greater than the difference between Luo Shuyan and Zhang Biao. But, no way. This schoolgirl wouldn't want that little guy to fight, right? I can't even bear to watch it. Such a weak and harmless spirit beast is actually going to go against Zhang Biao's black teeth. Isn't that just sending them to their deaths? No eyes to see, no eyes to see. Zhang Biao, you have to let your spirit beasts to be more careful. Do not have fangs directly to the other people died. The schoolgirls are afraid to cry nose. Many people saw this situation in the arena and thought for a moment that Luo Shuyan and Zhang Che were just two vases. After all, the appearance of the two, that is not to say, but in this world strength is king. I shucks. A bunch of brainless guys. How dare they laugh at my boss? Hearing the people around him mocking Zhang Che, the little tiger was instantly indignant. I'm going to make you all look good later. My boss only needs to make a slight move to scare you to death. The three of them, Lin Shuier, were also unconcerned about the remarks around them. They still understood the approximate strength of Luo Shuyan and Zhang Che, so they didn't worry too much. Dang! As the bell rang, the battles in the 8 rings began at the same time. That lanky black pig was very conspicuous even in this 30-meter diameter ring. At this moment, with the sound of the bell ringing, he rushed directly towards Luo Shuier. That speed was simply like a cannonball. Among the many onlookers in the arena, there was no lack of soft-hearted as well as compassionate ones who couldn't even bear to watch anymore. The gap between the two was too great. Fearing that under this boar's charge, Luo Shuiyi would directly fall apart. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the boar charged up extremely fast, but Luo Shuiyan's speed was even faster, and with just a slight flash of her body, she skillfully avoided this brutal charge. Instead, the giant black boar barely braked as its target disappeared. Luckily, he was heavy enough to stop at the edge of the ring and keep his balance, falling just short. Get your ass down there. Zhang Che, who was in a hurry to get off work, directly jumped from Luo Shuyan's arms. He transformed into a white divine aura and kicked the black pig in the ass. And then, by using the rebounding force of that thick muscle, he jumped back into Luo Shuyan's arms. This set of operations was so fluid and fast that Zhang Biao hadn't even reacted yet. Bang! Only a loud thud came from the spirit beast Black Tooth, which had almost rushed out of the ring, was kicked directly by Zhang Che, causing it to roll down to the bottom of the ring. According to the rules of the competition, as soon as you fall out of the ring, you are disqualified from the competition. Even if this Black Tooth wasn't injured, he couldn't continue fighting. No way. This is falling? It's too humiliating to let someone kick you down. You can't say that. It's mainly because the playing field is too small or you wouldn't have fallen. Such a dramatic scene triggered a sigh of relief in the arena. No one had expected that this match had only just begun. And Zhang Biao's spirit beast didn't even use its skills before it directly fell off the stage. Underestimate my boss. This is what you get. The little tiger's several spirit beasts, at this moment, were letting out a loud laugh. Humph. Even without the help of a spirit beast, I can still defeat you. Zhang Biao had a scowl on his face as the spirit beast was eliminated in such a humiliating manner, causing him to be enraged for a moment, only to see him waving his hands, that huge hammer, then rush towards Luo Shuiyan. With that robust physique, it was obvious that this Zhang Biao belonged to the strength type of player, and usually as long as people with no brain problem, they would not be able to get tough with him. However, the crowd realized that Luo Shuiyan actually rushed forward to meet Zhang Biao. Is this schoolgirl suffering from some kind of insanity? Does she really think that Zhang Biao will take pity on her? With this hammer, I'm afraid she'll directly become a bloody mist, right? I think she's. Before the people under the field could finish their words, they saw Luo Shuiyan, who was charging towards Zhang Biao, suddenly flashing her footsteps. Her slender figure flashed quickly as if she were a ghost. Surprisingly, he perfectly avoided the huge hammer that Zhang Biao kept swinging, causing all of Zhang Biao's attacks to fall short. At the moment when Zhang Biao's giant hammer didn't return to defense, Luo Shuyan kicked Zhang Biao's wrist. The kick caused Zhang Biao to suffer pain and he almost didn't even hold the hammer in his hand. Luo Shuyan's stance, against someone like Zhang Biao who only knew how to bury his head and work hard, was simply a descending blow. Having been kicked several times in a row, Zhang Biao's anger increased. Asshole! Look at me messing with the cape. As Zhang Biao let out a loud shout, the hammer spun wildly between his swings. The rhythm of the attack was much faster than before, and it was really like a tornado. Break the law. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly threw out the Qilin seal. Of course he controlled the force. Otherwise this blow could directly slap Zhang Biao into bloody foam. Zhang Biao was caught off guard and was directly smashed, and all of the spiritual energy in his body instantly stagnated. Zhang Biao, who kept swinging the huge hammer, due to the loss of his spiritual power, his strength was not enough to hold it, and his rotational inertia was too great, so he actually threw himself out, and his cheek fell hard on the ground. His wretched appearance instantly caused a burst of laughter in the arena. The two exchanged hands. In fact, but in an instant, while the other rings were still in the middle of a heated battle, Luo Shuiyan had already won this round with ease. End of chapter 76. Chapter 76, Team Match. Real Battlefield. Chapter 76, Team Match. Real Battlefield. I didn't expect that this Zhang Biao is really a waste. The spirit beast rushed down to the ring by itself, swung the hammer and even threw itself out, directly playing itself to death. This schoolgirl isn't simple either. She's calm in battle and her stance is very good. In my opinion, I'm afraid that the other 9-star senior Imperial Beastmasters won't necessarily be his opponents. No matter what, this Zhang Biao is a waste of space. After one match, he didn't even feel out his opponent's bottom card. Although these senior cadets present couldn't help but playfully mock, yet there were still many of them, watching the battle intently. They could see that this Luo Shuiyan was no ordinary freshman sister. This entire battle had been a smooth one, and she hadn't put out her full strength at all. Between a freshman and a senior, in addition to the gap between realms and spirit beasts, there was also a gap in combat experience. After all, a few more years of experience would be a very big boost in combat experience. The crowd realized that Luo Shuiyan didn't look like a freshman at all. The combat experience was very rich, and Zhang Biao was completely crushed in both strength and brains. Sister Water Smoke, congratulations. You managed to take the first game out of the battle. I knew that, Sister Shuiyan, you are the best. What's so great about all these old students have watched and are not your match? That stupid big guy just knows how to swing a hammer. He deserves to fall on his ass. Seeing Luo Shuiyan return, the several women all congratulated with an excited look on their faces. Schwebingning stood by the side, also with a smile on her face, very pleased. As an instructor for regular class participants, it was a very long face for one of their own cadets to be able to beat a senior cadet at tryouts. Come on, let's go back and get some rest. There's nothing left for us in the morning. Luo Shuiyan just smiled faintly at the few people, her expression very calm. Having defeated a royal beast master whose realm was even lower than her own and was only a 9-star advanced level, Luo Shuiyan did not have a single ripple in her heart. After all, in her previous life, she was a famous female emperor, and the ones she fought against were all emperor-level powerhouses. Defeating Zhang Biao this time around was just par for the course for Luo Shuiyan. Whether it was Jiang Che or Luo Shuiyan, there wasn't anything too exciting about winning this battle. It seemed all too normal to the duo. This time, Luo Shuiyan's goal was not just the champion of this school audition. And then there's that last one, the Dajin dynasty, the eventual champions of the 100 Schools League. A few people pushed their way out from amongst the crowd and returned to their lodgings, while the auditions continued. After all, there were upwards of 400 participants this time. There were only 8 rings in total, and with 16 people competing at the same time, the end of the preliminary round alone would take 30 rounds. It would take quite a bit of time to determine the top 10 people for the ranking match, and it would take until at least the third day for the finals to take place. By the time they were preparing for the team competition selection in the afternoon, Luo Shuiyan's few people went out but did not walk towards the academy. Instead, he came outside the academy, in the middle of a deep mountain. Team games have a much larger number of people, and likewise require a much larger playing environment to make them work. You can't do a lot of team competition selection with just the ring in the academy. The team matches will take place, not in ring mode, but in a simulated battlefield, which will be more realistic. At that time, in the middle of this mountain range, the academy will set aside an area of more than 10 miles in circumference. There will be woods, rocks, streams, and all sorts of terrain that can be encountered frequently in daily life. Luo Shuiyan was on her way, explaining the relevant precautions to the crowd. Individual matches test the strength of individual combatants and require both sides to go head-to-head directly in the ring. To decide the winner directly by hard power, the strongest deserve to stand in the ring. Unlike the team competition, which focuses more on the ability of the squad to work together, to simulate the real world more closely to the situations encountered in reality. In the middle of a team match, the Imperial Beastmaster needed to consider more than just fighting. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, there were already just as many cadets gathered, as well as people from outside the school. However, the crowd was stopped beyond the cordon to prevent creating chaos for the participants in the competition. Luo Shuiyan's few people were participants, so the journey was unhindered. and it was much easier than in the morning. Cadets. There are a total of 9 teams competing in the team competition of this tryout. Selection for the team competition is elimination, so only one team will be selected in the end. It's not like the individual tournaments here, where you can still have ranked battles, and if you fail in a team battle you are directly eliminated. After briefly stating some precautions, the Academy Elders began arranging for the trainees to draw lots. There are 9 teams in total, and in the first round, one team can just take a turn. But unfortunately, it wasn't Luo Shuiyan's few people. Gentlemen, I've told you all the precautions, so it's up to you to play next. Within the confines of this tournament field, both sides can use various means to attack each other, and you can utilize the field environment to your heart's content. Just try not to kill anyone. After all, this is just a competition, and the Academy will also arrange for elders to supervise the battle. As the Academy Elders announced the start of the competition, the 2 teams, totaling 8 people, entered the battlefield. Luo Shuiyan's few people who didn't start the match followed the crowd and watched the battle from above this one tower that was more than a dozen meters high. Near this steep mountain, there were several identical towers, which were specially prepared by the Academy as viewing platforms. As for the sky, there were several king rank elders from the Heavenly K Academy supervising the battle, and they were likewise in charge of recording the progress of the match. Obviously the rules of combat in this team competition are much more complex than individual battles, and the same process is also much more tedious and harsh. Every process had the strict control of the elders of Tian K Academy. On the one hand, it is to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the competition. On the other hand, it is also hoped that the trainees, while being able to exercise their respective means, can likewise reduce certain casualties. Team battle matches are time limited, with a total of only 1 hour of match time. This was also to prevent certain teams, after realizing that they couldn't beat each other, from starting to circle the mountain sub. So you have to finish the fight within the time limit, to separate the winners from the losers. If both sides still did not admit defeat by the time, then the final result would be assessed by these supervising elders, based on the performance of both sides to win or lose. At this moment, standing on the viewing platform Luo Shuiyan, several people could overlook this field. They were able to see that both teams, after entering the field, were the first to choose to stay away from each other. Both sides were stationed on opposite sides of the field and didn't choose to make any rash moves. Obviously in the middle of a team game, everyone is going to be more cautious. After all, there are a lot of factors that influence the winners and losers of team matches, and there are many things to consider. End of chapter 77. Chapter 77 Rose Maiden vs. Wolf Walk. Chapter 77 Rose Maiden vs. Wolf Walk. Although they were all cautious when entering the battlefield, after all, team matches were limited to 1 hour to decide the winner. So enter the field on both sides, and didn't delay long. After briefly familiarizing themselves with the battlefield environment, both sides began to tentatively approach towards the center. Both sides summoned their respective spirit beasts, and all of them chose to use their spirit beasts to scout the path just in case. Soon the 2 teams ran into each other and directly started a melee. In the middle of the battlefield for a time, flying sand and stones, trees flying smoke and dust, several trainees even performed their respective martial arts, and the field exuded strong spiritual power fluctuations. After all, those present were all senior year students, and the weakest in terms of strength were all late-stage senior Imperial Beast Masters. The sound of both sides fighting at this moment was not at all comparable to that of a freshman trainee. The 2 teams were mixed up, but still both could tell that each had tactics. Just see that both teams are well equipped and well coordinated. Offensive spirit beasts as well as defensive spirit beasts and auxiliary spirit beasts could be said to have all come together, and now each had their own role in the field. The 2 teams fought a good fight, and it was a little hard to tell the difference for a while. After all, team fights, unless someone can have the strong combat power to crush everyone, otherwise it is very difficult to win the battle, by virtue of individual strength. The main thing to look at in a team game is how well the players work with each other. Those who are able to better utilize the characteristics of their spirit beasts, as well as more reasonable tactics, will be able to achieve ultimate victory. These senior cadets are really not bad. Ziming couldn't help but open her mouth as she looked at the 2 teams in the melee below. These people are basically all spirit-grade Imperial Beastmasters, and the worst of them have the strength of a 9-star advanced Imperial Beastmaster. And look at their tacit understanding of that fight. Obviously a team that has been formed for a long time. Do we really have a chance this time? Ziming looked at those tough senior cadets for a moment. Although she recognized her own talent, the gap between their realms was indeed huge, not to mention that they were only freshmen. And although they would usually train together in martial arts, they had never really fought as a squad before. Even earlier, in the middle of the secret realm, it was basically Luo Shuyan and Jiang Che's personal performance. It wasn't just Yi Zimeng. Lin Shuer was likewise a little unsure in her heart. At this moment, Lin Shuer's brows were tightly furrowed, her brows filled with worry. She was only a 5-star senior Imperial Beast Master now, and compared to the other team's contestants, that wasn't even close. It could be said that Lin Shuer was the shortest piece of shortboard inside the squad. Seeing Lin Shuer's worried face, Luo Shuyan smiled faintly and gently patted her shoulder. It's okay, as long as everyone gives it their all. It's no big deal even if we fail. Luo Shuyan didn't just cheer, but softly comforted a few people, because she knew that nowadays, this was only just the internal campus audition held by Tianke Academy. If they did advance, the opponents they would encounter when they waited in the 100 Schools League could be several levels stronger than they were now. Tianke Academy, as the #1 Imperial Beast Master Academy in Xi'an Ancient City. But it's been more than a dozen years since we've had a top 10 finish in the 100 School Tournament. It was enough to show how strong the other Imperial Beast Master Academies of the Great Jin Dynasty were. Since we are a team, we need to take our time to gel. Luo Shuyan believed that she still had enough backbone, could be used as a pillar in the draft to get a few guys to grind it out. For the rest of the time, Lin Shuer's few people stopped speaking. Everyone was watching the battle with full attention, wanting to learn more from the battle. After all, the people who were competing now were most likely the opponents they would meet next. If one could know the opponent's abilities in advance, as well as the characteristics of the spirit beasts and so on, then, when the battle started, it would be of great help. As time passed, soon the first battle was divided. Only the victorious side, despite winning, had injuries both large and small. After all, there was not much difference in strength between the two sides, and this kind of battle between the two sides was the most testing of the Imperial Beastmaster and the team. The second bout was the same, and although both sides took some initiative, they were still caught in a scorching heat once they actually fought. This is all because there is not much difference between the two teams, and it is hard to separate them in a short period of time. Rose Maiden. Just then, a mentor called out the name of Luo Shuyan's squad. In the third game, it was finally Luo Shuyan's and their team's turn. Luo Shuyan looked up and saw that the opponent she was standing against was Wolf Walking World from the senior key class. The entire team was spirit-level Royal Beast Masters, and they were very strong. This team, even among the senior cadets, that belonged to a difficult level. The captain of this Wolf Walk, Lang Sanping, had already broken through to a 4-star spirit-level Imperial Beast Master. Among the Heavenly K Academy, it was also considered a small and famous existence. Rose Maiden, Wolf Walk, enter if both sides are ready. After hearing the Academy Elder's voice, Luo Shuyan brought the 3 girls to the middle of the battlefield. The 4 women, including their spirit beasts, were all very slender and petite in size, which made all the spectators present not look favorably on several people. After all, the strength of a spirit beast was, to some extent, tied to its body. Zhang Che's 4 spirit beasts looked very cute and did not feel domineering at all. Not to mention that the 4 of them, Luo Shuyan, were all still just freshmen. Previously, when Luo Shuyan was registering as a captain, her realm was only 7 stars advanced. After seeing this team's information, many people under the field shook their heads. Oh, I say a few schoolmates, why don't we not separate? Fight earlier and finish earlier. Just after stepping into the venue, Lang Sanping looked at Luo Shuyan's several people with a teasing expression. Obviously, she didn't put Luo Shuyan's 4 people in her eyes, and only felt that they were just a few vases. Yeah, just what I need. Luo Shuyan's face was fearless, and she directly agreed. Both sides just kept entering and set up their respective battle formations. Little tiger, don't you disgrace me, or else I'll serve you directly with a whip today. Seeing the teasing expressions of Lang Sanping and the others, Oxia Xiaoxiao's cheeks bulged in anger. She couldn't stand the cynicism of the others, and immediately let the little tiger rush to the front. Color scales. Yi Zimeng and Lin Shuer, on the other hand, had somewhat gloomy expressions. They were able to sense that the strength of the several people on the opposite side was not trivial, compared to the 3 people who summoned spirit beasts and riveted their energies in preparation for a big fight. Luo Shuyan's side was the opposite. Xiao Bai, you don't strike too hard first in a while. Give the 3 of them a chance to fight in a real battle. Luo Shuyan knew that Zhang Che's strength today was extremely strong. If you are really in a hurry to get off work, I'm afraid Lin Shuer 3 people, to here to play soy sauce on the end of the battle. End of chapter 78. Chapter 78, actually practicing with us? Chapter 78, practicing on us? Okay, I got it. Zhang Che, who was shaken awake, looked up and blankly glanced at Luo Shuyan. Against these few stinking fish and shrimps across the street, with Zhang Che's current strength, he would be able to settle the battle very quickly. Originally, He was still thinking of leaving work early and wrapping up early, but now he could only let Lin Shuer and a few others practice first. Everyone go on. The three of us can't disgrace the boss. Little Tiger took out his aura of being the head of the mighty Tiger Hall and said to the color scale and silver sable beside him, "Roar!" A roar that resounded through the mountains rang out, and the little tiger shifted. From a size no bigger than a cat, it leapt to over a meter long. Although this size, among the spirit beasts is not big, it could even be said to be small amongst the tiger-type spirit beasts, just like a minor. But no matter what, it's always more imposing than that cute look at the beginning, and body lines emit gusts of fluorescence. A muscle angular and extremely strong. After all, as a tiger-type spirit beast, even if the little tiger belonged to the underage kind, it still had a remarkable aura. What's more, Oxia Xiao Xiao came from an extraordinary background, and her spirit beast's bloodline is also extraordinary, just that it hasn't been fully activated yet. The colored scales similarly transformed into their original body, turning into a 7-colored sky-swallowing python with a body length of several meters. A tiger and a snake stood there, and their auras were quite a bit stronger than before. It's the silver sable that's a little awkward, with a body that's only twice as big as the original one. But even so, it's still smaller than a small pet dog. The four of them, the wolves walking the world, likewise directly summoned their respective spirit beasts. The spirit beasts of the four were all around the 30s level, and in terms of cultivation realm, the three spirit beasts of Little Tiger were not weak. It was only that Lin Shuer's 3 imperial beastmasters were quite a bit less powerful than the other 4. Wolfwalk lived up to its name, and all 4 of them had spirit beasts that were all canines. A 35-level red fire dog, with a body size of more than 2 meters, was covered in black hair that looked like steel needles. The 4 claws were even burning with blazing flames, leaving a trip of ashes in the woods wherever they passed. The little tiger let out a roar, and directly fought with the other party who rushed to the front. This red fire dog, although the red flame dog was in size, it was quite a bit larger than the little tiger. But the dignity of being a fierce tiger made the little tiger directly give up dodging and chose to frontally hard steel. For a time, a tiger and a dog fought together, and the surrounding trees were scattered under the strong attacks of the two. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python then looked for a 34-level stone-armored dog that was constructed like a rock. This stone-armored dog was much larger, 3 meters long. Its body had a layer of armor that looked like rock, and its defense was extremely strong. Bang! 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 The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, with the tough scales on its own body surface, similarly chose to attack face-to-face and hard. A roar rang out like muffled thunder. The smallest silver sable, likewise met its match. At this moment, in front of the silver sable, there was a 33-level phantom fox with a size not too different from his and a red fur. Whoosh! 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 The two just had a pair of eyes, and instantly a cracking sound rang out in the field. Both spirit beasts were sensitive attack types, and for a while, white and purple figures were constantly intertwined in the middle of the mountains and forests. As the two figures swept past, an ancient tree shattered out of thin air. Lin Shuer and the 3 of them all joined the battlefield as well, assisting their spirit beasts in battling against the opposing royal beast masters. As for the captains of both sides, they all stood still. At Lang Sanping's feet, there was a giant silver-white wolf that was over a meter tall and 3 meters long. At the forehead of this giant wolf, a silver-white curved moonmark could still be seen, and it was none other than the 36th-level Tsunami Moonwolf. This whistling moonwolf had a pair of turquoise pupils amongst which emanated a morose coldness as it stared at Luo Shuiwa's movements with a deadly stare. Schoolgirl, just a freshman and you actually dare to come to the auditions. You're really not small in guts. It's just a pity that this audition looks at strength, not face. Even if you guys are good looking, it's useless. While speaking, Lang Sanping, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer and twisted his neck, making the sound of joints ringing. Today, I'll show you that the seniors are not eating their words in these 3+ years at the academy. As the words fell, the 4-star spirit grade royal beast master, Lang Sanping, instantly erupted with astonishing speed and rushed towards Luo Shuiyan. The Tsunami Moon Wolf at his feet was even faster, arriving in front of Luo Shuiyan in almost a flash. The wolf of the whistling moon whistled up to the sky and raised its claws to swing towards Luo Shuiyan. Only on top of his sharp wolf claws, there were several ghostly blue rays of light crossing over, recalling terrifying wind-breaking sounds. Luo Shuiyan's eyes condensed, not choosing to fight hard. Her figure instantly disappeared in place like a ghost. Several ghostly blue divinons bombarded the place where Luo Shuiyan had just stood, instantly smashing out several gullies all over the earth. Fire Phoenix Chorus. While dodging, Luo Shuiyan raised her hand and a flaming phoenix flew out. In an instant, it bombarded the body of the Sol Lunar Wolf, who had only just landed on the ground and couldn't turn around in time. That huge tsunami wolf was actually directly sent flying by her. crashing into several ancient trees before stopping. The original silver-colored fur on his body was even more scorched black under the flame burning. This woman's battle power is extraordinary. This ghostly stance of Luo Shuiyan, as well as the speed of casting spells in an instant, made Lang Sanping finally scornful. You three, hurry up and finish them off. Lang Sanping knew that the three of them, Lin Shuier, were actually the shortcoming of this squad, and there was a huge gap between the realms of several people. The other three nodded at his words, and then launched their attacks even more swiftly. For a while, the three Lin Shuier, who had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, were now under even more pressure. Lula 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 lula. Just then, an odd song rang out in the arena. Seeing Lin Shui's trio getting more and more strained, Jiang Che finally cast his skill at this moment, unleashing the gain-affected Qi in him. With the addition of Jiang Che's skills, the three of them, Lin Shuier, as well as the three spirit beasts of the little tiger, had a huge increase in strength and finally stabilized the battle. I feel that I am filled with power. Roar! The little tiger growled and his body became more muscular. Although there were multiple wounds on his body that were burned by the flames, his breath was even stronger than before at this moment. Under the great increase in strength, for a time, he actually took the opposite side of the red flame dog and beat it back. The colored scales as well as the silver sable, both of their defenses and speeds were also boosted by Jiang Che. There's actually a team gain skill? The academy elders who were supervising the battle in the middle of the sky were shocked at the moment. You have to know that this kind of group increase skill is the most scarce in team combat. It's time to use weapons. Luo Shuiyan voiced a reminder. With the strength of Lin Shui's trio, it was still a bit difficult to equalize the battle with just one gain skill. If it was earlier, they wouldn't have dared to use their magic treasures, but now that we have Gualao as our backer, then there is no need to worry about anything. The three of them who had cast their respective magic treasures saw their battle power increase dramatically, and the magic treasures in their hands emitted a strong divine aura. Originally, they were only high-level royal beast masters, but at this moment, with the enchantment of the magic treasure, they were able to utilize a strong combat power comparable to that of a spirit-level royal beast master. This woman, it seems like she's practicing. She's using a few people from Wolf Walk as a whetstone to cultivate the squad's tacit understanding? Someone on the high platform saw the end of it. For a while the people around them, their faces changed slightly. Keep in mind that this is a freshman team against a senior team, with such a wide gap in strength. I can't believe he's still so calmly giving orders and even trying to use the other side as a millstone. This woman can be a bit scary. End of chapter 79. Chapter 79 Elder's Suspicion. Auxiliary Small Background. Chapter 79 Elder's Suspicion. Auxiliary Small Background. It is important to realize that for many freshman cadets, they have never even endured a few battles. Many people may simply disorganize themselves first as soon as they participate in such team battles. For example, the three people in the arena. Lin Shuier, the crowd could see that they were all inexperienced. If it wasn't for the support of Luo Shuiyan and Jiang Che's gain skills, I'm afraid that a few people would have already lost. However, Luo Shuiyan was completely different. As a freshman cadet, she had such rich combat experience and was extremely calm after the melee. While dealing with senior Lang Sanping, he also had to keep an eye on his teammates. This was a great test for both the mind and spirit of the Imperial Beast Master. After all, the speed and strength of that tsunami moonwolf was very strong, and if Luo Shuiyan missed it by a fraction of a second, she might hurt her bones. This female doll is not ordinary. No wonder she can have Elder Guo's token. The supervisory elders in the air basically had their gazes on Luo Shuiyan's body at the moment. There is no way. The 8 people in the field Luo Shuiyan, a freshman trainee, is instead the best outstanding. Even Lang Sanping cannot compare. At this moment, with the magic treasure, as well as Jiang Che's Qilinhim's boost, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards Luo Shuiyan's side. The little tiger and the colorful scales that had been enhanced in strength and defense were getting more and more courageous at the moment. Even if there were some wounds on their bodies, the two attacked frantically as if they didn't feel any pain. At this moment, the little tiger's body already had multiple burns, and even the wounds had a charred black color. This was all torn out by that red fire dog. But the little tiger was uncharacteristically mischievous at the moment, completely unlike the mischievous mischief he had done when he was by Jiang Che's side. Instead, it really had a hint of the strong pressure of a fierce tiger, and its 1-meter-long figure kept jumping between the mountains and forests. Between his hands, the tiger claws swung, and an ancient tree snapped, hitting the red flame dog for a while, but it was actually difficult to raise his head. In a few more moves, he was able to defeat the red fire dog directly to the ground where he couldn't stand up. The colored scales were facing, though, stone-armored dogs covered in rock armor. However, as a 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, and with Jiang Che's defense boost, that body of scales was extremely tough, hardly sparing minor injuries. He shattered the rock armor on the body surface of the stone-armored dog. Just like that, the little tiger and the colorful scales, both split up. Only on the silver sable's side, it was barely a tie. After all, it's the tiger with the colored scales, both with special bloodline power, while the silver sable, it's really just an ordinary silver sable. Nowadays, relying on Jiang Che's speed boost, he was barely able to fight Wolf Walk's Phantom Fox to a draw. As for the side of the Imperial Beast Masters, Zimeng and Oxia Xiao Xiao, both defeated their opponents with their magic treasures as well. But Lin Shuer was in danger at the moment. The gap between a 5-star advanced Imperial Beast Master and a spirit-level Imperial Beast Master was just too great. Even with the magic treasures and gained skills, it was still inevitable that he would fall into a disadvantage. Even Lin Shuer's body had added some injuries. Shuer, don't be in a hurry. Patiently tangle with him and skillfully utilize your own martial arts. Your cultivation is much lower than his. Don't get tough with him. Run into the mountains and forests and use the surroundings to maneuver around him. Luo Shuyan dodged the attack of the Saw Lunar Wolf while shouting to Lin Shuer, who was on the other side. She never felt that anyone among her team would be in the process of dragging their feet. Lin Shuer was just getting off to a slower start. Now that she had obtained the ancient inheritance, given enough time, she would definitely be able to keep up with a few people in the future. After all, the Luo Shuyan of her previous life had risen to prominence by relying on that one ancient inheritance. You'd better worry about yourself. Seeing Luo Shuyan fighting with herself while still thinking about her teammates, this caused Lang Sanping to feel humiliated, and immediately, with his gong method in motion, he quickly rushed towards Luo Shuyan. It's better to leave that to you, Luo Shuyan sneered, her body flickering like a ghost. There was no way for Lang Sanping to keep up with Luo Shuyan's speed. Instead, Luo Shuyan took advantage of the opportunity and slapped him hard on the back, directly sending him flying. Luo Shuyan's palm contained a strong spiritual force, and this force was directly being made to make Lang Sanping unable to stand up. He didn't even have time to use his defense skills before he lost the fight. When the Whistling Moon Wolf saw that Lang Sanping was injured, he immediately burst into a frenzy of rage. That turquoise pupil was filled with sand in the middle of it, almost transforming into a gust of wind as it rushed towards Luo Shuyan. However, Luo Shuyan was an empress in her previous life, and she had experienced many battles, big and small. This mere level 30-something tsunami wolf was not yet in her sights, only to see Luo Shuyan repeat her old trick, once again using her ghostly stance to skillfully avoid the attack of the Whistling Moon Wolf. Immediately after raising his hand, several flaming phoenixes transformed by spiritual energy flew out. Luo Shuyan's control of timing was extremely old-fashioned. The moment that Saw Lunar Wolf had just taken off in the air and had not yet landed on the ground, this flame phoenix directly struck its body. In an instant, it caused the Tsunami Moon Wolf to fly out tens of meters backwards, completely losing its combat power. Nowadays, there will be only one person left in the Wolf Walk, and with Luo Shuyan joining them, it would be difficult for this last remaining person to support himself. The first battle of the Rose Maiden quickly came to a close. We won. After experiencing a victory, all four women were excited and jumped up to give high fives in excitement. Especially Lin Shuer. This was her first official battle. It was a very tough fight, but it was good that she eventually persevered. I really didn't expect that even Lang Sanping, a 4-star spirit grade Imperial Beast Master, could defeat them. It seems that the 4 people in this Rose Maiden team are more than just vases. It's true that there are talented people in the rivers and mountains. I didn't realize that among this year's freshman cadets, there are such experts. At this moment, Luo Shuyan's battle with the 4 of them made those senior cadets who had originally looked down on them no longer dare to belittle a few people. As both sides withdrew from the battlefield, it was then up to the battle supervisor elder to announce the official start of the 4th match. Although you have some strength, but with so many dragons, it's impossible to win, one of the young men said as he passed by Luo Shuyan's few people. Humph, whether it's a drag or not, wait until the finals and you'll see. Luo Shuyan glanced at the other party disdainfully and responded in a cold voice as well. This person is the captain of the magnificent battle team, Wang Jiahao. His cultivation had already reached a 7-star spirit grade Imperial Beast Master, a strength that was already not inferior to Luo Shuyan's regular class instructor. Xue Bingning, having this kind of strength, he did have the capital to be so arrogant. The intensity of the last battle was also significantly higher than all 3 of the previous ones. Perhaps it was the Academy's intention. The strength of these 2 teams were all very strong, and when they fought, there was a constant roar in the mountains and forests, and dirt flew horizontally. But after a big battle, it was the Mansion Warriors who were ultimately the better team and won the final victory. It's over. Let's go. Seeing that the battle was over, Luo Shuiyan waved her hand towards a few people and left the place. Today is just the preliminary round. Tomorrow the top 3 teams will be decided. And the day after tomorrow will be the final round. Several Tian-K Academy elders gathered together at the moment. Their gazes gazing at the backs of Luo Shuiyan. Several people. That little girl called Oxio. The skill used seems to come from that clan? But how could someone from that clan come to our Tian-K Academy? It's better to go check it out. The teammates that Luo Shuiyan found might not even be simple. End of chapter 80. Chapter 80 Winning without a fight. Hidden threat. Chapter 80 Winning without a fight. Hidden threat. Today's battle allowed the crowd to discover that among the squad, there was more than just Luo Shuiyan as the shining light. Each of the remaining 3 is also unusual. Lin Shuier, who originally seemed to have the most innocent life in the eyes of the crowd, didn't even seem to be that simple now. After all, Lin Shuier only came from a small family in Zhanghai City, and her spirit beasts were only silver-level bloodlines. But today in the middle of the battle, the strength she showed is a bit over the top. The ability of the Xian Shihua family is really not to be underestimated. After getting suspicious, through their investigation, they really found out the hidden life behind Oxia Xiaoxiao and Ez Meng. As for Lin Shuier and Luo Shuiyan, they didn't find anything special. The identity information of the two, without any falsification, can be said to be clean. No wonder these guys, when they first came out of the secret realm, couldn't search for anything. It turns out that they obtained the magic treasure in the middle of the secret realm and directly refined it in place and integrated it into their bodies. Alright, whatever they took out from the secret realm is also none of our business. The current Luo Shuiyan had Elder Guo behind her, and no one dared to hit them. Even if they knew that a few people were carrying heavy treasures, they didn't dare to covet them. Inside the Xian Wang clan's lobby, several old men gathered together. This Ez Meng is truly extraordinary. A member of the imperial capital Xin family. A few months ago the Xin family, the matter of the family head changing places happened. I'm sure everyone should have heard about it, right? This Ez Meng is the biological daughter of the former head of the Yin family. She escaped after the family had a change of heart, and from what I've heard, she also took away one of the family's rare spirit beasts, which has a chance of advancing into the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python in the future. Several people couldn't help but smack their lips for a moment. Hiss, that's a legendary grade spirit beast. What do you guys say? About this matter, should we tell the Yin family? Now this Ez Meng's uncle is the head of the Yin family. Although for the sake of the family's reputation, he didn't publicly apprehend Ez Meng. But this matter, there is absolutely no way that the Yin family will not care. The remaining few people nodded after looking at each other. Report it. If we can really use this to climb up the ladder with the imperial capital Yin family, then it would be a heavenly good for us. Kalai. The Wang family was considered a big family in Xi'an, but it was no match at all to the truly powerful clans of the imperial capital. If he could really use this to climb into a relationship with the Yin family, he would be lucky. Inside the villa at this moment, Luo Shuiyan's 4 people didn't know that because of the first match, the 4 of them had already been screened again by all the major families in Xi'an, and all of them had found out everything. Over the top. Over the top. What a great fight. Auburn Tiny waved her little pink fist excitedly. Bye. That song you sang yesterday was too good. You can keep singing in today's competition. Ha! Hearing Oxia Xiaoxiao's words, Zhang Che's expression suddenly froze. Yesterday he had merely hummed a few random lines on a whim while releasing his skills. The unicorn hymn skill can be activated even by randomly screaming. There's no need to sing at all. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've all gained some experience from that battle yesterday. So let's continue our efforts today. Luo Shuiyan smiled towards a few people and cheered everyone up. She then hugged Zhang Che and headed to the academy first. Today, the morning of Luo Shuiyan's is going to be her individual competition. And this time, the 3 of them, Lin Shuier, stayed in the villa to rest and prepare for the next team competition. In today's battle, Luo Shuiyan's opponent was a 3-star spirit-level Imperial Beast Master. I can't. People have 3 urgencies. I can't compete today. However, just as Falling Time Smoke was preparing for a great battle, he heard that the Imperial Beast Master actually directly waved his hand and gave up the match. It turned out that it was because the other party had seen Luo Shuiyan's strong strength in the team competition yesterday. Yesterday, Luo Shuiyan had easily defeated the 4-star spirit-level Royal Beast Master, Lang Sanping, as well as the 36th level Tsunami Moon Wolf. This person knew that he wasn't Luo Shuiyan's opponent, and rather than go on the field and lose face, he directly chose to forfeit the match. Zhang Che expressed great satisfaction with this player who had abandoned the race. As long as it didn't require him to do anything, it was a good thing. Luo Shuiyan had made a trip for nothing, and could only return to the villa to rest and prepare for the team competition in the afternoon. In the afternoon team competition, this time there were only 5 teams left. What's more interesting is that the teams that had their turn on the first day after the draw actually had their turn again in this one. As for Luo Shuiyan's for this time, they encountered the magnificent battle team led by Wang Jiahao, who had performed extremely strong yesterday. Luo Shuiyan was only a 1-star spirit level, but that Wang Jiahao was a 7-star spirit level, and the cultivation gap between the two was very large. Once they entered the battlefield, the two sides separated. Today, Luo Shuiyan didn't choose to come straight up and go hard like yesterday. After all, the strength of this magnificent battle team was not comparable to yesterday's wolf walk. Luo Shuiyan was worried that if they still started fighting directly upon meeting like yesterday, I was afraid that all three of Lin Shuer would be injured this time. Most of those guys' spirit beasts are of the master level bloodline, and none of the levels are any worse than Color Scale and Little Tiger and the others. After entering the battlefield, even Oxia Xiao Xiao can feel, from the other side of the powerful sense of oppression. At this moment slightly frowned and stared. What are you afraid of? Just get up there and do it. Her spirit beast, Little Tiger, was very rigid at the moment. Perhaps yesterday's battle had inspired the ferocity in the little tiger's body, or perhaps he was eager to show off in front of Jiang Che, and at the moment, he was somewhat impatiently rubbing his fists. Everyone, don't worry, with the enchantment of the magic treasure, your battle power won't be too different from theirs. Shuer, you don't have to worry either. Just follow what I taught you last night and feel free to perform it. Luo Shuyan smiled and encouraged the few people. She had instructed Lin Shuer last night and taught her opponent some fighting techniques. These fighting techniques were all contained among the ancient inheritance. Lin Shuer was a bit surprised. She didn't understand why she was the one who obtained the inheritance. However, Luo Shuyan was able to very accurately point out the flaws in her martial arts when she unleashed them. It seemed that Luo Shuyan was even more mature and pure in this inheritance cultivation than she was. The magnificent warriors are coming over. In the middle of a few people's discussion, Wang Jiahao's 4 people had already surrounded towards this side. The 4 of them were in a closed position, surrounding Luo Shuyan's few people. Obviously the other side is not wanting to delay any longer. Everyone pay attention to combining the surrounding terrain. If you can't beat them, try to use the terrain to maneuver around the opponent. If you are incapable of fighting, then don't fight hard to save yourself. After instructing the 3 of them for a few moments, Luo Shuyan directly faced the other party's captain, Wang Jiahao. This time, Jiang Che also cast the Qi on him as soon as he came up to boost the squad's overall strength. Bang! Luo Shuyan was extremely fast, and after sparring with Wang Jiahao, the 2 of them fell back a few steps. A 1-star spirit level cultivation and you can actually fight me hard. You're a woman who's really inscrutable. Wang Jiahao muttered with a grave expression on his face. He was unaware, however, that if Luo Shuyan was reborn with her divine soul from her previous life, a mere thought could kill him countless times. It's just a pity that after Luo Shuyan was reborn, she only brought back many memories of her previous life. End of chapter 81. Chapter 81, increasingly together, reaching the finals. Chapter 81, getting better together and reaching the finals. As the battle progressed, Wang Jiahao's face became increasingly ugly. Originally, he was merely treating Luo Shuyan as a vase with some cultivation, though it was considered a rare talent in the freshman class, but there's no way to compare it to his senior year. But now that they were exchanging blows, Wang Jiahao realized that he was simply very wrong. It turned out that yesterday's Luo Shuyan, when she fought with that Lang Sanping, hadn't exerted her full strength at all. Bang! 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 The 2 of them exchanged blows with a constant roar. Yet no matter how Wang Jiahao exerted himself, he couldn't even touch the hem of Luo Shuyan's clothes. Every time, Luo Shuyan was able to accurately anticipate Wang Jiahao's attacks. With his rich combat experience, he was able to neutralize the opponent's attack with minimal exertion. Perhaps among the students of Tianke Academy, Wang Jiahao was already considered a rare expert. However, in Luo Shuyan's opinion, a battle of this level was no different from a child playing house. Seeing Luo Shuyan's somewhat contemptuous eyes, Wang Jiahao could no longer endure it and finally summoned his spirit beast, only to see that in front of him, a 4-legged, wind-bearing, 37-level wind-attributed cloud panther appeared. Originally, Wang Jiahao hadn't planned to use his spirit beasts, but he hadn't thought that Luo Shuyan was so strong. Nowadays, Wang Jiahao couldn't care less about face. Winning was the key. As soon as this black clouded leopard appeared, it was like a wild wind, charging towards Luo Shuyan with a lightning-like stance. With such a terrifying speed, even Luo Shuyan couldn't help but have her pupils shrink. Fight him well, but don't disgrace me. As soon as Jiang Che's words fell, Luo Shuyan felt a strong force exerted on her body. Not only is the body full of strong power, but it is as light as a swallow with the wind at its feet. Seeing that the clouded leopard had arrived in front of her, Luo Shuyan merely made a gentle leap and swept over the clouded leopard's head. skillfully dodging the attack. Bang! A loud sound came from the clouded leopard, and although that clouded leopard stopped in time, it still didn't break and crashed into an ancient tree behind it. This clouded leopard's golden pupils were filled with shock. He didn't expect Luo Shuiyan to suddenly increase her speed, which caught him off guard. However, a single mistake in the middle of the battlefield is enough to determine victory or defeat. Luo Shuiyan pointed her toes on the ground and instantly arrived at the top of this clouded leopard's head. Strong flame fluctuations came from between the palms of his hands, and with a vicious palm, he smashed on the back of the clouded leopard's head, accompanied by a loud sound. A large flame burned all over this clouded leopard's body. Even more, he was directly smashed into the earth by Luo Shuiyan's palm and directly fainted. At this moment, Wang Jiahao had just rushed in, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his entire body froze. Although his spirit beast was a wind attribute speed type, its fleshly body was equally strong, but he didn't expect to be slapped down by Luo Shuiyan. Just in the moment when Wang Jiahao froze, Luo Shuiyan raised her hand and two flaming phoenixes flew out, directly obscuring Wang Jiahao's line of sight. Just as Wang Jiahao wanted to dodge, he felt a fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from behind him. He waved the long sword in his hand to counterattack, but it was directly knocked down by Luo Shuiyan. Immediately after that, Luo Shuiyan slapped his neck with a palm. If he hadn't collected his spiritual energy, this blow would have broken his neck. Wang Jiahao fell to his knees at this moment, only feeling a pang of fear. He didn't expect to be defeated like this, facing the freshman Luo Shuiyan. If the other party hadn't withdrawn his hand, he would have even lost his life. Amazing. Just amazing. Is this the person Elder Guo favors? You know that's a whole 6 stars difference in cultivation. And Wang Jiahao isn't a generalized person either. This terrifying battle sense of Luo Shuiyan made the academy elders couldn't help but be very excited. To be able to have such a genius appear, this was a great fortune for the Heavenly K Academy, and on the side of a few others, they didn't fall into the wind either. After the previous battles and bonding, Lin Shuer's battle sense between the three of them, as well as their tacit understanding with each other had also improved considerably. At this moment, Lin Shuer had already converged with the Zimeng duo without realizing it. Although one-on-one, the two of them were having a somewhat difficult time fighting each other. However, once it became a 2v2, the complementary skills of the two people to each other became apparent at this moment. 10,000 serpents entwine. Zimeng waved her hands, and a purple formation instantly bound the two people in front of her. There were countless long snake shadows in the middle of this formation, like ropes that bound the opponent. This was a group control skill that Zimeng had comprehended after signing a contract with the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. These two people from the magnificent battle team wanted to have the spirit beasts return to their aid. However, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python was able to drag the other party down by virtue of its strong physical body. Coupled with the silver sable's attack, there was no way for the two spirit beasts to return to their royal beast master. Just like that, the duo of this magnificent battle team could only watch as Lin Shuer's body became incomparably holy. She raised her hands towards the sky, and immediately afterward a huge starburst flashed up in the middle of the sky. Starfall. This was a skill that Lin Shuer had acquired from among the ancient inheritance. Extremely powerful. The only drawback is that the release time is a bit slow, and you can't be interrupted in the middle of the casting process. But Zimeng's martial arts skills helped her fill the gap in this area. As Lin Shuer finished storing up her strength, the starburst instantly smashed towards the two of them. The duo of the magnificent battle team finally got rid of Azumo's restraints. However, it was too late. Bang! With a loud bang, a deep pit instantly appeared above the earth. As for those two people from the magnificent battle team, they were sent flying at this moment, losing their fighting strength. Now amongst the battlefield, only Oxia Xiao Xiao and her opponent were left. Auxiliary Tiny and Little Tiger were simply like two reckless people. Catching an opponent was a frantic output, not caring about the injuries on his body. Obviously, she was in the appearance of a little girl, but her fighting style was extremely ferocious. Even the members of this magnificent battle team were a bit timid at the moment. After all, it was just a competition, and no one was as desperate as Auntie Tiny. In the end, he won because of his heart, and Oh Tiny was victorious. Luo Shuiyan looked at the several people in her heart and was very pleased. The growth rate of the three people could be said to be very fast. The 2 days of competition are over, and tomorrow will be the final 3 teams in the points competition. Say, which team was that never showed up? 2 rounds in a row. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on, isn't there? Auxiliary Little frowned with some suspicion in his heart. It's normal. Perhaps the academy has defaulted to the fact that team is number 1, so it arranged for them to take a turn. Zimeng shrugged and said, used to seeing the tactics between great powers, she was not surprised by this. Zimeng is right. The battle team in that round is indeed the strongest of the participating teams in this session. Luo Shuiyan had memories of her previous life. The battle team whose turn was empty was called the Demon Bear Battle Team, because their captain had contracted a spirit beast with a master-level bloodline. The Demon Bear, that Demon Bear, with the bloodline of the demon race, belonged to a mutated race with the ferocity of a demonic beast in its bloodline. Looking at the departing Luo Shuiyan, several people, a few academy elders looked at each other and then said in a deep voice, "What do you guys say? Will this Rose Maiden team led by Luo Shuiyan still be able to pull off a miracle tomorrow? It's hard." Li Xiong is a genius carefully cultivated by the Dean, and now he's one step away from stepping into the king-level Imperial Beast Master stage. End of chapter 82. Chapter 82. The captain is resting, and still playing a fart. Chapter 82. The captain is resting, and there's still a fart to be played. Not that I'm saying, you guys are taking so long to get this contest going? Isn't it just a stupid audition? Everyone goes on stage, and the one who stands at the end is the first one. How many days has this been grinding? In the morning, Luo Shuiyan woke up early again and left the house to head to the academy to prepare for the next competition. The successive early starts made Zhang Che unable to resist launching into a whine. Ever since coming to this foreign world for so long, Zhang Che hadn't woken up early every day like this. In my previous life, I had to get up early for work to beat the morning rush. Now that he had crossed over to the other world and had become a spirit animal, he didn't think that he actually had to get up early. This could be very inconsistent with Zhang Che's mentality of wanting to lie down. It can't be helped. The auditions are the equivalent of an audition, and there are more people than there can be. Like you said, everyone together. How would that work? If someone is well connected, wouldn't it be a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk? Or a group of strong people there in a bloody battle, and finally ran out of stamina, in case the rookie was picked up. This is really unfair. Hearing Zhang Che's words, Luo Shuiyan hastily shook her head in negation. Che, all that talk? It's not because they're not strong enough. A single sentence from Zhang Che made Luo Shuiyan speechless. After arriving at the academy, Luo Shuiyan began the individual competition. But this time she was not as lucky as earlier. Not only did the opponent not choose to give up, but the opponent that Luo Shuiyan drew was actually the extremely powerful Li Xiong, the captain of that Demon Bear battle team. Luo Shuiyan also didn't expect that this Li Xiong had been taking turns in the battle team tournament, and didn't think that he would run into the other side in the individual tournament. One is freshman rookie and suddenly rising dark horse beauty Luo Shuiyan. One was Li Xiong, a senior student of Tian K Academy and a recognized powerhouse. The battle between the two drew the attention of many people. Even the dean of the Heavenly K Academy, after learning of this news, couldn't help but run over to observe in secret. At this moment in the ring, Li Xiong directly summoned his spirit beast. Roar! With a roar ringing out, only an extremely large-sized demonic bear was seen appearing in the ring. This demon bear was already level 39 and was over 4 meters tall, and because there was a trace of demon bloodline in his body, his eyes were incomparably red and full of violence. A strong pressure emanated from the demon bear's body, and it seemed that between the waving of its claws, it would be able to tear apart all the enemies in front of it. You're Luo Shuiyan. You've been quite famous lately. Your team actually won 2 matches in a row, and will be playing the final against my demon bears in the afternoon. Just a freshman and you were able to make it to the finals in the Battle of the Bands tournament. You're pretty good. Li Xiong clasped his shoulders and said in an instructive tone. Ha! I don't just want to play in the finals. I want that final title. Even in the face of this demonic bear with a terrifying aura, Luo Shuiyan still said with a calm face. With the ringing of the ancient bell, this battle, which was being watched by many, finally began. Roar! Li Xiong, as his name suggested, had an extremely sturdy figure, almost like a human bear. He held 2 large swords, emitting a strong astral wind as he waved them around. If he was grazed by this blade, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured without dying. As soon as the battle began, Li Xiong charged towards Luo Shuiyan with his spirit beast. The huge demon bear raced across the ring, arriving in front of Luo Shuiyan in just an instant. The huge bear's paw directly slapped down towards Luo Shuiyan's head. That strong power made Luo Shuiyan's heart jump. Hurriedly, he performed his stance and narrowly avoided it. A huge deep pit instantly appeared above the earth where she had just stood. However, before Luo Shuiyan could breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly 2 large swords came from her side. With that strong blade, if one could not dodge in time, they would definitely be directly cut off at the waist. Luo Shuiyan cast Flame Phoenix to obscure the opponent's vision. Her feet generated wind, her body bent into 90 degrees, and she swept past the blade. As for Li Xiong, as a recognized powerhouse, he was extremely experienced in combat. When his own vision was blocked, his left hand longsword crossed in front of his body to block the attack, and his right hand longsword changed direction to slash directly downwards. Fortunately, Luo Shuyan's body speed was extremely fast and she flashed out of the attack range, only to see that a 4-meter gully had been added above the earth. The 9-star spirit level Li Xiong, and the 39-level demon bear. The two had strong cultivation and were more mature in their cooperation with each other than the other trainees. Luo Shuyan was finally feeling some pressure. This exchange was somewhat evenly matched. Hey, why hasn't your spirit beast been making a move? Li Xiong's face was gloomy and very angry. In his opinion, Imperial Beast Masters didn't use spirit beasts to engage in battle with each other. This Luo Shuyan was clearly looking down on herself. Not to mention that his cultivation level was above Luo Shuyan. If he makes a move, this fight will be over. And that won't be much fun. Luo Shuyan sniffed and just lightly smiled and said, the others didn't know. But she herself knew very well that the current Jiang Che that wasn't normally strong. A spirit beast that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. That was a terror that the crowd could not imagine at all. Arrogant. If you, the captain, can't compete in the final this afternoon, I'd like to see how your teammates will be abused. This calm attitude of Luo Shuyan caused Li Xiong to become furious. Just seeing his hands waving around, a blade on instantly chopped towards Luo Shuyan. That 39-level demon bear, extremely strong in size, was also incomparably angry, and his eyes were filled with violence. His huge size, however, did not delay his speed in the slightest, but instead made this demonic bear even more terrifying. Bang! 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 Only to see the demon bear leaping up high. It arrived in front of Luo Shuyan. A deep pit appeared on the earth, and his huge bear paw kept waving. The strong spiritual power fluctuations destroyed the ring like it was in ruins. With this succession of attacks from the two, Luo Shuyan could only use her body techniques to skillfully dodge, and had no chance to attack for a while. Jiang Che, who was in a hurry to get off work, frowned slightly at the sight. It looks like it's still going to take me, the Imperial Human Master, to make a move. While saying that, Jiang Che directly pulled out his Qilin seal. A golden light flew out, and it smashed into Li Xiong's body. Jiang Che didn't move for real, or else he could have smashed Li Xiong into mincemeat in one go. Under the pressure of this Qilin seal, Li Xiong's figure was smashed and staggered, and the spiritual energy in his body even stopped functioning. Luo Shuyan seized the moment and dodged away from the demon bear's attack, instantly arriving in front of Li Xiong. She only saw a high whip kick that hit Li Xiong squarely on the chin, directly knocking him out. Without the control of its master, the demon bear became even more brutal, with its attack and defense rising considerably. The downside, however, is the lack of rationality and the frequent loopholes between attacks. Luo Shuyan didn't attack the demon bear's body. After all, the demon bear's flesh was very strong. She targeted the demon bear's limbs. After a few rounds, both arms as well as both legs of this huge demonic bear were broken by Luo Shuyan. Bang! With the sound of the demon bear collapsing to the ground, the battle finally came to an end. But the people present were still unable to come back to their senses for a long time. No one expected that the ultimate winner would actually be Luo Shuyan. Li Xiong actually lost? How is this possible? This freshman is really going against the grain. And that spirit beast of hers is weird as hell. With the captain gone, it's a crapshoot. In the afternoon's battle team match, Li Xiong was unable to participate in the match due to an injury with his spirit animal. Luo Shuyan's 4-1 straight away with ease. End of chapter 83. Chapter 83, Eye of Detection. Chapter 83, The Eye of Detection. The crowd looked at the 4 Luo Shuyan people who were standing in the ring, unable to speak for a long time. This audition was so dramatic that no one had expected this kind of a result. Before the tryouts began, the crowd anticipated many outcomes, but the only thing that didn't occur to me was that the final winner was actually a freshman. It really didn't occur to me that the final winners of this team competition selection would be Luo Shuyan and the girls. For freshmen actually defeated a group of seniors in their senior year. This is something that has never happened before in the history of our academy. Originally, I thought that Luo Shuyan was the only one in this team who was quite good, but I didn't expect that as the battle continued. The other 3 people in the squad all showed remarkable strength as well. A group of academy elders, at the moment, looked at Luo Shuyan's 4 people and said, ha 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 ha, it's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the front. And there are talented people coming out of the river and mountains. Just then, a sudden loud laugh came out, resounding in everyone's ears. The crowd rose and looked around, only to see the dean of the Heavenly K Academy, who had unexpectedly descended from the air at this moment. He smiled as he applauded and looked at Luo Shuyan's few people. At this moment, the dean of the Heavenly K Academy was smiling so brightly that his mouth was splitting to the roots of his ears. Gentlemen, after 3 days of fierce competition, the final winner has finally been decided today. I announce, the final champion of this team tournament tryout is Luo Shuyan from our freshman regular class with her Rosebud Girls team. As the dean of the T.N.K. Academy announced the results of the match, the arena erupted with earth-shattering cheers. Luo Shuiyan, the four of them, in the past few days, with their strength, they proved that they were not vases, but powerful imperial beast masters. After being used to seeing a group of physically tough men standing in the ring, now that they were replaced by four stunningly beautiful women who looked like flowers, the crowd under the arena became even more excited. Looking at Luo Shuiyan's four people's absolutely beautiful faces and proud bodies, many people under the field's eyes went a little bit straight, and their mouths were about to water. Gentlemen, I announce that Luo Shuiyan's Rose Maiden team will be replacing my T.N.K. Academy to compete in the next 100 Schools League. Announcing the result, the dean of T.N.K. Academy was very excited. Although the person he originally favored was actually the Demon Bear battle team led by Li Xiong, the strength of everyone in that battle team was extremely strong, and the captain, Li Xiong, was on the verge of stepping into a king-level royal beast master. Its spirit beasts even possessed demonic bloodlines and were extremely ferocious. This result in front of him was something he hadn't anticipated, but the T.N.K. Academy's dean was instead even happier, because Luo Shuiyan was an even more demonic existence than Li Xiong. Just a freshman has defeated the senior team. Then the future achievements are even more unimaginable. Winning, we actually did win. It's unimaginable that the four of us actually won against that group of seniors. On the way back, Oxia Xiao and Lin Shuer were all very excited. Only Yi Zimeng is a heavy-hearted look. Walking on the road, the whole person is lowered head look gloomy. This 100 Schools League was to be held in the imperial capital of the great Jin dynasty, and Yi Zimeng, she has only just escaped from the imperial capital, when she will have to return to that place full of hatred and killing. Yi Zimeng was worried that she might be discovered by the Yin family when she returned to the imperial capital this time, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Shuiyan walked over to Yi Zimeng and gently patted his shoulder. Zimeng, don't think too much. We're on the same team. We're friends, and no matter what happens, we'll be behind you. The two of them, Oxia Xiao and Lin Shuer, also noticed that Yi Zimeng's mood was not right and ran over to comfort her. Under the three people's rounds of persuasion, Yi Zimeng also finally let go of the sullenness in her heart and reappeared with a smile. After returning to the villa, Luo Shuiyan continued to start refining pills. She was going to refine some pills to assist the three of them in rapidly increasing their strength. After all, they were only freshmen now. Although the first place that he won in the middle of T.N.K. Academy's school selection competition, it was nothing. If one wanted to get a good ranking in the top 100 league, it wouldn't be enough with the current cultivation level. Early the next morning, Zhang Che had just stretched his back when he heard the system's beep. Congratulations to Continuous Lay Flat for gaining a new skill, Eye of Detection. Eye of Detection, you can actively check the level, skills, and other information of others or spirit beasts. Zhang Che's eyes lit up. With this skill, I won't have to worry about being tricked into eating a tiger anymore. Moreover, being able to know the opponent's ability in advance is of vital importance when fighting. Although this Eye of Detection could only be considered a functional skill, but for Zhang Che, this type of skill was instead what he needed right now. It was because Zhang Che simply didn't lack the means to attack Great Jin Dynasty, Imperial Capital. At this moment, in the middle of the Imperial Capital, within an extremely vast and very tightly guarded manner, several people were sitting together in the castle hall. I really didn't expect that this good niece of mine actually didn't die and ran away to the ancient city of Xi'an. At this moment that sat in the very center of the hall, a middle-aged man with a stout figure sneered. The middle-aged man was dressed in a purple and black robe, with purple and gold serpentine patterns embroidered on top of the robe. Its figure was extremely stout and majestic, and its short black hair looked very competent. His expression wasn't sad or happy, but the invisible pressure he emitted made everyone in the great hall not dare to raise their heads and look directly at him. There was a scar over the man's left eye that cut from his forehead across his eye to the cheek portion of his face, and it looked horrible. That pair of pitch-black eyes was like an ancient pool in the abyss, as if they could choose people to devour. Even if he was just sitting there, he made everyone in the room feel like 10,000 mountains were pressing on their hearts. This person was Yin Zhong, the contemporary head of the Yin family, also known as Izzy Dream's own uncle, the culprit who killed her father. I heard from Xian that she also participated in this year's 100 Schools League and will also represent T.N.K. Academy. At this time, a young girl in a long red dress softly said. She was the only one among the few people present who dared to approach Yin Zhong and speak up, because she is Yin Zhong's daughter. Yin Shiyu. That's right, I heard that the Heavenly K Academy, this year, has produced an extraordinary freshman. Even Li Xiong, who was just one step away from being a king-level Imperial Beast Master, was defeated by her hands. That Yi Zimeng also joined this person's team precisely to end up taking a place in the Heavenly K Academy. Yin Zhong said thoughtfully, oh, she's just lucky. It's just T-on-K Academy. It's nothing. In Shiyu said with a burst of cold laughter, her face full of disdain at the mention of Ez Meng. This year, his brother he also participated in the 100 Schools League. If they dare to come, let them know that they know how powerful my own family is. End of chapter 84. Chapter 84. There is no need to go through so much trouble. You guys can go together. Chapter 84. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You guys should go together. Luo Shuiyan, who was still preparing for the individual competition, didn't know that Ez Ming's identity had been revealed. After waking up early for several days in a row, Jiang Che was really a bit impatient, and at the moment, he was lying on the bed unwilling to get up. Hold on a little longer. Today is the final, and when today is over, you'll be able to rest for a month. Good White, just help me out. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't want to get up, Luo Shuyan could only helplessly say something nice. In the end, after promising a whole bunch of snacks, Jiang Che then reluctantly nodded. The top 10 places have been decided, and today is the final ranking of the top 10 in this individual competition. Soon Luo Shuyan carried Jiang Che and arrived at the venue for the individual trial match, preparing for the next draw. Nowadays, Luo Shuyan was truly famous in one battle. Wherever she went, that was the center of attention. Nowadays, among their eyes, there was no longer any of the previous belittling and mockery. Each and every one of them looked at Luo Shuyan with incomparable respect. Standing beside the ring, Luo Shuyan looked at the few people around her. Among these trainees, there was no shortage of existences that were even stronger than Li Xiong. After all, not everyone likes team battles, and there are many who prefer the solo fighting style. There's going to be some kind of points race again, so won't we have to play several more games to get there? Why don't you just listen to me, and just let them all come together, and I'll just give them a one-time fix, and go back from work early. Won't that be nice? Jiang Che stretched his waist and said carelessly. He used the detecting eye he had just acquired today to scan the few people in front of him. Among these 9 people, only 2 of them were stronger than Li Xiong, and one of them was also a 1-star king-level royal beast master. However, although the realm was higher, it was nothing to Jiang Che and there was absolutely no need to worry. I challenged them all directly? Wouldn't that be a little too arrogant? Too out of the limelight? After hearing Jiang Che's words, Luo Shuyan couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. He is now in the middle of T-on-K Academy. He was already considered a celebrity. If we get a direct 1v9 victory today, then I'm afraid it will attract a lot of attention. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten the old man who gave you the wooden sign? You have a saint-level powerhouse behind you. What is there to worry about? If you don't use this thing called backing, what's the difference between it and not having it? And the better you are, the more you'll be valued. Luo Shuyan nodded after a moment of contemplation. Okay, then do as you say. At this moment, Luo Shuyan's eyes also changed, filled with a strong battle intent and that domineering aura of defying the world. In her previous life, it wasn't like she hadn't done things like directly picking off everyone on the other side in one go, but by then it was all in the later stages of cultivation, and she was still cautious in the early stages. Elders, I don't think it's necessary to make a points competition so troublesome. I'm sure the several elders, who have presided over the competition for several days in a row are tired. So let's do it this way. All of them will go on the field together. Upon hearing Luo Shuyan's voice, several of the supervisory elders froze a bit for a moment. Mr. Water Smoke, it's better to follow the points competition. It's more fair. It's too confusing if you go together. Elder, you've misunderstood. What I mean is for them to come together and I'll challenge them all alone. What did you say? Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, the several supervisory elders present were all surprised. How could they not expect that Luo Shuyan looked soft and weak? But as a result, she was going to challenge everyone as soon as she opened her mouth. Before a few of the supervising elders could react, the other contestants were instantly annoyed. What did this little girl just say? You alone challenge all of us? Is he crazy? Does she really think of herself as some kind of supreme genius? One person wants to challenge all 9 of us. Is she looking down on us? A few supervisory elders at this moment were also frowning as they looked at Luo Shuyan and persuaded her. Water Smoke students, you have to think clearly. If you do as you say, if you lose you can directly 10th place out of the game. Before the elder could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Luo Shuyan waving her hand. Think about it, I'm pretty sure. Yes, right at this moment, the Dean of T-on-K Academy arrived once again. The points competition does follow the rules and regulations. It's not much fun, so let's do what Luo Shuyan said. The Dean of T-on-K Academy looked at Luo Shuyan with an expectant face. He was curious as to what surprises this freshman, who could be valued by Elder Gua, could bring this time. If Luo Shuyan really succeeded in her challenge, then this year, T-on-K Academy would most likely make a name for itself in the 100 Schools League, because Luo Shuiyan had temporarily changed the rules. Several supervising elders summoned spirit beasts and pieced together the 4 rings. In the midst of the crowd's expectant gazes, Luo Shuiyan as well as the rest of the 9 ascended the ring. As the bell rang, a majestic spiritual energy filled the ring. Luo Shuiyan, you're so arrogant. Today senior will teach you how to behave. You chose the path yourself, but don't say that we're outnumbered in bullying you for being small. In the face of Luo Shuiyan's provocation, the 9 of them directly exerted their full strength without holding back. After all, if this was lost, it would be a great shame. The one with the strongest might was none other than one of the men wearing a green-colored power suit. This person was clearly the strongest person in this senior year, and the only king-level royal beast master present, Mo Qingshan. Although it was only 1 star short of the spirit level 9 stars, it had a strong standing that absolutely crushed the spirit level. Now provoked by Luo Shuiyan, Mo Qingshan didn't hold back. As soon as he came up, he displayed the signature ability of a king-level powerhouse, Flight. As for Mo Qingshan's spirit beast, it was a dual attribute green flame wolf. The green flame wolf with a body length of 3 meters, covered in green fur, and with fiery flames burning on its 4 feet. With the dual attributes of wind and fire, the battle power can be said to be very strong. Sensing Mo Qingshan, as well as the strong battle power of this green flame wolf, the movements of the remaining 8 people behind him were all lurched. Luo Shuiyan also felt the pressure at this moment. The oppression of a king-level imperial beast master was indeed strong. No time to waste, I'll just pack them up. Jiang Che said that and directly flew into midair, flying even higher than Mo Qingshan. Mo Qingshan, who had only just flown up, suddenly felt a golden light flash before his eyes. The next second he saw a gold brick, slapped directly in his face. Too late to dodge, he was directly slapped to the ground by Jiang Che, and all the spiritual energy in his body stopped functioning. However, Jiang Che also knew that the strength of this kind of king-level imperial beast master was not trivial. The green flame wolf automatically protected its master and blocked in front of Mo Qingshan. Without waiting for Mo Qingshan to stand up, the few people in the ring saw that a large amount of thunder power had condensed above Jiang Che's head. This lurid thunder rendered Jiang Che into a purple color. Boom! A huge purple thunderbolt struck down directly from the sky. The lightning flashed, and the Mo Qingshan and Qingyan wolf, who had just been arrogant, were now lying on the ground in a fit of convulsions, with wisps of black smoke coming out of their bodies. The remaining 8 people, as well as their spirit beasts, were all frozen in place by Jiang Che at the moment. In particular, 2 of the spirit beasts, the fire fox and the horned horse, which were slightly weaker, were scared to death by the power of the thunder. Jiang Che, however, appeared as if he hadn't consumed anything as he once again disappeared into the void. He held the Qilin seal directly one person to take a hit, without waiting for the people watching the battle to react. A flash of electricity and golden light flashed by. The ring was already lying all over the place, leaving only Luo Shuiyan alone still standing there. The others, along with the spirit beasts, had all been slapped unconscious by Jiang Che. End of chapter 85. Chapter 85. Don't worship brother. Brother is just a legend. Chapter 85. Don't worship brother. Brother is just a legend. Am I blind? Did one of you crush the spirit illusion mushroom and make me hallucinate? What just happened? I haven't even reacted yet. How come I'm the only one left? Looking at Luo Shuiyan, who was standing in the center of the ring, everyone in the room was in shock. The large martial arts arena was packed with people, but surprisingly, not a single person made a sound. Everyone was shocked and speechless by what had just happened. A king-grade royal beast master with 8 spirit-grade royal beast masters. Such a strong strength. The result is just instantly there is not a single one standing? There was no one more miserable than Mo Qingshan. Originally dressed in green power suit, he was handsome and powerful. As a result, he was now struck by lightning like a charcoal, and his hair was all in an upside-down bundle. Looking wretched. Pop, pop, snap. Dean Tianke looked at Luo Shuiyan in the ring and took the lead in applauding. This was followed by thunderous applause from the entire room. Shocking. It's really too shocking. It's the first time in many years of my life that I've seen such a bizarre battle. I really didn't expect that both the first place in the team competition and the first place in the individual competition this year would be taken by a freshman. How long has this Luo Shuiyan been cultivating? And she's actually able to achieve so much. If we give her 3 more years, it's simply unimaginable. Maybe the first place in the Great Jin Dynasty will be hers. Yeah, she's fighting across the ranks. A 1-star spirit rank across the ranks against a 1-star king rank. That's a whole big realm to cross. Looking at Luo Shuiyan in the field, the many elders were shocked and couldn't close their mouths. The smiles on each face were like blossoms. After all, for the academy to be able to have such a demonic talent emerge, That would be a great fortune for the entire Heavenly K Academy. This Luo Shuiyan is truly an absolute demon, worthy of being someone who can obtain Elder Guo's recognition. The dean of the Tian K Academy applauded while his heart was filled with emotion as he raised his head to look high into the sky. Above that high altitude, there was a slightly distorted space that obscured all sight below. There were two old men within this space, looking down on the battlefield below. One of them was none other than Elder Guo who, earlier, had given Luo Shuiyan the black wooden tablet. To have such a genius, my human race will surely prosper greatly. Elder Guo stroked his beard, his face filled with joy. That female doll spirit beast looks so rare that even I haven't seen it before. When the heavens send down this kind of genius, there is bound to be a unique fortune added to it. Perhaps this mysterious spirit beast is the chance given to her by the heavens. And the two old men in the air all fell into Jiang Che's eyes, with holographic view and eye of detection. The combination of these two skills, even if the two old men were hidden within the distorted space, they were all clearly seen by Jiang Che. These two, though they looked, were no different from ordinary old men, but they were all actual saint-level royal beast masters. They are the top powerhouses of this continent. I didn't expect that old fellow to not only be a cow himself, but also have such a saint-level friend. Having two saint-level bigwigs as backers is much more reliable than those whatsoever great families. Looking at the duo in the air, Jiang Che muttered in his heart. Right at this moment, Jiang Che suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from under the field. And it was getting louder and louder. Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. The fried sky gang is mighty. Gazing at it, he only saw that the little tiger had run into the stands at some unknown time. The key was that beside him, there was also a large group of spirit beasts, all of which were the little brothers that Jiang Che had collected during this period of time. More than 300 spirit beasts followed the little tiger and shouted the mighty name of the Heaven Blasting Gang in unison. Jiang Che had toppled so many powerful people and spirit beasts by himself today. But these little brothers were so excited, especially the little tiger. So excited that he almost transformed directly in the middle of the crowd. What is this situation? When did so many spirit beasts come? And where are their royal beast master owners? What are all these spirit beasts shouting? Which one of you knows beast language? The sudden appearance of more than 300 spirit beasts caused the many imperial beast masters present to be confused. It was only that none of the people present knew the language of beasts. And usually, one could only communicate with the spirit beast with which one had signed a contract when imperializing a beast. The Frying Sky Gang? Isn't that the gang created by himself? Originally, I thought that these few little guys were just playing around. I really didn't expect that such a short period of time would actually allow him to collect so many little brothers. Luo Shuiyan was able to understand what these spirit beasts were shouting because of her dual talents. For a moment, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh lightly. And at this moment, little tiger, with Jiang Che's fame, started to engage in expansion once again in his capacity as the head of the mighty Tiger Hall. Today, Jiang Che, on his own, was able to run through the ring without any opponents, and even the king-level imperial beast masters were slapped over by him, but there were quite a few spirit beasts that worshipped this. Alright, all calm down. Don't engage in any personal worship. Brother likes to keep a low profile. Seeing the beastly group of fans raging under the field, Jiang Che calmly waved his small paw. Such a harmless and adorable appearance was a huge contrast to the group of excited spirit beasts below. Afterwards, it was still Dean Tian Ke, who flew into the middle of mid-air with several elders. It was only through that powerful pressure of his own that the scene became quiet. Gentlemen, to be honest, today's ending was a surprise to me, and I'm sure it was to all of you as well. Likewise, I'm happy that such a talent has managed to appear in my Tian Ke Academy. I'm sure you've all visualized the results of this competition. That's right. The first place in the individual competition is Luo Shuai from the Freshman General Class 3. Along with the announcement of the results of the match by the Dean of the Tian Ke Academy, a mountainous roar of cheers once again resounded in the arena. There was no doubt about the first place, while as for the rest of the rankings, they had nothing to do with Luo Shuiyan. After picking up Jiang Che, Luo Shuiyan then slowly left the scene under the gaze of the crowd. After returning to the villa, the three of them, Lin Shuier, were instantly excited when they heard the news that Luo Shuiyan had won the championship. However, Luo Shuiyan only smiled faintly and stopped a few people from cheering. Well, even though the auditions have come to an end, but this is just us getting started, so don't be too proud. The real big event is the 100 school tournament that follows. A few people also nodded silently as they heard the words. Among the 100 schools league where the heroes gathered, that was where the real geniuses competed. There is now less than a month before the 100 Bridges League, and by then we'll be heading to the imperial capital to compete. During this period of time, everyone must cultivate hard and wait until the 100-strong league to at least all reach the spirit level. Although the time was short, and could even be considered a bit harsh for the girls who were still only freshmen. A few of them still nodded their heads in response. After all, in addition to their own cultivation, there were also the pills provided by Luo Shuiyan to augment them. Oxia Xiaoxiao realized that the effects of the pills obtained from Luo Shuiyan were even better than the pills she herself had taken within the sect. Lin Shuier, on the other hand, needless to say, her current treatment was completely unthinkable when she was in Jianhai. However, Lin Shuier was even more curious as to how exactly Luo Shuiyan had mastered forbidden systems in alchemy. End of chapter 86. Chapter 86, Setting Out for the Imperial Capital. Chapter 86, Expedition to the Imperial Capital. Luo Shuiyan didn't say anything about this, so none of them asked. After all, everyone has their own chances and secrets. Time flew by, and soon a month's worth of time flew by. Ding! Congratulations to the host, after becoming the leader of a party of large forces. Still unthinkingly lying flat. Reward 6W experience value. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Current level 43. Zhang Che slowly stretched his back amidst the system's beeps. Without realizing it, he had become a 43-level powerful spirit beast. This kind of rank even among the 100 schools league, that was already not considered weak. The most crucial thing was that Zhang Che simply didn't engage in hard cultivation all day long like the other spirit beasts. He was just lying on Luo Shuiyan's arms and legs every day, and he was just resting in a different way. Even during this time, Zhang Che realized that Yiziming's arms were equally comfortable. While Luo Shuiyan was refining pills, Zhang Che would also jump into Yiziming's arms. Yiziming's charming and attractive face, as well as her towering peaks, caused Zhang Che's animal blood to boil every time. It's not always a good night's sleep, but that life that's not generally a happy one. It was just that Zhang Che was a little sad that he didn't have the chance to go back to Shui Bingning, that mature imperial sister, and feel the feeling of being squeezed by the valley. During this 1-month period, Zhang Che obtained another Qilin essence blood through the system. Right now, the purity of his Qilin divine beast bloodline had reached 15%. Zhang Che was able to clearly feel that although his appearance remained unchanged, but the strength of the physical body compared to earlier, that was simply a qualitative improvement. The level change isn't that big, but the battle power increase isn't a little bit. With the blood of the Qilin flowing through his body, Zhang Che was confident that right now, even if he didn't use his skills, he would be able to easily beat down those spirit beasts. Already a large power leader? Zhang Che noticed that the system's words had once again changed, and he couldn't help but feel very pleased in his heart. In the course of the month, by making a name for himself among the individual competitions, nowadays, the Flying Sky Gang has 3 halls. Under the recruitment of the 3 hall masters, Little Tiger, Color Scale, and Ah-In, the growth rate of the gang's juniors was not normally fast. Zhang Che came to the courtyard of the villa, only to see that the courtyard was densely filled with spirit beasts. Even the villa yard could not fit it all and spread to the road outside. The scene, it was nothing short of spectacular. This was still the many spirit beasts that had all shrunk in size. If they were to revert to a fighting stance, it would simply be a wave of beasts. Hey, boss, the minions are waiting for you to lecture them. The usually formidable Wei Hu Hall master was very respectful and even a bit formal in front of Zhang Che at this moment. The little tiger has been learning the ways of the world for a while now. He knew exactly what to do, so that Zhang Che could establish his authority in front of his mini juniors. Among the many minions present, a large half of them had been recruited by Little Tiger. Gentlemen, today, your several hall masters and I are going to run to the imperial capital together to meet with the heroes of the world in martial arts. We'll be gone for a while. I hope you guys can cultivate well, but don't lose my face. Don't lose the face of our Flying Sky Gang. Boss is mighty. Bravo to the Flying Sky Gang. Congratulations to the gang leader on his victory. The roar of this group of spirit beasts was so loud that many of the surrounding imperial beast masters gave a start. However, when they saw that Zhang Che standing at the forefront of the many spirit beasts, they were relieved. Nowadays, Zhang Che's reputation had long been spreading in Tianke Academy. Anyone knows that there was a harmless little beast in freshman year that took in hundreds of minions. White, Xiaowu, you come over here. Luo Shuiyan as well as Oxia Xiaoxiao several people, at this moment, had all freshened up and walked out with their small bags. A few people were dressed up exquisitely. After all, this time they were going to the imperial capital. As for the luggage and most of the other things, because Zhang Che's storage space was there was absolutely no need for them to worry about it. The 4 of them, who were already known to be stunning, now just slightly dressed up, directly became a beautiful scenery line in the academy, with a turnaround rate of almost 100%. Within this month's time, the strength of several people had also changed tremendously. Because of her return to the imperial capital, Yi Ziming could be said to have been cultivating with all her might during this period of time. Under this tremendous pressure from the Yin family, he managed to break through to the 1-star spirit level. As for Oxia Xiao Xiao, because she was a bit playful by nature, she was overtaken by Yi Ziming instead. Even she was caught up by Lin Shuer, who had received the ancient inheritance. Both of them were now 9-star senior Imperial Beast Masters. It could be said that the current Rose Maidens had improved not a bit from their previous strength. Gotta keep folding again. Looking at the 4 people who had finished preparing, Zhang Che couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep every day again for the next while. A few people arrived at the Tianke Academy surrounded by a group of spirit beasts. The teams that were ready to travel to the imperial capital were ready. All the teachers and students of Tianke Academy were lined up outside the station. And in the front were Luo Shuiyan and the other cadets representing the academy and going to fight in the 100 Schools League, as well as the accompanying elders. The dean of the Tianke Academy, at this moment, looked very solemnly at the surrounding crowd. Outside the train at this moment, there weren't just people from Tianke Academy. There were also other academies, as well as strong men from the major families. Luo Shuyan and the others were not only fighting on behalf of Tianke Academy this time, they were likewise representing their Xian ancient city. Don't worry, gentlemen, we will definitely protect the safety of our participating students. We will never let anyone down in this 100 school tournament. Everyone wait for the good news in the middle of the ancient city of Xian. My Tianke Academy will return with honor. After a few brief words of encouragement, the dean of Tianke Academy led the group to board the cross-city train. Although there were spirit beasts carrying people in flight amongst the academy, it was still more convenient to travel such a long distance directly through a cross-city train. After all, it's important to make sure the participants are in shape before the competition. The many powerful people present applauded and cheered to send Luo Shuiyan and the others off. Tianke Academy had directly chartered an entire luxury sleeping compartment, so it could be said that the environment was very convenient and comfortable. Xue Bingning, as the tutor of Luo Shuiyan's several people, also followed along to the imperial capital this time. You don't say. It's a pretty good deal. Zhang Che was held in Luo Shuiyan's arms, looking at the scenery outside the window while eating the wide array of delicacies on the table. As Zhang Che ate, he observed his surroundings through a holographic perspective. Not bad. This old man is quite attached. I didn't realize that he followed me in the car. He's much more intimidating in person than that blackened wooden sign. He couldn't help but mutter softly when he realized that Elder Gui was also among the entourage. What old man? Don't you mean? Luo Shuyan was surprised for a moment after hearing Zhang Che's mutterings. The fact that Elder Gui would be traveling with the team to the imperial capital was something she wasn't too sure about either. But what shocked Falling Smoke was, Little White was actually able to detect even that kind of saint-level powerhouse who hid his breath. End of chapter 87. Chapter 87, you cover me now. I'll cover you later. Chapter 87, you cover me now. I will cover you later. Saint-level Imperial Beast Masters, that was the most powerful existence on this continent besides Emperor-level powerhouses. If Elder Gui wanted to hide his movements, not even the Tianke Academy Dean and the others would have been able to discover it. Luo Shuyan hadn't thought that Zhang Che actually had this kind of ability. Although Zhang Che said it easily, Luo Shuyan understood in her heart that this kind of skill could only be described as heaven-defying. Luo Shuyan wanted to ask something else, but then Xue Bingning walked over. Aqua Smoke. I really didn't expect that this time I would even be able to travel to the imperial capital as the mentor of the contestants, Xue Bingning said with a smile on her face. It could be said that all these things that had happened during this period of time had made this first-time mentor with new students a little too excited to talk. Originally, Xue Bingning just felt that it was more or less unreasonable for someone like Luo Shuiyan, who ranked first in the assessment ranking, to be assigned to an ordinary class. But after all this time of perseverance, she realized that this might be God's way of showing her favor. It must be said that Xue Bingning's luck was really very good. The first time as a tutor with a freshman class, he ended up picking up a treasure student like Luo Shuiyan. Moreover, this was still a band of 3, which even unearthed Lin Shuer, Oxia Xiao Xiao and Yi Zimeng, equally outstanding geniuses. Even these 4 freshman trainees from ordinary classes actually swept the first place in the individual competition as well as the first place in the team competition of this tryout. Along with that, it made Xue Bingning, a newcomer tutor, show her face inside the academy. Being able to travel to the imperial capital as the mentor of a participant was something that no other mentor could envy. At this moment, Xue Bingning was really a bit excited. After all, this was something that other tutors could only dream of. It just fell on her head for nothing. Not much different from pie in the sky. After all, Luo Shuiyan has never gone to class since the beginning of the school year. Mentor is overstating the case. In fact, we were lucky. Luo Shuiyan smiled and exchanged pleasantries. Previously, Schwebingning had defended a few people in front of Elder Wang, making Luo Shuyan feel somewhat good about this new tutor. Although the Heavenly K Academy had been infiltrated and corrupted more severely by various forces, there were still many tutors who stuck to their roots. The atmosphere between the two was looser. After all, there was not much difference between Luo Shuyan and Schwebingning's physical age. Luo Shuyan is a freshman, and Schwebingning is also a first-year mentor, and is still considered a young girl. What's more, Luo Shuyan could have cultivated for decades in her previous life. And really, speaking of age, she was quite a bit older than Schwebingning, so there's no generation gap when it comes to chatting. Schwebingning looked at Jiang Che, who was lying in Luo Shuyan's arms, and her eyes instantly glistened. Although Jiang Che's strength continued to progress and his bloodline was condensing, his appearance was still harmless and very cute. Little white, I really didn't expect you to look so cute and end up moving so strongly. Schwebingning came over and carried Jiang Che into her arms to ravage him properly. In the previous battle, Jiang Che flew in midair to summon thunder to defeat Mo Qingshan. That shocking scene could really impress many people. One must know that Mo Qingshan was a king-grade beast royal master, plus his spirit beast with dual attributes of wind and fire. Its strength was even stronger than Schwebingning, the tutor of this ordinary class. That's why Schwebingning didn't have any semblance of a stance in front of Jiang Che. What's more, Jiang Che's appearance was indeed very cute. It's this feeling. That's what it feels like to choke. It's great. Schwebingning was worthy of being a mature imperial sister. The pride in that chest was quite a bit larger than both Yiziming and Luo Shuyan. Now that he was squeezed in the middle of the valley, Jiang Che was about to lose his breath. It was with great difficulty that he put his little head, resting on top of a large area of snow white. There were 5 stunningly beautiful women sitting beside them, each of them emitting a unique body fragrance. The 5 aromas came together, and Jiang Che felt incomparably on top of his head after just one inhale. This flush made him almost faint. When the surrounding people looked at Jiang Che, who was squeezed in the middle of the gully, each one of them had eyes full of envy, wishing that they could turn into a spirit beast as well. It was just a pity that only Jiang Che had this kind of treatment. Even Tiger and their 3 little ones were just lying on the floor of the wagon. The other people's spirit beasts were even worse. All of them were put away in the imperial beast space. It's a bit of a long way to travel from the ancient city of Xi'an to the imperial capital. Even on this train, Luo Shuyan didn't waste a single moment. She was still immersed in her cultivation, and this kind of hard work made Schwebingning unable to help but sweat a little. Previously, Schwebingning also blamed Luo Shuyan for not going to listen to the class, thinking that the other party is a little lazy. Now it seems to be completely unnecessary. Luo Shuyan was cultivating, while Schwebingning, as a mentor, naturally took on the task of carefully caring for Jiang Che. Although Schwebingning is a sexy lady on the outside, she is also very soft on the inside, especially when she can't afford to take care of Jiang Che. Not bad. You know what you're doing. Now you cover me. When something happens in the future, I'll cover you. Jiang Che reclined in the tenderness and appreciated with a cozy face. Schwebingning's brain pad waves could be more hypnotizing than both Luo Shuyan and Yiziming. The train continued to run for 3 whole days before stopping, and a few people got off the train with the college brigade. Finally, is here again. Looking at the silhouette of the city not far away, a touch of reminiscence flowed out from among Luo Shuyan's eyes. Water smoke? Isn't this your first time here? Lin Shuer heard Luo Shuyan's murmur and said with some surprise, I dreamed about this place before. Luo Shuyan smiled and digressed. And on the side, Yiziming, looking at these familiar cities in front of her, reddened her eyes for a moment. She had left so much sadness in this city, and she thought of her father and brother who had passed away. Looking ahead, Yiziming took a deep breath and gently wiped away the wetness from the corners of her eyes gradually becoming resolute. This time she will not run away. Yiziming was going to use her strength to stand in front of the Yin family and let them know that she was still alive and stronger than before. She wanted those people to watch her, step by step, become stronger. Let them fear and awe themselves, and let them pay their blood debt little by little. The imperial capital had a special significance for the great Jin dynasty, so the city was also divided into an inner city and an outer city. The station can only stay on the edge of the outer city, which is for the safety of the inner city. But even if it was the edge of the outer city, once they left the station, a few people were still able to feel the bustle of the place. Spacious and bright streets, neat buildings, streets covered with noise and crowds of people. It was hard to imagine just how many people this imperial capital housed. Even the dean of the Tianke Academy couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion as he looked at the bustling capital city in front of him. This is the imperial capital of our great Jin dynasty, covering an area more than 10 times the size of our ancient city of Xi'an. The significance of this city, as well as its importance, completely overrides the other cities. End of chapter 88. Chapter 88, Night Attack. Is this to make up a mahjong table? Chapter 88, Night Attack. Is this a mahjong table? Among the large troop, there were many people who had come to the capital city for the first time, and they were all surprised by the prosperity of the place for a while. The crowd walked along the streets of the outer city, admiring the prosperity of this imperial capital. After crossing several long streets in the outer city and walking for more than half an hour, the crowd finally arrived in front of a very extensive and luxurious manor. This is our academy's property in the imperial capital. The dean of Tianke Academy turned around and looked at the crowd with a proud face. In a place like the imperial capital, where every inch of land was gold, being able to own such a large piece of property could be said to be an extremely proud thing. It's not just a matter of financial resources, but equally a symbol of strength and status. The 100 Schools League won't start until 2 days from now, so everyone should rest within the manor for these 2 days. After rushing for 3 days, I'm sure everyone is a bit tired, so adjust yourself during this time. The dean then assigned houses to several people, and it had to be said that the treatment of this imperial manor was not generally good. Luxurious decorations that have come standard, each with a separate alibi. But it was also why the distance between the houses assigned to several people was a bit far. This is also the college's due consideration, each other's resting condition as well as personal privacy. Lin Shuer didn't go back to her room because she insisted on sleeping with Luo Shuyan, so she stayed with Luo Shuyan instead. She couldn't stay away from Luo Shuyan in Zhangche now. Nightfall. Outside the manor, a man in black walked slowly. As it was about to approach the manor, the space around its body shook. With that, the man in black unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. He had certainly comprehended the power of space and had directly vanished into the void. When he showed up again, he was surprisingly already inside the manor, and the location where this man in black was located was exactly inside the special courtyard where Iziming was. This is my Tianke Academy's territory. Isn't it a little bit not nice for your excellency to come here uninvited? It's too much to put my Tianke Academy in your eyes. At this time, the dean of the Tianke Academy similarly appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of the man in black with an indifferent face. Li Yan, are you trying to stop me? I advise you to better get out of the way. Looking at the dean of the Tianke Academy in front of him, the black-clothed man said in a deep voice, "Oh, why do you say that? I knew someone would come, but I didn't think you guys would be in such a hurry. Your excellency must be a member of the Yin family. I don't care what internal conflicts you have within the Yin family. In any case, this is my Tianke Academy's territory. Yi Ziming is now a student of my Heavenly Sparrow Academy, and I, Li Yan, as the Academy's president, it's only right that I protect my students within the borders of my Tianke Academy. Even if you are your imperial capital Yin family, you must never cause trouble." While speaking, Li Yan's body also emitted a faint pressure. He looked at the black-robed man in front of him and smiled faintly a few times, no fear in his eyes. Even though the other party was a member of the imperial capital Yin family, Li Yan didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. "Humph, Dean Li, don't worry. I will report today's matter to the family head truthfully." Seeing that Li Yan wasn't going to step back, the man in black didn't choose to push his way in. After all, this was the territory of the Heavenly Sparrow Academy. "Take your time. I won't see you off." Inside the room at the moment, Yi Ziming was sitting on the bed, her pair of beautiful purple eyes, icy cold. There was a strong hatred and murderous aura emanating from among his eyes. She heard the conversation in the courtyard just now, and the man's voice was even more familiar to her. "My good uncle, I've only just arrived in the imperial capital and I'm sending someone over. So impatient to want me dead?" Yiziming's pink fists were clenched, and her knuckles were pinched and creaked. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this dean is okay, he can still make a move when it matters," Zhang Che said lazily as he lay on the bed. Nowadays, his holographic perspective, with the increase in strength, could already cover a radius of 1500 meters. Everything that had just happened within Yi Ziming's courtyard, it was all seen in Zhang Che's eyes. "Wait, what's wrong?" Luo Shuyan vaguely heard Zhang Che's muttering and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. "It's nothing. It's someone from the Yin family who came to look for Ziming." But they were stopped by the dean. "That's good then." Hearing this, Luo Shuyan also let out a sigh of relief. However, right at this moment, Zhang Che's expression suddenly changed drastically. "Crap, damn, there's a strange old undead coming at us." "What?" Luo Shuyan was shocked at the words. It's not usual to realize the secrets they're carrying right now. Zhang Che directly scurried into the middle of Luo Shuyan and Lin Shui, preparing to cast his instant transmission skill, first bringing the two of them to run away. Wait a minute. It seems to be okay again. Zhang Che, who was about to cast a skill, had a lurch in his movements as another figure appeared in his holographic perspective, only to see two pale figures collide together above the darkened heights outside. An extremely strong spiritual power fluctuation erupted, and if it wasn't at a high altitude, I'm afraid that the powerful chi emitted alone could have destroyed the nearby buildings. The old man who had suddenly appeared was none other than Guo Lao, who had been secretly protecting several people, and had stepped in to stop the uninvited guest just now. Wait, what's wrong? Did you see something? Luo Shuyan's brows tightened as she hurriedly asked. Lin Shuer was also nervous at the side, her heartbeat accelerating. After all, it was the first time they had ever seen Jiang Che so flustered. There was only one possibility that an extremely terrifying existence had just appeared. This being is much more powerful than even the dean. It's okay, there's an old undead coming, but the old man who gave you the black wooden sign has also shown up. Jiang Che looked at the situation high in the air while calming Luo Shuyan and the two of them. However, right at this moment, Jiang Che realized that outside the courtyard where Auxiliary Little was, there were actually people coming as well. Overnight, 3 different sets of people had actually come, and all of them were obviously people of great importance. Jiang Che couldn't even hold back a cold laugh. Luo Shuyan and the 4 of them were really attractive, but going over to find Oxio Xiao people, compared to Yi Ziming with their own side, but is very polite, does not seem to have any malicious intent. I say Auntie you in the end how can you go back The black-clothed man outside of Otiny's courtyard said softly towards the house in an almost supplicating tone. I said, do you people not understand words? Auxiliary Little pulled open the door to the room with a look of impatience. How many times have I told you? If I say I'm not going back, I'm not going back. If you bother me again, don't blame me for getting mad. While saying this, Oxia Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of cunning and danger emanating from her beautiful eyes. Looked at the man in black cannot help but hit a cold shiver. In front of this ant he cannot offend End of chapter 89. Chapter 89. It won't be a tiger that's transferred away from the mountain. Chapter 89. It won't be a transfer of the tiger from the mountain. The black-clothed man outside this door came from a huge sect with a 1,000-year legacy. The Tsunami sect. Ancient clans of this level. Even those great clans in the imperial capital wouldn't dare to mess with them. Auxiliary Tiny was none other than the daughter of the Roaring Sky sect's contemporary sect leader. And Oxia Xiaoxiao's grandfather was an absolute powerhouse of the Tsunami sect and even the entire Great Gene. With this status, no matter where she went, no one dared to mess with her. Even hate to treat her as a little ancestor. Directly give offerings. This time Oxia Xiaoxiao sneaked out of the sect because of playfulness. The whole Xiaotian sect that has directly overturned the sky, poking around and searching for signs of Auntie Little. Finally, from the mouths of those lineages in the ancient city of Xi'an, I learned of the small news of Aun. The man in black came with a mission from the sect this time. If he couldn't bring Oxia Xiaoxiao back, he would have a good time when he went back. He shivered at the thought of the patriarch's wrath. Miss, just don't make it difficult for me. Come back with me. I really can't afford the sovereign's anger. The black-robed man took a deep breath, and his words became somewhat serious, his tone very heavy. Difficult? Because you find it difficult. You want to make it difficult for me? Auxiliary Little asked back with a cold smile. Don't those old guys in the sect think that if I stay within the Tsunami sect, it will enable me to cultivate faster, break through higher, and turn into a stronger imperial beast master? Miss, the patriarch and the others are also looking out for your future. After all, Tian K Academy can't be compared to the clan at all. The man in black frowned. Tian K Academy was indeed considered the #1 imperial beast master academy in the ancient city of Xi'an. However, when looking at the Great Jin dynasty, it was nothing, much less comparable to the Tsunami sect. In the eyes of the Tsunami sect's crowd, Oxia Xiaoxiao was entirely too stubborn and was wasting his time and talent. I'm now at a 9-star advanced strength. May I ask if I can break through so fast in the Tsunami sect? What? 9-star advanced? How is this possible? Hearing An Xiaoxiao's words, the black-clothed man was immediately shocked and almost cried out in shock. But he remembered very clearly that when Oxia Xiaoxiao left the sect, she was only a low-grade mid-pole royal beast master. Going to a remote place like the ancient city of Xi'an's Tian K Academy, there was no strong resource support from the clan, as well as a strong heritage, coupled with Oxia Xiaoxiao itself as playful, leaving the discipline of the clan. It is estimated that the time in cultivation is even less. How could this black-clothed man not understand that it had only been less than half a year? It was simply unbelievable that Auxiliary Little was actually able to cross nearly 2 large realms. In his opinion, according to Oxia Xiaoxiao's temperament, even if he stayed within the Xiaotian sect with the support of a large amount of resources, I'm afraid that the current her, at most, she had cultivated to the middle stage of senior imperial beast master. What? You don't believe it? Let me tell you. I'm representing Tian K Academy now, coming to participate in the 100 Schools League, and those cadets participating in the auditions don't know my identity. Tian K Academy doesn't make false claims. Seemingly hearing the black-clothed man's skepticism, Oxia Xiaoxiao immediately let out a light laugh. Incomparably pleased with himself, Hearing this, the man in black immediately fell silent and stopped questioning. After all, he was able to come here because he had already learned that Auxiliary Little was representing Tianke Academy in the 100 Schools League. Otherwise, he should have gone straight to the ancient city of Xi'an to find someone by now. Since that's the case, then I won't force it any further, miss. If the patriarch learns of this news, I'm sure he'll be very pleased as well. The man in black arched his hand towards Oxy Xiao Xiao inside the house, and gradually faded into the darkness with a respectful face. Seeing the man in black leave, Jiang Che also stopped paying attention to that side. All of his energies were now placed high in the sky. Brother Gua, your elegance is still as unchanged as it was 100 years ago. I think that back then, a few of us were together on the battlefield to defend against the invasion of the demon clan. Nowadays, there aren't many of us surviving in the world. In that 1,000 meters above the sky, within the hidden space, two old men stood opposite each other. That old man who was on the opposite side of Guo Lao smiled faintly. Looking at the other party's stance, it seemed that they were not looking for trouble, but more like two people who had met together after a long time to catch up on old times. Let bygones be bygones. However, Guo Lao's brows were tightly locked when he heard this, and there was a touch of impatience between his brows, as if he was very disgusted with the person in front of him. Let's not hide anything from each other. You're here for that girl child this time, aren't you? Guo Lao looked indifferent and directly opened the door. To be more precise, it's for his spirit beast. The mysterious old man on the opposite side nodded and said, being in the imperial capital, they had similarly heard about Jiang Che's battle results. In less than half a year's time, it had directly broken through from a second stage demonic beast to a fifth stage, and he also fought 1 against 9, directly killing a bunch of king-level royal beast masters and spirit-level royal beast masters, and even their spirit beasts were slapped over. It was difficult to not draw attention to this kind of heaven-defying battle power. In the eyes of many people, Jiang Che was very unusual, and it was even likely that he was a hidden legendary great spirit beast. Hearing this old man's words, a flash of disgust once again flashed across Guo Lao's eyes. Compared to those foreign races, the individual strength of the human race was already weak, and these so-called strong men of the lineages and clans were still going around suppressing the others in order to solidify their own strength and for their own interests. I don't know how many geniuses have been defeated in the field of interests. How many human elites have been flat out let down because of this muddy and unpleasant environment? It was the fact that there were so many people with impure minds that caused the human race to stagnate for many years, resulting in many geniuses of the human race not having enough opportunities and space to grow. In the long run, the genius withers. The imperial beast masters will not be able to catch up. The human race will no longer have a day of reckoning. What ordinary people do for profit may only affect those around them, but the decisions of the top powerhouses affected the entire human race. Don't blame me for not warning you. This is a chance that belongs to that girl doll herself. As long as I'm around, no one can take it away from me. Or don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Guo Lao's gaze was very calm, and his dark pupils were as deep as a pool of water. Although there wasn't any outburst of chi, just a single sentence caused the person in front of him to look instantly grave. Old Gua. It seems like it's been a long time since we've had a fight. Since it just so happens that you've come to the imperial capital, why don't you let us have a good fight and see if your old man's body has regressed? As the words fell, the two of them instantly disappeared in the same spot. Equally strong and powerful they were. They were also completely out of the range of Jiang Che's holographic perspective. After all, this level of powerhouse really moved their hands. That mere aftermath others could not withstand. Boy, this old man just left. It can't be that he's tuning the tiger out and there will be others coming in a while, right? Seeing the duo's silhouettes disappear, Jiang Che didn't rejoice, but instead became more worried. All he wanted to do in this life was to lie down, but now that the outside world was a constant threat, how could he still feel at ease? Are you saying that person had a catch-up with Guo Lao? After Luo Shuyan heard Jiang Che's description, her thoughts surged and she seemed to have guessed the identity of the visitor. End of chapter 90. Chapter 90, The 100 Schools League officially begins. Chapter 90, The 100 Schools League officially begins. Since Elder Gua has already personally stepped in, no one else would dare to have such petty thoughts. At least until those two are done fighting, no one else will dare to make a move. After a slight contemplation, Luo Shuyan said with great certainty, with Elder Gua's hefty reputation, under his intimidation, other curmudgeons simply didn't have the guts to come over and pick a fight. And those who were qualified to do so would also give Guo Lao a point of face. Strong people at that level would only strike head-on even if it was for their own benefit or for the power behind them. It's not enough to join forces and use machinations against them. This night is not destined to be peaceful. Many old monsters who hadn't shown up for years in the bustling imperial capital, all of them came to the outside world at this moment, gazing up at the boundless starry sky, because there There is an amazing battle that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was a clash of saint-level powerhouses. Among the sight of the many powerful people, they could vaguely see the spatial fluctuations in the middle of the high altitude. This spatial fluctuation lasted for more than an hour. When they saw the final result, everyone couldn't help but have their eyelids fluttering furiously. I really didn't expect that after so many years of reclusion, Elder Gua's strength, instead of regressing in the slightest, has become stronger and stronger. Now that Elder Gua has personally stepped in to shine a light on that junior from Tianke Academy, if anyone still dares to touch her, I'm afraid that the entire clan will be uprooted by Elder Gua in a fit of rage. Someone who can make Elder Gua personally appear must have something extraordinary about her. Don't move her. Give me orders that during this time in the imperial capital, everyone must not actively provoke. After seeing the battle in the middle of the mid-air, the powerhouses from all sides within the imperial capital gave an order. Luo Shuiyan, a spirit-grade imperial beast master, had implicated an unknown number of top bigwigs. It's over. It's back. Jiang Che had also waited for more than an hour before that old man's figure finally reappeared within his holographic perspective. However, it was able to be clearly seen that at this moment, there were more than a few points of fatigue on Guo Lao's face. Obviously just now the battle. Although the final Guo Lao won the victory, but the process cannot be easy. Although Elder Guo was a bit tired, when he looked at the separate courtyard where Luo Shuyan was, a hint of relief and appreciation was revealed in his gaze. This was the kind of relief a top human powerhouse felt when he saw the emerging geniuses of the human race. It was he who volunteered to be the protector of the way, who held an expectant gaze for his juniors. This old man is still weirdly nice. Seeing Elder Guo's gaze, Jiang Che was somewhat moved. There aren't many people with this kind of conviction and understanding. Not to mention the fact that Guo Lao was strong and powerful. As a top human race powerhouse, he could be said to have made great achievements for the sake of the human race. On Guo Lao's shoulders was the future of the human race. Even now, it is still working for the revival of the human race. Perhaps many people did not even know Guo Lao's name, and many people even did not know that there was such a top powerhouse in existence. But it was people like this who guarded the peace of the human race. And even if Jiang Che had been reborn, he still had a heartfelt respect for people like this. For in his former life he too had lived under the patronage of many obscure people. The Yin family hall. Boom, boom, boom. A loud sound like muffled thunder echoed within the hall, and the entire hall seemed to be trembling. Tianke Academy? Good. Very good. Learning that the person he had sent was stopped by the dean of Tianke Academy, Yin Zhong, the Yin clan's head, was furious at the moment, and a strong pressure was released from his body. This Tianke Academy really has a lot of guts. It actually dares to go against my Yin family. Yin Zhong was wearing a purple and gold robe without any wind. His black hair was like a waterfall flying behind his head, and the killing intent in his eyes had almost condensed into substance. All the people around them kept their heads down, not daring to breathe a single breath. When the 100 Schools League starts, I will kill that little personally in the ring, in front of everyone in the world. A young man came through the door at this moment and said in a very indifferent tone. Another 2 days passed, and Luo Shuyan's group hadn't even gone out. Now that the 100 Schools League is just around the corner, they can be said to be fighting with all their might for this competition. Several people put all their energy into cultivation, striving to be able to raise their strength some more before the start of the tournament. Nowadays, Luo Shuyan had already cultivated a 4-star spirit level imperial beast master. In terms of her cultivation realm, she had finally reached the normal level of the participants of this 100 Schools League. And Oxia Xiao Xiao also fought with the sect because of that day when the man in black came to the door. And now she managed to break through to a spirit level royal beast master. Lin Shuer had the inheritance of an ancient sect, and now that she was gradually catching up, her realm was not far behind. Finally, it was before the start of the competition that he broke through the spirit grade imperial beast master, fulfilling the 4's earlier promise. When the sun rose on the 3rd day, the entire imperial capital was in a state of boiling in revelry. The 100 Schools League, that for the entire Great Jin dynasty, that is an extremely important existence. Not to mention that the imperial capital, which hosted the 100 Schools League, was even more crowded today. Countless people had traveled thousands of miles from all directions to the imperial capital in order to watch this important event. That's a big part of what's causing the imperial capital, and the recent crowds, to be congested. Even if the imperial capital had the widest and most prosperous streets, they were all crowded with people today. Everyone follow me? The location of the 100 Schools League is in the middle of the inner city of the imperial capital. Li Yan led the crowd to the inner city of the imperial capital from a specialized route. The inner city was different from the outer city. Under unusual circumstances, the inner city was not open to the public at all. Only the powerful and noble were qualified to enter. As soon as he walked into the inner city, The prosperity was not comparable to that of the outer city. However, among the four, except for Lin Shuer, who was from Jianghai City and was coming to the imperial capital for the first time, the other three had seen extraordinary things and were not too surprised. With a special escort, the contestants didn't need to pass by those who were watching, and they soon arrived near the tournament area. The location where this 100 Schools League was held was a huge square that covered an area of thousands of feet and could completely accommodate dozens of people to watch. As time passed, 3 figures appeared on a stone platform suspended in the sky. The moment these 3 figures appeared, the scene that was originally still incredibly noisy and clamoring with gongs and drums instantly became silent. Everyone looked up into the air with incomparable reverence. It's a pity that the distance is too far away to see what exactly the cultivation level of those 3 guys is. Zhang Che couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. These 3 made such a shocking appearance that Zhang Che couldn't help but wonder about their identities and realms. Hearing Zhang Che's muttering, Luo Shuyan introduced him in a low voice. All 3 of those guys are a big deal. That man in the center is the crown prince of the Great Jin Empire. The one next to him is the dean of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, and the other one is Marshal Weilong of the Great Jin. All 3 of them have extraordinary status. End of chapter 91. Chapter 91, The Secret Realm of Time and Space. Chapter 91, The Secret Realm of Time and Space. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, what is your ultimate goal in entering this competition? Are there any special rewards in this 100 School League? Zhang Che suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Shuyan and asked. Luo Shuyan was only a freshman, and under normal circumstances it was only the senior cadets that were able to participate in this competition. There was really no one like Luo Shuyan who participated 3 years in advance. Zhang Che was curious as to what Luo Shuyan's purpose was for being so insistent. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Luo Shuyan smiled mysteriously towards Zhang Che. While the two were talking, the figure in the very center above them took 2 steps forward. Today, it's an important day for my Great Jin dynasty, an important moment for the young imperial beast masters of the world to prove their strength. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today, for this event. To be able to see so many heavenly pride converge is truly a blessing for my Great Jin dynasty. When he heard that Dijin Prince's opening speech in mid-air, Zhang Che felt his head buzzing and his eyelids couldn't help but fight. He didn't even know how many times he had heard this kind of scene in his previous life. Not only that Dijin Prince, but even the 2 powerful men beside him had made a series of speeches one after another. A full half-hour passed before we finally got to the point. Only the crown prince of the Great Jin, who was dressed in yellow robes, stood in the center and scanned the crowd of the world. I'm sure everyone is clear in their hearts that every 100 Schools League isn't just to screen out the heavenly pride of my Great Jin dynasty. More than that, it's about providing enough incentive for these talented imperial beastmasters to go the distance. That's why the top 10 from this individual competition and the top 3 squads from the team competition will all have the opportunity to enter into the secret realm of time and space to cultivate. And the top 3 in the individual tournament, including the first place in the team tournament, will also have special rewards from my Great Jin dynasty. As the words of this Great Jin Crown Prince fell, the surrounding area instantly resounded with cries of astonishment, and the scene boiled over. The many dancers cheered with a look of excitement and thrill. Many of the people who came to participate in this 100 Schools League, only a small portion of them did so for the sake of so-called fame, wanting to get out of the wind on top of this kind of occasion. Most people are actually in it for the rewards of the final race. Entering the secret realm of time and space was an opportunity that many geniuses could only dream of. The secret realm of time and space? What is that? Zhang Che asked with some doubt. Although he had traveled to this world for a while, Zhang Che had always been in a state of lying flat. Having never even touched a human textbook tome, Zhang Che was confused when he saw the cheers of the people around him. That is an extremely strange secret realm that is in the hands of the royal family of the Great Jin dynasty. This secret realm only opens once every 15 years, and it can be said to be very rare for ordinary people to enter and cultivate. The secret realm of time and space. As the name suggests, within that space, the flow of time is different from the outside world. The flow of time within the secret territory is faster than in the outside world. And the 10 days that have passed within the secret territory are only just 1 day in the outside world. After hearing Luo Shuyan's explanation, Zhang Che's eyes immediately lit up in surprise. Good lord, 1 day tops 10 days? Then this cultivation efficiency has directly increased tenfold? If I say so, then wouldn't every single imperial beastmaster of the Dijin dynasty's royal family be a top-notch powerhouse? Zhang Che didn't expect that there was actually such a magical secret realm. There is a limit to the opening of this secret realm. It can only be opened once in 15 years, and the time it stays for each time is also limited. If you stay in the middle of the secret realm for 300 days, you will be forcibly sent to the outside world by the mysterious power of the secret realm. Luo Shuyan patiently explained. So there's a limit, but that's good enough. Jiang Che now sort of understood why Luo Shuyan must have come to this competition earlier. It turned out that this spacetime mystery realm could only be opened once in 15 years, and if one missed this session, there would be no chance. The secret realm of time and space is so awesome. So what would the special reward for first place be? The special reward for first place is that the royal family of the Great Jin dynasty will give the Imperial Beast Master a chance to pick a top spirit beast. In her previous life, Luo Shuyan had successfully contracted the Red Flame Luan bird of hidden bloodline precisely by winning first place in the 100 Schools League. And pick another top spirit beast? Doesn't that mean I'll soon have another powerful little brother? After hearing about these rewards, Jiang Che was a bit expectant for a moment. I'm sure everyone has been waiting for a long time, and it seems that everyone is looking forward to what each of the heroes will do next. Next will be the Dean of Tianlong Academy, Dean Chen, to preside over this 100 Schools League. Sky Dragon Academy, the best Imperial Beastmaster Academy in the Imperial Capital. And because it was in the Imperial Capital, this academy could be said to specialize in serving the royal family. The identity of the Dean of the Heavenly Dragon Academy was naturally extraordinary. The rules of this 100 Schools League were actually not too different from Jiang Che's previous selection tournament within the sect. After all, at the end of the day, it's all about choosing the strongest. In the quest for fairness and equity, the rules are basically one and the same. It's just that this 100 League, with more colleges participating and more Imperial Beast Masters, is also more diverse and more difficult to manage. Even the flow of the game is exactly the same. Again, it was all about individual competition in the morning and team competition in the afternoon. Jiang Che suspected that the rules of Tianke Academy were made according to the 100 Schools League, in order for the trainees to be able to adapt more quickly to the rhythm of combat. After all the many miscellaneous matters were settled, the official competition finally began. The sound of the viewing platform weakened as the trumpets sounded around them. On top of this square, there were quite a few stone rings, but the area was quite a bit larger than that of Tianke Academy. This ring could hold multiple battles at the same time, and it didn't take long for Luo Shuyan to take her turn in the ring. When Luo Shuyan's name was read, many people looked in her direction. Nowadays, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Luo Shuyan was a figure of the wind and clouds, no matter if it was his own strength, talent, or the Jiang Che who was speculated to have a bloodline, as well as Elder Guo behind him. That was enough to be noticed by all. Luo Shuyan was very calm about this and walked towards the ring without any sadness or joy. She could feel, in an instant, the gazes of scrutiny, suspicion, and curiosity around her in all directions. This time in the 100 Schools League, there was no telling how many people would want to explore her. Go for it, Sister Watersmoke. You're the best. Go, Sister Watersmoke. Show these guys that we freshmen aren't vegetarians either. There was no business for Ez Meng's few people in the individual tournament. They were all on the viewing platform helping Luo Shuyan to cheer up the atmosphere. The Dean of Tianke Academy, as well as a group of elders and tutors, also stood beside a few people looking at Luo Shuyan with a smile on their faces. Anticipation filled that gaze. End of chapter 92. Chapter 92. This prince doesn't look like a good person. Chapter 92. This prince doesn't look like a good person. It had been many years since Tianke Academy had entered the top 10 rankings. Now this Luo Shuyan, who was like a black horse rushing out, made Li Yan and the others see hope again. Everyone wanted to see if Luo Shuyan, who stirred up the wind and clouds, could once again blossom in this 100 Schools League in a style that belonged to her. Luo Shuyan's first battle was against a mere 5-star spirit-level Imperial Beast Master. From this, it could be seen that although Tianke Academy hadn't entered the top 10 for many years, it was still ranked very high amongst these 100 schools. Even if Luo Shuyan didn't participate in the competition this time, the weakest of the cadets who represented Tianke Academy to participate in the competition should be at the 9-star spirit level. Not to mention that there was also Mo Qingshan, that 1-star king-level powerhouse touting. At this moment, Luo Shuyan's opponent, that 5-star spirit-level Imperial Beast Master's Spirit Beast, was actually a spirit cat that could release lightning. Again, the touch is very cute. Not only is it very agile, but the attack is also very strong. What do you mean by that? Looking down on me? Don't even cast out your spirit beasts. Seeing that Luo Shuyan actually didn't summon a spirit beast, this Imperial Beast Master couldn't help but frown. Sorry, my spirit animal said he was a bit tired and told me to finish you off first by myself. Luo Shuyan spread her hands and smiled faintly towards the proven opponent in front of her. Seeing that it was only a 5-star spirit-grade Imperial Beastmaster, Jiang Che didn't even bother to make a move. What's more, with Luo Shuyan's strength, it was enough to be able to deal with it. However, these words fell on that Imperial Beastmaster's ears as if they were a great irony, immediately causing him to become infuriated. Without saying a word, he charged directly towards Luo Shuyan. Instead of dodging, Luo Shuiyan quickly rushed towards the other party. As his realm broke through, his stance became faster and faster. After skillfully dodging that spirit cat's attack, he sidestepped and dodged this Imperial Beast Master's skill. Luo Shuiyan was so fast that this opponent had a hard time touching the hem of her coat for a while. But after all, without spirit beasts to work together, fighting 1 against 2 was somewhat dwarfed in many cases. Luo Shuiyan kept dodging, somewhat slightly in a sorry state. Is that all you do is run? Where's the arrogance you had just now? Being teased like this by Luo Shuiyan in front of everyone, this Imperial Beast Master was also a bit annoyed. However, after his anger got the better of him, one of his mistakes was clearly captured by Luo Shuiyan. Immediately afterward, before the other party could even react, Luo Shuiyan's long leg swept across. A strong burst of spiritual energy directly blasted the opponent off the stage. Immediately after this, her hand burned with a blazing fire and blasted that spirit cat away again. Although neither had suffered any great injuries, falling out of the ring was tantamount to defeat. Luo Shuiyan scored a relatively easy victory. Only on top of the high platform, a soft hum rang out. This is the person Elder Gua stepped in to shelter? The cultivation level is quite a bit worse, just judging from her current situation. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to even advance into the top 10. The Crown Prince of the Great Jin Dynasty, after watching Luo Shuiyan's battle, said in a cold voice. The old man standing beside him, the Dean of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, smiled gently at his words. Your Highness, you are in charge of everything day to day. You shouldn't know much about this Luo Shui. In fact, the reason why she was able to defeat a 1-star king level opponent with a 1-star spirit level cultivation at the Heavenly K Academy selection tournament in the first place was actually relying on that spirit beast. Immediately afterward, this Heavenly Dragon Academy's dean, again, recounted the battle in the beginning to the Great Jin Dynasty's crown prince. Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such a magical spirit beast. The crown prince drifted off, and then he looked down at Jiang Che and Luo Shuiyan's arms, a flash of meaningful emotion flashing through his eyes. Jiang Che, who was still thinking about what to eat next, suddenly and inexplicably felt a wave of coolness come over him. He fiercely looked in the direction that made his heart flutter, but he happened to lock eyes with the crown prince of that great Jin dynasty. This caused Jiang Che to tremble inwardly. This prince what's his name doesn't look like a good guy. Jiang Che frowned, then pretended that nothing happened. Because of Luo Shuiyan's status as a participant, there was a separately divided rest area. The rest area was very cozy. Luo Shuiyan and several people were not so much to go and squeeze the viewing platform with that surrounding spectators. With the passage of time, it finally came to the afternoon. The team competition also officially began. Except that this 100 school league team competition didn't require a special trip outside of the city. The location of the battle was in this square. Teams participating in the team tournament will enter a small secret area. This secret realm is specifically enabled for the competition. The small spaces constructed by the strongest of the great powers could be opened at any time. As for the specific battles inside, they would also be projected to the center of the square for the public to watch. Again, for the sake of fairness and impartiality, the interior of this secret realm was similar to that of the real world, with an area of about 30 miles in a circle. After all, there were quite a few king-level powerhouses among the participants this time. For a king-level royal beast master who could fly, a 30-mile field was not really too big. Next, let's bring Team Rosebud Girls, Team 4 Fury into the match. It didn't take a moment's effort to usher in a battle between Luo Shuiyan's few people. Upon entering the secret realm, the members of the 4 Fiends team immediately smiled coldly. I've heard that Rose Maiden team are all just a bunch of spirit-level mongrels, and there are also 2 people that have only just broken through to the spirit level. This kind of cultivation to participate in the 100 Schools League is simply a joke. Come on, don't laugh. We should be thanking people. After all, it's here to give us points. The few people from the 4 Fiends team were very relaxed and didn't put Luo Shuiyan and the others in their eyes at all. And they do have the power. The strongest amongst the few was a 1-star king level, and the rest of the team members were all high-end spirit level Imperial Beast Masters as well. After entering the secret realm, the 2 sides were separated by a distance of about a mile or so. In the air, there were Imperial extreme powerhouses supervising the battle, on one hand to reduce casualties, and on the other hand for the sake of fairness and impartiality. Everyone, cheer up. This time the opponent's strength isn't weak, but it's not too strong either. We'll definitely be able to take it. Luo Shuiyan cheered. Roar! The tiger whistles at heaven and earth. The battle had only just begun when Oxia Xiao Xiao directly took the lead and rushed to the front. Along with the fierce tiger's roar, the little tiger's size also instantly turned into a fighting stance. At this moment, he was already nearly 3 meters long, and his physical strength was extremely strong. Oxia Xiao Xiao directly approached the other party, a 7-star spirit level Imperial Beast Master. Originally, This Imperial Beast Master thought that it was a soft target, but it didn't occur to him that the aura that Auxiliary Little had just released scared his soul. He only had time to summon his giant rhinoceros before he turned and ran towards his back. Bang! The little tiger was now really heroic. Directly hard on the 4 or 5 meter tall giant rhino. And Auxiliary Little's attack power skyrocketed even more after she performed the skill. For a while, he actually suppressed that 7-star spirit level opponent. In this regard, Luo Shui Yudao did not feel any surprise. Oxia Xiao Xiao came from the Tsunami sect, so how could he not have a powerful technique in his possession? Before that it was just that she didn't want to be guessed as to her identity. Now that it had been a showdown with the sect, what was there to hide? Perhaps the better her performance, the Tsunami sect might even allow her to remain within the Heavenly K Academy. Many of the royal beast masters present who had eyesight could see the skill that Oxia Xiao Xiao had performed and were immediately shocked. That Xiaotian sect is a behemoth with an inheritance of more than 1,000 years, and the imperial family has not even compared the law to it. Many people didn't expect Luo Shuiyan's team members to come from such a great source. You guys, look at that tall woman. Isn't that Miss Yin? That was before. She's been removed from the Yun family now. Izumo was likewise recognized. After all, she had lived in the imperial capital for many years, and many people had seen her before. End of chapter. Chapter 93. Recruitment from all sides. Chapter 93. Amazing. Recruitment from all sides. In the VIP seats on the viewing platform, the people sitting there were all the powerful people on one side of the great Jin dynasty. There were people from several of the imperial capital's most powerful families, as well as the strongest members of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, and the deans of the major academies. All of them are people of distinguished birth and strength. At this moment, a man wearing a purple and gold robe had cold eyes like a viper. Looking at Yi Zimeng in the middle of that image, his gaze had a slight hint of surprise. This person was none other than the current head of the Yin family, Yi Zimeng's uncle Yin Zhong. Yin Zheng hadn't expected that after this Yi Zimeng had escaped the Yin family, without the support of such strong resources from the imperial capital, it was actually able to grow so quickly. Among his deep gaze, a smear of killing intent and indifference lurked. My good niece, you don't want to lose the game now. The only way you'll have a chance to fight Core is to win a few more matches, or else you might actually be allowed to escape back to Xian. Yin Zhong said in his heart, if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. After learning of Yi Zimeng's downfall, Yin Zhong had no intention of letting her walk out of the imperial capital alive. Nowadays, everyone inside this Rosebud Girls team is not a savior. They had Elder Guo and the Tsunami sect behind them, and wanting to assassinate Yi Zimeng directly in the imperial capital obviously wouldn't work. The only way to do that is on the field of play, right down to the killers. This 100 School League is not some kind of a game. Serious injuries and death are common things. At the moment, in the front row of this viewing gallery, there was an 18-year-old wonderful young girl. She looked at the 4 Luo Shuiyan who were making a big splash in the arena, and her eyes were starry-eyed. I've heard that this Rose Maiden team, all of them are freshmen who just enrolled in their freshman year, so young to represent Tian K Academy to participate in the 100 Schools League. That's really something. This young girl's tone was filled with envy and appreciation. What the county princess said is very true. To be able to have such achievements at this age can be truly extraordinary. It's just a pity that I'm afraid there's no hope for them this year if they want to achieve a good ranking with their strength. The old man beside this young girl smiled faintly. This old man wearing a black robe. Look carefully. This robe seems to have gold thread intertwined. Apparently the material is very extraordinary. In this sunlight can be flooded with luster. And the most conspicuous thing was the Imperial Beast Master badge on his chest. July 1st star. Obviously a famous Zune level powerhouse. Che, where are we now? We haven't even gotten the results yet. Who knows what's going to happen in the end? Hearing the old man's words, the young girl directly retorted. Even if the other party was a famous Zune level powerhouse, she didn't give the slightest bit of face. It was because this young girl was none other than the youngest daughter of the crown prince of the current great Jin dynasty. As the youngest daughter, it can be said to be extremely favored by the crown prince. Within the imperial capital that status and position naturally speaks for itself. That was precisely why even a Zune-level powerhouse wouldn't give face. Now within that secret space, Luo Shuiyan's battle team with the other side was already at a white-hot stage. Both sides all burst out of the full force of the earth around the arena, full of gullies and gravel flying. Both sides that had already broken through to spirit-level Imperial Beast Masters had very strong battle power, and it was no longer the petty fights they had when they had just stepped into cultivation. The 4 people in the auxiliary little now broke out in full force, took out the roaring sky sect's various skills pressed to the opposite side simply could not raise their heads. With the tsunami sect skill, the little tiger was now also really like a fierce tiger on the lower mountain, facing the other party's 4 or 5 meter tall giant rhinoceros. the little tiger actually hardened itself to directly confront it head-on. A tiger king-like kingly aura was released, and his eyes became a reddish-golden color for a moment. In terms of physical strength, it was surprisingly on par with that giant rhinoceros. It was only a matter of time before the duo won the final. Resumen and the colorful scales, they also both exploded with their full strength. Although the colored scales hadn't really evolved into the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python yet, they had already possessed an extremely strong power, and there was no problem at all in suppressing their opponents. Starfall. Boom. Accompanied by Lin Shuer's soft drink, the stars fell in the sky when in the middle of the sky, causing a great ranged injury attack. Among the several people, Lin Shuer was because she didn't have the added strength of various clan underpinnings. Therefore, she was slightly inferior in terms of hard power, but the ancient inheritance that she had previously obtained would allow her to stabilize the match. Seeing Lin Shuer's body glittering with starbursts, the eyes of many people in the VIP seats lit up. This girl child isn't simple either. The one use seems to be a secret technique of some ancient sect. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be a secret technique of the Starfall sect. Starfall sect? When this sect was brilliant and strong back then, it was not inferior to behemoths like the Tsunami sect. There was no lack of people who had seen a lot of things who were watching the battle in this inner city of the imperial capital. Therefore, some people could see that the gong method Lin Shuer was performing at the moment was extraordinary. No one had expected that in Jianghai, which was that kind of remote and small place. Not only did Luo Shuiyan appear as a supreme demon, surprisingly, there was still such a lucky person as Lin Shuer, who had actually inherited the chances of that ancient sect, the Starfall sect. When it's true that within 3 feet of a crouching dragon there will be a phoenix chick, none of the 4 members of this Rosebud Girls team were a savior. Many people couldn't help but smack their lips for a while as they looked in the direction of Tianke Academy. To be able to take these 4 women as trainees at the same time was truly a good fortune for Tianke Academy. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Luo Shuiyan was still relying on her own hands to face the other party's captain and spirit beasts 1 against 2. After all, Zhang Che was still too lazy to make a move in a match of this level. With her rich combat experience and the power of the beast god's skill, Luo Shuiyan's true battle power had long exceeded her cultivation level. I didn't realize that you had some skills, Captain of the 4 Furies. With a sinister look like a kidney-deficient white boy, the way he looked at Luo Shuihua at this moment was completely devoid of his previous arrogance. After exchanging blows for such a long time, he hadn't even injured Luo Shuiyan at all. Phantom Bee Sting, the captain of this 4 Furies team, directly roared angrily as his body rotated, and several flying knives flew out from his waist, heading straight for Luo Shuiyan. The tip of the blade was glowing with a green-colored divine aura above it, clearly possessing toxins. Seeing this, Luo Shuiyan's figure instantly dissipated in place as if it were a ghost, narrowly avoiding a few flying knives. Whoosh! 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 Just after dodging the attack of the opposite Imperial Beast Master, the purple and green poisonous wasp with its tail-tipped stinger flew directly towards Luo Shuiyan. Fire Phoenix 9 Heavens! Luo Shuiyan's eyes stared. Hot spiritual energy gathered between her hands, and a flaming phoenix bird flew out all the time. Not only did it block the attack, but it also cauterized all of that poisonous wasp, utilizing the flames to obscure the opponent's vision. Luo Shuiyan arrived at the side of the assassination team leader with a few dodges. She brought up gusts of wind as she swung her fists, ending the fight in just a moment. After resolving her own battle, Luo Shuiyan went back to help the other 3. The few people who already had the upper hand, with the help of Luo Shuiyan, quickly achieved the final victory. Looking at the 4 people below, many people on the viewing platform secretly nodded. If it's possible, it's best to recruit both this Luo Shuiyan and Lin Shuer. Numerous powerful people saw the potential of the duo and rose to recruit them. After all, Luo Shuiyan and Lin Shuer didn't have any other big powers behind them. That auxiliary little's back was the Tsunami sect. They wouldn't dare to dig into the Tsunami sect's corner. End of chapter. Chapter 94. Chapter 94, County Chief to join the team as a substitute. Chapter 94, the Sheriff is to join the team as a substitute. After winning the first team match battle, Oxia Xiaoxiao's few people were a bit excited. This was the first time they had ever fought in such a setting. Especially Oxia Xiaoxiao and Ez Meng, because both of them had unique birthdays. This victory was extraordinary for them. They were not only fighting their opponents, but they were also showing it to the people in the VIP seats. Hello there. Luo Shuiyan's 4 had just come out of the secret space and returned to their resting seats. Just then, an excited shout was heard, followed by the sight of a marvelous young girl coming this way. The young girl, who was dressed very elegantly in a long red dress, carried a noble aura of her own. It was none other than the county lord of the Great Jin dynasty, who had just been very interested in Luo Shuiyan's 4 people. Sheriff? Seeing this young girl walking towards them, Yi Ziming and Luo Shuiyan were both slightly surprised. They both recognized the woman's identity. Yi Ziming had previously been the daughter of an imperial capital family, and in the past, she had been a frequent visitor to the imperial capital's aristocratic circle. Luo Shuiyan didn't need to say anything. As a reborn person and an emperor-level powerhouse in her previous life, she basically knew all the powerful people in the imperial capital. It also included, among the great clans as well as the royal family, those old monsters who hardly ever showed their faces without asking the world, "Who are you? Looking for us for something?" Seeing the visitor, Auxiliary Little muttered without a care in the world. She didn't know the identity of this sheriff, but even if she did, she wouldn't care. Bold. The one standing in front of you is the county princess of the Great Jin dynasty. Before the sheriff spoke, the female attendant behind her changed her expression and rebuked sternly, "Che, the sheriff is great?" Seeing that this attendant was so arrogant, Oxia Xiao Xiao immediately didn't spoil the other party either, and his voice directly raised a few degrees. As the daughter of the tsunami sex patriarch, growing up, Oxia Xiao Xiao had never been afraid of the other party because of their identity background. "I'm sorry, a few people. Xiao was she is young and unintelligent. I also hope that you do not mind." Unlike that maid, this sheriff master had a very soft attitude. She bowed slightly towards the four, apologizing softly with a smile on her face. This scene caused the other academies resting around them to be astonished for a moment. The many powerful people present could all know the identity of this county princess. They didn't expect that the sheriff would actually be so respectful and polite to the Rose Maidens. You have to know that this is the imperial capital, the base camp of the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty. Not to mention that right now, this was still the crown prince of the Great Jin dynasty's favorite youngest daughter. With the other party's status as that county princess, even the dean of the Imperial Beastmaster Academy would have to be courteous when he came. "Zimeng, it's been a long time. I wonder how you've been doing all this time." The sheriff lord took the lead in looking towards Yi Zimeng to greet her. After all, amongst the several people, she was only considered to be acquainted with Yi Zimeng. Hearing the words of the county lord, Yi Zimeng just smiled coldly. "I'm grateful for the sheriff's concern, but you don't need to ask how I've been doing. You can't hide anything from the empire, so how have I been? You should have thought about it." Hearing Yi Zimeng's words, the county head could only smile slightly, then turned her head and looked at Luo Shuiyan. "This beautiful sister, I think she's the captain of the Rose Maiden. Luo Shuiyan, I've heard of your great name a long time ago. Well, sheriff, I wonder what you've come for this time." Luo Shuiyan nodded and said. The county princess was just about to speak, but then she ended up noticing that Jiang Che, who was lying in Luo Shuiyan's arms, among her pair of beautiful eyes, little stars instantly rose up, and her eyes were filled with the color of love. Earlier in the spectator stand, she had noticed that when Luo Shuiyan fought, she always had a very cute spirit beast in her arms. It was obvious that Luo Shuiyan was having some difficulty fighting 2 against 1, but this spirit beast had no intention of making a move, and it was always in a sound sleep state. However, what most caught this county lord's attention was Jiang Che's harmless and adorable appearance to the extreme. That petite body with fluff like purple satin looks adorable, especially now that Jiang Che was asleep, curled up in Luo Shuiyan's arms. That look was even more adorable, causing the sheriff to be unable to take her eyes off of her for a moment. She had been attracted to Jiang Che earlier, and now she was even more fond of him after taking a closer look. "Okay, what a cute spirit beast. Can I hold him?" Luo Shuiyan sniffed and gently raised her eyebrows. "You need to ask him about this. It's fine. Isn't he still sleeping now? I'll move very gently. I won't wake him up." The sheriff's lord even revealed 2 small tiger teeth between her smiles, and held out her hands with a face of excitement. Those eyes were glowing with an impatient look, making Luo Shuiyan unable to refuse for a moment. Xiaobai just doesn't like to be hugged by men. The other party is still a sheriff at least, and the look-alike is as good as the body, so I shouldn't be offended. Seeing that Jiang Che was still sleeping, Luo Shuiyan thought about it and still handed Jiang Che over. With the 2 tossing and turning like this, the sleeping Jiang Che also woke up leisurely. Looking at the large area of snowy whites and gullies in front of him, Jiang Che was slightly stunned. He found himself in front of his eyes, actually a string of necklaces. The mysterious crystal pendant looks then costly. Strange. What's this? The girls don't wear necklaces either. How long have I been sleeping? Is it hard to believe they went shopping while I slept? Jiang Che's eyes were sleepy, and he looked up with some confusion. As a result, what came into view was a strange but equally gorgeous face. It was a young girl he had never seen before. "No, what's going on here? Who is this? Even though I'm asleep, I can't just let anyone hug me, can I?" Jiang Che asked Luo Shuiyan in his mind. Between a spirit beast and a contracted person, they could communicate with each other without speaking mentally. "Little White, this is the county princess of the Great Jin dynasty. the youngest daughter of the crown prince you just saw, Luo Shuyan hurriedly explained to Jiang Che. She was afraid that Jiang Che would get angry. If he was just disgruntled it would be fine. If he started to fight then he would be in big trouble. Oh, so it's a little princess. I didn't expect the status to be quite high. Jiang Che didn't continue to pursue the matter even after hearing this, and only symbolically murmured a few words. After all, he was really only pretending to be reserved for a moment, and the large expanse of snowy whiteness made him a little misty-eyed. I have to say, the royal family's food is just fine. Jiang Che couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although this county princess was very young, but in that red dress outline under the body, really hot incomparable reverie. What's more, nowadays, Jiang Che was lying on that soft and warm towering. Instead of being displeased, he rubbed against it, causing the sheriff to giggle, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Is there anything else you need, sheriff? Ah, yes. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, the sheriff lord then reacted that she was here on a serious matter this time. Sister Watersmoke is actually like this. I want to join your Rose Maiden team, even as a substitute. Is that okay? End of chapter 95. Chapter 95, Haters Meet, Haters See Each Other. Chapter 95, Haters Meet, Haters Share. Although the sheriff's voice was not loud, all those present were Imperial Beast Masters. They all heard the words of the county princess, and for a moment, all of them were stunned. Originally, when they saw that the county princess had come to look for Luo Shuiyan, many of the powerhouses on the sidelines felt a bit surprised. But how could he not expect that this county princess actually wanted to join Luo Shuiyan's team? For a while the crowd stood somewhat dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Usually, the royal family would join the Sky Dragon Academy. Not only are they strong, but they are even better resourced. But the people didn't expect that as a royal county princess, and as the crown prince's most favored youngest daughter, it actually looked at Luo Shuiyi's team, a squad from the ancient city of Xi'an. It was important to realize that all four of Luo Shuiyan were freshmen. Although the talent was extraordinary, it wasn't much different from being delusional to get results this year. In the crowd's view, this county princess joining Luo Shuiyi's team is actually no different from doing charity. Even Luo Shuiyan froze a bit after hearing the county lord's words. She even thought that this sheriff was here to pick a fight, nor did she realize that the other party actually wanted to join her team. Sheriff, you're not joking with me, are you? You're $1,000. And you've come to my squad as a substitute? Luo Shuiyan frowned slightly. For a moment she didn't know what exactly the county princess in front of her had in mind. Substitutes, which are found in every squad, just don't usually play in the early stages. The 100 Schools League is not a game, and it's not unusual for there to be casualties. This is the kind of situation that requires substitutes to fill in. Otherwise it will be much tougher to play with fewer players. Each team is limited to 4 players, and substitutes are used to deal with emergencies at such times. But usually if there are no surprises, the substitutes don't play. Only those who are a little weaker will be starters. As for the usual, there is no replacement. After all, if you really face the actual battle, it must be all swarmed up. It's just that although the rules for substitutes are fine, it's a bit too big of a face to have someone else's $1,000 sheriff as a substitute. Luo Shuiyan really didn't want to find this trouble. Sheriff, isn't your decision a bit too sudden? Xue Bingning, who was on the side, could see Luo Shuiyan's expression and knew that she didn't want her to get involved in these royal matters, so she stepped forward and politely refused. Sheriff Master, you and Watersmoke and the girls are not from the same academy. This is somewhat not quite in line with the rules. No harm done. Rules are dead. People are alive. No big deal. Upon hearing Xue Bingning's words, the sheriff lord waved her hand without any concern. As the most beloved county princess of the great Jin dynasty, she naturally had privileges that no one else had. Only that this county lord came down and was accustomed to doing what I do, and didn't seem to see the meaning of Luo Shuiyan's several people. Jiang Che frowned slightly. This sheriff's father doesn't look like a good person, and I'm afraid this sheriff has no ulterior motives for coming over at this time. Jiang Che recalled the scene where he had locked eyes with that crown prince earlier. That look in the other party's eyes made himself feel cold chills rising straight up his back. What's more, Luo Shuiyan and herself, both had very big secrets on them. The other 3 were still very reliable for the time they had spent together, but this Sheriff Jiang Che was still a bit uneasy. Although the Sheriff Lord's figure was very magnificent, but now that he himself had all 4 of Luo Shuiyan, together with a mature imperial sister, Xue Bingning, 5 beauties with a variety of flavors, there is no shortage of this royal daughter. I said, what are you guys still thinking about? For our sheriff to be able to serve as a substitute for you guys, that's already a self-degradation. You guys who are supposed to be thankful are actually pushing it up there. The condescending attendant behind the county princess, at this moment, spoke again. That appearance was very condescending, as if the county princess joining Luo Shuiyen's team was some kind of heavenly reward. This opening of her mouth instantly caused Luo Shuiyen and the others to frown. Originally, everyone didn't want to agree to the sheriff's request, and now that the other party was so arrogant, they were even less likely to agree. I'm sorry, Sheriff, we have enough manpower in the Rose Maidens, and we have no plans to continue adding more people for the time being. Luo Shuyen smiled faintly, and then refused the sheriff. Her thoughts actually coincided with Jiang Che's. Although Luo Shuyen knew from her memories of her previous life that this county lord in front of her was actually a very good person, but behind the other side has the royal background of the great Jin dynasty, with this kind of people or less contact some of the best. Well, that's a shame. After hearing Luo Shuiyen's words, the county head didn't get annoyed and just smiled regretfully towards a few people. Then he looked at Jiang Che fondly for a few moments and turned to leave. A lot of people around, nowadays, felt very puzzled. First, the sheriff ran over to be Luo Shuiyen's replacement. Immediately after, Luo Shuiyen actually turned down the sheriff. This Rose Maiden team really doesn't know what's good for them, even refusing the sheriff. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the first time I've heard of the royal family taking the initiative to join another team and ending up with a closed door. After returning to the VIP seats, a young man walked up beside the sheriff's lord. The man's face was a little pale, and his expression was very feminine. Sheriff, perhaps I can do you a favor. Yinko, how do you want to help me? Seeing Yinko beside her, the sheriff frowned slightly and asked casually in a careless manner. It's really quite simple. 4 people have to be on the field at a time for the battle of the bands. If the chance girls don't come up with 4 enough players in a later game, won't they need substitutes then? While saying that, Inko smiled slightly. Although he pretended to be courteous, that smile was still a bit oozing. Inko, I'm not interested in your family's business, and I don't want to hear about it. As a royal county princess, she was naturally not a little cutie. She already knew what happened in the Yin family, and Inko's words were just to say that he would take action to make Yi Zining disappear. The Yun family eradicates dissenters. And you want to sell yourself a favor? What a smart ass. What's more, the sheriff was instinctively disgusted by this kind of internal family turmoil. Soon the first day of competition was all over. The 3 of them, Lin Shuier, didn't leave early this time either and watched all the battles, especially when it was seen that the battle team Inko was in was actually all king-level powerhouses. The pressure in Yi Zining's heart skyrocketed. Crossing the ranks to deal with an ordinary high-stage 0-level Imperial Beastmaster, she could still barely handle it. But when it came to fighting a king-level Imperial Beastmaster, Yi Zining did not have that kind of certainty yet. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, those guys are dirt. Jiang Che stretched out his small paw and patted the snowy white of Yi Zining's chest, softly comforting it. Although Yi Zining couldn't understand his words, she was able to sense Jiang Che's meaning, which led to a slight smile. The next day's individual match, without Jiang Che's help, Luo Shuyen once again won easily. Team Rosebud Girls, Team Thrashers. In the afternoon's battle team match, Izzy Dream finally had a formidable opponent. Looking at Inko across the room, Yi Ziming's eyes were filled with hatred. End of chapter 96. Chapter 96, The King Who Takes Small Steps. Chapter 96, The King Who Takes Small Steps. There is a blood feud between her and Inko. It's because of Yun Young's family that an otherwise happy family is torn apart. If it wasn't for Yi Ziming's help from her father's old army, she was lucky enough to escape from the imperial capital. I'm afraid I would have died by now. This one, leave it to me. Yi Ziming pointed at Inko and said to the other 3. Among her voice, she was filled with a morose killing intent. The cold aura emanating from Yi Ziming's body at the moment seemed to make the surrounding temperature drop quite a bit. Luo Shuiyen's 3 people could also guess the identity of the opposite party at this moment, and immediately their eyes sank, and several people's expressions became serious. Yun Cole, this is your own family matter, so settle it yourself. A white-clothed youth standing beside Inko said contemptuously after glancing at Luo Shuiyen and the others. This person was the captain of the Surprising Waves team, Bai Shockwave. It was a member of the Bai family of the Imperial Capital, and the other 2 members of the team were also from the great families of the Imperial Capital. It could be said that several people were very powerful regardless of their strength or background. Simply standing there would make many people feel oppressed. The members of this Surprise Wave team were all made up of disciples from the worldly families. A year ago, Inko was nothing more than a substitute on the team, and it was his cousin, Yun Ho, who brought him into the team. However, later on, there was a huge change in the Yin family, and Inko obtained a large amount of cultivation resources tilted in his favor and smoothly rose to the top, becoming a full member of the Surprise Wave team. Nowadays, Inko had already cultivated to the 2-star king level. The captain, Bai Jinglang, was as high as 3-star king level. Such strong strength made them not put Luo Shuiyan and the others in their eyes at all. Everyone be careful. This time we've encountered opponents that are much stronger than every time in the past. After the battle in a while, everyone try to gather together and not spread out too far so that we can still take care of each other. Luo Shuiyan reminded the crowd with a serious look. It could be said that this time it was a complete overstep battle, and the other party was stronger than all of them by a large realm. Along with the ringing of the bell for the match, Team Shocking Waves directly rushed towards Luo Shuiyan and the others. At the same time they summoned their respective spirit beasts. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Below by Jinglong's feet, a huge two-headed white snake directly appeared. The snake's body was as thick as a bucket, and its length was 10 meters. The snake scales reflected in the sunlight. The cold light was so cold that it made people's scalp numb. As for In Ko, a black python appeared beside him, with a size comparable to that two-headed white snake, and even a circle thicker. The spirit beasts of the other two team members were a Xuanjia ghost with a strong bloodline, and a lightning tiger with golden lightning draped all over its body. The spirit beasts of the four all released monstrous beastly might. None of them were simple goods, especially when a black and a white snake came out in unison. It brought a great sense of oppression. Despite its huge size, its speed was not affected in the slightest, and it closed most of the distance in almost just an instant. Jiang Che no longer hid his clumsiness this time, and directly began chanting the Qilin hymn. Only a divine aura was seen landing on the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, as well as the three spirit beasts of the little tiger. Under Jiang Che's skill boost, several people's defense, attack, speed, reaction, and spiritual energy recovery were strengthened in all directions. Facing a team of all king-level Imperial Beastmasters, a few people didn't dare to be careless. But fortunately, with Jiang Che's reverse group increased skill in place, they were still able to narrow the gap a little bit. Many of the strong onlookers had their eyes widened when they saw the scene. This is that magical spirit beast. It's really extraordinary. This increased skill is too heaven-defying. Direct group gain, everyone is strengthened by a large margin. The eyes of many strong people looking at Jiang Che emitted a bright light for a moment. As enemies met, Yi Ziming's eyes were filled with murderous intent at the In Ko that she faced. The colored scales also instantly switched to their battle form at this moment, and their body size instantly grew larger. It was more than 7 meters long. Although it was quite a bit smaller than that In Ko's black-scaled python, the aura it gave off was not weak. 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. Oh, it's time for this spirit beast to return to the Yin family today. Seeing the strong appearance of the color scales, In Ko's eyes flashed with a touch of greed as he opened his mouth grimly. Bang! 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 The two snakes met and the battle was unusually fierce. Both spirit beasts were able to perceive the hatred and killing intent of the Imperial Beastmaster. The battle was indistinguishable, and for a while there were gullies and ravines on top of the earth. The huge body of the snake struck the surrounding ancient trees, all of them, into wooden shreds. The black-scaled python was already a 5th-order spirit beast, and the colored scales were still only 4th order, and their rank was quite a bit lower than the black-scaled python. After all, the difference in the time both sides had spent cultivating was too much. However, it was fortunate that the colored scales, with their powerful bloodline talent, that fleshly body that was even stronger than the black-scaled pythons, managed to maintain the battle. It was only on Yiziming's side, but the battle was very tough. There was a whole big realm difference between her and In Ko, which was something that Jiang Che's increased skill couldn't make up for, and she soon revealed her defeat. The other two sides of the battlefield, Lin Shuer and Oxia Xiao Xiao, were both in the same situation. The difference in rank between the two sides was simply too great, and under the absolute crushing of that spiritual power, Lin Shuer and Oxia Xiao Xiao barely had any power to fight back. Even though Oxia Xiao Xiao used all kinds of powerful skills of the Tsunami sect, and the black and gold magic spirit whip was swung by her, she could not help the other party at all. The little tiger was assisted by Jiang Che's gain, as well as the roaring Sky Clan's skills, coupled with the strength of the hidden bloodline in his body. The little tiger that switched to the combat state was like a different spirit beast, fighting exceptionally ferociously. If two tigers fight, one will be injured. Little tiger surprisingly repelled multiple times the lightning tiger whose rank was even higher than his rank. Among the three little ones, only the little tiger had the upper hand, but it wasn't going to be over in a moment if he wanted to defeat his opponent. The silver sable, who had the worst bloodline, was more fortunate and encountered the defensive spirit beast Xuanjia turtle. The thick armor on that Xuanjia ghost's back was incredibly thick and heavy, so even a main attacking spirit beast wouldn't necessarily be able to break through it. However, it was good that the silver sable was a speed-type spirit beast, and at the moment, as it rolled around in the field, that Xian armor turtle couldn't touch her shadow at all. But accordingly, Ian couldn't do anything with the Xuanjia turtle. The two are in perfect harmony. It's like they're here to paddle. It's really the first year. The Chanticleer girls are really dragging their feet a bit this year by competing. The dean of Tian-K Academy, at this moment, somewhat regretted letting Luo Shui-Yen and the others compete. Seeing the nearly lopsided situation in the field, his brows were filled with worry. Aqua smoke. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to make a move. Seeing the three of them, Meng, being fully suppressed and in danger at the moment, Jiang Che's heart grew angry. After getting along for so long, the relationship between the several people was very good. One must not stand by and watch them get hurt or even encounter a death crisis. Take a shot. They've done a great job. Luo Shuyan nodded, relieved and heartbroken. Of the four, only the Luo waterman himself could barely manage at the moment, but that white gold wave was flying through the air, and together with the two-headed white snake, even Luo Shuyan could do nothing about it. However, this urgent battle would all end the moment Jiang Che made his move. Kirin steps. Jiang Che levitated in the middle of mid-air and directly executed the Qilin steps. That powerful unicorn divine beast bloodline pressure covered the entire field. All the spirit beasts that were engaged in battle all stopped at this moment. These few spirit beasts were as if they had seen a fierce beast of the flood, coming from the ancient times to look down on all living things in the world. The people who were watching the battle outside of the secret territory were all frozen in place at this moment, each one of them with petrified in general. What happened? With just the bloodline pressure, it shocked all the spirit beasts? End of chapter 97. Chapter 97. This slap. First collect some interest. Chapter 97. This slap. First collect some interest. Jiang Che was suspended in mid-air, suppressing all the spirit beasts in the arena with his own power. This shocking scene was like a brand, deeply embedded in everyone's mind. What a strong bloodline pressure, worthy of being a spirit beast that even that one has praised. The crown prince of the great Jin dynasty on top of the high platform looked at Jiang Che in the arena and exclaimed with glowing eyes. The greed in the middle of his eyes was barely concealed, as the center of power of the great Jin dynasty was located. In his opinion, as long as the spirit beasts within the great Jin dynasty, they should all be under the sway of the royal family. Especially this kind of spirit beast with a strong bloodline and exceptional talent should not be strayed into the folklore. Only they, the people of the royal family, were qualified to sign the contract. The dean of the Sky Dragon Academy on the side subconsciously furrowed his brows when he noticed the crown prince's eyes. What a powerful spirit beast, so domineering. The sheriff lord looked at Jiang Che in the air, and her eyes were starry-eyed. Sheriff, it seems like you really like that spirit beast, the attendant beside the monarch said with a smile. Of course, it's adorable when it's not moving. Very cute. This fight is like a different spirit beast. It's like a king among beasts. That domineering aura that takes the world by storm is not comparable to an ordinary spirit beast. The sheriff nodded as she spoke. Ever since she had hugged Jiang Che up close, she felt in love. You can rest assured of that. Sheriff, the crown prince favors you very much. As long as it's something you like, the crown prince will definitely be able to get it for the county princess, even if it's this spirit beast. The attendant who stood beside the sheriff said. Rightfully so. Hearing this, the smile on the sheriff's face instantly retracted. Immediately afterward she frowned and looked toward her father's figure on the high platform. For some reason, there was a sudden bad feeling in my heart. At this moment within the secret realm space, the eyes of Bai Jinglong's few people looking at Jiang Che were filled with shock. They had imagined many kinds of things that would happen in a fight, but the only thing that did not occur to them was that a spirit beast on the other side was actually able to make a few of their spirit beasts, all of which were so scared that they could not move on the ground. Looking at Jiang Che in the middle of mid-air, Bai Jinglong's pupils contracted for a moment. His spirit beast, the two-headed white snake, was a master-level bloodline existence. He had never thought that the two-headed white snake would actually be suppressed because of the other party's bloodline. It was hard to believe that the spirit beast in the air was actually a legendary-level bloodline? That's a little too far out there. No matter what bloodline spirit beast he is, I'm going to win this match. Bai Jinglong's gaze sank, and a cold aura flashed among his eyes. Don't just stand there. Follow me. White Realm Wave roared in anger, and then, forcing through his spiritual energy, he urged his spirit beast, the two-headed white snake, to fly directly towards the distance, wanting to get out of the range of Jiang Che's pressure. The remaining three saw this and followed suit. They hurriedly awakened their respective spirit beasts and directly disappeared into the distance. Bai Jinglong's four were also very experienced in battle, and although Jiang Che's sudden appearance had disrupted their plans, several people were still very clear-headed. The rules of this battle team tournament were that in the end, either one side would be eliminated entirely, or one side would have to admit defeat in order to separate the winners from the losers. Otherwise, it would have ended up being a draw. When Bai Jinglang and the others saw that Jiang Che had actually suppressed all the spirit beasts present by himself, They then realized that they were afraid that something had changed in this battle. So the first time he was ready to flee the battlefield. As long as he delayed, at least that would be a draw. Yingko, where to go? Looking at Yingko, who had vanished into the distance, Ziming's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and with a roar, he followed him. With the blood feud right in front of her, there was no way she would let the other party go. But Yingko was just too fast. Nowadays, Ziming had only just broken through the spirit grade royal beast master not long ago, and that Yingko was already a second-ranked king-level royal beast master. There was a large realm difference between them, and the most crucial thing was that the king-level Yingko had also mastered the ability to fly in the air. The movement speed at which he escaped was simply not something Ziming could catch up with. Shoo! Just then, a sudden cracking sound rang out. The next second the crowd saw a golden light flash and run directly towards Yingko. It was the Qilin seal that Zhang Che had thrown out. This golden Qilin seal directly smashed onto the back of Yingko, who was in flight. The special spirit banning effect of the Qilin seal activated, and the spiritual energy within Yingko's body instantly stopped functioning. The wings of light gathered by the spiritual energy behind Yingko also disappeared, and he, who was still in the middle of his flight, smashed into the ground like a kite with broken strings. Ha 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 ha, good job White. Shoot them all down. Oxia Xiao Xiao was currently laughing on the ground because she couldn't catch up to Bai Jinglang and the others. Zimun looked back at Zhang Che, her eyes filled with gratitude. Randomly, he accelerated towards Yingko and chased after him. Leave him alone, we can't all be kept. Bai Jinglang just glanced back at Yingko, pressing on with no intention of stopping. The three of them still fled towards the periphery of the battlefield. Cole, brother, be careful. Yingko and his daughter, who were watching the battle from the VIP seats outside, couldn't help but exclaim in shock at this moment as their expressions were incomparably tense. Originally, the duo thought that Yingko, who had a king-level cultivation, could easily crush Luo Shuiyan and the others. I didn't expect Zhang Che's strength to be so heaven-defying, directly turning the tide of battle, without the spirit beast to add to his power, and with his spiritual power still limited. At this moment, Yingko was so scared that he was pale in the sky. Help me, don't you guys run away, help me. Yingko looked up and saw that Bai Jinglang and the others actually didn't turn their heads back, and immediately roared out in panic. He staggered and had only just gotten up when Luo Shuiyan's 4 men had already surrounded him. Surrender! I surrender! I admit defeat in this match. You can't make a move. Seeing Ziming's murderous-like gaze, Yingko didn't hesitate to recognize it directly. Although he was in great distress, at this moment he couldn't care less about face. Yingko knew very well in his heart that there was a blood feud between him and Ziming. If he had been half a minute slower, I'm afraid that the short knife in Ziming's hand would have already slashed across his throat. Although there were often deaths and injuries in the 100 Schools League, there was still a rule that as long as the Imperial Beastmasters conceded defeat, they weren't allowed to continue laying heavy hands on them. After all, it was just a contest, not a real fight. Those who were able to come to participate in the 100 Schools League were all elites among the various colleges. The anger in Ziming's eyes almost gushed out. Her hands trembled, and she was about to swing her sword when Luo Shuiyan stopped her. Looking at Luo Shuiyan's eyes, Ziming took a deep breath, which calmed her down. Snap! Despite sparing Yingko's life, Ziming still slapped him hard. This is the interest you owe me. King rank Yingko conceded defeat to spirit rank Ziming and was slapped. The faces of the Yin family members were gloomy to the extreme at the moment. In front of many powerful people, their family's face was considered lost. The supervising elder in the air, at this moment, quickly shot out to bring the Yingko secret battlefield. At this time, Bai Jinglang and his group had already fled to the side of a lake in the secret space. End of chapter 98. Chapter 98, a giant wave? Want to give me a shower? Chapter 98, tidal wave? Want to give me a shower? Ha, these guys finally stopped running? Lin Shuer looked at Bai Jinglong's few people in the distance with a sneer. After this period of time together, they had long since taken Ziming as one of their own. The blood feud was not avenged, so the anger was transferred to Bai Jinglong's several people. The secret battlefield is only 30 miles in total. Where else can they run to? White, it's up to you in a moment. Otini was also rubbing his fists and was fully prepared for battle. The three of them had just been pressed by the other party, and all of them were holding a fire in their hearts. Now that they had Zhang Che backing them up, a few people naturally wanted to clear the air. Luo Shuiyan's expression, on the other hand, was still a bit gloomy. She knew that Bai Jinglong's few people were not oil-saving lamps. Apparently the 3 white stunning waves have made up their minds. Since they can't win the match, they'll stall for time and drag it out until the final draw. And it was obvious that Bai Jinglang trio had deliberately run to this lake. Regardless of whether it was the 2-headed white snake or the Xuanjia turtle, their control over water was very strong. In the middle of this lake, all of them were able to exert more strength than on land. It's not always possible to get a win, but at least the likelihood of stalling is greatly increased. If the other side stayed hidden in the lake and lasted until the final time of the match, then both sides would advance with a tie, and then they would also participate in the points competition together. Little White, be careful. That white snake is able to create huge waves in the water. The environment here is very favorable for them. Luo Shuyan frowned slightly and reminded up Jiang Che. As a few people chased after them, the three of them, White Realm Wave, also went deeper into the interior of the lake. The lightning tiger was directly included in the imperial beast space because it was not waterborne and had not awakened the ability to fly in the air. Although there were now only 2 spirit beasts left, as well as 3 king-level imperial beast masters, by Jinglong's few people still looked emboldened. After all, the 4 of them, Luo Shuyan, were only at spirit-level cultivation right now, and there was no way to cross the lake over a long distance. The 3 of them, by Jinglang, were located in the center of the lake, and with the 2-headed white snake and Xuanjia, they were invincible. After arriving at the edge of the lake, although Luo Shuyan's few people had the intention to help, but their strength did not allow them to do so, so they could only stop at the shore. Jiang Che advanced alone towards the depths of the lake, walking as if he were walking on the ground above the water. As they watched Jiang Che walk towards them, by Jinglong several people couldn't help but recall in their hearts the shocking scene that had just occurred, and for a moment, they were all a little nervous. Oh, you actually dare to follow me here? With a wave of Bai Jinglong's hand, the 2-headed white snake under his feet immediately twisted its body and instantly raised a huge wave several meters high on the lake. Seeing that monstrous wave that was about to drown the smaller Jiang Che, many people both inside and outside the arena had their gazes fixed. Boom! Right at the moment when the huge wave was about to approach, a sudden burst of purple flames ignited from beside Jiang Che. Under the burning of the Qilin True Flame, even this monstrous wave was burned out of the vacuum. The water vapor kept rising, and it all condensed into a fog on the surface of the water. Looking at the purple flames that suddenly appeared in the field, everyone was astonished. What a strong beast fire! It actually vaporized that huge wave instantly. This spirit beast is truly magical. Even in the center of the lake, the fire attribute power released can be so strong. The powerhouses watching the match from outside the arena didn't expect that Jiang Che would bring them one surprise after another. That scorching hot Qilin True Flame caused the 2-headed white snake, which was in the middle of the main arena, to curl up in fear. As Jiang Che moved forward, the surrounding gusts of mist continued to rise around him. After the distance between the two sides closed, the strong bloodline pressure emanating from Jiang Che's body once again suppressed the 2-headed white snake and the Xian armored tortoise. Looking at Jiang Che, who was walking step by step, even though they were in the center of the lake, the 2 spirit beasts didn't have the slightest sense of security. Jiang Che's powerful sense of oppression caused them to freeze in the center of the lake for a moment, not daring to move. That flame was so strong just now, it actually burned even the giant waves? I'm afraid if that flame attacks us. The other 2 team members standing on the Xian armored turtle, at this moment, looked at each other with a face full of worry. It's just a game, and they don't want to fight for their lives. According to Jiang Che just now, the intensity of the flame that instantly vaporized the giant wave. If they were really splashed by these purple flames, they were afraid that they would be even more miserable than In Ko. At least In Ko could still surrender and get out of the game, but they were afraid that they wouldn't even have time to admit defeat. What's there to be afraid of? I don't believe that he can still defeat us all with a tiny spirit beast? Hearing the conversation between the 2 behind him, Bai Jinglang immediately roared out angrily to interrupt him. He didn't want to be eliminated in this match, even if it lasted until a draw. Seeing Jiang Che getting closer and closer, Bai Jinglang also became more and more alarmed. He frantically tried to catalyze the 2-headed white snake under his feet, but the spirit beast really didn't listen to him at all. The large snake's body was lying directly on the water, pressing down and not even daring to raise its head. That white snake seems to be afraid that if he glances at Jiang Che, he will be killed directly. Jiang Che once again opened his mouth and spat out a ball of Qilin True Flame. The purple hot flames swept across the lake, and the lake around Bai Jinglong's trio instantly turned into a vacuum. A large amount of water vapor evaporated and wrapped the 3 of them securely. The temperature around them skyrocketed. That water vapor was incomparably hot, and all 3 of their skin instantly became reddish and incomparable. Admit defeat. We concede. Don't make a move. We admit defeat. Referee, get us out of here. We're not competing. As soon as this flame came out from Jiang Che, it immediately scared Bai Jinglang and the 3 of them out of their wits, and they hurriedly surrendered in a loud voice, fearing that they would be engulfed by Jiang Che's flames in the next second. The outcome of this game was unexpected by many. The Thrashers, who were all king ranked, were originally expected to compete for the top 3 rankings in the eyes of the crowd, but I never thought that this has just begun. But it was actually eliminated by the freshman cadets who are all just at the spirit level. And the elimination was so devastating that a single spirit beast defeated all 4 of them. Ha ha ha, Little White is thanks to you this time. Unlike Bai Jinglang and the others, Luo Shuyan and the 4 of them left the secret realm in high spirits. Inko's cheek on the VIP seat was swollen high, and the slap mark that Yi Ziming had just slapped could still be clearly seen on it. Father, I want that dead. I want her to die without a burial place. Inko gritted his teeth. The slap that Yi Ziming had just slapped him with was considered to have made him completely unable to raise his head in the imperial capital's noble circle. Don't worry, this little fool won't last long. After returning to the other courtyard, Luo Shuyan's bedroom was very lively. No, how can you leave me behind when all 3 of you are here together? I also want to be with you guys. Because of the tit-for-tat confrontation with that Inko during the day, Luo Shuyan was worried that Yi Ziming would be in a bad mood, so she asked Yi Ziming to come and sleep with her. As a result, I didn't expect Auxiliary Little to run straight over as well. This is great. 4 people crammed into one bed, and there was no one more favored than Jiang Che, being scrambled into the arms of 4 stunning beauties. Jiang Che could only see in front of his eyes for a while, constantly swaying past all kinds of snowy whites and gullies, his little heart jumping up and down. This is really a crossroads, different heights near and far. The next morning, Jiang Che woke up in the arms of a beauty. A system beep was heard in the haze, but this time the system beep had changed a bit. Congratulations to the host, successfully laying down on the 4 future empresses. A total of 90,000 experience is rewarded for this hangout. Congratulations to the host for lying down in a new style and unlocking a new skill, voice transmission. Jiang Che realized that the system's prefix phrase was already different from earlier, and with more than 90,000 experience gained overnight, his own level broke through to level 44. End of chapter 99. Chapter 99, Xiao Bai, you're actually a man? Chapter 99, Bai, you're actually a man? For future empresses? Although Jiang Che was half asleep, he still captured the point very clearly. The change in the prefix word of that system lay flat prompt made Jiang Che faintly froze. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them, Lin Shuer, Yi Ziming, and Oxia Xiao Xiao, also had the chance to become female emperors, which was a bit out of Jiang Che's expectation. Is it hard to change the course of their lives because of my presence? The more Jiang Che thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, if it wasn't for him, it would have been impossible for Lin Shuer's few people to stand out in the academy auditions. It's even more unlikely that he's only a freshman and has come to this imperial capital. Even because of that Yin family, it was questionable whether or not Yi Ziming would be able to live unharmed. Jiang Che gently raised his eyebrows. It seems that he, the traveler, still carries a lot of weight in this world. It's been laying flat, but it doesn't affect the breakthrough in strength. Voice transmission? That's something I've only seen in movies and novels in all my previous lives. Only those with extremely high cultivation levels can use this skill. Jiang Che's newly acquired voice transmission technique was likewise a supplementary skill. With this voice transmission technique, Jiang Che would be able to communicate with others in the future without having to make a sound. The most crucial thing was that Jiang Che could finally dispense with the beast language. In the earlier days, Jiang Che could only communicate with each other with Luo Shuyan, who had signed the contract. The others simply couldn't understand what Jiang Che was saying. On weekdays, Jiang Che could only communicate with the little tigers, the spirit beasts, with each other. That's a pretty good skill. Jiang Che smashed his mouth. After having this skill he could do more than just communicate with Luo Shuyan, and in the middle of a battle, it was an extremely useful little skill. Without having to make a sound, you can let other people hear what you say, which is very good to use in a fight, and it would be even better if it was paired with the holographic view that he had gained earlier. White, I'll carry you over. Before preparing to leave, Lin Shuer ran to Jiang Che's side, and as soon as she did, she hugged him in her arms, and also stuck her face in a very intimate manner. But the next second Lin Shuer's movements froze, because she heard in the middle of her mind, a strange voice suddenly appeared. It's better to let Ziming carry me. You're too skinny. Who's talking? This sudden sound startled Lin Shuer. She hastily looked around with wide eyes. The voice was so clear, it was as if it were close to her ear speaking to her. Seeing that there was no one else around, Lin Shuer only felt goosebumps all over her body. What are you looking for? It's little master, I'm talking to you. That voice sounded again. And only then did Lin Shuer realize that Jiang Che had stood up and was looking up at her. For a moment Lin Shuer only felt her brain go a little blank, as if it had gone down, and then she asked somewhat tentatively, White, it couldn't have been you talking just now, could it? Seeing Jiang Che nod his head, Lin Shuer immediately had a surprised look on her face. Ah, Kahaku, you can talk? Nope, White, you're actually male. Lin Shuer stood there looking at Zhang Che, her entire body frozen as if she was petrified. She was a little skeptical that she hadn't woken up from this sleep and was hallucinating for a while. What do you mean I'm actually a guy? I've always been alright. Hearing Lin Shuer's subconscious exclamation of shock, Zhang Che was instantly speechless. He did not expect that because his appearance looks excessively cute. As a result, in the eyes of Lin Shuer, his gender actually changed. What's wrong, Cher? Is something wrong? Hearing the commotion that Lin Shuer had just made, the three of them, Luo Shuyan, rushed over. Seeing Lin Shuer standing somewhat frozen in place, Luo Shuyan's trio was confused. Water smoke. Zi Meng. Just now Xiaobai spoke. Didn't you guys hear him? Seeing the bewildered looks of the three of them, Lin Shuer frowned and hurriedly asked. Ha? What did you say? Cher, are you hallucinating without waking up? We didn't hear anything? Auxiliary Little even walked up and patted Lin Shuer's shoulder. With a serious look on her face, she said, are you so happy about winning the competition that you're hallucinating? The trio's words made Lin Shuer all flabbergasted, and she was a bit skeptical that she had just heard it wrong. This is a sound transmission technique I'm using without making any noise, and I just used it only on you. Of course they didn't hear it, so you're asking for nothing. Zhang Che's voice sounded again, and Lin Shuer hurriedly turned her head to look at him. Now she could finally be sure that it wasn't a hallucination of her own. That snow-white spirit beast that had been held in several people's arms every day could finally speak, and the voice is a pure male voice, so it sounds very masculine. There was also a slight magnetism in his voice. Lin Shuer couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Earlier, seeing that Zhang Che was so cute and was still a spirit beast with species isolation, she hadn't even thought about it in this regard. Regardless of whether Zhang Che is a male or a female, he's just a spirit beast. But now that she heard, Zhang Che actually made this kind of adult male voice, her brain was a little flustered for a moment. The voice is like this? Doesn't that mean Zhang Che is like a grown man? At the thought of this, Lin Shuer felt incredibly embarrassed. She could have grabbed it every day, wanting to hold Zhang Che in her arms. You know, growing up, she has never had too much contact with the opposite sex. A scarlet blush flashed across Lin Shuer's face, and in the face of the trio's doubts, she was only vague and did not mention the matter. Seeing this, Luo Shuyan's three people did not ask any more questions. A few people picked up their things and followed behind the dean, rushing towards the inner city competition venue. Luo Shuyan and Lin Shuer's few people, after causing a sensation in the room yesterday, had another good day today. Individual and team competitions were both won. That meant that Luo Shuyan, as well as her Rosebud squad, had all killed their way into the finals. For a time, the entire imperial capital was discussing Luo Shuyan's few people. A dark horse, formed by freshmen, defeated the king's team in back-to-back battles and eventually advanced to the finals of the 100 school tournament. This is an unprecedented achievement, and it's hard not to draw attention to it. And this squad is also full of beautiful girls with outstanding face value. Compared to the Imperial Beastmaster battle team of a bunch of brown old men, Luo Shuyan's Rosebud squad could be said to have sucked up all the eyeballs in this 100 schools league. As the tournament progresses gradually, the Empire has begun to open a betting board to predict the top of this year's tournament. There were even quite a few people who had gone off the deep end and came to bet on a handful of Luo Shuyan who was still a freshman. After all, Luo Shuyan and the others, who had defeated the Shocking Waves team, which was expected to be ranked in the top 3, were not without hope of winning the championship. This 100 schools league was getting hotter and hotter, and more powerful people from all sides were converging in the imperial capital. The outer city is crowded with cars and people. Even the inner cities with status requirements have been crowded lately. And in the next match, there was no suspense with Zhang Che making a move. Luo Shuyan's few people could be said to have made it all the way to the finals. Because of the format, the team was the first to finish. The champion of the team competition also belonged to Luo Shuyan and the others without any surprise after Zhang Che's powerful strength crushed them. This also meant that Luo Shuyan's Rose Maiden team, all 4 of them, had the opportunity to enter the secret realm of time and space. End of chapter. Chapter 100, Tens of thousands of pounds of food. Can you eat it? Ha 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 ha. My Tian-K Academy this time has finally recovered its former glory. Li Yen, the dean of Tian-K Academy on the VIP stage of the spectator tournament, was incomparably excited at the moment, looking at the 4 of them in the middle of that secret realm. Luo Shuyan, who had already won and locked up the championship, he directly stood up and raised his arms. The many elders of Tian-K Academy, as well as the tutors, were also excited at the moment. No one had expected that Luo Shuyan and the others, a strong dark horse, would not only kill their way out of the school auditions. It's amazing to come into this cluster ***** of a top 100 league and maintain a super high level of play. It went all the way to the top and ended up winning the team competition. This was out of everyone's expectation. causing the entire imperial capital to fall in a state of shock. Similarly, it also made the name of Tianke Academy resound once again in this inner city of the imperial capital. Hearing the supervising elder in the air, announcing the final winner, Li Yan's body trembled uncontrollably. Even though he had a calm and steady mind, he was still a little too excited to help himself at this moment. At one time, the Heavenly K Academy also had supreme honor, but nay, the dynasties change. In the long course of years, Tianke Academy also gradually went from splendor to decline. Today's Tianke Academy hadn't even entered the top 10 of the 100 Schools League for many years. Moreover, over the years, the Heavenly K Academy had often been subjected to some explicit and implicit suppression. The cultivation resources that were already obtained were limited, and even the legacy that was once there was taken away in many ways. The accumulation of all these reasons was what caused the Heavenly K Academy to gradually fall into disrepair and become devastated. And now Luo Shuiyan and the others had made this ancient academy, which had already fallen into disrepair, once again blossom with a luster that belonged to him. The ancient capital of Xi'an, located in the northwestern part of the Great Jin Dynasty. Once again, the world of the Great Jin Dynasty was able to see his superb depth. The various forces watching the battle under the field were both happy and sad for a while, with different expressions. However, above the high platform, on the side of the crown prince of the Great Jin Dynasty, he was very calm and could not see any sadness or happiness. After all, the quota for this spacetime secret realm was very precious to other academies, but for the royal family of the Great Jin Dynasty, as well as some of the top forces, it was never something very rare. For them, it wasn't difficult to obtain a quota to enter the secret realm of time and space. The organization of this 100 Schools League is nothing more than a chance for other regional cadets, those ordinary people, to put up a fight. Many members of the royal family were able to enter the secret realm of time and space without even having to participate in the competition, which had all been internalized long ago. Of course, the royal family of the Great Jin Dynasty did not monopolize the secret realm. After all, there were many forces from all sides, and monopolizing the secret realm would inevitably attract covetousness. Therefore some powerful forces that had good relations with the royal family were able to share one or two places. This is the case with the In family in Kyoto. For example, although Inko lost the match, he was still qualified to enter the secret realm for cultivation next. After the team match ended, the entire imperial capital was thrown into an unprecedented cheer. A title that was never expected to be won has everyone talking about this team from Xi'an. However, as the squad leader, Luo Shuiyan was very plain. After all, as an empress in her previous life, she had seen all sorts of big storms long ago, and this kind of champion of the top 100 league was nothing to her. On the second day of the individual finals, Luo Shuiyan brought Jiang Che onto the court. The opponent he encountered this time was named Chao Duan, from the Sky Dragon Academy in Kyoto. His cultivation level was the highest among all the participants in this 100 Power League. It has reached the 5-star king level. Just standing there alone, the sense of oppression released could discourage people. His spirit beast was a magnificent green ox, and his strength had even reached level 49, about to break through to the 6th rank spirit beast. Chao Duan was very strong and almost crushed it all the way to the finals with ease. Of the several great families in the imperial capital, the Yu, Chao, Yin, and Feng, the Chao family was considered to have the deepest heritage, and most of the Chao family members were in high positions in the military of the Great Jin. Not only are they powerful, but they all have military power. Looking at Chao Duan in front of her, Luo Shuiyan nodded gently. Little White, go all out in a moment. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, Jiang Che was a bit surprised. What's the matter? You have a grudge against this person? No, it would be a sign of respect to fight him at full strength. Luo Shuiyan sighed softly. She was still familiar with Chao Duan and knew that his character was very good. In the memories of his previous life, Chao Duan fought with all his might for the great war between the human and demon races, and finally died of exhaustion on the battlefield. Coming from a military background, Chao Duan was a strong man that people admired. After hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, Jiang Che also nodded. For this kind of person who conquered the sands for the sake of the human race's righteousness, his heart still respected him. With the ringing of the bell, the two of them instantly battled together. Luo Shuiyan used all the martial arts that she could already perform today on Chao Chun. That powerful strength caused Chao Duan to be surprised for a moment. He didn't expect a star-level Imperial Beast Master to be able to burst out with such strong battle power. If his cultivation had been lower, I'm afraid that he would have already lost to Luo Shuiyan's hands. However, the difference in realms between the two sides was too great. Plus Chao Chen could fly through the air. Luo Shuiyan could also only turn towards Jiang Che and make a look. Jiang Che, who had received the signal, immediately released his massive Qilin Divine Might, that peak 5th stage Green Ox, before it could even get a chance to power up. directly fell to the ground in shock and paralyzed. For someone like Chao Duan, who had a great heart, Zhang Che also expressed his respect to go all out. The purple Qilin True Flame was released, directly surrounding Chao Chen. Feeling the high temperature around him that was enough to easily kill him in seconds, Chao Chen had no choice but to raise his hand and admit defeat. I lost. You are indeed strong. Just being a freshman, you have such strong battle power. I believe your achievements are immeasurable. I hope that in the future, you will be able to appear on the battlefield and kill more demons. Chao Dust arched his hand towards Luo Shuiyan. Although he was defeated, but he was very spontaneous. Nowadays, although the human and demon races have already stopped fighting, there is still constant friction at the border. It's safe to say that a fight could break out at any time. A person like Chao Duan, who was worried about the country and the people, naturally hoped that the human race would have more strong people to step forward. He would rather serve as a whetstone to help the human race sharpen their swords. Luo Shuiyan ended up winning the first place in the individual competition. Guo Lao, who was in the void, couldn't hide the smile on his somewhat aged face at all. Tomorrow, we'll be ready to enter the space-time mystic realm to cultivate. We now go out and procure some necessary resources. After the match ended, Luo Shuyan looked at the three of them, Lin Shuier, and said, although they had all broken through to the spirit level, they wouldn't starve to death if they didn't eat for a year. However, Zhang Che was different. As a powerful spirit beast, Zhang Che loved these mouthfuls. Moreover, Luo Shuyan had also always believed that Zhang Che could become stronger just by eating, so the essential food, that all must be prepared. On top of that, Luo Shuiyan also planned to go buy some auxiliary herbs. The spirit fruits that were previously obtained in the ancient inheritance were all worth a lot of money. However, it would be more or less a waste if it was directly alchemized. It is through the aid of some herbs that the potency of the medicine can be maximized. You don't need to bother with these trivial matters. Just rest in peace. Li Yen, the dean of Tian-Kai Academy. That was a face of excitement at the moment. Now the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, had successfully swept the individual and team championships. Tian-Kai Academy had completely made a name for itself in the Great Jin Dynasty. So for Luo Shuiyan and the others, he was currently responding to every request, and he couldn't wait to offer the four of them up directly. Let's not even talk about buying some life resources. It's just that he's willing to give a share of the Tian-Kai Academy's real estate. Make me a list and I'll arrange for someone to purchase it for you. Luo Shuyan nodded at his words, and then he handed his list to Li Yen. After receiving the list, Dean Li Yen froze, his eyes glazed over. Boy, how can these four slim girl dolls eat so much? Moving thousands of pounds of meat? End of chapter. Chapter 101, Entering the Secret Realm of Time and Space. The Yin family's killing intent. Go ahead. Follow the list and get it now. Although he was a bit surprised by the list Luo Shuiyan made, Li Yen still instructed the people under his hand to go and do as they were told. Seeing that they didn't need to worry about themselves, Luo Shuiyan's few people returned to the small courtyard within the manor to rest again. It was during the 100 Schools League and the champion had just been decided. The entire Great Jin Dynasty was in a state of jubilation. Now the imperial capital can be described as a sea of people, walking down the street. I'm afraid that for a moment I can't move a few steps. Even in the inner city, it was a crowded place, not to mention that a few people had just won all the championships, and they were afraid that going out right now would cause a sensation in the whole city. It was also good to be able to go out without having to go out on their own. Luo Shuiyan several people were not the type of existence that liked to invite trouble. With regards to entering the secret realm of time and space tomorrow, Luo Shuiyan wasn't worried in the slightest. The others, perhaps for the first time, were faced with this situation and were more or less excited, curious and a little nervous. But Luo Shuiyan, in her previous life, had already entered several times, and could be said to be very familiar with the situation inside. Even until the later stages of cultivation, Luo Shuiyan's strength gradually appeared, directly replacing the Great Jin Imperial family to control that space-time secret realm. The secret realm of time and space had existed for a long time, and it was very mysterious there. The royal family of the Great Jin Dynasty was just holding the entrance. That secret realm doesn't belong to them. The huge space-time secret realm, the royal family only had the right to use it. And in that space-time secret realm, there was also a secret realm spirit hidden, which was a very special kind of existence. As long as one was able to refine the spirit of that secret realm, one would be able to control this space-time secret realm. When that time came, no matter where he was, he would be able to directly open up a spatial channel and enter that space-time secret territory. Only with Luo Shuiyan's current strength, even if she knows where the spirit of the secret realm is, she simply doesn't have the strength to refine it. However, for Luo Shuiyan, who possessed the memories of her first life, the memories of her previous life were like an opening. Although he had no way to refine that secret realm spirit now, he still possessed the method to open the secret realm. Just wait until you are strong enough. You don't need to wait 15 years to be able to enter the secret realm again. Luo Shuyan's pink fist was slightly clenched. The 4 people in their squad were not poorly talented. It's just too young. Everyone's only 18. Now that he was just a freshman, there was naturally a gap when compared to those who had been practicing for many years. But on this trip to the secret realm, Luo Shuyan was certain that she could rely on the gap in the flow of time to make a few people fight to catch up. What several people are most lacking now is time. And it so happens that the most important thing in this space-time secret realm is time. From the beginning of the afternoon until the evening, the people that Li Yan sent out to purchase lists moved all kinds of supplies over one batch at a time. Now the hundreds of square feet of yard of that other house had been piled up with goods of all sizes. A glance at the pile of mountains. I'm afraid that the uninformed thought this place to open a large shopping mall. Hey, White, most of the stuff in these shipments is for you, so it's up to you. Zhang Che nodded at his words and waited until no one was in the courtyard. Then he used his spatial power to collect all of these goods. Within Zhang Che's space, time stood still. So no matter whether it's spiritual medicine or these foods, there won't be any loss of medicinal properties or corruption. Seeing the many delicacies Luo Shuyan had procured for herself, Zhang Che couldn't help but nod as well. It seems that this imperial human master of his own, when it is still very successful, at least there's no shortage of all kinds of food. A lifetime of working hard in a previous life. In this life, Zhang Che had set his mind on just lying flat and living a good life with a beautiful woman in his arms. Though in this case, it's him in the arms of a beauty. The next morning, several people followed the dean of Tianke Academy and headed to the inner city of the imperial capital. This time they went straight through the inner city and entered the imperial palace of the Great Jin. It was because the teleportation location of that spacetime mystery realm was inside the imperial palace. Lin Shuer looked in front of her eyes, the towering, golden palace complex. For a moment her eyes were filled with stars, and she was somewhat unable to walk. This imperial palace of the Great Jin dynasty was not an ordinary grandeur. I'm afraid that this footprint alone is not comparable to that of Jianghai City. Everywhere was decorated with gold and glazed marigolds, and there are also many heavily armed and tough soldiers, constantly patrolling the area. The palace was not only opulent, but also very well guarded. The pressure emanating from these soldiers alone made people tremble with fear. As for Luo Shuyan on the side, as well as Oxia Xiao Xiao and Yi Zimeng, they were calm at the moment. After all, for them, it wasn't the first time they had seen this kind of palace. This time, the one who presided over the matter of entering the spacetime mystery realm was still the crown prince of the Great Jin dynasty. At this moment, that crown prince of the Great Jin dynasty stood at the very center of the Great Hall, wearing a golden-colored robe. Above him, there was a vacancy in the roof, and the sunrise fell on him with a brilliant light, and in the surrounding area, there were quite a few members of the royal family, as well as some of the noble sons and daughters of the great powers of the imperial capital. They were all present at this moment. Yi Ziming likewise saw the 3 members of Yin Zhong's family in purple and gold robes among the crowd. It was clear that even though Yin Ko had lost the match, he had the Yin family to back him up. The quota for this secret realm of time and space still had their share. As of now, the Yin family's entry into the secret realm was probably the Yin Ko siblings. Seeing Yi Ziming and the others walking towards them, Yin Ko's siblings immediately looked at the 4 with a provocative face. There was a mixture of mockery and contempt and a hint of anger in those eyes. When Yi Ziming saw this, she didn't have any expression on her face, but only glanced coldly at the 2 of them. It was as if the other 2 were just clowns who were there to deliberately draw attention to themselves. Nowadays, Yi Ziming had long since disregarded the 2 of them. In her opinion, Yin Ko's siblings were just dudes relying on the strength of their backs. Not much at all. Himself, on the other hand, is in the same position that he has really pieced together through hard work, although most of the credit for one's ability to win the 100 Schools League Championship came from Zhang Che. But Yi Ziming was also able to feel the progress she had made over this period of time. She believed that if she gave herself enough time, she would be able to surpass the duo. At this moment, among the crowd, there were also some existences that had not appeared in the arena. Some people rely on their family background. For example, people with no skills like the Yin Ko siblings. Others were the complete opposite, because their strength was really strong and they no longer needed to participate in the existence of the 100 Schools League. For example, that young man standing beside the crown prince, he was the imperial grandson of the Great Jin imperial family. His cultivation was even 1 star higher than even Xiao Chun who, earlier, had fought against Luo Shuyan. Real battle power can be very strong. This kind of person would be an absolutely crushing existence if they were on the field. With all of the people who had been given places, all of them had already arrived. Soon under the gaze of the crowd, the space in front of the center of the Great Hall, it began to gradually distort. Immediately afterward a huge spatial door appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the middle of that pitch-black colored vortex, it was connected to an unknown world. The time and space gate has opened. Go in. The secret realm will automatically send you out after 300 days. As the crown prince's words fell, one after another, people entered the space-time mystery realm. Yun Chang? Yiziming saw the two people in front of her and suddenly opened her mouth in surprise. She had just seen two people enter the Yin family, but it wasn't the Yin Ko siblings. Instead, it was Yin Ko with another middle-aged man. That middle-aged man she also recognized was a strong member of the Yin family named Yin Chang. The major powers have agreed not to allow imperial level and imperial level or higher existences to enter. The Yun family is not pure of heart, but it's not a violation of the rules right now. Luo Shuyan glanced at it, and in her heart, she already knew the Yin family's intentions. Li Yen, the dean of Tian K Academy, saw this and even cursed shamelessly in his heart for a while. Aqua Smoke, you guys must be safe in there. The Yin family's operation made Li Yen a little worried as well. Many people from the forces present also noticed this. There was something in his mind, but it didn't bother him too much. There were quite a few people, instead, who let out a contemptuous snort. After all, this kind of space-time secret realm only opened once in 15 years. So naturally, it was best to let those who were young and had potential enter. For young geniuses, what is most lacking is time. But we're all middle-aged, so who's worse off than 300 days? When we go in, we'll be randomly teleported, so we won't be spread out if we gather together. Saying that, Luo Shuiyen took a few people's hands, and the four of them, hand in hand, entered the space-time mystery realm together. By the time everyone stepped into the space gate, it didn't take long for the pitch-black space gate to disappear into thin air. End of chapter. Chapter 102 Inko, Spatial Power. Are you a 7th order spirit beast? The interior of the secret realm of time and space was a world filled with white mist. The place was filled with, well, an ancient aura. It was as if it had existed since ancient times. There was no sound in all directions, and silence seemed to be the dominant theme of the place. Suddenly a piece of space in this quiet and unfamiliar world began to appear slightly distorted. Immediately after that, the dense white fog began to dissipate. And out of this fog came 4 people with 4 spirit beasts. It was Luo Shuiyen and her group, who were holding hands when they entered the spacetime gate. So they didn't teleport separately. What a magical place. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth in this place is several times more abundant than the outside world. Cultivating here, that's simply half the work with half the effort. I don't know how much faster it is than outside. The 3 of them, Lin Shuier, couldn't help but let out an audible gasp after taking a few deep breaths. Even An Xiao Xiao, who came from the Roaring Sky sect, was like this at the moment. The dense white mist around them was actually a convergence of spiritual qi, and the concentration of spiritual qi here was extremely terrifying. Among the several people, only Luo Shuyan was relatively calm. Looking around this enough, so that I do not know how many people issued exclamations of the scene. She also just slightly nostalgic among her eyes. Walking idly in the middle of this silent world, it was as if she was strolling through her own backyard garden. Aqua Smoke, have you been here before? Lin Shuer couldn't help but ask once again. Seeing Luo Shuyan's very calm expression, she couldn't help but remember the ancient mysterious realm that a few people had entered when they had just joined Tian K Academy. It was clearly the first time she entered the secret realm, but Luo Shuyan seemed as if she already knew everything. Her goal was very clear. At this moment even into the spacetime secret realm, even small amazed more than, but Luo Shuyan still face expressionless. Hearing Lin Shuer's words, Luo Shuiman gently raised her eyebrows, then laughed softly. This spacetime mystery realm, even the elites of the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty can only come in once every 15 years. For other people, I'm afraid that they pretty much only get a chance to come in once in their lives, so it's hard to believe that I was once here when I was 3 years old? After listening to Luo Shuyan's explanation, Lin Shuer felt as if it made sense, but she was still just a little confused. Although she knew that Luo Shuyan was a relatively quiet person who didn't show much color in her likes and dislikes. But it was still a bit strange that Luo Shuyan was so calm. Is there anything special about this secret realm of time and space? Where are we going next? Or is it just a matter of finding a random place to start practicing in here? The 3 of them turned their heads in unison to look at Luo Shuyan, who had now become the backbone of the squad. No matter what it was, everyone liked Luo Shuyan to get the idea. I don't know. Let's all just wander around and look around for a while. Luo Shuyan responded casually. In fact, in her mind, she already had an exact location. This secret realm of time and space. Not all places are all 10 times the flow of time. In some specific areas, it will also exceed this value. And Luo Shuyan, she knows just such a place. Watch out. Someone is approaching this side. It's someone from the Yin family. After coming to this strange world, Jiang Che's holographic view had been on. At this moment, he sensed that there was someone's trail 600 meters away. The Yun family? Several people were instantly alert. That Yin Shang led a dog with a pretty good nose, and it's coming straight toward us, Jiang Che said to the several people while checking the viewpoint. That should be a spirit breath dog, which can catch the scent and distinguish the location within 100 miles. With the spirit breath dogs around, it's impossible to hide, so everyone prepare to fight. Luo Shuyan was very decisive, and after listening to Jiang Che's description, she prepared for battle. Earlier, when she saw Yin Shang enter the spacetime mystic realm, Luo Shuyan knew that the other party definitely didn't have good intentions. The Yin family had sent in a scrub in order to have battle power suppression. As expected, it didn't take long for Yin Ko and Yin Shang to appear in the crowd's line of sight. Oh, it's really a narrow road. Yin Ko stared sinisterly at Yi Ziming and sneered. Injustice? With a spirit-breathing dog in your hand, you are running to me. What's the point of saying so many reasons and excuses? Yi Ziming said in a cold voice. Although her expression was indifferent, her heart was still a little worried. Previously, she was also a member of the Yin family, so she naturally knew the strength of that Yin Shang. The opponent was at the peak of the king level, and was only one step away from the emperor level. Coupled with the rich combat experience accumulated over the years, its strength was very strong. At least that imperial family's great-grandson that came this time would not be a match for such an older generation powerhouse. I'd advise a few of you to be sensible and get out of the way. There's no business for you guys here, and for the sake of Elder Gua, I won't get into it with you guys, Yin Shang said as he waved his hand towards Luo Shuyan's trio. The Yin family wouldn't dare to mess with a saint-ranked powerhouse like Guo Lao. Oh, you want to move Zimeng? You're dreaming. Zimeng is our teammate. There's absolutely no way we'll abandon her. If we want to fight, we'll fight. At Yin Chang's words, the auxiliary little trio just scoffed. Immediately afterward, they all exerted their spiritual power and blocked in front of Yi Ziming's body. Abandoning their teammates on the verge of battle was something that they were categorically incapable of doing. Yin's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the situation, and a touch of viciousness flashed in his dark eyes. Well, this is what you're forcing me to do. Dare to meddle in my Yin family's affairs. Since that's the case, don't blame me for giving you some lessons. As Yin Chang's somewhat raspy voice fell, immediately afterward, beside him, two huge-sized spirit beasts appeared. Normally, after cultivating to the realm of a king-level royal beast master, one could contract a second spirit beast. Only some people with excellent talent were able to successfully contract a second one even when they were at the high end of the king level. At this moment, these two spirit beasts in front of Yin Chang, one had already reached level 48. The other head was actually level 50 and had managed to break through to the 6th rank. This was somewhat out of Luo Shuyan's expectation. Obviously the Yin family had put a lot of cost and effort into this plan. It was only then that Yin Chang, who was stuck on the edge of the imperial level, managed to contract a 6th rank spirit beast. Little, the slap you slapped me with that day, today I want you to return it 100-fold. Yin Ko looked at Yi Ziming with a sinister face. His eyes were a bit maniacal. That day on the field, Yi Ziming slapped him in front of everyone, causing him to completely lose face. Now that Yin Chang, the peak of the king level, was present, Yin Ko couldn't wait to whip Yi Ziming into shape. Uncle Chang, move your hands, control them all. Whoa, who are you trying to control? However, as soon as Yin Ko's words left his mouth, Jiang Che's voice sounded beside his ears. Yin Chang, who was on the side, stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with shock. He had just pressed on without seeing the slightest trace of Jiang Che's movement. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. How is this possible? Could it be that you're a 7th rank spirit beast? End of chapter. Chapter 103. So what if the emperor's grandson dared to mess with me as usual? Kill. Hearing Jiang Che's voice suddenly appear beside him, this startled Yin Ko. Uncle Chang, quickly take him down for me. However, before Yin Ko could finish his sentence, he was directly slapped over by Jiang Che. He had sort of tasted this unicorn seal twice. Last time within that secret realm arena. He was originally flying in the air when he was slapped by a sudden golden light from Jiang Che. His body's aura instantly stopped functioning, and then he fell from the air as if he were a kite with broken wings, directly causing him to fall into a dog's feces. Nowadays, he was once again struck by Jiang Che, and the spiritual energy in his body temporarily stopped functioning. Yin Ko didn't dare to hesitate, and subconsciously dodged to the side with a donkey roll. He was afraid that Jiang Che would continue to kill. As a king-level royal beast master, with no spirit beasts and no spirit power, the few people and spirit beasts present were all capable of killing him. Sinful animal, you seek death. Yin Chang, who had originally been shocked by Jiang Che's stance, burst into a rage at the sight of this scene. It was important to realize that Inko's position in the Yin family was extraordinary. If anything happened to the other party, he could only go back to thank for his death. And Yin Zhong's anger was not something he could withstand. Only to see a black light seal rapidly coalesce between his hands as his spiritual energy revolved, flying straight towards Jiang Che. Bang! And at the same time, Jiang Che also reached out and pointed, and a purple thunderbolt fell directly from above Yin Chang's head. Both sides were very close together. Plus Yin Chang had been on guard against Jiang Che's very terrifying Qilin True Flame. Yin Chang likewise watched the game during the holding of the 100 Schools League. He was terrified of Jiang Che's terrifying flames. Distracted, he hadn't even anticipated that a thunderbolt would suddenly appear above his head. In such haste, Yin Chang was unable to dodge and was directly struck by the lightning. Although after enduring a thunderbolt, Yin Chang did not die outright. However, he was struck by the lightning and his skin was split, his chi and blood surged, and his entire body was in a sorry state. At this moment, Yin Chang no longer had the arrogance he had just had, and a gust of black smoke was rising from his body. The skin on his body became incomparably charred and black, and his clothes were torn in many places, just like a beggar. Yin Chang was incomparably surprised at the moment. He didn't expect Jiang Che to actually be able to summon thunder in addition to that terrifying flame ability. Looking at Jiang Che in front of him, Yin Chang instinctively stepped backward, his eyes filled with scorn. At this time, Jiang Che also didn't directly kill Yin Ko on the ground. If it was according to Jiang Che's character, he would definitely take care of the weaker Yin Ko first. But this time he didn't. Keeping Yin Ko alive wasn't about letting him go, but because this was a matter that needed to be resolved by Yin Zimeng herself. Blood feuds must be avenged with one's own hands. Bang! Jiang Che reached out and waved his hand, and another terrifying purple thunderbolt fell. Before Yin Ko's spirit beast could dodge, it was directly killed. Save me! Uncle Chang, come and save me! Yin Ko, who had already broken his guts long ago, could only shout for help in panic now. Even if his spiritual energy had resumed functioning now, he didn't have any courage to face Jiang Che. White, well done. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my boss. Him. The speed at which Jiang Che made his move was simply too fast, and even Luo Shuyan's few people didn't react. By the time they were ready to fight, Jiang Che's side had already repelled 2 people with 1 against 2. At this moment, Luo Shuyan's few people also quickly rushed towards this side. Boom! Right at this moment, the 6th rank spirit beast that Yin Chang had contracted let out a roar at this moment. This 6th stage spirit beast was golden in color, with a foot-long unicorn horn at its forehead. The whole thing looks like a, well, lion with a golden unicorn horn. Accompanied by a roar from the spirit beast, the unicorn horn on its forehead instantly gathered divine aura. In the next second a strong spiritual energy shock attacked towards Jiang Che. 6th rank spirit beasts were much more powerful than 5th rank spirit beasts, and this unicorn lion attacked with almost no intermission. That powerful divine aura bombardment caused the surrounding air to tremble. Jiang Che frowned slightly as the purple golden Qilin armor surfaced on his body. At once, he became very majestic, as if he had changed into a spirit beast. With the spectral blast steps running underneath his feet, his figure was like a ghost, constantly dodging in the field. This 6th order unicorn lion's attacks were indeed strong and the frequency of attacks was very fast. That 6th rank spirit beast's attack landed on top of the earth, turning the entire piece of earth into a gully. Yin Chang's main advantage lay in this indentured 6th rank spirit beast. 6th rank spirit beasts had a near-crushing advantage over king-ranked imperial beastmasters and spirit beasts. This 6th order unicorn lion was also the Yin clan's biggest dependence for sending him here. If it were any other 5th rank spirit beast, I'm afraid that it would have been defeated by now. However, Jiang Che's underworld sprint moved faster. The 3 spirit beasts of Little Tiger over there on the other side combined their efforts against the other one contracted by Yin Chang, the 48-level green armored snake. That green armored snake had a huge body, and the most crucial thing was that the scales on its body trembled. A burst of greenish-colored poisonous smoke was released, and the surrounding vegetation was instantly corrupted. But just then, the color scales came to the forefront. The 7-colored divine aura on the surface of his body flickered, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he released a massive devouring power. These green-colored poisonous fumes were surprisingly all swallowed into the belly by the colored scales. The green armored snake's greatest reliance was the poisonous smoke released from its body. It was a pity that it had encountered the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. Without the attack of the poisonous smoke, the 3 spirit beasts immediately battled with the 48-level green armored snake. Yin Chang, on the other hand, was surrounded by the 4 Luo Shuyin. Although he was a peak king-level powerhouse, he was in a situation where there were no spirit beasts or he was 1 against 4. It was also difficult to easily defeat the 4 Luo Shuyin people for a while. As for Yin Ko, who was the only one without an opponent, he was directly detached from the battlefield. he ran out hundreds of meters away early, choosing to watch the battle from the sidelines. The first to end the battle was still Jiang Che's side. The sixth-order unicorn lion's attacks were frequent and strong, but they were still quite a bit worse compared to Jiang Che. This unicorn lion still wanted to compete with Jiang Che in melee combat, but Jiang Che didn't have that intention. Under his ghostly movement speed, the unicorn lion couldn't even touch Jiang Che's tail hair. As Jiang Che waved his hands, a terrifying thunderbolt continued to fall. Although the sixth-order unicorn lion's physical strength was extremely powerful, it couldn't withstand the constant impact of such a bolt of lightning. At this moment, even the golden unicorn horn on top of his head had been blown off by Jiang Che's thunderbolt. Well, it's time to finish. Jiang Che was suspended in midair, as if he was an absolute god who scorned all living things. He opened his mouth and a ball of purple Qilin true flame flew out. At this moment, the sixth-order unicorn lion no longer had the strength to dodge, and ultimately could only drink in this. When In Ko on the other side saw this, his face turned pale. The sixth-ranked spirit beast was his biggest battle, and now it could be considered to be in dire straits. Young master, run! In Chang hurriedly turned his head to warn In Ko, but realized that the other party had actually run away long ago. It was all but disappearing from his field of vision now. This made In Chang unable to help but feel a trace of sadness in his heart. With Jiang Che joining in, the battle ended quickly, and In Ko and his spirit beasts were all easily killed. At this moment, the panicked In Ko fled all the way, and in no time he realized that there was an extra group of people in the white mist ahead of him. As he gazed, he realized that it was none other than the royal family in front of him. At the head of the group was the current Great Jin Dynasty's great-grandson, the future crown prince. Great! It's saved! Your Highness! Your Highness! Help me! It's actually them? At the same time, Luo Shuiyan and the others also discovered each other. It doesn't matter. If they dare to stop them, they will be destroyed together. Jiang Che laughed softly at the situation, not caring about it. End of chapter. Chapter 104, Oxia Xiao Xiao, dare to move me. Unless the Sima family doesn't want to sit on the throne. Jiang Che was using a voice transmission technique, so the few people present could hear what he said. The crowd was all surprised for a while. Hish Xiao Bai, you have a lot of guts. Do you know that is the imperial grandson of the great Jin dynasty? Ah? Hearing Jiang Che's words so lightly, Lin Shuer couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Xiao Bai, you can take it easy this time. If we kill him, we will be in the great Jin dynasty in the future. Then there is really no foothold. Yi Zimeng also hurriedly persuaded Jiang Che, fearing that in a fit of rage, Jiang Che would really kill all of the other party. She wasn't afraid herself, but she didn't want to end up involving everyone because of these personal vendettas of her own. A few people looked at the royal family members in front of them and frowned for a moment, especially Lin Shuer, who came from Jianghai City, was considered to be the existence with the least background and insight among the four. Lin Shuer had never thought that one day she would be able to participate in the 100 Schools League in the imperial capital. What's more, he didn't expect that nowadays, he would actually face the people of the imperial family of the great Jin dynasty directly. For a moment her heart was beating so fast that she blushed slightly. Auxiliary Little didn't say anything, and her expression was relatively calm. After all, as the 1,000 gold of the tsunami sect, she had never been surprised by the other party's identity. The big deal is that it's one life straight up. And anyway, I have Pops and Grandpa to back me up. Luo Shuiyan did the same, looking ahead with a cold expression. As an empress in her previous life, she had extremely high eyesight, and the other party was just a royal grandson. Not enough to draw her attention. Who cares if he's a Tai son or a turtle son? They're not as awesome as my boss anyway. Little Tiger stood at the back and had already begun to rub his fists. All he wanted to do was kiss Jiang Che's ass. For the three little ones, Jiang Che's position was much better than that bull great Jin imperial family. As long as Jiang Che gave a word, the little tiger would dare to directly go and smash the palace gates. And at this moment, the In Ko, who was fleeing in a hurry, saw the royal family and their group, and frantically called for help as if they had grabbed a life preserver. Ha! Isn't that In Ko from the In family? How did this guy make such a mess? In the secret space-time realm force are like running for his life? The royal party stopped when they heard the cries for help. Looking at In Ko, who was frantically running towards himself and the others, several people were all surprised. However, when they shifted their sight forward and saw Luo Shuiyan several people in the distance who were speeding this way, they instantly understood what was going on. It was no secret amongst the imperial capital that the In family had undergone a huge change, but all the dignitaries knew what was going on in it. In Ko, didn't your In family deliberately arrange for In Chang to follow along this time? Your In family was afraid that you would die in the secret realm and specially found a peak king-ranked guard? Why did you still make such a mess of yourself? Among the royal family's group, the youth at the head of the group looked at In Ko and said with a snicker, This person was none other than the imperial grandson of the great Jin dynasty, Sima Changkong. And he was also a 6-star king-level royal beastmaster with a very strong strength. Seeing Inko end up like this, several people present were very puzzled. One must know that Inko was in existence that was only 1 foot away from stepping into the imperial level. With such a strong person accompanying him, it was ridiculous that Inko could still get into this mess. The eyes of several people looking at him were incomparably teasing and mocking. The young county princess, Sima Wei, was also among the group of travelers. Looking at the wretched Inko, her eyes were filled with contempt. "Your Highness, Sheriff, it's so good to see you. You must do right by me. This Rose Maiden team, one by one. That's vicious. They actually designed to ambush me. And Uncle Chang has probably been poisoned in order to save me. Your Highness, you know, our Yin family is loyal to the royal family." Inko fell on the ground. That is a snot and a tear. As he said that, he didn't forget to look back. Realizing that Luo Shuiyan and the others had chased after him, he hurriedly hid behind Sima Changkong. If it weren't for the fact that the Yin family is still somewhat useful, I really don't want to care about this waste. Sima Changkong glanced at Inko with great disgust. He was very disgusted with this kind of dude who was a loser to the core. But the Yin family is still useful right now, and despite their disgust they still have to smooth things over. "Gentlemen, the other day I have watched a few of your matches, when really every one of them is a heroine. Inko, get your ass over here and die." Izumo had gotten angry chasing after Inko. The blood feud was right in front of him, so he immediately subconsciously shouted angrily, "Look, Your Highness, they don't give a damn about you. How arrogant." On the side, Inko was still arching his fire. Although there was some displeasure in his heart, Sima Changkong's face was still wearing a smile and a conciliatory demeanor. "I don't know what kind of grudge a few of you have here. Can you give me, Sima Changkong, a thin face and let's sit down and talk about it?" "Talk? I don't share the same fate as him. Blood feuds must be settled by death. There's nothing to talk about. He must die today." After hearing Sima Changkong's words, Yi Ziming still had a cold face. "Sima Changkong, today's matter is a private matter between us and Inko. This matter has nothing to do with your royal family, so I hope you won't interfere." Luo Shuyan also came to Yi Ziming's side at this moment and made her attitude clear. "Several people. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? The Yin family is a famous person in my great Jin. I don't want to hear your bull asterisk. If you must care then just fight." Oxia Xiao waved her hand to interrupt Sima Changkong's words. She was very direct. Jiang Che nodded as he looked towards auxiliary Xiao. This tiger-headed little girl is very much to his liking. A word is a. What's the point of babbling so much? Gentlemen, I advise you to think twice before you act. Can't you even give face to the royal family? Hearing these words from a few people, Sima Changkong's face also became a bit gloomy. However, Yi Ziming sniffed and laughed even more coldly. "When my father and brother were murdered by a traitorous design, did the royal family ever come to our aid? Since there isn't, don't stop me from taking revenge today." Izumo's attitude is so firm that he lets Inko get away with it on top of the ring. Today, whatever she says, she will kill Inko and offer a sacrifice to her dead relatives. Even with the royal family around, her attitude was very firm, because by her side, she had the support of a group of good sisters. Don't dilly-dally with them. The big deal is to kill this what's-her-name imperial grandson, and then we'll just run away, won't we? Jiang Che waited for half a day, then transmitted his voice to a few people. Anyway, in the system they're obtained the skill of instantaneous transfer. The big deal is that when the time comes to bring a few women, directly launch the instantaneous transfer teleportation to run away. That's not necessary. If their royal family dares to make a move against me, this Sima family's kingdom is considered to be sitting at the end of its rope. Auxiliary Little smiled coldly and opened his mouth. She didn't lower her voice, and at the moment, the royal family line across the street could hear her clearly. Hearing such treacherous words from Oxia Xiao, the royal family was shocked. Imperial brother. Father said that this woman should never be messed with. She's from that clan. Sima Changkong was about to snap under his anger when the little county princess next to him reminded him of a sentence, making him calm down instantly. That powerful plan, if it really flips, does have the energy to subvert the imperial regime of the Great Jin. End of chapter. Chapter 105, Avenged. Arrived at the Eye of Time, Sima Changkong's face gradually became gloomy. The fact that Auxiliary Little and the others had so disregarded him made him quite irritated, but that powerful plan made him bow down. Since it's just a personal grudge between you, it's up to you to settle it. After contemplating for a moment, Sima Changkong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said in a deep voice, under the powerful pressure of that tsunami sect, he could only choose to compromise. Sima Changkong was not stupid. None of the four people in front of him was a saving grace. Leaving aside the Xiaotian sect behind Oxia Xiao, The battle power of the four alone was already not to be underestimated. Although Sima Changkong didn't see the battle that happened earlier, however, he understood that even Yin Chang, the peak of the king rank that the Yin family had specially arranged to come in, had been defeated or even killed by a few people. Then with the power of a few of them, even if they wanted to stop it, it would be useless, so they might as well send a favor. There was no way to communicate with the outside world in the middle of this space-time secret realm. The identity of this imperial grandson of his own, though incomparably noble, but in this secret realm it loses its effect, at least not in the face of these four crazy women. If he got into a conflict with these four people because of this, it would be more trouble than it was worth. The Yin family did have some use for the great Jin imperial family, but it wasn't enough for Sima Changkong to put himself on the line. A few people from the other royal families, seeing that Sima Changkong had compromised, didn't say anything more, just a little contemptuous and sympathetic. He looked at Yin Ko, who was hiding among several people. They have already imagined what will happen to this Yin Ko when he falls into Yi Ziming's hands later. Count on this guy to know what he's doing. Jiang Che, who was all ready to make his move, put away his Qilin seal and muttered softly. Hearing that Sima Changkong had actually compromised with Luo Shuiyan and the others, Yin Ko couldn't believe his ears. How he didn't expect it. The Sima Changkong in front of him, that was the imperial grandson of the great Jin dynasty. It is the future ruler of the great Jin dynasty. Such a high-powered and powerful person will actually compromise on Luo Shuiyan a few women, even 100 meters apart. Yin Ko was able to feel that fierce killing intent coming from Yi Ziming's body. The cold, chilly air made him shiver. Your Highness, don't you can't leave me alone. Yin Ko's face was so pale with fear that he couldn't control the trembling of his body. This Sima Changkong and his group were his last straw. Originally, he thought that if he found Sima Changkong and the others, he would have something to live for, but he didn't expect this outcome. Your Highness, my Yin family has done hard work without merit. You must save me. Yin Ko's face was pale and he cried with a snotty face. He even tried to hug Sima Changkong's thigh, yet he kicked Sima Changkong away. Get lost and stop following me or I'll be blamed for being merciless, said Sima Changkong, whisked his sleeve and left. The rest of the royal family, looking at the paralyzed Yin Ko who was lost in thought, his eyes were full of contempt. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yin family was working for the royal family and a few people were afraid of falling on deaf ears, or else the high and low would have to taunt Yin Ko a bit. When Sima Wei was on her way out, she even greeted the four of them with her eyes towards Luo Shuiyan, expressing her goodwill. Watching Sima Changkong and his group go away, Yin Ko now only felt incomparable despair. In the middle of this spacetime secret realm, if there was anyone who could stop the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, that was definitely not Sima Xuankong. But now that even the royal family was unwilling to take care of this matter, he was in for a rude awakening today. Zimmer, I beg you, don't kill me. We're family. Seeing that his biggest backer had already gone away, Yin Ko reacted and hurriedly turned around and knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness towards Yi Zimo. For the current Yin Ko, there was no other way for him to live other than to soften Yi Ziming's heart. Now he could only think of ways to use the emotional card to save his life. Zimeng, I'm your cousin. Have you forgotten? We even practiced Gong Fu together when we were little, and I used to take you shopping in the inner city of the imperial capital. Zimeng, we all have the Yin family's blood in our bodies. Shut up. Before Yin Ko could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Yi Ziming's angry shout. Loved ones? What a joke. Who are you, Yin Ko, to talk to me about affection here? Yi Zimeng was all but laughed at by Yin Ko as her face grew more and more ironic. I didn't expect this Yin Ko to be so shameless and dare to say such things. I saw my brother with my own eyes back then, being poisoned by your design. In order to protect me, my own brother was brutally murdered by a scumbag like you. Yin Ko, you're talking to me about relatives at this hour? Have you ever treated us as family? Your family? Have you ever treated my dead father and brother as family? Izumo said as she walked towards Yin Ko. With every step she took forward, the cold aura on her body thickened. That killing intent was cold and piercing, making Yin Ko unable to speak for a moment. Yin Ko tried to struggle to escape, but the huge body of Kai Lian had already blocked his way first. A pair of purple golden pupils were filled with a morose chill. As a contracted spirit beast, she was naturally able to sense the anger in Yi Ziming's heart. If it wasn't for Yi Ziming's control, she would have swallowed this Yin Ko in one bite. Zimeng, before Yin Ko could finish his sentence, Yi Zimeng had already arrived in front of him. The long knife in his hand slashed through, and a human head was raised high in the air. For a scumbag like Yin Ko, Yi Zimeng didn't want to say another word of nonsense. She threw the long knife in her hand, which had finished cutting Yin Ko, onto the ground casually. For this kind of scum, she disliked even the blood in the other party's body as dirty. Having slaughtered Yin Ko with his own hands, Yi Ziming's mood was much more relaxed, but In Ko is just a junior. And there's that old thief In Zhong. Those mongrels who had brutalized her loved ones. Yi Ziming was going to make them pay in blood. At the same time, the idea of becoming stronger in Yi Ziming's heart grew stronger. Alright, now that In Ko is dead, Ziming, you should feel free to cultivate in the secret realm of time and space next. Luo Shuyan gently patted Yi Ziming's shoulder, then walked ahead to lead the crowd to hurry. Jiang Che also didn't forget to spit out a mouthful of Qilin True Flame, directly destroying the corpse. Murder and arson all in one. This space-time mystery realm was very large, and the probability of running into anyone else as they continued to go deeper was very small. In this way, under Luo Shuyan's leadership, the group rushed for 7 days. The math had already covered a distance of thousands of miles. The three of them, Lin Shuer, understood that looking at Luo Shuyan's posture, it was clear that she was looking for a certain location. The three were very confused in their minds. This secret realm of time and space was filled with hazy white mist, pressing down on any particularly notable geographical markers. They were curious as to how exactly Luo Shuyan was able to discern the direction in this unfamiliar and complicated environment. However, Luo Shuyan hadn't mentioned this matter, so several people didn't ask. The group traveled for another half day. The dense white fog around this area had reached a level where it was difficult to see people beyond 100 meters. Luo Shuyan also finally stopped at this moment. Her gaze looked in a certain direction, and a flash of remembrance flashed among her eyes. The Eye of Time, here I come again. End of chapter. Chapter 106, Spirit of the Secret World. 20 times the flow of time. White, you're sure there's no one around to follow us, right? Luo Shuyan withdrew her own gaze and communicated with Jiang Che. Nowadays, Jiang Che's holographic field of vision, with the growth of his strength, was already able to probe the scenery within a radius of 2,000 meters in the vicinity. It can really be said to be clairvoyant and obedient. Inside the interior of this mystery, the dense white fog could lower one's perception. Even an Emperor Extreme Powerhouse could only sense within 1,000 meters of their surroundings at most. There was no way for a spirit-level royal beast master like the four of them to spot someone lurking in the shadows in the secret realm. However, Jiang Che was not among such restrictions. His holographic vision was like an outlier, and even these thick white mists couldn't reduce the stalemate exploration at all. Within a radius of 2,000 meters, that was clearly visible in Jiang Che's eyes. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Jiang Che once again used his holographic perspective to carefully scan the surroundings. After confirming twice that no one was following, he then shook his head towards Luo Shuyan. After receiving Jiang Che's certainty, Luo Shuyan was also relieved. The next secret she must not let outsiders see, or else she will have to kill and kill. With that, Luo Shuyan moved forward slowly with her lotus steps. Spiritual energy gathered between Luo Shuyan's hands, and a divine aura flickered around her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Shuyan moved towards the front, striking out one seal after another. Immediately afterward, in the gaze of Lin Shuer's three surprised gazes, a white crack actually appeared out of thin air behind Luo Shuyan. This sudden appearance of a crack startled all three of Lin Shuer. On the one hand, it appeared without warning, and on the other hand, the crack had a very odd shape. It was like an eye. Looking at the white crack, the three felt as if someone was watching them with slightly narrowed eyes. For a while a touch of weirdness flooded the hearts of several people. But what surprised the three even more was Luo Shuyan herself. In this large spacetime secret realm, as one looked up, all of it was dense white mist. It was very difficult to recognize the path, let alone being able to continuously drive for more than 7 days. Eventually, he found such a mysterious place and relied on various strange spell seals to summon this mysterious rift. A few people didn't expect that Luo Shuyan was actually rushing with a real purpose. It was just that they couldn't figure out just how Luo Shuyan knew that there was such a strange existence. After all, it was everyone's first time entering the spacetime mystery realm, and it could be said that they were completely ignorant of the place. Can't it be that there was once a former great power that came here, and Luo Shuyan had, by chance, obtained that senior's inheritance? Other than that, a few people really can't think of any other possibilities. Come in with me. Luo Shuyan didn't explain anything. She just waved her hand towards a few people. She then put her hands on this white crack as if she were unzipping it. Then with a push to either side, an extra gap was created that would allow someone to pass through. Immediately after Luo Shuyan, she raised her leg and walked towards the middle of that white crack. In the hearts of Lin Shuer and the others, they all trusted Luo Shuyan beyond measure as well, and without any hesitation they followed them in. Just after stepping into this crack, the crowd felt as if they had arrived in another world. For a while all three of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide and look around in disbelief. They hadn't thought that in this spacetime secret realm, there was actually another secret realm inside. And in this white crack when the secret realm, there were not yet those white mists that obscured one's sight. The spiritual energy was still very dense. making them feel as if they were immersed in a hot spring. Next, everyone just feel free to cultivate. The flow of time here is fully 20 times that of the outside. Luo Shuiyan turned her head to look at the several people and gently laughed. What? 20 times? Really? This is too much. Even though there was some preparation in her heart, Luo Shuiyan's off-the-cuff figure still shocked the few people present. They simply couldn't dare to imagine how terrifying a 20-fold difference in the flow of time would be. As freshmen, the thing that several people lacked the most was time. Several people were already very happy to be able to enter the space-time mystery realm this time. After all, the 10-fold flow of time allowed them to surpass those older students very quickly. But a few people didn't expect that the place Luo Shuiyan had found, that time flow was even more exaggerated than they had imagined, and had actually reached a terrifying 20 times. This also meant that the others could only stay in the middle of the space-time secret realm for 300 days. The girls, on the other hand, were fully doubled and could cultivate for 600 days. Compared to this growth, the days wasted in the previous rush were nothing. Several people were even in a bit of a trance for a while. 20 times the flow of time. They felt terrified just thinking about it alone. Come on everyone. There are still over 500 days to go. This is our chance to chase. Luo Shuiyan clenched her fists and cheered the few people beside her. The various chances and choices she had obtained after being reborn were something that even she had not had in her previous life. Luo Shuiyan believed that when he got out of the spacetime mystery realm, no one would ever look down on the four of them again. Asterisk. There's something else in this secret realm? Suddenly Zhang Che let out a gasp. In the middle of his holographic view, a somewhat illusory-looking figure actually appeared. Watching the figure slowly coalesce, Zhang Che felt as if he was watching a horror movie from his previous life. This is clearly a ghost from a horror movie, and this was viewed in holographic view. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Zhang Che calmed down. As he gazed, he realized that the illusory figure seemed to be a small doll with a white belly band around it. Ha! White! What did you see? Is there anything around? Several people had just heard Zhang Che's exclamation of surprise and hurriedly turned around to examine their surroundings. Even the three little ones were on guard, ready to fight. But no matter how much several people searched, they saw nothing. White! What do you see? Where is it? Is it far from us? After searching for half a day and not seeing anything, Oxyashao pouted his little mouth and asked after some doubts. Ha! Can't you all see? Not good. He's instantly coming over. Seeing that illusory figure approaching this way, Zhang Che hurriedly transmitted his voice, and he also made a direct state of alert. Blocking the front of the crowd, a rare flash of gravity appeared among Zhang Che's eyes. Surprisingly, he couldn't tell what the illusory spirit was. The most crucial thing was that this thing was extremely fast, and with just a flash, it had already come to a distance of less than 100 meters in front of the crowd. Don't worry everyone, it won't hurt us. Luo Shuiyan smiled and softly calmed up the crowd, especially Zhang Che. She realized that what Zhang Che was seeing was the spirit of the secret realm and the secret realm of time and space. As long as one was able to obtain it, one would be able to master this side of the small world. This little thing was powerful, but its spirit was not high, and it was very kind and a little timid. Although he could appear anywhere in the secret realm, he always stayed within the eye of time and space, never going out. At this moment the little guy wearing a white belly band seemed to be aware of the gazes of a few people, and couldn't help but step backward. After hearing Luo Shuiyan's explanation and seeing the other party's naive appearance, Zhang Che couldn't help but be happy for a bit. This little guy, his guts are too small, he's actually afraid of us. Unfortunately, right now, other than Zhang Che, no one else could see the name of that secret realm. However, Lin Shuer and Yi Zimeng, having ascertained from Luo Shuiyan that the mysterious existence would not hurt anyone, were finally able to put their hearts down. Auxiliary Little, however, jumped up and down and arrived beside Zhang Che. Being playful by nature, she naturally came to be interested when she encountered such a novelty. The three spirit beasts, the little tigers, all came over at this time as well, very curious. Everyone, seize the time to cultivate. I hope that by the time the secret realm is over, all of you will be able to step into the king level. After Luo Shuiyan finished speaking, she looked for Zhang Che to get the spirit pills, and then began to prepare for alchemy. So many herbs, it would be a waste if they weren't refined into pills. With the aid of pills, cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, several people nodded. There's 20 times the flow of time, which means they have almost 2 years. With the addition of Luo Shuiyan's elixir assistance, with the several people's qualifications, breaking through the king level was almost a sure thing. However, Lin Shuer's few people also knew that this was actually Luo Shuiyan not wanting to give them too much pressure to cultivate, so didn't set the goal too high to begin with. End of chapter. Chapter 107 Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth. Is this the same budding little white from before? The days of smothered cultivation were the most boring. After all, if you wanted to concentrate on cultivation, it would require a great deal of self-control. This is why some people can become strong while others gradually become mediocre. If you want to become a powerful imperial beast master, you must learn to enjoy solitude and cultivate yourself in the midst of the silent years. It's just that this kind of boring life does seem a bit demanding for a young girl of just 18 years old. Not to mention that it was still like the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, who stayed in the same fixed place for a long time to cultivate, and it could be said that there was no sound within this space-time secret. Not even the chirping of birds and insects could be heard, there was only endless emptiness around. The complete absence of any other recreational activities is very hard to bear for an unusual person. After all, human beings were herd animals, and in the midst of such a silent and lonely environment, they had to sink their teeth into cultivation. It's a tougher test for one's patience. Luo Shuiyan was an empress in her previous life, so she naturally endured loneliness, and had long since cultivated her heart as if it were still water, with no waves in the ancient well. Although Izimang was no match for Luo Shuiyan, she had a blood feud in her heart. This hatred turned into motivation, pushing him forward behind Izumo's back. Lin Shuer was also a bit playful, but seeing that Luo Shuiyan and Izimang were both working so hard, she was able to calm down. What's more, among the four, she was the one with the worst qualifications, and Lin Shuer had been dutifully trying to catch up with a few people, but the three are all immersed in the bitter cultivation, which may suffer the nature of the playful auxiliary small. After all, Oxia Xiao Xiao had even escaped the tsunami sect and ran all the way to the ancient city of Xi'an just for fun in the first place. Even if there was Luo Shuiyan's trio as an example, it was slightly infectious to her, but Oxia Xiao Xiao still cannot be quiet. Just a few days of cultivation will be a bit unbearable. Looking up at the nothingness in front of him, Oxia Xiao Xiao held her small head and only felt a burst of headache. The thought of these dull and silent days, which would continue for more than 500 days, made her feel like breaking down. Everyone was cultivating. There wasn't even anyone to talk with her. Oxia Xiao Xiao really felt like she was going crazy. Even these three little ones, the little tigers, were all working hard to cultivate under Zhang Che's prodding. Right now, Zhang Che's words were more useful to the several spirit beasts of the little tiger than the auxiliary little trio. Aha! I can't stand it anymore. White, you don't sleep? Oxia Xiao Xiao really couldn't hold it in any longer, and picked up Zhang Che, who was sleeping on Yi Ziming's lap, and gently shook him a few times. Xiao Bai, please talk to me. I'm really bored. Aha, okay. Zhang Che was sleeping so soundly that his eyes didn't even open, and only vaguely transmitted a perfunctory voice. Looking at Zhang Che in his arms, not even looking at himself, Oxia Xiao Xiao was instantly depressed. Among the several people and beasts, Zhang Che was the only one who either ate or slept every day. Auxiliary Small originally wanted to find Zhang Che to relieve boredom. The results did not think Zhang Che fell asleep and simply ignore her. At this moment, Luo Shuyan stopped cultivating and prepared to get Zhang Che some food. Looking at Oxia Xiao Xiao, who was hugging Zhang Che with a depressed face, Luo Shuyan couldn't help but sigh. Tiny, didn't you leave home in the first place because you wanted to prove that you could accomplish something even if you didn't follow the path they laid out for you? Didn't you tell the people of your clan that you would surely be more successful in the future than in your clan? Luo Shuyan came to Oxia Xiao Xiao's side and persuaded the other party, giving this playful little girl a thought process. Think about it. If you work hard on your cultivation now, when you return to the sect later, won't they all be impressed? Show them a good time. You can live just as well even without them. Seeing that auxiliary Xiao Xiao, who nodded and then walked to the side to start cultivating, Luo Shuyan couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. She herself was at least a generation of empresses, but after this rebirth as the captain of the squad, she had a feeling of being an old mom. Not only do they have to make good food for Zhang Che, but they also have to comfort auxiliaries' little emotions. It's really just painless motherhood, dragging children along. In the next period of time, Luo Shuiyan could be said to have to enlighten Oxia Xiao Xiao every once in a while. Otherwise this energetic little girl really cannot be idle. There are no years in the mountains. The world has been 1,000 years. In the midst of the several people's cultivation, more than 500 days passed by quietly. Because several people had been cultivating in the secret realm during this period of time, nothing special had happened. Therefore, Zhang Che's prefix words of the lay flat system didn't change much. As it continues to level up, the rate of upgrading is now slower and slower. More than 500 days had passed, and Zhang Che had already arrived at level 55, becoming a powerful 6th order spirit beast. Its powerful battle strength was already equivalent to that of a human 6-star Imperial Beastmaster, only to rise from level 55 to level 56. 6 million experience points were needed, and Zhang Che could only gain around 100. 0.000 experience per day by lying flat right now. This growth rate was really a bit too slow in Jiang Che's opinion. Unbeknownst to the others, if they were to know Jiang Che's breakthrough speed, they were afraid that their jaws would be dropped. One must know that there are many senior cadets now, and their spirit beasts are only 40 levels or so. However, although the realm breakthrough had slowed down, Jiang Che had gained a few drops of Qilin essence blood from this period of accumulation. Nowadays, the purity of the Qilin bloodline in his body had reached 35%. More than a dozen powerful skills were harvested. Kirin Claw, gathering a huge Kirin's purple and gold claw prints to attack the enemy. Space Cage, seal off a piece of space from all outside probes. Core, immortal body, extremely fast self-recovery, even able to reborn from broken limbs. Dharma Face Heaven and Earth, Kirin body can change size at will, transforming into the divine beast Kirin, with heavenly power, depending on the host's strength. Looking at the newly acquired Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth, Jiang Che's eyes lit up. In his memories of his previous life, this was an extremely powerful divine ability. Those who were able to master such a divine ability were all great powers on one side. The most crucial thing was that this Dharma Heaven and Earth skill could allow Jiang Che to change into the divine beast Qilin. Although now covered in furry, petite and cute body is very pleasing to girls, but Jiang Che is at least an adult male. He also fantasized about his mighty and domineering side. Seeing that several people were still cultivating, Jiang Che ran to a place several hundred meters away. This was also the first time he had cast this Dharma image Heaven and Earth, and he didn't know what effects it would cause. So it's better to keep some distance from everyone ahead of time. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Che's spiritual energy within his body operated to release the skill. The next second an extremely majestic purple and gold divine beast appeared in the empty secret realm. This Kirin Fa Xian was 100 meters tall and nearly 200 meters long. The head resembles a divine dragon, the body is like a lion, and the 4 feet are the same as a tiger's paw. His body was covered with purple golden dragon scales, his body was draped with electricity and flames, and 7 colored auspicious clouds rose under his feet. Similarly, Little Tiger and Color Scale also possessed this kind of illusion ability, but it was far from as exaggerated and terrifying as Jiang Che. The moment this Qilin's true form appeared, the several people and spirit beasts that were cultivating all awoke with a start. My God! What am I seeing here? What a powerful aura! Worthy of being the boss. This is something we can't catch up with no matter how much we cultivate. Looking at the huge divine beast in the open space in front of them, the 3 spirit beasts, the little tigers, were all dumbstruck and shocked one by one. After this period of cultivation, the colored scales had already broken through to level 50, and the bloodline had successfully returned to its ancestor, evolving into the 8-colored heaven swallowing python, and its strength had risen a great deal from earlier. This made Yiziming more confident about her revenge. The little tiger had also cultivated to level 49. It was the silver sable that because its own bloodline talent was much worse, even with the boost from the elixir, it was now merely at level 44. But for other spirit beasts, it was already good enough. Luo Shuyan looked at the purple and gold Qilin in front of her, and a flash of shock flashed through her beautiful eyes for a moment. Is this the true form of Xiaobai? Well, it's a lot more imposing this way, but I still like the budding him from before. End of chapter. Chapter 108, Strength Surges. Leaving the secret realm of time and space. Where did this big guy come from? It's so ugly. The second time auxiliary Xiao Xiao ended her cultivation. She opened her eyes and saw Jiang Che's huge dragon head as soon as she raised her eyes. Among the purple gold pupils that are bigger than a lantern, you can vaguely see the flickering electric ons. Scaring Oxia Xiao Xiao directly burst into foul language. What did you say? You little girl actually dared to call little master ugly. Hearing Oxia Xiao Xiao's words, Jiang Che was instantly unhappy. He had just been admiring this majestic and handsome figure of his. As an iron-blooded pure man, he could fantasize about this kind of flirty scene for countless times. The toned muscles, the tough scales, the majestic dragon's head, the glittering lightning and flames all over his body. This is the sign of a real man. Okay? What a familiar voice. No way. You're Kahaku? That's too much of a change, isn't it? After hearing Jiang Che's voice, Oxia Xiaoxiao's entire body was shocked. In her impression, Jiang Che's size was quite a bit smaller than even a small tiger. It was very comfortable to hold in my arms, especially the purple fluff that was very soft to the touch. As a result, this time when she opened her eyes, the other party turned into a huge divine beast Qilin that was 100 meters tall, making her slow down a bit for a while. But the naturally jumpy auxiliary Xiao Xiao soon had a smile on her face. Ha. White. I didn't expect you to be able to get this big. This can be many times bigger than many elephants. Look at how muscular you are. You can lie on you later. He. Looking at the huge Jiang Che, Oxia Xiao Xiao's eyes curved into a crescent moon. She had already brainstormed that she was riding a purple and gold qilin and rampaging through the middle of the inner city of the imperial capital. The look of those royals and nobles who were scared and scattered in panic. Oxio's small laughter caused the other two Lin Shuer and Yi Zimeng, who were in the middle of their bitter cultivation next to them, to end their cultivation as well. When the two women saw the unicornized Jiang Che, they all froze in place, their faces in disbelief. The two women's mouths were so wide open that they were almost able to stuff an egg into them. Yi Zimeng's breathing was a little short, and her chest rose and fell in a flurry, causing Jiang Che's eyes to glaze over a little as he watched. Lin Shuer, on the other hand, reached out and pointed at Jiang Che. Her mouth opened to say something, but she was too surprised to make a sound. They had always speculated that if Jiang Che's talent was so demonic, what kind of spirit beast was that body? There were also fantasies about whether it would suddenly become very powerful one day. But still, I didn't think it was possible to become so dominant. Who could have predicted that a petite spirit beast that could be held in one's arms would in the blink of an eye actually turn into a mighty qilin that was 100 meters tall? Unseen by everyone, not far away was a little doll with a white belly band around it, also looking at Jiang Che with unblinking eyes. Looking at the massive purple gold qilin, the expression of the spirit of time and space was one of curiosity and fear. He wanted to come over and touch Jiang Che, but he took several steps back to scare himself. Che, this Gohenshi won't be a mount. You still want to lie on me? Want to take this divine beast as a mount? You're so beautiful. After hearing auxiliary small words, Jiang Che directly rolled his eyes at her. Having been in contact with Oxia Xiao for such a long time, Jiang Che could guess what this little girl was thinking just by looking at the other party's expression. Definitely not a good thing. More than likely they want to ride themselves out and show off. After feeling, once again, this majestic and domineering qilin body at the moment, Jiang Che nodded with great satisfaction. With that, he withdrew the Dharma heaven and earth, and changed back to that adorable appearance covered in purple fluff. Straight away, he leapt back into Luo Shuyan's arms, squinting slightly and finding a cozy position to lie down. Looking at Jiang Che, who had become harmless and adorable again in her arms, Luo Shuyan's mouth smiled. I'm sure it's still cuter the way it is now. Luo Shuyan couldn't help but sigh that she had encountered too many surprises since she had encountered Xiao Bai in this new life. What Jiang Che was currently displaying, this kind of growth speed and potential, was absolutely at the mythical level. Although legendary grade spirit beasts could also change their bodies, they were not a bit worse than Jiang Che like this. Even this type of Dharma phase that Jiang Che had just displayed was normally only grasped by an Emperor realm powerhouse. But Jiang Che was only a 6th rank spirit beast now, and he actually possessed this ability. After exerting his Dharma phase, Jiang Che's battle power was estimated to be comparable to that of a 7th rank spirit beast. This has been anticlimactic to the core. As for Luo Shuyan, she had been cultivating the beast god skill in these 500 days or so, coupled with the assistance of the spirit pills refined from the various spirit medicines obtained among the ancient inheritance. She had broken through to the king rank early on, and now she had even managed to break through to the 1-star emperor rank. This terrifying cultivation speed was like riding a rocket. It was at least a huge amount faster than Luo Shuyan in her previous life, and even far behind. The current imperial capital Yin family's family head, Yin Zhong, was only at the cultivation level of a 3-star Zun-ranked preceptor. This time when they left the spacetime mysterious realm, that Yin clan would definitely come to seek revenge on a few people when they knew that Yin Ko was dead, but now a few people's strength had skyrocketed. Even without the dean of Tian K Academy, with Elder Guo making a move, Luo Shuyan wasn't very worried about the Yin family anymore. It is true that one's own strength is still king. Counting the time, the 600 days are almost up. Luo Shuyan turned her head to look at the other three. After more than 500 days of bitter cultivation, the strength of several people had long since changed drastically. Among them, Yi Zimeng's cultivation had progressed the most, and now it had all broken through to the 8-star king level. Although Lin Shuer's own qualifications were relatively mediocre, she had inherited the legacy of the ancient sect Starfall sect. With the ancient inheritance, she had also managed to step into the 6-star king level range. As for Otiny, although the talent is outstanding, and also comes from the Tsunami sect of strong skills, but she is playful by nature and always likes to be lazy. So much so that he was only at the 6-star king level now, and had already been caught up by Lin Shuer. Is it almost time? The two of them, Yi Zimeng and Lin Shuer, were even a little bit unfulfilled. Originally, at the beginning, they also found it a bit boring, but gradually the duo became immersed in it, and even wanted to practice for a while longer. Going out? Is it going out? Is it going out? At this moment, the most agitated belongs to Oxia Xiao. She directly jumped up from the ground, a pair of eyes wide open, full of excitement and excitement. Ha 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 ha, great! I can finally get out. It's been suffocating me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Auxiliary Little's words had just fallen, a violent fluctuation suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Immediately afterward, the four of them felt an irresistible suction force emanated from the surrounding space. It was as if they were going to be sucked forcibly into space. The four of them looked at each other and held hands very silently. Goodbye, little one. As he was about to leave, Zhang Che glanced at the invisible spirit of the secret realm and gently waved his paw, smiling faintly at it. During these 500 days or so, the spirit of the secret realm watched the few of them and the few beasts every day. But Zhang Che was the only one among the several people who was able to see it. Although they hadn't spoken to each other, they were friends. Zhang Che also didn't know if the little guy would be able to understand this voice transmission of his own. I'll be back. Luo Shuyan was this Zhang Che's gaze. Looking away also softly murmured. In the next second, the surrounding space instantly tore a huge mouth, swallowing everyone inside. Beyond the secret spacetime boundary, deep within the imperial palace of the Great Jin Dynasty, the empty place where the teleportation gate had been opened earlier. After a month's interval, many powerful people gathered here once again. It was because today was the day of the secret realm of time and space, the day when the imperial beast masters inside would be sent out. I also wonder how the water smoke girls are doing. Li Yan, the dean of Tian K Academy, and Schwebingning, the tutor, were all frowning tightly, their gazes filled with worry. The Yin clan had sent out Yin Chang, who was at the peak of the king level, and this was something that none of them had anticipated beforehand. On the other side, Yin Zhong had a sneer on his face. In his opinion, this time, sending Yin Chang along with a 6th-ranked spirit beast was already a complete guarantee. In order to prevent accidents, he also took a Ryatsu dog in to look for traces of Izumo. Then Yiziming categorically didn't have any chance of survival. End of chapter. Chapter 109, We Killed Your Son. Do you have any proof? Within the Great Hall at this moment, other than the people from the Heavenly K Academy, everyone else had a relaxed look on their faces. After all, this spacetime secret realm is not the kind of space for trials. There are no other living beings in it. And usually, in the middle of the spacetime secret realm, everyone is bored with their own cultivation, and there will not be involved in all kinds of disputes over interests. Basically, there is no friction except for personal vendettas. Among the people present, the only ones who had any hatred were the Yin family and Yi Zimeng. It was only the Yin family and Yi Zimeng. I wonder who will be the one with the greatest progress in cultivation this time. The dean of the Heavenly Dragon Academy looked at the center of the hall holding his beard and laughed softly. It's up to these cadets themselves. On the side, the crown prince of the Great Jin Dynasty, Sima Qingtian, also had a relaxed look on his face. In his opinion, this time, among the secret realm, the most talented person is undoubtedly his son Sima Changkong. Although Luo Shuyan and the others were also dark horses, they were too young after all. Not to mention the fact that there was also a grudge against the Yin family, and everyone present knew what exactly the Yin family was doing by sending Yin Chang into the secret realm. In the eyes of the crowd, it was questionable whether Yi Ziming and the others would be able to come out of the secret realm alive in this month's time. Buzz! Just as the crowd was talking to each other, in the middle of the sky in the center, suddenly the surrounding space began to twist and tremble lightly. Immediately after this central area, it was as if a black spatial opening had been torn out. The next second several figures were teleported out one after another. First of all, the group of people that came into view was none other than the royal family, led by the imperial grandson, Sima Changkong. At this moment, the aura on several people had long been very different from earlier, and each of them was extremely strong. Worthy of being the imperial grandson, his talent is truly demonic. I didn't expect that during this secret realm execution, Changkong actually broke through to the imperial level. This is too strong. Seeing Sima Changkong's current cultivation level, many people let out gasps. Hearing the bragging of the people around him, Sima Prime's heart was also very happy. However, as the crown prince, he still had to pretend to be humble and waved his hand towards the crowd, feigning a calm face. Immediately after that, the people of the major powers were successively teleported out by the spacetime mystery realm from amongst the black cracks that kept appearing. For a time, in the midair of this great hall, the light was dazzling, and various colors of divine auras flashed. This was because at this time, there were almost no royal beast masters below the king level who had teleported out. All of them had a pair of aura wings on their backs, suspended in midair. Most of those who were able to enter the secret realm of time and space were people with outstanding talent. All of them had cultivation levels above the spirit level themselves, and after this period of cultivation, it was only normal for them to step into the king level. Great! It's the water smoke girls. They're coming out. At this moment, Li Yan and Schwebingning and the other people of Tian K Academy were finally relieved, and the stone that had been hanging in their hearts was considered to have landed. It was because the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, had all been teleported out of time and space now as well, and all of them had a pair of spiritual wings on their backs, clearly having successfully broken through to the king level and not having suffered any damage. At this moment, the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, already represented the top strength of the current students of Tianke Academy. Phew, it's out. Finally. This is liberating. Being teleported out of Oxia Xiao Xiao, looking at the surrounding palace and a group of strong people, the whole person is excited beyond measure. And even some of the hands are unobstructed. God knows how on earth she had survived for more than 500 days in the middle of this secret realm. Oxia Xiao Xiao felt that if she stayed any longer, her entire body was about to become moldy. After Zeman walked out, she then looked at the Yin family's father and daughter with a cold expression. How is it possible that this little is still alive? Yin Zhong exchanged a glance with Zeman, and his face instantly clouded over. There was amazement in his eyes. In his opinion, Zeman should have died in the secret realm a long time ago, but I didn't expect that the other party not only didn't die, but also made a breakthrough. Yin Zhong's face was ugly as he waited for Yin Chang to appear. He was ready to ask the other man nicely what this was all about. However, after another 10 seconds or so, the other Imperial Beast Masters had all been teleported out one after another. Even the spatial fluctuations in the sky had stopped at this moment, and all the black cracks had disappeared. Obviously this was proof that there was no one else in the secret realm of time and space. But Yin Ko and Yin Chang, they haven't shown up until now. Where's brother? Why aren't they out yet? Seeing Yin Ko's delay in showing up, Yin Zhong's daughter, Yin Shiyu, looked anxious. Yin Zhong was silent, only his face grew more and more somber, and was almost able to drip water. The time when the secret realm of time and space teleported people out should be similar, and there wouldn't be a long interval between each other. Moreover, the space fluctuation had stopped in the middle of the mid-air now. Did the two Yin Ko have an accident? Which is never possible. One must know that Yin Chang was the peak of the king grade, just one step away from crossing over into the royal grade royal beast master. Not to mention also brought a 6th-level unicorn in that secret realm can be said to be randomly killed. Yin Zhong's eyebrows were almost twisted into a chuanzi. Dean. Mentor. It's been a long time, we managed to break through. Luo Shuiyan's four came over to the side of the Tianke Academy crowd and smiled as they greeted and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Although only a month had passed in the outside world, it was more than 500 days for the four. Oxia Xiao Xiao, in particular, was now talking to whoever she saw, as if she wanted to vent out all the words she owed for these 500 days. Seeing the wings of spiritual power behind Luo Shuiyan's four, Li Yan and the others were very satisfied. Ha 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 ha, having you four little guys is a blessing for my Tianke Academy. I didn't expect that all of you, who are only freshmen, have actually managed to break through to king-level royal beast masters, which is extremely rare in the entire Great Jin dynasty. Go, 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 we have long prepared a banquet at the manor to receive you. Cultivation in the middle of the spacetime mystery realm isn't normally boring, so it's time for you guys to take a good rest. Li Yan had a joyful look on his face and led the crowd to prepare to leave. Slow down. But just at that moment, Yin Zhong came to the front of the crowd in a flash of his figure, stopping Li Yan and the others. At this moment, Yin Zhong's body's spiritual energy was converging, and the pressure of a Zun-level Imperial Beast Master was ready to be released, as if he had the intention to make a direct move. Yin Family Master, what do you mean by this? Li Yan's eyes instantly became bitter and cold as he blocked in front of Luo Shuyan and the others. Li Yan had actually guessed something in his heart. After all, the Yin family's Yin Chang duo had never shown up. The rest of the powerhouses also looked towards this side. Humph, my son didn't come out. It must be the four of them who poisoned the secret realm. Today, I will make you pay for your lives. Not only you, but also your spirit beasts will all die. Boom! At this moment, Yin Zhong no longer hit it. The micro-pressure on his body was instantly released, and the cold and murderous aura made the temperature of the surrounding air plummet. Do you have any proof when you say that, Yin Family Master? Maybe it's because your son likes to stay inside the secret realm, so he can't leave. At least you're the head of a big family in Kyoto. You should at least have something to base your words on. Aren't you afraid of losing face if you're so credulous? Luo Shuiyan, the four of them, responded with a sneer. As their strength increased, so did their bottom line. Looking at Yin Zhong, who was blocking the way in front of him in a purple and gold robe, Jiang Che's heart already had a strong killing intent. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring, especially for this kind of person with a sinister mind. This old fellow is vicious to the extreme. He must not be kept, or else we should just make a move to kill him today. That Yin Zhong looked like a poisonous snake to Jiang Che. The only way to be at ease is to get rid of him completely. Yin Family Master, it's a bit too much for you to kill a student of my Tianke Academy without any evidence. Li Yan's side also disliked again, and after finishing, he even turned around and arched his hand towards Crown Prince Sima Prime. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you must do right by my Tian-Kai Academy. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Kanglan Mountain, Land of Spirit Beasts. Your Highness the Crown Prince, today is when the secret realm of time and space ends, and it is also the day when the major geniuses of my great Jin dynasty return to the outside world. Today is a fortunate event for our great Jin dynasty, but this Yin Zhong is so tongue-tied at this time. Trying to kill my trainees without any evidence is clearly not putting the royal family in your eyes. Li Yan's tone was filled with aggression and indignation, and in a few words, he brought Yin Zhong's problem to the side of the royal family. However, the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, who stood behind Li Yan, looked at each other after hearing his words. Others may not have evidence, but the evidence is just too strong with the royal family. After all, in that secret realm of time and space, Sima Changkong and the others had seen it when they were chasing Yin Ko. It can be said that the royal grandson, the sheriff and other members of the royal family, are aware of this matter. It seems like a big battle will be inevitable later. So everyone get ready. Luo Shuyan glanced towards the four, and everyone immediately understood. The spiritual energy within the bodies of several people had already begun to revolve, ready for battle. Zhang Che's eyes then stared at that Yin Zhong. He was prepared to take advantage of his opponent's inattention and directly unleash all of his various skills, taking the life of this sinister old fellow first. Subsequently, if he saw that the situation was bad, he would use an instantaneous transfer to bring Luo Shuiyan and the four of them to run away directly. Anyway, in this world, there is more than the great Jin dynasty. A country really cannot escape to other countries before, and at this moment, the people in the great hall, after hearing Li Yan's words, all looked at the crown prince. The crowd wanted to see how Crown Prince Sima Jingtian planned to handle this matter. Father, Sima Changkong was just about to speak when he was stopped by a look from the crown prince. Just now, Sima Changkong had already informed Sima Jingtian of all the things that had happened in the secret realm. After all, this matter was about the imperial capital Yin family and the Tian-Kai Academy, so he didn't dare to hide anything. Therefore, the crown prince was very clear that the Yin Ko duo of the Yin family was clearly killed by the four Luo Shuiyan. At this moment, Sima Changkong's heart was also very torn and hesitant. Luo Shuiyan four people naturally did not need to say much. That one was a genius with infinite potential, and would definitely grow up to be a powerhouse of the great Jin dynasty in the future. Not to mention that behind Luo Shuiyan, there was still Elder Gua, with a saint-level royal beast master as a protector. Then even if the Yin family made a move, it would be nothing more than a futile endeavor. Moreover, among the four people, there is also an auxiliary little, and the clan behind the other party is also not to be underestimated. If the Roaring Sky sect was angered, even the royal family was afraid to be affected. If today's matter was not handled well, it might cause a fight, causing unrest within the imperial city. What's more, it's also very likely that the top one of the royal family will be angry and blame himself for it. On general balance, the prince then made his final decision. He looked up at Yin Zhong with a very majestic expression. Yin family master, what exactly happened in the secret realm of time and space has yet to be investigated. Before there is any factual basis for the deaths of Yin Ko and Yin Chang, how can you make wild accusations? Even releasing a murderous aura above this great hall, trying to take out the anger on the cadets of the Tian-Kai Academy. What's this behavior? The crown prince frowned slightly and reprimanded Yin Ko with a serious expression. In the eyes of the crowds who didn't know the truth, the crown prince's way of handling this was still very fair. After all, you have to talk about evidence in everything you do. And Yin Zhong couldn't act recklessly without evidence, even if he was a member of the imperial Yin family clan. It was just that Sima Changkong and the others standing beside the crown prince were looking at each other with great surprise in their hearts at the moment. He didn't understand why his father deliberately pretended not to know when he knew the truth. Obviously, you and others are the witnesses, a dozen or so, but they all saw what happened at the time. Of course, surprised to be surprised. Sima Changkong and others, as the royal family heir, naturally distinguish between light and heavy. Know that this kind of power strike should do something. Prince Sima Prime's attitude. That meant their attitude. The things that happened in the secret realm of time and space in the future. Then they should be rotted in the stomach and absolutely not be told outside. What's this prince up to? Sima Changkong and the others clearly know what happened already. Why is the royal family still pretending not to know? They're not plotting anything else, are they? Luo Shuiyan, several people whispered softly. The several people who had all been ready for a big battle were now somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that this time, the crown prince had actually sided with them between the imperial Yin family and the few of them. Under the crown prince's scolding, Yin Zhang's face had become extremely ugly. The anger in his eyes was almost on the verge of spilling out. Crown prince, you should be well aware that amongst that Rose Maiden team, there is a woman who is a traitor to my Yin family. This time, I send Yin Chang into the secret realm just to kill this bureaucrat. Therefore Chorus accident with them definitely has nothing to do with these 4 people. It's definitely related to them. Yin Zhong gritted his teeth and said, his body trembling somewhat uncontrollably, as if he might strike at any time. However, upon hearing his words, Li Yan's body also instantly blossomed with a powerful aura, and his entire demeanor became incomparably cold. Yin family master, you're finally telling the truth. So from the beginning, it was your Yin family that wanted to kill people from the start, and now you're actually trying to turn the tables on them? Hearing Li Yan's words, Yin Zhong froze, but then he burst into a sneer. So what if it is? That little stole my Yin family's 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. As the head of the family, I naturally have to take it back for the benefit of the family. What's more, she's a traitor to my Yin family. So what's wrong with my Yin family practicing family law? I just don't know what tactics the 4 of them used to actually kill my son and Yin Chang. Boom! Before Yin Zhong could finish his words, Li Yan took a step forward and interrupted him. The spiritual energy on Li Yan's body was running. His robes were windless, and his eyes exuded a morose coldness among them. Yin family master, do you want to hear what you're saying? That Yin Chang is a 9-star king grade royal beast master. It's the peak of the king level, and none of the 4 from my Tian-K Academy had reached the king level before going in. May I ask what means are there that would allow a spirit level royal beast master to decapitate a peak king level? It's hard to believe that you, the Yin family, also has this kind of genius. Why don't you tell us about it so that we can see it? Li Yan's rebuttal instantly made Yin Zhong speechless. The people around them also let out a snort of laughter, obviously agreeing very much with Li Yan, a strong man who was about to step into the emperor level. If he was cleaned up by a group of female children who were not even at the king level, doesn't that mean that the Yin family's imperial beast masters are all trash? Yin Zhong, don't blame me for not reminding you. Luo Shuyan and the others are all young talents of my great gene. If something happens in the middle of the palace, as the head of the imperial capital Yin family, and as a powerful person on one side, I hope you can be calmer in your errands and not be so dim-witted. The crown prince's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment as he once again spoke out to knock Yin Zhong. Hearing the crown prince's words, although Yin Zhong was annoyed in his heart, there was nothing he could do but grit his teeth and leave the place. Let's go back to. With that, Li Yan and the others returned to the manor in the outer city. At this moment within the manor, a grand celebration banquet was held. The other 2 contestants from Tian-K Academy were simply as respectful as fanboys when they saw Luo Shuyan. A month had passed in the outside world, but the cultivation level of Luo Shuyan's 4 had crossed more than a large realm. This can be the envy of many. Xue Bingning, as the mentor of the 4, was now weaker than her own mense instead. Once Li Yan returned to the manor, the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning behind his ears. Just the people do not know. Luo Shuyan's several people are not cultivating for 300 days, but nearly 600 days. During the banquet, Li Yan and Luo Shuyan and the others chatted about the upcoming departure to the Kangwolf Mountain Range tomorrow. The Kanglan Mountain Range was the land of spirit beasts, located in the borderland of the Great Jin Dynasty. In this world, the human race and the spirit race were weak, so they joined forces to fight against the demon race. The spirit race did not condemn the humans' behavior of imperial beasts, but the Tsanglan Mountain Range there did not allow humans to capture spirit beasts without authorization. Every 3 years, each dynasty would have a portion of the quota to enter Kanglan Mountain to select spirit beasts, but the process could not be forced. It had to be signed by the spirit beast on its own accord, otherwise it would anger the spirit beast master in the mountain. With regards to these rules, Luo Shuyan could be said to have a clear understanding of them. After all, she had been through it all in her previous life. End of chapter. Chapter 111 Yin Zhong's Madness. Departure Border. When discussing Kanglan Mountain, Lin Shuer became very excited. After listening to Li Yan's introduction of the specifics of Kanglan Mountain just now, Lin Shuer's pair of eyes were sprouting stars. Kanglan Mountain is the land of spirit beasts, so it must be filled with spirit beasts with gold-level bloodline or above, right? Lin Shuer looked at the several people with an excited face and inquired, seemingly all a bit impatient. Among the several people, originally Lin Shuer was the worst among the 4, regardless of her talent or spirit beast. It was also because of the relationship between her and Luo Shuyan that she was able to join the Rose Maidens in the first place. Otherwise, with her strength and qualifications, there was no way she could be in a team with the likes of Yi Ziming and Luo Shuyan. Now because of Luo Shuyan, the ancient inheritance in that secret realm was given to her. Lin Shuer, who had the inheritance of the Starfall sect, was considered to have made up for some of this in terms of her qualifications, gradually catching up with a few others. However, in terms of spirit beasts, Lin Shuer was still the squad's shortcoming. Within the 4 spirit beasts, It was her spirit beast Silver Sable that had the worst bloodline level. Only silver level bloodline only. The upper limit of future growth can be said to be very worrying. Similarly, the speed at which spirit beasts cultivate, as well as the battle power that can be erupted, is also a great deal worse than other spirit beasts of the same rank. For the current Lin Shuer, she desperately needed to contract a spirit beast with a strong bloodline as a way to enhance her strength. That's Kanglin Mountain. It's not just gold level. Even if it's a master level spirit beast, that's a big catch. This time even on Xiao Xiao, who had a very high eye level, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's right. It's said that amongst the great Jin Imperial family, there is a legendary great spirit beast that was obtained there in Kanglin Mountain. Yi Ziming also couldn't help but interject at this moment. As a member of the Imperial Capital family, she knew a bit more about the royal family news than a few people. Hearing the four's conversation, the two little ones, Little Tiger and Color Scale, were still frantically drying their rice. In the face of a few people chatting about the Kanglin Mountain spirit beasts, they didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions at all, and were very calm about it. After all, the talent of the two is not bad. In the spirit beasts that is also considered the top. The future is likely to advance to the legend level spirit beasts. Even if Auxiliary Little and the others contracted a new spirit beast, they would only come to be the second. Jiang Che, not to mention, was a little eager to meet his new little brother. However, the Silver Sable with the worst bloodline was in a very low mood. Looking at the tantalizing chicken legs in front of her, she didn't have any appetite at all. Silver Sable knew that his bloodline talent was low. As Lin Shuer and the others' strength soared, the Silver Sable was already having a hard time keeping up with everyone. Even she herself knew all this, so she desperately practiced hard. However, the gap in bloodline talent still made her the weakest existence in the team. In this world, the status between the Imperial Beast Master and the Spirit Beasts was unequal. To a Beast Master, a Spirit Beast was nothing more than a tool that could be discarded after use. Most Imperial Beast Masters, if they contracted a stronger Spirit Beast, would discard their original Spirit Beast as a way to save cultivation resources. In Silver Sable's mind, it was probably only a matter of time before he left a few people behind. Lin Shuer, who was a Royal Beast Master, keenly sensed the Silver Sable's low mood. She instantly understood and hurriedly gently touched the Silver Sable. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Since I signed a contract with you at the entrance of the Imperial Beastmaster Academy back then, even if I find a new spirit beast in the future, I definitely won't give up on you. When the Silver Sable heard these words from Lin Shuer, he was immediately very moved. She gently snuggled into Lin Shuer's arms, feeling the warmth of her master. On the side, Li Yan, the head of Tian K Academy, naturally heard Lin Shuer's words. Unable to help himself, he shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Lin Shuer, with your current strength, I'm afraid it's very difficult to contract two spirit beasts at the same time. Normally, only those who have attained the strength of an great Imperial Beast Master are able to contract two spirit beasts. Li Yan's expression was also a bit difficult. In cases like Lin Shuer's, he didn't know how many he had seen as the Academy's president. Some people are able to use spirit beasts as tools, and likewise some people use spirit beasts as companions that they can rely on in life and death. Trying to just abandon it is not something you can just say. But with Lin Shuer's strength of only the king level, wanting to contract two spirit beasts is likewise impossible. Hearing Li Yan's words, Lin Shuer and Silver Sable were both stunned. These things Lin Shuer actually knew, but she just couldn't let go of the Silver Sable, so she didn't think of this for a while. Dean, that's actually not necessarily true. Luo Shuyan, who was sitting on the side, opened her mouth after gently raising her eyebrows. It made Lin Shuer and Silver Sable, who were almost in the midst of grief, rekindle their hope. Yeah. Wasn't that Yin Chang from the Yin clan before? When he was at the peak of the king rank, he contracted a second spirit beast? And it's still a 6th rank spirit beast. Oxia Xiao Xiao also echoed Luo Shuyan's words at this moment and added, in my opinion, Shuer her talent is much better than that old man from the Yin family. Seeing a few people like this, Li Yan could only smile helplessly. Well, seeing that you're all so confident, then I won't say anything demoralizing to discourage you. I would like to wish you all success in advance. Li Yan knew that all 4 of them were sentimental Imperial Beast Masters, and it would be impossible to make these 4 female dolls give up their spirit beasts easily. It's just that as dean of the college, he had to remind them of it himself. Don't worry, Dean. We'll definitely be able to succeed. We'll never abandon our spirit beasts. Luo Shuyan nodded, confidently. At the same time, she gave Lin Shuer and Silver Sable a reassuring look. Late at night, the Imperial capital Yin family. At this moment, in the Yin family's main hall, the Yin family's father and daughter were filled with grief. The faces of the two were completely devoid of their usual smug faces. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Ian Jones' expression became cold. Then he looked at Ian Shiyu with a serious face. Hey you the future of the Ian family will depend on you. At this moment, Ian Jones was incredibly fortunate that he had only given one of the Ian family slots to enter the secret realm of time and space to Ian Chang. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my own pair of sons and daughters would all fall in the secret realm. That would be the end of his lineage. I'm afraid that my own position as the head of the family, which I had managed to seize with great difficulty, would not be secure for long. Father, don't worry, but brother's vengeance, Ian Shiyu said with a sad face. Koer's life, I must make Yi Ziming that little blood debt pay. Dare to kill my son. I want her to die without a burial place. But father, this time the royal family seems to be favoring them somewhat. Do you have any plans? Ian Jones' eyes flashed with a cold and chilling aura amongst the words he heard. It's like a viper waiting for an opportunity. Tomorrow they'll be departing for Kanglan Mountain, which is the territory of the Spirit Clan. The human race's saint-level powerhouses won't appear there without special circumstances, otherwise it will cause dissatisfaction in Kanglan Mountain. The Spirit Beast Lord. Ian Shiyu immediately understood when she heard this. Father, I understand. You want to go after them over at Songlan Mountain? That's right. I'll secretly arrange my manpower tonight and arrive at Kanglan Mountain ahead of time to wait for them to come to my door. The killing intent in Ian Jones' eyes was almost on the verge of condensing into substance. He seemed to have seen the sight of Luo Shuiyan and the others, who had died tragically. But father, that Heavenly K Academy's director, Li Yen, isn't weak either. Why don't we play it safe this time and ask our old ancestor to come out? Never. Hearing Ian Sie's words, Ian Zhong was startled and quickly waved his hand to refuse. The old ancestor was already a little dissatisfied with our seizure of power. If we let him know that Yi Ziming that little is still alive, and with his strength soaring, I'm afraid he'll pick that little up and train him as an heir to the Yin family. Li Yan doesn't have to worry. I have my own way to deal with it. Ian Zhong still had quite a few friends in the imperial capital over the years. Helping him stop Li Yan wasn't a big deal. The next morning, Luo Shuiyan's 4 people got up and followed Li Yan to the station in the imperial city. This time it was a special bus ride to Canyon Hill. However, unlike earlier, this time the crown prince brought a group of royal powerhouses and personally brought them to the station to see them off, as a way to show the importance of the geniuses of the great gene. Everyone, on this trip to Kanglan Mountain, I wish that all of you will be able to contract a spirit beast with a strong bloodline talent. I hope that all of you, in the future, will be able to become powerful imperial beast masters and add to the prosperity of my human race. After saying a bunch of polite words, Sima Jingtian instructed his men to start arranging for everyone to board the vehicle. End of chapter. Chapter 112. Arriving at the border. Tsunami sex acquaintances. It's time to start riding the bus again, and I'm afraid I'll have a few more minions around when this trip is over. Jiang Che glanced outside, at the rapidly receding scenery, and sighed softly. After he came to this world, since he met Luo Shuiyan, these trips could be really colorful. Each time, it was easy to cross tens of thousands of miles of distance, from Zhanghai City to the ancient city of Xi'an, and from the ancient city of Xi'an to the imperial capital. Now there was still the border of the great Jin dynasty to go to, the spirit beast kingdom Kanglan Mountain. However, Jiang Che was not averse to this kind of life, leaving aside the fact that he was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. Each one was a stunning beauty with a very enchanting figure. He wasn't from this world in the first place anyway, so he wouldn't have a strong sense of belonging to a place. So there's no such thing as a hometown feeling. This foreign world has different customs and people. Jiang Che was busy working overtime in his previous life and didn't have much time to travel. Now is the right time to take this opportunity to travel around to experience the scenery of different regions and relax your mind in the process. Little Tiger and Color Scale shared Jiang Che's mind. The two were also very relaxed, enjoying the scenery around them without the slightest bit of tension. In their minds, they were the absolute boss no matter what. Spirit beasts that signed a contract afterward. Then they could only obey their orders as little brothers. Only the Silver Sable is slightly understated. After all, the gap in the bloodline. So she really cannot relax. She just hoped that the spirit animal that came afterward would stop bullying her. The quota to enter the Kanglan Mountain range was set many years ago. The Great Jin Dynasty, as one of the 3-pillared dynasties of the human race, along with the other 2, occupied 90 slots. As for those other small countries, most of them can only be allocated a few places. As for some super clans, just the number of slots obtained by a single clan was already comparable to that of a small country. Among the Great Jin Dynasty, most of the quotas were held by the powerful and wealthy. The 7 slots released are nominally to give the world's best and brightest a chance. In fact, it is just a pretext, and the circle will still return to the hands of the powerful. After all, The cultivation resources of the Great Jin dynasty were all in the hands of these great families. An ordinary imperial beast master would not be able to access this at all. This time around, the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, were able to obtain a place, still because of the extremely heaven-defying existence of Jiang Che. Otherwise, they don't stand a chance. Gentlemen, you are all the leaders of the younger generation of my Great Jin. This trip to the Kanglan mountain range is a long one, so I'll let the old man escort you all on your way. There was an empty carriage in the middle of the train, and at the moment, all 40 to 50 imperial beast masters were gathered here. The Marshal Wei Long, who was previously on top of the high stage of the 100 Schools League and who was unsmiling, was also in the middle of this carriage and said to the crowd in a deep voice. This person was originally stationed at the border, and was a strong and powerful person with significant military achievements in the Great Jin dynasty. Previously, at the time of the 100 Schools League, the distance was farther apart and people didn't feel anything. Now under close proximity, the crowd was able to feel the obvious sense of oppression. As well as being a border marshal, the other party had that strong aura of fury. It was as if what stood in front of them was a mountain of 10,000 pounds, pressing down on the crowd's chests for a while. Immediately afterward, under Marshal Wei Long's arrangement, all the people were assigned their respective sleeping compartments. This train is traveling from the imperial capital to the border. The road went over mountains and crossed many landscapes, and from time to time, Jiang Che would turn his head to look out the window, enjoying the different scenery. This time, under Jiang Che's holographic perspective sensing, he didn't capture Elder Guo's figure. From Luo Shuyan, Jiang Che learned that traveling to Kanglan Mountain did not allow saint-level powerhouses to casually go alone. Right now, with my strength, I am able to sense the scene within a 3-kilometer radius. I didn't see Guo Lao accompanying us from such a long distance. It seems that he really didn't follow us. This time when we go to Kanglan Mountain, only that old man Li Yan is covering us. For some reason, with only Li Yan around, Jiang Che always felt a little bottomless. During the journey, the royal family's little county princess also came to Luo Shuiyan's group's carriage. Her interest in Luo Shuiyan's few people was not ordinary. Several sisters, can I join you when we get to Kanglan Mountain? The little sheriff spoke very politely with a very sweet smile. She naturally saw the extraordinary potential of the four, especially Luo Shuiyan as the captain. This time, this Rosebud squad was able to advance, all thanks to Luo Shuiyan and Jiang Che. In Little County Lord Sima Wei's opinion, following the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, her own contracted spirit beasts might all be able to make big gains. The county princess is joking. That Kanglan Mountain is not our territory. If you want to follow then follow, but I hope you remember, County Lord, that if you come across a suitable spirit beast, don't blame us for fighting over it. Luo Shuyan knew what kind of mind the other party was holding, and also knew that this little county princess didn't have any malicious intent. Plus, if there was a royal county princess accompanying a few people on this trip to Kanglan Mountain, the safety could be increased by a lot, so this time she didn't say no. After 4 days, the intercity train was finally stopping at a station in a border city. The crowd didn't have time to rest and recuperate, so they switched to flying spirit beasts to continue their journey. Their destination was at Kanglan Mountain, and there was still some distance to travel. Soon after, the crowd could see the sky, and a huge fortress appeared. Above that continuous high wall, there were black and red blood stains all over, obviously having experienced many great battles. The walls of the city were high and thick, strewn with various gullies and ravines, apparently the marks left on them by an unknown number of battles. On top of the city walls, a large number of soldiers were stationed. One had armor that was formidable, a cold aura flashed on his sword and spear, and his body was filled with a solemn and murderous aura. Obviously these people, they are all some battle-hardened 100 battle border troops. The flying spirit beasts only flew as far as the front of the fortress before they all stopped in mid-air. There is an airspace ban around this border fortress. Ordinary spirit beasts and imperial beastmasters were not allowed to trespass into the airspace at will. If you force your way in, you will be directly attacked by default intrusion. Marshal Wei Long stood at the very front of the queue, which was then released by the guards in the middle of the fortress, and the many flying spirit beasts continued on their way. After flying for another hour, the group arrived at a zone 1,000 miles beyond the border and stopped at a small town. This town is the stronghold of the Great Jin dynasty. If you want to travel to the Kanglan mountain range, this town is the perfect transit point. In the Great Jin dynasty, the imperial beast masters that converged from all directions would all converge here, and then they would set off again, traveling together to the Kanglan mountain range to obtain spirit beasts. The town was very close to the Kanglan mountain range, almost at the foot of the mountain. Being in the middle of the town, one was able to see the magnificent rolling mountains in the distance. That was the country of spirit beasts, the very famous Kanglan mountain range. In the town at this moment, Other than Luo Shuiyan and these people, who had set out from the imperial capital, there were also imperial beast masters from other regions, most of which came from among the major clans. Tiny, the flying spirit beasts of the crowd, had only just landed when a neutral male voice came out. He only saw the young man who spoke, dressed in a black power suit, with a very sturdy and majestic figure on his chest. On the other hand, a mighty tiger's head was embroidered with golden silk thread, looking domineering. End of chapter. Chapter 113, Entering the Mountain, Encountering an Attack. Boulder? Hearing someone call out to Oxia Xiao Xiao, the gazes of several people followed the voice, only to see that there were 5 men and 2 women, a total of 7 young people not far away. All looked to be in their mid-20s or so, and just like the young man who spoke, the other 6 were all dressed in black power suits. The clothes were all embroidered with a golden tiger's head, and they stood there with great vigor. This golden tiger's head was the very symbol of the Tsunami sect. Obviously these few young men were all young talents from the Tsunami sect. A few of them have come, so I'm afraid that Blackie and the rest of their fellows have all followed them. It's just right to bring those guys, to see the world and pay their respects, so they can see the strength of my boss and join the Flying Sky Gang. The little tiger glanced at a few people and muttered in his heart. The black skins he was talking about were naturally the spirit beasts of those Tsunami sect royal beast masters. Oxia Xiao Xiao was the Roaring Sky sect's golden young lady, the daughter of the Tsunami sect's patriarch, and her spirit beast, Little Tiger, naturally came from an equally extraordinary background. Both are the same, with a powerful body and background. The grandfather of the little tiger was the spirit animal of the old ancestor of the Tsunami sect, Whistling Heavenly Divine Tiger, a powerful legend-grade spirit beast, and its rank had even reached the terrifying 8th rank. The little tiger is the only seedling of this lineage, and the bloodline has appeared to return to the ancestor, the closest to their ancestors. In the future, it was very possible that it would evolve into a very precious legendary grade spirit beast. At this moment, after hearing the conversation between the several people, Luo Shuiyan's 3 people also knew. These young people and spirit beasts in front of them were all from Oxia Xiao Xiao's family. Seeing the few people coming down from the flying spirit beasts, the 7 young men in the line of sight quickly approached, each with a smile on their faces. Tiny, you've been sneaking out for too long, haven't you? You've been worrying us so much. I heard from the patriarch and the others that your little girl has run away to the ancient city of Xian. You've got a lot of guts. As soon as Oxia Xiao Xiao landed on the ground, she was directly surrounded by these 7 people. These 7 people were like his big brothers and sisters, surrounding Oxia Xiao Xiao and shushing him. She was very concerned about her as she watched to see if she grew taller and if she starved and lost weight at the same time. The few people on the side could see that Oxia Xiao Xiao should be very favored within the sect. Xiao Xiao, I've heard that you've been practicing well lately. You actually achieved team first place in the Great Gene 100 Schools League. According to your age, you should have just joined the Imperial Beastmaster Academy by now. It's nice to have such a record as a freshman. He. That's natural. Don't even look at who I am. After hearing the compliments from the crowd, Oxia Xiao Xiao instantly had a haughty look on her face. Even though she was 18 years old, she still looked like an overgrown little girl who really enjoyed this kind of pursuit from the crowd. Those curved up eyes were like crescent moons. You get Boulder and the others, and call out the black-skinned guys. Little Tiger couldn't wait and wanted to conduct business for Explosive Sky Wasteland, and hurriedly urged. Auxiliary Little heard the words and immediately nodded his head and responded, then looked at the several young people in front of him and said, Brother Stone, Little Tiger he wants to meet Blackie and the others too. I guess these little guys want to catch up. When the 7 of them heard this, they all also summoned their respective spirit beasts out from within the Imperial Beast space. The most conspicuous among them was a fierce tiger with a black body. This black fierce tiger was naturally the black skin that the little tiger had just spoken of. Seeing their former friends, several spirit beasts immediately mingled together. After a brief catch-up with a few people, Oxia Xiao Xiao began to introduce everyone one by one. Seeing these young men, Li Yan was very happy. He knew that these could be the young talents of the Tsunami sect, and there was always no harm in getting closer to that kind of big sect. Greetings to Elder Li. These 7 young men from the Roaring Sky sect were also all very polite. After Auxiliary Little's introduction, they all arched their hands towards Li Yan with a respectful face, but then the young man in the lead placed his gaze on Luo Shuiyan's body. I believe this is Luo Shuiyan, just a freshman. At a young age, he won the Great Gene Dynasty, the individual competition of the 100 Schools League, and you also led your team to win the team competition. Your reputation has spread throughout the Great Gene Dynasty. It's true that the reputation is not as good as the first sight. It's better and more outstanding than even I imagined. A genius with extremely outstanding talent like Luo Shuiyan was destined to be a dazzling flashpoint wherever she went. Even the young talents of the Tsunami sect would look at her differently. Not to mention that during this period of time, Luo Shuyan's fame had practically resounded throughout the higher echelons of the Great Jin dynasty. Before he left, the Tsunami sect patriarch also specifically instructed several people to have a good relationship with Luo Shuyan and the others. On one hand, it was because of Oxio, and on the other hand, it was also because Luo Shuyan's few people were indeed good enough. After a brief conversation, a few people got to know each other. The two sides got along quite well because of Amber. Although Luo Shuyan didn't like interacting with strangers, she still had to give Oxia Xiao a face. I wonder if a few of you would like to enter the Kanglan mountain range with us in a moment. Auxiliary Stone looked towards Luo Shuyan and issued an invitation. However, Luo Shuyan directly waved her hand and refused. She was a quiet person by nature and didn't like traveling with these people she didn't know well. Not to mention the fact that there were suddenly so many more men among the ranks. Just then, Sima Wei happened to pass by. After hearing the conversation between Luo Shuyan and the others, a smile flashed across her face all of a sudden. Luo Shuyan had even turned down the Tsunami sect, but not her invitation. This made Sima Wei instantly feel that she had a great face, and she was overjoyed inwardly. What about you, Tiny? Are you coming with us? Seeing Luo Shuyan's refusal, Oxy sure didn't force himself. He turned his head to look at Oxy Xiaoyi and asked, "Of course I'm going to follow my sisters." In the face of the invitation from the Tsunami sect, Oxio's stance was very clear. She would definitely not leave these sisters of hers. Seeing Auxiliary Little's attitude, Auxiliary Stone and the others could only chuckle. They didn't even expect Oxia Xiao to be able to go forward with a few people. After all, how could this little girl, who had even managed to escape from the clan, be with them? Boss, I've brought in a couple new people. At this moment, after Little Tiger had finished catching up with Black Skin and the other spirit beasts, he came to Jiang Che's side with an excited and proud face. Boss, these guys, they're all going to join our blasted Sky Gang. Seeing a few new spirit beast minions, Jiang Che also gave the Little Tiger face. Immediately, he displayed his powerful 6th stage spirit beast cultivation, as well as the strong bloodline micropressure of the Qilin divine beast, Black Skin and the other spirit beasts. Each of them were stunned with fear, their bodies trembling. Originally, they were still skeptical of the Little Tiger's words, but now they were instantly convinced by Jiang Che's lustful authority, and each of their eyes were incomparably respectful. Seeing that the spirit beasts of himself and the others were actually so respectful to Luo Shuyan's little purple beast in just a moment's time, Tiger Stone and the others were a bit surprised. One must know that as the Roaring Sky Sect's young talents, the spirit beasts they contracted were naturally extraordinary, but as a result, they had now directly become little brothers. At this moment, Marshal Wei Long walked towards Luo Shuyan and the others, holding a few tokens in his hands. Those who came from hidden clans, or powerful lineages, had such tokens themselves, so they didn't need to receive them. These tokens from Marshal Wei Long were mainly for Luo Shuyan, the few, who had won the 100 Schools League. Only by carrying this token and entering the confines of Kanglan Mountain will you not be attacked by those powerful spirit beasts. I hope you must keep your respective tokens. Never lose them, otherwise the consequences can be troublesome. Marshal Wei Long gave the token to Luo Shuyan and the others and instructed a few more words. By the way, when you guys come back from Kanglan Mountain, remember to return the token to me. Gentlemen, then we'll go ahead and leave. After she finished dressing up, Luo Shuyan bid farewell to Li Yan and the others. Among the group this time, besides the original 4, there was also an additional young county princess of the royal family, Sima Wei. The area of the Kanglan mountain range was very large, and on the plains outside the mountain range, spirit beasts were just about everywhere. Most of the place, though, were existences with low bloodlines. Instead, there were many spirit beast dealers who would specialize in catching some spirit beasts here and sending them to the territory for sale. It wasn't long before the group stepped into the outskirts of the mountain range. It would be hard to see any other human beings here except for some token holders. If one delved further into the depths of Kanglan Mountain, if one did not have a token, then they would be directly exterminated by the spirit beast powerhouses. After the 5 had traveled more than 100 miles, several figures suddenly appeared in Jiang Che's holographic view. Things are a little rough. Jiang Che's brows instantly tightened. He discovered through his probing skill that there were actually 3 Zun-ranked powerhouses among these people who had suddenly appeared. End of chapter. Chapter 114, The True Body of the Kirin. Battling 3 exalted ones. What's wrong with White? Is something wrong? Hearing Jiang Che's murmur, Luo Shuyan inquired. Someone is coming our way. It's Yin Zhong, and there are 2 other old guys. Things were a bit urgent. Jiang Che quickly responded. Sure enough, I knew this old man Yin Zhong, with his evil heart, wouldn't let up easily. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Luo Shuyan instantly frowned. Schwerer, a few of you run deeper into the woods. Little White and I will follow. Faster. Enter the inner perimeter of Kanglan Mountain as soon as possible. Luo Shuyan's reaction was quick, and she quickly made a strategic deployment. The strongest among the several people was her and Jiang Che. The two stayed behind to take charge of breaking the back, so they might be able to delay it for a while. As long as Lin Shuer and the others were able to enter the inner perimeter of Kanglan Mountain, even if Yin Zhong was given the guts, he would not dare to continue the pursuit under the eyes of those spirit beast powerhouses. Water smoke? Is something wrong? Lin Shuer's few people weren't cuties either. From amongst Luo Shuyan's extremely tense expression, they could tell the abnormality. Water smoke. We are good sisters. No matter what, we have experienced life and death. What is it that we can't face together? Lin Shuer drew out her own magic longsword and said with an awe-inspiring expression, with no intention of withdrawing at all. Yi Zimeng saw Luo Shuyan's expression and looked toward the back again, then frowned. Water smoke. Is that old man Yin Zhong catching up? Yi Zimeng had a meticulous mind, and from Luo Shuyan's expression, and the recent events immediately deduced it. When Oxia Xiao heard Yi Zimeng's words, she immediately lost her temper. Good timing. This old guy didn't manage to give him a good beating the last time he was in the imperial capital. Now it's the right time to teach him a lesson. Oxia Xiao held the black and gold long whip in one hand and clenched her pink fist with one hand, her eyes filled with anger. Previously, the Yin family's underhanded tactics had made Oxia Xiao furious, and she had long wanted to get rid of this bad anger. Facing the group of strong enemies that were about to arrive, none of the three Lin Shuer were willing to go first. Even Sima Wei, who was the last to join the squad, had a frown on her face at this moment, and similarly did not choose to leave. And of course, she didn't know whether or not she wanted to share a few people with Luo Shuyan, or did she think that with her status as a county princess, that Yin Zhong wouldn't faint and make a move on her. All in all, she still chose to side with Luo Shuyan. After seeing the reactions of several people, although Luo Shuyan felt doubly relieved in her heart, she nevertheless urged the crowd to leave with a very grave face. I'm afraid you guys don't know that the ones who came are 3 Zun-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. With your current strength, you're no match at all. Even if I put it in a tougher way, in front of those few powerhouses, just you guys don't even have the ability to resist. Don't risk your life for nothing. Listen to me and get out of here right now. As long as you escape to the inner perimeter of the Kanglan mountain range, you will be safe. Luo Shuyan's tone was very grave, and this was the first time Lin Shuer and the others had seen Luo Shuyan so nervous. If it was just Yin Zhong alone, Luo Shuyan wouldn't even be like this. After all, the current her had already broken through to an imperial-grade Imperial Beast Master. Some of the powerful martial arts that he had practiced in his previous life were now powerful enough to perform, combined with the rich combat experience, and the strength of the unbelievable White. The two were fully capable of having a great battle with the Zun-level Yin Zhong. But it was different now. It was 3 Zun-ranked powerhouses coming together, and with their respective 7th-ranked spirit beasts, it was a complete crushing force, leaving aside whether Luo Shuyan could hold them off. At least there was no way to guarantee the safety of the other 3 by themselves, but the 3 of them, Lin Shuer, even so were still unwilling to give up Luo Shuyan to escape alone. Listen up. I am the captain. Everyone proceed to the inner perimeter of Kanglan Mountain with full force. That's an order. As for my well-being, you don't need to worry much. I have my own way to get out. Smoke on the water. This, seeing that several people were still hesitant, Luo Shuyan's face instantly turned cold. I said this is my order, and if it's not obeyed then there's no need for our team to exist. Under Luo Shuyan's stern urging, although it's you several people were very worried, they could only leave helplessly. They understood in their hearts that with the current strength of themselves and the others, even if they stayed, they would only become a burden to Luo Shuyan. Not only would it not help, it might even distract Luo Shuyan. The 4 of them quickly ran towards the middle of the forest, preparing to enter the inner perimeter of Kanglan Mountain as soon as possible. At the very least, they couldn't waste the time for Luo Shuyan and Jiang Che to cover their retreat. Sister Shuyan has only just broken through to the imperial level. Where did she get the strength to resist 3 Zun-ranked powerhouses? Even if Xiao Bai his strength is heaven-defying, but it is only a 6th-order demonic beast. The 2 of them concentrate on catching up. Since Sister Water Smoke said so, we can only both hope that she has a bottom card that can escape. No matter what, we'll make Yin Zhong pay back for today's revenge one day. New hatred and old hatred accumulated together, and the murderous aura in Yi Zimeng's eyes almost condensed into substance. Those 3 old guys have no intention of stopping. It seems like their target should be Zimeng and the others. In Jiang Che's holographic view, he noticed that Yin Zhong and the others pressed on without even glancing their way. Straight away, he ran towards Izzy Dream in the distance. White, stop them, Luo Shuyan was able to feel. At this moment, the strong aura of those three Zoon-level powerhouses, and hurriedly flew into the air. Jiang Che didn't hesitate and directly cast his own Dharma phase heaven and earth divine ability. In an instant, he transformed into a 100-meter tall Qilin's true body. The huge divine beast Qilin, with its feet on the colorful clouds, was suspended in mid-air. Just like the ancient divine beasts, Jiang Che raised his head to the sky and roared, and that powerful sound wave pierced through the clouds, and the clouds within a few kilometers instantly dissipated. The three figures that were speeding along also stopped, only to see that among these three, the one standing at the very front was none other than Yin Zhong, the Yin family clan, who was dressed in purple and gold robes and had already dealt with them. The other two Zoon-ranked Imperial Beast Masters, on the other hand, looked and felt a bit strange to Jiang Che. He had not seen the duo earlier in the middle of the Imperial capital. What kind of spirit beast is this? The size is unexpectedly so huge, and this aura emanating from his body is absolutely extraordinary. The three of them, Yin Zhong, were all shocked by Jiang Che's massive size. They had yet to see such a majestic and domineering spirit beast. The purple and gold-colored dragon scales glistened under the sunlight. The seven-colored haze spread all over the surface of his body, making one feel nothing but peace. Yin Zhong simply did not connect the huge Qilin in front of him with Luo Shuyan's spirit beast. After all, the gap between the two, this is not normally big. The only similarity, I'm afraid, is the color of the body. Yin Zhong, Qi Dali, Qi Deji, you three old-timers, how did you think of coming to this Kanglan mountain range? Luo Shuyan looked at the three people in front of her and smiled without being overbearing. Oh, I didn't expect you, this little doll, to actually recognize my Qi family brothers? The two old men beside Yin Zhong were slightly stunned when they heard Luo Shuyan's words, and then they smiled and spoke. Old senior is joking. Who in the world doesn't know that the two old seniors of the Qi family's prestige resounded through the great Jin dynasty, and their strength is extremely strong. It was just a fluke that the late generation had heard of the two seniors' mighty names. These two old men from the Qi family were very flattered by Luo Shuyan's praise. After all, there was no enmity between them and Luo Shuyan, and Luo Shuyan was now a popular genius figure. The two of them immediately smiled with joy. Little fellow, what you're talking about is all about the past back then, but after so many years have passed, you can actually still recognize the two of us at a glance. It's not simple. Don't you guys nag him? This little girl is deliberately stalling for time. Yin Zhong saw through Luo Shuyan's mind and immediately interrupted with a frown. Little girl child. The old man still has important things to do today, so I won't talk more with you. After saying that, Yin Zhong and the three of them were ready to leave. However, at this moment, Luo Shuyan's body was releasing a strong aura. There was even a pair of flaming wings on its back, gleaming in the air. Seeing Luo Shuyan blocking in front of the three, Yin Ko's face sank and a scowl flashed in his eyes. Humph, course accident and you certainly can't escape the relationship. That day in the palace did not kill you. Since you are now looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Yin Zhong let out an angry cry, then said to the old man beside him, Brother Vigor, this little girl is in your hands. Make sure to cut off the roots. Let's go do our business first. With that, Yin Zhong wanted to follow Qi Deji and go after Yi Ziming and the others. Roar! Unbridled! Did I let you guys go? Little master? Jiang Che let out a roar that resounded through the sky, only to see a huge golden Qilin claw mark pounce towards the two of them. The difference in physical strength between a spirit beast and a royal beast master was huge. Even if Yin Zhong and his duo had reached the Zoon level, their hearts still palpitated when they felt the strong pressure above that claw at this moment. The duo didn't dare to respond to Jiang Che's attack and could only dodge and evade. End of chapter. Chapter 115. How dare you show off your skills, asshole. You seek death. After dodging Jiang Che's Qilin claw mark, Yin Zhong burst into a rage. Originally, he thought that the huge spirit beast that suddenly appeared in the middle of the mid-air was the indigenous spirit race of this Kanglan mountain range, so he had simply ignored it, only to find out now that Jiang Che had actually helped Luo Shuyan intercept them. Yin Zhong looked into Luo Shuyan's arms and did not find the mysterious purple beast. He instantly realized that the mighty and unusual purple golden spirit beast in front of him was most likely Luo Shuyan's mysterious spirit beast, because among the information he had obtained in the past, the spirit beast on Luo Shuyan's body had always never left her body, and would not even be collected into the royal beast space. Yin Zhong also did not expect that something with such a petite size would be able to manifest like a high mountain. I didn't expect you, a spirit beast, to have such divine abilities. I really underestimated. But today, since you two sent me to the door, then don't blame me for not being polite. Yin Zhong let out a loud shout, and in the next second beside him, two giant pythons were summoned by him. A giant python with a yellow body. Burning flames could be seen faintly on the scales of its body. It was none other than the 7th order spirit beast golden amazing python. The other one was reddish red, and the scales on its body flashed with streams of light, just like flowing blood. It was a red blood python of the same 7th rank. These two giant pythons were 30 to 40 meters long, and their bodies were more than a meter thick. One left and one right hovered beside In Jong's body, releasing a powerful sense of oppression. Chi Deji, who was also at the Zun level, also summoned two spirit beasts, a giant falcon with wings spread out nearly 50 meters. Its body feathers were like sharp blades, the body surface was the color of blue and white, and one could even see countless wind blades converging under the wings. As soon as the 7th ranked cloud eagle appeared, the change stirred up the surrounding storm clouds. Chi Deji's other contracted spirit beast was a 59 level pitch black purple pupil leopard. Although this purple pupil leopard was only at the peak of the 6th rank, he had a strong innate divine ability. The pair of purple soul-stealing eyes were capable of mesmerizing the opponent's mind, making it an extremely powerful control system spirit beast. If an opponent is caught in the act, the battle can be won or lost in a matter of moments. In just such a moment, the enemies Jiang Che was facing had changed from 2 to 6. The most crucial thing was that the realm of each of these enemies was above Jiang Che's strength. After all, the current Jiang Che's cultivation level was only 55. Even the purple pupil leopard on the opposite side with the lowest realm was several levels higher than Jiang Che. White, watch out! When Luo Shuyan saw how urgent Jiang Che's situation was, she couldn't help but worry for a moment. Although she knew that Jiang Che's strength was extremely strong and could not be viewed as an unusual spirit beast at all, the mid-6th stage realm also did not represent Jiang Che's true strength. But the opponent is just too tough. 2 Zun-ranked Imperial Beast Masters, 3 7th-ranked Spirit Beasts, plus a peak 6th-ranked Spirit Beast with natural aptitude. The powerful sense of oppression brought about by the other party just standing in the middle of mid-air was enough to make one's heart tremble. Don't worry, there's no need to worry about me. Just focus on your opponent. Leave these guys to me. I'll be fine. Jiang Che transmitted his voice to Luo Shuyan, signaling the other party to feel at ease. Then a cold flash flashed across Jiang Che's eyes as he quickly plunged into the battle. This was the first time he had encountered a battle of such high intensity since he came to this world. A fighting instinct in Jiang Che's bones seemed to have all been stimulated at this moment. Looking at the giganticized Jiang Che, the golden amazing python directly opened its mouth with monstrous flames. That red golden flame dyed half of the sky red, as if it wanted to devour Jiang Che. Oh, dare you play with fire in front of me? A flash of disdain passed through Jiang Che's eyes, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of Qilin true flame. That purple blaze completely overpowered the red golden flames in just an instant. Although Jiang Che was only a 6th-ranked spirit beast, he was quite a bit lower in rank than that golden amazing python. But nowadays, he had cast the skill Dharma phase heaven and earth, and the gap between them had been brought very close. Coupled with the unicorn divine beast bloodline, it was far above that golden amazing python. At this moment, the Qilin true flame that Jiang Che unleashed was not blocked in the slightest, and it burned all of that reddish golden flame cleanly. Immediately after that, the momentum did not decrease, so it covered towards the golden amazing python. That golden amazing python's passages instantly enlarged, and his eyes were filled with horror. He hadn't expected Jiang Che's Qilin true flame to be so terrifying. Not only did it directly defuse its attack, it also instantly formed a counterattack. The golden amazing python wanted to dodge and escape, but it was already too late. As Jiang Che executed the Qilin steps to restrict his movement, the purple Qilin true flame quickly spread over its body, and for a moment, the crowd could only hear the monstrous flames amongst them. Miserable screams resounded. It was the hissing sound of the golden amazing python in pain. In Jong was shocked and hastily exerted his spiritual power to extinguish the flames, but it didn't work at all. That golden amazing python rolled over and over on the ground under severe pain. For a while the piece of mountain forest under the feet of a few people was like an earthquake, but even if it was the rocks and mud, none of them were able to extinguish this Qilin true flame. In the end, it was that red blood python that spat out a large mouthful of scarlet blood that wrapped around the golden amazing python's entire body. The Qilin true flame was vaporized after evaporating all the blood, which was then consumed, preserving the golden amazing python's life. But even so, in just a single glance, the golden amazing python almost lost its fighting strength. The red blood python was similarly consumed in order to save the golden amazing python. In Zhong was shocked. He didn't expect that. He originally only wanted to test the waters, but as a result, the two spirit beasts suffered a big loss. Brother Da Ji, if you don't make a move now, when will you wait? Chi Deji immediately nodded his head when he heard this, and then ordered the violet pupil panther to cast his natural aptitude, soul regenerating eye. That black panther raised its head, its gaze glaring at Jiang Che. It has a pair of purple eyes. It was as if it was connected to the underworld of hell, with a soul-capturing effect. If an ordinary person is caught off guard, he or she will definitely be affected mentally. However, when Jiang Che saw this, he only smiled coldly. Playing with pupils in front of me? Sculpture. And you dare to show off your skills? Jiang Che didn't dodge and directly locked eyes with that Black Panther, casting Eye of Fear. A more powerful soul shock was instantly fed back to the violet pupil leopard itself. When that Chi Deji saw that Jiang Che actually didn't dodge or evade, and locked eyes with the violet pupil leopard, he immediately cursed an idiot. But before he could be happy, he suddenly heard his purple pupil leopard suddenly let out a hiss of extreme fear. Immediately after that, he was trembling and collapsed to the ground with no strength in his limbs, even with white foam spitting out from the corners of his mouth. This made In Zhong and his duo all surprised. They didn't expect the violet pupil leopard to actually lose out in the pupil art competition. Hostile. The 7th rank Cloud Eagle's wings were waving at the moment, and countless wind blades flew towards Jiang Che. However, Jiang Che didn't dodge or avoid, and the scales on his body emitted a purple gold light. The Qilin armor was unleashed at this moment, and all of those harsh wind blades were blocked by Jiang Che. Seeing this, the 7th Order Cloud Eagle quickly circled and soared, and then swooped down from amongst the heights. The sharp eagle's claws flashed with a fierce cold aura. It seemed to want to directly grab Jiang Che's spine. However, the Cloud Eagle had underestimated Jiang Che's agility, and Jiang Che was not the least bit afraid in the face of the swooping down Cloud Eagle. After flipping his body, he directly raised his claws to meet him. Bang! For a time, the sound of golden stones colliding resounded deafeningly through the mountains. That 7th Order Cloud Eagle let out a mournful cry from its mouth. Both of its giant claws were dripping with blood. Obviously this physical body competition. The Cloud Eagle of the 7th ranked Spirit Beast was actually no match for the 6th ranked Jiang Che. Boy, I didn't expect me to be this strong after casting Dharma Face Heaven and Earth. Coming out from the middle of the spacetime mystery realm, Jiang Che hadn't moved his hand yet. Now that he had defeated all 4 of In Zhong's Spirit Beasts head-on in a flash of lightning, even Jiang Che himself was surprised by this battle performance. Only Luo Shuiyan, on the other side, didn't notice the situation over here. She was dealing with Chi Dali and the 2 Spirit Beasts alone, and at this point, she was already in danger, not daring to have the slightest distraction. What a strong battle fluctuation. What's happening over there? Auxiliary Stone and his group, who were rushing around the outskirts of the Kanglin mountain range, sensed the fluctuations of the battle in the distance. After slightly recognizing it, Anshur was surprised to find that the fluctuation actually came from the direction where An Xiao Xiao and the others had left. Worried that Auxiliary Little would have an accident, Auxiliary Stone and the others quickly sped away based on the fluctuations. At the same time, at the foot of Kanglin Mountain, a pale figure swiftly crossed midair. This person was none other than Li Yan, the dean of Tian K Academy. Not long ago in the middle of the town, Marshal Weilong had somehow acquired information about In Zhong's visit to the border. As the marshal of the Great Jin Dynasty, he naturally hoped that Luo Shuiyan, the several human geniuses, would grow up. He only got in his own way, so he didn't come in person, but informed Li Yan about it. Li Yan was shocked when he learned about it. He knew with his ass what In Zhong was trying to do here, and so without stopping, he rushed towards this side of Kanglin Mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 116 Jiang Che's Fury. Overwhelming fighting strength. This guy is not easy to deal with. Let's strike together. At this moment, In Zhong's face was gloomy and his expression was very grave. The direction of this battle was completely out of his expectation. How could he not have expected that Jiang Che's strength would be so powerful to such an extent? The duo had summoned 4 powerful spirit beasts, but they actually lost all of them in just a few shots. One should know that according to the information he had previously obtained, half a year ago when Luo Shuiyan brought her spirit beast to the quiz, that little bitty spirit beast was only a dozen or so levels, and its bloodline was still very ordinary, but it had only been half a year that had passed, and the other party had already grown to such a terrifying realm. This kind of appalling growth rate made even In Zhong feel shocked. The most crucial thing was that Jiang Che's current realm was clearly even lower, yet the battle power he had erupted was not weak at all. That huge spirit beast that looked like a small mountain, he really couldn't associate it at all with the previously petite and incomparable Jiang Che. In Zhong's cheeks became incomparably hideous, and a flash of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He knew that with such a terrifying breakthrough speed of Jiang Che, if he gave the other party some more time to develop, I'm afraid that by that time the entire In family will have no one to deal with. Yes, Chi Deji also nodded his head in agreement, frantically running his spiritual energy. Obviously the terror of the strength of Jiang Che's caused him to be taken aback at this time. These 2 spirit beasts of his own actually lost one after another in a single glance. Even his own purple pupil leopard had actually lost to the other party in terms of pupil art. This made Chi Deji not dare to drag his feet, and in a moment, the 2 of them and the 4 beasts went all out, launching attacks towards Jiang Che. 6 huge spiritual power fluctuations crossed the sky, and even the air seemed to tremble slightly. It was as if this side of space was somewhat difficult to withstand the combined force of the 6 powerhouses. With such a terrifying power, I'm afraid that even a mid-7th stage spirit beast wouldn't have the ability to carry it hard, let alone Zhang Che, who was only at the 6th stage. White. Feeling the strong spiritual energy fluctuation coming from the middle of another battlefield, Luo Shuyan couldn't help but turn her head to look. However, he only saw Zhang Che using his own strength to shake the 6 strongest people on the other side, which immediately caused the heart to tremble violently, and his eyes were filled with worry. Although he knew that Zhang Che's strength was extraordinary, such a large gap in strength was truly despairing. Crap, I'm still a step too late. Li Yen, who hurriedly arrived from afar, saw the 6 divine ons crossing the sky from afar, and his pupils contracted for a moment. Such a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. In his opinion, with just Luo Shuyan and the others, they were simply incapable of resisting it. What a strong battle fluctuation. That's something that can only be emitted by an exalted level. The gaze of the 7 people from Auxiliary Stone who were speeding towards the side was also instantly grave. The faces of the 7 people were all gloomy, and once they thought of Oxio's safety, they then accelerated their flight speed once again. Water smoke. White. The 3 of them, Lin Shuer, who had run out some distance, could no longer ignore the commotion behind them after deeply glancing at each other at this moment. Immediately, the 3 of them and the spirit beasts all made a very tacit agreement to turn around and run towards the zone where the battle fluctuations were released. With such a powerful battle fluctuation, one didn't need to think about it to know that Luo Shuyan absolutely couldn't hold out. The 3 would never allow that the others would be sacrificed for themselves while they had to run for their lives. Even if Luo Shuyan disbanded the battle team because of this, it was necessary to go back. Him to the unicorn. Kirin armor. In the face of these 6 powerful attacks, even Zhang Che didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless at this moment. Those 6 divine ons slashed across the sky, and the strong pressure was felt even by Zhang Che, who had cast Dharma phase heaven and earth, who felt pressurized. Under this great oppression, Zhang Che no longer had any reservations. Straight away, you'll be able to turn your skills on full blast and dramatically increase your combat power. The Kirin him added to his own strength, coupled with the covering of the purple gold Kirin armor, allowed Zhang Che's current defense to be pulled straight to full strength. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, Zhang Che's mountain-like body was then directly wrapped by these 6 divine auras. At the same time, Zhang Che unleashed the heavenly thunderfall. At this moment, when Ying Zhong and the others saw Zhang Che being wrapped in 6 divine auras, a smirk flashed across their faces. In his opinion, even if Zhang Che was as heaven-defying as he was, there was absolutely no chance of him surviving this time. But before he could laugh out loud, he suddenly felt a black cloud float over his head. In the next second, before a few people could reflect, 6 brilliant heavenly thunderbolts directly struck down. Ying Zhong and the others, who had no defense, could not dodge in time and were all hit, only to see that at this moment, Ying Zhong and Shi Deji's 2 bodies had all become scorched black under this lightning. Hair and clothes, moreover, were all burned clean by the power of thunder, and the skin appeared dry and cracked, as well as surfaced large and small wounds. There was thick black smoke all over his body. Both of their mouths were still constantly overflowing with blood, obviously suddenly enduring the might of the heavenly thunder. Even if they were Zun-ranked Imperial Beast Masters, they were seriously injured at this moment. The attacks of Ying Zhong and the others fell almost simultaneously with those 6 heavenly thunderbolts. When Li Yen arrived, he happened to see the scene where Zhang Che was wrapped up in the 6 people's attacks, and his heart immediately went half cold. In his opinion, having suffered such a terrifying attack, Zhang Che, who was only at the 6th rank, most likely already had no hope of surviving. However, when the smoke and dust cleared from the sky, he saw a purple gold color flashing up in the sunlight. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful spirit beast slowly walked out from amongst the smoke and dust. White. Seeing Zhang Che intact, Luo Shuyan instantly wept with joy, and the corners of her eyes instantly became moist. Li Yen, who was on the side, was also very surprised when he saw this scene. Then a flash of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly reacted. Li Yan's face became gloomy again and he turned his head to look at Ying Zhong angrily. Ying Zhong, you're shameless. A big old man, still ambushing juniors here. Isn't it too embarrassing to spread the word? In order to deal with a junior who has just entered the Imperial rank, 3 Zun-ranked Imperial Beastmasters have been deployed. You guys are really a handful of years old, and you've all lived to be dogs. Li Yan was furious to the extreme and immediately joined the fight, only to see that behind him, 2 7th-rank spirit beasts appeared, a massive Xian turtle, and the other was a giant ape with a very robust body. Strong auras were released from the bodies of the 2. At one time, several 7th-order spirit beasts appeared in the middle of this battlefield. and the scene could be said to be very spectacular. However, the size of these spirit beasts all looked to be less than a quarter of the size of Jiang Che, who had executed the Dharma phase heaven and earth. Damn, how is he alright? This spirit beast is actually so hard to kill. It took a few seconds for Yin Zhong to come to his senses after being struck by that heavenly lightning. Looking towards the intact Jiang Che, his eyes were filled with sinister intent. Yin Zhong didn't expect Jiang Che's defense to be so strong. After carrying the attacks of the six of them hard, not even a single piece of the purple golden dragon scales on his body had fallen off. Yin Zhong did not reply to Li Yan's words, for he could see that the two Qi Deji brothers seemed to have the intention to retreat. After all, just now, several people had joined forces and actually failed to take down Luo Shuiyan and Jiang Che for a while. Now that there was another Li Yan, it couldn't help but make the Qi brothers have other ideas. Both of you, this woman and the spirit beast have such great potential that they have already made a foe today. If we don't cut off the roots, I'm afraid we'll be the ones killed in the future. Yin Zhong hastened to pacify the two of them, and when the Qi brothers heard this, they nodded silently. Now that they were on the same rope, they could only fight to the end. Roar! Jiang Che let out a roar of fury that roared up to the sky. Today's battle was the first time he had been injured since he was reborn. With the siege of those six energies just now, even though it looked like he was unharmed, his body had actually suffered a great deal of heavy damage. Luckily, he had an indestructible body and recovered extremely quickly. After the time Li Yan interrupted, he was already able to act. However, Yin Zhong and the others had also completely angered Jiang Che. Along with this roar, the divine beast Qilin's pressure was immediately released. At this moment, those four spirit beasts all felt a wave of fear from their souls. End of chapter. Chapter 117 Blood Transformation Technique. Seeing the four spirit beasts, at this moment, actually shivering under Jiang Che's roar, Yin Zhong's brows tightened. Seeing this, energy quickly condensed in his palm. Then directly afterward, he struck out a powerful white palm print. That huge palm print was like being able to destroy mountains and break rocks. Kirin Claw. Jiang Che saw this and waved his right paw, and a purple golden Qilin claw mark flew out. The two collided together instantly in mid-air, emitting a roar before collapsing. The crowd didn't expect that Jiang Che, who was only at the 55th level of the realm, would actually defeat the attack from a 3-star Zun-ranked powerhouse head-on. It was important to realize that in the middle of the two, it was a full span of 8 levels of difference. Shi Deji was about to strike at Jiang Che when he saw this, but he was suddenly stopped by Li Yan. At this moment, Li Yan was incomparably angry. Full of rage, he directly released his Zun level pressure and fought with Shi Deji. For a time, a melee broke out in the battlefield. With the addition of Li Yan, nowadays, Jiang Che and Luo Shuiyan both needed to face only one opponent. It's safe to say that the pressure instantly plummeted. Originally, Yin Zhong and Shi Deji, when they joined forces, could not take Jiang Che. Now that he was the only one left, he had even fallen into a disadvantage after engaging Jiang Che. At this moment, Yin Zhong's face was incomparably hideous, and his eyes exuded a viper-like viciousness. His entire body seemed to have gone insane, and as he looked at Jiang Che in front of him, Yin Zhong muttered something from his mouth. Blood Transformation Technique. The original Yin Zhong set off a bloody mutiny in the Yin family. He seized the position of the family head in order to obtain better cultivation resources for his son, so that he could have stronger achievements in the future. But now that Yin Ko has been killed by Yi Zimeng, and without his son, all he wants is revenge. The next moment Yin Zhong came to the side of the red-blooded snake, which seemed to understand and coiled its body up. The crimson snake's body, which enveloped Yin Zhong firmly, only revealed a head to look very bizarre. In the next second the bodies of one person and one snake instantly had blood chi surging wildly. Even in the middle of the sky, a sea of blood about 100 feet wide had instantly condensed. An extremely strong fluctuation was released from the sea of blood at this moment. When this invisible fluctuation came to strike, Shi Deji's Black Panther spirit beast suddenly felt as if it had suffered a heavy blow. The blood within its body had turned into countless blood-colored threads, madly surging into that sea of blood. This peak 6th stage purple pupil leopard only had time to let out a wail before instantly falling. Black Panther, seeing the miserable state of his spirit beast, Shi Deji was instantly enraged, and the anger in his eyes almost condensed into substance. He didn't expect that Yin Zhong, who had invited himself to help, would actually go after his spirit beast. That Black Panther followed him for many years. The two have experienced an unknown number of life and death battles. Feelings have long been very deep. At this moment, seeing the tragic death of his spirit beast, Shi Deji was filled with rage. He couldn't care less about Jiang Che on the side. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Yin Zhong and avenge his spirit beast. As for Yin Zhong, who had absorbed the peak 6th stage purple pupil leopard and blood from his body, his strength had risen greatly at this time. and his aura was much stronger than before. That invisible strange fluctuation continued to spread out in all directions. This time even Chi Deji's 7th-ranked Cloud Eagle was affected, and it immediately let out a mournful cry. This 7th-order Cloud Eagle had been injured earlier when it was engaged in a physical melee competition with Jiang Che. On top of those 2 eagle claws, both of them had wounds from Jiang Che's shock. At this moment, under the engulfment of this strange fluctuation, a large amount of blood immediately soared out from the wound on the eagle's claw. Little Eagle, Chi Deji, who had witnessed all this, was furious to the extreme, and his heart was filled with compassion. He didn't expect to end up like this today. Just as he was about to strike to kill In Zhong, he suddenly realized that he was also enveloped by this invisible wave. The blood that was running all over his body actually felt like it was breaking through his body at this moment. This is the blood transformation technique. Li Yan saw the sea of blood in the middle of the sky, as well as the countless amounts of blood that had been absorbed in the past. He instantly guessed the forbidden technique In Zhong had cast, and for a moment, his heart was horrified. Stupid! Your brother is on the verge of being killed, and you're still here working for the murderer. If you continue to be so obstinate, both of you brothers will be buried in the hands of that In Zhong. In the middle of another battlefield, Luo Shuyan, who was fighting with Chi Dali, hurriedly shouted out angrily. Chi Dali was stunned by Luo Shuyan's words and hurriedly turned his head to look, and he saw the sight of In Zhong going crazy. Seeing that his elder brother was actually being counted by In Zhong, Chi Dali was instantly enraged. Big brother, In Zhong, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. With that, Chi Dali was about to rush over, but was dissuaded by Luo Shuyan's words. Stand still, don't be so impulsive. In Zhong is now performing the blood transformation technique, which is an extremely powerful forbidden technique. He just absorbed the blood from the body of that peak 6th-ranked violet pupil leopard, and now the blood from the 7th-ranked Cloud Eagle's body is also being absorbed by it. In Zhong, who is wrapped in blood, has increased his power so much at this moment that you are no match for him nowadays. So even if you go, it will just be a futile attempt to increase casualties and add fresh blood to him. Luo Shuyan's words allowed Chi Dali to regain some of his spirit. Only he was still incomparably angry, his eyes filled with killing intent. Luo Shuyan in this matter looked incredibly grave. She was well aware of the terrifying nature of this blood transformation dharma. It was almost a self-inflicted spell. It was a forbidden art that exchanged strong attacks by overdrawing one's strength. After performing the blood transformation technique, the person who performed the technique would die in a short time. However, before its death, the more blood the caster absorbs when fighting, the more powerful he or she will become in battle. Now that he had absorbed the peak 6th-ranked Black Panther, as well as In Zhong, who was still drawing a steady stream of 7th-ranked Cloud Eagle blood, his strength had long surpassed that of several people. Even the Chi brothers, or Li Yan, who had hurriedly arrived, felt incomparably grave. The reason why forbidden arts were called by that name was because of how terrifying they were after being unleashed. Luo Shuyan quickly came to Jiang Che's side. Looking at Jiang Che at this moment, Luo Shuyan asked with a face full of worry. White, how are you doing? Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. This technique of his looks quite terrifying, but it doesn't seem to be of much use to me. When he had seen the purple-pupiled panther that had fought with him earlier die instantly and tragically after being spared by the fluctuations, even Jiang Che had been taken aback, but after waiting a while, he realized that nothing seemed to be happening to him. Jiang Che guessed that this might be because his bloodline contained the essence blood of the divine beast Qilin. Just with the district's blood transforming method performed by In Zhong, he could not suck in his own blood. Luo Shuyan said, suddenly relieved. Li Yan and Chi Deji, who were in the midst of the fluctuation, could only defend themselves now and had no time to attack. As for himself and Chi Dali, if he got close, I'm afraid that he would end up similarly to them. At best, it stabilizes its own boiling blood. At this point in time, one could only rely on Jiang Che. End of chapter. Chapter 118, Burning the Sky and Cooking the Sea. Water smoke. Just then, a couple of eager cries came from the distance. Luo Shuyan looked back and realized that it was the Lin Shuer few people who had left earlier who had actually turned back at this moment. Why have you guys come back? Didn't I tell you guys to go into the inner perimeter of Kanglin Mountain first? Luo Shuyan was a bit surprised. She didn't expect that after such a strong battle fluctuation had erupted over here, Lin Shuer's few people actually dared to come back. Even that royal family's little county princess, Sima Wei, was still there. Don't forget, we're teammates. If you can share the riches, is it not possible that you can't share the pain? So what if it's a Zune-level powerhouse? Even if we die we will die together in battle. The attitude of the three was very firm. And hearing their words Luo Shuyan nodded and didn't say anything more. Things have come to this point. It's useless to say more. Since several people chose to come back, then they can only face it together. It's actually the blood transformation technique. In Zhong, this old thief seems to have gone crazy. This is ready to start fighting for his life. Zemun looked towards the sea of blood in the middle of the midair and instantly recognized the forbidden technique In Zhong had cast. After all, she came from the In family in Kyoto and had seen a lot of things. Although he was relatively young, he had known of this forbidden art by ear. However, Zemun did not know the aftermath of this blood transformation technique. It was only known that after casting it, the strength of the Imperial Beast Master could be increased drastically, becoming stronger and stronger through the absorption of blood. In the other direction, the Roaring Sky Sect's Auxiliary Stone 7 had all arrived at this place as well. A few of them sped over with incomparable haste, and when they saw that Oxia Xiao Xiao stood aside and was not injured, they put their hearts down. Immediately, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards In Zhong in the field, and Jiang Che, who was already the size of a small mountain. Looking at that purple and gold Qilin, the people of the Tsunami sect were incomparably surprised. They didn't expect to actually see such a powerful spirit beast. Well, here they all are. Since all of you want to come to your deaths on your own initiative, that just saves me the trouble of chasing after you one by one. In Zhong's eyes were so bloodshot at the moment that they seemed like they could drip blood. His voice had become very raspy, and the smile at the corner of his mouth looked distinctly grim, especially with the arrival of the 3 Izzy dreams and the sight of the man who killed his son. In Zhong's emotions became even more agitated, and for a time, his killing intent was overwhelming, and a thick bloody aura emanated from the middle of this sea of blood. However, when In Zhong turned his head and looked at the golden amazing Mang to the side, a rare flash of softness passed through his eyes. It was just that this last trace of tenderness was also fleeting at the moment. That golden amazing python also seemed to know what its master meant, and couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. Pust! The next second only saw this golden amazing python. The blood all over his body instantly burst out of his body, and he was lifeless on the spot. The crowd was all shocked at the sight. They didn't expect In Zhong to boost his strength at this moment. To think that even that spirit beast that had followed him for half his life could be directly sacrificed. Do it as soon as possible. Don't give him any more time. Seeing the situation in the field, Luo Shuiyan immediately urged anxiously. The more blood absorbed by this blood transformation technique, the more strength In Zhong would erupt with, and it could be really difficult to finish if he dragged on any longer. Nowadays, everyone in the entire room, but whoever came close to In Zhong would be killed by him drawing blood. It was simply impossible to engage with it and could only keep its distance, barely defending itself. Only Jiang Che, who was not affected by the blood transformation technique due to the special bloodline in his body, had the opportunity to follow In Zhong in the confrontation. Aha! Don't worry. Jiang Che's body was like a small mountain at the moment, his feet stepping on the auspicious clouds as he approached towards In Zhong step by step. The purple golden dragon scales on his body glistened under the glitter of the sunlight. After performing the blood transformation technique, the air in this place was accompanied by an extremely strong smell of blood, which made Jiang Che feel nothing but nausea. Sinful animal, die! Watching Jiang Che walk towards him, In Zhong's eyes blazed with red aura. Immediately, with a thought, he saw that the sea of blood in the middle of the sky instantly shot out a blood arrow straight towards Jiang Che. This blood arrow was incomparably swift, cutting through the sky at an extremely high speed and emitting a violent popping sound. Seeing this, Jiang Che immediately opened his mouth and spat out a ball of Qi in true amazement. That purple fiery flame wrapped that terrifying blood arrow and then directly vaporized it into nothingness. This scene shocked everyone present. The crowd didn't expect Jiang Che's strength to be so heaven-defying, directly dissolving the blood transformation technique's attack head-on. In fact, only Luo Shuiyan knew that this blood transformation technique could indeed enhance one's strength by devouring blood after it was performed. But there is something at stake. As long as one was able to restrain this blood transformation technique, so that the other party was unable to affect the blood in one's own body, then the person who cast this blood transformation grand forbidden technique had their battle power weakened to some extent instead of being enhanced. After all, he had to spend a great deal of energy to perform this blood transformation technique. His spiritual energy and divine soul were no longer consumed at all times, and even his body had to be sacrificed to his own essence blood. Damn! How is this possible? How can you be unaffected? Looking at the purple and gold Qilin in front of him, approaching towards himself step by step with a monstrous aura, In Zhong's eyes were filled with incredulity. He had already run the blood transformation technique to the extreme, but the blood within Jiang Che's body didn't respond in any way. Disbelief was written all over In Zhong's face. In his opinion, even if it was a spirit beast of level 65 or above, it was impossible for it to be unresponsive. At the very least, it would take a tremendous amount of effort to suppress the blood anomalies in the body to do so. From there, the amount of battle power that could be exerted would plummet, especially this blood transformation technique. If the closer the distance, the more powerful it would explode. Just like the Luo Shuiyan, several people who were now farther away from him, they could only use their spiritual energy to suppress the blood riot in their bodies. However, that Jiang Che walked towards himself step by step without the slightest bit of discomfort, which was completely impossible in Yin Zhong's opinion. Now, Jiang Che's steps were steady, and step by step, he was already approaching the center of the sea of blood in the air. However, the seven-colored haze on his body surface shimmered in purple. Auspicious clouds surrounded him, and those bloody auras did not have the slightest effect on Jiang Che. Even the dense blood mist had to automatically dodge out of the way in front of Jiang Che. The unicorn steps on the auspicious clouds, and all the difficulties on earth are eliminated. Even this blood-consuming blood transformation technique had to be laid to rest at this moment. Jiang Che's gaze was firm as he walked towards Yin Zhong step by step. The unleashed Qilin True Flame became more and more powerful, and half of the sky seemed to be lit up by this purple blaze at the moment. What terrified Yin Zhong was that Jiang Che's Qilin True Flame was actually able to ignite the sea of blood he had condensed. One could only see this 100 feet sea of blood, which was instantly covered by this boundless flames at this moment. No matter how Yin Zhong exerted his spiritual power, he could not extinguish this flame. It didn't take long before the lurid sea of blood that had just been hanging above the sky was actually burned by the flames without a single drop remaining at this moment. Only the pale-faced Yin Zhong remained, suspended above the sky. The seventh-order red blood python that was hovering around it had long since exhausted its essence and blood and died. End of chapter. Chapter 119, We Are Little Women Who Hold Grudges the Most. Yin Zhong has been defeated. The blood transformation technique has been broken. As that sea of blood was burned cleanly by Jiang Che, the feeling of blood calling out from within everyone's bodies all disappeared at this moment. Each and every one of them had an unbelievable face, looking at the battlefield in front of them. No one in the crowd had expected that Jiang Che would actually really break the forbidden art that had already devoured several seventh-rank spirit beasts with his own strength. The crowd glanced at each other and surrounded that Yin Zhong in the center. Now without the shock of that blood transformation technique, all of them no longer put Yin Zhong in their eyes. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. Yin Zhong's gaze was vicious and full of resentment as he looked at the crowd. He didn't expect that he had cast the family forbidden art, even sacrificing his two spirit beasts, and it was actually dissolved so easily. The red blood python's body, which had long since lost its vitality, crashed down from the middle of the mid-air at this moment. Only Yin Zhong was left still barely standing in the air. Only at this moment, his figure, too, had become incomparably thin. It was as if he had been drained of all his flesh and blood, as if he were a candle in the wind, a withered tree about to die. Even its strength to speak had become very weak. The voice was very hoarse, as if someone had cut his throat with a sharp blade. The blood transformation technique had been forcibly broken, and Yin Zhong had sacrificed his own essence blood and was now dying. Even if no one made a move, he would soon die with all his vitality cut off. Yin Zhong, my brothers and I came to help you out of friendship, but I didn't expect you to be so heartless. I can't believe you won't even let go of my spirit beasts. He was angrily cursing Yin Zhong. His expression was so agitated that he couldn't wait to rush forward and kill him immediately. Today's battle had caused all of those two spirit beasts that had accompanied him for 100 years to die in battle, which caused Qi Deji incomparable pain. Between the beast master and the spirit beast, they complemented each other and depended on each other. And growing up to a Zun-ranked powerhouse like Qi Deji, it was unknown how many battles of life and death he had experienced. Long ago with the spirit beasts, a deep friendship was established, but I never thought that today, I would actually be backstabbed by my own chosen teammate. It made him incredibly heartbroken and self-conscious. Daji, Qi Dali had recovered some of his senses at this moment, and hurriedly spoke out to dissuade his brother. How to choose to deal with Yin Zhong now? This was a decision that only Luo Shuiyan and his party could make. The two of them must not act rashly at this time. After all, uniting with Yin Zhong to come and block the geniuses of the great Jin dynasty, this had already been counted as a big taboo in a way. Li Yen, the dean of Tian K Academy, is still here, and if he wants to pursue the matter, the two of them won't be able to get away with it. Not to mention that Luo Shuiyan's spirit beast was so terrifying. In case he angered it, maybe there's a possibility that the spirit beast will kill them both in the process as well. After all, not long ago, the two sides could still be enemies, both thinking of putting each other to death. The moment is more of the same. TSK, no wonder it was able to rule Tiny into submission. And it also made our spirit beasts hibernate just by meeting them. This spirit beast is really mysterious and powerful. Looking at that Jiang Che, who had executed the Dharma phase heaven and earth and looked like a mountain with a divine and unusual martial power, the few people from the Tsunami Sex Auxiliary Stone all couldn't help but marvel. The strength Jiang Che had displayed just now had completely exceeded their imagination. It is important to know that the more the cultivation reaches the later stages, then the gap between each weight is like a rift valley that is hard to overcome. Just now, Jiang Che had crossed at least one great realm against Yin Zhong. If it was below level 40, using a powerful bloodline to forcefully cross 10 levels against the enemy would be quite normal. But now it was above the 6th rank, and the difference between each rank was not normally large. It was already very difficult to fight against each other across levels, let alone this kind of overstep decimation. Looking at Luo Shuiyan and the others in front, there was also that strong Jiang Che. Li Yan's eyes were filled with relief. He knew that after this battle, these few freshman trainees no longer needed his protection. With the power of Luo Shuiyan and the others, they were fully capable of protecting themselves. At least Li Yan faced just now that Yin Zhong who had performed the blood transformation technique and devoured the blood of several 7th order spirit beasts. It could only barely defend itself and was simply powerless against the enemy. What a powerful spirit beast. It's really tougher than I thought. I really didn't expect that even a Zun-ranked old guy like Yin Zhong wasn't a match for him. There's actually such a demonic spirit beast in this world. Looking at Jiang Che in the air, stars rose in Sima Wei's eyes. Yin Zhong, when you designed to kill my father and poison my elder brother for the sake of usurping the throne, would you have ever imagined this fate today? Yi Zimeng walked forward. The hatred in her eyes transformed into a fierce killing intent. All the past surfaced in its mind, and the happiness that it had at the time of the Yin family disappeared with Yin Zhong. Only endless hatred and blood were left behind. When she thought of her dead father and brother, Yi Zimeng's killing intent was overwhelming. Humph. You little, old me only hated that I didn't cut off the root and branch in the beginning, letting you little escape the imperial capital, causing my son to suffer. Pust. Before Yin Zhong could finish his words, he only saw a silver-white moonblade directly chopping down. Izumo swung his sword directly and cut off his head. Looking at the head of Yin Zhong that was raised high, Yi Zimeng was stunned in place for a moment. She only felt that the boulder that had been weighing on her heart quietly dissipated at this moment. The pressure on his shoulders suddenly loosened, and his entire body seemed to have broken free of some kind of shackles. After killing Yin Zhong, Luo Shuyan turned her head to look at the two Qi family brothers. At this moment, the two were trying to leave quietly and couldn't help but smile awkwardly when they saw Luo Shuyan's eyes. A few little friends are really sorry. What happened earlier was the fault of my two brothers. It's our fault for not making friends and knowing people, so I hope you can be adults about it. Qi Diji said as he clasped his fists towards a few people. I'm sorry, we're 18. We're not grown-ups. Besides, a few of us are just little girls, but we hold the most grudges. Oxia Xiao Xiao and Lin Shui are several people, now speaking with resentment, looked at the two Qi family brothers with a somewhat unkind look. After all, if it wasn't for Jiang Che's great outburst of strength today, I'm afraid that the lives of all the people present would be in danger. Ms. Luo, look at this. The two Qi family brothers hurriedly turned their heads to look at Luo Shuiyan and piled on a smile to beg for mercy. Forget it, you guys go away. I'm really too lazy to bother with you today. Luo Shuiyan waved her hand towards them and said. Luo Shuiyan, who was the captain, had spoken. So naturally, the other few people were fine with it. Dean, thanks for today. Luo Shuyan respectfully thanked Li Yan, although in the end, it was Jiang Che who broke the blood transformation technique. However, Li Yan's arrival here today still reduced the pressure on her and Jiang Che tremendously. Ha 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 ha, you're welcome. Old me is at least your dean. It's only natural to protect your trainees. Li Yan looked up to the sky and marveled in his heart that Guo Lao's vision was really good. Back then, Luo Shuiyan was still just a newcomer who had just joined the academy, and Elder Guo had been able to gift his Blackwood token to the other party. His vision was truly unique. Next, after some simple pleasantries, Luo Shuiyan and the others bid farewell to Auxiliary Stone and his party, and once again set off for the Kanglan mountain range. After traveling a distance of 1,000 miles, the few people finally arrived at the depths of the Kanglan mountain range, crossed the marked boundary marker and officially entered the inner perimeter of Kanglan mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 120, Roaring Dogs. People of a foreign land. After passing through the boundary monument and entering the inner perimeter of Kanglan mountain, Luo Shuiyan and the others felt as if they had just passed through a layer of invisible restrictions, and that invisible forbidding system was like a layer of film, dividing the inner perimeter of Kanglan mountain and the outer perimeter into two different worlds. Because they could obviously feel that once they entered the inner perimeter of Kanglan mountain, the concentration of heaven and earth aura in the air had increased by more than several times. The richness of this aura could completely increase the cultivation speed by several times. This is a really good place. It can almost be described as a cavernous paradise. Yes, it's worthy of being the country of spirit beasts among the legends. No wonder many of the strong spirit beasts on the continent are mostly from here. I'm afraid that such a dense spiritual chi is a major reason why this Kanglan mountain range is so famous. Feeling the unusual nature of the inner circle of Kanglan mountain, the few people present couldn't help but let out a burst of astonishment. Even Ez Meng, who was born in the imperial capital's family, was the same as Sima Wei, who was the county head of the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty. Even the tsunami 6,000 gold. Oxia Xiaoxiao was now staring up at the surroundings with wide eyes and a curious look on her face. As for Lin Shuer, who came from Jianghai City, not to mention, her mouth was so wide open that she was about to stuff an egg into it. This inner perimeter of the Kanglan mountain range, whether it was the rich aura or the strange vegetation, or the spirit beasts that kept running around in the mountains, all of which made Lin Shuer tsk. Here some silver-level bloodline spirit beasts could be encountered at intervals. Even if it was gold level, it wasn't too rare in this place. The most crucial thing was that the spirit beasts here had never been contracted by anyone. All of them were ownerless spirit beasts. That meant that as long as these spirit beasts, one was willing to sign a contract with the Imperial Beastmaster, then they would be able to take away any bloodline they encountered. Lin Shuer's pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly, knowing that back then in Jianghai City's Imperial Beastmaster Academy, when one came across a silver-level spirit beast, it would be a fight with the others. Even the silver sable in her arms had been contracted with great difficulty in the first place. Looking at the surrounding verdant mountains and forests, Luo Shuyan's gaze was a bit complicated for a while. In her memory, after the invasion of the demon race in her previous life, the first to bear the brunt of the Kanglan mountain range, before Luo Shuyan was reborn in her previous life, she had personally seen the entire Xanlan mountain range occupied by that demon race. Countless spirit beasts fought to the death and fell in this out-of-this-world wonderland. Of course, there were also some spirit beasts that were finally forced to fall and surrender to the other side due to the power of the demon race. It was because the three core empires on this continent all had borders with the Kanglan mountain range. Among them, the two dynasties, the Great Jin and the Great Qi, were even facing the demonic hordes as directly as the spirit beast kingdom. Only Dichu, because it was at the border of the center there, was a little further away from the area of the demon race. Aqua Smoke, where do we go next? The four women subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Luo Shuyan and asked. Nowadays Luo Shuyan had undoubtedly become the backbone of the squad. Even the newest member, Sima Wei, adapted very quickly to the status of a team member. Luo Shuyan also came back to her senses at this moment and smiled faintly towards the several people. The spirit beasts with cherished bloodlines are all in the depths, so everyone just keep going deeper. Luo Shuyan naturally knew the location of the red flame Yuan bird that she had signed a contract with in her previous life. This time, however, she wouldn't just be contracting herself, she would also be helping others find suitable spirit beasts. As the five of them continued to go deeper and deeper, the density of the surrounding aura continued to increase, and there were more and more spirit beasts encountered around them. Silver-level snow foxes, five-flowered deer, and one-horned horses passed through the forest every now and then. There were even gold-level flame sparrows, wind eagles, and other flying birds flying through the air. Sometimes a lightning tiger can still flash through and the howl of a whistling moonwolf can be heard in the forest. There were so many different types of spirit beasts that the several people from Lin Shuer were dazzled. This was much more exciting than the spirit beast vending market in the imperial capital. As the few people went deeper, there were more and more spirit beasts of gold-level bloodline around them. The aura fluctuations emanating from each and every one of them were extraordinary. However, the spirit beasts within this mountain range are friendly and kind to humans. Coupled with Luo Shuyan's several people, all of them were carrying special tokens, so even though there were more and more spirit beasts, no conflicts broke out. There were even some spirit beasts that curiously watched as a few people actually took the initiative to surround them. It seemed to be very curious about the sudden appearance in the middle of the mountain range. Luo Shuyan's few people. The crowd hadn't gone far before a canine-type spirit beast with a body length of about 1.5 meters, covered in arcane black, and somewhat skinny, walked over towards this side. Luo Shuyan possessed the talent of Chiluk beast pupil, and with a glance, she could tell that the somewhat thin black dog in front of her was from an extraordinary background. The seemingly ordinary black dog had a master-level bloodline talent. There was even a chance that it would evolve into a legendary spirit beast in the future because it was of the Roaring Sky God Dog clan. Why don't you eat more when the little one is so skinny? Seeing this somewhat skinny black dog, a trace of pity flashed in Oxia Xiaoxiao's eyes. The little girl immediately took out some snacks and prepared to feed the other party some. And with this small act of kindness on her part, this black dog actually took a liking to Auxiliary Little. Hastily wagging his tail, he came to Oxia Xiaoxiao's side, squinting his eyes while sticking out his tongue. The look was very cute, not the slightest bit different from a domesticated pet dog. No one would have thought that this would actually be a tsunami divine dog that had hopes of advancing into a legendary great spirit beast. Hey, you like me so much, little guy, then I'm going to pick you. Amber's little decision was also very capricious, pressing on not caring what kind of bloodline this black dog actually had. he directly decided to choose the other party as his second spirit beast. Although auxiliary Xiao Xiao, who came from the Tsunami sect, was only a king-level royal beast master, her divine soul power was extremely powerful. This was all the foundation that the Tsunami sect had given her. Both sides were willing, and the rest of the contracting process went very smoothly, and soon the two signed the contract. Looking at her new spirit beast, auxiliary Little was very satisfied. Big dog, I'll call you Blackie. The little tiger was also very happy at the moment that he had a little brother so soon. And as Jiang Che's loyal dogleg, Little Tiger didn't let Jiang Che down. He pulled Little Black and went straight to worship big brother Jiang Che. Jiang Che looked up and nodded, still satisfied with this new little brother. This Little Black was now at level 46, and as a canine spirit beast, it had a very sensitive sense of smell. It was even quite a bit stronger than that spirit breath dog that specialized in searching for scents. With such a unique ability, if it was used as a scout or an object finder, it would simply not be too comfortable. The crowd waited for Oxy Xiao Xiao to finish signing the contract, and then continued to go deeper. During this time, Luo Shuyan and the others ran into another group of Imperial Beast Masters. The looks of those people were clearly somewhat different from the nationals of the Great Jin Dynasty, and several people noticed that the costumes of these 13 people on the other side seemed to be from the royal family. These Imperial Beast Masters, who happened to be right on a small hill. When Luo Shuyan and the others noticed them, these Imperial Beast Masters also noticed the side and looked over with some curiosity for a moment. These people are the royal family of the Great Chu Dynasty, Luo Shuyan explained to the several people. Sima Wei, who was on the side, was a bit surprised at the words and couldn't help but turn her head to look at falling water smoke. Even she, as a royal, could not judge the other party's identity with such a certain tone. But Luo Shuyan was saying it without hesitation. Could it be that the other party had even been to the Great Chu Dynasty? Just as a few people were talking, a group of people from the Chu imperial family in the distance then walked over towards this side. Seeing this, Luo Shuyan's 5 people didn't avoid the situation. They just stood still and quietly looked at each other. The strength of the few of them now had long been different. Even if the other party is the young talent of the royal family of Chu, if there is mischief in the heart as well as kill. Vivi. Right at this moment, there was a youth amongst the opposing crowd that greeted Sima Wei. Sima Wei froze for a moment, not realizing that there was someone else in the Chu royal family who knew her. I'm Xiang Shaoan. Ah, we met a few years ago. I didn't expect to meet here today. However, after hearing the other party's self-introduction, Sima Wei is still just a slight frown. Obviously she simply does not remember. Vivi, how could you not remember me? Seeing Sima Wei's expression, Xiang Shaoan was a bit anxious. It's alright. What's the point of yelling and screaming? Don't hurt my Chu's face. The youth at the head of the other party couldn't help but raise his voice to scold Xiang Shaoan. Luo Shuyan still has some impression of this person. The youth at the head of the group is none other than the eldest grandson of the Emperor of Chu. Xiang Xiaoyu, Sima Wei, are these people also from your Great Jin royal family? It looks like the talent is all very good. Although he was speaking to Sima Wei, Xiang Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on Luo Shuyan alone. His talent was somewhat special, possessing innate hegemony. Although Luo Shuyan hadn't displayed her aura, he had already sensed Luo Shuyan's cultivation realm. End of chapter. Chapter 121, exercising the king's way dominance in front of this emperor. Not self-consciously. Xiang Xiaoyu, the few of them are not from my royal family. They are the winning team of this 100 schools league of my Great Jin. Sima Wei explained with a frown. She then gave the other party, and introduced Luo Shuyan and the others. After listening to Sima Wei's introduction, the members of the Chu royal family were all a bit surprised for a moment. Oh, not a royal family, and not a powerful clan, but to be able to grow so fast? Not bad, not bad. A bit of fun. I like it. Xiang Xiaoyu put his hands behind his back and looked Luo Shuyan up and down in an elevated posture. It's just that this image of him as a high-eyed, self-professed bully only adds to the disgust. Especially Luo Shuyan's previous life as a supreme empress. She had long been accustomed to seeing strong people from all sides. She wasn't one of those soft young girls who could just capture the heart of a feigning domineering person. Luo Shuyan was most disgusted by people like Xiaoyu, who had little strength and had to think he was a good man. This guy, what's he doing that's not good? He has to pretend to be some kind of overbearing president in front of Luo Shuyan? My empress doesn't eat your words. Jiang Che glanced at Xiang Xiaoyu and muttered in his heart, already prepared to watch the show. The women around himself, each one of them is not a good match. This Xiaoyu wants to be here, posing as a princely nobleman. That is really a wrong calculation. Lin Shuer and Yi Zimeng, who were on the side, were also frowning straight away. The other party's condescending attitude made them very dissatisfied. Ha, that's disgusting. With your head up so high and your nostrils showing, That's not hygienic at all. For this to be royalty, it's a disgrace. Auntie Xiao Xiao, who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, is even more direct and unscrupulous, flirting, not hiding the disgust in the bottom of his eyes. She did not suppress her voice, and Xiang Xiaoyu heard it clearly, and immediately his face became gloomy. Boom! Instantly a strong pressure was released from Xiang Xiaoyu's body. He had already cultivated to the 2-star imperial level, and he carried a natural kingly domineering aura. At this moment, under the anger, he really exuded a very strong aura. Even those members of the Dechu royal family behind him couldn't help but tense up at the sight. If Xiang Xiaoyu gets angry, even they wouldn't dare to come close. Even Sima Wei, who is also a member of the royal family, couldn't help but tense up at the sight of the enraged Xiang Xiaoyu. With a somewhat scornful look on Xiang Xiaoyu, that unique kingly aura is not trivial. However, in the next moment, a strong aura similarly erupted from Luo Shuyan's body, and the aura released from her body unexpectedly overshadowed Xiang Xiaoyu for a while. The imperial eldest grandson of the district Great Chu dynasty was not placed in Luo Shuyan's eyes at all. In her previous life, Luo Shuyan had integrated the 3 core dynasties as well as many small countries, all of which had become the powerful existence of the First Central Empire. As an absolute empress, even though she had been reborn, she still had an imperial aura that pushed across the world. This kind of true great emperor's might is not something that Xiang Xiaoyu, a junior who relies on his family's power and foxes and tigers, can compare to. Xiang Xiaoyu's pupils contracted for a moment. He had never expected that this natural kingly aura of his would actually be crushed by his peers in terms of aura one day. Even Luo Shuyan's age was several years younger than his. For a moment, the sense of superiority in his heart dissipated, and incomparable scorn radiated from his eyes. Xiang Xiaoyu's brows were tightly locked as he looked Luo Shuyan up and down. He simply didn't believe Sima Wei's claim that Luo Shuyan was as simple as a cadet. How could an ordinary cadet have such talent and aura? Just for a moment, he couldn't figure out what kind of identity was behind Luo Shuyan. Let's go. Contracting spirit beasts is important. There's no need to waste time with these irrelevant people. Luo Shuyan's face was very calm. From the beginning to the end, she hadn't put these people from the Dechu royal family in her eyes. After greeting Lin Shuer and a few others, he headed towards the mountain path on the side. Oxia Xiao Xiao even made a face at them as she and the people of the Dechu royal family rubbed shoulders. The mockery is unmistakable. Where had these royal relatives of the Dechu royal family suffered such humiliation? Immediately, he couldn't help but want to get angry. But Sima Wei sneered at this moment, seemingly saying in a somewhat careless manner, "I'm sorry, I almost forgot to mention, Oxia Xiao Xiao, she comes from the Tsunami sect." After saying that, he didn't look back and walked behind Luo Shuyan and the others. "What? Tsunami sect? Shut up, all of you be honest." Xiang Xiaoyu, who was originally still harboring anger, hurriedly spoke out to stop the people of the Dechu royal family. Even when he heard Oxio's identity, his heart raced and he gulped nervously. In the Great Chu Empire, the royal family had a supreme position. Within its borders, there was no behemoth like the Tsunami sect, which had a long history of inheritance. There were just a few small clans, but they were also all under the jurisdiction of the Dechu royal family, and they simply couldn't become a climate to pose a threat to the royal family. But the people of the Dechu Empire could all know that within the Great Jin dynasty, there was an ancient sect called the Tsunami sect. That was a huge power that could be on par with the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty. It was only that the Tsunami sect was more low-key and preferred to be a hidden sect. Even the Great Jin dynasty does not dare to easily offend the Tsunami sect, and although Xiang Xiaoyu is conceited, he is also aware of the importance of the situation. After this little episode, Luo Shuyan's 5 continued to rush towards the depths of Kanglan Mountain. This Kanglan Mountain range covered an extremely wide area, and the roads were rugged. There are peaks, valleys, and various lakes along the way. The scenery was pleasant and the air was fresh. Zhang Che was not generally satisfied with the environment. This would have been a proper tourist attraction in a previous life. It didn't take long for the few people to arrive at a lake. The lake looked like a greenish blue color, very magnificent, sparkling under the sunlight, just like a jewel. Although the shore looks small in size, there is actually a lot going on inside. This lake was very deep, with an extremely extensive underground lake below it, and likewise contained a huge number of spirit beasts within. Water smoke. Are we going to go down inside the water to look for spirit beasts? Lin Shuer asked with some desire to leap forward. This lake is very clear and very attractive. Shuer, this can't be done. There are rules in Kanglan Mountain that one can't actively enter the water to look for spirit beasts. Luo Shuyan explained with a smile. If you want to follow a spirit beast in the water to sign a contract, then the only way to do so is to make him swim to the shore of his own accord. The conditions for contracting an aquatic spirit beast were relatively harsh, which was why the number of aquatic spirit beasts was scarce amongst human beast masters. Jiang Che turned on his holographic perspective along with his scrying skill, and he discovered that in the depths of this lake, there was actually a level 69 water snake. Its strength was already comparable to that of a human, a 9-star Zune level Imperial Beast Master. However, Jiang Che does not know, that is because the lake is too deep. He sees the augur as a snake. We've come to contract spirit beasts. Does anyone want to come with us? The perks are superb. You can eat whatever you want. And of course priority is given above gold level bloodlines. Luo Shuyan was proficient in the beast language and stood directly on the shore, shouting at the water in beast language. The next second only saw the calm water surface, suddenly churning up, and many spirit beasts in the water had risen their heads to look towards the shore. Forget it, let's just go. Luo Shuyan took a look with her Chiluk beast pupil, shook her head with some disappointment, and prepared to leave with a few people. Roar! Just then, however, a growl came from the water. Didn't you say you were going to cover my diet? Why are you leaving now? Only a spirit beast shaped like a crocodile was seen slowly crawling to the shore. Apparently this guy was a foodie and had just been attracted by Luo Shuyan's words. Sister Shui Yan, can you see if this spirit beast is powerful? Sima Wei saw this spirit beast. Its body surface had a thick armor like dragon scales, and its aura seemed extraordinary, and for a moment, she had the idea of contracting it. However, just in case, she decided to seek Luo Shuyan's advice. Not bad, it has a master-level bloodline and is a relatively rare amphibious combat spirit beast. Luo Shuyan replied after scanning it. Sima Wei sniffed and immediately her eyes lit up as she came next to the massive spirit beast. Of course we mean what we say. Big guy, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that you'll eat whatever you want in the future. With all kinds of mountain and sea food, the variety of that cuisine is much richer than what you have here in Kanglan Mountain. As a member of the royal family of the Great Jin dynasty, and still the most favored youngest daughter of Sima Qingtian, all of this was nothing at all to Sima Wei. Soon the two had successfully signed a contract. Now that the purpose had been achieved, Sima Wei no longer followed Luo Shuyan and the others. After separating from Sima Wei, Luo Shuyan led the three of them, Lin Shuer, through the lake and walked hundreds of miles of mountains one after another. It was only then that he came to a place. At the foot of a towering mountain peak, there were numerous birds of prey above this mountain peak, and all kinds of flying birds could be seen circling around. Jiang Che gently raised his eyebrows. This can't be the old home of my future little brother. The red flame Yuan bird? End of chapter. Chapter 122 Flash Thunderbird. Dichi Dynasty. Luo Shuyan stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the peak. A flash of remembrance flashed among her beautiful eyes. She had experienced many things in her previous life, and that flame Yuan bird had fought side by side with him, and she didn't know how many times she had conquered the battlefield, until the final exhaustion. Now that she had returned to her hometown, Luo Shuyan was overwhelmed with emotion. Come on, let's fly up the mountain. As the words fell, Luo Shuyan took the lead and flew towards the sky above. This mountain peak was so high that just by coming halfway up the mountain, there were already many birds of prey circling the area. So many birds of prey converged here that the strange cries of the birds around them were endless. The four of them, Luo Shuyan, managed to fly to the top of the mountain shortly afterward. The top of this mountain covered a similarly very large area, and it was impossible to see the end of it at a glance. Lin Shuer's few people once again couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur and magnificence of this Sanlan mountain range. Nature's devilish workmanship was indeed very magical. Look guys, is that a shining thunderbird? Iziming suddenly glimpsed a flying bird that swept by in the distance and hastily exclaimed out in shock. Only the lightning bird was seen as if it was a bolt of lightning in the air. The body was golden yellow in color. The feathers were as if they were made of gold. The body was only a few meters in size, but it exuded a strong aura. The surface of his body was always covered in gusts of golden lightning, and when the flash thunderbird's wings were vibrating, it was as if electricity was flashing and thunder was roaring. The few people present couldn't help but be a little surprised, knowing that the number of flashing thunderbirds was extremely rare. This was a very strong fighting force. Lightning attribute flying spirit beast, very precious. Even in the middle of this Kanglan mountain range, it was very hard to see. It didn't occur to me that at the top of this nameless mountain, I happened to come across the trail of this flashing thunderbird. It is said that so far, only that among the Dichi imperial dynasty possesses the bloodline of this bird. Moreover, the shining thunderbird's bloodline had a high upper limit of power, and in most cases, it could eventually grow into an 8th-ranked spirit beast. How about Zimmer? Do you like this lightning bird? Luo Shuyan asked softly after glancing at the lightning bird. Aha! I'm satisfied. Izumo nodded with a quick smile. Such a magnificent appearance, powerful strength, and rare bloodline of spirit beasts was really unattainable. Hostile. Just as a few people were talking about it, the lightning bird suddenly stormed up. With a single strike of its thunderous wings, it fought with the other flying bird. This Kanglan mountain range was a spiritual beast kingdom, and it was inevitable that killings would occur. And this situation was not surprising. And until there was a contracted spirit beast, the human race could not interfere with the situation. Rushing out would affect the balance, which would anger the master of the spirit beast kingdom. To know that those could be terrifying existences that had reached the saint level, even with Guo Lao behind them, Luo Shuyan and the others didn't dare to easily mess with them. Although they wanted to contract this flashing thunderbird, the rules limited them, and Luo Shuyan and the others could only wait on the sidelines for the end of the battle at the moment. Boom! Boom! A burst of thunder resounded in mid-air, and this flashing thunderbird's level was only 46, and her opponent was a all-ice blue, 49 level cold ice attribute flying eagle. This cold ice flying eagle was equally fast, and there was a monstrous release of cold air under the waving of its wings. The feathers that looked like they were made of ice crystals, under the wave of the sky ice cones flew towards the lightning bird. Zeming was also a bit nervous at the moment, fearing that this lightning bird would be harmed. However, it was obvious that the flash thunderbird was faster, turning into a golden lightning bolt with a single strike of its wings. She quickly dodged away from those ice pick attacks and quickly approached the side of the frigid flying eagle. The golden lightning that surrounded the surface of the lightning bird's body swiftly blasted out and directly attacked the body of the ice flying eagle. For a moment, the ice blue flying eagle's feathers exploded, and a gust of black smoke rose. Obviously this strike had traumatized it quite a bit. A gold and a blue two flying birds, in the midair in the midst of the continuous entanglement tearing. All kinds of powerful attacks in this air constantly released. Although there was a level difference, in the end, it was still this flashing thunderbird that won. The power of thunder and lightning was the most domineering attack attribute, and under this powerful thunder bombardment, that flying eagle with the cold ice attribute was all directly roasted by the flashing thunderbird. But after all, it was a cross-level battle, and the flashing thunderbird had suffered some injuries, but she didn't rush to deal with the injuries on her body, and directly began to enjoy the food. Zimmer, great opportunity, go for it. Seeing this, Luo Shuyan hurriedly took out some healing elixirs and handed them to Zemeng. This kind of snowy timing couldn't be more appropriate to establish goodwill with these spirit beasts. The flashing thunderbird, who had just been injured, had been somewhat wary and cautious, but when Zemeng, who was beautiful and kind-hearted, carefully helped her heal her injuries, the eyes of the flashing thunderbird looking at Zemeng were mild. Her golden pupils were filled with gratitude. Look, it's right over there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain peak, 8 young men and women were approaching this way. Each of these people had an extraordinary demeanor. Their clothes were very ornate and proper, and they were embroidered with the symbol of a shimmering bird. It was the young talent from the Daki royal family. Nowadays, the bloodline of the flashing thunderbird offspring of the Daki imperial family has become more and more impure. One must know that they had cultivated the Shining Thunder Emperor back then to a legendary great spirit beast. However, in the current Daki imperial family, even the Shining Thunderbird of the patriarch level bloodline was extremely rare. These people from the Dachi imperial family came here for the purpose. It is to search for a pure-blooded Shining Thunderbird to help the Daki imperial family improve their spirit beast bloodline, in order to cultivate a more powerful imperial spirit beast. So all of these people from the Daki royal family had a very clear purpose as well. As soon as he entered the Kanglan mountain range, he ran towards these towering peaks, searching for habitats that could potentially contain flashing thunderbirds. These people of the Daki royal family knew the habits of the shining bird very well. It was the battle fluctuation of that shining bird just now that drew them all over. Watch out! Someone's coming this way! Zhang Che sensed someone approaching in the distance and hurriedly transmitted his voice to remind the crowd. Looking at Xiao He, who was lying next to him, Zhang Che slapped the Xiao He. Should have let Tiger teach you how to be a good little brother. Sense of smell is more acute than even a psychic dog, so don't tell me you didn't notice someone approaching. You say that's all you're good for and you don't play it up? Next time you sniff out an unfamiliar scent, say hello ahead of time. Otherwise what's the point of taking you as a little brother? It's not even enough to lose face for me. After being hammered by Zhang Che, Little Black whimpered a few times in some aggravation. After all, he has been living in the Kanglan mountain range where there are no humans. Where does he know these things? It's people from the Daki royal family. Looking at this movement of theirs, it's no surprise that they should be coming with us to grab the flashing thunderbird. After hearing Zhang Che's reminder, the crowd also understood. They all knew a lot about this Daki royal family. After all, back then, the founder of the Daki royal family had made his fortune by relying on the flashing thunderbird. It was through the formidable strength of that shining thunder emperor back then that such a huge dynasty was established. End of chapter. Chapter 123, If you dare to make a move, Kanglan Mountain is where you will be buried. Big brother, you guys look. It's really a pureblood flash thunderbird. I didn't think we'd be so lucky. The 8 people from the Daki imperial family flew very swiftly and soon arrived near Luo Shuiyan and the others. One of the young women, pointing at the flashing thunderbird, said in a loud voice, "Although this woman has outstanding appearance, she is very arrogant." Completely ignoring Luo Shuiyan and the others who were beside the flashing thunderbird, he seemed to treat them as if they were air. The man in the middle of the accompanying team was also exceptionally arrogant. The gazes of several people looking at the 4 of them, Luo Shuiyan, were filled with contempt, bringing out that palace aristocrat's condescension to the fullest at this moment, especially when a few people saw that Yi Ziming's palm gently stroked the plume of the shining thunderbird, and the flash thunderbird that was violent and warlike in nature, actually did not have any resistance, did not have the slightest dissatisfaction, and even those eyes were very soft. It made these few people from the Daki imperial family all change their faces, to know that the shining bird was in their eyes. It was the symbol of Qi, the status symbol of the De Qi royal family, and how could it be contracted by others and so on? That would simply be disrespectful to the Daki royal family. Several people quickly approached towards Luo Shuiyan's side, all of them looking unkind. "A few of you, we are preparing to contract a spirit beast. If you have nothing to do, please go around and leave." Lin Shuer came forward, her face serious as she said in a deep voice. The purpose of these people from the Daki royal family was more than obvious, so Lin Shuer's few people didn't have a good face. "Unbridled, do you realize who you're talking to? We are the royal family of Daki. It is you few who have influenced us to contract the shining thunderbird. Why don't you hurry up and get out of my way?" The youth at the head of the Daki royal family looked extremely arrogant as he angrily rebuked. Obviously all 4 of Luo Shuiyan's people were not placed in her eyes. It said that Qi is a country of 100 battles, the first line of defense for the human race against the demons. At today's sight, I didn't expect someone from the royal family to be so arrogant and rude. It really degrades the reputation of the Daki kingdom. Luo Shuiyan looked at the few people in front of her disdainfully and said in a cold voice, seeing Luo Shuiyan recognizing herself and even speaking out in praise. A flash of smugness flashed across the faces of these members of the Daki royal family, but unexpectedly, Luo Shuiyan's second half of that sentence turned around and turned out to be full of mockery, and these people's faces instantly became ugly. "Brother, she actually dares to denigrate our royal family. Shouldn't we teach her a lesson?" The bratty woman who had first spoken out, at this moment pointed at Luo Shuiyan and said with a gloomy face, "A woman's jealousy is very scary, and this Diaoyan woman is still considered to have outstanding looks among the De Qi royal family. However, in front of Luo Shuiyan's 4, it looked much inferior. Are these guys out of their minds? Where on earth did they get the courage to be so arrogant? They really don't know how to live." The arrogant swagger of these people from the Daki imperial family, who felt good about themselves, caused Zhang Chei's face to turn cold, and that strong aura on his body was instantly released. All dogs have to look at their masters, and one's own personal mate is not something that these guys can insult. The strong aura on that Zhang Chei's body at this moment shocked all 8 people from De Qi, and each of their faces changed. I didn't expect that spirit beast to look petite and thin, but it's already at the peak of the 6th rank? For a time, all of the people from the Daki imperial family all showed scorn, and their tone of voice eased up quite a bit compared to earlier. "A few of you are really sorry. The world knows that the shining thunderbird is a symbol of my Qi, a bloodline unique to my De Qi royal family." The youth at the head took a deep breath and said in a calm tone, "That's not necessarily true. Isn't your flashing thunder divine bird from Daki also brought over from the Kanglan mountain range? It's just that your Daki imperial family has cultivated quite a few of them because of the power of the flashing thunderbird, but it doesn't mean that the flashing thunderbird is exclusive to your Daki imperial family. Not to mention the fact that everything is about this first come first served." Luo Shuiyan was not humble and said with a calm demeanor. A hint of toughness was revealed in the middle of her eyes. This flashing thunderbird had been spotted by Yi Ziming, and since both parties had already established a goodwill, it was naturally impossible, then, to give up just because the other party was some kind of Daki royal family. For a mere few juniors from the Daki imperial family to want them to back down, that was simply delusional. "Alright, since that's the case, then you guys directly make a price. What exactly is it that you want in order to give up this flashing thunder bird?" The youth in the lead, when he heard Luo Shuiyan's words, a flash of displeasure flashed across his face, but after glancing at Zhang Chei, he still frowned and said in a deep voice, "Oh, what a joke! A shining thunderbird. What price can I get for it? Not to mention that if we make an offer, can you afford to pay it?" When Auxiliary Little heard the words of this Daki royal family, she became furious and immediately disliked them back. As the daughter of the Tsunami sect, even she had to be reasonable when she went out. I didn't expect that this mere junior from the Daki imperial family would dare to be so arrogant. Moreover, even if it was compared to the family background, her Tsunami sect was not afraid of any Daki royal family. Big brother, I think these guys are stubborn and won't give it up easily. There are so many of us. Even if the strength of that spirit beast is a bit not bad, the big deal is to swarm up and directly rob it. Can it be that the 4 of them, nameless juniors, will still be a match for the 8 members of our Daki imperial family? Hearing Oxia Xiaoxiao's words, that unruly woman was immediately furious and coldly opened her mouth. Hearing these words, the youth in the lead, as well as the several people around him, all showed some hesitation in their faces for a moment. Their main mission in entering the Kanglan mountain range this time was this lightning bird. Trying to get a few people to give up easily would be flat out impossible. Hearing this unruly woman's words, a flash of killing intent flashed across Jiang Che's eyes. These guys, I think they really want to find death. Jiang Che muttered softly. That woman being so petulant one after another had already made Jiang Che a bit annoyed. Wait, hold on a second. Sensing Jiang Che's anger, Luo Shuyan hurriedly persuaded him in a soft voice. Lu Peng, I still advise you guys that it's best not to act rashly. If you guys really want to think of something else, then I'm sorry, but this Kanglan mountain is where you'll be buried. Luo Shuyan looked at the few people and laughed contemptuously, her tone very confident. This person actually recognized me? It's not easy. And that bone-deep confidence that isn't even faked. Although there was no shy in Luo Shuyan's eyes, the smile at the corner of her mouth made Lu Peng even more fearful. Let's go. Lu Peng gave the crowd a scornful look, and then he left the place with a few people behind him. The confidence in Luo Shuyan's speech made Lu Peng not dare to bet. Sister Water Smoke, obviously you could have just cleaned them all up. Why did you let them go? Auxiliary Little asked in a somewhat depressed manner. The Daki royal family just now, especially that unruly woman, could really make Auxiliary Little a little annoyed. The Daki Empire is an important fighting force against the demons, and this Lu Peng is the strongest genius in Daki at the moment. If we cut him down here, it's likely to cause turmoil in Dachi and even cause the 2 kingdoms to go to war. At that time it's very likely that the Ying demon race will take advantage of the situation, which will not be favorable to the human race. Luo Shuyan patiently explained. As an empress, Luo Shuyan's heart had long since ceased to be that of an 18-year-old girl. She's calm, and she cares about the world. What Luo Shuyan cared more about was the great war between the human race and the demon race in the future. And Luo Shuyan also managed to infect Lin Shuer's several people, and everyone understood Luo Shuyan's heart for the world. Meng, who had just gotten her revenge, now had a new goal in mind when she heard Luo Shuyan's words. In her opinion, following Luo Shuyan would definitely lead to a great career in the future, and would probably even make a name for herself in the history of the human race. Immediately afterward, Meng successfully signed a contract with that shining thunder bird, and had her second spirit beast. You're covered in golden lightning, so I'll call you Little Flash. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Old Friend, Long Time No See. Just as Meng and this flashing thunderbird signed a contract, the attention of Luo Shuyan's few people was focused on the 2 of them. Completely unnoticed, amongst the dense clouds dozens of miles away, there was an extremely large-sized flashing thunderbird that was silently watching this place. This shining thunderbird, with its wings spread out hundreds of feet, had golden thunder on its body surface, just like heavenly thunder. In front of the huge lightning thunderbird, the small lightning that was several meters long that Meng contracted was simply like a newly born fledgling. At such a distance, even Jiang Che's holographic perspective range wasn't enough. Although Xiao Hei's sense of smell and sensing ability was outstanding, the gap between the strength of the 2 sides was too great, and it didn't notice it in the slightest. My child, I hope you made the right choice in following the Imperial Beastmaster and traveling to the human world. Try to grow up, and hopefully you'll be able to surpass old me. The giant flashing thunderbird, looking down at the little flash below, murmured softly. Its eyes were filled with softness, and then that golden figure instantly disappeared in place. Meng, congratulations. This flash thunderbird is very extraordinary. Meng's colorful scales are amphibious spirit beasts on land and water. And now that you've contracted the shining thunderbird, you've sort of got the land, sea, and air together. Seeing that Meng had successfully signed a contract with the flashing thunderbird, Lin Shuer's few people were sincerely happy for her. The stronger the spirit beasts in the squad were, then the stronger the fighting power of the crowd would be. It's still thanks to all of you. Otherwise those people from the Daki royal family wouldn't have given up so easily. Now there's just Water Smoke and Shuer left, who haven't signed the contract yet. Meng said as she looked towards the Luo Shuyan duo. During the time they had entered the Kanglan mountain range, both she and Oxia Xiaoxiao already had their second spirit beast, and were considered to have successfully completed their mission. It's okay, we're not in a hurry. We'll always come across them. Lin Shuer smiled. She was in a good state of mind nowadays. During this next period of time, Luo Shuyan's few people continued to walk towards the depths of the mountaintop. Not only did this mountain peak tower over the clouds, it covered an extremely vast area. Even at the top of the mountain, you can't see the end of it at a glance. Aside from this area where the flashing thunderbird was encountered, there is a large area of the mountaintop to explore. It was just that a few people didn't expect that in another part of the mountaintop, they encountered those people from the Daki dynasty again. Apparently there were many birds of prey in this mountain range, and after encountering a flashing thunderbird, Lu Pang and the others still wanted to try their luck here. Let's see if we can, again, spot any other flashing thunderbirds. What an abomination! If it were known that the flashing thunderbird is not exclusive to my Daki royal family, wouldn't it make people laugh? That unruly Daki royal family woman, seeing little Flash who was following Luo Shuiyan's 4 people, showed a look of indignation. Alright, Xiao Xin, there's no point in talking more when it's already happened, Lu Peng said in a deep voice. Lu Peng knew that a person like Luo Shuiyan was definitely a famous person among the other dynasties. It is naturally good to be able to do so without direct conflict. It was only that as the eldest grandson of the Emperor of Daki himself, he had never heard of this figure before. Under the watchful eyes of the 8 members of the Daki royal family, Luo Shuiyan's group crossed straight past them, then towards a deep stream ahead. What are they doing there? All the steep places at the top of this mountain are filled with flying spirit beasts, and that deep stream is so narrow. How could there be flying birds hosting it? A few people from the Daki imperial family were a bit confused for a moment. Lin Shuer and the others could see that Luo Shuiyan's decision this time was the same as earlier. It was obvious that she had come to this mountain stream with a purpose. However, out of tacit understanding, Lin Shuer's few people didn't ask out loud. Under Luo Shuiyan's leadership, the few people managed to land on a narrow stone platform after diving down another few hundred meters. Looking deeper from here, it was clear that there was a narrower cave ahead. I didn't realize there was actually such a place here. Looking around, Lin Shuer's few people couldn't help but sigh. If Luo Shuiyan hadn't led the way, it would have been impossible for them to find this place. This cave wasn't normally hidden. Da-da-da-da. Just as several people were surprised, they suddenly heard a light footstep in the midst of the darkness, which attracted their attention. It seemed as if the movement of a few people had awakened some kind of existence. It didn't take long. Under the gaze of the crowd, a bird-like spirit beast that was shaped like a large turkey slowly walked out from the midst of the darkness. The little fire-red eyes were filled with wariness, clearly distrustful of the crowd. Sucking slippery. I didn't expect. It's amazing to find such a big, fat turkey in a place like this. Look at this meat roasted, it must smell good. Boss, wait. I'll get you a roasted chicken for dinner. Looking at the big turkey that slowly walked out, the little tiger couldn't help but drool. In its opinion, this place was so hidden that those strong spirit race members of the Kanglan mountain range should not pay attention to it. As he said that, he was ready to step forward and do it. Bang! However, the little tiger had just taken a step when the huge pink fist smashed directly on top of his head. Luo Shuiyan's punch smashed the little tiger's eyes. His head was groggy and he turned his head, but he happened to meet Luo Shuiyan's fierce eyes. The little tiger is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and he is not even afraid of Oxia Xiao Xiao, but he is only afraid of Luo Shuiyan. At this moment, when it saw Luo Shuiyan's eyes, it shivered in fear and ran directly towards Jiang Che. Woo woo, boss, I got my ass kicked. If you don't want to eat the turkey, just say so. What's the point of getting physical? After punching down the little tiger, Luo Shuiyan looked up at the large turkey in front of her. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with softness among them, and the corners of her mouth were all tinged with a faint smile. The spirit beast in front of her that seemed like a large turkey was more than familiar to her, because this was none other than the red flame Yuan bird, a life and death companion that had accompanied Luo Shuiyan in her last life for decades of battle. Nowadays, even if the other party was only in the juvenile stage, Luo Shuiyan could recognize them at a glance. At this moment, she didn't speak, just quietly looking at the other party, as if she was looking at an old friend that she hadn't seen for years. When Lin Shuer's few people saw this, although they were a bit curious, they all very silently kept quiet. Only the little tiger was still crying there, and Jiang Che stretched out his paw and patted it to shut it up. Jiang Che had already guessed that the large turkey in front of him should be Luo Shuiyan's contracted spirit beast from her previous life. The tiger actually wanted to roast each other to eat. This beating is really not wrong. And that big turkey that came out from the middle of the darkness, under the gaze of this soft gaze of Luo Shuiyan, also gradually became confused. She didn't know why, but she clearly hadn't seen Luo Shuiyan before. But there was a strange kind of affection rapidly growing in her heart. Little one, here. Luo Shuiyan smiled and took out a fiery red elixir, and for a moment the aroma was overwhelming. This elixir was prepared by Luo Shuiyan a long time ago. After the red flame Yuan bird took it, the bloodline was able to activate directly to the level of the patriarch. Facing Luo Shuiyan, who was obviously only meeting him for the first time, The big turkey did not refuse. She gently pecked up this elixir from Luo Shuiyan's hand and swallowed it. In a flash, the rolling medicinal power was released, and those fiery red feathers on this large turkey instantly became bright. It seemed that these plumes really turned into flames in general, and the temperature around them soared even more rapidly. A huge bloodline pressure was released. End of chapter. Chapter 125, Spirit Beast Lord. Peacock Ming Wang. What the hell? This aura. Seems like a spirit beast's bloodline is awakening. Judging from this fluctuation, it seems to be a spirit beast with a patriarch-level bloodline. Lu Peng and the others who were at the top of the mountain stream looked at the signs coming from below, as well as the dazzling fire. All 8 of them were shocked for a moment. Meanwhile, in a valley 2,000 miles away from this place, lush green mountains, turquoise blue lakes, and an ever-flowing silver-white waterfall. Not only did this valley cover an extremely vast area, the scenery was even more beautiful and pleasant. The most crucial thing was that this place was one of the forbidden places of Kanglin Mountain. Surprisingly, it's the bloodline aura of the red flame Luan bird? This clan has already disappeared for 1,000 years, but I didn't expect that there would actually be bloodlines remaining. At this moment, in the center of this valley, where the spiritual chi was the most dense, an extremely large 7-colored bird slowly opened its eyes. The plumes of this flying bird's wings and tail were in 7 colors. The body, on the other hand, was predominantly emerald green, like an emerald. The neck was very slender and long, and it was clearly a powerful peacock. Feeling the aura of the awakening of the red flame Luan bird's bloodline, this peacock disappeared in place with a wave of its wings. At this moment, on the stone platform deep in that mountain stream, Lin Shuer's 3 people were all wide open, their mouths staring blankly ahead. Just now that was still like a standing and walking big turkey like unknown bird spirit beast. After swallowing the elixir Luo Shuiyan fed him, his body's aura changed drastically. The fiery red feathers were like burning flames. After a burst of flames, all of his plumes were revitalized. The originally dull feathers were now as if they were flickering with flashes of fire. The aura on his body, even more so, had a huge metamorphosis. The body type has even changed. The neck and body became slim and slender, and a pair of feathers became much larger than before. It's also more calm and powerful, with fuller feathers. In just the blink of an eye, the turkey came to life. The roaring fire continued to burn around them, illuminating the dark mountain stream. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and after this red flame Luan bird bloodline awakening was completed, it began to gradually fall back down again. It seems that this new little brother has some skills, worthy of being a spirit beast that can be favored by the Empress. Looking at the red flame Luan bird in front of him, Jiang Che's eyes all revealed appreciation. He was clearly able to sense that this spirit beast was extraordinary, and because of this elixir that promoted the bloodline metamorphosis, Luo Shuiyan also logically, successfully signed a pre-contract with this fire red flame Luan bird. The reason why this red flame Luan bird was in this silent and deep mountain stream, mainly because right now, she had only just recently broken out of her shell. Just a short time ago, it was just an egg. That was why the red flame Luan bird that Luo Shuiyan and the others, who had just seen it, looked very ordinary, as if it was a walking turkey. In her last life, Luo Shuiyan came here after 3 years. At that time, the red flame Luan bird had grown much stronger. Luo Shuiyan signing a contract with her could be a lot more difficult than this time. Luckily, at that time, she had the gift of the beast language, and it was only through continued effort that she finally signed the contract. And that red flame Luan bird also became an important cornerstone for Luo Shuiyan, towards being a supreme empress. Boss, some bad this guy looks like the bloodline is good and strong, quite strong. I do not know whether to hold a grudge. Looking at the red flame Luan bird that was covered in blazing flames, the little tiger was a little weak in his heart for a while. After all, the one who had just been there was prepared to roast the other party and eat them directly. After Little Black signed a contract with Little Flash earlier, Little Tiger went over to lighten his identity at the first opportunity. They then pulled them along and went to worship Jiang Che to recognize their boss. But this time, he didn't do so, because although the current Little Tiger was at a higher level than the red flame Luan bird, but the pressure of the bloodline between spirit beasts was still very influential. This red flame Luan bird had evolved into a grandmaster level bloodline after swallowing the elixir. But at this time, the little tiger was still only a master level bloodline. Of course, the most crucial thing was that the little tiger was more afraid of Luo Shuiyan compared to this big firebird. Tigers are fierce, but even more fierce than tigers are tigresses. White, bring me some food. Luo Shuiyan waved her hand towards Jiang Che and said, "Nah." Jiang Che hurriedly walked over and took out a pile of already prepared meat from amongst the space. And then he stood beside Luo Shuiyan and fed with her. This red flame Luan bird had just been born not long ago and had been living in this mountain stream without ever eating properly. Its stomach wasn't normally hungry. and now that it had eaten these fine delicacies that Luo Shuiyan had prepared beforehand, it ate very favorably. Little Firebird, I'll be your boss from now on, Jiang Che said indifferently while feeding. This red flame yuan bird has just been born not long ago, and is kind-hearted and simple-minded. After eating so many delicious food from Jiang Che, he nodded his head in agreement without even thinking about it. Fire, let's go up. Reunited with the spirit beast that had been with her in life and death, Luo Shuiyan was very happy. He then began to teach the red flame yuan bird the basic flying instincts. In fact, the little fire can already fly now, only that it hatched from the eggshell alone and did not learn the skill of flying, and it was born in the middle of this mountain stream and has never been up there, just barely surviving by eating some moss at the bottom of this mountain stream. Under Luo Shuiyan's and Little Flash's simple teaching, Little Flame quickly grasped the essentials of flight. A few people retraced their steps back to the top of the mountain stream and realized that Lu Peng and his group from the Deqi Imperial Dynasty had not yet left. What kind of spirit beast is this? So pretty? Seeing Little Fire's fiery red plume, Lu Xian's eyes immediately lit up. This seems to be the legendary, already extinct red flame yuan bird? After Lu Peng saw the real Little Fire, he was shocked and at the same time felt remorse in his heart. They had already passed this way before, and were considered to have arrived here before Luo Shuiyan's few people. As a result, I didn't expect to miss this kind of chance for nothing. Lu Peng's face was incomparably gloomy. The previous flashing Thunderbird had been snatched and contracted by Luo Shuiyan and the others, and as a result, the current red flame yuan bird had missed out again. But just at that moment, a strong pressure suddenly emanated from heaven and earth. Immediately above the heads of the crowd, there was a distortion of space. The next second in the crowd's shocked gazes, a very large peacock appeared. This strong pressure caused Lu Peng and the others to tremble uncontrollably in their bodies for a moment. Even Oxia Xiao Xiao, nowadays, her face was very grave. The other party exuded an aura that even his father did not possess. This powerful spirit beast that appeared in front of him, I'm afraid that it was a strong person capable of arm wrestling with his grandfather. Is it hard to believe that this is the Peacock King of Kanglan Mountain among the legends? Lu Peng's heart was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect that he would actually attract the attention of such a legend-level powerhouse now. Peacock Bright King. That's one of the top powerhouses in the Kanglan Mountain range. It's said that these spirit race masters don't want spirit beasts to become extinct, especially that kind of extremely rare bloodline. They will try to protect them in their clans. This is a good show. Lu Xian gloated and looked at Luo Shuiyan's few people. At this moment, the only calm person in the entire arena was Luo Shuiyan. In her previous life, she had known this Peacock Bright King, only it wasn't as early as it was now. After all, the activation of the Red Flame Yuan bird's bloodline in their previous life was already several years after they signed the contract. I didn't expect to come a step too late after all. The contract has actually been completed so quickly. Just as well. Maybe it's destiny. Peacock Bright King glanced at the crowd below and said in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 126, Kanglan Mountain Forbidden Land. Seeing that the Peacock Bright King was alarmed by this, the faces of all the people of the Deqi imperial family each showed a touch of gloating. They missed the cherished spirit beasts both times. Now that he saw the Peacock Ming Wang in the air, emitting a strong pressure, his mind was finally balanced for a while. Only that Peacock Bright King did not move next after arriving. The few people from the Deqi imperial family had thought that Peacock King Ming would be furious because Luo Shuiyan had signed a contract with that Red Flame Yuan bird. But after waiting for half a day there was not the slightest movement. Even they didn't feel the anger from that Peacock Ming Wang's body. How is this possible? Such a precious and even almost extinct Red Flame Yuan bird was just contracted by them. Shouldn't this Peacock Bright King be thunderstruck? How can you be in the air for so long and still look so calm? Lu Xian looked at the scene in front of her, her face full of doubts and her heart even more full of unwillingness. Not only were Luo Shuiyan's four outstanding in looks and appearance, their talents were even above hers. The most crucial thing was that the spirit beasts contracted by several people all had such precious bloodlines. Now even this nearly extinct Red Flame Yuan bird had been contracted by it. A flash of resentment flashed through Lu Xian's eyes. What made a few people so lucky? The jealousy in her heart was burning madly at this moment. And the Peacock King of Light, who had come to this place at this moment, was now spitting out human words. Human woman, I believe you should also know that what you just contracted, that was almost the last Red Flame Yuan bird of my spirit clan. You should know how precious she is. And I hope that in the future you will treat her well and bring her up quickly. Don't let down her bloodline talent for nothing. This Peacock Bright King seemed to be a female by the sound of her voice, which was crisp but full of majesty. It was as if she was a graceful and elegant empress. Her tone was very calm, but it seemed to explode like thunder in the ears of the crowd. The few people present all just felt as if their hearts were pressed with a huge stone, being shocked by this Peacock Bright King's pressure. He was a bit breathless. This legendary top spirit race powerhouse made them even somewhat afraid to look directly at him. Please rest assured, Ming King, since I have already signed a contract with Little Flame, then I will certainly not fail her. I will do everything I can to nurture her. Luo Shuiyan arched her hand towards Peacock Bright King and said in a very firm tone. Although she was facing a top-notch powerhouse, Luo Shuiyan was still not humble at this moment. When she said that, she even reached out and touched Little Flame's feathers. Although they spent a very short time together, Little Flame also felt a trace of affection from Luo Shuiyan's body. Immediately, he took the initiative to use his own forehead and rubbed against Luo Shuiyan. The two looked very close, not at all like they had just met. Even the Peacock Bright King was surprised to see this. It seems that the two of you are destined for each other, perhaps by divine providence. If she ever arrives at level 70, you bring them to me. After leaving these words, Peacock Ming Wang waved his feathered wings and left this heaven and earth. Just before his figure dissipated, he was glancing at Jiang Che with a slightly deeper meaning. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Several people from the Dachi Imperial family couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they heard that Peacock Bright King's words. 70 levels? Wouldn't that be comparable to a saint-level powerhouse? Peacock Bright King is actually so favorable towards that spirit beast? The people of the Daki royal family, now each of their intestines are going to repent. They did not expect that such a heavenly chance, placed in front of the eyes so missed. Fortunately, just now that big guy did not have any crooked thoughts. Jiang Che took a deep breath. Just now he was really frightened. His little heart was pounding. Before Peacock Ming Wang left, that strange look in his eyes made Jiang Che think that the other party was going to do something to him. Luckily it was just to look at himself. When Luo Shuyan heard Jiang Che's words, she hurriedly spoke out to explain. Little White. In fact, amongst the spirit race, these great masters are basically very kind. They all befriended the human race. But of course, if they were to face the demon race they would also strike without mercy. So there's no need to worry too much about them bullying their way to the top. Compared to the human race, the spirit race was much more united than the human race as a whole, even though it was also divided into several areas that were governed separately. Unlike on the human side, all the dynasties were isolated from each other. There are also garrisons at the borders to watch out for each other, and even large-scale wars break out from time to time every few years. Luo Shuyan couldn't help but sigh. The human race would continue to be so internally depleted, if they couldn't be unified. How can we develop properly and build up our strength to fight those demons? Of course, although the spirit race was united, it was not absolute. After all, the spirit race had a large number of people, and there were still some scum among them occasionally. For example, Luo Shuyan knew that some spirit beasts were leading the demon race to attack the human race and spirit beasts at that time. Even the Peacock Bright King did not say anything more. Even if the few hearts of the Dachi royal family were dissatisfied, they were not in a good position to attack. With that, both sides left the place, each going in the opposite direction. Now that the three of us all have our second spirit beasts, there's only Schwer left who hasn't contracted one yet, Yi Zimeng said as she looked towards Lin Schwer. Oxia Xiao Xiao on the side also couldn't help but inquire. Schwer, which type of spirit beast do you prefer? I still prefer the cuter ones, but of course they have to be strong enough. Lin Schwer thought about it and whispered. Well, isn't that the same thing you said about white? After the crowd heard Lin Schwer's words, they all turned their heads to look at Jiang Che. Cute and powerful. That Jiang Che couldn't be more in line, but to find one similar to Jiang Che, that's not normally difficult. At least a few people haven't heard of a spirit beast as heaven-defying as Jiang Che. Luo Shuyan, on the other hand, silently memorized Lin Schwer's words in her heart. After leading the crowd down the mountain, she then hurried in one direction. Aqua Smoke. Where are we going next? Let's go to Wine Spirit City. Luo Shuyan smiled faintly. Wind Spirit City? Isn't that a forbidden place for the spirit race? Yeah, according to the rules, we humans aren't allowed in there. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Yi Zimo and Oxia Xiao Xiao were both surprised. They hadn't thought that Luo Shuyan's destination this time was actually the forbidden land of the Kanglan Mountain Spirit Clan. This Wind Spirit City was in the spirit race's territory, a gigantic city that covered a huge area. That stone city wall was 1,000 feet high, and you couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. There were countless spirit beasts living in the city, and the most crucial thing was that it was forbidden for all human beings, who had signed a contract with a spirit beast, to go there. There were many spirit beasts with precious bloodlines as well as strong strength surviving in them. Forbidden land. It's not absolute. Seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of several people, Luo Shuyan smiled mysteriously and gently shook her head. End of chapter. Chapter 127. All this effort to steal an egg? If it was someone else who said these words, a few of Yi Ziming's people would have scoffed. After all, That Wind Spirit City was a forbidden land of the Spirit Beast Kingdom, never allowing humans to enter. But after such a period of time together, the crowd was convinced of what Luo Shuiyan said. After all, Luo Shuiyan had already created too many miracles during this period of time. There seemed to be nothing that Luo Shuiyan didn't know, that she couldn't do. Even if that Wind Spirit City was a forbidden place in Kanglan Mountain, as long as Luo Shuiyan said that there was a way to get in, the crowd would be willing to believe it. Water smoke. Do you mean you want to go amongst that windling city to look for spirit beasts for Schwer? Zeman understood Luo Shuiyan's mind after just a little thought. That's right. Luo Shuiyan nodded. If we were to talk about the strengths and weaknesses of spirit beast bloodlines, then more than 50% of the high bloodline spirit beasts lived in the major spirit beast cities in the Kanglan mountain range. It could be said that these cities, that was a paradise for spirit beasts. It was just a pity that all of these spirit beast cities did not allow humans to enter. Even if the human race's royal beast masters were greedy, there was nothing they could do about it, and they could only sign contracts with the spirit beasts outside. Seeing Luo Shuiyan nod her head, Ziming immediately looked envious. The spirit beasts of that Wind Spirit City are all extraordinary. Schwer, this time you are blessed. After some simple cultivation, the few people were led by Luo Shuiyan as they approached towards Wind Spirit City. On this journey, Lin Schwer and the others hadn't seen Luo Shuiyan take out a map. However, in the case of entering the Kanglan mountain range for the first time, Luo Shuiyan's judgment of each direction was very decisive, without any entanglement at all. It seems like it's been here a million times already, but the crowd had seen nothing wrong with this situation. Anyway, as long as you follow Luo Shuiyan, you definitely won't suffer is all. And they never ran into another human imperial beast master along the way. Although the three core dynasties, plus a dozen or so smaller countries in the surrounding area, there were as many as 300 imperial beast masters who had entered the middle of Kanglan Mountain. However, this Kanglan mountain range was huge and boundless, stretching for an unknown number of miles, and could not be seen at a glance. More than 200 people were similar to an ant inside this Kanglan mountain range. The probability of wanting to meet another imperial beast master, that was not generally small. Not to mention that the direction Luo Shuiyan was heading to now was that forbidden land deep in Sanglan Mountain. And even more so, there was no one to travel with them. After rushing for a long time, Luo Shuiyan led the crowd to hide in a cave. This place was only a few hundred miles away from the city of Wind Spirit, and even Luo Shuiyan had to remain cautious at this moment. You guys wait here first, it's safer for me to go in by myself. Immediately after that, Luo Shuiyan put the token that Marshal Weilong had given himself before he left, in the cave. This token was a symbol of identity, able to keep the spirit clan of the Tsonlan mountain range from making a move against them. But this same token has a similar function of localization. If one carried this token, the spirit beast powerhouses within Kanglan Mountain would be able to easily sense their location. This time Luo Shuiyan was planning to sneak into Wind Spirit City, so naturally she couldn't bring this token with her. Otherwise, it would be like lighting a torch in the middle of the night. Water smoke. You must be careful when you go by yourself. Lin Schwer's trio looked at Luo Shuiyan and said with a concerned expression. Although the one who was preparing to sneak into Wind Spirit City was Luo Shuiyan, the three of them were even more nervous than Luo Shuiyan. It was important to know that this time, Luo Shuiyan's goal was a forbidden place for spirit beasts. If the sneak failed and was discovered by those spirit beast powerhouses, it would surely cause a thunderous wrath. Throughout history, it was a law that human powerhouses could not set foot in spirit beast cities. Not even saint-level powerhouses dared to casually disregard the rules. Although everyone knew that Luo Shuiyan would always perform miracles, this current situation still worried them. Don't worry guys, even if something does go wrong, even if an upgraded powerhouse steps in, I'll be able to take her and run away. Jiang Che waved his claws towards a few people and transmitted his voice condescendingly, his tone full of confidence. Luo Shuiyan set off with Jiang Che, and it wasn't long before they arrived outside Wind Spirit City. Even from a long distance away, one was able to see the huge outline of the city of Wind Spirit City. The towering black city wall could not be seen at a glance, just like a long black dragon lying in the mountains. This Wind Spirit City was a place dedicated to allowing spirit beasts to live. Whether it was the construction of the city gates or the internal facilities, all of them were for the use of spirit beasts. Its scale was naturally different from that of a human city, and this vastness alone was incomparable. The huge, thick stone wall that was more than 2,000 meters high made Jiang Che look at it and couldn't help but smack his lips for a while. Luo Shuiyan cast a secret technique outside of the city, isolating all of her own aura, and then she led Jiang Che straight towards the city gates. This spirit beast city was the same as all human cities, with giant beasts patrolling at the entrance, and there were constantly spirit beasts coming in and out one after another around them. As the saying goes, The most dangerous place is the safest place. The law of black light is never out of date. The attention of the strong spirit beasts guarding this wind spirit city was focused on those humans holding the tokens. After countless years, they simply didn't expect that there would be a human race that would dare to sneak into the middle of this spirit beast city. It was simply asking for death. As for Luo Shuiyan, because of her size, she wasn't generally petite compared to other spirit beasts. Surprisingly, he blended into the city silently right under the noses of these giant beasts. After entering Wind Spirit City, Luo Shuiyan used the surrounding buildings to conceal her body, because of the secret technique used to isolate his own aura and hide among the shadows. Plus, no human race had ever dared to mix in, so all of these spirit beasts ignored Luo Shuiyan. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Shuiyan ran straight towards a spirit beast mansion. The human race is divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and similarly among the spirit beasts, there is also a division between the nobles and ordinary spirit beasts. And the compound that Luo Shuiyan was heading to at the moment was a spirit beast powerhouse's residence. Checking around and seeing that no spirit beasts were paying attention to this side, Luo Shuiyan slipped into the courtyard with a flash. Then came the light-hearted, to a peculiar room. Just looking at the room, right in the center of the room, the roughly papaya-sized, green-colored egg, Jiang Che froze. We went through all this trouble to steal an egg? However, after Jiang Che carefully thought about it, Luo Shuiyan's approach was the most prudent. After all, these eggs hadn't hatched yet, so it was most convenient to just take them away. If they were to directly steal the spirit beasts, in case the other party did not cooperate, they would most likely be exposed, and they would be in big trouble then. After placing this egg within Jiang Che's space, the two quickly returned along the same path. Luckily for them, these spirit beasts were all busy with their own business, and didn't have the heart to pay attention to a very small, mole-like existence. After returning to the cave, Jiang Che placed the green-colored egg that surrounded it, in the middle of the crowd. For a moment several people stared. Is this an egg? Originally, the three of them, Meng, were still guessing what Luo Shuiyan would bring back, but they didn't expect to bring a green-colored egg. Don't worry, this egg has been placed in that mansion for hundreds of years and has never hatched, Luo Shuiyan softly explained. However, hearing her words, several people were even more puzzled. Ah, then if that's the case, won't the egg have to wait for who knows how long before it hatches? End of chapter. Chapter 128, Returning to Xi'an. Unexpected visitors. The crowd was puzzled. What was Luo Shuiyan doing bringing back this egg that hadn't hatched for hundreds of years in the middle of the Spirit Beast Kingdom? There's no need to worry. The reason why it didn't hatch before was because the Spirit Beast powerhouse that collected this egg didn't even know how to hatch it, Luo Shuiyan said with a smile full of confidence. The implication in her words was already very clear. The eggs that the Spirit Beast Kingdom couldn't hatch, I could hatch. Spirit beasts that the Spirit Beast Kingdom can't cultivate, I can cultivate. But while I can hatch this egg, it's certainly not now. If you really want to capture this egg, at the very least, you have to leave the spirit race's territory first. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, the crowd then reacted. Right now, they were in the inner perimeter of the Kanglan mountain range, and they weren't even that far away from that spirit beast city. If the aura was leaked at this moment, it would definitely attract the spirit beast powerhouses over. Moreover, this egg that Luo Shuiyan had brought back was extraordinary. And if it was hatched according to her method, there was a high probability that a vision would appear. However, this egg hadn't hatched successfully for hundreds of years, so there shouldn't be any spirit beasts discovering it in a short period of time. Water smoke, then what next? The spirit beast you found for Schwer should be this egg. Are we heading back now? Let's go back. We've achieved all our goals this time, and it should be about time to count. Luo Shuiyan nodded gently and said in a deep voice. Although the spiritual chi of this Kanglan mountain range was very rich, they couldn't stay in the middle of this inner area all the time. If they did not leave by the specified time, a spirit beast powerhouse would take the initiative to expel them. On the way back to the four people, all speed up the speed all the way. With nothing else going on, the return trip went much smoother. After another half a month's time, Luo Shuiyan and the others finally left from the midst of the Shirtsong Lan mountain range and returned to the small town where they first started to land. The four of them had just emerged from the foot of the mountain, and Li Yan came out to greet them with a face full of excitement as if he had been waiting for a long time. Ha 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 ha, you guys finally came back. It seems like the harvest during this period of time should not be small. When they saw Li Yan, Luo Shuiyan and the others were also full of smiles. It was obvious that this heavenly case dean had been keeping an eye on this side ever since the few of them had entered the Kanglan mountain range, especially after experiencing that Yin Zhong's assassination earlier. Li Yan hardly slept and stared at the Kanglan mountain range every day to see if there were any other movements, and this dean has been accompanying them for several months, escorting them all the way from Xi'an ancient city. which can really be regarded as selfless. Come, let the dean take a good look. What spirit beasts have you all contracted in the Kanglan mountain range? The strength of a beast master was inextricably linked to the spirit beasts. The stronger the bloodline of the spirit beast, the stronger it would be, and the higher the cultivation ceiling it would bring to the imperial beast master. It could be said that if someone, in the beginning, signed a spirit beast with a bloodline that wasn't considered strong, then this Sanlan mountain range was the moment to rewrite their destiny. Moreover, Li Yan could see that Luo Shuyan was by no means as simple as an ordinary trainee. This time, entering the Kanglan mountain, there was a good chance that the harvest would not be bad. Seeing these three powerful spirit beasts that appeared in the field, Li Yan's eyes immediately lit up. These spirit beasts looked and knew that they were very extraordinary. This black dog was not expected to actually be a roaring god dog, with an insufficient bloodline, and even capable of growing into a legendary grade spirit beast in the future. Tiny, it seems like you're really lucky. Li Yan didn't expect that a somewhat ordinary-looking black dog would be the roaring god dog clan, and when he turned his head and looked at the shining thunderbird beside Izimeng, which was covered in flashes of golden lightning, his eyes widened even more. This is actually a flash thunderbird? This is a very treasured thunder attribute spirit beast. Now even the imperial family of Dichi has some difficulty in finding a pure-blooded shining thunderbird. Li Yan's heart was now thumping. He didn't expect Luo Shuyan and her party to even contract a rare spirit bird like the flashing thunderbird. But what attracted his attention the most was none other than the red flame Luan bird on top of Luo Shuyan's head. What a magical fire attribute flying spirit beast. The appearance of this spirit beast. Why do I feel as if I've seen it somewhere before? Li Yan's heart sped up after a little thought. Isn't this the extinct red flame Luan bird? Cough cough. We were more lucky and happened to run into it. At this moment, Li Yan's excited appearance made Luo Shuyan actually feel a little embarrassed. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Li Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head, not even knowing what to say for a while. Even this kind of extinct spirit beast can be contracted. I'm afraid this is no longer just a matter of luck. But after all, this was Luo Shuyan's several people's chance. So Li Yan didn't ask much. Lin Shuer, where's your new spirit beast? Li Yan asked with some surprise. Several people's spirit beasts were not placed inside the imperial beast space, but beside Lin Shuer, there was only that silver eagle from earlier. No second spirit beast. This made Li Yan wonder if something could have happened that caused Lin Shuer not to sign the contract. One must know that among the four, the one with the worst spirit beast bloodline could be Lin Shuer. This trip to Kanglan Mountain was crucial for Lin Shuer. Don't worry, Dean. I have spirit animals, but I can't get them out right now. Lin Shuer felt Li Yan's concern and immediately smiled. Although he had now left the Kanglan Mountain range, he was still located in the border zone of the Spirit Beast Kingdom after all. It's better to play it safe and not take that green egg out. Otherwise, this town of theirs, I'm afraid it's not even enough for those Spirit Beast powerhouses to vent their anger. Because they were moving to Wine Spirit City, Luo Shuyan and the girls were delayed for some time. Several people from the Tsunami Sex Auxiliary Stone, who had long since returned to the middle of the town, had now come over and chatted with Auxiliary Little. Tsunami Tiger, Roaring Dog, plus you, the Tsunami Sex Qianjin, Xiao Xiao. This spirit beast contract of yours is really wonderful. Regarding the second spirit beast that Auxiliary Little had contracted, Auxiliary Stone and the others were full of praise. Though Blackie looked not much different from a big black dog, but its body is the real flow, roaring heavenly god dog clan bloodline. After a brief catch-up, the crowd parted again. Luo Shuyan handed those identity tokens back to Marshal Wei Long, and then got up to return. On the long train ride back to the academy, Zhang Che was finally able to take a peaceful rest after tossing and turning for so long. It didn't take long before he lay on Luo Shuyan's lap and fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining laying down experience 10W. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. As the train arrived in the ancient city of Xi'an, Zhang Che also woke up leisurely. The system's beep sounded in his ears once again. After this period of accumulation, Zhang Che's strength had successfully broken through to level 57. It's actually the extinct red flame Luan bird. It's really good. Luo Shuyan and her group had only just arrived at the ancient city of Xi'an when Guo Lao's figure appeared in the sky. Looking at Luo Shuyan's new spirit beast, Elder Guo revealed a pleased smile. After bidding farewell to Li Yan, Luo Shuyan and her group returned to the villa. Nowadays, they are considered to be a powerful party in the ancient city of Xi'an. It was already difficult for the many Xi'an world families to identify strong individuals that could rival them. As for Luo Shuyan's several people, their glorious deeds at the 100 Schools League were spreading frantically in the Great Jin dynasty. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Someone's coming. Zhang Che sensed that there was an old monster of the 9-star Zoom level that was approaching this way. At the same time, Guo Lao appeared in the sky above the villa. The two seemed to be old acquaintances and were talking together. End of chapter. Chapter 129, What bloodline connection? But it's just driven by interests. After Luo Shuyan and the others heard Jiang Che's reminder, they were all alerted as well. Who on earth could it be that comes to the door at a time like this? What is a 9-star Zune-ranked Imperial Beast Master with such a strong strength doing here looking for a few of us? One must know that a 9-star Zune-level old monster, that strength was not normally strong. This kind of strong person could not be compared to the level of Yin Zhong and the Qi brothers at all. You have to know that the cultivation of a road, the more it is cultivated to the late stage, the gap between each layer is like a rift valley insurmountable. Even those supreme geniuses, or powerful individuals with many superb means, could at best only fight across a few levels. 9-star Zune level, that was a top powerhouse that was just one step away from entering the Saint level. Its strength was as terrifying as it was. Even amongst the imperial capital, it was at the top level. Even if 10 Yin Zhongs came, they would not necessarily be a match for a powerhouse of this level. However, fortunately, the crowd had now returned to Tian-Ke Academy, with the Saint-level Elder Gui in attendance. Luo Shuyan and the others weren't worried about security. It was just a matter of curiosity in my mind as to who the person who showed up at this time could be, and that far up in the sky, Guo Lao was talking with that mysterious powerhouse. During this period of time, I really have to thank you, Elder Gua, for taking the trouble to look after me. While speaking, this mysterious old man also very politely thanked towards Elder Gua. Elder Gua then waved his hand and actually didn't stop this 9-star Zune level Imperial Beastmaster. By the time this top powerhouse arrived in the middle of the villa's courtyard, Yi Ziming's complexion visibly changed. Because the person who slowly landed from the sky at this moment was not something she was generally familiar with. This 9-star Zune-ranked Imperial Beastmaster was none other than the old ancestor of the Imperial capital's Yin family. Yi Ziming's great-grandfather, the backbone of the Yin family's foothold. Zimeng, it's been a hard time for you. The old man came into the middle of the courtyard and hurriedly walked up close, with a touch of apology on his face as he looked at Yi Ziming and said amiably, "I'm sorry, but it's none of your business if I'm having a miserable time." Facing this great-grandfather of hers, Yi Ziming showed no mercy at all. Her eyes had gradually turned cold. Zimeng, the beastly things Yin Zhong that did before, I know all about it now. He simply deserved to die. Actually dared to fight hand-to-hand against his fellow brothers, and now he has been duly punished, since the sinner from back then has already been put to death. Zimeng, why don't you join old ancestor and I to return to the Yin clan? In the future, you'll be the new head of the imperial capital Yin family. Don't worry, we'll prioritize all sorts of cultivation resources in your favor. My Yin family will do our best to cultivate you. The Yin family's old ancestor did not get angry because of Yi Ziming's attitude. Instead, he still had a kind smile on his face. Obviously now, he already knew that Yin Zhong had died in the middle of the Kanglin mountain range, and having heard about the brilliant battle results that Yi Ziming had created in the recent period, that's why she made a sudden visit. The crowd at this moment was astonished when they heard these words from the Yin clan's ancestor. They hadn't expected at all that this Yin family ancestor had personally come from the imperial capital this time to actually ask Yi Ziming to go back and become the head of the family. You have to know that the Yin family is a big family. It's one of the 4 big families in the imperial capital. The crowd didn't expect Yi Ziming to be able to inherit such a huge share of the family business at such a young age. I'm really sorry. The Yin family's affairs have nothing to do with me, and I'm even less likely to be this family head, and I'm now called Izzy Dream. However, in the face of such a great temptation, I am afraid that anyone else would be moved. However, Yi Ziming didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. Zimeng, I know that you are sad and indignant in your heart, but no matter what, you have my Yin family's blood flowing in your body. You are connected to my Yin family's countless descendants by blood. You are the eldest daughter of my Yin family. Can you bear to just watch the Yin family gradually decline? Seeing how cold Yi Ziming's attitude was, the Yin family's old ancestor attempted to bloodline use affection to impress Yi Ziming. However, Yi Ziming, who had now lost her closest relative, had long since grown up and would not eat his words. Oh, that's quite a crown you're talking about. Bloodline love? When my father and my elder brother were murdered by traitors, did those who were the closest of bloodlines ever come to their aid? Even they died at the hands of that so-called bloodline's closest relatives. Even when I was able to escape from the imperial capital, it was because my father's old troops fought to the death to protect me, and it had nothing to do with the so-called bloodline kinship. And you knew that Yin Zhong had done something so beastly that you still acquiesced to him becoming the head of the family. Did you have our family in your sights? Now that you're worried that the Yin family has fallen, you've come to find me to go back and preside over the family. Your calculations are really good. This cynicism from Yi Ziming immediately caused the Yin clan's old ancestor to blush in shame. He was silent for a moment, unable to speak. Previously, Yin Ziming's father and brother had been murdered, and he had indeed been shaken by the incident after his seclusion. But by then, the ship had already sailed, and Yin Zhong was already the only hope left for the Yin family. If Yin Zhong and Yin Ko were disposed of, then there would be a break in the strength of the Yin family. It was even likely that it would lead to the destruction of the entire Yin family 100 years later. As the Yin clan's oldest ancestor, he wouldn't dare to make such a decision. Plus, he didn't know at first that Yi Ziming had escaped in the middle of that bloody strife for power. Afterward, Yin Zhong told him that Yi Ziming was dead. This also made the Yin clan's old ancestor completely cut off the idea of disposing of Yin Zhong. After all, no matter what, it's still the Yin family's priority. Considering all of this, it was only because the Yin family's old ancestor didn't pursue that power-grabbing matter. Otherwise he would have gone out and found Yi Ziming first. Ziming is really sorry. It's all because of the old ancestor. I was confused for a moment. It was Yin Zhong that told me that you had died. The Yin clan's old ancestor still spoke with apologies. He knew that he was at a disadvantage this time. And even if Yi Ziming's attitude was so icy, he didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Oh, what family bloodline is the closest thing? All that matters is profit above all else. If Yin Zhong hadn't died, if I hadn't become what I am today, how could you have come looking for me? The more Yi Ziming spoke, the angrier she became. The blood feud had caused her heart to have a great deal of resentment towards the Yin family. It wasn't just Yin Zhong that she hated, but the entire onlooker Yin family as well. Ziming, I actually think that you can go ahead and accept the position of Yin family head. This Yin family stuff was originally your father's, and now that you've killed Yin Zhong, it's all the more important for you to reclaim what belonged to your father. Luo Shuyan walked over to Yi Ziming at this moment and whispered in a low voice. What Yi Ziming listened to the most right now was Luo Shuyan's words, and she, who had just been in the midst of a violent rage, pondered slightly after hearing Luo Shuyan's words. Furthermore, Ziming, the imperial capital Yin family, that's one of the four most powerful families in the imperial capital. Such a huge family is bound to hold a lot of resources. This is very favorable to our next cultivation. I would think that for the sake of your father and brother, it would be even more important for you to take back the helm of the Yin family. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Leader of First-Rate Forces. After hearing these words from Luo Shuyan, Yi Ziming still nodded after a little thought. Okay, Aqua Smoke. I'll listen to you then. Although deep down, Yi Ziming was still somewhat resistant to the Yin family. After all, blood feuds are not so easily forgotten. To Yi Ziming, the entire Yin family was blood red. But now that Luo Shuyan had said so, it did have some truth to it. Izumo thought about it and decided that it would be better to overcome that hurdle in her heart. After all, it was indeed in the best interest of the crowd at the moment to go back and take charge of the Yin family. As one of the four great powerful families of the imperial capital, the Yin family's heritage naturally spoke for itself. If she was able to take control of the Yin family's resources, she would also be able to make a contribution to the few people in the squad. What touched Yi Ziming the most and made her determined to take charge of the Yin family was Luo Shuyan's last sentence. This large Yin family should have belonged to his father and brother. Now that the two have been victimized by traitors, it is only right that they retrieve them themselves. Even if you don't want it yourself, you can't give it away. The Yin clan's old ancestor on the side naturally heard the conversation that Yi Ziming and Luo Shuyan had just had, and was excited for a moment. I'm really thankful to you, little friend Luo. I'll definitely return today's favor to my Yin family. The eyes of the Yin family's old ancestor were filled with gratitude as he looked at Luo Shuyan. He knew that if Luo Shuyan hadn't spoken out to dissuade him, he was afraid that Yi Ziming wouldn't have agreed so easily. Ziming, I know that you still have many grudges in your heart that you haven't let go of, but to be able to see you nod your head, I'm already happy. Now that you are the Yin family's last hope, and you are able to take over the position of family head, I am finally relieved. Old ancestor. The Yin family's old ancestor paused and then said to Yi Ziming. At this moment, his face had very complicated emotions, both happy and excited, as well as deep guilt. Now that Yi Ziming was able to have such achievements and talent, it should have been a blessing. It was a pity that the large Yin family had caused the current situation due to infighting. Otherwise, the Yin family will be very strong in the future. There is no need to consider the problem of rise and fall. Although the Yin family's oldest ancestor also knew that the reason why Yi Ziming chose to succeed as the family head was actually for nothing more than the Yin family's resources. But he didn't care about that. As long as Yi Ziming was willing to serve as the Yin family's family head, then the foundation of the Yin family would continue to shine. Compared to the Yin family's prosperity, what was a mere amount of cultivation resources, in the opinion of the Yin family's oldest ancestor? After all, it was after all a bloodline connection. Even if Yi Ziming had changed her surname because of hatred, she could never change the fact that she had the Yin family's bloodline in her bones. Even for the sake of her own father, Yi Ziming wouldn't stand by and watch the Yin family be cut off. Moreover, not all of the Yin family were from the faction that drew the crowd. There was still a part of the family that chose to speak for Yi Ziming's family in the first place. However, the situation was stronger than the people, and the lineage of the leader of the congregation was strong. So these clansmen were also unable to do anything. You don't have to be happy so early. I'm not going to pass that quickly. Seeing how excited the Yin family's old ancestor was, Yi Ziming immediately spoke in a cold voice. And since I'm dedicated to cultivation, even if I succeed the position of family head, I usually won't manage too many family matters. Don't even think about trying to bother me with those trivialities. No harm, no foul. It's not even a problem. The Yin family's old ancestor said with a smile on his face. As long as you are willing to take over the position of family head, then anything is fine. No matter when you come back, this Yin family headship is yours. After many years of drifting in the imperial capital, the Yin family's ancestor was clear in his mind. Even if a family was prosperous, it was not as useful as a top powerhouse. The current self was the backbone of the Yin family. Even if the backbone of the Yin family disappeared, with himself as the backbone, he would be able to retain his position as the imperial capital family. Similarly, as long as Yi Ziming grew up, even if she didn't ask about the world, the Yin family's status wouldn't change. After receiving Yi Ziming's reply, the Yin clan's old ancestor left this place with a red face. Congratulations, Ziming. I didn't expect you to become the head of the family so soon. Yeah, your father will be happy that you're sort of ruling the Yun family on their behalf. Such a young head of the imperial capital family. Ziming, congratulations. Lin Shuer and Oxia Xiao Xiao hurriedly congratulated Yi Ziming. To know that the position of the head of the imperial capital family, this position was not trivial, and it wasn't long before a steady stream of spirit beasts came this way from the courtyard of the villa where the crowd was. These were either the previous members of the Flying Sky Gang, or those who had learned of Zhang Che's brilliant battle results in the imperial capital and came here in admiration to try to join them. The large villa yard cannot fit these spirit beasts. A glance at the street is a huge swath. Zhang Che didn't have the slightest bit of resistance to this. After all, it was good for him to have more little brothers. As his own realm continued to break through, all of this experience from laying flat was somewhat insufficient in Zhang Che's opinion. Taking on more minions to keep the force growing will mean the words will change as well. By then, the more experience you gained by lying flat, the faster you could upgrade. Zhang Che shook off his head and slowly arrived at the center of the villa under the longing gazes of a group of spirit beasts. Even the little tiger was very thoughtful, and built a high platform with Little Black in the center of this. Zhang Che's method of establishing his authority was also very simple. After he stood on the high platform and made some short speeches, he directly released the powerful bloodline pressure on his body. For a time, a group of spirit beasts, all of them could not control their bodies from trembling, and some of them even collapsed to the ground. The eyes of each and every one of them that looked at Zhang Che became incomparably reverent. Spirit beasts were meant to be so simple and rough with each other. Showing them strength directly was the best way to take them in. Looking at the adoring gazes of the many spirit beasts below, Zhang Che nodded in satisfaction as he suddenly thought of Yi Ziming. Nowadays, Yi Ziming had taken over the position of Yin family head. If he will Yi Ziming, also pulled into the Fried Sky Gang as a hall master, doesn't that mean he's taken in the entire imperial Yin family? Zhang Che's eyes lit up and he said he would do it. He hurriedly arranged for the several hall masters under his hand, Little Tiger, to be in charge of the issue of these spirit beasts that had come to join the gang. For himself, he found Izumo. Zhang Che expressed all of his intentions of coming to Yi Ziming through voice transmission. This made Yi Ziming suddenly feel surprised. In her memory, this heaven-blasting gang of Zhang Che's was all joined by spirit beasts, and she didn't understand why Zhang Che had asked himself to join in as well. However, out of her trust in Zhang Che, Yi Ziming didn't think much of it. After all, it was merely a name to be a hall master, so Yi Ziming directly nodded her head and agreed. In order to confirm his suspicions as soon as possible, Zhang Che hurriedly ran to Luo Shuyan's lap to sleep. As he went through a round of laying down, he realized that sure enough, the words of this system had changed. That word about the power had changed to first-class power leader, and this time's laying down was a direct addition of 140,000 experience to him. Cool. The prefix words hadn't changed for a long time, and now that he was looking at the skyrocketing experience value, Zhang Che was instantly excited. End of chapter. Chapter 131, Mysterious Spirit Beast Egg Hatching. Previously, lying flat for a day. Based on the accumulation of various words, the most one could gain was only 100,000 experience value. Although, as his own cultivation, and the cultivation of Luo Shuiyan's 4 people increased. These experience values would also continue to increase. But this slow nature of growth is nothing compared to the experience boost that comes from changing words. Zhang Che had currently broken through to level 57 with the help of the system. And if you want to break through to the next level, that requires 680W of experience value. Originally, it took 68 days of accumulation to upgrade, but now with the word prefix change, it only takes 48 days. It could be said that this addition helped Zhang Che shorten his time by nearly a third. One must know that it was not normally difficult for an unusual high 6th stage spirit beast to rise a level. Many spirit beasts had already considered a year's time of bitter cultivation to be fast, and Zhang Che only needed to lie flat every day, and it wouldn't even take him 2 months to break through to the next level. Just settle down for a few more years. I can reach the top of this world just by lying flat. Zhang Che was happy in his heart, lying on Luo Shuiyan's body and finding a more comfortable position to continue lying flat. Life is all about having fun, and lying flat happily is the way to go. The next few days gradually tapered off without anything special happening. After experiencing such a journey and seeing so many powerful people, all 4 of them also realized the importance of strength. Everyone's been practicing seriously this whole time. Only now, not only did Luo Shuiyan not go to the academy for classes, even the 3 of them, Lin Shuer, basically stopped going to the academy as well. After all, several people had now cultivated to the king level, and Luo Shuiyan had even become a royal level imperial beast master. They are now beyond most of the academy instructors. As for the original ordinary class instructor, Xue Bingning, they had all been left behind by a large margin in terms of cultivation. Even if they wanted to ask for advice, it should be Xue Bingning who should ask them for advice. And the news that the 4 of them, Luo Shuiyan, had participated in the Great Jin Dynasty's 100 Schools League earlier and managed to win first place had already spread. The reputation of Luo Shuiyan's 4 now was not an ordinary one. Almost the entire Great Jin Dynasty knew that there were 4 freshman cadets in the ancient city of Xi'an who had become the dark horses of the session. A few people were even regarded as the face of publicity by Tianke Academy, and became the object of admiration for countless trainees. Whenever Lin Shuer's trio traveled in pairs and appeared in the middle of the academy, they would cause a huge stir. In the past, the 3 of them would have caused quite a bit of turnaround because of their characters' looks, but it wasn't as exaggerated as it is now. Now wherever the trio went, they could attract countless people to stop and watch. Soon 2 months passed, and during this period Yi Ziming also took the time to return to the imperial capital. She officially takes over the foundation of the Yin family and becomes the head of the Yin family. This news was in the imperial capital, and it all caused quite a shock. After all, the Yin family that was one of the 4 great powerful families of the imperial capital, and was considered a notable power in the entire Great Jin Dynasty. No one had expected so many things to happen to the Yin family between this year. The original family head's line was assassinated, and Yin Zhong took the throne in blood. However, the news of Yin Zhong's death in the Kanglan mountain range had just traveled back to the imperial capital not long ago. As a result, no one expected that Yi Ziming would rise up out of nowhere to retake over the Yin family. However, Yi Ziming did not change her surname back. Her father and brother's deaths would not be changed just because she was in charge of the Yin family. Although she had taken over the position of Yin family head, it didn't mean that she had already let go of her hatred. Moreover, with the backing of the Yin family's old ancestor, coupled with the terrifying talent that Yi Ziming was now displaying, even if someone in the family had any objections to this, they did not dare to say anything more. As for the spirit beast egg that was stolen by Luo Shuiyan, from Wind Spirit City, the forbidden land of Kanglan Mountain, only after returning to the ancient city of Xi'an did they dare to take it out. Earlier in the border area, that was not daring to reveal the slightest breath at all. The next day after several people returned to the villa, the spirit beast egg had been immersed in a pot of strange medicinal water. This potion was specially concocted by Luo Shuiyan to help hatch spirit beasts. For this new spirit beast of hers, Lin Shuer was very attached to it. Under Luo Shuiyan's reminder, she had basically been sitting cross-legged in front of the medicinal water to cultivate during this period of time. Click, click. This day Lin Shuer was still immersed in her cultivation, and it was very quiet in all directions. Suddenly a subtle sound of breaking shells rang out, and Lin Shuer violently opened her eyes and looked towards the spirit beast egg to the side. After waiting so long, is it finally going to hatch? Hearing this subtle movement, Lin Shuer was immediately excited. She hurriedly stood up and walked over to the water basin, staring intently at the spirit beast egg in front of her. Click, click. Immediately after, under Lin Shuer's gaze, the sound of cracking eggshells coming from beside her ears became more and more intense. She could already see the strands of cracks that had appeared on this eggshell. At first there were only 1 or 2, but immediately afterward it seemed to spread like a spider's web. Soon the top of the eggshell was completely poked open, revealing a small furry mass. The moment this mysterious spirit beast came into existence, an invisible fluctuation instantly spread out in all directions. However, Luo Shuixian seemed to have already anticipated this, so she had set up a formation in the room in advance. At this moment, under the flickering of the formation runes, a silver-white light enveloped the house, preventing these special fluctuations from being transmitted out. It's hatched. It's really hatched. Looking at the furry little guy in front of her, Lin Shuer was excited. This was the mysterious spirit beast egg that Luo Shuiyan had sneaked into the middle of the Kanglan Mountain Spirit Beast Forbidden Land to steal out especially for her. The most crucial thing was that according to Luo Shuyan, this egg had been placed in the Spirit Beast Forbidden Land for hundreds of years without any changes. Lin Shuer was also a little worried about whether or not it would successfully hatch between these 2 months. He himself had been waiting in this house for 2 months, just waiting for the spirit beast to hatch. Lin Shuer's excited voice spread out and was heard by Oxia Xiaoxiao next door, who hurriedly rubbed her hands together and ran over with an excited face. After Luo Shuiyan and the others heard the sound, they also rushed here one after another. Everyone wanted to take a look at this newborn spirit beast. The crowd walked into the house, only to see that at that moment, Lin Shuer was holding a palm-sized white bird in her palm. Lin Shuer's palm was already very soft and delicate, and this little bird looked about the same size as her palm, because it had just descended. There was only a short layer of white fluff on its body. At this moment, this mysterious spirit beast had opened its squinting little eyes, and from time to time, he took his head and gently rubbed against Lin Shuer's hand. A very intimate action, because when this spirit beast just opened its eyes, the first person it saw was Lin Shuer. It was as if he had already taken Lin Shuer as his own relative. End of chapter. Chapter 132. 2.5 years. My goodness. I didn't expect such a cute little bird to hatch out of that spirit beast egg that looks like a winter melon. Auxiliary Little stood aside, wide-eyed in admiration. Her words also resonated with Lin Shuer. 2 months of staring at a large winter melon every day. Lin Shuer was also constantly guessing what spirit beasts would hatch. Yeah, what a cute, tiny guy, with such short fluff, and I wonder if he's cold. A few people around them, at this time, were all letting out a series of exclamations, and worried that their voices would be too loud and scare the little one in front of them. Several people deliberately suppressed their decibels. Most of the spirit beasts were very cute and very pleasing to the eye when they were cubs. What's more, Lin Shuer's few people, who themselves had little resistance to this kind of petite animal, were all adorably starry-eyed one by one. This little guy was just born. Is he hungry? Come, little one. I've got a big chicken leg here. Do you want it? While saying that, Auxiliary Little took out a large chicken leg from her hand, but halfway was directly stopped by Luo Shuiyan. Looking at Oxia Xiaoxiao, Luo Shuiyan did not have a good temper. Tiny, do you think it's a baby tiger? Do you want to see how big it is? Your chicken leg is twice as big as this spirit beast. Can't it be that you want to hold it up? Luo Shuiyan shook her head and then took out a jade bottle. In order for this spirit beast to safely hatch and grow, Luo Shuiyan had already made preparations a long time ago. Whether it was these potions used for incubation or the formations that prevented the fluctuation of spiritual energy from emanating out, or this is just like a soybean grain-sized elixir, specifically fed to this spirit beast, all prepared in advance. Although Lin Shuer's few people were a bit puzzled as to how exactly Luo Shuiyan managed to anticipate in advance, they all tacitly refrained from asking. Luo Shuiyan poured out a pill and handed it to Lin Shuer. Going to feed this little guy a potion? Although Lin Shuer was a bit curious, she didn't question Luo Shuiyan in any way. She gently placed the elixir near the little one's mouth. The little guy even trusted Lin Shuer to the core. Without much thought, it directly pecked this elixir into its mouth with a single bite, and then swallowed it. After eating this special elixir, it seemed that the medicinal power had worked, causing this little guy to sleep peacefully straight away. It was quietly nestled in Lin Shuer's hand, looking very cute. Not bad, the little guy has promise. A few moments of me. Seeing this scene, Zhang Che nodded in satisfaction. This newly hatched little guy, who ate and slept and ate, resembled himself in a few ways. Moreover, Zhang Che used his probing skill and found out just by looking at it. This little guy had only just been born and had actually reached level 20. The bloodline is even born at the Zhongshi level. This talent can be said to be very demonic. No wonder it would be placed in the Spirit Beast Forbidden Land. I just don't know if it will, in the future, grow into a higher level legendary spirit beast, based on some of the information that Zhang Che had, in this world, learned. Unless it was a mythic bloodline spirit beast, it was only able to have an extraordinary rank after birth. But how on earth did this little bird manage to reach level 20 just after birth? While Zhang Che was puzzled in his mind, Luo Shuyan began to explain to the crowd. Cheryl, in a way, this little one can't really be considered just born. He has actually been born for hundreds of years, only that he has never hatched because of some reasons. And those spirit beast powerhouses in the Forbidden Land, when they catalyzed this spirit beast egg, it absorbed a lot of energy from it. Thus this has just been born at level 20. Wait for another month's time when this little guy's body grows stronger and his soul power is stronger. You'll go and make a pact with him again. And in the meantime just cultivate your feelings. Luo Shuyan barked at Lin Shuer. The first person this little guy saw after breaking out of his shell was Lin Shuer. It had developed a dependence on Lin Shuer in its heart, treating the other party as its own. After a further period of cultivation, when the time comes, signing the contract can be said to be very easy, without any surprises. Aha, okay. Lin Shuer held the little one and nodded with a smile, her beautiful eyes curving into a crescent moon. The little guy in front of her was just her type. Not only are they very cute to look at, but their talent and strength are not bad. Little fellow, since you've been inside an eggshell for hundreds of years, I'll call you Egg. Lin Shuer thought about this new spirit beast's name just a little bit. The silver sable on the side, seeing that Lin Shuer's second spirit beast was still only a mere cub, inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. With that, Silver Sable also began to prepare in advance. After all, the Silver Sable's bloodline was relatively ordinary, and in the future, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before it would be surpassed by this egg. If you are kind to the little one and invest ahead of time, you might even be grateful later and not treat her poorly. Over the course of these 2 months, Jiang Che had saved up enough experience value to have moved up a level, and was now at level 58, and there was still 100 W of experience value remaining. Only that the more one cultivated to the later stages, the more terrifying the experience value needed became. Jiang Che now needed 750 W of experience value if he wanted to break through to level 59. The journey of cultivation is a long and arduous one. Among the several people who had raised their cultivation more, it was still Yi Zimeng, Oxia Xiao Xiao and Lin Shuer. After all, the three of them were at a lower level than both Luo Shuyan and Jiang Che, so they would break through a bit faster. Now that he had killed Yin Zhong, he had avenged his father and brother, gotten rid of Yin Zhong's lineage, and regained control of the Yin family as the head of the family. The mountain that had been pressing on Yi Zimeng's heart was considered to have completely dissipated. After revenge, Yi Zimeng's mind became more open-minded, and there was a strong heart of his own, and he practiced very hard. With her uncommon talent, she had now arrived at the 1-star imperial level. The auxiliary little duo, although they were a bit worse than Yi Zimeng, they had both improved quite a bit. Now that the two had cultivated to the peak of the 9-star king level, they were only one step away from also breaking through to the imperial level imperial beast master. With Lin Shuer's current strength, if she returned to her old side of Zhanghai City, she would be one of the proper peak powerhouses. Among the four, originally Lin Shuer was the weakest, and she had been worried about dragging her feet, but now she had managed to buck the trend. Having received the inheritance of the ancient sect Starfall sect, the mysterious spirit beast that was about to contract a patriarch-level bloodline was truly considered to have a promising future. There are no years of cultivation, 1,000 years on Earth. Time flew by, and soon 2.5 years had passed, and Luo Shuyan's group had officially stepped into their senior year, and a new round of the Great Jin Dynasty 100 Schools League is coming up, because the last time Luo Shuyan several people wrapped up the championship of the single and battle team tournaments, such as today K Academy can be said to have high morale. Last time, our Academy's Rose Maiden team of 4, who were only freshmen, swept right through those Imperial Capital powerhouses. Yeah, that time the champion of the single-player tournament and the battle team tournament were both ours. This time we're going to fight for it as well, and go to the Imperial Capital to create splendor once again. End of chapter. Chapter 133, How embarrassing it is to give a speech on stage. Aqua smoke. Do you know how much fun we had going to the Academy today? My goodness, it's like a sea of people. Lin Shuer spoke with a smile on her face as the three of them went out and returned to the villa. Several years had passed. Lin Shuer's strength was not what it used to be, and she had grown a lot after experiencing many things, but her character remained unchanged, still as lively and cheerful as before, so sunny and smiling. To be precise, there's a buzz about us. Oxia Xiao Xiao couldn't help but skim her mouth when she heard Lin Shuer's words. You don't know. The younger students were like crazy when they saw us. They all flocked to us. At this moment, Oxia Xiao Xiao's face had an expression of having survived a robbery. Even she, who was naturally playful and liked to be lively, was a bit pained by those trainees in the academy. They had a hard time getting out of the crowd earlier. Ha ha ha, Tiny. That's a sign that you guys are so charming that you're all over the school. When Luo Shuyan saw Oxia Xiao Xiao's depressed expression, she also couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. To be able to make even Oxia Xiao Xiao jealous was enough to show how crazy these trainees were. Luo Shuyan was also a little glad that she didn't go out. Come on Aqua Smoke, don't laugh either. There's something else I need to tell you. At this time of year, all of the senior cadets in our class are preparing for the next 100 school tournament. As the previous champions, Dean Lee would like to invite us to the academy to speak on stage. You know, nothing more than trying to boost morale. Izumo shrugged. As her words fell, the face of the Lin Schwerer duo on the side instantly became helpless. They didn't have any experience with this kind of speech. How time flies. Is this going to be another round of the 100 Schools League? After hearing Yi Ziming's words, Luo Shuyan didn't care about that speech. She was thinking about something else in the middle of her mind. In her previous life, Luo Shuyan hadn't encountered a demonic spirit beast like Jiang Che, so she waited until her senior year to participate in the 100 Schools League. And the one she participated in was this very year's 100 school tournament. At that time, Luo Shuyan was considered a little famous among the Heavenly K Academy because of her own dual talent. But at that time, she had neither a powerful spirit beast nor a deep background. Luo Shuyan was always worried about wood showers at that time, so her strength was hidden a lot, and she didn't receive any special attention from the academy. In the end, she was the first in the individual tournament, the selection tournament, and traveled to the imperial capital to participate in the final 100 Schools League. In the end, he achieved third place in the battle and gained the opportunity to travel to the Kanglin mountain range to sign a spirit beast contract. It was also after entering Kanglin mountain the time that Luo Shuyan contracted the powerful red flame Luan bird by chance. At that time, the strength of the red flame Luan bird had grown a lot, and in order to commit to signing the contract, Luo Shuyan had suffered a lot. But she had just returned to town when war broke out at the border, because at that time, there was a secret realm that came out of the world, and the location happened to be at the border of the Great Jin dynasty. At the border with the spirit race and the demon race, the area is a complex and unregulated zone. While the devil race was powerful, their overall strength was far stronger than the Great Jin dynasty and the spirit race. If it wasn't for the fact that the devil race was naturally belligerent and vicious, there had been a non-stop civil war for the past 1,000 years. The devil race has been consuming each other, and no top powerhouse has been able to step forward and fully integrate this force. Otherwise, with the power of the demon race, I'm afraid that the human race and the spirit race would have long since become extinct. And in that secret realm, there are quite a few good things, but as a result, a new round of war was set off, and a great war broke out between the demon race and the Great Jin dynasty. Thinking back to the chaos of that great war in her previous life, Luo Shuyan's heart couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, she was still too weak, and if she now possessed the cultivation of an emperor in her previous life, she naturally wouldn't worry about these things. Now that the human race is too weak, this war will have to find a way to come later. Luo Shuyan's mind was pondering over 1,000 thoughts at the moment. There were still 5 months to go before the appearance of the secret realm in that unregulated area. It's important to prepare for this as early as possible. Looking toward the gazes of the three that were watching her, Luo Shuyan smiled. What are all the bitter faces for? Just go to the speech normally tomorrow. Now that the new competition is about to begin, it's only right that we, as the previous champions, help the cadets with their morale. Come on, get the academy pumped up. Luo Shuyan's expression was very relaxed. She was a female emperor of the human race in her previous life, and she had even integrated many dynasties with her own strength. Small things like speeches were simply no big deal to Luo Shuyan, so she didn't have the slightest worry about them. Sister Water Smoke, I know that things like speeches must be nothing to you, so why don't you go up to the stage and give a speech on my behalf? Oxia Xiao Xiao at this moment hugged Luo Shuyan's arm, gently shaking it, and even directly pampered herself. Although Auxiliary Little was naturally bold and wasn't afraid of anything, but if she were to stand on the stage and give a lecture in front of a group of frenzied cadets, to be both inspirational and passionate would be too much for her. Auntie Little herself was getting sleepy when she heard this kind of speech. She was in not wanting to go on stage. Seeing how difficult several people looked, Luo Shuyan softly encouraged. What are you afraid of? Every one of you is now qualified to speak on stage, and no one will laugh. Even if you guys get on stage, you don't need to say too much. Just by releasing your realm aura, those trainees at the bottom will be invigorated. Don't you ever think less of yourselves. We're not the same freshmen now. After these 2.5 years, Luo Shuyan had already managed to break through to the 6-star imperial level. Yi Ziming was a little less powerful, but she had also broken through to the 4-star imperial level. Lin Shuer and Oxia Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, were 3-star imperial level powerhouses. Nowadays, they were afraid that their cultivation was even higher than some of the elders within the academy. It was important to know that every year, the senior cadets who participated in our school's league, one by one, were still nothing more than king-level pre-instructors. For these students of Tian K Academy, as long as Luo Shuyan and the others stood on the stage, they were the brightest stars. no matter what they say, it will be held up as the truth. And that is the importance of strength. With a strong cultivation as a backing, all they had to do was stand up, and that was the best stimulant. When the four were first drafted as freshmen, they conquered the imperial capital to take the title. That one deed alone was enough to get the cadets buzzing. End of chapter. Chapter 134, Fighting for the Rise of the Human Race. Luo Shuyan's words seemed to give Oxia Xiao some courage as well. Although his expression was still a bit reluctant, his attitude was clearly much better than just now. And at this moment, Jiang Che was a bit bored for a while. It's kind of boring. I'd better take Fire out for a ride. What Jiang Che said about taking a ride is actually nothing more than sitting on Little Fire's back and letting her be the mount. Leaving the villa and arriving in the middle of the courtyard, Jiang Che saw a very large red flame luan bird. Although this fellow, Little Fire, was small in age, his growth rate was not normally fast. Just in this less than 3 years, it had grown to a height of 3 meters, and with its wings spread out, it was more than 10 meters wide. Now if they were traveling, the four of them plus the other spirit beasts of Luo Shuyan would all fit perfectly on Little Fire's back. Her body was already very fit and strong. That fiery red plume was like a flame that had been ignited. From the first time we met, the image like a big turkey, can be said to be a world of difference. Looking from afar, the red flame luan bird at this moment is like a huge firebird. Not only the appearance's outstanding strength is very strong. In just the past 2.5 years, Little Flame had already broken through to level 48. This cultivation speed was simply smashing. Come on, come on, come on, the boss is going for a ride. All follow, we'll follow the boss too. Upon hearing Jiang Che's movement, Little Tiger, the mighty Tiger Hall Master, hurriedly rushed out from the villa and followed Jiang Che. Over the years, Little Tiger could be said to have shaken the whole of Xi'an. He was the one who organized all the big and small things for Jiang Che and the explosive Sky Gang. Seeing that Little Tiger was so active in his work, Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Although Little Tiger was a whistling heavenly divine tiger, he more or less had the potential to be a dog's errand boy. Little Tiger, seeing as you're so loyal, I can't let you stay a hall master, Jiang Che said gently, and the little tiger by the side immediately sat up straight at the sound of his voice, and a bright light radiated from his eyes. Tell you what, when we have our next meeting, I'll announce that I'll make you the vice-governor of my frying sky gang. Roar! This light sentence from Jiang Che directly caused the little tiger to become excited. They couldn't even suppress their inner excitement and directly roared out in a low voice. Nowadays, the little tiger had already broken through to level 55, and his strength was no longer to be underestimated. In Jiang Che's opinion, Little Tiger was also qualified to become a vice gang leader. Upon hearing the commotion, Silver Sable, Color Scale, Little Black, Little Flash, and Egg also all gathered around. A bunch of little guys, all excited. But even after 2.5 years had passed, Egg's body was still as petite as ever. Jiang Che purposely placed the egg on his side to save this little guy from falling. When the several spirit beasts were seated, Little Fire's wings lifted up and directly lifted up in place, transforming into a fiery light that flew towards the distance. With this, the 8 spirit beasts flew recklessly over the ancient city of Xi'an. Although the ancient city of Xi'an had many rules, Jiang Che and the others had no qualms about it. That's strength. Many people in the ancient city of Xi'an have long been accustomed to the red flame luan birds that roam the sky, and no one is willing to step in to stop them, because even the Xi'an Wang family could be casually suppressed by Yi Zimeng. Even if they didn't look at Luo Shuyan and the others' own strength, just the name of the imperial Capitoline family alone, no one would dare to mess with Jiang Che and the others. Early the next morning, after the 4 of them washed up, Luo Shuyan walked towards the academy. Now they were the top stars of Tianke Academy. Wherever you go, you'll be in the spotlight. With a stunningly beautiful face, enchanting body, and even more demonic to the extreme talent. And it's still 4 people traveling together. It's hard not to be noticed. As soon as Luo Shuyan and the others entered the academy, they were mobbed by the many trainees. Under that crowded sea of people, it was harder than hell to move a step. With no choice but to fly through the sea of people, the 4 of them had no choice but to fly through the air. Among the senior cadets of this term, other than the 4 of them, there were only 3 other cadets who possessed king-level strength. Everyone else didn't have the power to fly, so flying in midair could really be considered unimpeded. Soon, a large square in the Tianke Academy had already been crowded with people. Luo Shuyan, the 4 of them, flew all the way to the top of the high platform. The moment they appeared, instantaneous mountainous cheers rang out, deafening cries, as if 10,000 cannons were firing in unison. Seeing these 4 legends of Tianke Academy, the students below were all excited. Each and every one of them had stars in their eyes, looking at the 4 of them in awe. Li Yan controlled the scene several times in a row, which made the mountainous cheers gradually weaken. Water smoke, Now the new 100 Schools League is about to begin. As the last champion, a little encouragement for you underclassmen. These trainees have been admiring you for a long time, and many of the new students came to T-on-K Academy because of you. They all regard you as, among other things, goals and idols in the cultivation path. There are many other cadets who are in the same level as you. This time they will represent the academy in the 100 Schools League, so you guys boost your morale. Immediately, the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, came to the forefront of the high platform at Li Yan's gesture, looking at the passionate, youthful Imperial Beast Masters below. Although the age of the four of them was similar to the many trainees below, they seemed to be long gone from the same stage. The current Luo Shuiyan 4 had long since all been Imperial-grade Imperial Beast Masters, stepping into the ranks of the powerful. Looking at the crowd below, Luo Shuiyan's expression also became grave. A faint pressure of a female emperor was released from her body. All of you T-on-K cadets, soon, you will be participating in the 100 Schools League. Participating in the 100 Schools League. It's no surprise that what everyone wants is to make a name for themselves, obtain cultivation resources, and have their fame resonate throughout the entire imperial capital. But ever thought about after that? Everyone should know that the human race is weak nowadays, and had it not been for the internal strife of the demon race 1,000 years ago, our human race might have been compressed to less than 1/10 of its current territory. To put it in a more serious way, it may even lead to the severance of my human race's inheritance. If one day, the demon race once again consolidates its power to invade the human race, will you be able to fight for the human race at that time? Is there enough strength to guard your loved ones and friends? I hope that our T-on-K scholars, and even the entire Great Jin dynasty, the entire human race of Imperial Beast Masters, will fight for the rise of the human race. Luo Shuiyan's words were deafening, and for a moment, the entire room was silent. Everyone stood still, staring blankly at the four figures on top of the high platform. Even Li Yan was sweating a bit at this moment. Even he, the head of the Imperial Beastmaster Academy, rarely had this kind of ambition and insight. The trainees under the stage, even more so, hadn't experienced that great battle between the human and demon races, and many had even forgotten the history. It was only when he heard Luo Shuiyan say something like this that a sense of crisis was more or less present in his heart. However, nowadays, the human race is full of families and powerful people. It is not usually difficult for ordinary people to realize their ideals. In order to change this situation, it would be necessary to overthrow those inherent forces of the past and unite the human race. Fight for the rise of the human race. The three of them, Meng, were also boiling with fervor at this moment, and they waved their fists in support. Dean, did we record this speech, this time? Well, it's all been recorded. That's good. It would be nice if more Imperial Beast Masters of my Great Jin dynasty could see it. Luo Shuiyan laughed. Li Yan nodded heavily at his words. At this moment, in the void above the square, Elder Guo looked at Luo Shuiyan several people below, and his expression was actually incomparably excited as well. Bravo, bravo, bravo for the rise of the human race. End of chapter. Chapter 135, Scruples of the Great Jin Imperial Family. After delivering their speeches, the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, had reached an explosive level of popularity in the academy. Above the entire square, all thought about shouts and cheers. Everyone was raising their arms and shouting, "Fight for the rise of the human race." Although many people didn't understand the human-demon war, hearing these words from Luo Shuiyan ignited the passion in their hearts. The hearts of young people are never short of fervor and ambition. These teenagers who have not yet gone out into the world have the courage to go forward. Luo Shuiyan's words seemed to ignite the entire Heavenly K Academy students. After the speech was over, the four of them returned to the villa, and Luo Shuiyan began her seclusion. The sensation caused by Luo Shuiyan's speech was very great, and with Li Yan's push, this speech of hers began to circulate among the various Imperial Beast Master Academies in Great Jin. It then became more and more widespread, and all the young Imperial Beast Masters, at this moment, seemed to have been ignited with that fervor in their hearts. It was as if they had found their goal of stepping into the cultivation path. For a while, those young Imperial Beast Masters' ambitions were unprecedentedly high at this moment. Fight for the rise of the human race. This sentence was like a heavy hammer that struck above every cadet's chest, urged them to move forward with determination. The history of the great war between the human and demon races was actually not a hidden secret. Most of the worldly families and powerful people knew all about it. It is only for their own benefit that they selectively forget. Even for the sake of their own family, to be able to prosper for a long time, they were deliberately erasing this past. They were removing the sense of urgency that human sentinels had for that great war, trying to make more of them mundane. Even the royal families of the major dynasties kept large armies at their borders though, but what they are doing is just consolidating their own imperial power and rule. What was implemented was nothing more than suppressing other forces everywhere. The only thing that went through his mind was how to expand his territory. Add war and bloodshed for your own rights and interests. Not long afterward, the video of Luo Shuyan's public speech in the square this time was broadcast in the Great Jin Palace. Many of the nobles of the world's families, along with the high officials of the dynasty, were here to watch in the Great Hall. The supervisory crown prince, who was sitting on the first place, listened to Luo Shuyan's deafening remarks, and for a while, his voice was low as he opened his mouth. This girl is so insightful at such a young age. Although he is still just an ordinary student of the Imperial Beastmaster Academy today, he has such a far-reaching ambition. It is truly a blessing for my great Jin dynasty. While saying that, Sima Prime even applauded. It was just that the many hundred officials and powerful dignitaries below, after hearing Sima Qingtian's words, only made token perfunctory, concurring compliments. No one really evaluates anything. After the crowd left, the crown prince's face instantly turned gloomy. This woman, Luo Shuyan, I've dealt with her. Outstanding talent, meticulous mind, truly a rare talent. If it grows up in the future, it will indeed be a blessing for the human race. Imperial grandson Sima Changkong, who was still recalling Luo Shuyan's words at the moment, couldn't help but nod in admiration and said, only before he could finish his words, he was met with a fierce glare from Sima Qingtian, scaring him into shutting his mouth in a hurry. What's wrong with father? Is something wrong? Sima Qingtian's brows were tightly locked, and a cold aura seemed to flash through his eyes as he said, this woman is indeed not simple. She is extremely ambitious. Changkong, as the imperial grandson, don't you think that she has somewhat overstepped her bounds with these remarks? Ha! She's ambitious? Unauthorized? Hearing those words from his own father, Sima Changkong's mind was a bit confused for a moment. He wasn't as sensitive as the crown prince and didn't have such a strong political mind. He just felt that Luo Shuyan's words just now made sense. Even less thought was given to the question of usurpation. Not far away, Sima Wei's face was also very surprised. She didn't expect her father to change his face so quickly. Obviously, just now, in front of the group of ministers, he had praised Luo Shuyan for her great ambitions and for being a blessing to the great Jin dynasty, but now it changed its face and even labeled it as an unauthorized act. Sima Wei's thoughts were the same as Sima Changkong's. In her opinion, Luo Shuyan's words were so impassioned, letting people hear it would only make their blood boil. Luo Shuyan's 4 people standing on top of that high platform was the most dazzling existence. They seemed to be what the younger generation of Imperial Beast Masters should look like. I know father, my child understands. Seeing the flash of anger on Sima Qingtian's face, as well as that gloomy look, Sima Changkong hurriedly nodded and said, this is a situation where whether you understand it or not, you have to say you do anyway. In Sima Changkong's opinion, Luo Shuyan was nothing more than a woman. Although there were some ambitions in his heart and his talent was considered outstanding, but with only her power alone, is it hard to threaten the imperial power of the Sima family? This Luo Shuyan is exceptionally talented, but at just the early 20s, she's already a 6-star emperor-level powerhouse. I'm afraid no one can possess this kind of talent for at least 300 years, and the other 3 of her so-called Rosebud girls are each extraordinary. Not only are all of their talents outstanding, their backgrounds are even bigger than one another. How could it be such a coincidence that the girls were brought together? It's almost like it was planned in advance. Moreover, you must not forget that Guo Lao is the legacy of the previous dynasty. Father's high opinion. Sima Qingtian's face was now becoming more and more gloomy the more he spoke. Originally, he was also very optimistic about Luo Shuyan and was prepared to pull in this outstandingly talented young girl, but now he suddenly realized that this woman was somewhat out of control. From watching this speech, Sima Prime's heart truly had the idea of suppressing Luo Shuyan. Inside a villa in the ancient city of Xi'an, Luo Shuyan and her group stayed behind closed doors and didn't care about any information from the outside world, only focusing on their own cultivation. Time passed slowly, and the new 100 School League, in full swing. This edition of the 100 Schools League could be said to be 100 flowers competing for color, with dark horses appearing frequently, and a constant stream of strong young Imperial Beastmasters appearing on the field. The end result was that the percentage of ordinary-born Imperial Beastmaster trainees represented in the selection contest was significantly higher than usual. Outside the villa that day, guests finally came to the door. This person was none other than Luo Shuyan's class tutor for the 4 of them, Xue Bingning. 3 years had passed, and Xue Bingning was now a mentor who had led a session. Senior participants, however, are now no longer required to take the course, in Xue Bingning's opinion. In this world, the strongest man is honored, and only a strong strength is the king. Therefore, after listening to Luo Shuyan's speech, Xue Bingning directly resigned from her position as a mentor. In her opinion, it was only appropriate for Luo Shuyan to be her mentor. She wanted to learn from a strong person like Luo Shuiyan. End of chapter. Chapter 136, Going to the Border Again. Spied on. Mr. Shui, what brings you here? Seeing that Shui Bingning actually took the initiative to come to the door today, Lin Shuer was a bit surprised and hurriedly invited the other party in a polite manner. Although nowadays, several people didn't go to the academy much anymore and were all above Shui Bingning in strength. But no matter what, the other party was also the teacher of the four of them. Shuer, you should stop calling me mentor in the future. I have now resigned from my job as a mentor at Tianke Academy. Shui Bingning said with a smile, revealing a touch of relaxation in her tone, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. Although she resigned from her position as a tutor at Tianke Academy, she did not feel the slightest bit of reluctance. Hearing Shui Bingning's words, Lin Shuer was slightly stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Shui Bingning to resign. It was important to know that Shui Bingning, as a rookie tutor, had the four of them being such outstanding Imperial Beastmasters in the first class of trainees she brought with her. As the mentor of the champion player of the Great Jing Dynasty's 100 Schools League, Shui Bingning's high rise in the future was a certainty. So what are you going to do in the future? Lin Shuer was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Shui Bingning was doing to come back to them after she resigned. I want to babysit for you guys for a couple of years first, shadow you and learn the ropes, and then apply for a mentor job when I've learned my lesson. Shui Bingning faintly smiled, her red lips lightly biting as she asked. I don't know if it's convenient. You guys won't think I'm troublesome, right? When Lin Shuer heard these words from Shui Bingning, she didn't know how to answer for a moment, but at this time Luo Shuyan came down from upstairs. Sister Shui, what are you talking about? It's not like a couple of us are big ladies. Where do we need a babysitter? If you want to stay with us, then we'll just pack out a room. Luo Shuyan naturally came to Shui Bingning's side, wearing a smile without the slightest bit of rejection. For Shui Bingning, Luo Shuyan still had a relatively good feeling. Among that Heavenly K Academy that was corrupted by power, teachers like Shui Bingning who were young and still had ambitions were rare. Moreover, in Tian K Academy, Shui Bingning also took care of them, doing her best to be very responsible. What's more, Shui Bingning was the most newcomer tutor and was very young herself, not much older than a few people. Even if you live together there is no generation gap and communication is not awkward. Hearing Luo Shuyan agree to her request, Shui Bingning immediately smiled broadly. Where do I need to bother you guys? I'll just clean up my own room. Hearing Luo Shuyan address herself, Shui Bingning was very happy. At least this would quickly close the distance between the two sides. Not to mention that as a beautiful woman, no one wants to be called too old-fashioned. Shui Bingning was also very hard-working, and on the first day she moved into the villa, she personally cooked and showed off her excellent cooking skills. That table of sumptuous delicacies made the four of them. Luo Shuyan, look at it with wide eyes. The colors and flavors were so good that the whole villa was filled with the aroma of food. Among the four people in the villa, usually only Luo Shuyan's cooking skills were quite good. The remaining three could be described as a mess. And the dishes Luo Shuyan made were again a far cry from Shui Bingning. Jiang Che directly gorged himself on the food, and he was very welcoming to Shui Bingning's arrival. This Shui Bingning can be said to be a typical mature imperial lady. The knit brows and smile are exuding that mature and attractive flavor, just like a ripe peach. Not to mention her proud figure. She was like a gentle big sister after coming to the villa. Jiang Che also didn't expect that not only did this Shui Bingning's steamed buns have a proud appearance, the steamed buns were equally delicious. After Shui Bingning moved into the villa, it was only then that she truly felt the hard work of Luo Shuyan's several people in their cultivation. The four of them spent almost all of their time on cultivation. Such a self-disciplined person, there was no need for the academy to urge them at all. It has been proven that the efforts behind geniuses cannot be ignored as well. The fact that the four of them, Luo Shuyan, were able to have a full imperial rank in their senior year was inseparable from their hard work. Time flew by, and soon another month passed. Luo Shuyan opened her eyes and counted the time. At this time, almost a month had passed since the new 100 Schools League in that imperial capital. In accordance with the flow of the season, in a few days the winners will move and set off for the border with those arranged by the powers that be. Enter Kanglan Mountain to contract their respective new spirit beasts. It's time for us to depart as well. During dinner, Luo Shuyan looked at the crowd and said, "Departure? Where to?" Shui Bingning was head over heels in confusion. She didn't expect that she had just come to the villa and Luo Shuyan was about to go out. The point was that in her memory, there didn't seem to be any special events going on during this time to be sure. The three of them, Lin Shuer, who were on the side, were also stunned when they heard Luo Shuyan's words, and they all put down their chopsticks and raised their heads to look towards him. Lin Shuer and Yi Ziming's eyes were full of doubts, but Oxia Xiao Xiao was a little excited and thrilled, seemingly looking forward to the new adventure. We're going to the border this time, to hunt for treasure. Luo Shuiyan smiled mysteriously towards the several people without explaining too much. This time, it was about the secret realm, and Luo Shuiyan didn't reveal any information. After all, the involvement of this one was just too great, and the human demon race and the spirit race would all be involved. The most crucial thing was that the matter of one's own rebirth absolutely could not be revealed. Okay, then I'll go pack my bags, Izumo said with a nod at his words. After spending so much time together, several people had become very much in tune with each other. Luo Shuiyan would always know many things that normal people could not understand, but since she wasn't volunteering, the three weren't going to pursue it. Anyway, every time Luo Shuiyan's decision was made, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. As long as they followed Luo Shuiyan, they would never suffer. Several people are action-oriented and do what they say they're going to do. Tickets were soon purchased and on the train to the border city. However, this time Schwebingning didn't follow. After all, the difference in strength between Schwebingning and the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, was too great. She knew that her lack of strength would drag Luo Shuiyan and the others down, so she stayed in the villa. Father, Luo Shuiyan and her team of Rose Maidens left Xi'an on an intercity train. When Luo Shuiyan's speech was broadcasted in the palace, the royal family then planted their own eyes in Tianke Academy, and even in the ancient city of Xi'an. Luo Shuiyan had only just set off 2 days ago, when Sima Changkong, inside the palace hall, received the news reported by his men. Where did they go? Father, the four of them are traveling on a train that terminates in Shu City. Hearing Sima Changkong's words, a cold aura immediately flashed across Sima Qingtian's eyes. Shu City? What are they doing in Shu City at this time? Somehow, Sima Prime's brows were furrowed, and his thoughts were very sharp. Although he didn't know what Luo Shuiyan wanted to go for, he was able to vaguely detect that something seemed to be about to happen. Keep sending someone to keep a close watch on them. End of chapter. Chapter 137, Old Man of Sichuan. Killing Machine. It was just that Sima Qingtian and the others didn't know that Luo Shuiyan and her group going to Shu City wasn't the final destination, but it was just a stopover. It's been 4 days on the bus and I'm sure everyone is tired. Let's rest here for the day and wait until tomorrow afternoon before we leave. Several people had no objections to Luo Shuiyan's arrangement, especially Oxia Xiao Xiao and Lin Shuer. Their eyes were filled with joy. This place has a completely different culture from the ancient city of Xi'an. Now as soon as they got off the bus, several people felt very new. Zhang Che also couldn't help but look around. The city here was different from Xi'an. After his own life, he lies flat at home every day. Nowadays it is still very relaxing to take in the customs of different regions. The four girls then brought their respective spirit beasts and prepared to find a hotel in Shu City to stay in first. A few people were going to rest first, and then make their way tomorrow. However, due to their excessive size, both Little Lightning and Little Fire could only stay within the Imperial Beast space. After all, this was a human city, and it was very crowded with people. Not the Xi'an ancient city they were familiar with earlier. A behemoth like this that spreads its wings over 10 meters at every turn. That's just a bit of a woofer. Zhang Che was held in Luo Shuiyan's arms, while the color scales became very slender in size and shrunk into Yizimeng's sleeves. The silver eagle was also held by Lin Shuer. As for the eggs, since they weren't even grown up yet, they were stepping on Li Shuer's shoulders. Little Tiger and Little Black. Want to let Oxia Xiao Xiao hold? That is absolutely impossible. Auntie Tiny was good enough not to ride the tiger cub underneath her. Among the several people, Oxia Xiao Xiao walked in the forefront, while Xiao Hei and Little Tiger were like bodyguards, opening the way in front. Pedestrians on the road, seeing these two ferocious spirit beasts, queued towards one side. Shu City can be said to be a very busy city. Lights and wine-green pedestrians are endless, shouting in clamor. This place is located in the southern part of the Great Jin Dynasty, and can be considered the southern part of the Great Jin Dynasty, the most prosperous metropolis. Even the climate between the two cities is slightly different because of the distance from the ancient city of Xi'an. This area is densely populated and merchants come and go. And this Shu City was once the capital of another country 300 years ago. The built-up area is large enough to accommodate a large population. However, it was later annexed by the Great Jin Dynasty and turned into a city in the south. And because of the many mountain ranges surrounding Shu City, which was previously a country of its own, the cultural traditions of the area are somewhat different from those of other regions. After capturing this country, the imperial family of the Great Jin had been heavily employing people from Shu as officials, to stabilize the people and strengthen their rule. However, even after 300 years had passed, the dependencies still had not been fully integrated into the Great Jin Dynasty, and the cultural practices of each other were very different. As soon as Luo Shuyan and the others got off the bus, they realized that even the residents of the Shu land were wearing slightly different costumes from them. But this has facilitated, even more, the comings and goings of the merchants. Someone is secretly watching us. Their strength should be on the same level as the Yin family's old ancestor, with a high probability of being at the peak martial Zun realm. The four of them, falling water smoke, were still searching for a hotel to land in when Jiang Che's holographic perspective spotted the uninvited guests. Above the void at this moment, a mysterious old man appeared. The white hair was gray, and the clothes on his body looked very flashy, a white robe fluttering in the wind. Very extraordinary temperament. Between the hands and feet is a superior air. Obviously this person's status was not bad. Someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Jiang Che gave Luo Shuiyan a description of the man's demeanor and appearance, and Luo Shuiyan was immediately puzzled. She then gently raised her eyebrows, seemingly guessing the identity of the other party. After hearing Jiang Che's reminder, the few people didn't have too many mood swings either. They are no longer the freshmen they were, and their minds are much more stable and mature than before. All four are very skillful, continue to rush, as usual, shopping all the way around, as if they did not find each other at all, until the four found a hotel. Only after entering the hotel room did Iziming ask with a slight frown on her brow, "What kind of person was it just now that has been spying on us in the dark? This has only just arrived in Shu City and is being targeted by unknown powerhouses? We're all Imperial Beastmasters now, able to go completely unnoticed by us. This person's strength must be extremely high. I don't know exactly what exactly is his intention. Arriving in this strange city and being targeted by a mysterious and powerful man." Iziming's character was already cautious and mature, plus now that she had become the head of the Yin family, Iziming considered even more. At this moment, she couldn't help but doubt this person's identity. "Don't worry, it's fine. Anyway, we'll just stay here in Shu City for one night and leave tomorrow. Maybe that's a strong person from Shu City, just a little curious about a few of us. There's no need for everyone to take it to heart." Luo Shuyan was very relaxed at this time, and even comforted a few people. It was because from Jiang Che's description just now, she guessed this person's identity. She was very familiar with this person. The old man was named Zhang Kai, a person from Shu. However, after Shu was destroyed, Zhang Kai had no choice but to submit to the imperial family of Great Jin for some reason, and now he was the current lord of Shu City. In her previous life, Luo Shuiyan integrated the human forces to establish the First Central Empire, and this person was one of the great generals under her command. "Everywhere I go I'm being watched. I'm always passive. This time I'm going to spy on them too." Although Luo Shuyan said that there was nothing wrong, Jiang Che came to have a few moments of temper. He couldn't swallow being treated this way 3 times. "Come on, get ready to go out and do some counter-surveillance as well." After all these years of precipitation, Jiang Che's Qilin bloodline degree had already reached 65%, and mastered an extremely powerful means of concealment. Jiang Che estimated that unless that kind of legend was among the Emperor realm powerhouses, otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to discover him in hiding. After flying out of the hotel, Jiang Che searched in all directions. His holographic perspective had expanded to a radius of over 10 kilometers as his realm continued to break through. Trying to find someone wasn't a difficult task at all for the current Jiang Che. Jiang Che discovered through his holographic perspective that Zhang Kai was currently located above the Chengzhou Mansion's hospitality hall and was sitting in the very center, and below its seat were 4 more people, each with an extraordinary aura. "City Lord, I'm sure you should have seen, today, the 4 little girls of Luo Shuiyan, right?" One of them, a middle-aged man, looked at Zhang Kai and inquired. "Well, I observed them from afar, and this woman is indeed very extraordinary." Zhang Kai nodded. He was very optimistic about Luo Shuiyan in his heart. After watching the video of Luo Shuiyan's speech, Zhang Kai was even more impressed with Luo Shuiyan's ambition. In this day and age, amongst the young Imperial Beastmasters, it was rare to find someone who was as ambitious and patterned as falling water. This woman is indeed extraordinary, but she is a bit ignorant of the rules. What His Highness the Crown Prince means is that he hopes that you, Lord City Lord, will allow her to, forever, remain in Shu. End of chapter. Chapter 138, letting my former ministers and generals come to kill me. You're afraid that your calculations will come to naught. Prince? This guy is really no good. I was right about him last time. This conversation within the city lord's mansion was completely captured in Jiang Che's eyes by utilizing his holographic perspective. Even their voices were audible. After hearing this plot against himself and the others, Jiang Che was immediately nonplussed. He didn't expect that his party had no grudges with the royal family, and after arriving in Shu City, the royal family actually planned to take action against them. Even if Jiang Che had been an ordinary laborer in his previous life and didn't know anything about politics, at least he didn't have problems with his ears. He heard clearly that the crown prince of that great Jin dynasty had a murderous intent towards himself and the others. Jiang Che's face became gloomy even though his heart was displeased, but he didn't make a move and continued to stay where he was. wanting to see just what plan the other party was planning to use to get rid of them. Only after the man's words fell within the hall of this city lord's mansion, Zhang Kai fell into silence. His eyes stared at the ground in front of him, wondering what he was pondering. With an intriguing expression, why do I somewhat fail to understand what His Highness the Crown Prince means by this? Don't joke, Lord City Lord. Haven't I made it obvious? As if he had detected the shirking intent in Zhang Kai's words, the man frowned and continued. The Crown Prince's meaning is very clear. That is, he wants the Luo Shuiyan to completely disappear from this world, or it's fine to abolish her cultivation. In short, let this Luo Shuiyan no longer have the chance to grow up, either die or become a waste. But Lord City Master must remember, among them there is one named Oxia Xiao Xiao. This person must not be moved, and even not let him suffer a little bit of harm. Oxia Xiao Xiao was a member of the Tsunami sect, and although Sima Prime was jealous of Luo Shuiyan and wanted to out him, he didn't dare to make an enemy of the Tsunami sect yet. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Kai's frown tightened. He quickly said with a bitter smile on his face, "You guys can't be joking with me, right? That Luo Shuiyan's protector is well known to everyone. That's Elder Gua. Elder Gui is a long-established and renowned saint-ranked powerhouse, and when you look at the entire continent, that's one of the top experts. If he knew that something happened to this girl, Luo Shuyan, in my Shu city, wouldn't he just turn my Shu land upside down?" As if he had already sensed that Zhang Kai would say something like this, the man merely snorted coldly. City Lord Zhang doesn't need to worry. The Crown Prince will take care of these matters and naturally won't let your Shu city be implicated. You just need to make things a bit more secretive, such as if that Luo Shuiyan left Shu city by train. Isn't it a simple matter for you, Lord Citadel, to slightly derail that intercity train and cause an accidental death? Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Kai's heart immediately shook and his pupils contracted. He didn't expect Sima Kengtian to act so viciously, and to give up so many lives in order to get rid of Luo Shuiyan. You can't be kidding me. A train wreck? Do you have any idea what that's like? Intercity trains are extremely fast, and if anything goes wrong, it's not just a matter of a few people. It's a matter that can affect the lives of nearly 1,000 people. Zhang Kai was from Shu, and most of the people who rode the train around the Shu city were local residents of Shu. He could not bear to let these people within his own territory suffer from this because of someone else's selfish desires. Upon hearing Zhang Kai's words, that imperial emissary's complexion immediately changed, and his voice went cold. City Lord Zhang Kai, I advise you to be careful with your words. All of this is the order of His Highness the Crown Prince. Are you trying to disobey the decree by pushing back so much? City Lord Zhang, you represent not only yourself, but also Shu Di. I urge you to think about it. Upon hearing this imperial city messenger mention the land of Shu, Zhang Kai immediately felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained out of him. He then leaned back in his chair and nodded somewhat helplessly. Got it. I'll take care of this matter. After Jiang Che heard these words, his complexion was incredibly gloomy, and he quickly rushed back to the hotel. There's no time to rest. Just run for it. That Dijin Imperial Crown Prince is unsettled, actually arranging for people to come and kill us, even to get rid of us, even to the point of burying 1,000 people with us. Grab and run. With that, Jiang Che informed Luo Shuyan of all the things he had just seen. Bang! This Sima family is really sinister and poisonous, narrow-minded and not allowing people ah. Luo Shuyan sniffed angrily and slammed the table. A cold aura flashed in her eyes, and the temperature around her plummeted. However, when she heard Jiang Che mention that Sima Prime had ordered Zhang Kai to be in charge of making the move, Luo Shuyan's expression slightly relaxed again. After all, in a previous life, this Zhang Kai used to be Luo Shuyan's general. The two had been in contact more frequently, and she still had a very good understanding of Zhang Kai's character. The other party is by no means the kind of person who is devious and cunning and kills innocents indiscriminately. We've already bought the tickets. Sima Prime must have already arranged his eyes and investigated our itinerary long ago. He will let Zhang Kai wait until we get on the car and leave Shu City before he does it. This is simply a dead end if we get on the car. Absolutely not on the car. Intercity trains are extremely fast, and if something goes wrong, who knows what will happen. What's more, that Zhang Kai was extremely powerful, but he was in existence at the same level as the Yin family's old ancestor. For Yin Zhong stream, a few people naturally did not put it in their eyes, but that Zhang Kai's strength was not ordinary. However, Luo Shuyan's face was not flustered, and she only looked at Jiang Che with a faint smile. You're wrong. That Zhang Kai would never tamper with the train even if he really wanted to make a move against us, because on the train, there are many innocent people of Shu. Zhang Kai is not Sima Prime, not so ruthless. He is not going to kill innocents indiscriminately for his own selfish desires. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Jiang Che's frown tightened. So what do you mean? It's hard to believe that he might do it tonight? Then wouldn't it be even more important for us to hurry up and pack up and run away? That old guy's strength is not ordinary. Luo Shuyan shook her head once again and said, that's not necessarily true. With Luo Shuyan's understanding of Zhang Kai, if she didn't have the chance to strike, the other party might follow her all the way. Just don't give the other side a chance to get their way during this time in Shu City. In the next period of time, the four women directly closed their doors and did not come out. Even when they go out, they never go to out-of-the-way places and only move around in areas where there is a high concentration of people. The next day, the four went to the station on time as if nothing had happened. Got on the train to the southwestern border, Black Rock City. Not long after getting into the car, Zhang Chei's holographic perspective once again sensed Zhang Kai's figure. This guy didn't get a chance to do it before, and now he's trailing the train the whole way. End of chapter. Chapter 139, if you're not sure, don't turn the car over. Blackstone City was a major border city of the Great Jin Dynasty, and as the vehicle was about to approach its destination, it was able to feel the gravity of the atmosphere outside the window. Even the station is heavily guarded, and as a military stronghold, the architectural structure of this Blackstone City was similar to that of the imperial capital, both divided into two walls, internal and external, to maximize the defense of the town. Even if the outer city was broken, the defending soldiers could still defend themselves by relying on the inner city. And the station is likewise built in the middle of an outer city, just like the imperial capital. Luo Shuyan and the others had traveled for 2 days before arriving at this Blackstone City. After getting off the bus, the crowd simply couldn't stop in time, nor were they in the mood to enjoy the scenery of this border town. Leave the city directly through the shortcut. That Zhang Kai is a 9-star Zune level powerhouse. How sure are you? Seeing Luo Shuyan lead several people all the way towards the outside of the city, Zhang Chei was a bit surprised for a moment. You have to know that this Blackstone City is a border town, a large city that is heavily guarded and heavily guarded. That Crown Prince, Sima Prime, clearly wanted Zhang Kai to secretly deal with the few of them. If he chose to stay in the middle of this Blackstone City, Zhang Kai would definitely not do it easily. But Luo Shuyan's purpose was now obvious, wanting to deliberately lure people into the bait. However, if you go to a secluded place, then Zhang Kai will definitely have nothing to worry about. Zhang Chei didn't know for a moment what Luo Shuyan's bottom line was for doing this, but it was thought that as an empress, she more or less had her own plans. That's why Zhang Chei didn't stop him earlier, only that he was now very curious. Fighting? Honestly, there's no certainty. Hearing Zhang Chei's question, Luo Shuyan decisively shook her head. Zhang Chei froze at his words. Luo Shuyan's answer really surprised him greatly. He didn't expect Luo Shuyan to be so bold as to risk seducing the other party to follow her without any certainty, which was simply taking a joke with her life. This woman, she really likes to make things happen. Sister Watersmoke, where are we planning to go next? Seeing Luo Shuyan walking in a hurry, Lin Shuer's few people hurriedly inquired. After a few people arrived at Blackstone City, they didn't even have time to rest before leaving the city all the way towards the outside. Is there some kind of secret realm, or hidden treasure location around here? Lin Shuer, a few people, all looked at Luo Shuyan with curious gazes. The tacit understanding between them let them know that Luo Shuyan would definitely not be aimless. There's no rush. I'll take you to someone first. Luo Shuyan looked at the several people and smiled faintly without explaining too much. With that, he led a few people to continue walking towards the front. The path that Luo Shuyan took all this way was very remote. Soon the surroundings became very desolate, without the slightest trace of human habitation. Old City Master Zhang, you followed me all the way from Shu City, so I'm sure you must be tired as well. Since you're all here already, why don't you show yourself? Luo Shuyan stopped walking, then suddenly shouted loudly at the sky. This caused the three of them, Lin Shuer, who were on the side, all to be confused, not knowing what was happening. This was because Zhang Chei hadn't told a few people about this opening and preparing to assassinate them, worrying that Lin Shuer's trio was too young to reveal her footsteps. So earlier in Shu City, Luo Shuyan had only said to try to keep a low profile, and at this moment, high in the sky, a flash of surprise flashed across Zhang Kai's aged face. He didn't expect that he would actually be discovered by Luo Shuyan after following along this way. It was important to know that even In Zhong, that kind of low-stage Zune-level powerhouse, would not necessarily be able to discover his traces. The Luo Shuyan at the moment was nothing more than an imperial-grade imperial beast master, but the perception was so sharp that he was actually able to discover his figure. However, what made Zhang Kai appreciate even more was that this Luo Shuyan knew that she was following him, but she still dared to come to this kind of desolate place with such a high level of skill and courage. So this kind of boldness is somewhat rare. Luo Shuyan, you really live up to your name. You actually managed to find out that old me was in the dark, and to recognize the identity of the old man. It really isn't simple. Seeing that he had already been discovered, Zhang Kai no longer hid himself and slowly appeared from the middle of midair. The tone of his voice revealed his appreciation. This person is Shu City proprietor Kai? Seeing the Zhang Kai that appeared in the sky, Yi Ziming's eyes were filled with surprise. As a member of the imperial Capitoline family, she naturally knew the identity of the other party. It was just that she was a bit curious as to why such a strong person would follow a few people to such a desolate place. And listen to the words of Luo Shuiyan. It seems that this Zhang Kai from Shucheng will start to follow all the way. Old City Master Zhang is joking. Your reputation is far and wide. Just ask how many people in the world don't recognize your identity? Luo Shuyan arched her hand towards Zhang Kai and said with a slightly respectful courtesy, "Little doll, since you know me, you might as well make another guess as to why exactly I'm here today." Zhang Kai was also in a happy mood when he heard Luo Shuiyan's words, and with his hands behind his back, he slowly approached towards the few people. It couldn't be clearer. Senior's trip was naturally for the purpose of killing me, Luo Shuyan said without changing her face, still with a smile on her face. His own purpose was directly poked through to his face, which in turn caused Zhang Kai to become nonchalant. He didn't expect that this Luo Shuiyan actually really knew his intentions and was so bold. When Lin Shuer's trio heard this, they were all shocked as well. Zhang Kai was a 9-star Zune level top powerhouse, and an existence of this level was not normally terrifying. The most crucial thing is that it also has a bad heart, so I'm afraid there's some trouble today. The three of them, Lin Shuer, all became very gloomy at this time. Little fellow, you're really bold. Knowing that old me came specifically to kill you, and you deliberately picked such a remote place? What exactly is your purpose? Can it be that you want to choose a feng shui land for yourself in advance? Zhang Kai became interested in Luo Shuiyan for a moment and asked with a smile. A very demonic young genius, and so bold. He didn't directly choose to make a move. It's actually quite simple, because I believe that you won't make a move against me, Old City Lord. Luo Shuiyan's demeanor was still calm and with a hint of confidence. Oh, the smile on Zhang Kai's face intensified as he sniffed, and he was becoming more and more curious about this young man. Old City Master Zhang, you were once a great general of the former Shu kingdom. The kingdom of Shu was destroyed, yet you accepted a high position granted by the imperial family of the Great Jin, thus reviled by countless people in the dependencies, who have called you a traitor and a sellout. The smile on Zhang Kai's face froze, and his expression instantly became grim. This part of his past had always been a pain in his heart that was hard to erase. Looking at Zhang Kai, who seemed to be about to fall into a violent state, the corner of Luo Shuiyan's mouth was curved up. However, although you surrendered to the Great Jin dynasty, there was actually a reason for it. It was because of some situation with your family that forced you to compromise with the Sima family. All these years, although you surrendered to the imperial family of the Great Jin under false pretenses, you actually raised a group of private soldiers, and secretly saved many wanted criminals. The more Luo Shuyan said, the worse Zhang Kai's face became. He didn't expect that the secret he had hidden so deeply would be stripped clean by a junior today. End of chapter. Chapter 140, Conquest. Leaving Dajin. It's over. It's over. This old man is afraid that he's going to be infuriated. You silly woman. You said again that you are not sure about dealing with him, and now you want to provoke people. The more Luo Shuyan spoke on, the worse Zhang Kai's face became. Even his body trembled slightly, and the temperature of the air around him began to plummet. Zhang Che saw that it wasn't good and was ready to move at any time. In this case, it's better to just run away. Although Zhang Che was the strongest amongst the crowd, his current expression was the most nervous. Because of several people, he is the only one who has the ability to underwrite and lead the retreat. You have to know that Zhang Kai, that's a 9-star Zune level top powerhouse. There was only one step away from the saint stage, and with an existence of this level, even if Zhang Che were to display the Dharma heaven and earth right now, transforming into the Qilin's true body, it was difficult to resist even if he exerted his full strength, and the realm gap between the two sides was not normally large. However, compared to Zhang Che, who was ready to run away with his skills at any time, Auxiliary Little was very calm at the moment. There was also a touch of curiosity and excitement revealed among those beautiful eyes. Sister Water Smoke, you're marvelous. Simply a know-it-all. Truly my idol. You know all the gossip. Looking at Luo Shuiyan, Aoi's tiny eyes were beaming with stars. She didn't care about Zhang Kai's expression at all. She just wanted to listen to Luo Shuiyan continue. It's like being an unrelated munchkin. Lin Shuer and Yi Zimen looked at each other, neither of them saying anything. Both were pondering the purpose of Luo Shuiyan doing this. After a couple of years together, we've all developed quite a bit of rapport. Several people believed that Luo Shuiyan was by no means a reckless person. It was impossible that she only thought of using these words to provoke the other party without having a way to respond. Say, where on earth do you know all this from? Zhang Kai's tone was icy cold, and his morose killing intent was unabashedly released. The killing chance among his eyes almost condensed into substance. Zhang Kai also didn't expect that he had thought that it was just a group of ordinary emperor-level juniors, but Luo Shuiyan had, in public, revealed so many of his secrets. If half of this information were to leak out, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Zhang Kai had already moved to kill and kill. It's just that if we're going to move the killers now, all three of the others can't be spared either. After all, Luo Shuiyan had spoken this news in public, and everyone else knew his secret. It absolutely could not be leaked out. However, the background of that auxiliary small identity was really too big, and even Zhang Kai felt very difficult for a while. Even the great Jin prince who ordered him to kill in the first place, have repeatedly urged not to hurt An Xiao Xiao. That old ancestor of the tsunami sect was not something he, Zhang Kai, could afford to offend. City Lord Zhang, you actually told me all of this yourself. Luo Shuyan was completely unafraid in the face of a 9-star Zun-ranked powerhouse's killing intent and still said in a half-joking tone. Only the crowd didn't know that she wasn't joking, but was telling the truth. In her previous life, there was something about these things, and it was indeed Zhang Kai who had personally recounted them to her. Hearing this, since only Jiang Che knew that Luo Shuyan was a reborn person, he was the only one who reacted. Jiang Che sized up Zhang Kai for a few moments. This old guy should be Luo Shuyan's acquaintance from her previous life and have a good relationship. Otherwise, Luo Shuyan wouldn't have known so many of the other party's secrets. It was even more unlikely that he would be so bold as to run to such a remote and desolate place, knowing that the other party had killing intent, and in a dignified manner. These taboos of the other side were uttered. Nonsense! How dare you fool the old man? Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Zhang Kai was even more furious. In his opinion, Luo Shuyan was completely teasing herself. Lord Zhang Cheng first rest his anger, and listen to me continue. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid you're forced to kill me this time, right? If it's not unexpected, it should be an order from that royal family? It's even likely that you, City Lord Zhang, had already figured out exactly how to cover your tracks before you came here. Luo Shuyan's expression remained very calm after she finished telling all of this. Zhang Kai couldn't see the slightest bit of fear or panic in Luo Shuyan's eyes. Who the hell are you? Zhang Kai was a bit anxious and flustered for a moment, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Zhang Kai was really a bit dissatisfied with the orders of the Crown Prince of Dijin. In his opinion, Luo Shuyan was a model amongst the young Imperial Beast Masters today. This kind of demonic genius, he really didn't want to make a move to kill it. That would simply be a loss for the human race. Even more so, he didn't want to take his own children of Dashu in for nothing. So Zhang Kai's did think about exactly how to cover his ears before he came. It allowed Luo Shuyan to keep alive and still not be investigated by the people of the Great Jin Imperial family. But he never expected that even these, Luo Shuyan could actually know. This was simply counterintuitive. Could it be that the other party could see through other people's minds? This caused Zhang Kai, who was a 9-star Zun level, to freeze in the middle of mid-air for a long time without speaking. While hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Yi Ziming and the others on the side were chilled to the bone. They hadn't expected that the person who gave the order would actually be the imperial family of the Great Jin. Himself and the others were the young talents of the Great Jin dynasty, and as a result, they would actually be targeted by the royal family of their own country? Not to mention the imperial Capitoline family, but they had always helped the imperial family in their work, and were still an outcast that could be discarded at any time. Old City Master Zhang, I'm sure you know that I'm Luo Shuyan, and the number one in the last Great Jin Dynasty 100 Schools League. I know that you've actually been choosing to submit to the Great Jin Imperial family for so many years because of your family, but you are in great pain in your heart and still have your heart set on the Great Shu. Would you believe me if I said that I had a way to help you out with the family aspect of your troubles? Luo Shuyan said very frankly. There was a convincing note in her voice. This was the kind of unique aura she had in her previous life as a Jedi Empress. Luo Shuyan's words once again caused Zhang Kai to freeze. It was important to realize that all of his loved ones, all of them, had taken a poisonous insect called the mad bloodworm. This poisonous insect enters the body as if it were rooted, and it will also be manipulated by the person who laid the insect. Once it kicks in, it instantly sucks the blood out of a person, making the host's life worse than death. This was the reason why Zhang Kai succumbed to the Sima family. It was also the means by which the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty was able to control this 9-star Zun-ranked powerhouse. He had been secretly searching for years, but there was no way to break it. Zhang Kai really didn't expect that Luo Shuyan knew everything. He was curious about the Luo Shuyan in front of him. What kind of identity was she? If you can really help me, the old man is willing to be an ox and a horse to repay you, little friend. In the future, concerning the safety of the family, Zhang Kai looked a little excited and his attitude was very sincere. The old city lord is serious. Immediately after Luo Shuiyan explained some things to Zhang Kai, the two sides parted ways and the four of them headed in the direction of the border fortress. It didn't take long for Luo Shuiyan's four to arrive in front of the military fortress and see the pitch-black colored high walls again. Now is not a special period, and because the crown prince has secretly sent people to do it, Luo Shuiyan's several people are not wanted criminals, so the exit formalities were not troublesome, and the four of them left the pass with ease. End of chapter. Chapter 141, First Encounter with the Demon Race. Nowadays, this time point was exactly the time when every 3 years, humans entered Kanglan Mountain to sign contracts with spirit beasts. At this time, the winners on the Great Gene 100 Schools League, as well as the sons and daughters of powerful and noble people from various clans, were also leaving the border and entering Kanglan Mountain during this period. However, Luo Shuiyan's few people, and those imperial beast masters who were heading to Kanglan Mountain were not on different paths. After Luo Shuiyan led the crowd out of the border, she rushed on top of the vast plains outside. This vast area was very desolate, and the concentration of aura was quite a bit lower than Kanglan Mountain. There are many low-level spirit beasts, though, that live here. The same also promotes this place, where spirit beast dealers are rampant. Many people came here specifically to catch some low-level spirit beasts and bring them back to the city to sell them in cages. There are so many of these people that they have almost formed a professional industry chain, distributing all over the Great Gene Dynasty. Although this behavior was hated by the spirit race, for so many years, the spirit race hadn't sent any truly powerful people to deal with this matter, because these spirit beast dealers, who captured spirit beasts mainly also sold them to imperial beast masters to sign contracts. Instead, they're slaughtered or used as slaves, so the spirits don't particularly intervene. What's more, nowadays, the human race and the spirit race have signed a contract, and cooperation to become stronger is already a big trend. These low-ranked spirit beasts that lived on top of the plains signed a contract with the imperial beast master, and both parties were able to fulfill each other. In a way, it's kind of a good thing that this has been going on for many years. Sister Shuiyan, do we still have to continue walking out? If we go any further we'll be close to the territory of the demon race. After leaving the gate Luo Shuiyan led a few people and traveled for a few hours along the way. Izumo asked with some curiosity. No more walking. Let's stay here. Luo Shuiyan glanced around, only to see that this place was very desolate. In the chaotic forest, the vegetation was much less than other areas. Even when you looked up, you couldn't see a thick forest, only a barren one. And a hint of turbid gas could be vaguely seen drifting away in this heaven and earth. It was enough to show that Luo Shuiyan's people were now located in a direction that was already very close to the border of the demon race. This turbid gas is the energy absorbed by the demons. As long as the area was occupied by the demons, it wouldn't take long for the aura within this area to be gradually turbidized and turned into energy that the demons could absorb. This was also the best way to distinguish between the human race and the spirit race, and the demon race. That is the difference in cultivation techniques. And it is precisely for this reason that the two sides have been teaming up against each other. Also because of this, so between the human race and the demon race, want to plant each other inside is basically impossible. Very easy to be poked and prodded. We've already arrived at the rocky beach. The secret realm and the memories of my previous life appeared over here. It's just a pity that in my previous life, I didn't think so much at all. Plus this place is so desolate, it's really a bit difficult to find the exact location. Luo Shuiyan silently surveyed the surroundings and murmured in her heart. When this secret realm appeared in his previous life, it quickly caused a furor. Within just a few hours, a human-demon battle broke out. For a while, the strongest people from all sides converged here, fighting as the sky crumbled and the sand flew away. The melee of so many powerful people had changed the surroundings, and it was impossible to distinguish the exact location. This woman came all the way out here. She must be up to something. Water smoke. Is it hard to believe that we're going to have to deal with those demons now? Luo Shuiyan hadn't been able to reveal her purpose, and even Zhang Che didn't know what she was doing here, so she fortunately asked directly. Speaking of which, he was still Luo Shuiyan's master, and at that time, the two of them had not signed a treaty of equality. Zhang Che, who originally just wanted to lie down properly, didn't realize that Luo Shuiyan, who looked gentle and lovely, wasn't generally fond of messing things up. It's very risky every time and doesn't make things clear. Always dragging your feet until the last minute. It's not going to work out that way. At least he was a sentinel master. Zhang Che didn't want to be kept in the dark. Hearing Zhang Che's follow-up question, Luo Shuiyan had no choice but to tell the whole story. I came here because in my memories of my previous life, a secret realm will soon appear in this area. That secret realm is the ruins of an ancient clan of the human race. But the most crucial thing is that a demonic powerhouse is sealed in the middle of this secret realm. Thinking back to the melee of multiple forces in her previous life, a flash of scorn flashed through even Luo Shuiyan's eyes. This secret realm is not a small matter. If it is not handled well this time, the demon race will directly go to war with Great Gene. And that kind of fight is not like an unusual skirmish. Unlike the previous friction at the border, it's a real large-scale war between the two sides, even the kind that will attack and pillage the city. Luo Shuyan's tone was a bit grave. Jiang Che's expression also became somewhat solemn after hearing this information from Luo Shuyan. He had already learned quite a bit about the demon race. Anyway, if you have any more plans in the future, be sure to tell me in advance. Jiang Che really didn't like it, this feeling of being kept in the dark. The four of them then stayed near this rocky beach and waited for a few days one after another. Suddenly one day, Jiang Che woke up with a start. At the moment, in his holographic perspective, there was a person rapidly approaching in the opposite direction of the chaotic beach from the Great Jin Fortress. A humanoid creature, to be precise. The existence that appeared in Jiang Che's holographic viewpoint was only 3 meters tall, with a very robust figure. His entire body was dark and black, and at his forehead, there was also something that resembled a bull's horn, just like the bull demon king in Jiang Che's previous life. Jiang Che immediately reacted that this was most likely the demon race that Luo Shuyan had mentioned many times. Seeing this strange creature for the first time, Jiang Che was also a bit nervous, and immediately cast his skill to probe. Demon race, 4-star royal level. Looking so strange. I thought it was some kind of expert, but it's just a little 4-star imperial level trash. After seeing the specific information of this visitor, Jiang Che didn't care. Although the visitor was from the demon race, with this kind of strength, it wasn't enough to scare Jiang Che. Immediately afterward, Jiang Che then relayed the news that the people of the demon race were approaching to Luo Shuyan and the others. A mere 4-star imperial level. The odds are that this demon race's people are coming to the border to practice. It's irrelevant. There are demon clans in the borderlands, and naturally there are demon hunters. Our Great Jin Dynasty's army, which also sends squads to patrol the borders, often gets into friction with these demon race people. After learning about the other party's strength from Jiang Che, Luo Shuyan didn't care about it. However, even though it was said that the other party was not his opponent, it was possible to let the three of them, Lin Yi Shuer, to practice. I'll leave this guy to you guys. It's inevitable to fight with the demon race in the future, so familiarize yourself with it in advance. Luo Shuyan said to the three. Lin Shuer immediately jumped at the words. Then let me do it. Egg hasn't been fighting since it hatched, so it's a good time to practice with this demon. End of chapter. Chapter 142 Demon Hunter. Demon Chopper, Oxia Xiao Xiao and Ez Meng. Although they were also a bit curious about this demon race, but when they heard Lin Shuer's words, they naturally wouldn't compete with her. It was just as well that they wanted to see what strength the egg was already after growing for so long. After Jiang Che pointed out the direction, the four of them, Luo Shuyan, immediately walked towards the direction of that demon race person. Is this the demon race? It's the first time I've seen it with my own eyes today. Indeed, I've only seen images of the demon race in the middle of a video before. This guy is so ugly. He actually has 2 horns on his head. It wasn't long before the four of them arrived at a boulder that was a few feet large, just in time to be able to see the dark-colored demon race in the distance. Regarding this demon race that was about to approach, Lin Shuer and the others didn't have the slightest bit of fear and didn't place the other party in their eyes at all. Demon hunters? Or 4 females? Interesting. At the same time, the demonic man in the distance also noticed Luo Shuyan and the others, and his gaze was filled with contempt. After all, Luo Shuyan's several people were really too young. Even now they were only in their early 20s. All the other Imperial Beast Master geniuses of the same age were still campaigning for the Great Jin Dynasty's 100 Schools League, preparing to enter Kanglan Mountain to contract their second spirit beast. As for the 4 of them individually, they had already broken through to the Imperial Extreme Imperial Beast Master, to the point where they could even come out to the border to explore. Ha 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 ha, if I can capture all 4 of you back this time, I, Moxie, will be able to obtain even more rewards from above. This demon race man, looking at Luo Shuyan's 4 people, laughed rampantly, his eyes filled with greed. It was as if he had taken a few people, as if they were in his pocket. It is possible for a person of the demon race to impregnate a woman of the human race if they have taken her captive. And this kind of child born from both the human and demon races will inherently possess these 2 bloodlines in their bodies. Among the demon race, the status of those with this bloodline was very low end, because the demon race is completely despised by humans. In their view, the human race was the low-end race, and only the demon race was the noblest and most qualified to live in this world. The half-blooded demons with human bloodlines, on the other hand, were the lowest class of existence, and most of them could only be reduced to slavery. There is also a small portion that is trained to be sent by the demons to lurk as spies in the human region. Demons with a pure bloodline could turn the aura around their bodies into turbid aura, and had no way to lurk amongst the forces of the human race. However, this kind of existence with the bloodline of two races was not subject to such limitations, and as long as they were not actively exposed, it was generally very difficult to discover them. Schwerer, strike hard, no need to leave anyone alive. Hearing such arrogant words from this demon raceman, Luo Shuyan's eyes emitted a morose killing aura amongst them. In her previous life as an empress, she had fought with these demon clans for an unknown number of times. I don't know how many people have died in the hands of these demons. Lin Schwer was also furious to the extreme at this moment, and immediately her wings coalesced behind her back as she flew towards the demon race in front of her. The cold aura of the Ice Heart sword in his hand blossomed, and a morose cold aura surrounded it. The silver eagle wrapped around Lin Schwer's waist, waiting for an opportunity to move. Egg, on the other hand, followed behind Lin Schwer and flew in midair. You actually have a magic treasure? Seeing the long sword in Lin Schwer's hand glowing with a silver-white cold light, Moxie instantly became serious. Bang! A roar rang out, and this Emosia actually used his own arm to directly go and collide with the long sword in Lin Schwer's hand. For a time, fire splashed everywhere, and it actually made the sound of gold and stone striking each other. And at Moxie's wrist, an indentation was cut out by Lin Schwer's sword. However, there was no blood coming out of his arm, and it was obvious that he hadn't caused any injuries, carrying the attack of a magic treasure with his physical body. This scene really surprised Lin Schwer and the others. Is this the demon race? Flesh strength is not on the same level as the human race at all. Schwer doesn't have to worry. He's the weapon demon clan of the demon clan. This type of demon race specializes in the physical body, and their bodies are their own weapons. This type of demon race chooses to use various materials and refine their bodies into weapons. That's why their fleshly bodies are so strong. Luo Shuyan could see Lin Schwer's surprise and hurriedly spoke out to remind her, avoiding her messing up. Recognize me? I didn't expect you to be so young and have extraordinary insights, but unfortunately it's not much use. Give up your resistance earlier and you can still suffer less. Moxie let out a sardonic laugh, her face full of disdain, completely disregarding the few people in her eyes. He then transformed both of his palms into claws and grabbed towards Lin Schwer, the gust of wind emitting a roar. Bang! 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 For a time, the two of them exchanged dozens of rounds in mid-air. This weapon demon's arms were like steel as it hardened against Lin Schwer's Ice Heart sword. Any weapon demon, unless it is a great success, it will certainly not refine soldiers all over its body. Recalling Luo Shuyan's hints, Lin Schwer also gradually calmed down. A white light suddenly lit up. That was the egg flying in the air, applying a barrier to Lin Schwer's body surface. At the same time, Moxie's claws, which looked like divine weapons, instantly fell. It was just that with the barrier that Egg had cast to block it, Lin Schwer's body only flew backwards and out, but the barrier did not shatter. Lin Schwer flew in the middle of mid-air, the Ice Heart sword in her hand waving densely. In a flash, spiritual energy gathered and thousands of sword shadows bloomed around it. Starfall Sword Gothic. As Lin Schwer let out a low shout, uncountable sword shadows flew towards Emosia. For a while, all of the mid-air was occupied by Lin Schwer's sword chi. Boy, I didn't realize that the airfield would still know this kind of move. It's like the 10,000 swords in a Blue Star martial arts movie. Seeing the sword shadows that filled the sky, Jiang Che couldn't help but smack his lips for a moment. This splendid move of 10,000 swords firing in unison was not normally eye-catching. The most crucial thing was that these sword chi were very dense and extremely fast. Ding! 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 Lin Schwer's sword chi covered the sky, and Emosia's fists and feet were used, and for a while, his body flashed with sparks. Only soon, his original contemptuous expression gave way to a gurgling scream. Just as Lin Schwer expected, this Moxie only had her hands and feet refined into weapons along with her waist and back. The rest of her defense was poor. Now that Lin Schwer had cast this kind of intensive ranged skill, it was defeated in just one move. Numerous wounds appeared on Moxie's body for a while. Coupled with Lin Schwer, the Ice Heart sword in her hand emitted the power of cold ice. The cold air entered the body, causing Moxie's body to stiffen for a moment, and the blood in her body seemed to be frozen, so she couldn't move. Die! Lin Schwer's eyes lit up when she saw this and waved her spirit sword in her hand instantly. She was going to ride the wave of victory. Hee, stupid human. Do you really think that this is the only thing we, the weapon demon clan, are capable of? Emosa looked at the flying Lin Schwer without the slightest bit of fear and instead burst out laughing, only to see its body, the black and incomparable like armor-like skin, at this time even have melted. Finally, it converged into a shield with the shape of a black spike. The speed of this black shield skyrocketed, and it directly charged towards Lin Schwer. Caught off guard, Lin Schwer could only hold her sword in a horizontal block, and was directly knocked out by the black-pointed shield. Luckily, it was protected by Egg's energy shield and didn't suffer any injuries. Where do you want to run? Right at this moment, Luo Shuyan's icy voice rang out, exuding a morose killing intent in her tone. It turned out that after that Moxie dismounted his armor, he simply didn't care to fight again, and directly ran in the direction of the border of the demon clan. End of chapter. Chapter 143 Ancient Secret Realm appears. Human and demon races shake. Can't let this guy go. Chase. Zimeng and Oxia Xiao Xiao, who hadn't made a move, also brought their spirit beasts at this moment and quickly chased towards Moshi. Looking at the speed of the few people, Jiang Che couldn't help but shake his head. You guys are still too slow. Jiang Che, who had thought that he didn't need to make a move, sighed slightly. All he wanted was a good lay. Not realizing that it was now up to him to salvage the situation, Jiang Che took a step and directly merged into space. In the next second, he appeared directly behind Moxie as if he had instantly moved. Watching a familiar golden light flash in front of her, a happy smile appeared on Luo Shuyan's face and her movements slowed down. She knew that this was Jiang Che striking out. Moxie, who was desperately fleeing, had never expected Jiang Che's speed to be so fast that he could actually appear behind him in an instant. Even more so, he didn't notice the golden light that Jiang Che flung out of his hand. The Qilin seal flew out and directly smashed this Moxie. He didn't expect his magic power to be out of operation, and for a moment he couldn't control his body, directly planting himself from mid-air and falling to the ground. However, this Moxie was worthy of being of the Weapon Demon clan. Her body was very hard, and she fell right onto the boulder of the rocky beach, smashing that rock out of a small pit. Being knocked down by Jiang Che and unable to work his magic, this Moxie was quickly caught up. Luo Shuyan's 4 people surrounded this Moxie in the center, cutting off any chance of escape. White, not bad for you. This demon race is actually presuming to escape. In front of our little white spatial power, escape is an extravagance. Luo Shuyan and the others all looked at Little White with delighted faces. The 4 of them didn't mince their words of praise, and Jiang Che's big baby had once again taken credit for it. Faced with the 4 people surrounding him, Moshi's previous arrogance and contempt disappeared, and only endless fear remained in his eyes. He subconsciously touched his back, where there was a deep dent, right at the moment he was smashed just now. It wasn't just his own spiritual energy that was out of operation. Even his internal organs had suffered considerable injuries under that huge force. The injuries caused by this mere casual strike from Jiang Che were not something that Lin Shuer could compare to when she had just used the roiling sword shadows. A 7th order spirit beast? How is that possible? Moxie stared at Jiang Che dead in the face. He didn't expect to be so unlucky. When he came across a few such young human women, he was thinking of capturing them back for some rewards, but he never thought that there would be such a powerful spirit beast among them. At this moment, Jiang Che hadn't even looked squarely at this demon race, and was still playing with the Qilin seal in a very leisurely manner. When I meet a demon hunter as tough as you guys, count me out. Moxie. Surrounded by 4 people, Moxie's heart was in despair. The strength of a few people was extraordinary, and it was simply impossible to escape again. Only death awaits him. Only to see this Moxie's sudden appearance become incomparably hideous, and his gaze towards the 4 people was very vicious. In the next second something seemed to instantly shatter open amongst his body. This Moxie has killed herself and sent a signal to the demons. Luo Shuyan frowned and said in a deep voice, Ka-ching. Just then, a sound like porcelain breaking rang out. Although this voice was slight, it was clearly and incomparably transmitted into the ears of everyone present. The few people who were originally relaxed instantly tightened their minds and subconsciously gazed ahead, only to see that not far in front of them, a spatial crack had unexpectedly appeared. The space in front of them was like a shattered egg, and wild spatial fluctuations were ferocious from amongst this black crack. What the few people heard just now was the sound of space shattering. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after a burst of roar rang out, this space began to continuously shatter, the cracks expanding bigger and bigger. Looking at the spatial crack in front of them, Luo Shuyan's few people were immediately shaken. Even with the distance between them, the crowd felt a palpitation. The pressure emanating from that shattered space made it a little difficult for them to breathe. It seemed like there was a risk of perishing if they were not careful, even if a few people had already broken through to the imperial level. But they still didn't have the slightest resistance under the shattering of this space. As long as one is slightly inadvertently caught up in it, then one will instantly shatter their soul, only to see these spatial fluctuations in front of them. At this moment, it was like a storm that was going to tear everything around it apart. Retreat! Even though they were far apart, Luo Shuyan still urged the crowd to quickly retreat backward with an incomparably grave expression, only to see that a terrifying spatial storm had formed in front of several people. Under the ravages of this strong spatial turbulence, a large area of the surrounding space began to collapse in layer by layer. It was as if some horrible force was trying to dismantle the entire area. The boulders that were originally on top of this desolate plain all became shattered under this terrifying spatial force. What a terrifying space storm! Luckily we ran fast enough. After escaping from the range spared by this spatial storm, he looked at the wretched, even apocalyptic-like scene in front of him. Luo Shuiyan and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, and a feeling of having survived a robbery welled up. As the space gradually stabilized, the entrance to a secret realm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Shuer and the others then realized that Luo Shuyan had come all the way here, most likely for this secret realm ahead. Just a few people are a little puzzled. Do not know Luo Shuyan exactly from where to get the news in advance again. Go! Let's go into the secret realm first. Seeing that the spatial storm ahead had stopped, the entrance to the secret realm had also stabilized. Without hesitation, Luo Shuyan rushed in with Lin Shuer and the others. The strange appearance of this place would soon be sensed by the strongest members of the two clans at the border. This secret realm will not be long. It will converge many strong people. If they do not hurry to go in, they do not even have the opportunity to drink soup. Even if those powerhouses couldn't sense it because of the distance. The fluctuation of the space storm just now was extremely large, and the demon hunters and the demon race in this vicinity would have noticed what was happening over here, and would certainly have sent the news back to the clan. But anyway, a few people appeared right at the entrance of the secret realm. This one kind of steals the show. The others, no matter if they were demons or humans, rushed here after learning the news, even if it was the fastest that would be 10 minutes later. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the rocky beach, several demons who were as stocky as Moxie and looked somewhat similar who were rushing along suddenly stopped. Moxie is dead? He wasn't weak. How can an ordinary human move so quickly? To be able to kill Moxie so quickly, it's hard to believe that among those demon hunters on the opposite side, there is an existence at the peak of the Imperial level? Let's go over there and take a look. Even if there really is an Imperial peak, I'll make them pay if they dare to touch my demon clan's people. As the words fell, several demons flew towards the place where Moxie had just committed suicide. End of chapter. Chapter 144, Corpse Kue. Immortal creature. What a strong spatial fluctuation. It's the chaotic beach side of the border? How could such a terrifying spatial fluctuation occur there? In the middle of the border military fortress of the Great Jin Dynasty, a white-haired old man dressed in red armor. After noticing the spatial fluctuation, his gaze condensed and he opened his eyes to look towards the distance. This person was none other than the Great Jin Dynasty, Marshal Wei Long on the borderline. Marshal Wei Long called a middle-aged man in black armor and instructed the other party to say a few words. This black-armored middle-aged man nodded, and then his figure quickly disappeared from the spot, flying towards the vicinity of the rocky beach. Such a strong spatial fluctuation made Marshal Wei Long want to go there himself, but because of his status, he couldn't easily leave the military fortress. Marshal Wei Long, as a top powerhouse of the Great Jin Dynasty, if he went beyond the border without authorization, then, on the demon clan side, they would also send out a strong person of the same realm to step in, and at that time, it would most likely lead to some trouble. At the same time, many of the demon hunters who were spread out near the chaotic beach also sensed the terrifying spatial fluctuation just now. One by one, they all flew up quickly, approaching towards the direction where Luo Shuiyan and the others were. Sister Shuiyan, did you already know that there might be a secret realm present here? Following Luo Shuiyan as she rushed into the middle of the spatial rift, Lin Shuer's trio looked around and subconsciously inquired about Luo Shuiyan. After all, during this period of time, Luo Shuiyan's purpose that was very clear. From the ancient city of Xi'an, he traveled to the city of Shu, and then all the way to the city of Blackstone, subsequently leaving the Guansei, came to this messy beach nearby, waited for several days, finally ushered in the opening of this secret world. That's a stretch to say it's happenstance if you didn't know about it beforehand. Aha! Luo Shuiyan didn't deny it this time either. She just nodded faintly but didn't give any explanation to a few people. The three of them, Lin Shuer, looked at Luo Shuiyan at the moment, their eyes all glowing for a moment. The adoration in their hearts simply indescribable. From freshman year, he had just enrolled in school and was searching for the remains of the Starfall sect in the middle of the secret realm of the Heavenly K Academy. Luo Shuiyan then began to gradually become mysterious in the eyes of several people. As a freshman, Luo Shuiyan was obviously much more mature and stable than several people. Then later on, he signed up for the 100 Schools League and eventually led his team to win the championship and enter the secret realm of time and space to explore the Eye of Time and Space. There was also an understanding of various ancient forbidden systems as well as pills that was completely incompatible with Luo Shuiyan's age stage. All of this highlights that Luo Shuiyan is different and extraordinary. It was completely not something that an ordinary young imperial beast master could compare to, not to mention knowing the secret of the opening of that Shu city's advocate and this secret realm. The three felt that Luo Shuiyan was simply like a know-it-all, as if there was nothing she didn't know. But after a few years, The crowd had already gotten used to this amazing act of Luo Shuiyan. After a short period of surprise, he immediately began to study this mysterious space. This secret realm was large in scope, and at least had an area of around 10,000 miles. It was just that the surrounding area was a bit desolate. In the ancient times, there weren't many existences that were able to have this kind of handiwork. Generally speaking, after an imperial beast master broke through to the saint level, he could open up an independent space. However, for an unusual saint-level powerhouse to open up such a huge independent space, it was not normally difficult, and it was feared that it would take countless years, and even a saint-level powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to survive it. A huge secret space like this had a high probability of being left behind by some ancient large-scale strength. The aura here is so thin. Zimeng frowned, sensing something was wrong, and the rest of the group nodded. The secret realms they had encountered before, those were all very rich in spiritual energy, far beyond the outer world, but now this secret realm was as if it had been drained before. Now relying on the newly born spatial crack, it was only replenished with the inflow of aura from the outside world into this place. Everyone follow me. Time was running out. The strong people from the outside world didn't know when they would arrive. Luo Shuiyan didn't bother to look at the scenery along the way, and led a few people to quickly fly towards the front. After about half an hour or so, the four of them had already leapt a distance of 1,000 miles. There's a body. Just then, suddenly Aoi Xiao Xiao exclaimed, breaking the silence. The crowd followed the direction of Oxia Xiao Xiao's finger to see, only to see on top of the earth. He really placed a dozen or so corpses horizontally and vertically, and the costumes on the corpses looked very old. I don't know how many years they've all existed, so dilapidated that they seem to dissipate when the wind blows. Let's go. Don't stay here too long. Watch out for these ancients coming to life. Luo Shuiyan calmly spoke, regarding the things that happened within this secret territory. Although she wasn't very clear about it, she had more or less heard about it. In his previous life, it was said that in the middle of this secret realm, all the ancient corpses all came to life and became undead. Live, come to life? Shouldn't be? When Auxiliary Little heard this, she immediately got goosebumps. Although she had the tsunami sect as her backer, she always looked like she was not afraid of the sky or the earth on weekdays. But in the end, Oxia Xiao Xiao is just a little girl who is more playful. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, he couldn't help but feel very oozy in his heart. Oxia Xiao Xiao hurriedly snatched Zhang Che from Ziming's arms and hugged him to herself. As long as Zhang Che was around, she felt safe. And Zhang Che, who had just fallen asleep not long after being hypnotized by brainwaves with a fragrant breeze, was also woken up by this. Asterisk. Where did this come from? What's a corpse kuei? Zhang Che, who had just woken up from his sleep, subconsciously swept with his holographic perspective between his haze. It turned out that those corpses on the ground actually had ranks and information. After so many years of being dead, they can actually move? Surprisingly, there are still zombies? This time even Zhang Che felt some oozing panic. He is not Lin Taoist. Little white. You cannot scare me. Oxia Xiao Xiao even gulped violently and tightly hugged Zhang Che without letting go. Click, click. Just then, a sudden sound of bones and joints moving resounded within the silent space. The sound was incomparably shrill, and the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, in the middle of the mid-air, heard it very clearly. Oxia Xiao Xiao instantly got goosebumps, and her pretty face even turned pale. Zhang Che even heard that this little girl was so nervous that her upper and lower teeth couldn't stop chattering. Zhang Che couldn't help but laugh a little at this. I didn't expect that the bold and courageous Oxia Xiao Xiao would also have such a wretched time. Immediately afterward, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, those ancient corpses on the ground, with the sound of these joints moving, there was a flurry of standing. The scene was very creepy and weird. Immediately afterward, Zhang Che saw that these ancient corpses that stood up, in both eyes, gray flames were constantly bubbling outward, as if they were burning souls. How is this possible? It's actually really come to life. Seeing this scene in front of her, Ziming's face instantly became grave, her eyes filled with surprise. Hearing Ziming's words, the frightened Oxia Xiao Xiao was even more frightened and did not dare to look down. She directly hugged Zhang Che in front of her eyes, burying her face dead center into Zhang Che's fluffy fur. It seems that as long as you can't see it, nothing happens. End of chapter. Chapter 145, Tianlan Holy Land. Let's keep going and leave them alone. Looking at this scene in front of her, Luo Shuiyan also frowned. She didn't understand this secret realm very well, and at this moment, when she saw these ancient corpses really revive over, Luo Shuiyan was also puzzled. With that, she led the three of them and continued to fly towards the depths of the secret realm, and it was only at this moment that Oxia Xiao Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief. Now that a long time had passed, the secret realm had more than likely already had people coming in. Luo Shuyan knew that the few of them had no time to continue delaying. Otherwise, when those powerful people came in, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. And not long after Luo Shuyan and the others left, the dozen or so revived corpse kuei standing on the ground. At this time, their heads turned strangely. After these corpse queens glanced at Luo Shuyan and the others, the direction they left, there were actually more than half of the corpse kuei directly flying into the mid-air to chase after a few people. The rest are walking fast on the ground. The scene was indescribably bizarre and appalling. At this moment, outside the secret realm, the area of dozens of miles in a radius had long since been ravaged by just now that terrifying spatial storm into a flatland. The original rocky beach, those boulders all turned into powder, making this place like a fine sandy beach. Finally made it. Looks like this is it. The first ones to come near the entrance of this secret realm were the 7 people of the weapon demon race who were traveling with demon race Moxie. There were a total of 5 men and 2 women, and the leader was a strong man with a height of 4 meters. However, being of the same weapon demon clan, this man at the head of the group didn't have that metallic texture to his skin. It's more like flesh and blood like the average person. That didn't mean he wasn't strong though, quite the contrary. Only those who knew enough about the weapon fiend clan knew that the more one looked at the exterior to see specialization, the more profound their cultivation was. It was because they had already taken the refined spirit weapons and spirit armor and integrated them inside their bodies. Instead, like the previous Moxie, it could only be attached to the outside of one's body. Like skin, rock head, there is an entrance to an ancient secret realm here, and it looks like this is where, just now, a spatial storm appeared. This situation around here is probably that space storm suddenly ripping through space and turning this area into barren land. From my point of view, that unlucky fellow Moxie is likely to die outright. He was caught in this sudden space storm and didn't have time to escape. The weapon fiend clan man at the head of the group nodded slightly when he heard this from a few people, and then looked at the secret realm in front of him, the corner of his mouth hooking up into an arc. Forget about that Moxie for now. Now that the ancient mystery realm has appeared, we might be the first ones to come. If we can obtain some chance, our strength will be greatly increased. As the words fell, the man took a few people and quickly got up and flew towards the secret realm. However, right at this moment, a black light shadow sped in the distance, rowing through the mid-air exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The 7 people from the demon race glanced towards the visitor, and for a moment, their hearts trembled and their pupils contracted. The person in that black light shadow they all recognized was none other than the Black Dragon General Su Kuan under the Battle of Martial Weilong of the Great Jin Dynasty. He once killed thousands of demons, and his killing aura was so inspiring that it made countless demons scared. Su Kuan naturally saw the 7 people from the weapon demon race in front of him, and a cold aura immediately flashed in his eyes, killing intent instantly bursting forth. But in the next moment, the killing intent all over his body was instantly dissipated, because at that moment, behind the 7 people of that weapon demon race, a large sea of blood appeared. It's an honorable elder of the Blood Demon clan. Great, we're finally saved. Seeing this sea of blood behind them, the 7 people of the weaponry demon clan let out a sigh of relief. Facing the murderous Su Kuan, they didn't even have the strength to run away. The Blood Demon clan, the main practice of refining blood and controlling blood, the imperial Capitoline family of the Great Jin Dynasty, that ancient forbidden technique, the blood transformation technique, originated from the Blood Demon clan. Su Kuan, it's actually you. I didn't expect that old man to actually send you here. A chilling laugh came out from amongst the sea of blood, his voice slightly hoarse. Su Kuan frowned at the words, but did not say anything, but turned into a black divine aura and flew straight towards the spatial crack. Soon, this sea of blood also instantly surged into the secret realm. Now that the secret realm was present, neither chose to engage in battle. After all, both sides were of equal strength, so if they fought at this moment it would only be cheaper for the others. Once inside it was a quick rush for a chance. The 7 people of the weapon and demon clan, including the subsequent human and demonic powerhouses that kept arriving at this place, all of them entered the secret realm boldly because of the greed in their hearts. At this time, another half an hour had passed, and Luo Shuyan's group had already entered within the deepest range of the secret realm. This place was just like the Starfall sect's ruins they had earlier encountered. A large number of palace clusters appeared, pavilions and pavilions, just like the scene of a grand clan, only that it was completely different from the immortal aura of the Starfall sect. The depths of this secret realm were filled with een aura everywhere. In particular, every corpse here had now turned into a corpse kuei. The scene looked very frightening. If it is to say that the Starfall sect is a fairyland, then this is the place of the underworld. In the sky behind them, 40 corpse kuei had already accumulated all the way over, closely following Luo Shuyan's 4. Sister Water Smoke. Where is this place? Seeing these ancient and simple pavilions in front of them, Lin Shuer's trio inquired with some curiosity. This place is the Tianlan Holy Land. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Lin Shuer's few people were immediately surprised. The term Holy Land is now long history, but if one has read a bit of history books, one knows that the Holy Land is a powerful force above the dynastic state. Those holy places throughout the ages had their own separate spaces. The area of this space, although it was not comparable to that of a large-scale dynasty, its interior was very rich in spiritual energy, and every Holy Land, legend has it, was only qualified to be established if it had produced a half-imperial level powerhouse. Only the crowd is really difficult to connect this large shadowy area in front of them with the word Holy Land. Are you sure this is a holy place and not hell? Is there a tiny bit here? Something related to the Holy Land? After Jiang Che heard Luo Shuyan's words, he also couldn't help but poke his little head out to survey the surroundings. Looking at this eerie environment around him, as well as that head of corpse Kuei, the corners of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. Let's get rid of these corpse queens first. Hearing the puzzled voices of several people, Luo Shuyan didn't continue to say anything. She turned to look behind her, at these corpse queens that had chased her all the way across the sky. Being able to fly in the air proved that these corpse Kuei in front of them all possessed at least a strength of king level or above. Now that so many corpse Kuei were flying in the air, it really made people feel a little numb. Everyone be careful. These corpse Kuei are immortal. Only by extinguishing the gray flames among their skulls will they be considered truly killed. Luo Shuyan's eyes stared as she reminded the three Lin Shuer beside her. The four women then began to utilize their spiritual energy, each exercising their means to do so. A dazzling divine aura flashed continuously in the middle of midair for a while. All sorts of strong skills blasted towards the surrounding corpse Kuei. End of chapter. Chapter 146, The Sealed Demon King. Bang! 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 Within the secret realm, sounds like steel clashing were endless. These ancient corpses transformed into corpse Kuei with extremely hard flesh. And these corpses have been dead for years and have no sense of so-called pain. Even when his arms and legs were chopped off and a huge hole was punched in his body, he could still move freely without the slightest hindrance. Luckily, Luo Shuyan was there and informed a few people in advance about the weaknesses of these corpse Kuei. That was why most of Lin Shuer and the others' attacks were directed at the heads of these corpse Kuei. As long as the gray flame was extinguished in the middle of their skulls, these corpse Kuei would be completely dead and would never be able to stand up again. Little Fire had now completely transformed from the big turkey at the bottom of the mountain stream back then into a strong flame Luan bird. The red plumes all over her body were like flowing flames, and at this moment, her wings revved up, bringing up a large sea of fire in the middle of the mid-air. As the only remaining bloodline of the flame Luan bird clan, Little Fire was very strong. Under her powerful flames, these corpse Kuei would even have their torsos burned. And Lin Shuer was even more comfortable fighting now that she had contracted egg. With the layer of shield that egg had applied to her, Lin Shuer only needed to output, and didn't need to think about defense at all. This shield was extremely tough, and these corpse Kuei in the air couldn't even hurt Lin Shuer. The Starfall sex inheritance that Lin Shuer had obtained had many attacks with strong moves, but it all takes some time to build up the energy. Eggs made up for it perfectly. What she lacked in that area. Ez Meng was dressed in a purple sarong, like an elf constantly tossing and turning in mid-air. The two silver moon scimitars in her hands that were glowing with a cold aura were even more constantly being thrown out. The silver-white moon blade, in the middle of the mid-air, cut through a crescent moon. The attack is strong and cutting iron like mud. Every time it cuts through, there are corpse Kuei's head burst open. Jiang Che's sight, however, was all caught by that Yiziming's constantly swaying towering. There's no way. Yiziming's capital is really too prominent. It's hard not to be noticed. On the contrary, the usually lawless Oxia Xiao Xiao was now a limp noodle. For fear of the eerie surroundings and the creepy corpse kaiju, Oxia Xiao Xiao directly hugged Jiang Che and hid at the back, not daring to go forward at all. She was now in this sorry state, and was being madly mocked by Little Tiger and Little Black. But even after being ridiculed, Oxia Xiaojiu was firm in her stance to never go near these corpse Kuei. For a time, in the depths of this secret realm, divine auras of various colors flashed and roars stretched on and on. Fortunately, these corpse Kuei were just ancient corpses that had been dead for many years. Most of them just attacked instinctively and did not have any powerful skills or attacks. Otherwise, with such a large number swarming around, Luo Shuiyan's four people were afraid that it would really be a bit difficult to deal with them for a while. Still too slow. Looking at the several people who were exchanging blows in the field, as well as a few spirit beasts, Jiang Che couldn't help but shake his head. The four of them, Luo Shuiyan, and a few spirit beasts were not at a disadvantage though, and they were able to face these corpse Kuei with ease. However, this speed of eliminating the opponent was still too slow in Jiang Che's eyes. Jiang Che also learned from Luo Shuyan that once this secret realm was opened, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for many strong people to flock to it. Jiang Che didn't want to waste his time dealing with these corpses, thus missing out on many opportunities. With that, Jiang Che broke his small paw free from Auxiliary's tiny embrace, and with his hand, a golden light flashed. This Qilin seal Jiang Che used most smoothly. Nothing is a brick to shoot out. This golden light smashed into a corpse kuei, and although the other party's body didn't seem to have any damage, the gray flames in the middle of the head were instantly extinguished. The special effect of the Qilin seal was to imprison the flow of energy in the enemy's body for a short period of time after smashing the enemy. So the reason why these corpse kuei can be revived is because of the weird gray energy in the head. Now that these corpse kuei had been smashed by Jiang Che's Qilin seal, the bizarre flames in their skulls were directly extinguished, and it was impossible to rekindle them again. For a time, the golden light flashed in mid-air, and these corpse kuei were like dumplings, falling from the air one after another. Seeing Jiang Che move so quickly, Luo Shuyan and the others were excited. Nice job, White. It's still you. Cheer up, little White. I'll leave the rest of these corpse kuei to you. When Oxia Xiao saw Jiang Che exterminating the corpse kuei at such a fast speed, she felt even more secure and hugged Jiang Che to death without letting go of her hand. It didn't take long before the surrounding corpse kuei were finally pretty much dealt with by Jiang Che. Only then did Luo Shuyan lead a few people and entered the Tianlan Holy Land ruins ahead. This piece of ancient architectural complex. I do not know how many years of existence to date through the years. I don't know why it became such a scene back then. Even so, in the middle of this secret realm still stands today. In the midst of this cluster of ancient buildings, there were actually many treasures scattered about. But for these, Luo Shuyan didn't have the heart to search for them one by one. Most of those powerhouses in the back had already entered the secret realm, and they didn't know when they would arrive here. Time was running out. Luo Shuyan led a few people to keep crossing over this one palace. Finally, he came to the depths of this building, where the main hall of the Heavenly Lan Holy Land was located. In the center of this main hall, there was a large gilt statue, and Jiang Che realized that on this statue was a young woman. What a beautiful woman. Who is this? Seeing this figure, Lin Shuer's few people were a bit puzzled, and Luo Shuyan explained after a moment. This woman is the originator of the Heavenly Lane Sacred Land and a half-emperor powerhouse. The crowd was astonished at the words, not expecting the beautiful woman in front of them to be so strong. Coming into this hall, Lin Shuer's trio kept looking towards the surroundings, wanting to see if there were any other treasures around. As for Luo Shuyan, her gaze was tightly focused on the statue of this woman in front of her. Asterisk 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 inside that statue, there's a living thing? Jiang Che followed Luo Shuyan's gaze, but he noticed that inside the statue, there seemed to be another scene. Only in this other scene, a woman in a long dress was confronting a skeletal figure. Both sides seemed to have been in a stalemate for a long time, and the power emanating from both of them was very strong. You alone can't trap this king. Only to see that skeleton figure seemed to be furious beyond measure, sending out strong attacks between the swings of his hands. These attacks, however, were all blocked by a barrier in front of the woman. Curious, Jiang Che used his probing ability to observe the strength of the skeleton silhouettes in the middle of this scene, and immediately felt pressurized. Holy cow, it's actually a saint-level powerhouse. End of chapter. Chapter 147, Can't you lie down properly? Why do you always like to take risks? White, are you able to see inside the statue? Luo Shuyan noticed the change in Jiang Che's expression, and when she saw that he had been staring at the statue in front of him, she hurriedly and eagerly asked. Jiang Che didn't consider too much when he heard this, and directly nodded. Yeah, you can see inside the statue. It's like another world. There seems to be a powerful and terrifying existence that is imprisoned in it. If this fellow comes out, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Hearing these words from Jiang Che, the crowd was a bit surprised for a moment. They had just looked at it for half a day, but they didn't see anything. White, what have you seen? You said there was another scary guy inside the statue. What was that? The crowd came together to Jiang Che's side and asked with curious faces. I saw a skeleton-like being inside that statue, fighting with a human woman, and they seem to have been fighting for many years, but that skeleton figure, for the moment, seems to be imprisoned in this statue. After hearing Jiang Che's voice transmission, the crowd was once again surprised, not thinking that there was actually someone in this statue. This secret realm was the ruins of the Heavenly Lan Sacred Ground. Could it be that the people in the statue were once strong people from the Heavenly Lan Sacred Ground? The Heavenly Mission Holy Land is already an existence that has died out in the river of history. If the people in here are really the powerhouses of the Tianlan Holy Land, how long must they have been alive? I'm afraid they've all become old monsters. The most crucial thing was to be able to survive for so many years. Then what realm should their strength be terrifying to? The two silhouettes in that statue are both saint-level powerhouses. Jiang Che continued to transmit his voice. Hearing his words, the three of them, Lin Shuer, were once again shocked and were all speechless for a while. The crowd didn't expect this place to be so treacherous. Originally thought it was a precious place. Wanted to come in to look for some chance, but the result was that just after coming in, he came across these horrible and weird corpse kue. Now that he had arrived near the main hall, and had heard that there were 2 other saint-level figures within the statue, this could really catch people off guard. If there were any powerful prohibitions in this place, it would be just as well, and the crowd would still dare to stay here. But inside this statue, I don't know how many years have passed, but there are still living people, and it was also a saint-level powerhouse that had survived for many years, which was much more terrifying than those corpse kue outside. In the face of these brainless corpse kue, the crowd was at best a little more troublesome to deal with, but could not pose much of a threat. However, saint-level powerhouses were completely different, and it was impossible for several of them to be a match for a saint-level powerhouse when they were tied together. Not to mention that this statue was still a buy one get one free. There were actually 2 saint-level existences, and for a while there was a retreat in their hearts. Forget it, let's go. Let's go. This place is so big. Let's go to some other place to scavenge for treasures, and then grab and flash. Jiang Che also nodded at his words. He also had such thoughts. Say goodbye to the last life to fight have too much work. This life is a eat and sleep spirit animal. Good peace of mind to lie flat. Jiang Che didn't want to take any chances, much less risk his own life. Wait, we can't just leave this time. However, just as everyone was preparing to retreat, Luo Shuyan called out to everyone in a very perverse manner. Jiang Che looked up, and he realized that at this moment, among Luo Shuyan's eyes, there was actually a touch of pleading. This immediately caused Jiang Che's mind to be shaken. He and Luo Shuyan had already known each other for quite some time, and Jiang Che had never seen this kind of look in Luo Shuyan's eyes. Seeing Luo Shuyan with this look in her eyes, Jiang Che was somewhat unable to bear it for a moment. But this statue was very bizarre, and the scene that Jiang Che saw was even more alarming. If one were to touch the statue in front of them carelessly, no one could guarantee that the skeleton figure inside would not break through the confinement and run straight out. Such a terrifying saint-level powerhouse. Jiang Che didn't have the confidence to block his opponent. However, seeing Luo Shuyan with this kind of expression, Jiang Che still couldn't help but sigh and tentatively inquired. You should have your purpose for coming here. So what exactly do you want? I'm going to destroy that demon king inside. Luo Shuyan spoke very dryly, obviously having made up her mind long ago without the slightest hesitation. However, hearing his words, Jiang Che's entire body was dumbfounded. What did you say? Are you crazy? I told you, the skeleton figure in there is a saint-level powerhouse, and you want to go and exterminate him? Isn't that looking for death? Although they had all been together for a few years, Jiang Che had never imagined that Luo Shuyan would be bold to such an extent. Even if you were a supreme empress in your previous life, a top powerhouse in the entire continent, but now it's just a royal-level imperial beast master. Even I can't beat it. What are you going to fight hard with the skeletons inside? Jiang Che's eyes were filled with doubt at this moment. He really couldn't figure out when this Luo Shuyan's brain started jerking around. Shall Bai you believe me? Since I dare to come here, I must have certainty. Can you help me, please? The corners of Luo Shuyan's eyes were even a little moist between talking to Jiang Che. It could be seen that Luo Shuyan attached great importance to this matter. Jiang Che looked at Luo Shuyan in front of him, and for a moment, his face was filled with helplessness. Such a beautiful face, coupled with that aggrieved expression, slightly red eyes. I am afraid that a man is very difficult to refuse. Ugh, can't you just lie down properly? Why do you have to come and take risks? Jiang Che sighed helplessly and said, and after hearing Luo Shuyan's words, the 3 of them, Lin Shuer, thought for a moment and glanced at each other before they all changed their attitudes as well. We're going in together. At this moment, Yi Ziming and the girls all looked as if they were ready to die. They followed Luo Shuyan not only because of Luo Shuyan's talent and that almost omniscient knowledge of all sorts of gossip. There was also Luo Shuyan's mature mind, and that heartfelt spirit of the human race. Luo Shuyan knew that the other party was a saint-level powerhouse, but she was still willing to put her life on the line in order to kill the demon race. So what's not to like about the 3 of them? Seeing the attitude of Lin Shuer's trio, Luo Shuyan was very happy in her heart that her teammates did not choose to retreat at this critical moment. With that, Luo Shuyan's spiritual energy worked between his hands, casting the forbidden art from his memory. Immediately following the next second, a white light was seen flashing within the statue, and the crowd was all sucked in. And at the same time, near the ruins of the ancient architectural complex of the Tianlan Holy Land, the Black Dragon General Su Koan and the Blood Demon Race's powerhouse, both of them arrived at this place almost at the same time. The 2 took a look below, at the corpses that were strewn about after falling from the air, and immediately understood that there had been a battle here not too long ago. Obviously there was already someone who had gone ahead of them and entered within the depths of the secret realm. I just don't know whether the existence ahead is human or demonic. End of chapter. Chapter 148, Corpse Demon King, War Machine. With the flash of a white divine aura, Luo Shuyan, the 4 people and 8 beasts, appeared in a white space. Looking at this unfamiliar environment around them, Lin Shuai, Zi Meng and the others all looked around curiously. None of the people had thought that there was even this kind of strange space within the statue. However, because of Zhang Che's words from earlier, after knowing the spatial scene inside the statue that Zhang Che had described, each and every one of the people present had a very tense look on their faces. Even Zhang Che himself, in a very rare occurrence, was in a nervous mood. Although this was not the first time he had faced a saint level, this time was completely different from earlier. Previously, it was with Elder Gua, a veteran powerhouse, and Zhang Che knew that he had this powerhouse to protect him, so even if they faced a saint-level powerhouse, they wouldn't be too worried. Now that they had entered this strange secret realm, and had even gone deep into the inner space of this statue, Zhang Che and the others now had no one to rely on. The most crucial thing was that within this strange space, Zhang Che didn't even know the direction. In the past, he used to peddle the instantaneous skill, now cannot even guarantee that it can be used properly. Facing that ancient and powerful saint-level royal beast master, even if one's current self was at the peak of the emperor level, one simply couldn't carry it off. The strength of these two sides is not at all on a level. It seems that this sacred space of mine has been exposed to the eyes of the world. How did you come in, you little ones? Right at this moment, an extremely ethereal schoolgirl resounded lightly in the middle of this mysterious space. From this tone it was not difficult to hear the deep sense of exhaustion and weakness. A woman, immediately afterward, appeared in front of the crowd. Upon seeing this person, Lin Shuai's few people were shocked. They didn't think that they would actually be able to see a living person in this Holy Land relic that had existed for an unknown number of years. Greetings, Elder. Realizing that the person in front of them was most likely the strongest person in this heavenly mission Holy Land, the 4 of them, Luo Shuyan, hurriedly bowed respectfully. This powerful saint-level powerhouse who had lived an unknown number of years ago just appeared. For a moment several people's moods were incomparably excited, and their little hearts were beating wildly. Elder, it was me who brought a few of them in. Luo Shuyan at this moment was not humble, but said sincerely with a calm expression. In her previous life, Luo Shuyan, at the peak of her cultivation in the back, had stepped into the emperor realm, and her strength was even stronger than this woman in front of her. Even if she faced this saint-level powerhouse, Luo Shuyan didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Oh, Luo Shuyan's voice attracted the woman's attention. She turned her head to gather her gaze on Luo Shuyan's body and looked up and down. Then she glanced at the rest of the several people and spirit beasts, and her gaze was filled with appreciation. Senior, if I'm not mistaken, the ones trapped within this statue should be the strongest members of the corpse demon race. Luo Shuyan didn't beat around the bush and directly opened the door. That's right, it's none other than the corpse demon race. I have fought with it here for an unknown number of years, sealing it amongst this statue so that it cannot get out. The woman nodded at her words and sighed softly. The necromancers? After hearing Luo Shuyan's duo's conversation, Lin Shuai's 3 people were all shocked. The name of the corpse demon clan hadn't been mentioned for a long time, and it was rumored to have fallen out of favor long ago. However, an unknown number of years ago, the corpse demon race had also had its glory. Even this race was known as the war machine amongst the demon race. As long as the corpse demon race existed on the battlefield, the members of the various races who died in battle would eventually be crafted by them into corpse queens. This ability was so terrifying that no matter what race it was, after falling, they would all become soldiers of the demon race. Not only on the battlefield, it would allow the demon race to have a stronger suppressive force, but it would also be able to demoralize the races to a great extent. Just such a corpse demon race had caused great pressure on the human race in the first place. Luckily, the corpse demon race, for some reason, gradually declined, and no more top powerhouses appeared. The current corpse demon clan had already fallen out of the top 10 royal clans of the demon clan. No wonder, Water Smoke is so insistent on destroying this existence. After listening to the duo's conversation, the 3 of them, Lin Shuai, muttered. Now they understood Luo Shuyan's painstaking efforts. If the powerful members of the corpse demon race sealed here were to see the light of day again, there was no telling how much of a threat it would pose to humanity. Elder, we've come to help you this time. Luo Shuyan arched her hand and continued, her eyes very resolute. As an empress who had fought an unknown number of battles against the demon race in her previous life, Luo Shuyan had that heroic aura on her body that unconsciously radiated out. You guys came just in time. I've been fighting this corpse demon king for who knows how many years. The current us have all fallen from the peak of the saint realm back then. This woman didn't dislike Luo Shuyan's several people's low strength. Instead, there was a touch of delight in her tone. In her opinion, the arrival of Luo Shuyan's few people had a chance to break the balance between him and that corpse demon race king. With the help of Luo Shuyan and the others, there might really be a chance that they would succeed in completely obliterating that corpse demon king. Ha 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 ha. Now that the space of your Tianlan Holy Land has been exposed, a strong person from my demon race will soon arrive, and then I'll be able to see the light of day again. You can't trap me. On the other side, that skeletal figure let out a burst of maniacal laughter. In the next moment, a burst of roaring came, and it was clearly the woman from that heavenly mission Holy Land who was fighting with that skeletal figure again. The one conversing with Luo Shuyan over here was merely a virtual shadow that it had conjured up. Let's go help too. Luo Shuyan frowned slightly. Then she looked at Lin Shuer and the others. If we are directly involved in this battle, then it definitely won't work. Everyone form a formation with me and transmit our energy to the senior. Immediately, the four of them, as well as a few spirit beasts, plopped down on the ground and formed a formation according to Luo Shuyan's instructions, channeling all this energy, all of it, to the woman. Coupled with the recovery elixir Luo Shuyan had provided earlier, this Tianlan Holy Land woman, who had originally fought for endless years, was already very weak. For a time, his strength recovered a bit, clearly overpowering this skeletal silhouette. Originally just a moment ago, the corpse demon king was still in a hideous maniacal laughter. At this moment is also unable to laugh out. Strange, after searching all over the secret realm, how come I haven't found the figure of the group of people who came in earlier? In the air outside the statue, Su Koan frowned and looked around. That sea of blood, now also a blood-colored silhouette emerged. Looking down in surprise, in the next second, both sides entered the main hall of the Heavenly Mission Holy Land in unison. When that blood-colored figure saw the statue in the middle of the Heavenly Mission Sacred Land's main hall, endless hatred instantly erupted from its eyes. With that, this blood-colored figure unexpectedly launched an attack directly towards the statue. End of chapter. Chapter 149, Transferring Energy by Using One's Body as a Matchmaker. Bang! A loud roar echoed back within this main hall. After enduring the powerful blow of this blood-colored figure, the statue of the woman in front of her was still intact, not having suffered the slightest damage. Seeing this scene, the blood demon race's powerhouse became even more annoyed, and for a time, his body was raging with murderous aura. Humph! This is the remains of my human race's holy land. How can I allow you devilish curmudgeons to act recklessly? Seeing this blood demon race, even disrespecting the patriarch of the Heavenly Lan Sacred Land, the Black Dragon General Su Koan, who was on the side, immediately became furious. He immediately struck out and battled this blood demon race powerhouse to the ground. Boom! And at this moment, inside the statue, the space around it seemed to be starting to tremble slightly. That huge roar was even more like a thunderclap resounding in the ears of Luo Shuyan's few people. Oh no! Someone in the outside world must be attacking the statue to cause such a great tremor in space. After sensing the trembling of space just now, Luo Shuyan immediately frowned. Her brows filled with sorrow. She knew it was caused by someone attacking the statue outside. In his previous life, someone had shattered this statue, releasing the corpse demon king that had been sealed inside for countless years. That corpse demon king had lived for countless years, and his wariness towards the human race was extremely strong, and he himself was a war fanatic, very fond of fighting, coupled with the fact that he had been sealed within this statue for countless years by the originator of the Heavenly Lan Holy Land. This hatred was even more extreme. As soon as he returned to the demon race and regained his strength, this corpse demon king couldn't wait to start the war. And with this kind of veteran demonic powerhouse stepping in, the demonic clans that were originally in constant internal strife had less friction with each other, and almost half of the demonic clans chose to participate in the war. Because of the human and demonic war caused by this secret realm, it led to the fall of an unknown number of powerful people. How many human geniuses were sacrificed on the battlefield before they could even wait to grow up? In this life Luo Shuyan had the memories of her previous life. She absolutely could not allow this to happen again. Ha 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 ha. It must be the strongest of my demon clan coming. It's a fool's errand to think that even you guys can trap me. Unlike Luo Shuyan and the others who were sad, that corpse demon king was once again in ecstasy. The reason why this woman from the Heavenly Lan Holy Land was able to trap him was because of the power of the ancestor contained within the statue. But if this statue of the ancestor of the Heavenly Mission Holy Land is damaged externally, then this force of confinement would be weakened drastically, and the corpse demon king would be able to get out of the trap. That said, once this formation of yours is formed, I should be able to continuously absorb the power inside my body even if I sleep. Jiang Che could see Luo Shuyan's worry and anxiety at the moment and asked somewhat tentatively. Yes, this formation can constantly absorb the power within you as long as you don't actively break away from it. White. Are you sleepy again? Luo Shuyan was a bit puzzled for a moment. not understanding what Zhang Che meant by suddenly saying this. Although she knew that Little White liked to sleep, Luo Shuiyan didn't expect that in such an urgent environment, Little White could actually sleep. The quality of this sleep, it's a little too good to be true, isn't it? By the way, those medicinal herbs you took out from inside the Starfall Sex medicinal garden earlier, you should have already refined a better elixir, but you haven't been able to take them out, right? Zhang Che looked at Luo Shuyan and asked softly. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart, because ever since coming out of that medicinal garden, Zhang Che had realized that many of the pills he had obtained from Luo Shuiyan were not as effective as the fruits he had directly swallowed in the first place. Zhang Che was actually still very convinced of Luo Shuiyan's alchemy talent. After all, no matter what, she was also a Grand Empress, so wouldn't refining pills be a piece of cake? Plus, Luo Shuiyan had procured quite a few medicinal herbs to use as aids over the years. Therefore, the effects of the pills that Luo Shuiyan refined would only be more potent than those elixirs themselves, and the effects would be better rather than worse. There was only one possibility that he himself hadn't eaten those powerful pills. It was that Luo Shuiyan must have put away those high-grade pills that were specially refined from genius earth treasures. Luo Shuiyan didn't defend herself, but directly nodded her head and graciously admitted it. Yes, I did take those precious genius earth treasures and supplemented them with medicinal herbs to refine pills with stronger medicinal power, but I take them all according to everyone, their respective stages of strength. These pills can't be eaten casually. When your strength breaks through to the 7th or even 8th rank in the future, I'll have corresponding pills here for you to take. If you take those medicinal powerful pills in advance, it's just too dangerous. There's a possibility that you won't be able to withstand it and explode your body. Luo Shuyan slowly and patiently explained to Zhang Che. She hoped that the congregation could climb the ladder gradually, one step at a time. It is not possible to be overly pushy, as that is likely to backfire. There are even some unbearable consequences that bury the future of a lifetime. Regarding Luo Shuyan's thoughts, Lin Shuer and the girls were able to express their understanding. I know what you're worried about, and I don't mean to ask you now why you put the potion away. I'm asking you to take out those high-grade pills you refined earlier and give them to me right now, and I'll help you solve these troublesome matters in front of you. Zhang Che sighed and said. Hearing Zhang Che's words, Luo Shuyan's eyes immediately lit up. She had always felt that Zhang Che's body had too many secrets. Even she, an existence that was an empress in her previous life, could not see through this contracted spirit beast of hers. Luo Shuyan glanced at Zhang Che. Then without the slightest doubt, she directly took out 3 white jade bottles from her storage ring. After Zhang Che received the jade bottles, he didn't even look at them, and opened the mouth of the bottle to directly swallow all the pills in these 3 jade bottles in one gulp. This shocking operation of his really startled Luo Shuyan on the side. Although hearing those words from Zhang Che just now, Luo Shuyan's heart already had a certain amount of mental preparation. However, seeing Zhang Che actually swallowing so many high-level pills in one gulp still left her a little shocked. But more than that, he was worried about Zhang Che. The medicinal power of these high-level pills could not be trivial. Are you alright? Zhang Che gently shook his head at his words. After swallowing those 3 high-level pills, the strong medicinal power was instantly released within Zhang Che's body. For a moment, he felt that the energy in his body, all of it, became violent, as if his meridians were beginning to bulge very much. Without hesitation, Zhang Che directly cast out his Qilin true body. After transforming into a unicorn, the bloated feeling that had just been there had only slightly diminished. At this moment, Zhang Che's own energy that he had channeled to the powerhouses of the Heavenly Mission Holy Land had already crushed the sum of the others, and it's still holding an extremely smooth output. The pills continued to release their medicinal power, which was in turn channeled by the formation, and Zhang Che became a transit station for the powerful energy. The woman from the Tianlan Holy Land, after being supplemented with this energy, her strength increased once again. But to the surprise of all, in this tense situation, Zhang Che, who had transformed into the Qilin's true form, actually fell asleep just like that. End of chapter. Chapter 150, Life and Death. In unison, hearing a faint purring sound in mid-air, the people present all froze. Even the Corpse Demon King and the Tianlan Holy Land powerhouses who were fighting were all staring at the violet gold Qilin in a daze at this moment. They really didn't expect that the situation was like this, and this spirit beast was actually sleeping? 2 saint-level powerhouses were actually hard-controlled by the sleeping Zhang Che for 2 seconds. Corpse Demon King, the feud between the 2 of us over the years can finally be brought to an end today. The woman from the Tianlan Holy Land looked at the Corpse Demon King in front of her and shouted angrily. At this moment, with the massive amount of spiritual power support provided by Zhang Che, her power had now unexpectedly recovered to the 5-star saint level. The Corpse Demon King in front of him, on the other hand, could only exert the power of a 3-star saint level right now. The original balance that the two had been maintaining was shattered by the entry of Luo Shuiyan's group. The corpse demon king let out a loud, unwilling hissing roar. Countless years ago, he was in existence at the peak of the saint level, a supreme powerhouse that traversed the world. But now he was trapped in the middle of the secret realm, as if he had run out of gas. Trapped in this place for countless years, there was now a hope of getting out with great difficulty. As a result, what awaited him seemed to be death, and the corpse demon king's eyes were filled with resignation. At this moment, the Tianlan Holy Land woman, whose strength had increased greatly, was radiating strong spiritual power fluctuations. Under the swinging of his hands again, one after another powerful attack continuously landed on that corpse demon king's body. A roar resounded within this space, and that corpse demon king's skeletal body, at this moment, actually had a tiny crack appear under the attack of the Heavenly Land Sacred Land's powerhouses. The moment this crack appeared, the corpse demon king's pupils exuded a touch of fear amongst them. After so many years had passed, the corpse demon king had never had the slightest bit of panic even when his spiritual energy was depleted, even when his flesh and blood were all gone. But now he was really scared, because in front of the Tianlan Holy Land powerhouses, he finally felt the threat of death. Great! If this continues, I believe the corpse demon king will soon not be able to hold out and be completely decimated. Thanks to Little White, I didn't realize that surprisingly spirit beasts could be used like this. As expected of Little White, always able to create miracles. If we can completely erase the corpse demon king this time, Little White can take the credit for it. The three of them, Lin Shuier, were also very excited for a moment when they saw the corpse demon king who was roaring with unwilling fury. To be able to personally destroy such a powerful demon race powerhouse, that sense of accomplishment was not ordinary. Only Luo Shuiyan was now, but her brows were tightly clustered. She had just seen Jiang Che swallow 3 high-level pills, and then he fell directly into a deep sleep. Luo Shuiyan is very worried about whether Xiaobai can withstand these huge medicinal power. Little White is still a bit reckless. Those pills were given to 8th-rank spirit beasts to use to break through their cultivation levels, and the medicinal power they contain is incomparably vast. Nowadays, Xiaobai is still only a 6th-order spirit beast. The realm is so much worse, and also took 3 at once. It is simply playing with fire. You little fellow, I don't know if you can hold up, but don't give me a slip of the tongue and directly explode your body. Luo Shuiyan looked towards the huge purple and gold qilin and sighed softly. Fortunately, Jiang Che was very clear-headed and knew the upper limit of his current abilities. Therefore, Jiang Che directly transformed into his true body of a qilin, refining these medicinal powers through that strong body. From there, the speed at which this great formation ingested energy reached a delicate balance with the speed at which the elixir was released. This would allow the body to inherit the least amount of oppression, and be able to maximize, transferring energy to that woman from the Tianlan Holy Land. However, this kind of extreme operation was not something that every spirit beast could do. The prerequisite for wanting to do this kind of spiritual power converter was that one had to have a strong enough body to do so. If one didn't have a strong enough body to stabilize these pounds of spiritual energy, before that output could reach equilibrium, it would simply burst into flames. White, thank you. The corners of Luo Shuiyan's eyes were all glistening with crystallized tears. She knew exactly how high the danger was if she did what Jiang Che did, and it could be completely said that it was a 9 deaths to 1, and Jiang Che knew that it was dangerous to do so, yet he still chose to do so, simply gambling with his life. But fortunately, Jiang Che won this bet. On the corpse demon king's side, the cracks that appeared on the skeleton's body were already growing after being hit hard several times in a row. He let out a roar of rage in the utmost anger, but it was to no avail. The strength of the Tianlan Holy Land woman was getting stronger and stronger. Instead, his own spiritual energy was being consumed more and more, and the cultivation gap between the two sides was being continuously widened. Boom! However, right at this moment, a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth came from the outside world. This was someone from the outside world once again bombarding the statue. At this moment, the internal space of the statue all began to tremble violently. Ha 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 ha, it must be my demon descendant. Come on, hurry up and break this statue. Let this king go out. With just you guys, it's a fool's errand to try to trap me. The corpse demon king, who had originally fallen into despair, was now revitalized and regained his previous hideousness and rampancy. Luo Shuiyan's brows were tightly locked, and she couldn't help but feel worried in her heart. Aqua smoke. What happens if this statue is broken? Lin Shuier couldn't help but softly inquire when she saw the rampant and incomparable corpse demon king. The situation will be very bad. The reason why the senior was able to trap the corpse demon king is because he relied on the power of the Heavenly Land Sacred Land's patriarch amongst the statue. But if the statue is broken, Then this senior will disappear along with the statue's grand formation. And at that time no one here will be able to stop this corpse demon king. If the corpse demon king manages to escape from here, when it absorbs the turbid chi to regain its peak strength, perhaps, there are chances that it will become a half-emperor. Luo Shuyan's expression was extremely serious at the moment, her pair of embroidered eyebrows almost knitted together. After hearing this consequence, the faces of Lin Shuer and the others present all went over again. Water smoke. There's no time to lose. Quickly give us the pills. We'll also use the power of these pills to help that senior recover his spiritual energy. We can't let Xiao Bai's effort just now go to waste. We must completely kill this corpse demon king here. The advantage that Xiao Bai has gained only by fighting for his life must not be buried in our hands. Water smoke, don't hesitate. The three of them, Ez Meng, were all very resolute in their attitudes now, and Luo Shuyan clenched her teeth when she saw this. With that, he distributed to everyone pills that corresponded to the effects of Zun level powerhouses. At this moment, in the outside world, in the main hall of the Heavenly Mission Holy Land, the strongest people from the human and devil races converged here. All the other chances within the Holy Land have now been taken, and now the only thing left is this statue. The people of the demon race were all eyeing the statue in front of them. Even some of the strongest members of the human race were eager to obtain the greatest treasure from within this statue, because there are a lot of people that don't care what the significance of this statue of the human Holy Land is. They only look at their immediate interests. End of chapter. Chapter 151, Ancestral Greatness. Slaying Demons. Boom, boom, boom. The roar in the main hall was continuous. Su Koan, the Black Dragon General at the border of the Great Jin Dynasty, had red eyes at the moment. Stop it, all of you. You bunch of profit-mongers, do you have any idea what you're doing? This is the statue of my human race's Holy Land, the statue of the Holy Land's patriarch. You bunch of people who counted the classics and forgot their ancestors. Looking at those who went so far as to attack the human compatriots who attacked the statue of the Holy Land with the demon race, Su Koan was both heartbroken and chilled for a while. One should know that as a strong human, one should be the first to kill these demons when they encounter them. The two sides had been opposing each other for an unknown number of years, and an unknown number of powerful people had died under each other's hands. But he didn't expect these human races within the Great Hall to be so unbearable. For the sake of his own little bit of selfishness, he had gone so far as to be in cahoots with the demon race, laying his hands on the statue of his own human race's predecessor. This behavior is shameless and despicable to the core. But even as he fought to stop himself, it was still a drop in the bucket. Attacking this statue in the Great Hall nowadays could be said to be a great trend, and he could not stop it with just his personal strength. At this moment, the human and devil races, these two races that should have been in a life and death battle, yet for the sake of benefits, they were working together to destroy a statue that represented the splendor of the human race, a scene that was indescribably ironic. Ha 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 ha, this space is finally about to rupture. No one will be able to stop me then. The space within the statue trembled non-stop, and the corpse demon king whose body was on the verge of falling apart was laughing maniacally at this moment. He seemed to have seen the scene where he broke through the predicament to recover his peak battle power and reign over the world. But right at this moment, he suddenly realized that the strength of the woman in front of him had actually risen quite a bit more. How is this possible? That's just a bunch of little dolls at the imperial level. How could it restore so much of your strength? The corpse demon king's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness at this time. Impossible. I'm not willing. How can I die in your hands? No. Under the roar of the corpse demon king, the woman from the Tianlan Holy Land, whose attack was elevated after her strength had increased greatly, was completely crushed by several consecutive blasts. Even if he was no longer willing, this corpse demon king eventually turned into dust and disappeared forever. Great. Finally, I've killed this guy before the space shatters. Seeing that corpse demon king dissipate between heaven and earth, Luo Shuyan's four people were finally relieved at this moment. The large formation that transmitted the energy had stopped, although the pills in the four people's bodies were still releasing their medicinal power. But at this point, these medicinal powers were already able to be within their tolerance. A few little friends, thanks a lot this time. If it wasn't for you guys pouring in your help, I'm afraid that you'd really let this corpse demon king see the light of day again. Having completely killed her rival of many years, this woman from the Tianlan Holy Land also finally revealed a smile towards Luo Shuyan and the others. She gently thanked them. I'll take care of those next troubles out there for you. At this moment, having dealt with the corpse demon king, the biggest trouble, the powerhouses of the Heavenly Lane Sacred Land also noticed the situation in the outside world. Buzz, the woman from the Tianlan Holy Land, at this moment, pinched the spell in her hand, and the space around her seemed to begin to tremble for a while. Quick, everyone keep pushing harder. The statue is about to hold out. At this moment, In the main hall of the outside world, both the human and devil races did not know what exactly happened within the statue, and were still combining their efforts to bombard the statue. Looking at the statue that had begun to tremble, the many powerhouses were preparing to build up their strength to blast out the final blow. Shoo! But right at this moment, the originally ancient statue figure suddenly bloomed with blinding white light. Immediately afterward, the many powerhouses within the Great Hall saw countless pillars of white light explode out from within the statue. This white light was extremely strong, and it seemed that space began to distort as it crossed mid-air. Not good. Quickly retreat, quickly retreat. For a time, cries of alarm rang out in the main hall. Those who were closer to the statue, but all the modules, were swept by this white light across the bottom, and soon flew away in ashes and completely fell. Even if it was an exalted level existence, as strong as that blood demon race exalted, facing this white light was only a slight resistance for a moment, and still couldn't escape the end of death. For a time, this great hall wailed continuously, and the screams of the demon race rose and fell, sounding like a chill down one's spine. Although those humanoids inside the main hall were fine, they were also shocked by the horrifying scene in front of them for a moment. All of them were in a state of shock and frozen place, somewhat at a loss for words. They didn't dare to imagine just how terrifying these white rays of light were, and so many demons didn't even have the power to resist them. Looking at the group of humanoids who were all in such a sorry state, Su-Koen immediately glared angrily. You bunch of forgetful guys. All of you take a closer look. This is the statue of my human ancestor. You bunch of profit-motivated people. Seeing the statue of my human race's patriarch and not making proper offerings, but instead joining forces with that demon race's scum to disrespect the statue of the patriarch. Do you still have a little bit of shame in your hearts? The cruelty of the human-demon battle. Is it hard for you to forget it so quickly? All those corpses of my human race's powerhouses that you saw in the middle of the secret realm along the way were all the work of the demon race. You can even turn a blind eye to this. Is it possible that the ease of these years has made you all forget the cruelty of war? As a border general, Su-Koen did not know how many demons he had killed, and he did not know how many of his compatriots he had seen die under the butcher's knife of these demons. With so many people gathered here today, he had wanted to lead the human race and have a great battle with that demon race, but I didn't expect this to be the case. You scum of the human race. It's fortunate that the ancestor is magnanimous and has a broad mind not to bother with you. At this moment, Su-Koen was extremely agitated, pointing at the crowd of powerful people below him and angrily rebuking them, and those who were targeted by him lowered their heads in shame. Now if you still consider yourselves to be the human race, join me in hunting down all the remaining demons in this place and revive the glory of my human race. Boom! As the words fell, Su-Koen's body released a strong killing intent and spiritual power, charging straight towards those fleeing demons. The rest of the human powerhouses, seeing this, also followed Su-Koen's lead, and together they strangled the demon race here. I didn't expect this human statue to be capable of such a thing. Fortunately, this honored one left a hand in advance. A hoarse voice rang out, only to see that the Blood Demon Clan Venerable who had just been swept away in ash by the white light was now surprisingly appearing again from the entrance of the main hall. This came as a great surprise to the people present. Seeing the Blood Demon race exalted one appear, those fleeing demon race instantly rekindled their hope. Ha ha ha, the one who died just now is just one of my father's blood demon branches. The Blood Demon Venerable one laughed wildly. It seems that just now was the last of the statue's power, so there shouldn't be any danger now. Humph, if you're not afraid to die, you can try. Su-Koen grimaced and coldly snorted. He also didn't expect the blood demon to have such a hand. No good. Just as the two of them were confronting each other, the statue that had fallen silent unexpectedly once again transmitted a strange movement. This caused the Blood Demon Clan Venerable who had just lost a detachment to change his expression drastically for a moment. Like a scared bird, he subconsciously disappeared out of the hall. End of chapter. Chapter 152. Target: Great Qin Empire. Boom! Ka-ching! However, this time, the statue that was surrounded by the crowd did not release a terrifying white divine aura that swept across the battlefield like before. Just a crack was revealed along with the sound. It seems that this statue of the Holy Land Patriarch was just attacked too much, and it broke after all. Looking at the crack, Su-Koen's face was filled with pity. This was a symbol of their human race's former glory, and they didn't expect to end up in such a state today. Oh, so it's pretending to be a god. At this moment, the Blood Demon race powerhouse that had just been frightened by the strange noise of the statue and had fled in a hurry, unexpectedly turned back again. Seeing that the statue had even just appeared with a crack, it immediately resumed its previous arrogance and fierceness. At this moment, within this space, the remaining demon race and a portion of the human race's strongest people, unexpectedly just once again gawked at this statue. Seeing this crack, they all thought that within the statue, perhaps the last treasure of the sky blue sacred land would be hidden. As the cracks on top of the statue grew, a greedy gaze surfaced from the surroundings. Seeing this, Sukoan's face was extremely ugly, so gloomy that he was about to be able to drip water. Obviously, just a moment ago, he had already talked most of the people into dealing with those demons, but it didn't occur to me that because of the cracks in the statue, these people got greedy. Most people had unexpectedly forgotten. Again, the deep hatred with that demon race. Blood feuds are right in front of us, but these guys are so surprised that they only look at their own immediate interests. Sukoan, inwardly in the middle of the annoyed, said that the devil often internal strife, but the human race is not so? For the sake of their own selfish desires, they each act in their own way and calculate with each other. And the evil of human nature is always difficult to speculate. Even for the sake of getting the treasure first, some people had already started to attack the statue again, not putting the so-called human demon vendetta in their hearts at all. How can these people? How can they? Is profit the only thing left in their eyes? Within the inner space of the statue, Lin Shuer's beautiful eyes were brimming with tears. At this time, they were able to clearly see from the inside what was happening outside in the middle of the hall. That scene of human ugliness is all on display at this moment. This caused the girls, who had just decapitated the corpse demon king, to be incomparably disappointed inside. Back then, the entire holy land of Heavenly Lan was almost sacrificed in order to fight against the corpse demon race. In order to trap this corpse demon king, the saint-level powerhouse even went so far as to seal himself in the statue for countless years. Over the years, they had never stopped fighting for the human race, but these people in the outside world had refused to spare even a single statue for their own selfish desires, even to the point of being willing to go along with the demons. Several people even suspected that if that Sukoan wasn't a general of the great Jin dynasty, these profit-minded people might even make a move against him. Water smoke. Didn't you say that we Imperial Beastmasters should have the heart of the world in our hearts, and that we should take it as our duty to save the living? But look at the ugly faces of these guys. Is there any point in saving them? Yiziming at this moment, also felt incomparably chilled. Human nature is so despicable. Even Auxiliary Little, who had always been staggering, was now frowning and feeling very pathetic. They don't speak for everyone. Although Luo Shuiyan was also having a bit of a hard time dealing with this situation in the outside world, she quickly adjusted. There are still a lot of people who are kind and stand up for what's right that exist among our human race, and this part accounts for the majority of the human race. Otherwise our human race wouldn't have gone through countless years and still be able to reproduce to this day and become more and more prosperous. Most of the people gathered in the middle of the secret realm at this time were those from the great families of the world, who themselves were already lucrative and corrupted by the powerful. But unlike elsewhere, there are still many who remember the hatred between the two communities. There were still many people fighting non-stop in defense of the human land. In her previous life, Luo Shuiyan, as a female emperor, unified many forces and led the human race in a great war with the demon race. She had seen too many strong and talented people of the human race fall on the battlefield. For the sake of the righteousness of the human race, they were righteous. And those fervent souls Luo Shuiyan will not forget. Likewise she would never, because of the ugly faces of these filthy people, lose hope in the entire human race. Young man, I didn't expect you to have such a bare heart. Truly even I am ashamed of myself. Now that the corpse demon king has been completely eradicated, I have nothing left in this world. The ethereal voice of that saint-level powerhouse echoed within the space at that moment. After today, the Tianlan Holy Land will be extinct forever. These people are so greedy for treasures that they have long been blinded by desire. If you leave from amongst this statue, you will surely suffer an endless pursuit. So let me give you one last ride. As the words of the woman from that heavenly mission Holy Land fell, her figure began to gradually become illusory. As for Luo Shuiyan's group, they were enveloped in a faint white light, around the bodies of several people. All of them were surrounded by the majestic and vast power of space. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang came from the middle of the main hall, and the statue that symbolized the originator of a human Holy Land directly exploded at this moment. To the disappointment of many of the powerhouses present, the interior of the statue was surprisingly empty, and there was no so-called exotic treasure. However, the crowd, who had long been blinded by greed, did not even spare these statue fragments, and began to loot them for a time as if they were locusts passing through. Not good. The secret realm is unstable. Without the support of the statue, this space seems to be collapsing. Those who aren't afraid of death stay here and keep robbing, and those who rob alive run. Sukoan sensed the end of the space around him and hurriedly called out to the crowd to leave. He realized that the space was collapsing, and the secret realm would soon be engulfed by a spatial storm. Everyone, by then, will be stirred into pieces. For a time, the people who were just coaxing and looting were immediately terrified and fled towards the exit. Outside, the rocky beach, In a zone that was 100 miles away from the entrance to that secret realm, there was a sudden flash of white light. Immediately after that, Luo Shuiyan's 4 people, as well as Jiang Che and a bunch of other spirit beasts appeared in this place. At this moment, Jiang Che, who had already recovered from his Qilin true body state, was quietly lying in Luo Shuiyan's arms. Phew! Luo Shuiyan let out a long breath of relief. This time the corpse demon king was eradicated. At least it extended the human race's chi for 100 years. Is it over already? At this time, Jiang Che also woke up leisurely and slowly stretched his waist. At this moment, he only felt that his body was soothed and refreshed. The 3 high-grade elixirs that he had devoured did not leave the slightest aftermath. As for Jiang Che's realm, he had also managed to break through to the 61st level, truly crossing over into the 7th rank. With Jiang Che's current strength, I'm afraid that even a peak Zun level like the Yin clan's old ancestor wouldn't be able to guarantee absolute suppression in the case of executing Dharma phase heaven and earth. It's already over. White is really thanks to you this time, Luo Shuyan said with a happy face, and the 3 of them, Ez Meng, also hurriedly came over to see that Jiang Che was fine, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Right, where are we going next? Jiang Che asked softly, which was also what the others wanted to know. After all, nowadays, Sima Prime had already moved to kill them, and Dijin was no longer safe. We won't be returning to the Great Jin for a while. For the next plan, Luo Shuiyan had arranged it long ago. She knew that Jiang Che didn't like the fact that she was hiding her plans and not saying anything. So she continued, we next cross over Chu and Chi to a kingdom called Great Qin. End of chapter. Chapter 153 Woman. Are you trying to start a career of fighting for supremacy? The Great Qin that Luo Shuiyan mentioned at this time was not the 3 core countries on the continent. It was just one of the many small neighboring countries, and its strength was much worse than the 3 core empires. Its location is sandwiched between Dichu and Diqi, and Qin also had a border that was bordered by the demon race region, where small frictions and battles would often occur. The reason why Luo Shuiyan chose to travel to Great Qin was because there was one of her former right-hand men. It is the current prime minister of the Great Qin state, Lord Shang. When she traveled the continent in her previous life, she had once traveled to Great Qin. It just so happens that the Shang ruler of Great Qin is found to be pushing for a change in the law. That wind of change made Luo Shuiyan feel surprised, not realizing that the Shang ruler was so eloquent. This change in the law was different from the previous small fights, but a real challenge to those who are powerful and influential in the world. The change of law, if successful on all fronts, would end the wind of the human race, where the powerful members of the lineage monopolize all resources. It would make the human race stronger, and allow those ordinary imperial beast masters to have a chance to step onto the path of the powerful, because this time the change of law will be involved in the law, involved in the fundamentals of the country, is with a set of perfect rewards and punishments and so on. Great Qin? I've heard of this country, and it's considered relatively famous within the many small countries, and since this country is in the middle of Daqi and Dichu, the Sima family's hand is not so far out. That's right, water smoke. Amongst the small country, could it be that there's some ancient secret realm about to come out as well? The 3 of them, Ez Meng, discussed for a while after hearing Luo Shuiyan's intentions. Because of habit, the crowd still thought that Luo Shuiyan, this time going to Great Qin, was still running towards the secret realm. After all, before, every time Luo Shuiyan set out, her goal was to run towards various secret realms. No, I'm going to meet an acquaintance. Luo Shuiyan opened her mouth very frankly, which made Ez Meng and the others a bit curious. Nowadays, they were only in their early 20s, which could be said to be very young for imperial beast masters. Among the 4, even Oxia Xiao Xiao and Ez Meng, who had an extraordinary background, had not left Dijin all these years. They didn't expect that Luo Shuiyan, who was born in Jianghai City, actually had old friends in the distant Great Qin country. However, the crowd also knew Luo Shuiyan's habit. If she didn't want to explain, Luo Shuiyan wouldn't say much, so they didn't ask much. After all, Luo Shuiyan let people surprised place. That can be really too much. If you want to get to the bottom of it, do not know to explain Roadwin. Anyway, a few people only needed to know that Luo Shuiyan would not harm them, that was enough. What's more, Luo Shuiyan's kind of thinking, fighting for the sake of the human race, influenced them at all times. The 3 of them, Ez Meng, were still willingly following Luo Shuiyan now even if they had no interests to entangle. Okay, since everyone is okay with that, let's get going. Luo Shuiyan set off with a few people. Because of the crown prince of the Great Jin dynasty, they had to catch up at the border on this journey before they could do so. In other words, Luo Shuiyan's few people were almost equivalent to walking around Kanglin Mountain. There was no explanation to the crowd, but Luo Shuiyan still told Jiang Che her thoughts alone. Upon learning that Luo Shuyan's purpose for going to Qin was surprisingly to want to go and help the Shang ruler to advance the change of law and help remove the obstacles to the change of law, Jiang Che was all secretly surprised in his heart. This woman was worthy of being an empress in her previous life. This is her intention to start the route of dynastic rivalry. After listening to Luo Shuyan's plan, Jiang Che couldn't help but lament. He only wished he had more time to lie flat for the rest of the day. Soon after, Luo Shuyan's group encountered a group of demons, none other than the Blood Demon clan. Among this Blood Demons group, there was also an old acquaintance of Luo Shuyan and the others. It was the same Blood Demon race Exalted who had appeared earlier. In the Sky Blue Holy Land, the 7-star Venerable Blood Shasta Sky. This Blood Demon race Venerable was not generally afraid of death, and after the fluctuations in the secret realm space appeared at that time, he directly transformed into a shadow and ran towards the entrance, managed to leave the Heavenly Lan Holy Land before the secret realm collapsed. At this moment, looking at Luo Shuyan and her group, these demonic powerhouses immediately turned incomparably hideous. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect for us to come across 4 human women. Capturing them back is just the thing to use as a good stovetop. The Blood Devil clan. Almost every one of them had channels of bloodlight flowing through their bodies, looking very hideous. I can already smell it. The smell of fresh blood inside a young woman's body. It's so mouth-watering. TSK TSK TSK. The strength of these people are not low. I think they must be considered young talents amongst the human race. Surprisingly, since they took the initiative to send them to the door. Blood Shakti looked at Luo Shuyan's dead with a cold smile. He could clearly feel that powerful aura radiating from Luo Shuyan and Jiang Che. Obviously the two are among the human race, the young generation of experts. And what he likes to do most is to drain the blood of these so-called geniuses. It's that disgusting guy again. Upon seeing the bloodshed Heavenly Queen, the 4 of them, Luo Shuyan, were filled with disgust and hatred. They had seen very clearly in the secret space earlier, and the leader of the demon race in the secret space was none other than this Blood Shasta Sky. Thinking back to the shattered pieces of the statue, for a moment the crowd was enraged. Under full release, these Blood Demon clans were surprisingly no match for Luo Shuyan's 4. Jiang Che, on the other hand, directly executed his unicorn body and charged towards Blood Chakra Sky. The Blood Shakti Sky had already transformed into a sea of blood, and the rich smell of blood instantly permeated the middle of the battlefield. The sky seemed to be dyed blood red by him, and the sea of blood that kept churning looked incomparably terrifying, and it seemed that the wailing of countless voices and spirits could be heard. Obviously, since the cultivation, this Blood Shakti heaven didn't know how many living beings it had mutilated. What a strong aura. What kind of spirit beast is this? At this moment, Blood Shakti was filled with astonishment. He desperately tried to extract Jiang Che's blood, but realized that he had no way to manipulate the blood within Jiang Che's body for a moment. The Blood Devil clan is strong. Lysen can manipulate the enemy's body blood for their own use, but he has encountered Jiang Che. Under this Blood Shasta heaven's carelessness, Jiang Che had already arrived at the center of the Blood Sea. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of purple Qilin true flame, instantly igniting the entire sea of blood. Having cracked Yin Zhong's blood transformation technique earlier, Jiang Che already had a certain way of dealing with it. This time, dealing with the Blood Shakti Sky was considered a breeze. For a time, Blood Shasta Sky's mournful wail resounded between heaven and earth. Those Blood Clan powerhouses who were still fighting Luo Shuyan and the others were suddenly shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that the old ancestor of their race would be in such a sorry state, because Blood Shakti had lost a bilocation in the Sky Blue Sacred Land ruins earlier. His strength had been lowered quite a bit, and at this moment, he was even less of a match for Jiang Che under his carelessness. It didn't take long for the monstrous sea of blood to be burned clean by the purple flames. This Blood Demon race powerhouse, who was almost difficult to exterminate, was then burned alive in midair by Yi Chen. This time, the battle ended very quickly, and by the time the other tribal powerhouses arrived at this place, Luo Shuyan and her group had long gone away. After this little episode, the few people continued to rush, while the journey after that was relatively much safer, and they didn't encounter any demons along the way. Half a month later, Luo Shuyan's several people finally left the border of Great Jin. Luo Shuyan was prepared to enter its territory from the border of Great Chu, as Great Jin was in the east, and they had to cross over into Chu to get there. 3 years ago within the Kanglan mountain range, they had also clashed with the Xiang Imperial clan of Great Chu. This caused the 3 of them, Meng, to be a little worried for a while. Luo Shuyan didn't care about this. There's no need for everyone to worry. Although the Xiang clan has acted a bit wildly, they haven't bothered to make small moves in secret. End of chapter. Chapter 154 Xiang Xiaoyu's Invitation. Great Jin Dynasty, Imperial Capital Palace. Your Royal Highness. News has come from Zhang Kai's side in Shu City that Luo Shuyan and his party, who were saved by a mysterious saint-level powerhouse, are now unaccounted for. A black-robed messenger was currently kneeling in front of Sima Prime with a face full of respect. A mysterious saint-level powerhouse? Sima Prime, who had heard this news, couldn't help but frown. Originally, he had thought that Zhang Kai, who was at the peak of the Zun level, had made a move to kill Luo Shuiyan, and that it would be practically without any surprises. I didn't expect that now it would pop up again. What with the mysterious saint-level powerhouse coming? Sima Prime had previously doubted that Elder Guo would secretly follow Luo Shuiyan. However, it seemed obvious that it wasn't now, as Zhang Kai recognized Guo Lao. If it was Elder Guo who made the move, then he must have recognized it. Could it be that behind Luo Shuiyan, there was another saint-level powerhouse? Thinking of this, Sima Prime's face grew more and more ugly. A young woman with outstanding talent and an extremely deep mind. This already made Sima Prime feel threatened. Behind it there might even be two saint-level powerhouses escorting the path. This is a bit too heaven-defying, isn't it? Sima Qingtian had never even imagined that Luo Shuyan, who had never been to Shu City before, would actually persuade Zhang Kai to voluntarily let them leave. At this time, Luo Shuyan's group had successfully entered the territory of Great Shu. We are all of the same human race, and it is still a non-war period, so this kind of ordinary cross-border entry will not be checked particularly strictly. Luo Shuyan and the others decided to cross the Great Shu Kingdom's territory and head to Great Qin. After 2 days of traveling, several people were able to enjoy some exotic scenery. They had all been living in the Great Jin before, and it could even be said that they had mainly lived only in those few cities. Now coming to other countries is something else. I've realized that the Great Shu Kingdom, it seems to be quite a bit more affluent than the Great Jin where we live. Lin Shuer couldn't help but let out an exclamation. They have been walking for the past few days and found that whether it is a big city or a small city, or even a village or town in Dechu, the standard of living here is basically a bit higher than in their Dejin. It comes down to higher productivity. With no wars in Dechu, the inhabitants live in peace and happiness, and the country as a whole is better off. Zhang Che was also very comfortable on this journey. He was now no longer resentful of Luo Shuyan walking around. They've taken in a lot of sights along the way and have experienced many different cuisines. After reliving his first life, Zhang Che enjoyed this life of seeing the scenery everywhere and eating all kinds of exotic food. Although it's comfortable to sleep inside the villa all the time, it's still a great experience to have nothing to do but come out and wander around. This kind of life of traveling around, eating all kinds of food and seeing all kinds of scenery in his previous life, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. In his previous life, Zhang Che was either working overtime or on his way to work overtime. Not to mention traveling, every day is just running back and forth between the company and the rental house. It's hard to take a vacation, but also all you want to do is lie in bed and not move. As for traveling, leaving aside the question of whether or not you have the strength, you don't have the money in the first place. Now it's all about laying flat anyway, and it's the same wherever you lay flat. Not to mention that the rush is also being held, which is just not comfortable. After another 3 days, Luo Shuiyan and the others arrived at a central city in the Chu Kingdom. This place was very close to the imperial capital of Great Chu. A few people had just stayed in the hotel for a short while when Zhang Che realized the abnormality in the surroundings. In his holographic perspective, the one he had seen at Kenglin Mountain, that Great Chu Emperor's eldest grandson, had unexpectedly arrived here at this moment, and by his side, there were also several Zun-ranked powerhouses following him. Zhang Che frowned slightly, and randomly hurriedly transmitted his voice to a few people. Everyone be careful. The Great Chu Imperial eldest grandson who was slapped in the face by us at Kenglin Mountain at that time is here. And this guy isn't alone. He's followed by several Zun-ranked powerhouses. Hearing these words from Zhang Che, Lin Shuer and the others were immediately alerted. In this Dechu territory was not like Songlan Mountain. Earlier within Kenglin Mountain, they could not give face to this family's grandchildren, but now that this was Xiang Clan's territory and the other party had brought a Zun-level powerhouse with them, it made several people wonder about Xiang Xiaoyu's purpose. However, after hearing these things, Luo Shuiyan was acting very frankly without the slightest surprise, as if she had already expected this. Sure enough, it wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. After a few people exchanged glances, Auntie Little went forward and opened the door to the room. Sure enough, he is the one who met in Kenglin Mountain earlier, the royal grandson of the Chu dynasty, Xiang Xiaoyu. A few of you. It's been a long time. Xiang Xiaoyu looked at the people in the room, but he smiled very politely with a very humble attitude. 3 years had passed, and that aura of kingly dominance on this imperial grandson had become even stronger than before, and the emperor's phase had become more and more outstanding. The key is that the person has also matured and stabilized a lot compared to before. The Xiang Xiaoyu of 3 years ago was sharp, but now he has converged a lot, but the confidence in the bottom of his eyes is even more intense than before. seeing the imperial grandson of Chu in front of them. The three of them, Lin Shuer, were all a little nervous for a moment. After all, a few people were considered to have had some bad blood before, and at that time in Kanglin Mountain, a few people had not given the Great Chu imperial clan the slightest bit of face. Now that several people were being chased by the prince of the Great Jin and had arrived at the Xiang family's territory, it was inevitable that they would be a bit formal for a while. It has indeed been a few years. Luo Shuiyan came forward at this time. Her tone was very calm. No waves of emotion could be heard. A few of you have traveled a long way from the Great Jin dynasty. You are indeed honored guests. As the eldest grandson of the Emperor of Great Chu, how can I not do my duty as a landlord? All of you are masters of the young generation of my human race. Why don't you come to my Great Chu's palace as guests? Xiang Xiaoyu looked at the several people and softly invited. The many forces on this continent inevitably have some secret spying on each other. As a matter of fact, the royal family of Dechu had already known something about the wind that the royal family of Dejin had laid hands on Luo Shuiyan. Thus, when Luo Shuiyan and her group arrived in Chu, they had already attracted the attention of the Xiang family. The royal family of Dechu was very happy about this. In their opinion, Luo Shuiyan and the others, this was fleeing to Shu. Luo Shuiyan several people. Each one of them was a rare genius. Among the young people, it was an absolute top-notch existence. Even at the same age, the talents of their Dechu royal family were not necessarily as demonic as Luo Shuiyan. It would be a great joy for such an outstanding talent to stay and serve in Dechu. That's why this made Xiang Xiaoyu, who had met Luo Shuiyan and the others, personally come to invite them. This kind of operation by the Xiang clan was somewhat favorable to Jiang Che. It seems that the pattern of this Chu royal family is much higher than that Great Jin royal family. They were considered a threat in the Great Jin and hated to be eradicated as soon as possible. Now that they had come to other countries, they were instead treated like meat and potatoes, with the royal family personally coming to invite them. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Why does it have the feeling of a pyramid scheme? After Luo Shuiyan heard Xiang Xiaoyu's words, her expression remained unassuming and she only smiled faintly towards the other party. Since your excellency has graciously invited us, then the few of us will respectfully comply. Without the slightest bit of nervousness or hesitation, Luo Shuiyan directly agreed to the invitation from the Dechu imperial family. Ha ha ha, good. Worthy of being a woman of honor. I'm afraid I wasn't wrong about you. It's really refreshing. Since that's the case, then we'll be waiting for you all at the imperial capital. For Luo Shuiyan's calm attitude, Xiang Xiaoyu did not have the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, he was very delighted and turned away with a cheerful smile without the slightest delay. The Xiang clan cultivates the King's Way hegemony and has a strong sense of self-confidence in their bones. Believe in your own strength and be able to harness the world's people. Therefore, this kind of magnanimity and pattern of Xiang's family is naturally incomparable to that of the Sima family of the imperial family of the Great Jin. Sima Qingtian was too accomplished and too small in his popularity. Early the next morning, Luo Shuiyan's 4 people headed towards the imperial capital. The center city where they had landed now was very close to the imperial capital of Chu, and they had successfully arrived after 2 hours. As for the Xiang clan, it could be said that they attached great importance to Luo Shuiyan's several people. The manpower had already been arranged in advance, and as soon as Luo Shuiyan's 4 arrived at the imperial capital, someone came out to greet them. Even the spirit beasts of a few people, the Dechu imperial family had prepared a carriage. Although the attitude of the Dechu royal family was very friendly, no one knew if there would be accidents. After all, ruthlessness is most definitely an emperor's family, and who knows what they'll do. In order to prevent the Xiang family from charting their way through the palace, Jiang Che transmitted his voice to a few people in advance. In a moment, you guys try not to go too far with me, and if things don't look right, I'll use an instantaneous transfer to take you out of here. After such a long time, Jiang Che had finally revealed this life-preserving bottom card of his to a few people. At last, after learning that Jiang Che actually had an instantaneous movement skill, Lin Shuer's 3 people were immediately shocked, and each one of them was filled with astonishment. Instantaneous? No way. Xiao Bai, you can actually take someone on a teleportation? This skill is too cool. After hearing this, Oxia Xiao Zhao's eyes were immediately filled with stars as she looked at Jiang Che with a face of adoration. Lin Shuer was also very curious as she inquired. Little White, how far away is this instantaneous movement of yours? The little tiger, as well as Little Black and the other spirit beasts, also came over at this time, looking at Jiang Che with a curious expression. They were also curious as to just how much more heaven-defying their boss was capable of. It's not bad. It's only about 10,000 miles away. Jiang Che said very casually. The distance of 10,000 miles, that was not generally far away. Even if it was a saint-level powerhouse, it was impossible to sense them as if they were separated by such a long distance. Even if they were to track a few people, I'm afraid it would take half a day to catch up. Lin Shuer's few people immediately became incomparably excited. After having this ability of Zhang Che, the pressure in their hearts instantly plummeted. The reason why a few people were a bit nervous was simply because this place was the territory of the Dechu royal family and there were Xiang family experts everywhere. But if Zhang Che's instantaneous transmission was present, then these pressures would vanish. The big deal is that you just end up running away. And the other side can't catch up anyway. Think of this trip to the royal family of Chu as a visit as a guest. Sure enough, White never does anything he's not sure of. The corners of Luo Shuyan's mouth rose for a moment, and she couldn't help but feel emotion in her heart. With her understanding of Zhang Che on weekdays, if she encountered something dangerous, Zhang Che would definitely choose to be the first to run away. Zhang Che had always acted on the principle that it was better to do more than less. However, this time, when they traveled to the Great Chu Palace, many powerful people were gathered, so it was not too much to say that it was a dragon's den. Zhang Che surprisingly did not object in a rare moment. Luo Shuyan had already guessed in her heart that Little White would definitely have some underhanded means of preserving his life. Moreover, she herself had a similar means, so once danger occurred, she could likewise lead the crowd and escape the Great Chu Palace peacefully. This was also Luo Shuyan's bottom line, that she could be so open and face the Chu Xiang family. All of you have indeed not missed your appointment. Please come in quickly. The banquet will begin immediately. Xiang Xiaoyu personally stood at the entrance of the palace to greet them, which can be said to give face to several people. He led Luo Shuyan and the others into the interior of the palace to a splendid hall. At this time, Luo Shuyan and the others realized that this grand hall was already filled with banquets, and many of the dignitaries of the Great Chu Kingdom were all here now. Luo Shuyan and the others noticed that the seat on the first place was still empty, but they thought that no one would come there, because that's the Dechu dynasty, the emperor's position. With the arrival of Luo Shuyan's group, the gazes of the people in the great hall turned towards a few people. On the seat below the side of the first place, there sat a middle-aged man with a straight posture and a dignified appearance. This person was none other than the contemporary crown prince of Great Chu, Xiang Tianhua. Like Sima Qingtian of the Great Jin dynasty, he was acting in the capacity of a prince and performing the duties of a supervisor. I have long heard of the names of the four young talents, but it is a pity that you are far away in the Jin kingdom and we have never had the chance to meet. At today's sight, a few young friends really do have an extraordinary demeanor. Xiang Tianhua didn't have the slightest arrogance in his attitude. He just looked at Luo Shuyan and the others and complimented them with a gentle smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiang Xiaoyu took Luo Shuyan and the others to their seats. Now that little friend Luo has come to my Chu country, I'm sure you've already seen quite a bit of my Chu country's scenery in the past few days. Well, I wonder how you feel about my Chu? Xiang Xiaohua inquired with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Luo Shuyan slightly arched her hand and randomly smiled slightly. Chu is smooth and free of wars. The residents live and work in peace and contentment. It is indeed a thriving scene. We've also all seen many scenes of people's prosperity along the way, which is very nice indeed. After listening to Luo Shuyan's compliments about his country, Xiang Xiaohua nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I wonder what the few of you, little friend, are planning to do nowadays? My Chu kingdom is very welcoming nowadays to outstanding young talents like you. Zhang Che gently raised an eyebrow at his words. It was just like Luo Shuyan predicted. The Xiang family was here to recruit them. After Luo Shuyan heard Xiang Xiaohua's words, she just smiled faintly and didn't refuse or agree, but slowly opened her mouth. You're welcome, Prince. The human race is one. Wherever you go you will naturally feel close and have no sense of strangeness, even if it's a different country. But nowadays, that demon race is watching intently, while my human race is gradually weakening. It seems to me that we should be even more united as one. Although the demon race is in internal turmoil, they will wring their hands once external troubles arise. Our human race is the opposite. Although it seems to be very united, even during the war with the demon race, there were many internal conflicts. In my opinion, since we are all of the same human race, we should be united and mindful of the world. Luo Shuyan was now in front of the Crown Prince of Chu, as well as many of Chu's powerful ministers, and began to speak eloquently again. From the great justice of the human race, to the cruelty of war, and about the future of the human race. Zhang Che felt that Luo Shuyan was simply like a missionary who traveled around the world. When she was in the Great Jin dynasty, Luo Shuyan had set off a wild wind, and now she had come to Dechu to start a new speech. Zhang Che are a little worried. This Dechu royal family do not come to steal chicken not 18 meters. Lost a lady in folded troops. End of chapter. Chapter 156 Arrival at Xianyang. A timed letter. Luo Shuyan's lofty talk caused everyone present to stifle a sideways glance. These high officials and dignitaries of Chu within the Great Hall did not think that Luo Shuyan was so young to have such insight. The heart is filled with the righteousness of the human race. And the words are all about the revival of the entire race. Miss Luo's remarks really put us all to shame. Thinking about that year, that human and demon war was so tragic. In order to guard our human nation's land and defend our hometown, how many of our human ancestors were buried in the sands? But nowadays the entire human race, wherever it is filled with interests and power. Once upon a time, the human imperial beast masters, one and all were filled with a passionate heart for the world. But nowadays, a short piece makes everyone forget the tragedy of that year. That demon race is still eyeing my human race, but everyone is only focused on immediate benefits. As Miss Luo said, the human race compared to the demon race would have shown weakness, and each other also have to be jealous of each other to be on guard. I did not expect that so young. Miss Luo has this kind of insight. In the middle of the main hall, an old man with white hair, after listening to Luo Shuiyan's speech, couldn't stop sighing, his brows filled with sorrow. This person was clearly impressed by Luo Shuiyan's words. Young people are never short of hot blood, and all the people here are also from that young and spirited time to come. Only in the path of growth, they gradually forget, when that passion itself. Now that they heard Luo Shuiyan say something like this, the crowd had a lot of emotions in their hearts. It seemed to be lamenting the current situation of the human race, and it also seemed to be lamenting his own flat life. Luo Shuiyan's words resonated with many people, and at this moment in the Great Hall, many people began to nod their heads and praise Luo Shuiyan. This woman is truly extraordinary. No wonder that Sima family even wanted to put her to death. Witnessing the situation within the Great Hall, the Dechu Crown Prince's eyelids were jumping at this moment. Luo Shuiyan's mere words had caused the powerful officials of the Chu kingdom within this hall to be filled with favorable feelings towards her. This kind of ability is not everyone has. Ordinary people speak a few good empty words, will not let these Chu people in high positions to be convinced. Just now, Xiang Xiaohua sensed that Luo Shuiyan's body seemed to be emanating an extremely unique kind of pressure. This kind of pressure was somewhat imaginative in a way with the kingly hegemony cultivated by the Dechu royal family, but the invisible majesty in Luo Shuiyan's body was even more powerful. And Luo Shuiyan's body would always release a wave of energy that made people from the bottom of their hearts willing to be convinced. Xiang Xiaohua couldn't figure out that this unique aura was something that could be affected by status. Luo Shuiyan was just a commoner born in Jianhai City. How could she have such an imperial aura? Sister Shuiyan is really able to talk. I see that these people in Shu, the way they look at her now has changed. Yeah, we don't have that kind of eloquence. When she was speaking at the academy, it was basically Aqua Smoke's own masterpiece. We can't compare her to this eloquence. Luo Shuiyan in that side of the eloquent talk. Oh, little three people see half a day cannot insert words, then fortunately eat up. Anyway, Xiang Xiaoyu said that they are here as guests this time. Why don't you let Sister Water Smoke come over and eat something first? Looking at the mouthy Luo Shuiyan, Lin Shuer couldn't help but say softly. They hadn't even eaten since they left, so Lin Shuer wanted Luo Shuiyan to have some dinner first. Little Snow, you don't have to worry about her. Don't worry. Someone will call her for dinner. Yi Zimun laughed softly towards Lin Shuer. After saying that, the three women directly joined Jiang Che and began to wind up. The food cooked by the royal family of this Chu kingdom was very delicious in color and flavor. The three of them had just smelled the aroma and they were already stupidly excited about it. Coupled with the fact that he was hungry himself, he didn't care about the eating issue, and instantly wolfed it down. Anyway, with Jiang Che, who was the worst eater, giving them the benefit of the doubt, the three of them didn't have anything to worry about. And over there, Luo Shuiyan, delivering a rousing speech, hadn't even had time to drink her saliva after talking for half a day. She was about to continue speaking when the Prince of Chu, Xiang Xiaohua, had the corners of his mouth twitch at that moment and hurriedly waved his hand towards her. Miss Luo must be tired after traveling all the way here. Why don't you sit down first to rest and drink to relieve your fatigue? You are a young youth from Jin, and today, by coincidence, you have come to savor the cuisine of my Chu as well. Xiang Xiaohua really doesn't want Luo Shuiyan to continue. He realized that he had really underestimated Luo Shuiyan's ability. It was originally a simple chat, but it turned out to be hard for Luo Shuiyan to make it into a personal speech. The most crucial thing was that quite a few people in the hall were moved by Luo Shuiyan's words. Good thing too. In that case, I'll be respectful. Luo Shuiyan also knew that she couldn't rush things, so she arched her hand towards Xiang Xiaohua and smiled faintly. Then he took his seat and also started to eat. After all, after talking for so long, Luo Shuiyan was also really hungry. Xiang Xiaohua shook his head and helplessly drank a cup of wine. Originally, he had wanted to recruit Luo Shuiyan and a few others, but every time the topic of conversation here will be Luo Shuiyan too involved in the world situation, the human race to prosper above. This makes him also not good to continue to recruit, otherwise it will appear to be his low pattern. There was no further discussion of solicitation, and the people only exchanged simple pleasantries. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness the Crown Prince. A few of our sisters have some business to attend to and need to hurry as soon as possible. Will not continue to trouble you. When the banquet ended, Luo Shuiyan and the others were full of wine and food, so they offered their farewells. And the Dechu royal family was also very dignified, and didn't have any scruples just because Luo Shuiyan politely refused their solicitation. Instead, they also intended to arrange a special train for a few people, but Luo Shuiyan politely declined. Luo Shuiyan, a few people, sat on Little Flame's back. Nowadays, Little Flame had no problem at all in carrying them through the air. Blackie, did you memorize the sense of the people at the banquet just now? Don't worry boss, I've memorized it all and won't make any mistakes. Xiao Hei nodded his head in a hurry. To Jiang Che, the only ability the Tsunami Divine Dog had to hold was recognizing sense. Now under Jiang Che's hammering, Xiao Hei had also finally grown a memory. It was a peaceful ride. The Great Chu Empire didn't come looking for trouble from the four of them. And finally after half a month, the group arrived at the northeastern border of Great Chu. Past this border, that's the range of Great Qin. The entire Great Qin Empire was almost only 1/6 the size of the Great Chu. Attention everyone! The Great Qin Empire is up ahead. At this moment, a section of the city wall appeared in front of Luo Shuiyan's people. There were fewer soldiers guarding the place, unlike Dechu, which had a dense garrison of soldiers. After all, the national power of the two countries cannot be compared. Landing outside the city, Luo Shuiyan and the others registered and then entered the city gates. Hearing that Luo several people came from Great Jin, the guards at the city gate paid a little more attention. Interesting people from the Great Jin. It didn't take long for a young man to appear on the city wall, quietly watching the distant back of Luo Shuiyan's group. The imperial capital of Great Qin is the city of Xianyang, located closer to the other side of the border. If that side of the border was breached by the demons, then the demons would be able to attack the Qin imperial capital directly. It was once suggested that the capital be moved, but successive Qin rulers rejected the proposal. Shortly after Luo Shuiyan's group entered Great Qin, the Great Jin dynasty, the center area, a large, lofty mountain, towering over the clouds, with a fairy-like aura. This was where the Tsunami sect was located. At this moment, outside the sect hall, a young man hurried in. Enlightened Patriarch, someone has sent you a letter that is said to be called Luo Shuiyan. A letter from Luo Shuiyan? Hurry up and get it. That majestic middle-aged man sitting on the first place immediately said with a face full of excitement when he heard the words. This middle-aged man was none other than Aoi Xiaoxiao's father, Tsunami Sect Patriarch. Auctions. End of chapter. Chapter 157, Zhong Taigong Fishes for the Willing. Patriarch Aun. I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of taking Xiao Xiao away from Great Jin without informing you in advance, but I promise that I will definitely bring her back in the future and will make sure that Tiny won't be harmed in any way and will have a radical change in herself. In addition, there is one more thing that I need to ask Patriarch Auxiliary. The imperial family of the Great Jin is narrow-minded and wants to disadvantage me, so I'm afraid that it will bring harm to the fish in the pond. I'd like to ask Patriarch Oxa to take care of the families of my two friends for a little while longer. Looking at the contents of the letter, Oxuans gently raised an eyebrow. Good you Luo Shuiyan, not only did you abduct my precious daughter, but you even dared to make me do something. You little girl, you've got some nerve. Hearing Oxuan's words, the young man who had just passed on the message looked up before whispering, Patriarch, then now, are we hurrying to send someone to bring the young lady back? Slow down. Oxuans hastily raised his hand to stop him. Looking at the letter in his hand, Oxuan smiled helplessly. This Luo Shuiyan is truly a strange woman, coming from an ordinary background yet having the ambition of a swan, just the daughter of a commoner, but has a heaven-defying qualification, and moreover has such a calm and steady heart. I think there will definitely be some achievements in the future. This girl Xiao Xiao is playful by nature. Following this Luo Shuiyan around might be a good thing instead. Old me wants to see what this Luo Shuiyan can bring little into. After muttering a few words, Oxuans looked up to the person in front of him and commanded, Command down. Send someone to Zhanghai City to take care of that Lin Shuer's family. We can't let any accidents happen to them. There's also the Imperial Capitoline family to keep a close eye on. Nothing can happen to the families of these two little girls. If there are any accidents, in order to preserve the lives of both families, even if the Sima family intervenes, you don't have to give him face. Oxuans revealed a domineering majesty as he spoke. This was the backbone of being the Tsunami Sect's patriarch. And he was not afraid even of the Shihua dynasty, now Luo Shuiyan and the others. Even though they left the Great Jin dynasty, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. That Sima Jingtian couldn't do anything with them. But the Sima family is not generally sinister and cunning, and who knows what they will do. and maybe they will threaten their families. Luo Shuyan didn't inform Guo because she knew that with Guo temperament, he would definitely be furious and would even go to war with the Sima family. This is very unfavorable for the human race at the moment. As the sect leader of the Tsunami sect, Oxuan Su was a much more composed person. Moreover, the Tsunami sect under his command was powerful and had many experts. It would be more appropriate for the Tsunami sect to step in and preserve the Lin and Yin families. As for Oxuan's decision, Luo Shuyan had already guessed it. This was because she knew that people like Oxuans would be more interested in seeing Oxio grow up rather than keeping her locked up within the sect like a canary. As a matter of fact, the situation of those two families was indeed as Luo Shuyan had guessed. When Sima Prime was preparing to make a move against Drop Hand Smoke, he had already begun to deal with the others amongst Luo Shuayua's team. The Lin family in Zhanghai City was already under surveillance, and the Yin family in the imperial capital, despite being a large family, was now being suppressed and ostracized by all parties. Only the Xiaotian sect, where Oxia Xiao is located, Sima Qingtian does not dare to have the slightest ill will. Having relived her life, Luo Shuyan knew too well the kind of carefulness of the Sima family. That was why she had prepared a countermeasure in advance. And with the Tsunami sect stepping in, it would be useless even if the Sima clan had any more evil intentions. Great Qin Empire, Northeast, Luo Shuyan's group, after entering the Great Qin Empire, rushed non-stop, without resting too much. The four of them directly arrived at the imperial capital of Great Qin, Xianyang City. After arriving here, Luo Shuyan directly found a hotel to stay in. In the days after that, the few people just cultivated normally every day. Occasionally, I even go out to the streets and shop and stroll. There hasn't been any major action for some time. This made the three of them, Lin Shuier, instantly feel that they could rest for a few days. Having been on the road for such a long period of time, although everyone was a royal beast master and their bodies weren't too tired, their spirits were more or less fatigued. Say, what's next on your mind? No one else knew what Luo Shuyan wanted to do, nor did they know who the acquaintance Luo Shuyan had come to the Great Qin Empire to find was. Among the few people, only Jiang Che knew that Luo Shuyan had her own plans in mind, and it's not a big plan. The otherworldly dynasty rivalry, which caused Jiang Che to be a little excited inside. There's no hurry. Wait for someone to come to us, Luo Shuyan said with a mysterious smile. Nowadays, their cultivation levels are not low, and it can even be said that among the young people it is the top level. All four of them had broken through to the imperial level, and he himself had even reached the 8-star imperial level. This kind of strength was considered a strong party even in the Great Qin. Nowadays, a few people came to Great Qin where the country's power was much smaller, and the gold content of the imperial grade royal beastmaster had risen even more steeply. Luo Shuyan knew very well in her heart that the four of them were not generally famous now. Back then, he already had a lot of popularity after winning the 100 Schools League of the Great Qin dynasty as a freshman. Coupled with Luo Shuyan's inspiring speech later on, it made many young people treat her as an idol and a benchmark. As soon as he entered Chu in the beginning, Xiang Xiaoyu came to his door. Now that they had come to the Great Qin imperial capital, it was impossible for no one to pay attention to the four of them. Xiao Bai, the Shang ruler of Qin that I mentioned to you earlier, is a man with a heart of strategy and great ambition. Unsurprisingly, the whereabouts of us and the others must have been grasped by him long ago. Don't worry, it won't be long before he comes forward. Seeing how confident Luo Shuyan was, Jiang Che nodded. And so it was for another 2 days. On this day a group of official Qin personnel came to the street outside the inn. The surrounding crowd, at once, gathered around to watch the fun. Only one person slowly stepped out of a black vehicle. The man was now covered in white hair, but the crowd around him recognized the man at once. It was the Great Qin Empire changer, Lord Shang. For the Shang ruler, many big families hated him, but the general public was very fond of him, because his change of law was truly concerned with the livelihood of these ordinary people and affected the wealth of the Qin state. What's this old thing doing here? A middle-aged man in the crowd had his eyes glazed over when he saw Shang Jun. This person was sent by a powerful man from Great Qin to covertly observe Luo Shuyan and the others. Many powerful people in the Great Qin Empire actually already knew that Luo Shuyan and the others had landed right here. Everyone has ideas, just that no one has ever taken the lead at this point. None of them expected that Shang Jun would actually take the initiative to come to the door in advance. You don't all need to follow, lest you disturb the guests. Shang Jun waved his hand, telling the guards behind him not to follow, and took only 2 people upstairs. When he came outside the suite on the 3rd floor, Shang Jun was even more extremely polite. He arched his hand towards the closed door of the room and said softly, "Miss Luo, old man Shang Jun of Qin, I've come to bother a few of you. I wonder if I can come into the house for a while." End of chapter. Chapter 158. If I can. I don't want to be an emperor in this life. Creak. Inside the room, Luo Shuiyan had long known of Shang Jun's arrival, and at this time, after hearing the other party's words, she slowly pulled the door of the room open. Why did Lord Shang come to me as the Prime Minister of Qin? Seeing Luo Shuiyan open the door, Shang Jun hurriedly arched his hand in a very humble manner. Miss Luo is too modest. Your shocking speech at the Great Qin and the Great Chu really benefited old me. Nowadays, among the younger generation of Imperial Beastmasters, there are very few who can have a heart and great justice like yours. Truth be told, the old man has thoughts similar to yours within him. That's why I still hope that Miss Luo can give old me a chance to ask for advice, and would like to invite you to your residence to discuss some matters. Although Shang Jun was now advanced in years, he did not have the slightest hint of the condescension of an older person, not to mention the preachy air of being an elder. Although he was the Prime Minister of Qin, he did not have the slightest bureaucratic style. When facing Luo Shuiyan, these few young people, their attitude was still very humble. Luo Shuiyan looked at Shang Jun in front of her and smiled slightly. Her eyes seemed nostalgic and appreciative. With regard to Shang Jun as a person, Luo Shuiyan knew him very well. In her previous life, she had been interested in this old man with ideals and ambitions. Luo Shuiyan still remembered that in her memory. This old man had risked his own life in order to be able to realize his personal ideals and ambitions. The Shang ruler was motivated and wanted to carry out the change of law to the end, so as to make the state of Qin rich and strong, and to improve the situation of the whole state of Qin. It's just a shame that the situation is stronger than the people. The Shang ruler's ideals and ambitions are good, and he himself has the bones and unyielding heart, but he doesn't have enough power to support them. The monstrous power is not something that can be subverted by an ordinary person. The system that has been accumulated over countless years cannot be completely reformed by a single change of law. On this continent, strength was king, and without absolute strength, there was no right to speak. Faced with that disjointed power and noble forces, even if the Shang ruler wanted to change the law, he was bound to be met with great resistance. Even to put it crudely, it's just a paper exercise. After scanning Shang Jun's cultivation, even Jiang Che couldn't help but shake his head. This old man has a good heart, but this cultivation is really not good. The power of speech in this world doesn't care if you are a Sengoku or not, but whether you have a strong cultivation or not. Luo Shuiyan smiled and nodded after hearing Shang Jun's words. You, Lord Shang, as the Prime Minister of Great Qin, have now personally come to the inn to invite us. Your attitude has been so humble. How can we refute your face? Hearing that Luo Shuiyan had promised herself, Shang Jun was instantly beaming with joy. He has long heard that this Luo Shuiyan is soft and hard to refuse, not to climb the power and disdain to make friends with the nobles. However, this was exactly why Shang Jun was willing to come and befriend Luo Shuiyan. The Sima family was wary of Luo Shuiyan, and when Dichu solicited her, Luo Shuiyan only shrugged it off with the righteousness of the human race. Shang Jun had thought that he would have to go through a lot of trouble as well, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Several people left from the middle of the hotel, and many people around them saw this scene. I didn't expect that Luo Shuiyan, a few people, had really gone with Shang Jun. Looking at this situation, these four people from Great Qin, it seems that they are going to be recruited by Shang Jun. These four people from the Rose Maiden team, all of them have become Imperial Beastmasters at their early 20s. Their strength is extraordinary. Several people's talents are almost demonic. No one can surpass them among the younger generation. That Luo Shuiyan is even known as the most talented Imperial Beastmaster of the human race in hundreds of years. After these people grow up, they are not oil lamps. If they have them, help Shang Jun to implement the so-called change of law. Then the consequences. Seeing Luo Shuiyan and Shang Jun walking together at this time, many of the onlookers are flooded with worries. Many of these onlookers were the men of the old powerful and influential people of Qin, and it was the change of law of the Shang ruler that they opposed. Luo Shuiyan, several people now, were still just young geniuses, but with a few more years of age, that could be a top powerhouse on the continent. At that time, they will have a very high voice. It seems the matter must be deliberated early. Luo Shuiyan and the others had also long noticed that presence around the hotel, but they didn't care about it. At this time, Luo Shuiyan and the others took Shang Jun's car, and soon arrived in a villa that was very close to the Great Qin Palace. The residence of Qin's Prime Minister is not overly exaggerated and overly luxurious. It was important to realize that in some small places the great families of the world could have manors that covered an extremely large area. Inside that manor, the ancient halls and pavilions villa clusters are due, showing the luxurious atmosphere. Qin's national strength was not comparable to the three core countries, but it was still considered a not-so-weak existence among the small countries. As the Prime Minister of Qin, Shang Jun's residence can be a bit shabby in comparison, but Jiang Che was quite open-minded about it. It doesn't matter. Living in a place that's too big for me instead. This villa is just right. We were just living in a villa at the academy anyway. Jiang Che lived in a rental house in his previous life, but about 20 or 30 square feet. That all cost him a lot of rent. Luo Shuiyan and Shang Jun had something to discuss in detail, and after Yi Zimeng and Luo Shuiyan exchanged glances, she took Lin Shuier and Oxia Xiaoxiao to her room to cultivate. A few spirit beasts were then taken by Jiang Che and went to play by themselves in the open space. After Luo Shuiyan and Shang Jun talked carefully and in detail, Shang Jun realized that Luo Shuiyan's thoughts on the various details of the change in the law were surprisingly more exhaustive, and always with very accurate insights on key points. It was even able to make certain improvements on the basis of the changes he had specified. After talking with Luo Shuiyan in detail, Shang Jun was instantly elated, as if he had found his soulmate. Looking at the young Luo Shuiyan in front of him, Shang Jun's eyes were filled with appreciation. It was as if he had been given a treasure when he met Luo Shuiyan, and inside the next few days, the Shang ruler became more determined and radical, proposing some strategies to change the law. These strategies were supported by the king of Qin through and through. However, after Shang Jun's change of law was supported by the king of Qin, those powerful people were increasingly dissatisfied. The reason is that Shang Yang's changes in the law firstly touched the interests of these powerful and wealthy people. The Shang ruler wanted to make the whole state of Qin rich and strong, but those powerful people only focused on their own personal pockets. On this day, the king of Qin urgently summoned the ruler of Shang to the palace for a detailed discussion, and as soon as Shang Jun left, Luo Shuiyan, a few people, directly became the half-owner of this villa. In this foreign country, eating different cuisines, enjoying different landscapes and experiencing the culture of different regions, the most crucial thing was that they were all paid for by Shang Jun, and a few people could be said to be very cozy nowadays. After coming to Qin, Luo Shuiyan had a new idea in her mind at this time. If it was possible, he didn't want to go back to being a Jedi Empress in his life. It was just too tiring. She could be strong, but didn't want to be a ruler. Luo Shuiyan hoped that someone, in her place, would be able to integrate the power of the human race. At this time, Luo Shuiyan actually already had a candidate in mind, which was the current Qin monarch. End of chapter. Chapter 159. Here, I am your backer. Although Shang Jun had a great ambition and wanted to change the law to improve the current situation of Qin, but he's just a Sangunyan after all. If these powerful people of Qin wanted to execute the Shang ruler, it would just be a matter of turning over their hands. The Shang ruler of commoner origin, even with all his talents and ambitions, without the full support of the king of Qin, it would be difficult for him to move forward in Qin. It could even be said that he had just come up with the idea of changing the law in the morning. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the night before this man inexplicably disappears from the world. Nowadays, the reason why the Shang ruler is able to become a phase state and still have not too low power, he even kept offending the powerful and the rich, always hovering on the edge of death, yet he was still able to live peacefully until now. Completely inseparable, the Qin king's strong support. Without the king of Qin to back him up, Lord Shang would have died many times over. In Luo Shuiyan's memories, although the great Qin Empire's national strength was not as strong as the core countries, the successive rulers were all very wise and heroic. Each of the rulers of the state was motivated to love his country and his people, and to strive for the wealth and strength of the state of Qin. Reforms such as Shang Yang's, which used the nobles to carry out changes in the law, would not have been possible in other countries. Only the Lord of Great Qin had such a great temperament and vigor. It's just a pity that in Luo Shuiyan's previous life, this generation of Qin kings was brutalized by traitors, because she was fed poison for a long time. She never conceived an heir, and her health is deteriorating. In her previous life, Luo Shuiyan hadn't met Jiang Che, nor did she have the experience and memories of being an empress. She was left to fend for herself, alone, in a world of the weak and the strong. Whether you are acting as a human being or exploring a secret realm, you must be careful not to dare to act easily. Although Luo Shuiyan was quite lucky and her talent was extraordinary, it still took a lot of time to grow up. In Luo Shuiyan's previous life, at this point in her senior year, she was still participating in the Daijin 100 Schools League. It was only after going to the Kanglin mountain range and contracting the red flame Luan bird after all the hard work that Luo Shuiyan's talent and strength began to gradually appear. But even so, by the time Luo Shuiyan came to this great Qin Empire, it was unknown how many years later. At that time, the king of Qin, the body has long been sick to death to return to heaven. The Shang ruler's change of law also did not have the kind of effect that he had imagined. In her previous life, Luo Shuiyan was precisely in this situation by the king of Qin, who had abdicated the throne of the monarch on his deathbed. After Luo Shuiyan succeeded the Qin monarch, with his powerful strength and iron fist, he eventually swept the 6 heavens, pacified the 8 wastelands, and unified the continent, integrating human forces from all sides. the first Central Empire was established to fight against the demon race. This time, I came to Great Qin many years earlier than in my previous life, and everything is still in time to change. Luo Shuiyan looked out the window and murmured at the Great Qin army flag fluttering in the wind. Shang Jun was urgently summoned by the King of Qin today, wanting to believe that Shang Jun would tell the King of Qin all about himself. I believe that soon, the King of Qin should summon himself to the palace. Luo Shuiyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Now she had the memories of her previous life and had come to Great Qin a few years ahead of schedule. We must find a way to uncover the few treacherous sycophants around the King of Qin, and he also had to cure the King of Qin of his hidden physical problems, so that his body would become old and strong again and integrate the human race in his place. Ding! Congratulations to host, for gaining 18W of laying experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his upgrade, current level 63. After such a long time had passed, Jiang Che finally heard that familiar and pleasing voice, and it was finally another upgrade. Finally, I've upgraded. The later I get, the slower I upgrade. Jiang Che slowly stretched after waking up from his sleep and muttered in a low voice. If other spirit beasts heard Jiang Che's words, they would definitely be so angry that a mouthful of blood would spurt out directly. You have to know that the more you cultivate to the back, that want to break through is not generally difficult, and many spirit beasts upgrade on a yearly basis. What's more, Jiang Che simply doesn't know what bitter cultivation is. Traveling along the way, either eating or sleeping, either playing around with a few spirit beasts or enjoying the embrace of a beautiful woman, just like this can still 2 or 3 months to rise 2 levels. Do not know how many spirit beasts will make envious, but right at that moment, Jiang Che then suddenly sensed that something was wrong. In his holographic view, he was able to see that there were some uninvited guests outside the villa at the moment. The most crucial thing was that the person leading the group had clearly reached the 9-star Zune level. A supreme powerhouse. Everyone be careful. Someone is approaching the villa, and it's not very strong. Jiang Che hurriedly transmitted his voice to remind the crowd, and Luo Shuiyan's 4 immediately woke up from their cultivation. One looked around warily, ready to fight. It wasn't long before Jiang Che realized that this space they were in was actually blocked by a strange force. That is to say that all the movements that happened inside the villa could not be known by the outside world. Even if they had a big battle inside the villa, I'm afraid it wouldn't be seen by anyone else. If he and the others died here, the outside world wouldn't even know who the murderer was. Ha 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 ha. Luo Shuiyan, you little girl, can't imagine. Today you're going to be buried in his hometown. Luo Shuiyan. Several people, at this time, had already arrived in the courtyard outside. Only an old man was seen in the outside world, hanging in mid-air. There were 3 more people following by its side, and all 4 of these uninvited guests were Zune-level powerhouses. Each had extraordinary strength and emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Looking at these people in the middle of the mid-air, the corner of Luo Shuiyan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. In order to kill me, you guys even deployed 4 Zune-ranked powerhouses. You really think highly of me. Although the surface was plain, Luo Shuiyan's heart was incomparably grave. She could feel that the space of this place had been blocked off. Even Luo Shuiyan's secret technique was not necessarily certain that she could escape from under this spatial blockade. The few times before when they were in danger, they could have been sheltered by saint-level powerhouses, but this time they had come to Qin. And since the other party had dared to make a move, they had already prepared for everything. Now that he was on his own side, he didn't have a strong person like Elder Gua. Facing 4 Zune ranks, this was not an ordinary dangerous situation. The most crucial thing was that the old man at the head was at the 9-star Zune level, and the sense of oppression emanating from his body caused people to lose their breath a little. He, Luo Shuiyan, that fellow Yuan Chudao, has accompanied Shang Jun to the palace. There are only a few of you inside this villa. Today you won't have to struggle. An early ambush might even allow you to die a quick death and suffer less physical pain. The old man levitated in the middle of midair and let out a gust of cold laughter. A murderous aura raged among his eyes. At this moment, the 4 Zune-level powerhouses in the air were displaying their aura, and an extremely strong pressure came towards the several people. This terrifying sense of Zune-level oppression caused Lin Shui's several people to have gloomy expressions at the moment. Right at this moment, Jiang Che was gently transmitting his voice. His voice was gentle but his tone was very firm, instantly allowing the 3 of them, Lin Shui, to feel an endless sense of security. Don't panic. I'm your backer here. End of chapter. Chapter 160, Lost Secret Skill. Spirit Beast Melting Body. Jiang Che's words fell, instantly giving the several women a strong sense of security. Although Jiang Che always ate and slept on weekdays, he always stood in front of them no matter what kind of dangerous situation he encountered, regardless of what level of powerhouse they were facing. It seemed that as long as Jiang Che was there, they would eventually be able to solve the problem. The feeling that Jiang Che brought to the several people, that was no longer just a spirit beast. After all, they had never seen such a miraculous existence as Jiang Che. Even Luo Shuiyan, who was an empress in her previous life, had this strange feeling at this time. Although in her previous life, she had also contracted 2 strong spirit beasts, but Little Flame and the others were completely incomparable to Jiang Che. Jiang Che being by her side would give Luo Shuiyan a feeling of being protected. In her previous life, Luo Shuiyan often fought alone and killed people on her own. More often than not, it's her as a top powerhouse to protect others. Yeah, White, you're great. Way to go, Little White. Teach these old guys a good lesson. Auxiliary Little was very excited at this moment. Not the least bit scared because the other party was a group of Zoon-ranked powerhouses. Although the old man who was leading the group was a 9-star Zoon-ranked powerhouse, but Oxia Xiao Xiao had never seen Jiang Che exaggerate before. As long as Jiang Che dared to guarantee something, then 100% of it would be done. Since Jiang Che was so confident, he would definitely have a surefire response. This was the trust that everyone had in Jiang Che after spending several years together. At this moment, Little Tiger, Little Black, and Color Scale, among others, were all directly transformed into combat forms. One by one, their size instantly skyrocketed, and their bodies exuded a strong spirit beast aura. What had been all naive little cuties all turned into tough ferocious beasts in the next second. At this time, beside Ez Meng, the Color Scales, Little Flash escorted her petite figure. The egg, on the other hand, was leaning on Lin Shuer's body. Its main ability was guarding and it wasn't very aggressive. However, as long as the egg was there, Lin Shuer had almost no chance of being injured. Its defense was simply too terrifying. As for the Silver Sable, after all, the bloodline was weaker, and the overall strength was quite a bit worse. The opponents were all Zoon-level powerhouses and were very strong, so Lin Shuer didn't let it go on. Little Fire, Fusion, Luo Shuiyan then drank lowly, followed by the huge red infernal Wan Bird. At this moment the wings stretched out into a red-colored flame. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of the crowd, the red flame Wan Bird transformed into a ball of crimson fire, instantly flying towards Luo Shuiyan. He unexpectedly directly fused with her. It was only at this moment that Luo Shuiyan's body was instantly bathed in a blazing flame. The whole person seemed like a, well, elf out of the fire. A head of black hair danced in the wind, and her long dress was dripping with fire. She, who was already a stunning beauty on earth, was even more like a fairy in fire when surrounded by the blazing flames. Its strength had even increased exponentially, reaching an extremely terrifying realm. What? This is actually a spirit beast fusion? No, it can't be. How is this possible? How could you, a yellow-haired girl in your early 20s, have acquired such a secret art? Seeing the commotion coming from Luo Shuiyan's side, the 4 Zoon-level powerhouses in the air were all shocked at the moment. A touch of horror emanated from their eyes. It was important to realize that at this point, this ability that Luo Shuiyan had performed had long been lost in this continent for a long time. It could even be said that this secret method was extinct. This secret method of fusing spirit beasts and beast masters into one had only ever been passed down in the ancient times. Not to mention Luo Shuiyan, this young man in his early 20s. Even those top powerhouses who had lived for an unknown number of years did not know this ancient secret technique. These 4 Zoon-ranked powerhouses couldn't believe their eyes. Even that 9-star Zoon-ranked powerhouse rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. And this spirit beast melting method was one of Luo Shuiyan's cards from her previous life. In her previous life, with this ancient secret art, Luo Shuiyan had almost no enemies among her class. Ha! Spirit beasts can still do that? Okay, well, cool move. Even the 3 of them, Lin Shuer, who were on the side, looked dumbfounded at this moment. They hadn't thought at all that there would be this kind of battle between spirit beasts and imperial beast masters. The 3 of them had to sigh. Luo Shuiyan's undercards were truly endless. Oxia Xiao Xiao is even more eyes a burst of light. Looking at the moment Luo Shuiyan, her eyes straight stars. This kind of dazzling move of man and beast in one, it really made her envious. I didn't expect you to know this ancient secret art at such a young age. It's really heaven-defying, to have such a strong strength at such a young age. If it were to be some more years, I'm afraid that there will be another top-tier powerhouse in this world. It's a pity that you have an empty talent, but you won't choose the right path and are destined to end here. The old man at the head looked at Luo Shuiyan. His face was gloomy. He hadn't thought that Luo Shuiyan was only in her early 20s, yet she was so strong and had already cultivated to the late imperial level. However, although nowadays, Luo Shuiyan's aura after merging with the spirit beast was close to that of a high-stage incremental level powerhouse, it was still not enough to be feared. I'll leave this Luo Shuiyan to me. You 3, take care of the others as soon as possible. When the old man's words fell, he directly summoned his own spirit beast. Originally, their 4 Zoon-ranked powerhouses had joined forces to come here, and this kind of strong lineup was not intended to summon spirit beasts at all. but he didn't expect Luo Shuiyan to be so heaven-defying. And this kind of strong battle power made it so that he could only summon spirit beasts. The other three did the same, all summoning spirit beasts and preparing to settle this matter quickly. After all, this place was very close to the palace, even if the space was laid out in advance, prohibiting the blockade of the place. But if it drags on, there's still bound to be an accident. You guys should be able to form a formation. Just leave this old guy and his two spirit beasts to me. The rest of you, a few of you team up to deal with it. Jiang Che moved his muscles and bones, and after dropping a line to the crowd, he slowly came to the front of the group. His purple and petite body looked very inconspicuous in the middle of the battlefield at this moment. It's as if some noble lady, a captive pet sneaking out. However, in the next moment, Jiang Che directly opened Dharma heaven and earth, instantly transforming into his 100-meter Qilin true body. The purple gold unicorn appeared in midair, and for a moment, Jiang Che's aura skyrocketed. It seemed to be from the 63rd level, directly soaring to the top of the 7th order in general. The oppressive force was full. All of that purple and gold-colored body was still burning with a blazing flame. Jiang Che hadn't even used skills, just pure physical melee combat had caused that 9-star Zun-ranked powerhouse to be exhausted. Jiang Zhe realized at this time that he seemed to have estimated his strength somewhat conservatively. End of chapter. Chapter 161. God damn it. Fighting is fighting. Why do you want to tear down your home? After Jiang Che had manifested the Qilin's true form, the power emanating from his body was extremely strong. The purple flames burning on his body kept scorching the surroundings at this time, seemingly melting away this square space. That strong body, every time it moved, emitted a burst of violent sounds. Jiang Che's huge Qilin claw mark was waved in the middle of midair. Frightened, this 9-star Zun-ranked powerhouse's forehead slid down in cold sweat nonstop. He hadn't expected that Jiang Che's strength would be so terrifying, completely exceeding his imagination. This 9-star Zun-ranked powerhouse brought his two 7th-ranked spirit beasts along with him, which managed to block Jiang Che's attack. However, even so, that oppressive feeling from Jiang Che's body still caused this 9-star Zun-level powerhouse to break out in a cold sweat. The rampancy in the old man's eyes earlier had all disappeared at this moment, leaving only a thick scorn. He hadn't thought at all how Luo Shuiyan, who was only at the Imperial realm, could have such a terrifying spirit beast. On the other side, with Luo Shuiyan forming a formation, she brought several people from Lin Shuer to attack the other side. Although the opponents were 3 Zun-ranked powerhouses, now that Lin Shuer and the others had broken through to the Imperial extremity, their strength had long since changed. And all 3 are not ordinary royal beast masters. An Xiao Xiao came from the Tsunami sect, and there are endless strong martial arts techniques and feats. Yi Ziming came from the Yin family of the Imperial capital and had the same strong battle power, although Lin Shuer came from an ordinary background. However, she had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Starfall sect, and at this moment, she was holding the Ice Heart sword. Between the operation of the spiritual energy, a silver-white starburst fell from the high sky. The attacking power was extremely strong. These 3 people and 7 beasts were now also battling those 3 old men, as well as their spirit beasts, back and forth. The hissing and roaring of the spirit beasts continued, and various colors of divine auras kept flickering in the sky. The spiritual power fluctuation was extremely strong. If not for the spatial blockade, I'm afraid that it would have already been detected by the palace. If there were others present at this time, they would have all been surprised and unable to speak. It was hard to imagine 3 juniors who were merely at the Imperial level. He was actually fighting 3 Zun-ranked powerhouses to a draw under formations and secret techniques. One must know that the more one cultivates to the later stages, the gap between each realm is not normally large, especially this kind of direct combat across a large realm. That was almost impossible. But this almost impossible thing, at this point in time even happened one after another in the body of 3 people. Compared to Lin Shuer's side, who was fighting feverishly, Jiang Che at this moment was somewhat depressed. This place is also too narrow to exert awe. Incarnated in the true body of 100-meter Qilin, he really felt some Jiang Che's hands were tied up when he fought within this blocked space. As a promising young man of the new era, Jiang Che always adhered to the principle of not wasting, such as this to realize that below their battlefield was the villa of someone else's Shang Jun. Although Jiang Che was not a good man or woman, he also knew how to do favors and repay kindness. The Shang ruler kindly invited them to stay here, and the food and drink were all paid for by the Shang ruler. As a result, now we have to demolish the only villa of the people. Is it like that here? The Prime Minister of Qin turned out to have a family fortune of just 1 villa. If this villa was demolished by himself, it would be a bit too white-eyed wolf, something Jiang Che could not do. Only in order not to destroy the villa below, Jiang Che fought but had a hard time exerting his full strength. If the 9-star Zun-ranked powerhouse on the opposite side were to know what was going through Jiang Che's mind right now, he would definitely be directly infuriated to the point of vomiting 3 liters of blood. It's too much of a look down on people to even consider not destroying the surrounding buildings during a life and death battle, right? However, right at this moment, Jiang Che was no longer willing to be bound by the space of this place. He didn't want to destroy Shang Jun's villa, but he didn't want to tie his hands either. Shatter me, accompanied by a unicorn roar. This old man only saw that at this moment. From Jiang Che's body, a golden light suddenly flashed out. This golden light looked like a golden brick in appearance, but before he could see it clearly, it directly bombarded the surrounding space. In the next second, the spatial barriers that several people had set up in advance were actually directly shattered by Jiang Che. As that powerful spatial barrier shattered, a massive spatial pressure instantly squeezed down towards the interior. Immediately after this, under the gaze of the crowd, the Shangchuan villa inside the space, under the spatial force collapsed. Not this. Looking at the collapsed villa, the corners of Jiang Che's mouth twitched as he regretted it in his heart. He had intended to keep the villa, but he had not realized that it had backfired. Now it's a good thing that the spatial barrier was broken, and that spatial pressure is directly making the villa directly into ruins. Damn it! Damn it! You guys are so unethical. You bunch of goddamned people. Fighting is fighting, and you actually demolish homes. Jiang Che glared angrily as he put the blame for the collapse of this villa on the several old men at this point. Not good. The space barrier has been broken. After realizing that the spatial barrier was forced, these 4 Zoon-ranked powerhouses instantly changed their faces drastically. You should know that this place is extremely close to the Qin Palace. Once there were no spatial barriers to isolate their breath, the Qin powerhouses would be able to detect them in an instant. Not good. Retreat. The 4 of them only wanted to hurry and evacuate now, but Jiang Che was unwilling to let them go. That old man had no choice but to give up one of the spirit beasts used to block Jiang Che, and bravely ran away with the other spirit beast. Hurry! It's too late if you don't run. The other 3 were also anxious, just wanting to get out of the battle in a hurry. However, just at that moment, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. One could only see that the owner of that strong aura was very tall and sturdy, but his looks are very elegant and handsome. Outside the palace, how dare you commit murder? The mysterious strong man calmly opened his mouth, his voice resounding like thunder in all directions. Yuan Chudao? After recognizing the identity of the outsiders, the 3 Zoon-ranked powerhouses were instantly terrified. Okay, let's stop. Luo Shuyan called out to the Lin Xuer trio at this moment. She recognized this Yuan Chudao. That was a 1-star saint-level powerhouse. He was also one of his own men in his previous life. Although it wasn't as good as an old saint-level royal beast master like Guo Lao, it was still easy to deal with these people. Ha! Still want to run? Yuan Chudao let out a cold snort. Then he struck his hand and held it down, and the space where those 3 people were was directly imprisoned. You're fast enough. Just after the space barrier was broken by me, you sensed it and came here instantly. Jiang Che also had a rough idea of the strength of a saint level at this moment. The current him was able to suppress a 9-star Zoon level, but if a saint level wanted to make a move against him, I'm afraid there's no other way but to just instantaneously run away. Soon, some more strong men arrived and took charge of imprisoning those 3. Elder, there's still one more running. Jiang Che transmitted his voice to that Yuan Chudao at this time. This is a spirit beast? Jiang Che had already recovered his original body. Yuan Chudao was already very curious about him, and now he was even more surprised after hearing that Jiang Che could even transmit sound. Don't worry, he won't get away. After Yuan Chudao left behind a sentence, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. It looked like he was going after the fleeing 9-star Zoon-ranked old man. End of chapter. Chapter 162. This knighthood came too easily. Although Shang Jun didn't have many properties, this villa of his was gifted by the king of Qin himself. The street where the villa was located was just a few miles away from the palace, which could be considered a very prosperous area of the imperial capital. There was a huge commotion here just now. If it was an unusual place, I am afraid that the ordinary people living here are already in a state of shock. But at this point it's the opposite. Shang Jun's villa had collapsed, and just now it was emitting the powerful aura of a Saint and Zoon class and other powerhouses. But instead of being scared, the commotion in this neighborhood caused many people to come and watch. Each of those people stretched their necks in this direction as if they were watching. It seems to be afraid of missing any details and less hilarity. Don't you guys see that's the residence of the sage? Someone else dares to make trouble here? You've got a lot of guts, even daring to tear down the home of the sage. You really have itchy skin. Say, what do these 3 people do? What kind of bear heart and leopard guts have they eaten? How dare they run here to cause trouble? It's really abominable to the extreme. His elder sage has served the country and the people to the best of his ability, and these people actually came to the sage's residence to cause trouble. Grandma, If the wealth and strength of my Qin country is affected, I won't spare these guys. The surrounding onlookers, one by one, were filled with righteous indignation and complained about their indignation, seeing the three Zun-ranked powerhouses that had been pressed away. Instead of being afraid, these people's eyes were filled with indignation. Even Jiang Che noticed more. Some of the residents picked up the hose in their hands and jumped into action, as if they wanted to give this Zun-class Imperial Beast Master a go. This sent Jiang Che into a sweat as he watched. The folk style of the Great Qin Empire is really a bit tough to see today. However, he guessed that it should also be these ordinary residents who didn't know that those three were Zun-ranked powerhouses. After all, ordinary people could only know that the other party was a royal beast master, but it was difficult to distinguish the other party's realm. What's more, these three were suppressed by the Qin powerhouse and couldn't emanate a Zun level of pressure anymore. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a black python robe was seen stepping into the air and arriving in the middle of the sky. At its side, there were 7 or 8 people accompanying it, including that Shanghua Shangjuan who had previously entered the palace. My lord! When this figure appeared, countless people and generals below bowed in worship. Jiang Che realized that the eyes of the generals and the people were filled with fire and reverence. There was no fear of being oppressed by force in those eyes, but rather heartfelt submission. King Qin came into the sky at this time and glanced at Jiang Che, then at Luo Shuyan's several girls and their spirit beasts. His eyes, at last, rested on the ruins of the villa below. For a while this king of Qin, who was revered by millions of people, couldn't help but grin out. Shang Jun, this is the time for you not to reject my king's good intentions. Now that the villa collapsed, you don't even have a home anymore, and that golden sea manor that loan gifted you, this time you have to collect it. Don't you dare shrug off the idea of going to stay in some hotel. I am the prime minister of the Qin state. I am not yet at the point of staying in a hotel despite being in my own country's imperial capital. In that case, you'd be slapping the king in the face. Then, I'd like to thank your majesty first. After hearing these words from the king of Qin, Lord Shang also couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I didn't realize that I was gone for just a little while and my home was gone. Not bad. Although the villa is gone, there's still the big manor. What's old is not new. I'm kind of doing a good deed here. The previous strike resulted in triggering the power of space, causing Shang Jun's villa to collapse into ruins. Even if Jiang Che's skin was thick enough, he was a little embarrassed for a moment. Now that he had heard that the king of Qin still had mana rewards, Jiang Che's mood calmed down. Unbeknownst to him, the Qin king's actions just now had already displayed the heart and depth of a monarch. He clearly cared about Jiang Che, but he first opened the topic by the ruins below. By the way, it brings everyone closer together and establishes an image of a bright master. As expected, the next moment, the king of Qin's gaze turned to the 4 of them. Luo Shuyan, I have recently heard that the Shang ruler has had the honor of making several young and dear friends. 4 wise men. I was a bit unconvinced earlier, but once I saw it today, it seems that Lord Shang really didn't deceive me. The king of Qin looked at the 4 of them. Luo Shuyan, with a smile on his face. His attitude was very modest, and there was not the slightest hint of imperial pressure between his words. You flatter me, King Qin. Luo Shuyan arched her hand towards the king of Qin. Her attitude was not humble and her voice was flat. Seeing Luo Shuyan's unperturbed honor and disgrace at the moment, the Qin king couldn't help but praise her a few more points in his heart. Miss Luo, I don't know if you're coming to my Qin country this time, but are you staying for a long time? Aha! This place of Qin is very good in terms of terroir and warmth, very much to my liking, and I would like to stay here with my friends for some more time. Ha 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 ha, excellent, excellent. Hearing Luo Shuyan's reply, the Qin king was instantly overjoyed. One must know that Luo Shuyan is now. That is a young man of great reputation in this continent. The Qin king had long heard that Luo Shuyan had refused the solicitation of the Dechu royal family before coming to the Qin kingdom. This, coupled with the fact that in recent days, the Shang ruler's various praises of Luo Shui had caused the king of Qin to attach great importance to him. Miss Luo, I've heard about your excellency's current reputation. I am very happy that my Qin has been able to please you so much. In that case, if Miss Luo comes to my great Qin today, I hereby enthrone you as a Viscount of Qin. The crowd didn't expect the king of Qin to be so generous as to knighthood Luo Shuyan for their first meeting. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Great Qin emphasizes distinct rewards and punishments. I don't have any merits now, so how can I be rewarded? Luo Shuyan immediately wanted to refuse. Nonetheless, these villains just now are extremely harmful. If it weren't for you guys holding back, I still don't know what kind of winds and waves would have been stirred up amongst my imperial capital. The 4 of you have just come to my Qin, and you have saved countless people of my Qin. Doesn't this feature deserve a reward? The king of Qin smiled slightly and quickly found a reason for the enthronement. Luo Shuyan's few people heard this, and it was no good to continue to push back. Ah, this official came too easy. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and randomly returned to Luo Shuyan's warm embrace. Humph, casually rewarding a title to someone from another country. How can such a person be a good king of Qin? It seems that this Qin king's throne is still given to someone who is more obedient to be. At this time behind the king of Qin, a white-haired old man with a gloomy gaze secretly pondered in his heart. This person was Zhao Chengshou, the head of the Zhao family, the head of the great Qin family. As he murmured in his mind, Luo Shuyan's gaze inadvertently glanced at him. Next, Luo Shuyan and the others followed Shang Jun and moved to the Golden Sea Manor, which was rewarded by the king of Qin. The area here could be quite a bit larger than the previous villa, and it was also sheltered by the experts specially dispatched by the king of Qin. Jiang Che woke up the next day and realized that the experience rewarded this time was directly as high as 30W. Could it be because Luo Shuyan and the girls have become officials? Nothing peculiar happened during this period of time. The only thing that happened was that Luo Shuyan and the others were bestowed with a viscount. Jiang Che guessed that perhaps it was related to this aspect. According to this current speed, even if ascending to level 64 required $10 million, I'm afraid that a month's time would already be enough. End of chapter. Chapter 163 Battle Against the Demon Race. Experiences in Blood and Fire. In the days inside the Golden Sea Manor, Jiang Che had lived a very peaceful life during this time. Anyway, he was just a spirit beast, so he didn't need to worry about anything. While others had to go through all the trouble of cultivating painstakingly, Jiang Che only needed to eat and sleep and eat. Just wait peacefully for the system to automatically increase your experience, and then automatically break through when it's time. Usually, there are people to feed them for meals, and at night, there are 4 beautiful women to warm the bed. When there's nothing else to do, you can take your little brother out for a ride. When you're tired, you have a lapdog to help massage you, so it's a win for the beast's life. And so it was cozy. Spent a month. The Qilin bloodline in Jiang Che's body had already reached 80% purity. Nowadays, the bloodline level, moreover, has already soared to the legendary level, and after this period of time, he had stepped into level 64. It seems that when this Qilin essence blood of mine reaches 100%, I'll be able to reach a true mythical grade spirit beast bloodline. Looking at the system panel, his current attributes, Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction, his eyes filled with joy. However, this comfortable lying down didn't last too long as it turned out. Luo Shuyan, who liked to make things happen, had a new idea. Early in the morning that day, Luo Shuyan gathered everyone in the middle of the living room. Aqua smoke. Is there another plan? Yi Ziming gently raised her eyebrows. Looking towards Luo Shuyan, she asked softly. Between a few people, a certain tacit understanding had long been formed. Every time Luo Shuyan called everyone together for a meeting, that was when there was a new plan. Great, great. I can't wait for this. Auntie Xiao Xiao, who was on the side, also had her eyes shining at this time. Originally a playful nature, she had already turned around the capital city of Qin during this period of time, and had long wanted to go out and have a look around. Although Lin Shuer didn't say anything, her eyes were very determined as she looked at Luo Shuyan. Whatever decision Luo Shuyan made, she would agree with it. Seeing that everyone was so positive, Luo Shuyan smiled and nodded. Now that I've cultivated to the late stage of the imperial extremity, this Qin border borders with the demon race, and I want to go outside for some experience. It just so happens that Qin's borderline, on it is a group of very warlike demonic races. It's more than appropriate to use it to sharpen their strength. Great Qin's northeastern borderline was facing the War Demon clan, one of the 10 major king clans of the Demon clan. True to its name, the War Demon race is naturally very warlike. For so many years, the War Demon clan had always wanted to open up and expand their territory. Even among the demon race, the general environment of non-stop civil unrest. This warlike nature of the War Demon race will still set off wars of aggression every year. As one of the top 10 king clans of the Demon clan, the strength of the War Demon clan is not trivial and their fighting power is extremely strong. Luckily, those who bordered the War Demon clan at the same time were not only Qin, but also Deqi, one of the 3 core countries. It could be said that among the wars waged by the War Demon race, Daqi had withstood a large portion of the pressure. If not, Great Qin's national strength alone would not have been able to resist the invasion of the War Demons and would have been annexed long ago. Because Great Qin had always been at war with the War Demon race, this was also the reason why Deqi and Dechu, which bordered it, had not chosen to divide Great Qin. After all, it would be good for them to have such a country to fight against the demons. If there was no more Great Qin, then the one who would face the War Demon clan at that time, it would be Deqi or Dechu. It can be said that Qin's borders have always been at war non-stop. This is also the reason why Qin has always been just a small country that is difficult to become really strong. The state of Qin never had a chance to develop. Plus the frequent foreign wars, That's why the Shang ruler and the king of Qin desperately wanted to change the law to make it stronger. But it was also because of the incessant wars that created the bloodthirsty nature of the Qin people as well as the wisdom of the successive Qin kings. Although cultivating within this manner is peaceful, if you want to become a truly powerful imperial beast master, this is far from enough. Only by truly experiencing the baptism of the battlefield can one break through the limits between life and death and cultivate farther. Luo Shuyan's past life was one of continuous rooting and sprouting in the midst of adversity. I don't know how many times I hovered between life and death, breaking through in the midst of desperate situations. It was because of fighting and killing time and time again that she was able to eventually become a generation of female emperors. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, the three of them, Ez Meng, also raised their hands in favor. Water smoke is right. Fighting is the fastest way to improve your strength. Izumo nodded, and then began to polish the silver moon scimitar in her own hand. Apparently she was prepared to go forward with Luo Shuyan. I'm going then. I'm also going to the border to kill the demons. I'm going to show father and grandfather and the others that I'm not a dainty little girl. Auxiliary Xiao Xiao waved her pink fist and tilted her head. Lin Shuer also looked at Luo Shuyan with some excitement, wanting to walk up to the border as well. Lin Shuer, who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Starfall sect, was now getting stronger and stronger. She was no longer the drag queen of the team. Seeing several people with such high emotions one by one, Jiang Che could only sigh helplessly. Okay, as long as you serve this lord well, you can go anywhere. He knew that with Luo Shuyan, a woman who liked to make things happen, this kind of comfortable good life wouldn't last long. However, after all, a few people are not from Qin. Before the action, Luo Shuyan still looked for Shan Jun to discuss in advance. Learning that Luo Shuyan and the others wanted to go to the border to kill the enemy, Shan Jun was instantly overjoyed and looked at the several people with eyes full of admiration. The arrangements were soon made and people were sent to escort Luo Shuyan and the others all the way to the border of Qin. Although Qin's state power was not considered strong, the solemnity of the border far exceeded that of Great Chu and Great Qin. Even the air seemed to be drifting with the smell of blood. After Luo Shuyan's four arrived at the border, they found that there were quite a few generals stationed at the Qin border, but there was no marshal. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the imperial capital, Xianyang, was only a few hundred miles away from this border. In the event of a major battle, the king of Qin was the supreme commander of the border. Even the king of Qin often went to the battlefield in person, working with his generals to put down the demon clan. This was also the reason why in the state of Qin, the king's reputation was so high that it pleased many of the people. Luo Shuyan and the others arrived at the border, and on the first day, they went out non-stop, looking to find those wandering demons to fight. Is this the war demon race? It doesn't look too different from my human race. Soon the four of them, Luo Shuyan, encountered a small group of the war demon clan at the border. These battle demon clans, unlike the weapon demon clans, were not as tall and powerful. It's not like the blood demon race and the corpse demon race. It looks very strange and oozing. The appearance looks very similar to the human race. Its number, however, was the largest of the demon race. Moreover, being born to be warlike, among the war demon clan, if one reaches a powerhouse above the imperial extreme, they are extremely experienced in battle. Most importantly, like the human race contracting spirit beasts, the war demon race could contract magical beasts. Devil beasts are violent and ferocious, so the average fighting strength is one step stronger than that of spirit beasts. A few little girls dare to come to the battlefield. It seems that today, you can bring back a few heads. The leader of the demonic squad in front of them looked at the four of them, Luo Shuyan, with a face of contempt. He then summoned a black-furred, red-eyed, huge demonic wolf. And the magical beasts of this small group of battle demon clan members were unexpectedly all bloodthirsty and incomparable demon wolves. End of chapter. Chapter 164, regretting not to hide one's accomplishments and fame. Seeing this, the four of them, Luo Shuyan, did not have the slightest bit of fear, and instantly completed their respective lineups. Luo Shuyan took Yi Zimeng and Oxia Xiao Xiao and rushed at the front. Lin Shuer, on the other hand, was located at the very back of the group under the protection of Egg. She had inherited the legacy of the ancient Starfall sect, and her attacks were extremely strong in every move, but it takes a certain amount of time to build up the moves. However, as one's strength increases, this storing up of power will become shorter and shorter, only to see that at this moment, Lin Shuer's body was covered in a layer of silver-white light. It was the absolute defense shield that Egg had put on her. Eggs didn't have much offensive power, but they were simply unbeatable in the area of defense. There was no way for an ordinary opponent to injure Lin Shuer in the slightest. Lin Shuer only needed to be at ease and release her own moves. As soon as the two sides engaged in battle, Lin Shuer directly used her sword stance that was similar to the 10,000 swords returning to the palace. For a time, countless spirit sword shadows appeared in the middle of the sky. Go! As Lin Shuer waved her spirit sword in her hand, thousands of sword rains poured down in an instant. The rain of swords that filled the sky directly then enveloped a dozen or so demon race and demon beasts. That strong attack power instantly surprised the war demon race. In terms of personal battle power, Lin Shuer had inherited the Starfall sect's legacy, and her battle power was already even a step stronger than Izimeng. After all, although the imperial Capitoline family was powerful, it was far inferior to the ancient sect Starfall sect in terms of inheritance and heritage. On a combined level, though, the two are really in the middle of the pack. Because Lin Shuer's Silver Eagle bloodline was so poor, it was almost difficult to fight now. Egg was a defense-type spirit beast, so in terms of attack, one could only rely on Lin Shuer herself. As for the color scales and little flash that Izimeng contracted, they were both spirit beasts with very strong battle power. Nowadays, apart from Lin Shuer's eggs and the Silver Eagle, the remaining few spirit beasts were in the middle of the battlefield, killing in all directions. One could only see the lightning and thunder in the middle of the battlefield at this moment. Little lightning was like a golden thunder, shuttling non-stop between the many magical beasts. That powerful golden lightning erupted with an extremely strong destructive force, causing these demon-contracted demon wolves to wail for a while. The colored scales were now also successfully advanced to become the 8-colored heaven-swallowing python. After transforming into her battle form, her body was incomparably huge. Like a dragon, the colorful scales, glistening under the sunlight, were extremely strong in terms of physical strength. The red flame Luan bird transformed into a hot flame, and under the wave of its wings, a rain of fire raged in the sky. The little tiger and the little black also transformed into their battle forms one after another. A mottled tiger with flames burning all over its body. Countless demon wolves' livers and guts cracked between roars. Although Xiao He was, on weekdays, only useful to Jiang Che for distinguishing breath, he was, after all, an actual roaring heavenly dog. At this moment, he rushed into the midst of the demonic wolves. And he was even more robust in size than these demonic wolves. Little Black, who was pitch black, rushed into the midst of the demonic wolves, more like a wolf king than a wolf king. For a time, the battlefield was filled with flashes of divine auras and roars. Not bad, not bad, these little guys are finally growing up. It looks like the minions alone will be able to settle the battle this time. Jiang Che couldn't help but nod as he hovered in the air. Looking at the battle in front of him, there was great relief in his heart. After waiting so long, these minions, they can finally stand alone, as the boss himself, but he had to take on the battle himself every time. Now he could finally lie down properly. There was only one Zun-ranked powerhouse amongst this group of war demons. Luo Shuiyan was unresponsive and brought little flame to battle with her. This war demon race captain was full of surprise at the moment. He hadn't expected that as a war demon race powerhouse himself, an existence that lived by fighting was now being suppressed to death by the emperor-level Luo Shuiyan. However, even if this war demon race now fell into a disadvantage, but did not have the slightest intention to retreat, still struggling to support, soon the battle took casualties. Under the powerful attack of Luo Shuiyan's 4, even the war demon race, which was known for its strong combat power, couldn't hold out any longer. It didn't take long before this war demon race squad was left with only the last 6 people, but even so, these guys were still gritting their teeth, completely different from the demons Luo Shuiyan and the others had encountered before. However, right at this moment, Jiang Che sensed a dozen miles away. There was an aura of a Zun-ranked powerhouse that was rapidly coming this way. The opposite side was the territory of the War Demon clan, and the battle fluctuations of a few people were really not small. Jiang Che didn't find it strange that reinforcements had arrived so quickly. Let me fix this one for you. Jiang Che's body disappeared into space and instantly disappeared in place. The few people who were fighting Luo Shuiyan didn't even notice him leaving. Today's Jiang Che was extremely strong, and an ordinary Zun level wouldn't be able to make it more than a few moves in his hands. The demon venerable who had come to support him was flying in mid-air when he was suddenly smashed down by a golden brick. Before he could react, he saw a huge Qilin claw mark fall. It directly cut it down to the ground. After killing this demon race venerable, Jiang Che's holographic perspective realized that there were still breaths rushing from the side. With that, he once again tore through the void and intercepted towards the other party. Just like that, Jiang Che had intercepted 3 waves of demonic reinforcements. And at this time, the battle between Luo Shuiyan and the others had finally come to an end. Strange, this place is so close to the demon race's territory, and they actually didn't come to provide support. Lin Shuer looked around with a touch of surprise on her face. They had been on guard earlier, against support from the demons, but they hadn't expected the wind to be calm around them. and Jiang Che had already resolved the reinforcements and returned to his original position, as if he had never left. So a few people don't know. The devil's reinforcements have actually come several times. Whatever, let's go back first. Luo Shuiyan. The four of them chopped off the heads of these war demon clans. When you kill an enemy on the battlefield, you can go back and exchange his head for a seiko. The four of them, Luo Shuiyan, returned to the Qin kingdom with a dozen or so heads of the demon race, worthy of being valorized by the king of Qin. The four of you are really young talents. If all the young people of my human race can be like the four of you, what does the demon race have to fear? Seeing this kind of battle achievement of Luo Shuiyan and the others, the general of Qin in the border camp couldn't help but praise them. Originally these, the generals who fought in blood on the frontier, there was still some dissatisfaction over the fact that the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, had just arrived in the Qin kingdom and were rewarded with titles. Now after seeing this powerful strength of the four, he was immediately convinced. And after this time, the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, even managed to obtain positions in the army. The three of them, Lin Shui'er, had all become centurions now, able to lead a squad of 100 men. And what Luo Shuiyan brought back was the head of a Zun-level powerhouse. That's why she had a higher military rank and was promoted to become 1,000 households. It's too easy to get promoted in this Qin country, right? You can get promoted to 100 households and 1,000 households just by fighting a battle. If I had known this, I would have brought back all three of those Zun-ranked powerhouse heads. Wouldn't this promotion be faster? Killing and setting fires in a single line. Jiang Che was used to it. After killing those three demon race Zun-ranked powerhouses, he casually clumped a ball of Kirin true flame, and the corpses were incinerated to the point where not even dregs remained. Can't even think about going back to pick up bodies now. Thinking of this, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel some regret. It shouldn't be hidden deep. You should know that the position of a few people is high or low, but it will affect the size of their power. It affects the system's ability to determine word promotion, and ultimately the experience one brings to the table by laying flat every day. End of chapter. Chapter 165, Goodness. Seduced by the witch? In Xianyang, the imperial capital of Great Qin, there was a manor covering a vast area in the city. This is the residence of the Zhao family, the head of the Great Qin family. At this moment, Zhao Chengshou, along with a group of family heads of the great families, were all gathered in the hall. Everyone must have heard that today, that Luo Shuiyan's four people, for the first time, arrived at the border, and gained a generous amount of battle credit for decapitating the demon race, killed over a dozen war demon clans. There's even a Zun-level powerhouse, and that Luo Shuiyan was even directly appointed as 1,000 household chief. Each of these four has infinite potential, especially the one called Luo Shuiyan. I heard that the several new rules that the Shang ruler recently submitted to the Great King were proposed by Luo Shuiyan. She and Lord Shang are both on the same side, both advocating a change in the Qin state. The people in the room, one by one, had extremely ugly faces. The family heads of this great family were all frowning right now. Humph, since this is the case, then this son must not be retained. The arrival of Luo Shuiyan and the others caused worry in the hearts of these Qin families. The crowd felt the crisis and rose to kill. Then it looks like I'll just have to speed up my plans. At this moment, Zhao Qingshou said with a gloomy voice. His pair of eyes were as eerie as the eyes of a viper. Luo Shuiyan wanted to uncover that the person who assassinated the king of Qin was none other than this Zhao Qingshou. He had wanted to slowly poison the king of Qin, waiting for the effects of that poison to completely kick in. It can make him die of gas, at least for another 10 years. But the arrival of Luo Shuiyan's four people gave them a sense of crisis. Realizing that they couldn't drag on any longer, the Shang ruler's change of law made the Qin state rich and powerful, but the first thing that was touched was the interests of them, the aristocrats of the world's families. Originally, it was fine if it was just Shang Jun alone, but now with the addition of Luo Shuiyan, it seems that the road to change will become smoother and smoother. So now the plan has to be advanced. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will take less than 10 years if the change of law is allowed to be practiced. These old lineages of theirs would not be able to hold out, and would be replaced by the commoner sons who had sprung up all over Great Qin. Beyond the borders of Great Qin stood a huge city. The style of the city was exactly the same as the human city, because 1,000 years ago, this place was still the territory of the human race. Only now it has been captured by the demons and turned into demon territory. There's been some situation out at the Great Qin border, and yesterday, in just 1 day's time, my clan actually lost 4 Zunas. Damned Great Qin, is this sending out strong men to our country's border strongmen? To implement a siege? A group of the top combatants of the war demon race were gathered together at this moment. Each of their faces were incomparably gloomy, and their eyes were filled with murderous aura. Because Jiang Che was too strong, he appeared in 3 different places almost without interruption. Separately, They had killed 3 demon races exalted ones. So this time, he's been misunderstood by the devils. Thought that there are many for the human race strong people to join hands together, only to be able to create this kind of war results. Humph. This is something the human race did. Since they did this, don't blame us for being impolite. If they dare to surround my soul strongman like this, then we'll give them a surprise tomorrow. The corner of the War Demon Clan powerhouse's mouth hooked up into a sardonic smile, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious killing intent. As the most battle-happy race amongst the demon race, the War Demon race was never afraid of fighting and killing. On the contrary, the more brutal the battle, the more exciting it was for them. Oh, I'd like to see which strong man of this great Qin Empire is so heroic to dare to go out and hunt the strongest of my War Demon Clan. It really makes people curious. At this time, there was a voice full of charm that came quietly from not far away. This voice is charming to the extreme. Nearby hear the voice of the devil. All feel tingling, limb weakness next second called limp on the ground. The next day, Luo Shuiyan continued to lead her men to the border engagement. Although nowadays, they have been promoted to the rank of 1,100 households, though they still do not lead troops. After all, the human race was still, right now, too weak individually. These soldiers with lower realms had no advantage on a large-scale battlefield. Moreover, the ones Luo Shuiyan and the others were fighting were all strong demon clan members, with the lowest cultivation level being emperor-level battle demon clan. If they went forward with low-ranking soldiers, it would only add to the casualties. A few people were fighting with the demons, but they didn't have the energy to cover the safety of these ordinary soldiers anymore. The soldiers of the human race against the demon race still had to rely on the city walls to block them, and then rely on the formations to maneuver with these demons before they could do so. All of you work hard, kill more demons, and quickly get a general for the job, Zhang Che said to Luo Shuiyan and the others. Although yesterday, in the eyes of Luo Shuiyan and the others, Zhang Che had been sleeping the entire time and didn't seem to have put in much effort on the battlefield. The crowd didn't feel, though, that there was anything wrong with that. They had come to the border this time in order to practice and improve their fighting strength. If one had to rely on Zhang Che for everything, then what need would there be for training? In the eyes of a few people, the reason Zhang Che didn't make a move, that was purely for the sake of exercising them. Not long afterward, Luo Shuiyan and the others once again encountered a pair of demonic powerhouses, and the two sides immediately fought together. Seeing that the situation was stabilized and that Luo Shuiyan and the others were strong enough to suppress the other party, Zhang Che nodded with relief. Immediately afterward, in his holographic view, not surprisingly, reinforcements from the demon race appeared once again. Zhang Che didn't greet Luo Shuiyan and the others, and immediately disappeared into space, going forward to block the demon race's powerhouses. However, this time, Luo Shuiyan detected Zhang Che's figure disappearing. Where did White go? 30 miles away from the battlefield of Luo Shuiyan and the others, a demon race venerable was stepping into the air and flying. Suddenly, in the air next to him, a purple spirit beast appeared. Before this demon race venerable one could react, Zhang Che, without any further ado, slapped down a golden slate. Although nowadays, Zhang Che had many means of attack, he still preferred to directly slap people with the Qilin seal, and with that special ability of the Qilin seal, it directly caused this demon clan venerable one to fall down from the middle of the mid-air. Bastard! Which shrunken head turtle dared to sneak up on old me? The demon clan venerable fell to the ground and instantly roared. Only his heart, however, had long been alarmed, because just a moment ago, the magic power in his body had unexpectedly stopped functioning in an instant, which caused him to fall from the air. The other party's swiftness and ability was so strong that it really made this demon clan venerable scornful. It's your grandpa me! Zhang Che transmitted a voice and roared, then directly transformed into his true Qilin body. The appearance of the 100-meter-tall purple gold Qilin directly shocked this demon race powerhouse. Zhang Che stomped down, and this demon race venerable was stepped into the ground. When Zhang Che lifted his foot, he had already been trampled into a mass of flesh and blood, dead beyond repair. The hallowed demon Extreme Exalt was just directly killed by Zhang Che in seconds, stomped to death with a single foot. However, just as Zhang Che was decapitating this demon race venerable, he suddenly sensed that a spatial fluctuation was coming from the surroundings, immediately followed by a flirtatious and touching petite laughter. I thought that Qin had produced some human powerhouse, but I didn't expect it to be such a mighty spirit beast. Hearing this extravagant sound in his ears, even Zhang Che felt a burst of tingling, and the Qian blood in his body kept rolling over. This voice was completely different from Yiziming's kind of flirtatious seduction, but rather, it would inspire the impulses of the beasts in his body as soon as he heard it. Immediately afterward, Zhang Che saw that a black-clothed woman came out from amongst the spatial fluctuation. Not only was this person's body extremely hot, Her looks were even more gorgeous. The woman was wearing only a bustier on her upper body, while her lower body was covered in black ultra-short leather pants, revealing a pair of tight, snow-white thighs. The skin all over his body was white and incomparable, seeming to be blown apart like sheep's fat jade, between that fullness and height, with a deep gully. It's more than enough to make you want to do it. This woman was different from the stunning beauties like Luo Shuiyin and Yi Zimeng. She had a breathtaking beauty, more like a soul-stealing siren. End of chapter. Chapter 166, Playing Dementor on me. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Che frowned. Fortunately he was only a spirit beast now. Plus, in his normal life, all he came into contact with was Luo Shuiyin and Yi Zimeng, such top-notch beauties. Having worked out day in and day out between various snow-white gullies, his own threshold had been raised considerably. Although the heart swam a little for a moment at the sound of this regal voice, it was good to keep it in check. It was just that the woman who had suddenly appeared in front of him could be more than just extremely outstanding in beauty. Its own strength, too, is very strong. Under Jiang Che's probing, he discovered that the mysterious woman in front of him was a half-saint powerhouse. Although he hadn't really stepped into the saint level yet, he was still much stronger than an ordinary 9-star Zun level. Placed on this continent, it was already considered among the top powerhouses, just based on the fact that the other party had just suddenly come in an instant. This kind of transcendent power, it let Jiang Che know that the visitor was not good. If you are attracted by its appearance and let your guard down, then I'm afraid you won't even know how to die. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly as a flash of gravity flashed across his eyes. He hadn't fought a half-saint powerhouse yet. Fortunately for himself, he had now reached level 64. The purity of one's own Qilin divine beast bloodline had also accumulated to 80%. Otherwise, if there was no breakthrough, the moment the woman showed up just now, she would have just run away. Having increased his strength so much, Jiang Che also wanted to try and see the strength of this half-saint powerhouse. Cluck cluck cluck. The woman's face was flirtatious, and her eyes seemed as if they could seduce people's souls. A casual delicate laugh could cause the qi and blood in one's body to keep churning. It was a delicate laugh, but it sent chills down one's body. What's so good about following the human race, little one? How about returning to the demon clan with me to enjoy your happiness? Wouldn't it be nice to see a woman like me every day? Sister me, but I love little cuties like you. This mysterious powerhouse clutched her shoulders, and that chest high shook even more. The large swath of snowy whiteness was a sight to behold, and when paired with the woozy sound, even Jiang Che felt a surge of qi and blood. I can't believe it's actually true that it's colorful. The other party was dressed so coolly. Jiang Che didn't expect to actually use the beauty trick. This not only made him feel a bit speechless, even if it was colorful. He was now a spirit beast. Even if you have the will, you can't do anything, and there's no point in tempting yourself. Moreover, those demonic beasts were brutal in nature, full of nothing but killing, and seemed to be precisely influenced by the turbid qi of the demon race. That kind of thing would affect the mind, and Jiang Che didn't want to dabble in demons. Roar! Jiang Che's eyes sank as he growled a refusal. Just kidding, he's a decent guy. Oh, since you don't want to go back with me, I'll just have to tie you back up. As the words fell from the devil woman's mouth, she reached out and summoned a huge-sized devil beast with a wave of her hand. Only a 9-tailed devil fox with a silver-white color appeared in front of this devil woman. That 9-tailed demon fox looked just as magnificent as this woman, with slender limbs and a voluptuous body, especially those foxy eyes that looked full of temptation. Although it was a magical beast, it was not filled with a violent aura like other magical beasts. Immediately after that, this demon fox, with its pair of purple as if it was an abyssal pupils, then stared at Jiang Che with a deadly stare. With that, a strange power surged towards Jiang Che. Is this a dementor? Feeling the impact of the 9-tailed demon fox on his divine soul, Jiang Che gently raised an eyebrow. This power, it's déjà vu. The Black Panther of the Qi brothers that he had fought against earlier had this similar ability. Ha, you're still a bit young to want to regale me. Jiang Che snorted coldly and directly transmitted his voice to the mysterious demon racewoman and the 9-tailed demon fox. After hearing Jiang Che's voice, this demon racewoman was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Jiang Che to even know the method of sound transmission. And without further ado, Jiang Che immediately unleashed the Eye of Fear. With the increase in his own strength, coupled with the flair of a group of minions, Jiang Che hadn't used the Eye of Fear for a while. The current Jiang Che already possessed a powerful strength comparable to that of a peak 7th rank spirit beast. Now, he was also performing the Dharma phase heaven and earth, with the support of the Qilin true body, coupled with the fact that within his body, the strong Qilin bloodline suppressed it. After casting the Eye of Fear, it was extremely powerful. Almost instantly, he cracked this 9-tailed demon fox's soul regeneration technique. The 9-tailed demon fox, who had suffered the backlash from Jiang Che after the soul regeneration technique was broken, let out a terrified cry. Only the voice of this nine-tailed demon fox was just as flirtatious and attractive as that demon racewoman, and it was likewise a female. What? Seeing that her nine-tailed demon fox had actually lost in an instant, the demon racewoman was instantly shocked. She had originally discovered Jiang Che's unearthly nature, and it was clear that he was only at level 64, yet he had such a strong and powerful pressure. The aura released from its body was definitely not an unusual 7th rank spirit beast. Nowadays, she even instantly cracked the place of soul regeneration, even to the extent of scaring her nine-tailed demon fox, who was naturally good at soul power, into such a panic. I really underestimated you, but the more extraordinary you are, I will definitely conquer you today. Devil woman wings like silk, waist like a water snake general twisting, large swaths of snow white shaking people some dazzling. Most of the devil beasts were spirit beasts transformed by the devil race using their own turbid chi, infiltrating the spirit beast's souls. Jiang Che's powerful strength made this demon racewoman very happy. She wanted to take Jiang Che under her wing and use him as her second demonic beast. Perhaps one could even use this to break through the bottleneck and successfully step into the saint level. In the next moment, it was only seen that this demon racewoman waved her hands, instantly releasing strong magical power. Immediately afterward, Jiang Che realized that a black boundary had appeared in midair, enveloping himself as he followed the demonic woman. In the next second, this very delicate-looking demon racewoman quickly attacked towards Jiang Che. Those glistening jade-like hands were carrying a strong black magic power. Jiang Che was immediately like an enemy, feeling a mountain-like oppression from this woman. Bang! 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 Under the Qilin armor's exertion, the purple gold scales glistened on Jiang Che's body surface, causing this woman to look even more delighted. A roar echoed in the middle of midair. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Che and this woman exchanged dozens of rounds, worthy of being a half-saint level existence. It's truly extraordinary 1 inch. Jiang Che was incomparably alarmed at the moment. Although the woman in front of him looked soft and weak in stature, she was extremely strong in every move. With the Qilin armor as well as the Qilin's true body, he himself was able to withstand the opponent's attack. The unicorn claw marks and other skills that were cast were all dissolved one by the strong magic power in the woman's hands. I can't. This woman is grabbing a little too much. I can't beat her. Jiang Che realized that his current self was unable to defeat his opponent, but fortunately after casting Lin's true form, the other party couldn't do anything about it. However, this place was deep in the border, not too far from the territory of the demon race. If the reinforcements from the demon race arrive, then he will be finished. Oh no! Something happened on Luo Shuyan's and their side. In the middle of the exchange, Jiang Che suddenly sensed Luo Shuyan's abnormal feedback. This situation was obviously Luo Shuyan being injured. This was the first time she had been injured since Jiang Che met Luo Shuyan. You trapped me here and actually arranged for someone to deal with them. Oh, little one, you're very smart. But can you save them in your current state? Seeing that her ploy had been recognized, the demonic woman also no longer covered it up, and was still looking at Jiang Che with a smile. Confident. This boundary, even if it was a half-saint of the same realm as her, it would be difficult to break through in that moment. End of chapter. Chapter 167. Jiang Che's anger. What's more, Jiang Che was only a 7th-ranked demonic beast now, and even if it was somewhat special, it wouldn't be a match for a half-saint, at least in this devil woman's opinion. Even if Jiang Che was able to break through the boundary, I'm afraid that Luo Shuyan and the others would have already been surrounded and killed. Looking at the devil woman's confident face, Jiang Che's heart burned with rage, and killing intent boiled in his eyes. Is that so? Looks like you're confident and you're not. Jiang Che transmitted his voice to the woman, with a cold laugh. Then without any hesitation, he directly unleashed his instantaneous movement skill, and the direction of the instantaneous movement was exactly the location of Luo Shuyan's side. Jiang Che also didn't expect this skill that he had used as a way to bail out and run away. I used it for the first time today, and it was actually to go to battle to save the day. As space fluctuated, Jiang Che instantly disappeared out of thin air in front of this mysterious demon racewoman. What? How is this possible? How did he disappear when this boundary of mine is blocked so tightly? Looking at the empty boundary space, the demonic woman was instantly shocked. Undeterred, she used her magic power to probe a bit before realizing that Jiang Che wasn't hiding in the shadows. Instead, he truly disappeared in place and escaped from the midst of this boundary. Under the shock of the demonic woman, the towering of her chest all rose and fell for a while, just like waves. As a half-saint level powerhouse, the top existence of the demon race, how could this demon race woman have never imagined that she would one day miss out on a 7th-rank spirit beast? In the midst of her own boundary, the other party had unexpectedly disappeared right under her nose. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly operated her magic power to cast a secret spell, opening her own voice transmission technique to contact the distant demon race powerhouses. There's a situation on my side. That spirit beast somehow actually ran away. I guess it's very likely that he is going to save those few humanoids, so you guys hurry up and get rid of the others at speed. On a battlefield far away from the demonic woman. At this moment, the four of them, Luo Shuyen, were in a very sorry state. Luo Shuyen had already executed the spirit beast melting body secret art long ago, fusing with the red flame Luan bird and erupting with the strongest battle power. At the moment, her body was bathed in blazing flames, but she was now in a very sorry state. On Luo Shuyen's body, blood was still flowing from multiple wounds. Obviously, he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries in the process of fighting with these demonic races. That Luo Shuyen, who used to be unperturbed by changes, was now also turning blue, her expression incomparably grave. Facing the siege of the demons, Luo Shuyen took the brunt of the attack and blocked the front of the crowd. Although the three of them, Lin Shuer, did not have any major injuries, they were now pale and extremely depleted. With the demons in pursuit, the four of them fled frantically. Luo Shuyen stayed at the back of the final temple, and from time to time, she would use the roiling flames to retard the fire. And behind a few of them, there were two high-end Zun-ranked demonic powerhouses with a dozen or so demons besieging and chasing them. The aura of these devils was very strong, and they were obviously the strongest amongst the devils. With so many demons surrounding her, even if Luo Shuyen was a supreme female emperor, her battle power was unrivaled amongst her peers. However, with such a large difference in realms, it was still difficult to resist. Facing two high-ranking Zun-ranked demonic powerhouses at the same time, even Luo Shuyen had no way to fend off the other party with her emperor-ranked cultivation. Ha 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 ha, don't try to waste time. You won't be able to escape. Be a good boy and die. And save some energy. Looking at the four Luo Shuyen whose breath was getting weaker and weaker, the demon race powerhouse let out a hideous, maniacal laugh, beheading the geniuses of the murderous race. This was their favorite thing to do. Not to mention that the four of them, Luo Shuyen, were still the most dazzling geniuses amongst the human race. Boom! However, right at this moment, these demonic powerhouses felt a shadow appear in front of them, as if the sun had been covered. They looked up to find a giant spirit beast covered in purple and gold scales appearing in front of them. Jiang Che, who had suddenly appeared like a small mountain, blocked their path. Under the pressure of the strong Qilin bloodline, these demonic beasts summoned by the demon race, for a moment, had only felt pragmatic and terrified. Under the fear of that soul, the limbs of these magical beasts became limp. Some of them even collapsed straight to the ground, letting out a horrified whimper from their mouths. Jiang Che's Qilin bloodline was becoming more and more pure nowadays, and the bloodline pressure emanated from him after casting Dharma phase heaven and earth. Even these magical beasts that only knew how to kill and had a violent nature were hard to resist. Little White. It's Little White. Great. Xiao Bai, you're finally here. The four of them, Luo Shuyen, who were frantically fleeing for their lives, cried out in joy when they sensed Jiang Che's aura. Although there were quite a few demonic powerhouses chasing after him, it seemed that as long as Jiang Che stood there, he would be safe and sound. The powerful purple and gold Qilin, its massive body was enough to shield them from all the storms. Wherever Jiang Che was, there was safety. Seeing the wretched appearance of Luo Shuyen's four people at the moment, especially Luo Shuyen's body, multiple wounds were still bleeding continuously. For the first time, Jiang Che was angry to the extreme. At this moment, his eyes were burning with rage, and a monstrous murderous aura instantly raged towards the surroundings. The cold, chilling aura in Jiang Che's eyes at this moment caused all of these demon race powerhouses to actually subconsciously shiver. Even the war demon race powerhouses who were warlike by nature actually felt a slight chill when they saw the furious Jiang Che at this moment. If you dare to hurt my people, I will let you die without a burial place. Roar! Jiang Che roared up to the sky as a heaven-shattering roar rang out. Some of the slightly weaker magical beasts even had their livers and guts dramatized directly under this roar. This time, Jiang Che didn't hold back in the slightest, purple lightning jumping above the scales on his body surface. In the next second, terrifying heavenly thunder instantly fell from the sky. That swift and incomparable purple thunder caused these Zun-ranked demon race powerhouses to not even be able to react in time, instantly losing their combat power. As for those devil beasts that struck the ordinary devil race, they were turned into dead souls under Jiang Che's angry heavenly thunder descent. In just an instant, only a few Zun-ranked powerhouses were left of these demonic forces that were chasing Luo Shuyen and the others. Well, Che didn't hold back and opened his mouth to spit out a purple flame. The Qilin true flame burned crazily, and the surrounding space seemed to be scorched and distorted under this blazing fire. These few remaining demon race exalted ones were horrified for a moment. How could they not expect that a 7th-ranked demonic beast would be able to erupt with such terrifying battle power? Several people cast their magic power to try to resist, manifesting a magic barrier in front of them. However, in front of Jiang Che, who had exploded with all his might, this shield barrier didn't last for a few seconds before it was directly broken through by Jiang Che. Then the monstrous flames swept under. These demons have only had time to send out a wail. Will all have no life. The fight only happened in a flash of lightning. Jiang Che, who was in a violent rage, killed all of these strong demon race members in almost just a moment. This time, however, Jiang Che kept his eyes open. Instead of burning all of these high-level demons into flying ashes, he kept their heads. After all, Qin could exchange heads for battle credits, so it couldn't be wasted. In this time, in the team of the demon race's pursuit, those below the Zun level were removed. There were 2 7-star Zun-ranked and several lower-segment Zun-ranked powerhouses. Those war credits were enough to keep a few people promoted. After killing the pursuers, Jiang Che couldn't be happy in time and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Luo Shuiyan and the others. Hurry up and go back. I just ran into a demon half-saint and almost couldn't make it this way. The strength of that mysterious demon race woman was simply too strong. If it wasn't for the instantaneous movement skill, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Luo Shuiyan and the others also knew the seriousness of the matter this time, and did not linger, quickly returning to the Qin territory. Not long after a few people left, that half-saint powerhouse finally arrived from afar. Seeing this battlefield in front of her, the eyes of this extremely beautiful demon race woman were filled with resentment. Back in the Great Qin territory, Jiang Che frowned slightly. Luo Shuiyan had fought 1 against 2 this time, taking on 2 7-star demon clan venerables, and had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. You're hurt. Let me help you. With that, Jiang Che unleashed his own healing technique. This skill had never been used since he acquired it, only to see that purple soft little paw, gently touching Luo Shuiyan's skin. A majestic healing power was then released from Jiang Che's body. Luo Shuiyan's wounds were actually being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Luo Shuiyan felt as if she was in the middle of a hot spring at that moment. His body felt warm and very comfortable, and he couldn't help but let out a whimper or two. End of chapter. Chapter 168. What does a witch look like? Can't say white and big. With Jiang Che's treatment, Luo Shuiyan's condition turned back a lot, and all the injuries she had suffered earlier healed quickly. Luo Shuiyan hadn't expected that not only was Jiang Che's fighting ability extremely strong, he actually had such an outstanding healing ability. It was simply an all-around spirit animal. By the way, Little White, what did that demon half-saint you encountered earlier look like? In Luo Shuiyan's previous life, she had dealt with the demon race countless times. Saint-level existences were basically, in this continent, the top powerhouses. Even if it was a half-saint, that strength was not trivial. Most of the saint-level powerhouses, Luo Shuiyan should know them, especially these outside the Great Qin border. She was curious as to who it was that had gone out to battle and surrounded them this time. You can also rely on your past life's experience to know your enemy and know yourself to make the appropriate means of response. What does it look like? This, hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, Jiang Che couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. When he thought back, he could only remember that the mysterious demonic woman was not dressed in the usual cool way. White and stiff at the pride. It's also very soft. Keeps shaking after moving his hands. During the battle, Jiang Che felt himself getting a little dizzy from being shaken. The mysterious woman winks and her eyes are simply seductive. The sound is just like the sound of music, so people cannot help but feel the heart and soul. The bones are crispy. But the point was that Jiang Che didn't dare to just say it outright. Doesn't that make you a pervert? He himself is a decent man. Ahem. That's a woman. She has a magical beast that's a 9-tailed fox and the power of soul regeneration. Only to meet me and be scared half to death directly by my fearful eyes. Jiang Che, in the middle of his mind, thought about the general explanation. As for the mysterious woman's appearance, it was directly ignored by him deliberately. Anyway, Jiang Che doesn't believe that there can be another one inside the demon race that has the exact same 9-tailed fox demon beast saint-level woman. 9-tailed demon fox? So the person you met should be Lu Mei, one of the top 10 warlords of the Battle Demon Clan. Her strength is indeed not bad. After hearing these words from Jiang Che, Luo Shuiyan immediately guessed the identity of the other party. However, immediately afterward, in Luo Shuiyan's mind, Lu Mei's demonic to the extreme, full of temptation appearance appeared. At this moment, the way she looked at Jiang Che also became odd. No wonder just now Xiao Bai, when describing the appearance of the demon women, stammered. Hopefully, he's met that siren Lu Mei. That Lu Mei's enchanting figure and flirtatious voice. Even Luo Shuiyan felt goosebumps when she recalled it. You little fellow. I didn't expect that the desire for sex wasn't small. Say, Did you move any crooked thoughts? Luo Shuyan's eyes narrowed slightly as she gently pinched Jiang Che and said without good humor. Just then, a rush of footsteps came from outside. Immediately after that, Luo Shuyan and the others saw that several generals of Great Qin on the border fortress had all come in front of them at this time. Ha 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 ha, Luo Qianhu was really congratulated. I didn't expect you guys to have made such war achievements at such a young age. It's really true that heroes come out of youths since ancient times. I didn't expect that you guys had just come to my Great Qin border not long ago, and you've made such a great achievement. It really puts us to shame. I'm afraid that this time you've brought back all these battle honors. It's enough for you to be promoted to general. Congratulations. You guys are the fastest promoted people in my Great Qin's military service. After Jiang Che had killed those demon race Zun-ranked powerhouses, he brought back all of their corpses. These Great Qin generals were immediately shocked when they saw the corpses of these demonic powerhouses. One must know that the Zun level was already considered a very strong existence on the continent. Not to mention that it was still on this kind of borderline, and in a melee situation, it wasn't that easy to decapitate a Zun-ranked existence. And Luo Shuyan and the others went out on a trip and directly brought back a whole bunch of Zun-level corpses. This kind of battle performance can really open the eyes of the generals of Great Qin. Each and every one of them were overjoyed, congratulating Luo Shuyan and the others from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the one who benefited from the heavy damage to the demon race was their Qin kingdom. These blood-soaked war generals and soldiers worshipped the strongest, Luo Shuyan and the others, although they had just arrived at the Great Qin border not long ago. But their record, they have amply proved themselves. Nowadays a few people in the hearts of the border generals. The status is extremely high. Great Qin is still a martial artist, and its borders have been in war for years. But even so, there are many thousands and hundreds of households. But it's not that easy to be promoted to general. The sensation caused by Luo Shuyan and the others this time was so great that the king of Qin personally came to the border that night to organize a celebration banquet for several people. This time at the Qin border, the king of Qin even personally enthroned the four of Luo Shuyan. And all of them were promoted to be partial generals of the army. Each of them can command 5,000 men, and if they continue to be promoted then they will be great generals and can command 20,000 men. At the very beginning, when King Qin enthroned the four as viscounts, there were many others who jumped out to oppose it. It is thought that the king of Qin is sometimes biased in this move, but now all of them, are in favor of it. The generals and soldiers of the Great Qin border pass chanted the names of the four Luo Shuyan in unison, raising their voices in congratulations for them. Looking at the entire Great Qin, there are only a few dozen people who have reached the rank of Great General. That is to say that Luo Shuyan and the others, if they had a few more such big battle successes, they would be able to reach the pinnacle of the Great Qin military ranks. This kind of achievement was also very notable when looking at the state of Qin. In the history of the Qin kingdom, there had hardly been any existences like Luo Shuyan and the others, who had such amazing achievements at such a young age. The four of them, Luo Shuyan, were now only in their early 20s. The imperial beast masters of the same age had just finished contracting their second spirit beasts within the Kanglin mountain, and counter-returned to their respective forces to stabilize their cultivation. The four of them, on the other hand, had already traveled to the human-devil borderline to decimate the devil race's Zun-ranked powerhouses. The Qin king treated the four of them, Luo Shuyan, with even more and more importance. It is a blessing for the human race to have such a young genius. When the banquet dispersed, only the king of Qin and the Shang ruler, as well as Luo Shuyan, were left in the account. General Luo, what exactly happened today? Surprisingly, so many demonic powerhouses were beheaded by you? The Qin king asked in a deep voice with a frown. The others only knew that Luo Shuyan, the four of them, had created a great battle, but the king of Qin was keenly aware that things were not that simple. It wasn't common to see so many demonic powerhouses out together. Luo Shuyan then recounted all of today's events, all of them one by one. When he learned that Luo Shuyan and the others had actually encountered a demon half-saint powerhouse today, King Qin's brows tightened. The appearance of half-saints on the battlefield was very dangerous for Qin. However, when he learned that the boundary laid down by that half-saint couldn't even trap Jiang Che, the Qin king was immediately greatly surprised. I didn't expect your spirit beast to be so amazing that it was actually able to retreat in one piece under the hands of a half-saint. It's truly astonishing. That's natural. No one has been able to stop me yet if I want to leave. Jiang Che tilted his head. With a smug face, he grabbed the first reply. End of chapter. Chapter 169, King Qin, I observe that your seal hall is dark. I'm afraid that there is a plague of blood. Ha! It's you spirit beast talking? After hearing Jiang Che's voice transmission, King Qin was abruptly startled. Immediately afterward, he hastily and vigilantly observed the surroundings before finally looking with some consternation at Jiang Che and Luo Shuyan's arms. Apparently the sound that had just been made was only possible with this spirit beast that was being held in his arms. Don't look. I'm the one who transmitted the message to you just now. Jiang Che was being watched by the King of Qin, and still carelessly continued to transmit his voice. King Qin's expression was somewhat stunned. This was the first time he had encountered a spirit beast that was still able to transmit sound to humans and communicate in such a humanized manner. I wonder what you call yourself, Your Excellency? King Qin didn't lose his manners just because Jiang Che was only a spirit beast. Instead, he was very polite and his gesture was very humble, because he could see that Jiang Che was currently only at level 64. Such a low level. Yet he was able to retreat in one piece from under that demon half-saint, to also be able to kill a bunch of demon race Zune-ranked powerhouses in a flash of lightning. This strength was not ordinary. An ordinary 7th-ranked demonic beast could not do this at all. This was enough to prove that Jiang Che's bloodline talent was extremely extraordinary. Although the rank is relatively low now, it is thought that the future achievements will be extraordinary. Even leaving aside future achievements, even at the moment, Jiang Che was able to easily decimate the Zune level. This kind of strong strength would be enough to make the King of Qin treat him solemnly. I'm Luo Shuiyan's Imperial Human Master. I don't change my name in my line of work. I don't change my name. Jiang Che is also. Jiang Che tilted his head and said indifferently. Hearing his words, the King of Qin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Even if he was the monarch of a country, this night was spent in non-stop astonishment. Qin Wang didn't think that a spirit beast actually had a proper human name. Usually, the human race named their spirit beasts quite arbitrarily. After all, most of the people only used the spirit beasts as a fighting partner. But what he was more surprised about was how the word Sentinel Master sounded so strange. Usually, everyone was known as a Sentinel Beast Master, and had never heard of any Sentinel Masters. After all, in the process of growing up, signing contracts with spirit beasts were all based on the Imperial Beast Master, with the spirit beasts as a supplement. Could it be that between Jiang Che and Luo Shuiyan, they were opposites? Their contract was based on spirit beasts, with talents as aids? This was too odd. The king spat slightly inwardly, then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. I wonder if Mr. Jiang, could he also be willing to join my great Qin's military department? In the face of such strong strength as Jiang Che, as well as such clever intelligence, King Qin did not treat him as an ordinary spirit beast. Instead, they treated Jiang Che as a powerful existence on par with the human powerhouses. Through the previous descriptions of Luo Shuiyan and the others, the Qin king had already understood the reason why Luo Shuiyan and the others, today, were able to retreat in one piece under the siege of the demon race's half-saint, as well as a group of Zune-ranked powerhouses. It had even killed a large number of demon race Zunis in return, and it was all mainly attributed to Jiang Che, this very mysterious and powerful spirit beast. Such a powerful existence made the Qin king rise to the idea of recruiting him. Seeing King Qin and Jiang Che face to face, they just looked at each other wide-eyed, but neither of them spoke. The four of them, Luo Shuiyan, did not make a sound to disturb them. They had long since gotten used to Little White's method of transmitting sound. A few people knew that this was Little White communicating with King Qin with his mind. Never mind, that's still not necessary. In the face of King Qin's invitation, Jiang Che directly and decisively refused, leaving aside the fact that in his own life, he would have just wanted to lie down properly and not make more trouble. Nowadays, he is at least the leader of the Flying Sky Gang. Under the hard work of the several vice allies of Little Tiger, the Flying Sky Gang had long since developed a great deal of prestige. As the gang leader himself, how could he be a subordinate to someone else? Wouldn't that be a degradation of one's power? The most crucial thing was that the power was something that would affect the system's word determination. In case, when the time came, because he had joined the Qin's military department, the words were judged wrongly, then the loss would be huge. Being directly rejected by Jiang Che, King Qin felt some pity for a moment. After all, such a strong existence, anyone would want to recruit into their command. If Jiang Che was there, Qin's borders would be much more stable. King of Qin, I see that your Hall of Seals is darkened, and it seems that there will be a bloodbath in the near future. Jiang Che gazed at the Qin king in front of him and said in a deep voice. He suddenly noticed that the other party's body seemed to have some abnormalities, clearly a sign of being quite deeply poisoned. Although some days ago, there were some problems among the Qin king's body, but they were still only very minor. But just after not seeing him for a period of time, Jiang Che realized that new toxins had been added to King Qin's body. Obviously this is the person who poisoned it and upped the dosage. There are a lot of these toxins, and they haven't even been absorbed by the body yet. Blackening of the seal? A plague of blood? Hearing Jiang Che's words, the King of Qin had a somewhat serious expression for a moment. He knew that if Jiang Che was able to say these words with such certainty in front of his face, then they were definitely not empty words. Most likely, some kind of hint to himself. The king of Qin was also aware of the undercurrents around him, and that many people wanted a new monarch for Qin. And please, sir, he immediately asked for guidance towards Jiang Che with a humble heart. Although he was the king of a country, he did not pose himself as the king of Qin in the slightest, and his attitude was very modest. Seeing the king of Qin like this, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. Seeing as you have a good attitude and are still compliant, I'll be kind enough to tell you then, based on your current physical condition, you should have been poisoned. Poisoning? The king of Qin immediately frowned at his words, his face extremely ugly. In the past 2 days he did notice that there was some physical discomfort, but the king of Qin didn't care too much. After all, for the sake of Qin, he could be said to be personally involved in everything. The king of Qin only thought that he was a little tired because he was too worried about the affairs of state, and did not take it to heart. Jiang Che's voice transmission at this moment encompassed both Shang Jun and Luo Shuyan. Hearing that the king of Qin was actually poisoned, the Shang Jun on the side was immediately surprised. You should know that the king of Qin is the monarch of a country, and to dare to poison the king of Qin is simply audacious. Luo Shuyan's expression was calm. She had already known that King Qin had been poisoned. It's just that toxin still has a decade or so to build up before it can mess up the Qin king's body and bring him back to life. That's why Luo Shuyan hadn't directly spoken out about this matter during this time. Originally, she planned to come to the Qin country. She first stood firm, and then step by step to uncover the person who poisoned. But hearing what Jiang Che just said, the king of Qin actually had a bloodbath not long after. What's going on here? How come it doesn't match my own memories? Could it be that those who poisoned the dog are desperate? Luo Shuyan snapped to attention as she suddenly reacted. According to the original historical progression, it was indeed as she remembered. The king of Qin would die of poison only after a decade or so, but now he himself has broken the course of history. A few of his own came to Qin and also strongly supported the Shang ruler's change of law and reform. That dark hand in the shadows must have sensed the threat he posed. That's why this is so pressing, trying to move up the time of the poison. End of chapter. Chapter 170, pulling Qin Wang into the gang. This is a huge profit. Luo Shuyan frowned slightly, not expecting this group of guys to be so impatient. The person who had secretly poisoned the people would choose to take the risk of doing it more than 10 years in advance. If Jiang Che hadn't seen the clues, I'm afraid that under his own inertia, it was really possible to overlook this matter. At this time, the king of Qin's face was also ironclad, and his eyes were filled with gravity. He wasn't stupid, not to mention the fact that today's king of Qin had great trust in Jiang Che. What's more, for Jiang Che, there was no reason to lie to himself. The king of Qin was merely intoxicated with the affairs of state, so he neglected his body, but now he is still in the prime of his life. Looking back at all the things that had happened in the past, the Qin king's mind soon came to know exactly who the mastermind behind the attack on him was. In his previous life, the Zhao family, because they didn't have any threats, had slowly crippled the king of Qin's body little by little. Even the king of Qin didn't notice the toxins at that time, and by the time he did, it was too late. But now it was completely different. With Jiang Che's reminder, then everything was different. Even dared to poison this king? It seems that Lone still underestimated the courage of these people. Such a bold thing they are able to do. The Qin king's eyes narrowed slightly, although his tone was very flat. But the crowd could hear that it hid a monstrous anger. When the Son of Heaven is angry, he ambushes millions of corpses and bleeds for thousands of miles. Although the Qin king treated Luo Shuyan and the others so modestly, he was not an indecisive and benevolent monarch. The successive monarchs of the war-torn state of Qin were all wise and decisive. The reason why the imperial capital of Qin is always in Xianyang has not been moved. It was because every generation of Qin kings would personally go into battle to kill the enemy and go to the border to guard the border. Although the king of Qin didn't have any expression on his face nowadays, the crowd could vaguely feel that the air temperature around him wanted to drop quite a bit. It's also good that these guys are so indolent that they exposed themselves early. Luo Shuyan's heart was relaxed at this time. With the memories of her previous life, she was originally still pondering how to go about helping the king of Qin eradicate that traitor. I didn't realize that the other party had lifted a stone and smashed their own feet, thinking that it was foolproof. He didn't realize that Jiang Che was such a very magical spirit beast. Even toxins that cannot be detected are able to be seen. Now that we have Xiao Bai to mention it, I believe that with the Qin king's thunderous means, this life will be able to eradicate these traitors as soon as possible. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, Luo Shuyan was also very happy. In her previous life, she had no choice but to succeed the throne herself because she had failed to save the king of Qin. Eventually, for the sake of the great cause of the human race, he became an emperor who unified the entire continent. But this imperial throne is just too tiring. Luo Shuyan was originally just a strong imperial beast master, born from a civilian family, where she had learned any imperial techniques. The most crucial thing was that because of various political reasons, Luo Shuiyan also had to worry about all the affairs of the human race, which very much affected her cultivation speed. In this life, Luo Shuiyan had not wanted to be any more empress. If the king of Qin could be safe and sound, he could naturally be an easy behind-the-scenes powerhouse himself at that time. All that is needed is to provide forceful support in the shadows. The rest of those awful things were just handled by this king of Qin who was deeply practiced in the art of empire. It would be more appropriate for King Qin, who came from a family of emperors, to serve as the emperor of this integrated continent than himself. But you don't have to worry so much. Although this poison of yours has penetrated deep into your bone marrow, it's not that difficult to remove. Zhang Che glanced at Luo Shuiyan on the side, knowing what was in the other party's mind, and then he faintly said to the king of Qin, "Oh, Mr. Jiang is serious? Can you really cure the toxin in my body?" Hearing Zhang Che's words, King Qin was instantly overjoyed. He didn't expect that this magical spirit beast would not only be strong in battle and be able to speak human language, but would also know the art of detoxification. With that, King Qin sat down on a side chair at Zhang Che's gesture. Zhang Che came to the Qin King's side and rested his claws on his body. A soft power then slowly entered the Qin King's body, a feeling that surprised him greatly, but immediately afterward, his face changed and he showed a pained expression. At this moment, the strong power that Zhang Che surged into the prince's body was unexpectedly like a bone-scraping steel blade. It began to slowly force out those black toxins that had already attached themselves to the Qin King's bones. The poison has been behind the scenes for some time now, and the toxin penetrates deep into the bones, so you can only use this bone-scraping method. Luo Shuyan and the others, only to see that the Qin King's forehead was filled with cold sweat at this moment. Immediately after that, a wisp of black smoke slowly emerged from the top of Qin Wang's head. A foul odor quickly attacked. Obviously it was precisely the toxin that had been forced out by Zhang Che. Zhang Che was actually looking at the king of Qin with one more point of appreciation. Scraping the bones and healing the poison like this, that pain was not something that ordinary people could endure. These toxins are like maggots attached to the bone, and it takes several consecutive repetitions to force them out completely. Such pain Qin Wang hard not say a word, really worthy of a country's king. Seeing that the toxins were being forced out continuously, Luo Shuiyan and Shang Jun's few people were all excited and let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. After removing the toxin, King Qin hurriedly arched his hand at Zhang Che to thank him, though after that scraping just now, the immense pain made his voice a little tired. But the Qin King's face has been flushed with flesh, and his essence is obviously much more vigorous than before. With great joy, the king of Qin was ready to reward Zhang Che. However, when Zhang Che heard this, he directly waved his hand. Forget it, the rewards and whatnot. But I wonder if you're interested in joining my Flying Sky Gang? Zhang Che said indifferently. As soon as his words fell, the four of them, Luo Shuiyan, who were on the side, instantly became incomparably odd in their expressions. But they knew that Zhang Che's one was a spirit beast's gang and had collected a whole bunch of minions. As a result, it is now outrageous to invite Qin Wang to join. Qin Wang was also a bit puzzled. You're asking me to join the Flying Sky Gang? That's right. This Flying Sky Gang is a gang I founded myself, focusing on a teachable moment. While saying that, Zhang Che also pointed at Yi Zimeng who was standing on the side. You see, she's one of the hall masters under me. Hearing these words from Zhang Che, the king of Qin also couldn't help but smile slightly, and then nodded his head in agreement. Fine. Then Lone will do as you wish and join you in this Flying Sky Gang. The king of Qin did not take this so-called gang to heart. In his opinion, the spirit beasts establishing the club was just for fun. Zhang Che scraped his bones for himself, so it wasn't harsh to agree to this request. Only for Zhang Che, this meaning was completely different. As long as King Qin himself recognized that he had joined the club, then he was a subordinate belonging to him. The reason why Zhang Che had asked Qin Wang to join the Flying Sky Gang was because of the word power value change. That would give him more experience. The four of them, Luo Shuiyan, who were on the side, couldn't help but feel a bit amused after glancing at each other. They hadn't thought that White was actually so into power that he wanted to pull people into the club when he saw them. The next day, Zhang Che woke up to find that the experience value of lying flat once had now reached 450,000. This was a direct increase of nearly half the speed compared to before. I'm afraid that rising to the next level will take 20 days. End of chapter. Chapter 171 Bloodshed in Xianyang City. A great purge. Bang! Bang! Zhang Che, who had just woken up from his sleep, suddenly sensed that there was a dull sound in the distance. And there was a constant, powerful energy fluctuation release. That strong power, even if it was far away from each other, would make people feel very alarmed. Boy, is this the real battle of the powerful in Xianyang City? After sensing the commotion in the imperial capital, Jiang Che checked out what was going on through his holographic perspective. With the increase in strength, Jiang Che's holographic perspective had long since expanded a lot, and now it had reached a range of several dozen miles. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Che was able to sense the demon race's reinforcements in time to intercept them halfway during the previous border melee. At this moment, in Jiang Che's full view, the imperial capital's battlefield was divided into 3 places. One place was in the palace of Qin, where the king of Qin was currently clad in armor, personally leading the army to surround the 3 golden spiritual energies surrounded the Qin king's circumference, and a monstrous imperial pressure emanated from his body. The army beside it was also strong and disciplined. After executing the military formation, it carried an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The other 2 battlefields were fought by 2 saint-level powerhouses. At this time, it was in the middle of a luxurious manner within the 2 imperial capitals, engaging in merciless killing. For a while the mournful wails were unheard and blood was splattered everywhere. You and others have committed the following offense and attempted to conspire against the king. How dare you make a move against the king? Kill the whole clan today. An old man in a black robe inside the manor said with an icy voice. His expression was gloomy and not necessarily, and the space around him seemed to solidify as he exuded a fierce murderous aura in his eyes. The state of Qin was in constant war, and the king of Qin, for the sake of the state of Qin, could be said to have been motivated to rule without complaint. But in these circumstances, there are still people who presumptuously want to assassinate the king of Qin. This crime is not even enough to be spared. This lineage was also an old clan with a long heritage, and its heritage was very strong. After all, if it is not those, have seen your thick seniority of people, also dare not easily to Qin Wang hands. But even though everyone in the manor was standing by, and only one person from Qin came to put the rebels to death, but these many Zun-ranked powerhouses, at this moment, facing this black-robed old man in the air, they only felt incomparable despair. Between the saint level and the Zun level, although there was only a difference of 1 realm, the strength was a world of difference, simply as if it was an insurmountable rift valley. Although the old man had come alone, under the pressure of this powerful saint level of his, this huge ancient family did not have the slightest resistance. In the face of the morose killing machine, 10 Zun-ranked powerhouses among the lineages flew into midair, wanting to engage in a final fight to the death. They knew that their crimes had been exposed, and the only way to survive was to fight hard against this saint-level powerhouse. However, when this black-robed old man saw this, even in the face of a siege of 10 people, he merely let out a cold snort. With that, the spiritual energy between the palms of his hands revolved, and then he violently sent it downwards, and for a time, the space trembled, between a strong palm print, then from the sky above shot down, like a mountain general dead pressure to the ground. These 10 venerables' faces changed greatly at the sight. The strength of their 10 men was like that of a mosquito fly, but they could not block the old man's strike despite their combined efforts. Almost just instantly, under this powerful palm imprint, 10 Zun-ranked powerhouses instantly died in violent bodies. Even the spirit beasts it summoned did not escape this fate, directly turning into a rain of blood in the sky. Those clansmen on the ground were suddenly pale and desperate. They hadn't expected that 10 Zunis wouldn't be able to resist a single move from this saint-level old man. Immediately after that, this black-robed old man's expression was cold, and he instantly began his closing work. There was no mercy, and no survivors were left alive. The other one, a manor, was likewise the same, and under the powerful oppression of the saint-level powerhouse, no one escaped. They were turned into a rain of blood, and for a while the large manor was dyed red with blood. Jiang Che is now considered to truly realize what is called the wrath of the Son of Heaven. 1,000,000 corpses. In the palace, Zhao Bering, as well as the head of another rebellious family, was now surrounded by the king of Qin leading a heavy army. Both were summoned to the palace by the king of Qin. Originally, the king of Qin was mindful of the past achievements of the 2 families and intended to give the 2 a chance to elaborate. If you voluntarily admit your punishment, you are prepared to leave a way out. But the 2 of them were stubborn. Neither of them intends to admit it, and they even tried to assassinate the king of Qin. Such a death-defying maneuver caused the king of Qin to become furious, and he immediately exerted his strong battle power to personally suppress the duo. Immediately afterward, the king of Qin began a major purge. Zhao Bering had completely failed to anticipate that Jiang Che would be able to tell the toxins within the Qin king's body, and it also gets rid of these toxins that go deep into your bones. The Qin king's strike this time had caught him completely off guard. What was thought to be a seamless plan had already been seen through. He didn't have time, at all, to make any deployments. Therefore those strengths that were already wallflowers, in the face of the bloody imperial power, at this moment did not dare to get involved at all. For a while the sky over Xianying seemed to be dyed red with blood. Even the ordinary people, all perceived the air, filled with a heavy and bloody, I didn't realize that yesterday's incident would result in so much killing today. The three battlefields did not have any surprises, and ended quickly under the absolute suppressive power of King Qin. Jiang Che also put away his holographic view. White, do you know everything already? Luo Shuyan, who was in the row, noticed the change in Jiang Che's eyes and asked softly, well, it just ended. Jiang Che nodded and transmitted his voice. Although Jiang Che himself was decisive in his killings, and was fond of operations like killing and setting fire to a dragon, but after all, he was still a good young man in a new society, and it was the first time he had witnessed such a large-scale killing. The king of Qin treated these rebels by directly executing all 9 clans. Those men, women, and children within the world family manor were all put to death. Many of them, the elderly and young children, looked somewhat innocent, and all of these people died because of themselves. For a while Jiang Che's heart couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion about the fragility of life, but it was only a moment before he slowed down. This is the general trend. The crime of treason must be punished severely and eliminate the consequences. Otherwise, if we leave these roots of trouble behind, we may contact other families in the future and plot some sinister plan. By then, it might cause even more chaos, even to the point of making the entire state of Qin. There is a possibility that it will be plunged into chaos. That would only result in the deaths of more innocent people. This is also considered to be a war to stop the war, and the death of this small portion of those who are plotting against the country is just to minimize the country's greater casualties. Luo Shuyan was quite open-minded about this. In her previous life, she had created countless killings herself in order to establish the First Central Empire, and for the result of this one, Luo Shuyan was even more unquestioning. In the face of King Qin's monstrous might, these people would only be crushed mercilessly. After all, in his previous life, even when the king of Qin suffered persecution, he himself was able to fight back successfully with the remnants of his forces. What's more, nowadays, the Qin king is in a time of prosperity. The Qin king's majesty under the deterrent. Many people with ulterior motives simply do not dare to make a move, coupled with the fact that the king of Qin, this time, acted very suddenly and caught the other side completely off guard. The counterinsurgency naturally went very smoothly. End of chapter. Chapter 172. The devil race takes advantage of the situation. The great war rises. After only an hour or so, the Qin king had bloodily cleansed the imperial capital of a dozen or so rebellious lineages with a thunderous strike. The attack launched by the powerful men led by the Qin king came and went quickly, accompanied by the end of a strong burst of spiritual energy boom. The Xianyang capital city regained its usual calmness. It's as if all the bloodshed that happened today never happened. For a while, the Qin state was alarmed. No one had expected that all of a sudden the king of Qin would make such a big move. You have to know that this time the Qin king's bloody massacre was not an ordinary minor official. Rather, it was an old clan that had been passed down for an unknown number of years among the Qin. Among these lineages, there could be quite a few Zun-ranked imperial beast masters with extraordinary strength. The upper and lower officials did not expect that the king of Qin would be so decisive. However, Luo Shuyan knew that although the bloodshed in Xianyang ended today, the real cleansing had just begun. Those who opposed the change of law and wanted to plot against the emperor were not just some of these in the imperial capital. There were also quite a few rebels entrenched in the great Qin land outside the imperial capital. Now only eradicated these sycophants in the capital city of Xianyang. Next, in all parts of the great Qin will come a cleansing. Obviously for the prince, there had been too many concerns before, so the decision was delayed. These lineages are still important to Qin, especially on some historical issues. So even though all these lineages were against the Shang ruler's change of law, the king of Qin had only been mediating from it. However, he did not expect that these treacherous sycophants would even resort to conspiracy, trying to poison himself. Then don't blame him for casting a thunderbolt. Now that we have struck out, we will simply go to the end. The king of Qin decided to directly uproot all of the remnants of these worldly families with a thunderous strike, completely clear all the obstacles to the change of the law, and prepare for the change of the law for the great Qin to be strong. Soon 4 months had passed. After this period of laying flat, General Che's level 2 had long since arrived at level 68. Now that he was moving towards the 69th level, the speed of this cultivation breakthrough was simply appalling. As for Jiang Che's bloodline purity at the moment, it had completely accumulated to 100%. Now that he possessed a complete Kirin divine beast bloodline, his current attribute panel was clearly a mythic grade bloodline, and because of Jiang Che's breakthrough, Luo Shuyan's side had also received the spirit beast's feedback, officially stepping into the 5-star Zun level. Although Lin Shuer's trio was slightly less powerful, they had all become Zun level powerhouses now. Even when looking at the entire continent, the strength of the three is a very strong cumulus. Nowadays, with the strength of the three of them, even among the 3 core countries, It was enough to hold up a large power. Now the Great Qin, after the bloody suppression of the Qin king, has completely cleared those obstacles on the way to change the law. The king of Qin implemented the policy of changing the law proposed by Shang Jun and Luo Shuiyan to the whole Qin state through ironic means. The fall of those powerful clans, coupled with the implementation of various policies, the entire state of Qin was in a state of euphoria. Just need to give Great Qin more time to continue to develop. Then in the future, Qin's national strength will certainly be incomparably strong. After all the things that happened, Luo Shuiyan was directly promoted by breaking the rules and became the state master of the Qin kingdom. Truly gained the status of one person, the status of 10,000 people. He even wore several hats, and at the same time, he was also in charge of the martial seal of the state of Qin. Nowadays, there was only one marshal in the entire Great Qin, and that was Luo Shuiyan. At this time, she had the highest status in the Great Qin army. Inside the region of the Devil's War Demon clan, in the middle of an ancient city, numerous devil races converged here at this moment. Great Qin has experienced civil unrest this time, and the commotion is very great. Even the king of Qin was almost assassinated and fell, so he must have suffered great losses and weakened his country's power a lot. So this can be the right time for us to make our move. That's right, although that king of Qin did have some skill, utilizing ironic means to put down the rebellion. But now that we've just experienced such a great civil unrest, the Qin state is still in turmoil. This is a perfect opportunity for war. We must not let them take this opportunity to recuperate. The War Demon clan's powerhouses had greed and hideousness in their eyes at the moment. They seemed to have seen themselves. The sight of horses trampling on Great Qin. Qin was just one of many small countries, and its strength was completely inferior to the three core countries. But this is such a small country, but it is an extremely difficult to gnaw. The naturally warlike War Demon clan had been fighting the Qin on the border for many years, but had never made any great gains. Not even the borderline has been breached. Xianyang, the capital of Qin, is not far from the border. It seemed like this was Qin, mocking them, the demon race. The War Demon clan had long wanted to trample Qin to the ground so that they could proclaim their powerful strength. It just never worked out over the years. Now the news of King Qin's suppression of the rebellion had spread to the demon region. This news instantly caused the War Demon race powerhouses to be energized. After all, the royal line of Qin had always been strong, and there was usually little rebellion going on. But this time the royal family line headed by the king of Qin. Surprisingly, there was a struggle with many of the lineages up and down the state of Qin. The entire Qin kingdom was bloodied, which in the eyes of the War Demon clan, even the hardened Qin kingdom must have suffered a great loss of vitality. After these naturally warlike War Demon race powerhouses discussed the matter, they unanimously agreed that it should be an immediate war. Taking advantage of the fact that Great Qin is now at a time of weakness, he launched an attack with a powerful offensive. Soon under the leadership of these powerhouses, the War Demon clan's army quickly assembled. The vast troop of demons then drove straight towards the borders of the hordes. The blackened mass of demonic powerhouses was also quickly discovered by Qin scouts. Immediately, the beacon fire at the border was lit, and for a while a solemn and murderous atmosphere permeated above the border. Great Qin had fought against the demon race for many years, and the generals at the border had become very skillful in dealing with this kind of war. Once they saw the group of demonic armies coming to attack, they all reacted very quickly and defended themselves in an organized manner. Even if this time the demon army, the lineup is very large and aggressive, the Qin generals did not appear the slightest panic. At one time, the flags flashed above the walls of the border pass, and the silver-gunned and armored Qin troops stood at attention. It seems that this time, the demon race is trying to take advantage of the situation and start a big battle to destroy Great Qin in one fell swoop. Looking at the distant border rising, one wolf smoke after another, Luo Shuiyan sighed in a deep voice. However, even though a great battle was imminent, Luo Shuiyan didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and her gaze was very determined. Obviously for this war, Luo Shuiyan had already anticipated it. The war demons are not little cuties, naturally belligerent. They would never let go of any battle opportunity. Now that there was civil unrest in Qin, then it was inevitable that the War Demon race would start a war. End of chapter. Chapter 173, Defeating the Demon Race. The three core dynasties shook. Ugh, looks like it's back to tossing. Hearing a burst of war drums beating and looking at the rising wolf smoke, Jiang Che also couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. During these few months, although there were great changes up and down Great Qin, and there were all sorts of strife everywhere, the bloodshed is non-stop, as well as the implementation of the new law and so on. But all of these things had nothing to do with Shogun. After all, he was only a spirit beast. It was hard to think that he wanted to rely on a spirit beast to rule the country, coupled with the strength of Luo Shuyan and the others, who had also grown stronger. Jiang Che didn't need to worry about everything. After helping King Qin remove the toxin, Zhang Che began his happy and joyful life of lying flat. Because the Qin royal family had saint-level powerhouses present, he didn't have to worry about Luo Shuyan and the others being besieged by any powerful existences. And with the system in his body, Zhang Che also does not need to practice, completely adhere to the implementation of lying flat this road. It was just that these junior brothers of Zhang Che, Little Tiger, Little Black and so on, looked at the dashing and cozy Zhang Che with faces full of envy. After all, every day, they were drudging day and night, trying to find ways to raise their cultivation level. However, Zhang Che was very happy every day, either eating, drinking or sleeping, and his days were extremely easy. The little guys also wanted to follow their boss's example, but they were all fatally beaten by Zhang Che. With no other choice, the little ones could only return to the proper path of cultivation. It was just that they really couldn't figure out why their boss, who ate and drank every day, was hardly ever seen practicing, but can break through so fast, while all the people all left behind, has an extremely powerful combat power. Zhang Che was looking at the wolf smoke in the distance. Then he heard Luo Shuyan's soft voice from behind him. Little White, come with me to the battlefield. In the next moment, Luo Shuyan didn't wait for Zhang Che to reply and directly hugged General Che, because Luo Shuyan knew that as long as she opened her mouth, although Xiao Bai was unwilling to trouble herself in her heart, she would definitely not push back. With that, she brought Zhang Che and set off with Lin Shuer's few people, heading to the border. The place where several people lived was only a few hundred miles away from the border of Qin. For the girls who were now at the Zun level, these distances wouldn't take long at all, and they soon reached the border. Seeing Luo Shuyan and the others arrive, a few of the Qin border generals immediately came up to report the situation. Marshal Luo, now that the war demon clan is coming in force, such a huge scale has only happened once in the past 30 years here. It seems that this group of war demons, who have been holding back for a long time, came this time with the idea of trying to go and exterminate my great Qin heritage. Luo Shuyan nodded as she sniffed. At this time, the battle was imminent. Even without these generals reporting back, Luo Shuyan could still see clearly. This was because nowadays, the outside of Qin city walls had long been blacked out and surrounded by a large number of demonic armies. On the walls of the Qin fortress, the defense formation had already been turned on a long time ago. Divine auras of various colors flickered above the gateway, exuding a strong defensive power. The dark and broad walls of the city had withstood an unknown number of battles of the demon race during these long years of time. Now under the aegis of these formations, it continued to emit a thick and heavy aura to ward off the torrent of demons from the outside world. All kinds of huge ordnance for defending the city were also pushed up to the city walls, and were in position ready to attack. In this kind of mega battlefield, unless one was a supreme powerhouse with a monstrous cultivation that turned his hand to the clouds, otherwise, it is extremely difficult to influence the whole situation and direction of the war with the power of individual courage alone. After all, the power of an individual is still very small in front of this huge army. If you want to get a real victory in a war, then you have to rely on the army under you to do so. Go, lay out this set of cloth formations and have all the generals quickly flip through them to comprehend them. In a moment against the demon race, everyone will use this and other formations to meet the enemy. Even at this moment the smoke is rising and the flags are thick with battle about to break out. Luo Shuyan remained calm and gave orders in an organized manner. In her previous life, she didn't know how many times she had fought battles in which the weak had defeated the strong. The scale of this battle nowadays was not considered a big scene in her eyes, and the set of formations that had just been sent down and out was one that Luo Shuyan had comprehended after her cultivation had broken through the emperor realm in her previous life. With this formation in place, it was able to drastically increase the fighting strength of the soldiers, and in the midst of such a large-scale battle, it could be said to be the most effective killing formation. Now as her cultivation continued to improve, Luo Shuyan, who had also gained the qualification to master the three armies, began to gradually regain the confidence of the absolute Empress in her previous life. After being familiarized with this formation by the many warriors, they all began to operate their spiritual energy to add to the grand formation. Strong auras were released within this formation. The three of them, Lin Shuer, didn't hesitate and fused their own power, injecting it into the grand formation. For a time, the power of this formation actually skyrocketed again, and the most crucial node was Luo Shuyan herself. She was the eye of this grand formation. And with the majestic power converging, the aura on Luo Shuyan's body was rapidly climbing at this moment. Even a saint-level powerhouse was nothing more than that in front of Luo Shuyan at this moment. Boy, this woman is extraordinary now. Feeling that strong aura from Luo Shuyan's body, Zhang Che couldn't help but gently raise his eyebrows. There's a sense of having a daughter of your own growing up. Accompanied by the roar of the war drums, the human and demon armies were instantly engaged in battle. For a time, the shouts and killings shook the sky. and the earth trembled more than once, as if it were an earthquake. At this moment, from amongst the demonic army, several supreme powerhouses instantly rushed out, each exuding a strong aura. For a while the Qin army had their faces changed. However, right at this moment, Luo Shuiyan was directly rushing up into the sky. At this moment, she was emanating a fiery red-hot aura all over her body. A long skirt fluttered with the wind, and she actually had a bit of the posture of an empress. Among the demon race, a woman dressed in a very cool, demonic and incomparably full of seductive flavor came forward. It was none other than Lu Mei, who had previously fought with Jiang Che. Lu Mei and Luo Shuiyan stood apart in mid-air, two women with very different styles, but both of them were of great beauty on earth, facing each other at the moment. Jiang Che couldn't help but smack his lips for a while when he watched the scene. I must say, beautiful women fighting are pleasing to the eye. When the two women met, they instantly fought. However, what surprised Lu Mei was that she was clearly a half-saint level existence, but she couldn't even get half a point on Luo Shuiyan's body. He was even repelled out by Luo Shuiyan, with a single palm strike. At this moment, between Luo Shuiyan's hands waving, majestic spiritual energy gathered, and two huge palm prints actually appeared in the sky, immediately shot down towards Lu Mei. But fortunately, Lu Mei's agile stance was able to avoid it. It was just the demon race below that wasn't so lucky, only to see that above the earth, two cracks as long as 1,000 meters were cracked out under Luo Shuiyan's strong attack. Countless demon race fell under this strike, and the originally aggressive battle demon race below were all scared into chaos at this moment. 3 more strong men flew out of the demonic army, each exuding an aura even stronger than Lu Mei's, clearly all saint-level powerhouses. But even so, Luo Shuiyan, who had a formation enhancement, remained expressionless. What everyone hadn't expected was that at this moment, Luo Shuiyan's strength had increased greatly with the addition of the formation. Surprisingly, one person was able to suppress the 3 saint-level powerhouses of Lu Mei Plus and repel all 4 of them. The monstrous divine might of heaven and earth changed color, and the flames in the sky transformed into a red phoenix bird that swept through heaven and earth. The scorching heat seemed to vaporize even the rivers and seas. The powerful offense was unstoppable even for a saint level. The result of this battle, it took the War Demon clan by surprise. They hadn't expected that the human race would have such a strong formation. Even the saint level was repelled, and the helpless demon race also had no choice but to temporarily retreat this time as well. Having repelled the demon race head-on, the Great Qin general's morale was greatly boosted. The victory in this battle caused Great Qin to celebrate the nation. Even the news had spread beyond the borders of Great Qin. End of chapter. Chapter 174, Successful and Powerful. The birds have gone into hiding. Originally, after prying into the news of Qin's internal turmoil, the War Demon clan had wanted to attack in force this time and directly take advantage of the situation. Prepare to destroy Great Qin in a direct strike when Qin's national strength is weakened. But what the War Demon clan didn't expect was that they would be defeated this time. Even saint-level powerhouses had sent out 3 of them, and with the addition of Willow Eyebrows, 4 top powerhouses above the Zun level had sent out together. As a result, he was defeated by Luo Shuiyan, who defeated 4 people in a row with an unknown formation. How could the War Demons not expect that not only did they fail to achieve their goal of destroying Great Qin this time around? Instead, it backfired and pushed the morale of all of Great Qin to the top. For so many years, Great Qin's borders have been in constant war. Although they had always been defending themselves against the demon race, each time, they were merely relying on the city walls to hold on. Great Qin was just one of the many small kingdoms, and its strength could not compare to the 3 core kingdoms, much less the powerful War Demon race. Usually in past wars, the generals at the Qin border could only barely hold the walls from being breached, then wait for the War Demons to fail to attack for a long time and have no choice but to give up their attack. Usually, the demon race was more powerful than the human race. In the previous wars, it basically ended with a victory for the demon race. The human race could only sacrifice countless lives to hold on to their land extremely miserably. And this time, it was the first time that Qin repelled the demon's head-on and killed its way out of the city walls in a great victory. For Qin, or for the human race, this battle would be a new starting point. After the victory in this battle, the king of Qin immediately made the news of the victory known to the world. For a while the whole Qin country was invigorated. All the populace had raised their arms and shouted, each face beaming with excitement. Earlier, the king of Qin had bloodily cleansed the state of Qin. Although most people knew that the king of Qin was targeting those treasonous families, but the bloody killings that spread across the country more or less still cast a shadow over the hearts of the people. And now that shadow has been washed away in the cheers of victory. Qin is a country that has always been in the midst of war, and all of its citizens are full of blood. The Qin people were never afraid of war, but the battles with the demons were too grueling and were repeatedly lost. These years of stifling had long since suppressed the Qin state for a long time. The Qin king wanted the people of the world to understand that the so-called demon race was actually not as frightening as they thought. The devils are not invincible. Even the mighty demons were nothing more than flesh and blood, and they would die. Nor are they invincible. Not bad really, now I don't have to rely on me alone after all. Jiang Che looked at Luo Shuiyan, who was radiating a strong aura and had a monstrous greatness between her hands and feet, and felt nothing but relief in his heart. The maid that he had taken care of for so long was now finally able to be on her own. Repelling a saint-level powerhouse head-on really gave him a long face. Worthy of being a state master, he really has the talent to warp the heavens and the earth. Perhaps this is the true son of heaven's destiny, the human hero who was born in response to the catastrophe to fend off the demon race. The king of Qin gazed at the battlefield and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At this moment, the king of Qin had a feeling that even though he was the monarch of a country, he was a little less imposing in front of Luo Shuiyan. However, the current Luo Shuiyan was already a noble national teacher, and also served as the Grand Marshal of the world's armies and horses. Both the civil and military sides have reached the top of the empire, and there is already no reward. If it was an unusual emperor, he might have felt threatened at this point. Ruthlessness is most like the emperor's family, and unusual ascendants will never allow the emergence of a high meritocracy. But the king of Qin was different. He had in mind only the wealth and strength of the Qin state, not his own selfish desires. In the Qin king's opinion, Luo Shuiyan was a hero who was able to defeat the demon race head-on the first time he led a large army. How could he do that kind of thing? Perhaps, this is really someone sent from heaven to save my great Qin, waiting for the time to be ripe. This king's position may also be Zen. Looking at the magnificent Luo Shuiyan, the Qin king secretly sighed in his heart. Great Qin territory. The remnants of all the families had realized that after this battle, there was no way to bring down Luo Shuiyan. Thus even the remnants of many lineages now began to act according to the system after the change, because they knew that it was a complete fluke that they had survived. If you don't adapt to the situation, I'm afraid you won't be able to make it in this life. For a time, with the victory of this battle, the situation within Great Qin, which had not been completely stabilized, was completely solidified at this time. Many of the Great Qin's people, vaguely able to feel Qin's national line of fortune, seems to be starting to go up. Because of the close proximity of the border with Great Qin, when the armies of the devil race attacked Qin, the Daki has already heard about it and has deployed accordingly. A large number of Qi's troops were transferred to the vicinity of Qin's borders. This was because if Qin was lost, then the eastern border of Qi would also be exposed to the sight of the demons. There hadn't been any major battles in previous years, so Daki didn't have much of a defense force along the border with Qin. I knew when we met back then that that woman was by no means simple. But I still didn't expect her to grow so fast. Qi's imperial eldest grandson couldn't help but lament, and in front of him stood a middle-aged man, the crown prince of Qi. It's no wonder that Sima Prime, that he went after the young talents in his own country. A young hero like Luo Shuiyan is like a bright shooting star that the Sima clan can't suppress, the Qi crown prince said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, above the imperial palace's court hall in Chu, many civil and military officials gathered together. Luo Shuiyan and the others. The news of the great defeat of the War Demon clan's army had already spread to the Chu kingdom. This shocked the entire Chu kingdom. They hadn't thought that Luo Shuiyan would still have this kind of strength. Not only is his personal cultivation qualification outstanding, but he is also able to lead an army in battle. What a pity! I didn't manage to keep a talent like Luo Shuiyan back then. This kind of young talent. I'm afraid I can't find a few people in the whole world. If only we could have left them in the territory of my Chu, how good it would have been. Within the great hall, some people couldn't help but let out a burst of sighs. The news that Luo Shuiyan was making a big splash in the Qin kingdom made them envious. Looking at the current continent, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to find a few people who could compare to Luo Shuiyan. Even the royal family of Great Chu had to recognize Luo Shuiyan's demonic nature. Even the emperor's grandson, Xiang Xiaoyu, who has the aura of a king's hegemony, can't be compared to him at all. Once upon a time, the first place Luo Shuiyan reached after leaving Great Qin was Great Chu. The thought of not keeping Luo Shuiyan in the first place made everyone up and down the Chu kingdom feel 1,000 pities. Nowadays Luo Shuiyan is in Qin, in a high position, presiding over the change of laws and other state policies. Now that he has made this miraculous achievement for the human race, it is truly considered a great achievement. I'm afraid that as long as Luo Shuiyan raises her arms and shouts, she will be able to create a shocking wave in the state of Qin. You guys say that the Wen clan of Qin has this tolerance for people? End of chapter. Chapter 175, a hero of the human race, sought after by all the people. Great Qin, imperial capital, Yin family residence. Earlier, when she left the Great Qin dynasty, Luo Shuiyan left a letter to the Roaring Sky sect just in case. This letter allowed the Yin family to be sheltered by the tsunami sect, but it was only to ensure the personal safety of the entire Yin family. The Sima family of the Great Jin imperial family, fearful of the Roaring Sky sect, did not dare to make a move to injure anyone, but it did not mean that they would not secretly make a move. With the power of the Great Jin imperial family, there was no need to actually use force if they wanted to suppress a family. For the Yin family, such a huge family in the imperial capital, the threats to be faced can come from more than just force. The commercial targeting alone was able to cause the Yin family to suffer a major blow and be directly hit hard. In Sima Qingtian's intentional and unintentional attitude, the entire imperial capital had turned hostile to the Yin family. Previous cooperation was broken off and various businesses were closed. Originally a large Yin family, at this moment, unexpectedly more than a few points of depression and drifting. This extremely splendid big family had many strong people and all of them were rich for half their lives. But now, they were actually suppressed and could not raise their heads, which was unacceptable to many people within the Yin family clan. What about this? The family head following that girl, Luo Shuiyan, has resulted in our Yin family also suffering for no reason at all. Our Yin family is one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, and as a result, we have now become so despondent. Actually, words can't be said like that. In the end, our family head didn't do anything wrong. This has nothing to do with us. And what's wrong with Luo Shuiyan? That little girl, being so young? For the family master to follow her is rather the most correct choice in my opinion. In fact, when you think about it, Luo Shuiyan didn't do anything out of the ordinary. On the contrary, in my opinion, he did exactly what many people want to do and don't dare to do. That's right, Luo Shuiyan. This little girl is only in her early 20s, but she is able to harbor the righteousness of the human race and preach the tragic past of the human-demon war. Let us, all of us, be vigilant and active in preparing for war and prevention. And there is nothing wrong with these facts. That's right, I think it's rather that royal family. This time there's really no pattern. The mind's eye is so small. Such a big power is even targeting a little girl. At this moment, the Yin family's crowd was talking a lot because of the predicament the Yin family was facing. However, hearing that even in this situation, the majority of the people were still in favor of Yi Zimeng, the Yin family's old ancestor was very pleased. It's one thing to face adversity, after all, but if the clansmen were all in a muddled state, then even if they escaped this crisis, they would be doomed to escape annihilation in the future. Humph. I didn't expect your Yin family, at a time like this, to even help a few rebellious people speak. It seems that you really don't want to mix in the imperial capital. Quite a few people from the imperial capital's lineage had come to the door at the moment specifically to taunt them. Nowadays, under the authorization of the Sima family, the Yin family's industry continues to shrink. And naturally, all those shares that the Yin family had let out were divided among the other families. The Yin family was once one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. Everyone was afraid of it, but now under Sima Prime's suppression, everyone was able to come and step on this former behemoth. Even if my Yin family is down and out, it's not your kind's turn to point fingers. Boom! Seeing the people from other lineages come to his door to taunt him, the Yin clan's old ancestor immediately released a strong aura, causing the faces of the people who came to his door to change. But soon these people, the fear on their faces disappeared, and they resumed their provocative faces. What's the matter? Is it possible that you still want to use force? Your Yin family has reached this point, and you still dare to actively provoke right and wrong. I think you are really stubborn. Is it possible that you also want to commit treason? Hearing these words, many of the Yin family's faces changed drastically. You know that treason is a serious crime. If you really give the Yin family buckle a treasonous hat, even if the tsunami sect step in is not good to mediate. How dare you? Don't make up your mind here. My Yin family has never done anything treasonous. Since there's no treason, how come the head of your Yin family left Great Jin with that Luo Shuiyan? I think they just had bad intentions and were worried about being caught in the east. That's why they fled to other countries. But we've heard that Luo Shuiyan and the others even went to Great Chu and were received by the Great Chu royal family. I think your Yin family is mostly the same. All of them are people with bad intentions. These door-to-door provocative lineages, one after another, placed their hats on the Yin family's head. These words enraged the Yin family's crowd. There was a time when these families, all of whom still had to look at their faces, didn't expect to be so unbridled now, but the crowd had no way to refute it. After all, now there is no news of Yi Zimeng and Luo Shuiyan. They do not know exactly what happened. But just at this moment, a sudden clamor resounded outside the Yin family's garden, which vaguely seemed to mention the names of Luo Shuiyan and the others, which made the crowd a bit puzzled. Luo Shuiyan, Yi Zimeng, Oxia Xiaojiu, Lin Shuier, the young talents of my Great Jin have repelled hundreds of thousands of war demon clan hordes at the Great Jin border. Congratulations! Luo Shuiyan and the others repelled the holy level powerhouses of the war demon race, repelling the demon race head-on, making centuries of history. The news that Luo Shuiyan and the others were at the border of the Qin kingdom, repelling the war demon clan, quickly spread across the continent. Now it had also reached the imperial capital of the Great Qin. Many of the young people from the Imperial Beast Master Academy were shouting the names of Luo Shuiyan's several people. Those who were selling the news were all full of excitement at the moment as well. Those lineages that had just been mocking Yi Ziming and the others for possibly plotting treason were now all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that after such a long time without news of Yi Ziming and the other party had repelled the demon race head-on. You know, this can be considered a broken record for the human race. For hundreds of years, people and demons had fought countless times during these centuries, and each time there were heavy casualties. And with a war of this magnitude, mankind is more than almost only routed. This was the first time that there was a situation where the demon race was directly repelled in the middle of a frontal battle. The faces of these lineages changed, and they left in a panic. Originally, Luo Shuiyan's speech had ignited the hot blood in the hearts of all the young Imperial Beast Masters. Now that they had heard a few more people with such a battle record, it was even more fascinating for these Imperial Beast Masters. If you come to trouble the Yin family at this time, I'm afraid you'll be drowned by the nation's spit. And at this moment, under the high group sentiment, the news of the Great Qin Imperial family's persecution of Luo Shuiyan and her friends began to circulate. This immediately aroused the discontent of many people, and the Sima family was strongly condemned. Even many people from other countries began to give Luo Shuiyan and the others a shout-out. Sima Qingtian had not expected at all that things would develop to this point. Public opinion cannot be violated, and he has no choice but to curb his covert operations. Without the deliberate suppression, the situation of the Yin family as well as the Zhang Hailin family was instantly improved. These little girls, they've got some skills. After learning about what Luo Shuiyan and the others did at the border of Qin, even the Tsunami sect patriarch couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He felt more and more that agreeing to Oxia Xiao to follow Luo Shuiyan out to venture into the world was a correct and incomparable choice. However, the opposite of the crowd was the Great Qin dynasty at this moment. Sima Qingtian and the others had faces that were blue in the face. They didn't expect that Luo Shuiyan's few young people had really made a name for themselves. The Sima family, now, is considered to have offended Luo Shuiyan to death. Learning that at the border of the Qin kingdom, Luo Shuiyan had actually repelled a saint-level powerhouse of the demon race with her formation. This shocked Sima Qingtian even more. I really didn't expect this little girl to be even more difficult than I thought. This woman is by no means an indecisive person. It seems that we can only put an end to the trouble and make her disappear forever. End of chapter. Chapter 176. No, it's better for you to enter my body. Great Qin, State Master's mansion. Jiang Che, who was still asleep, suddenly felt a huge force coming from him. Immediately afterward, he was shaken from his sleep, and while half asleep, Jiang Che smelled a faint fragrance. Immediately afterward, he felt that a pair of delicate and incomparable hands were rubbing his body ceaselessly. What time is it? The demons have been repelled. And what do you want, my Grand Master? Jiang Che, who had been woken up by Luo Shuiyan early in the morning, said with some impatience. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met Luo Shuiyan's watery eyes. I have to say, good looks still work. In the face of this kind of stunning beauty, all the dissatisfaction that he had just felt was washed away quite a bit. Little White, why don't you practice with me? The secret technique of spirit beast melting body. Luo Shuiyan looked at Jiang Che and said daintily, and there was even a touch of pleading in her tone. That normally uninviting, high cold face, now it is like spring snow melting general. A pair of beautiful eyes were as warm as water and seemed to be full of deep feelings. If anyone else were to see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. Who would have thought that out there? One man had been the master of a million. The Qin marshal who had faced countless demonic clans without changing his expression and repelled saint-level powerhouses with just one hand. The great state master Luo Shuiyan, the presiding officer of Qin's change of law. And such a soft side? It was only in front of Jiang Che that Luo Shuiyan would reveal such a delicate posture. Spirit beast fusion was an ancient secret art that could develop the strength of the Imperial Beast Master and the spirit beasts to a great extent, erupting into a superb battle power. The reason why Luo Shuiyan was still able to defeat the strong with the weak even at the later stages of her cultivation. A large part of the reason was that it was possible to perform this ancient secret art with the red flame Luan bird, raising the strength of both greatly. Nowadays, Luo Shuiyan's cultivation level had become stronger and stronger. As for Jiang Che, there was even less need to say that his strong strength was able to fight against half-saint level existences even without the use of formations. In Luo Shuiyan's opinion, if the two were able to perform this ancient secret technique of spirit beast melting into the body, after that fusion, the battle power would definitely increase greatly. and Luo Shuiyan guessed that it was very possible to repel a half-saint powerhouse head-on. After having such a strong strength, then they can be considered to have a real self-protection strength on this continent. Even if they faced a top powerhouse, even if they couldn't defeat them with force, they could at least retreat in one piece. However, after hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, Jiang Che instantly woke up from his sleep, only to feel a wave of goosebumps all over his body. No, don't even think about it. I'm telling you, this matter is absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Get rid of that idea now. Jiang Che hurriedly transmitted his voice to reject it, shaking his head frantically. Are you kidding? You're a 7-foot man. Even though he said he was now turning into a purple cutie, at the end of the day, his soul was a big old man. How was it possible to drill into Luo Shuiyan, this little girl's body? What was this all about? This scene is strange just thinking about it. In Jiang Che's opinion, this was no longer a problem with the big woman's costume. Other women's clothing, Big Brother just wore women's clothing. Their own this directly fused into the body to go. Okay, White. Let's just try it once. Luo Shuiyan had already anticipated that Jiang Che would not easily agree to her idea. Immediately, he pleaded softly once more. Xiaobai, just try it once. This ancient secret method is very strong. Don't worry. I definitely won't use it easily. Next time I use it, I certainly won't unless it comes down to life and death. Luo Shuiyan's voice at this time was so soft and gentle that for a moment, it made Jiang Che feel a little tingly to hear it. Although Luo Shuiyan was not the kind of Lumei, as if she was a bone-scraping steel blade full of seductive siren. But this contrast between being high and cold in front of people and soft and charming behind them is even more unbearable. Looking at Luo Shuiyan's pitiful expression, the corners of Jiang Che's mouth twitched, and in the end, he could only reluctantly nod his head. Who would have thought that the magnificent and unrivaled Empress of the world would even resort to such tactics as pampering? Jiang Che now also had to admit that there was some truth in the saying that pampered women were the best. However, even though he had promised Luo Shuiyan that he would practice the body melting technique, Jiang Che still righteously put forth conditions. Let's talk first. I'm a sentinel master, and I can cultivate this method of melting the body if I want to, but only if you enter my body, not me entering yours. Although Luo Shuiyan's heart was a little strange when she heard Jiang Che's words, she still nodded her head and agreed. No matter what, as long as one was able to cultivate this body melting technique to become stronger, it would be fine. What's more, Xiaobai's strength, too, was stronger than his own, so having Xiaobai as the lead didn't mean that it was a bad thing. Nowadays, Jiang Che had already cultivated to level 69, reaching the peak of a 7th-ranked spirit beast, equivalent to the cultivation of a 9-star Zun-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Luo Shuiyan hadn't fallen behind in her cultivation during this period of time, even as she dealt with various matters in the Qin Kingdom. Nowadays, he was already at the 5-star Zun level, and was considered to be riding high among the younger generation. Even compared to Luo Shuiyan herself in her previous life, she didn't know how many times faster she was. Little White, I will now transfer the trajectory of this secret method's operation to you, and the two of us can perform it together. As Luo Shuiyan's words fell, Jiang Che felt an additional peculiar gongfu track appear in the center of his mind. After running his spiritual energy according to this gong method, he felt that the inexplicable bond he already had with Luo Shuiyan seemed to have become deeper. With that, Jiang Che and Luo Shuiyan looked at each other and slowly fused their own spiritual energy together. Luo Shuiyan's own power was added to Jiang Che's body, and at this moment, Jiang Che's cultivation directly broke through the 7th rank. Under the enchantment of this peculiar secret art, Jiang Che's realm had already come to level 70. Which was equivalent to a human half-saint. Looking at the entire Great Qin, there were only 4 saint-level powerhouses. In other words, the two of them after exerting their spirit-melting body, there were only 4 people in the current Great Qin who could pose a threat to them. 1 or 2 of them were still just the low end of the saint level. It was only at this moment that Luo Shuiyan felt a little awkward as she reversed the spirit-melting method and entered Jiang Che's body. This strange experience was something she hadn't tried before. At this moment, within the domain of the demon race across the border of Qin, there were many demons converging in the city. The war demons were comparable in size to humans, so there was nothing incongruous about living in these cities that originally belonged to humans. Only at this time, some other species had appeared in the midst of the city, only to see that nowadays, within this demonic city, there were more people of huge size, always more than 10 meters tall. Each one was like a giant beast, with a thick-skinned appearance, as if it was made up of rocky existential oddities. The rock demon race has a rock-like appearance, strong defense, and is friendly with the battle demon race. It's been a long time since Brother Prime Mountain has seen you. You don't look too good right now. A young man from the rock demon race said softly as he looked towards the war demon race's existence sitting at the top of the table. This person was the young lord of the rock demon clan. Rock Wushang, who possessed a half-saint cultivation. The other rock demon race member beside him was also extremely strong, and his aura was much stronger than that of Rock Wushang. He was the rock demon clan's second provider, a powerful 2-star saint-level existence. As for that prime mountain sitting on the first place, he was the one with the most revered status amongst the war demon clan here. That's why I invited you all here. This little Qin has the strength to fight against us. In my opinion, it's better to let him be completely destroyed before he rises. This time, the War Demon clan wanted to overthrow the Qin kingdom in one fell swoop, but they never expected to be forced back by Luo Shuiyan. The failure of the battle enraged the War Demon clan, and they immediately invited the Rock Demon clan to discuss the complete destruction of the Qin kingdom. End of chapter. Chapter 177 Battle. Rock 2 Great Demon clans combined attack. Brother Prime Mountain. That tiny little Qin kingdom has never been a match for you? As far as I know, the many powerhouses of the War Demon race simply don't have Qin in their sights. How is it that this time, instead, they took the initiative to invite us and come together to attack Qin? Rock Uncanny scanned the people present, and seeing that the faces of the War Demon race and the others were all unhappy, he couldn't help but inquire in a puzzled manner. This Qin kingdom doesn't know what's going on, but this recent period of time has seen civil unrest, and the country is all in turmoil. But I didn't expect those humans to explode into super strength after our big attack instead. There's even an extremely peculiar formation that can repel even saint-level existences. Prime Mountain's brows were furrowed as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with anger. The War Demon race is the most warlike race amongst the many demon races. It seems to be born to fight and boasts of its extraordinary battle prowess. But they didn't expect that this time, with all the preparations, they would be repelled by the tiny Qin that they despised. This was a complete disgrace to them in the eyes of Prime Mountain and the other War Demon clan powerhouses. The War Demon race was not a race that had to repair after a single defeat. Instead, defeat would only make their fighting spirit stronger. Only then did they find the befriended Rock Demon race and prepare to attack Qin together. And after hearing these words from Prime Mountain, a flash of violence flashed across the eyes of Rock Impermanence. Don't worry, brother Prime Mountain. With the relationship between our two clans, we will naturally do you this favor. I didn't expect this tiny Qin to have the strength to turn over. It seems that they must be completely exterminated before they rise. I'll immediately gather the clan's army and join you, the War Demon clan, in attacking the Qin kingdom. Daki, a place near the border of Qin. Looking in the direction of Qin, the many generals of Qi looked silent. The news of Qin's great victory at the border had reached their side. This made these Qi generals, too, very surprised. They didn't expect that with this meager strength of Qin, they would actually be able to repel the War Demon clan's army head-on. It was simply unbelievable. They had noticed earlier that the War Demon clan had mobilized a large army. That kind of strong strength made even Qi scared and deployed a large army to station at the border overnight. The Qi generals were prepared for Qin to be overrun, but they did not expect the tiny Qin to repel the other side head-on. Report. General, we found out that recently, the Rock Demon clan has made another big move. It's starting to prepare its army. Just then, a scout captain quickly came to the side of the Qi general and reported the military situation with a nervous expression. In the middle of the Rock Demon clan's compound, a large number of troops began to prepare to gather and then set off towards the distance. Based on the movement of those Rock Demon clan armies advancing, it seems that they want to head to the War Demon clan. After hearing the news from the scouts, this Qi general's face instantly changed drastically. What? The Rock Demon race has assembled a large army. Can it be that they are trying to reinforce the War Demon race and prepare to deal with Qin together? Over the years, although civil unrest often erupted between the demon clans, the two clans, the War Demon clan and the Rock Demon clan, had very close dealings with each other. Even that War Demon race, from time to time, would also support the Rock Demon race, joining forces together to attack Qi. It puts a lot of pressure on Daki. It was already very difficult to face a single demonic army. If the two races attacked jointly, even Qi would be injured. And this time, it was not hard to guess the purpose of the Rock Demon clan's army gathering to drive toward the distance. It is very likely that they are going to join the defeated War Demons and attack Great Qin together. Although Qin had just received a good report from the border some time ago, and had repulsed the War Demon clan head-on, but now if the Rock Demon race were to join, then the battle would be instantly reversed. You should know that the strength between Qin and Qi can be 3 or 4 times different. In the face of the union of the two major demonic races, even Daki had to be cautious, and in Qin's place it was likely that the country would be overthrown as a result. The Qi generals still understood the reasoning that lips are lost and teeth are cold. If Qin was completely lost, then both Qi and Chu would face an extremely dangerous situation. Originally, there was still the Qin state to help them and share the pressure from the demon race, but if all of Great Qin falls, the demon race's strength will be greatly increased. Moreover, Qi and Shu will both face the front line of the demon race, especially Qi, which will face a two-front war. Not daring to delay, this general quickly reported the information to the Qi royal family once he received it, waiting for the king of Qi's next instruction. When they learned that the Rock Demon Clan and the War Demon Clan were actually preparing to jointly attack the Qin state, the senior officials of the Qi state were shocked. The demon race is in non-stop civil unrest, but these two races are on good terms. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to hold back these two races with just Qin strength. I wonder what your majesty's plans are. Should we go and send troops to support Qin? Now that war is raging on the borders of Qin, everyone in Qi is also nervous. The king of Qi frowned slightly and pondered for a long time before speaking slowly. Then didn't Qin repel the war demons head-on? You have to know that even we, the Qi kingdom, don't find it that easy to repel the war demon clan's army head-on. Perhaps Qin's strength is not as weak as we thought. King Qi's voice was not loud, but it fell clearly in the ears of everyone present. The people of Qi were first surprised, and then they all reacted. They immediately understood that the king of Qi was not going to send out his troops. Qin is obviously just a small country, but it has the strength to repel the war demon army head-on, which has aroused the fear of the king of Qi. Maybe Qin and the others. They also have the strength to harden themselves against the union of two demonic races, but don't fall on deaf ears. Since we have learned of the movements of the Rock Demon race, then repair a letter and send someone to send a message to Qin. Tell them about the Rock Demon clan's plan with the War Demon clan, so they can also be prepared. Although the king of Qi was not prepared to support Qin, it was still a precautionary measure. A large number of troops were mobilized and staged at the border between the two countries. After all, if Qin really couldn't hold out, Qi would have to be prepared for anything. As for Luo Shuiyan, who was far away from Great Qin, she soon received a message from the Qi emissary, learning that the Battle Demon race and the Rock Demon race had actually joined forces to attack, caused Luo Shuiyan to feel grave as well. Luo Shuiyan was thunderous and started to give an order as soon as she got the news. The entire army was mobilized to the border in preparation for the even more gruesome battle to come. However, Luo Shuiyan was a bit annoyed in her heart. She didn't expect that even in this situation, she would still choose to stay put. The reason why the king of Qi did not send reinforcements was also easy to guess, which was nothing more than the death of a friend of the road, in order to preserve his strength. Thanks for the news from Qi, but I'll also trouble you to go back and bring a message to the king of Qi. Luo Shuiyan came before that messenger and said in a deep voice with a grave expression, even these devil races, which are in constant internal strife, are able to get together and fight? Why can't my two human races join forces to fight against the enemy? Is it hard to believe that one's personal desires are not more important than the survival of the human race? End of chapter. Chapter 178, A True Flood Beast. Initial battle. Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, the messenger's complexion changed slightly, but he didn't say anything more. How could they, the generals who were stationed at the border all day long, not be fighting for the righteousness of the human race? But this kind of decision-making is not something that ordinary soldiers can sway. The messenger arched his hand towards Luo Shuiyan before quickly leaving the Great Qin. Although he had learned that the War Demon clan and the Rock Demon clan now wanted to jointly attack the Qin state, but Luo Shuiyan's face was still not flustered. In her previous life, she served as an absolute empress. All sorts of tragic battles had been involved, not to mention the two demon clans. Even if the 10 great king clans had gathered, it wasn't as if this kind of scene Luo Shuiyan hadn't experienced it before. Luo Shuiyan was not surprised by King Qi's decision. Although we all know that lips are dead, we still only care about the immediate benefits. If all the human powers were able to join and unite together, why did she need to step in and unify all the human powers on the continent in her previous life? Luo Shuiyan quickly called in the generals of Qin at the border. Although the demons lost the last battle, it didn't mean that the demons were not strong. Not to mention the help of the War Demon race this time around. With these two major demon races converging into one, the pressure on Qin would be unprecedented. What? The Qi kingdom already knows that the Rock Demon clan is heading this way, so why don't we intercept them halfway, crossing the river before half striking its center stream? How can Qi not understand this kind of reasoning? How can this Qi not understand? They are just worried about their troops being damaged. If all of these great nations were able to stand up for the human race, how could my human raceland be plundered by that demon race in countless ways? When Luo Shuiyan recounted the news of Qi's messenger to these generals of Great Qin, it immediately caused the Qin generals to become dissatisfied. Qin is just one of many small countries on the continent. The strength in the three core countries could not compete with each other at all. But even so, Qin had never voluntarily given up any trace of human land. It could even be said that over the years, Qin had helped share a lot of the pressure on Daki. But I didn't expect that at this juncture now. Qi would choose to be clear. though it is all known that no one will easily use their own country's power to help other countries. However, these generals who had been fighting against the demons at the border for years were still feeling very indignant at this time. Seeing the many generals in the arena, each with an angry expression, Luo Shuyan waved her hand towards the crowd. There's no need for everyone to be angry for others, since that Qi is unwilling to step in. My great Qin may not be unable to hold back these two demonic clans. Pass the order down. Drop more elite soldiers and strong generals to garrison this border gate, and all the defense formations will be turned on. In the meantime, notify the Qin territory to enter a state of war. Now as the Grand Marshal of military horses, Luo Shuyan did not have the slightest bit of panic even though the battle was tense. She remained methodical, giving one order after another. All these Qin generals present looked at Luo Shuyan with great admiration. Obviously just a woman in her early 20s, yet she had such vigor. Under Luo Shuyan's command, the entire Qin border was rapidly running like a rigorous machine. Countless soldiers in armor were running around above this city gate. The news of the war demon race joining forces with the rock demon race also reached back to the Xianyang capital. The king of Qin immediately ordered that troops from all over the country be drawn to support the border. These formations, inform all the soldiers guarding the pass to hurry up and practice to familiarize themselves with them. Be sure to skillfully master these formations in the shortest amount of time as a way to fight against the demon race. Luo Shuyan took out a few more sets of formations and distributed them to the Qin generals. After watching Luo Shuyan's formations, the Qin generals immediately stared wide-eyed, full of shock. These formations are extremely subtle, completely able to do with the weak over the strong. The entire border of Qin was densely covered with flags, and the atmosphere was very depressed. It wasn't long before densely packed black figures began to appear on the other side of the border. Soon this crowd, which was like a tidal wave, arrived in front of the border. For a while even the sky was covered in a layer of black smoke. These were the turbid Qi emitted by the demons. Everyone could see that at this moment, there were two camps amongst the demon race, a kind of war demon race similar to the human race, each eye full of war intent, seems to be impatient to kill. On the other hand, the other peculiar type of demon race had an incredibly tall body and looked like stone giants in appearance. That strong body surface exuded a defense that was mind-blowing. The rock demon race's army was like a small mountain. These rock demon clans were like siege weapons, each with thick skin and flesh, causing a great headache. There was no precursor to the battle between the human and devil races, and when the devil races arrived at the battlefield, they arranged themselves in formation. Then, amidst a chorus of horns and war drums, they charged. The difference between the war demon race and the human appearance looks is not very big. Is the most human-like existence among the demon race. Moreover, the war demon race was also able to contract magical beasts and could cultivate battle techniques. The most crucial thing was that these war demon clan armies were even able to use battle formations to meet the enemy like humans. The battle demon race cast out one strong formation at this time. Luo Shuyan remained unperturbed as she then ordered. Immediately after that, the light of the formation likewise blossomed amongst the great army of the human race. The formations that these Qin generals practiced were all comprehended by Luo Shuyan back then after she became a female emperor, and they were not comparable to ordinary formations at all. At this moment, above the battlefield, there were constant roars and the shouts of killing shook the sky. The human and demon armies were constantly killing each other, and the scene caused a flash of hot blood to well up in Jiang Che's heart. I'm going out for a bit today too. Seeing those thick-skinned rock devils, Jiang Che transformed into his Qilin true form. A purple gold Qilin that was over 200 meters long and over 100 meters tall appeared in the middle of the field. At this moment, Jiang Che was the real beast. Even those rock race giants looked a bit small in front of Jiang Che. The huge Qilin, even with every stomp, was able to inflict great killing power on some of these rock demon clans. In itself, Jiang Che's cultivation level had already been cultivated to the peak of the 7th stage. After executing the Kirin's true nature, he even had an invincible aura. And for a while, the great Qin human race's morale was greatly boosted. Subsequently, Little Tiger, Little Flash, Color Scale, and so on, all followed Jiang Che's lead and flew out, switching into their battle forms in mid-air. A glistening tiger with a fiery, domineering body appeared in the field, and its lifetime roar resounded through the heavens and earth like a thunderclap. Under the little tiger's strong attacks, the war demon race's magical beasts were killed as if they were swept away by the autumn wind. At the same time, there was also an 8-colored giant python, as well as a flashing thunderbird with wings spread out over a dozen meters showing up. For a time, the field was filled with monstrous flames, sky-high haze, and countless flickering thunderbolts, which were continuously released in the midst of the demon army. The demon race had the war demon race and the rock demon race, and the human race side also had the humans and the spirit race, and they were not weaker than the other side in terms of aura. After a fight, The war demon race was the first to retreat with a gloomy expression. The first encounter between these two armies ended in victory for the humans. However, the crowd didn't relax too much, and none of the Rock Demon Clan's strongest men had made their moves yet. This is just an appetizer for both sides to meet. Just testing the waters. End of chapter. Chapter 179, Spreading Beans. The demon race is numb. Looking at the retreating war demon race and rock demon race armies. For a time, above the Qin border, there were loud cheers that shook the heavens. The scale of the war demon clan's incoming attack this time was much more powerful than even before. Even these repulsed battle demon clan called even the rock demon clan. But even so, Qin still held out tenaciously. Zhang Che was standing outside the border at the moment. As the demons retreated, the layer of black clouds covering the sky slowly dissipated. The sunlight was currently shining on Zhang Che's body, mapping the purple gold unicorn he was wearing glittering like countless streams of light running. The many Qin generals were looking at Zhang Che in the middle of the battlefield at the moment, and each of their eyes were filled with reverence. In the midst of that great battle just now, there was no doubt that Zhang Che's destructive power was the strongest. He who had transformed into a 100-meter-tall purple and gold unicorn, rushed into the demon army alone to kill in all directions. The rock demon clan that wanted to destroy the city walls suffered heavy losses in an instant. The war demon clan's contracted magical beasts were even more paralyzed and didn't dare to attack the moment Zhang Che unleashed the bloodline crisis. They were quickly killed by the human soldiers at this opportune moment. It could be said that Zhang Che's appearance had caused the pressure on the Qin generals to plummet this time around. This powerful violet gold Qilin caused these battle demon clan and rock demon clan to be terrified. 80% of the reason why the combined armies of the two great demon races were able to retreat so quickly was because of Zhang Che. That strong battle power he had just displayed was truly a one-man show, winning the respect of all the generals and soldiers at the Qin border. Many of the generals raised their arms and shouted. Looking at these blood-soaked human generals and feeling the reverence in the other party's eyes, Zhang Che gently raised his eyebrows. It's a pretty good feeling to be treated like a hero. This was the reverence of the generals from the bottom of their hearts, which was completely different from the little tigers and their usual ass-kissing. The Qin generals began to send people to clean up the battlefield under Luo Shuiyan's command. Although the battle was won, Qin did not celebrate as loudly as earlier. After all, this battle was merely an appetizer. It was unlikely that the two great demonic clans had gathered a large army to come, and it was unlikely that they would give up their attack just because of a single trial and error. The real grueling battle is yet to come. Luo Shuiyan led the Qin generals, as well as Lin Shuer and the others to discuss the next tactics, as well as various troop formations overnight. Zhang Che didn't really know much about this, nor did he have much interest in it. Strength is king in his opinion. As long as one was strong enough, then one didn't need these formations and just pushed through flat out. Just like earlier, directly rushing into the midst of the demonic army to kill indiscriminately. Luo Shuyan also knew that Zhang Che wasn't interested in this at all, so she didn't force it. After charging through the battlefield, Zhang Che didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, he felt extremely comfortable. After sleeping until he naturally woke up, and lying down the next day, Zhang Che heard that delightful system beep again. This time, he harvested 1,000,000 experience points. The most crucial thing was that a powerful skill was also gained. The Qilin splitting technique. Kirin split, A. Split the bean into soldiers. Can summon countless Kirins with 30% of their own strength, duration 1 hour. Cool down. One day, after seeing this heaven-defying skill, Zhang Che's eyes lit up. To know your own strength, that's not normally strong. Even if only 30% of it erupted, it was still not something that an ordinary person could compare to. The bottom line is that it's literally a sleepy pillow. Now that the war between Qin and the demon race was imminent, having awakened this skill himself, he could simply kill the demon race on the battlefield. Although Zhang Che was strong in his own right, the number of people fighting between the two armies was too large, and it was difficult for Zhang Che to cover the entire field by himself. But now that this skill had appeared, it had perfectly made up for his shortcomings in this area. The corners of Zhang Che's mouth rose. With this skill, he wasn't afraid of any more demonic armies. They would all be directly crushed by himself. Soon Zhang Che had a chance to test out this new skill. The next day's sun had only just risen when the previously defeated battle demon race and rock demon race once again made a comeback. The thick black smoke, once again, reclouded the sky, making the entire battlefield look even more gloomy and depressed. However, because of the victory in the previous battle, the Qin generals were not too nervous this time. They had already repelled the demonic army head-on twice in a row, and Qin's morale had risen to its peak. This was something that no one had ever done in the centuries of the human race, and twice in a row, Qin broke this impossible record. Numerous generals, a solemn look in the eyes of war boiling, ready to continue to kill. Even though the war demon clan and rock demon clan were raging this time, The enemy army was even larger than yesterday's, but the Qin generals, there was not the slightest bit of fear in their eyes. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the war drums kept on beating, as if it was like heavenly thunder above the 9 heavens, causing the Qin generals' blood to constantly boil. The war demon clan's eyes were similarly filled with killing intent at this moment. Being a warlike race by nature, they ended up with 2 big defeats in a row in front of Qin, the country they despised the most. This made all the war demon clans furious, and this time they were bound to trample through the Qin border. For a time, the 2 armies were so intent on fighting that it seemed as if even the thick clouds in the sky were going to be washed away. Only with the sound of the trumpet, the 2 armies were just getting ready to fight. The next second the crowd saw that a huge purple and gold qilin appeared in the field. Seeing Jiang Che appear, the human race's morale once again reached its peak. The demon clan's side was scornful. After all, Jiang Che's performance yesterday was simply too heaven-defying. It was simply unrivaled. This time, amongst the demon race, a large number of strong people appeared, wanting to surround Jiang Che. However, in the next second, something that shocked all the armies on both sides happened. Only Jiang Che's body was seen, and the light flickered ceaselessly. Immediately afterward, thousands of purple gold qilin unexpectedly appeared in the entire battlefield. Although it was said that the pressure of these qilin was a bit smaller compared to Jiang Che, it could be equally very strong. The moment these thousands of qilin appeared, all of the demon race were dumbfounded. A single Jiang Che had already given them a headache, but as a result, now 1,000 qilin had directly appeared. How could they still fight? Without waiting for these battle demon race and rock demon race to react, Jiang Che roared up to the sky. The next second thousands of qilin, directly on top of the battlefield galloped and wreaked havoc. The originally huge joint army of the battle demon race and the rock demon race was instantly dispersed by the thousands of qilin charging through the formation. And the screams were endless. It didn't take long before the demonic army couldn't hold out and began to retreat on their own accord. This time, before the human and demon sides even engaged in battle, the demon army was repelled by Jiang Che alone. What was still a very serious crisis has turned out to be a personal show. Jiang Che's majesty in the Qin kingdom had reached its peak at this moment. Even the king of Qin, who had personally come to the front line to fight, had both eyes glowing. The qilin in the sky disappeared, and Jiang Che returned to the Qin border. The generals waved their blades to welcome Jiang Che's return. The king of Qin even waved his hand and announced, "From today on, the purple and gold Kirin will be my great Qin state-protecting divine animal." End of chapter. Chapter 180, True Saint Level. The king of Qin notified the world. And even Jiang Che himself didn't expect to suddenly become some kind of protectorate divine beast in a haphazard manner. Many of the generals and soldiers at the border had shouted Jiang Che's name, and each of their eyes were filled with reverence. Jiang Che was a spirit beast, not a human. There was no way to confer any official position. This protectorate divine beast was already considered the highest enthronement that the Qin king could give. Seeing Jiang Che return to the side of several people, Lin Shuer's 3 people were all incomparably excited. Those pairs of delicate and incomparable jade hands then directly rubbed towards Jiang Che's body. "You little guy, how on earth did you turn into a griffin that big? Little white can even learn to split, instantly changed into 1,000 qilin. This can even we did not expect." Oxia Xiaoxiao's eyes were glowing for a moment as she looked at Jiang Che. The sudden appearance of 1,000 unicorns, wreaking havoc on top of the battlefield, really made Oxia Xiaoxiao's blood boil. "I can't wait to learn this kind of move myself and test it out on the battlefield." Compared to Luo Shuiyan's earlier repulsion of the war demon race powerhouse, the sensation caused by Jiang Che this time was even more violent. That shocking visual impact is hard for everyone to forget. I really didn't expect Little White, who eats and sleeps every day, to end up becoming a protectorate god beast now. Yi Zimun laughed softly while rubbing Jiang Che's furry head. "Xiaobai has become a protector god beast, then you are also considered a public figure. So pay attention to your own image." The 3 women looked at Jiang Che and flirted softly. Time flew by, and when Jiang Che woke up the next day, he really found that the words displayed by the system had changed. Amidst the pleasant beeps, Jiang Che realized that he had reached the achievement of being worshipped by millions of people. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Wouldn't it be better to have a king and a queen? Declared by the king of Qin to be the protector of the nation and made known to the world. The power value of the Zhengzhe skyrocketed. After one night, the reward value obtained by the system was even higher at 1.3 million, although ascending to level 71 required 24 million evolution points. Although these evolution points seemed like a lot, they weren't really troublesome for Jiang Che, who had over 1 million experience points every day nowadays, to know that unusual spirit beasts or humans, if they wanted to cross this hurdle and become a true saint-level existence, it would not be an ordinary difficulty. One could even describe it as ascending to the heavens. There were many beings on this continent who had spent their entire lives being haunted by the threshold of this holy order, and had never succeeded in stepping into the holy level until their deaths. But this breakthrough, which was the most difficult for others, was instead the easiest point to reach in Zhang Che's opinion. Just keep lying flat yourself, then the system will accumulate experience one after another. Others who wanted to break through would still need to go through various realizations. On the other hand, he himself was completely different, and just had to wait until he had accumulated enough experience points. Breaking through without any bottlenecks was one of the key reasons why Zhang Che was able to grow so quickly. After this battle, the strength of the War Demon clan was greatly damaged. That last solo show of Zhang Che's directly killed a large number of Battle Demon race and Rock Demon race. At least for a short period of time, there was no way for the War Demon race to launch another large-scale military war against Qin. Again, after all, a large-scale military war could be a different thing from a small-scale battle between high-end powerhouses. The Rock Demon race with thick skin and strong defense. This time, they also suffered huge losses, and now they have all withdrawn to their own territories. This time, Luo Shuiyan was considered to have led the whole of Great Qin to fight an extremely beautiful war. The victory in this battle spread throughout the country, not just in the role of the king of Qin, and the morale of Qin was at an all-time high. The news of the victory spread even more quickly among the many countries on the continent. If the earlier defeat of the demon army was just a fluke, then the present victory over the demon race one after another is the best proof of strength. One must know that it was an extremely rare thing for the human race to repel the demon race's army head-on on the battlefield, not to mention the fact that Qin, this time, had won victories one after another, and the fruits of each victory were more exaggerated. Not only did he defeat the War Demon race, but even the War Demon race and the Rock Demon race, the combined armies of the two demon races, were repelled head-on. This kind of strong battle record could not be achieved by any small country. Only the three core dynasties could have this kind of power. For a while the minds of many people on the continent began to come alive. Qin is now in the process of changing its laws to make it stronger, and various policies that benefit the country and the people are being implemented. Although it had experienced a bloody baptism not too long ago, it was clear that the present-day Qin was undergoing a transformative rebirth. Many countries even believed that the present-day Qin even had the power of a core dynasty. The first to learn the news of Qin's victory over the demon army was Daki, which was right next to Qin. Earlier, when the Rock Demon clan deployed their troops to the Qin border, Qi already knew about it, but they did not send any reinforcements. However, the Qi royal family had still sent a number of strong men to the battlefield just in case, fearing that the overthrow of Qin would affect Qi. However, they were only at a distance, secretly watching, without the slightest intention of joining the battle. When these powerhouses saw the battlefield, the unimaginable thing that happened, for a moment their brains were a bit confused. They couldn't figure out why the originally weak Qin was now completely different from what they remembered. The country is so strong that it will have no problem confronting the allied forces of the two clans head-on. When these Qi powerhouses brought the information from the battlefield back to Daki, the entire Daki royal family was shocked. The powerful nobles of Qi were also dumbfounded. They were even prepared for the Qin kingdom to be overrun by the War Demon race and the Rock Demon race. But the only thing that did not occur to me was that Qin had repulsed the allied forces of the two tribes head-on, at a very small cost. This kind of powerful army, even if the Qi encountered it, I'm afraid it would be difficult to deal with it. I still remember Luo Shuiyan said that it's a shame that the demon race is able to unite together, but we, the self-proclaimed good human race, are fighting on our own. Many people heard the words that Luo Shuiyan asked the messenger to bring back to Qi, and there was a lot of talk. If the battle is lost, then perhaps the statement has little impact. But when Luo Shuiyan led Qin to victory in such an unlikely situation, the influence of this statement began to soar. Not only Qi, many small countries already have ministers, began to suggest that the king should not directly dependent on the Qin, because they saw unlimited potential in Great Qin. The successive victories over the demon race had allowed Great Qin's influence on the continent to be growing by the day. However, Zhang Che didn't pay attention to any of these things. Once the war was over, he reverted to his usual state of eating, drinking and lying flat. After half a month, Zhang Che had also finally managed to come to level 71, possessing true Saint level strength. End of chapter. Chapter 181. Still have to carry this responsibility. Master of the state. On this day, Luo Shuiyan was in the middle of her cultivation when the Qin king unexpectedly paid a personal visit. Along with this came the Shang ruler, the prime minister of Qin. After his arrival, the Qin king first briefly recounted some of the winds that had risen on the continent nowadays. With that, he began to sidestep Luo Shuiyan. State Master, now that your strength has grown stronger, Mr. Zhang's strength as my Qin kingdom's protector god beast seems to be even more difficult to fathom now as well. Lone is now old and beyond his strength in many things. The Qin King's words were a bit heavy at the moment, yet Luo Shuiyan immediately understood the other party's mind. For a moment, her eyes were wide open, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. How these words of the King of Qin now sounded seemed as if he was going to abdicate. Nowadays, Qin is at the time of its rise. Luo Shuiyan did not expect that the King of Qin even moved to abdicate at this moment. Sure enough, the next thing that happened was the Qin King's expression, which became extremely serious. The Sagittarius merchant, on the side, did the same. State Master, in fact, I have told you so much, mainly because I want a Zen throne to you. You have the world in mind, always sticking to the righteousness of the human race. This kind of mindset is not something an ordinary person can have, and it's been a long time together. Lone can see that. You are very knowledgeable about all sorts of statecraft, and you have an extremely deep comprehension of both the military and the field of governance. The King of Qin's compliments came one after another, yet Luo Shuiyan only felt, for a moment, her eyelids fluttering wildly. Master of the state, I think it's up to you to be the next monarch of the Qin kingdom. With you, a young man with ideas, strength and talent, as the new king of Qin, I believe that in the future Qin will become even richer and stronger. No, you're really joking, King Qin. I absolutely can't. At this moment, Luo Shuiyan's head was shaking like a rattledrum as she kept refusing. She had made up her mind in this life that she would never be able to become that female emperor who advocated for the unification of the world again. Luo Shuiyan did all these things during this period of time, whether it was eradicating the traitors and sycophants, removing the toxins from the Qin King's body, and defeating the demon army, formulating such rich and powerful national policies. She had done all of this in the hope that the Qin King would be able to act as an absolute emperor and unify the human race in the future. As a result, Luo Shuiyan did not expect this burden round and round actually fell back on their shoulders. Seeing this, Zhang Che on the side couldn't help but burst into a light laugh. Let you women always like to make things happen when there's nothing else to do. Now you don't even have a chance to lie down when you want to, do you? Zhang Che somewhat gloated as he transmitted his voice. Luo Shuiyan was also helpless at the moment and could only firmly refuse the Qin King's request. At this time, Shang Jun, who was standing on the sidelines, suddenly had a new proposal. In my opinion, it is indeed somewhat inappropriate to allow the state master to serve as the new Qin monarch. Hearing this, the King of Qin was immediately displeased, and quickly turned his head to glare at the Shang ruler. He brought Shang Jun here because he wanted to persuade Luo Shuiyan, but he didn't expect Shang Jun to help Luo Shuiyan with her words. Shang Jun ignored the Qin King's look and still got himself. The state master, she is so magnificent and gifted. Ask anyone in the world, who can be as good as the state master? If it is just to be a small king of Qin, this is not enough at all. In my opinion, it should be the common lord of the human race. Luo Shuiyan, who had just been nodding her head, suddenly froze in place. She had thought that Shang Jun was helping herself, but she did not realize that this is now an even greater burden. The King of Qin was also greatly pleased after hearing the Shang ruler's proposal, and immediately clapped his hands in favor of the decision. I think the sage is right. State Master, you should become the new human race co-lord. You will lead all the human races and unite against those demon races, and I, Qin, will be your most loyal supporter. The King of Qin was looking very solemn at the moment, and had obviously given it a lot of thought before he came. Luo Shuiyan wanted to continue refusing, but she saw Qin Chao waving his hand at her. With that, Luo Shuiyan followed the King of Qin and the sage, and came outside. After walking out of the manor, Luo Shuiyan suddenly realized, at some point, a dense crowd had already gathered near the manor. There were merchants and farmers among this group, as well as a large number of imperial beastmasters. The powerful officials of the Qin state, all up and down the country, were also present, and it was obvious that this King of Qin had already made preparations for a long time. I implore you, Miss Luo, to do justice for my human race. The human race is united. We'll fight the demon race together. This black press of Qin's people even directly knelt down at this moment, chanting Luo Shuiyan's name, leading the Qin generals and defeating the demon race one after another. Luo Shuiyan had long since established an extremely high faith throughout the Qin kingdom. It can be said that falling water smokes prestige in Qin at this time, and the King of Qin is no longer comparable. Seeing that the 10,000 people were pleading, Luo Shuiyan sighed slightly and could only nod her head in agreement. Seeing Luo Shuiyan nod her head, the people within a few kilometers radius, each and every one of them began to cheer. The imperial capital, Xianyang City, was as if a celebration had been held for a while. Luo Shuiyan sighed helplessly. All the way around, history eventually returned to that previous trajectory, and the Shang ruler had already started the layout long ago. For the next period of time, The Shang ruler traveled to 3 small neighboring countries in succession. He explained with love and reason, and soon convinced the 3 nations to also begin to embrace Luo Shuiyan as the common lord of the human race. For a while Luo Shuiyan's cry spread more and more widely across the continent. I really didn't think I'd end up being the character. Originally wanted to push the king of Qin to the front, but did not expect to be instead. The king of Qin pushed me to the front. Although it's not like in my previous life, when I formed the first Central Empire with my own hands, it seems to be almost the same at the moment. Luo Shuiyan knew that the reason why she was able to make all these small countries honor herself as the common lord of the human race was nothing more than the strong battle power she had erupted in the middle of the battlefield. He himself relied on the power of the formation to repel the demon race's saint-level powerhouses one after another. Plus, Xiao Bai repelled the combined armies of the 2 races with his own strength. There is a strong enough force to maintain the alliance between these countries. With the addition of the 3 small kingdoms, the national power possessed by Luo Shuiyan, the human co-owner, had already added up to be comparable to half of a core dynasty. The number of saint-level powerhouses had reached 5, and that was even without including Jiang withdrew. Jiang Che, who had now become a true saint level, had relied on his own mythic level bloodline. Even amongst the upgraded powerhouses, that was considered the best. A human race co-lord? What a big mouth. A mere state master of a small country, who has only won 2 battles, dares to create such a momentum on the continent. It's really a travesty. The news of Luo Shuiyan being called the co-lord of the world had spread to the Chu imperial family, causing each of these Chu imperial families to be extremely jealous. The royal family of Chu was empty of strong kingly hegemony, but because of the border problems of Chu, this country had always been in a safe zone. For hundreds of years there had been little war in Chu, which had allowed the country's livelihood to develop very well. But there are advantages and disadvantages. This kind of comfortable life has made the whole state of Chu forget the cruelty of war. End of chapter. Chapter 182, Sima Qingtian's assassination plan. The Xiang clan of Dechu cultivates the king's hegemony, and has always considered itself to be the king of the heavenly Tao, giving up on me. But they didn't expect it. Even their own Xiang family didn't dare to call themselves the human race co-owners. Now Luo Shuiyan, a yellow-haired girl in her early 20s, dared to say such big words. Even if there was a time when Chu had recruited Luo Shuiyan and was very optimistic about her, she was still very unhappy at this moment. Great Qin, as well as the neighboring Wu, Yujiang, and other small countries, are now all united in a common front, jointly honoring Luo Shuiyan as the common lord of the human race. Luo Shuiyan's influence on the continent was becoming more and more widespread, to the point that the 3 core dynasties were all very dissatisfied with her, especially the Luo water-flooded hometown of the Jin dynasty. After all, the Sima family is extremely narrow-minded, especially in the beginning. In order to curb Luo Shuiyan's development, Sima Prime even sent assassins to kill Luo Shuiyan. After Luo Shuiyan managed to escape from the Great Jin, she secretly attacked the Yin and Lin families. If it wasn't for the tsunami sect stepping in, I'm afraid that these 2 great clans would not be able to escape the poisonous hand, and even then they suffered from the suppression of the royal family. It could be said that between the Great Jin imperial family and Luo Shuiyan, a beam had long been formed, and it was impossible to heal the relationship between them. If Luo Shuiyan didn't have the memories of her previous life, I'm afraid she would have already died at the hands of the Sima family. The 2 sides had this kind of disconnect, and Luo Shuiyan had grown too fast, which had completely caused the Sima family to have murderous intentions towards her. However, the difference between Deqin and Dejin is very far, more than 100,000 miles. Even if the Great Jin, as one of the 3 core countries, is strong and powerful that can't be whipped, not to mention then there is also a Chu kingdom in between. Wanting to send troops to crusade under such a long distance, that is simply impossible. I really didn't expect that this woman would be able to grow to such a realm now. At this moment, Sima Qingtian's face was incomparably gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. After learning about Luo Shuiyan's news, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles were pinched and creaked. I just don't believe that Luo Shuiyan has made some kind of human co-chief and united so many small nations. Qin is getting stronger and stronger. I don't believe that Qi and Chu will be able to just let her grow up. Sima Qingtian looked at his men and said with a cold smile, "Send someone to make a trip to Chu. Don't they pride themselves on having some kind of innate kingly spirit? I'd like to hear what they think about Luo Shuiyan, the human race's co-owner. Remember to make all the various advantages and disadvantages clear to our king of Chu, and it would be best if we could get Chu to send troops to exterminate those jumped-up clowns." After instructing his men, Sima Qingtian got up again and personally traveled to a palace deep within the Great Jin Palace. This was the second forbidden area of the palace, and on weekdays almost no one came to this side to walk around. As for the first forbidden place of the palace, it was the place where the old ancestor of the Great Jin dynasty, the contemporary king of Jin, practiced his retreat. Sima Qingtian arrived outside the palace and looked at the incredibly silent building in front of him. His eyelids couldn't help but jump a little. Looking at the great Jin dynasty, there weren't many people who could make him jealous, and the one who resides in this palace before us is one of them. The moment Sima Qingtian stepped into the palace, he only felt that the inside and the outside of the palace were like two worlds. The palace was located in the depths of the palace, but there were no candles lit, so it looked silent and dark. Just after taking 2 steps, Sima Prime's footsteps stopped and he looked behind him with a frown on his face. Behind him, at some point, a man dressed in a black power suit had already stood. This person was hidden in the dark shadows, and his appearance could not be seen. But the aura emanating from his body was as if he was a god of death coming out of the 9 hells of purgatory. It made people feel their hearts tremble just by looking at it. Even Sima Qingtian felt his breath stop for a moment. The man hidden amongst the dark shadows was the great Jin dynasty's #1 assassin, Shadow Break. With a strong saint-level cultivation, the most crucial thing was that he was extremely good at assassination, able to kill an opponent in the dark. The shadow chakra will never fight head-on, and as his name suggests, he is always hidden in the dark shadows, striking only in a flash. Those who were assassinated by him had no chance to react at all, and were simply lifeless. At the time of the founding of the great Jin dynasty, the Shadowbreak had once performed countless feats for the royal family. He had killed the kings and ministers of many small countries, yet no one even knew of his existence. To this day, except for a few people in the royal family of the great Jin dynasty, no one knew that there was a saint-level assassin within this palace. What is it again? Shadowbreak's voice was low and a little hoarse. That girl called Luo Shuiyen has now run away to the Qin kingdom, stirring up the storm over there and uniting 4 small countries. Now that he is also known as the human race's common lord, this son must not be retained. If he is allowed to continue, it will definitely be unfavorable to my great advancement. Back then, I sent someone against him but let him escape with his life. When this Luo Shuiyen grows up, he will definitely take revenge on the royal family. I'll make her disappear from this world just like that. Sima Qingtian's eyes erupted with a morose murderous aura. Although he had already sent people to lobby the king of Chu, Sima Prime knew that Chu was not mediocre and would not be easily taken advantage of. Only a shadow break strike can ensure that nothing goes wrong. After hearing Sima Qingtian's words, the man hidden amongst the shadows nodded. With that, Sima Prime didn't react before the man in front of him had disappeared into thin air. Shadow Break is just like the invisible general, leaving the palace quickly fly towards the Qin country. The speed of the speed is simply unimaginable. Great Qin imperial capital. Ever since Luo Shuiyen was elected by the king of Qin to be the co-lord of the human race, the military forces of Qin and the 3 neighboring countries were now united under the Shang ruler's various reigns. According to the new law of Qin, it is unified and dispatched by Luo Shui Smoke. As Qin was determined to change its laws for the better, the other 3 states followed in Qin's footsteps and gradually introduced new laws. It can be said that these 4 countries, linked together by the Luo water smoke as a bond, now the relationship is getting closer and the overall strength has become stronger. Although Luo Shuiyen hadn't wanted to come to the front of the stage, but after all, in her previous life, as the Empress of the First Central Empire, she still had the ability to deal with these political affairs. Just Luo Shuiyen in dealing with the political affairs of the 4 countries, and do not know that at this time in the city of Xianyang, has come to the uninvited guests. A shadow-like saint-level assassin had unknowingly approached towards Luo Shuiyen. Shang Jun came to report, Lord Luo, the Chu side has sent a messenger with a special request to come and see you. I've known for a long time that these 3 countries can't sit still, and sure enough, they're coming one after the other. Luo Shuiyen lightly laughed. Let's go Shang Jun. Let's meet this Chu envoy together and see what this Chu king has to say to us. Immediately afterward, Luo Shuiyen followed the Shang ruler and went to receive the envoys from Great Chu. Food push. End of chapter. Chapter 183, Capturing the Shadow Break Alive. Inside the parlor, the Chu emissary looked at Luo Shuiyen and first bowed and exchanged pleasantries. Then he directly opened the door. Ms. Luo, your movements on the Qin side are not ordinary. It's all known by now that you made a name for yourself as the world's co-owner. But doesn't Miss Luo think that it's a bit of an exaggeration for her to take on the name of a personal clan co-owner now that she's only in her mid-20s? Aren't you afraid of being told that virtue is not good enough? While speaking, this messenger also turned around and arched his hand in the direction of Chu. Even my De Chu royal family is born with the aura of a king. Neither has dared to call themselves the common lord of the human race. Doesn't Miss Luo feel that her move is really inappropriate? The Chu emissary looked at Luo Shuiwei in a gusty manner, completely failing to treat him as the world's co-owner. In Chu's view, Luo Shuiyen was simply too young, a yellow-haired girl in her early 20s who couldn't make any waves at all. Miss Luo, in my opinion, it's better to take off this title of human co-lord. It's better not to be tainted by such an overly lofty name. I'm also just thinking for Miss Luoyu. After all, looking at the entire continent, the person who can assume the role of the human race co-owner, at the very least, it should be born among the 3 core countries, the royal family. As for this tiny Qin country and you, Ms. Luo, I think it's better not to get involved so easily. Hearing the words of this Chu messenger, Luo Shuyan's expression was very calm. It was her eyes that were slightly impatient. What made her a bit surprised was that after her title of co-lord of the world was played out, the first one to come to her door would be Chu. After all, in terms of discourse, how could it not be the turn of the Chu side? Although the Chu was one of the 3 core dynasties and was very strong, but Chu's perimeter is very secure. There is no module at all, and it is Chu that has had the most peaceful life all these years. This Chu was a vested interest, but it was the first to jump out, which made Luo Shuyan somewhat disappointed. Well, let's not talk about this useless stuff. If you want to talk to me about these issues, then let the king of Chu come personally. You're not qualified for that. Luo Shuyan impatiently waved her hand, interrupting the Chu emissary's words and directly rejecting those proposals the other party had just made. Though it was said that before himself, he had wanted to have an easier time in this life and didn't want to go down that road again. But since he has now been elected, how can he easily back down halfway? What's more, what Luo Shuyan represented now was not just herself. There were also 4 countries led by Qin. And even if Luo Shuyan wanted to give up this identity now, the people under her command would not easily agree. Chu has been at ease for too long, and has no idea of the cruelty of a great war between humans and demons. The Chu royal family is empty of kingly hegemony, but it's only in vain, and it doesn't even know the hardships of the nations in resisting the demons. Luo Shuyan's words didn't leave any face, and the Chu emissary's face became incomparably ugly at his words. However, he had no way to refute Luo Shuyan's words for a moment. After all, of the 3 core countries, Chu was really the most comfortable one. What is this guy? Jiang Che had been leisurely during this period of time, eating and drinking every day, and at this moment, he had just returned from a ride sitting on Little Fire's back. Somewhat surprised at this moment, he realized that there was a new saint-level powerhouse in Xianyang City today. Moreover, this hallowed saint-level powerhouse was sneaking around, deliberately covering his tracks. Under Jiang Che's holographic perspective, the shadow break, which had never been detected before, had all of its figures exposed. Yet for all of this, Shadowbreak himself was unaware, still waiting for his chance to assassinate. Just as Luo Shuyan sent the Chu emissary away, the Shadowbreak hidden in the shadows made a decisive move. As the number 1 assassin in the Great Jin, Shadowbreak's strikes were crisp and clear, under the pressure of a saint-level powerhouse. At this moment, he seemed like a god of death, stretching out his scythe from hell. With the crisis of death looming over her, Luo Shuyan's heartbeat sped up. Almost subconsciously, the spiritual energy in her hands revolved to cast a secret art. In the next second, Luo Shuyan's figure appeared 1,000 meters away. I didn't expect that you little girl would still be able to instantly move. The Shadowbreak couldn't help but be a little surprised when the blow fell short. He didn't expect that his assassination of Luo Shuyan would actually miss. What's more, he didn't expect that Luo Shuyan, who came from an ordinary background and was so young, even knew the method of instantaneous transfer. Jiang Che instantly arrived in front of Luo Shuyan, and only after seeing that Luo Shuyan was fine did his heart let out a sigh of relief. With that, Jiang Che violently turned his head to look at Shadowbreak, his eyes filled with killing intent. The Chu emissary who was preparing to leave on the side was a bit confused for a moment when he saw the sudden battle. Boom! After the blow fell short, Shadowbreak didn't talk nonsense and swung the sharp sword in his hand again. The strong saint-level pressure caused everyone present to almost feel suffocated. Some of the Imperial Beastmasters who had come to escort the Shadowbreak had been killed before they could see the Shadowbreak's movements. In just one breath, a dozen people fell. Roar! An angry roar rang out as Jiang Che transformed into a purple gold Qilin. Thunder flashed around his body, rolling heavenly thunder constantly striking down, forcing this Shadowbreak to have to harden Jiang Che's attack, unable to vanish into the dark shadows. Now that Jiang Che had officially stepped into the saint stage, his strength had increased more than several times compared to before. Shadowbreak was about to engage Jiang Che, but he realized that Jiang Che had actually arrived behind him. The large Qilin claw swung, and directly then slapped Shadowbreak into the earth. The tremendous force caused Shadowbreak to directly spray out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly weakening. Shadowchai never expected that the spirit beast beside Luo Shuyan would be so powerful. It's a good thing I'm back. How dare a saint-level powerhouse engage in assassination? This guy, he can't be sent by Chu, right? As Jiang Che spoke, he coldly looked at the Chu emissary on the side. Frightened, the Chu emissary's legs went limp and he directly collapsed to the ground. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I don't even know him. This guy is not from my Chu. I recognize him. This assassin is indeed not from Chu. He's from Great Jin. For Shadow Break. Luo Shuiyan was very familiar with it. The Shadow Break was once a figure that was good enough to be ranked in the top 3 among the experts cultivated by the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty. After assassinating countless rulers back then, Jin then destroyed the former dynasty and unified a dozen more small states before finally creating the present-day Great Jin. And Shadowshade was asked to be executed by the surrendered generals of those defeated nations because he had killed too many people. Though the Great Jin informs the world that it has executed the Shadow Shakti, it still leaves him behind as a shadowy sword. Even in Dichu, there were quite a few people who had been assassinated by the Shadow Break. Shadow Break's identity has been exposed. I'm afraid that Great Jin will also be in turmoil, Luo Shuiyan said in her heart. If she didn't expect it, I'm afraid that the next administrators of the many regions of the Great Jin will all be complaining about the royal family. I didn't expect that a junior like you would actually recognize the old man's identity at a glance. A flash of surprise flashed in Shadowbreak's eyes. He didn't expect that he would be recognized by Luo Shuiyan after so many years of being hidden in the shadows. Hearing Shadowbreak's words, the corner of Luo Shuiyan's mouth hooked up in a sneer. Don't you feel pathetic? A saint-level powerhouse, more loyal for the sake of the Jin royal family. Yet he can only be snowed in like a rat, not seeing the light of day for so many years. End of chapter. Chapter 184, Rebellion in Shu. Great Jin in turmoil. The Shadow Break, who was originally still very arrogant, suddenly fell into silence after hearing Luo Shuiyan's mockery. Looking at the entire continent, saint-level powerhouses were the top of the line. Even if it was only a half-saint, it was a figure that shook the 4 directions with fame. In the imperial capital of the Great Jin dynasty, even if it was only a 9-star Zoon-level imperial beast master, it would be enough to establish a powerful lineage to shake the party. But Shadowbreak himself clearly had a strong saint-level cultivation, and was still practicing assassination. It could be said that he was an extremely dangerous figure even amongst saint-level powerhouses, but he could only hide in the shadows for many years because of his work in helping the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty. Just like Luo Shuiyan said, after so many years of having an empty powerful cultivation, she was only forced to go into hiding. It can only be seen as a rat living in the shadows. Even an even weaker imperial beast master would have to live a more honorable life than him. Even Shadowbreak wouldn't even light a candle flame in the middle of the Great Jin Palace, and that palace would rarely be shot at. For so many years, even if he was as strong as he was nothing more than a knife in the dark of the Great Jin imperial family, and had no life of his own at all. Even the man who was once there had made countless feats for the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty, assassinated an unknown number of targets and carried an endless list of curses. But the Sima family chose to compromise in the end in order to recruit those former enemies, in order to stabilize their own kingdom so that they could have more benefits. Let him, a powerful sage-level powerhouse, can only hide. Originally, Shadowbreak hadn't felt anything, but now that she heard Luo Shuiyan say this, for a moment her heart was filled with thoughts. A hallowed saint-level powerhouse, and now you've been forced by the Sima family to not have any way out. The identity has been exposed. All the forces on the continent will hunt you down at that time, and even the Sima family, there's a possibility that they'll make a move against you. Luo Shuiyan looked at the Shadowbreak in front of her and said faintly. After listening to Luo Shuiyan's words, Shadowbreak couldn't help but feel a trace of bitterness in his heart, and then smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. If that's the case, then why are you still talking to me so much? Why don't you just kill me? Maybe you'll even be able to take my head and exchange some benefits with other forces. As a saint-level assassin, Shadowbreak had never missed a shot, but he didn't expect to fall into Zheng Che's hands today. Being stepped on by such a huge purple and gold Qilin, he was unable to operate his spiritual power, as if he were a fish on a plate. Seeing the bleak-eyed and ashen-hearted Shadow Crystal, Luo Shuiyan did not intend to kill him. There is indeed no place for you in the midst of this human kingdom anymore. Nowadays you can't go anywhere. The only way out is to slay those demon clans that are doing evil, empty of a powerful cultivation. Yet you have spent your entire life being a pawn for others. Do you want to waste these years of hard cultivation for nothing? Shadowbreak looked at Luo Shuiyan, and his originally dark eyes radiated back into the light. He smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Perhaps you're right. I don't know how many dirty deeds I've done in my life for the private interests of the Sima family. Perhaps dying on the battlefield for the sake of the human race, using this lifetime of cultivation, and finally doing something right is my ultimate destination. Luo Shuiyan looked at Zheng Che and gently nodded. With that, Zheng Che lifted his paw and Shadowbreak stood up, glancing at Luo Shuiyan with a helpless sigh. With that, he directly headed straight towards the borderland, obviously listening to Luo Shuiyan's words and preparing to become a demon hunter. A demon hunter with saint-level strength and proficiency in assassination was an extremely terrifying existence on the battlefield. Luo Shuiyan wasn't worried about Shadowbreak turning against him. After all, as he said himself, Shadowbreak had long since run out of places to stay. Only at the border would he not have to hide in the shadows. Luo Shuiyan, who was an empress in her previous life, naturally had a pattern and temperament that no ordinary person could have. In his opinion, letting Shadowbreak have a way out would only be beneficial and not detrimental to the human race. For such a powerful saint-level existence to die in the hands of the human race itself would simply be a great loss. Shadow Chakra was different from other saint levels in that he was proficient in the art of assassination. Now that they went to the border, it would be a nightmare in the middle of the night and a death in the shadows for the demon race. Shadowbreak's strength was very strong. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to traverse the continent so much without being discovered. If Luo Shuiyan hadn't possessed the art of instantaneous transfer, if Jiang Chei's strength hadn't been too heaven-defying, I'm afraid that today, he would have already accomplished his work. This one saint-level assassin would forever be a sword hanging over the heads of the demon race, and immediately after that, the news that Shadowbreak was still alive gradually spread above the continent. The Jin dynasty sent the Shadow brothers to assassinate many people in order to establish the country, and over the years, many of the situations that the Sima family was inconveniently involved in were resolved by the Shadowbreak. Originally, everyone thought that Shadowbreak had already died a long time ago, but now that they heard this news, they were furious for a while. This is the Sima family, cheating on everyone, and naturally, the one most affected by this upheaval was the great Jin dynasty. Because the once existing state of Jin came from the continuous expansion of the Sima family, many of the local officials were strong men recruited from the harvesting side. One of the conditions they chose to surrender in the first place was to kill Shadowbreak, the murderous devil. As a result, I didn't realize that people like myself had been kept in the dark since the beginning. For a time, there were many protests all over Jin, and for the first time, the royal family's position of kingship in Great Jin suffered a huge impact. And now that Luo Shuiyan was the co-lord of the human race, she was clearly assassinated by a saint-level powerhouse, yet she was still able to graciously let him live. Let Shadowshade go to the border zone to hunt the demons to pay for his sins. The move was supported by many. Originally, many people had somewhat scoffed at Luo Shuiyan, this so-called human race co-lord. In their opinion, it was simply absurd for a 20-year-old yellow-haired girl in the district to call the human race co-lord. But now that they saw Luo Shuiyan with such a pattern, many of them had secret admiration in their hearts. And just at that moment, the southwestern territories of the Great Jin dynasty were directly declaring a rebellion. Once the city owner of Shu City advocated opening up and leading his men to independence, because of the threat to his family, he has now been helped out by Luo Shuiyan. Without the lives of his family as a threat, Zhang Kai no longer had any scruples, and the fact that the Shu land was out of the control of the Great Jin dynasty was like a fuse that quickly caused a series of chain reactions. In just a few days, several of the Great Jin's knuckleheads rebelled together and declared their independence. This series of negative impacts directly pushed the Sima family into the limelight. Similarly, it also made the Jin royal family, which normally, the king's power is supreme, angry to the extreme about these people. Straight away, he began to collect armies and started conquering the rebels one by one. End of chapter. Chapter 185, returning to Dajin again. For a while the Jin dynasty was in the midst of civil unrest. All up and down the country, there was war. The country, which was still calm, was at war for a while. The Sima family was also so overwhelmed by all this turmoil in the country that they didn't have time to worry about anything else. Without the great Jin prince Sima Qingtian's interference, the great Chu side also temporarily did not. To pursue Luo Shuiyan this human race co-owner thing. After all, in every core dynasty, the one who really manages the dynasty's politics as well as all kinds of state minutiae is actually the crown prince of the dynasty. Those true monarchs had always practiced in secret. It wasn't political maneuvering that enabled him to establish a powerful dynasty on the continent back then. Rather, it was every core dynasty, the truly powerful kings, with their extremely strong cultivation, who had killed a side of the world in this chaotic world. So now even though the great Jin dynasty was in strife and civil unrest, the true emperor of the great Jin had still not stepped forward. This kind of small matter is simply not enough to get their attention. Although Sima Qingtian had a meticulous mind, all of this happened too quickly and too suddenly. How could he not expect that a saint-level powerhouse assassinating Luo Shuiyan, a yellow-haired girl, would even fail? The most crucial thing was that the news that Shadowbreak was not dead had spread, causing the great Jin dynasty to be hit one after another in recent days. And Zhang Kai's family has been rescued by Luo Shui, directly choosing to be independent. Even more so, Sima Qingtian was caught off guard. Having thought that he had taken the other party's lifeblood, the development of things was completely out of his expectation. And now the Luo Shui and several people in the Qin country, After learning that the Great Jin dynasty is now in civil unrest, all of them are happy. Ha 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 ha, that Sima family really deserved it. They're considered to have lifted a stone and smashed their own feet. That's right. They wouldn't be in this civil unrest if they didn't send someone to assassinate us. Lin Shuer's few people at this time all felt that they had taken a big breath of bad air. This Sima clan had previously sent someone to assassinate them, and then later targeted their respective clans, and now they were even both sending out saint-level powerhouses to assassinate them. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, Oxia Xiaoxiao would want to go back to the imperial palace of the Great Jin dynasty and beat that Sima Qingtian violently on the ground. It was just that while the crowd was excited, Luo Shuyan was frowning slightly, with some worries in her heart. The fact that the Great Jin was in civil strife was indeed more favorable to their development. But the problem was that the Lin family and also the Yin family were now within the Great Jin dynasty. If something went wrong in Great Jin, they, the ordinary lineages, would certainly be implicated as well. Especially the Yin family. Nowadays the Yin family lived in the middle of the imperial capital, belonging to survive under the eyes of the Great Jin imperial family. After the previous various things, I think the Great Jin imperial family has long been the Yin family strict custody. Want to Yin family members to bring out, I'm afraid it is difficult. Actually, old ancestor, he is still good. Yi Ziming was also a little worried in her heart at the moment, although she said on her lips that she didn't care about the Yin family, but she was not a desperate person. Yi Ziming still had gentleness and kindness in her bones, and could not really cut away from the Yin family. What's more, Yi Ziming had also heard about it, after he himself had left the Great Jin dynasty again with Luo Shuai and the others because he was the head of the Yin family. This resulted in the Yin family, one of the four great families, falling into the targeting of the Sima family and declining rapidly. But the majority of the Yin family, instead of cutting off their relationship with themselves with this, the entire Yin family agreed with what they were doing. It also made Izimunda change her mind about the family, and she also knew that most of the Yin family and her father's close lineages were actually powerless. At that time, they all opposed Yin Zhong's approach, but the situation was stronger than others, and Yin Zhong's family was so powerful that even though they were unwilling, they could do nothing. Technically, they can't all be blamed. Don't forget, there's also our Heavenly K Academy's Flying Sky Gang members. The little tiger on the side couldn't help but vocalize as he listened to the crowd. Only no one but Auntie Little understood him. Auxiliary Little's eyes lit up at this moment, and she looked at the little tiger with great approval. She didn't realize that this little guy was quite righteous. Little tiger just said that it's not just the leader's house, Yin's house, but also everyone from the Tian K Academy, which can all be our partners. If something does go wrong. While the crowd was discussing, Jiang Che, who had a serious expression at the moment, jumped onto Luo Shuyan's shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. Speaking of which, whether it's the Heavenly K Academy or the Yin family, that's my little brother. In that case, I'll go and make the trip myself. Little White, are you sure? The Great Jin dynasty was very chaotic nowadays, and Luo Shuyan was concerned. Don't worry, no one can find out where I want to go yet. Jiang Che nodded and cast a reassuring look towards the few people. With that, he set off straight away, moving to the Great Jin dynasty. The current Jiang Che already possessed saint-level strength, combining his own bloodline with various powerful skills. Looking at the entire continent, not many people would be his opponent. Moreover, Jiang Che's instant transmission skill now had a cooldown time of only 3 hours. It could be said that this skill, coupled with one's saint-level strength, could cross the entire Great Chu without revealing the slightest trace. Just like that, Jiang Che sped along, constantly performing his instant transmission skill, triumphantly passing through the territory of Dechu without being discovered by anyone. And then he quietly entered the territory of the Great Jin. And General Che's preferred target this time was the imperial capital of the Great Jin. After all, if he showed himself amongst the academy first, the Great Jin imperial family would definitely be alerted. It's only natural for such a big family to be detected if they make some noise. Although the country of Jin is now very much up and down, Jiang Che believes that this Sima family is acting very cautiously and cunningly. On the outskirts of the Yin family, all kinds of eyes and ears must have been spread out long ago, and the slightest movement would be detected by the royal family. So by solving the Yin family's problem first, all the rest of the things would naturally be much less difficult. Jiang Che had followed Luo Shuyan earlier and had grown quite a bit of information about this world. Knowing that the Sima family is a group of villains with nothing to lose, anything could be reduced to a condition that they used to threaten. Jiang Che couldn't let Yi Ziming's family fall into danger, so be prepared to go ahead and get the empire situation sorted out before you do. In this way, constantly rushing, with his powerful strength, it didn't take long before he returned to the imperial capital again. And during this period of time, Jiang Che, as he continued to lie flat, under the accumulation of experience, was now 73 levels. comparable to a 2-star saint-level powerhouse. However, when combined with Jiang Che's own various peculiar abilities, the battle power that could be erupted after a real battle would be able to be raised by another large amount. Nowadays, Jiang Che was still very confident in his own strength. End of chapter. Chapter 186. Returning to Tianke Academy, Jiang Che sneaked all the way, and with his current strength, no one was able to discover his figure in the entire Great Jin Imperial capital. Soon Jiang Che arrived outside the Yin family's estate, and as expected, the Imperial capital was keeping a very close watch on the Yin family, even though the country is now in the midst of war. Sima Qingtian has not slackened his surveillance of the Yin family, even because at the moment, Luo Shuyan and the others had established a certain amount of power in the Qin state. Sima Prime was keeping a closer eye on the Yin family, and manpower had been assigned to patrol both inside and outside. Jiang Che lurked in the shadows, and he noticed that there were several royal beast masters lurking in the shadows on the outskirts of the Yin family. These people's line of sight covered all directions up and down the Yin family, with almost no dead spots. When Luo Shuyan and the others were in Qin, and hadn't yet developed the kind of power that existed now, Sima Prime would still take it into consideration and only send people to suppress it. But now that Luo Shuyan was even being called the human race's co-lord, Sima Qingtian's scorn for her skyrocketed. Even if the Yin family was one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, Sima Prime would still want to keep it firmly under his control. However, after Jiang Che had checked both inside and outside the Yin family, he realized that although the great Jin imperial family had sent quite a few people, the strong ones were only a few Zun levels. For Jiang Che, who had now stepped into the saint level, these so-called eyes could all be killed in a matter of moments. It wouldn't take much effort at all. The ones being watched, however, were mostly ordinary members of the Yin family. After all, with Yi Ziming's father, along with her uncle Yin Zhong, these 2 powerful factions of the Yin family had all fallen. The current strength of the Yin family, other than the Yin family ancestor, was not considered strong. As for that 9-star Zun level Yin clan ancestor, Sima Prime didn't send any extra people to monitor him. The strength of a powerhouse of this level of avoidance heavy was so strong that an ordinary Zun level was not even his opponent. Sima Prime's control of human nature was very accurate. The imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty just ate it up, and the Yin family's old ancestor couldn't let go of the Yin family. Jiang Che knew that with the strength of the Yin clan's old ancestor, if he really wanted to escape by force, then he would naturally be able to run away. But when that time comes, I'm afraid that this huge Yin family will reach the moment of extinction. Jiang Che slowly stretched his back. He had already mapped out the Yin family's current realities and determined the location of some of these people who were watching. Jiang Che tore open the void and directly disappeared into it, and in the next second, he appeared within the Yin family's boundaries. Now that Jiang Che had stepped into the saint level, his strength had increased tremendously. After arriving at the Yin clan, even the 9-star Zun-ranked Yin clan ancestor didn't notice Jiang Che's appearance. Not to mention those Zun-ranked imperial beastmasters who were lurking within the Yin family, conducting surveillance. As the power of space was unleashed, Jiang Che directly included all of this Yin family within the blockade space by virtue of his own strong cultivation. With that, Jiang Che didn't have any nonsense and directly appeared in front of those several Zun-ranked imperial beast masters. Seeing Jiang Che, who had suddenly appeared, these several Zun-ranked imperial beasts reacted and wanted to return fire. However, Jiang Che's realm at this time was completely not comparable to theirs. Jiang Che opened his mouth and then spat out Qilin True Flame, incinerating all of these people into ashes. The several Zun levels within this Yin family didn't even last a single move, and they were all killed in midair by Jiang Che. With the breeze blowing through it, the death left not even ashes. At this time, the Yin family's crowd, too, finally reacted. When they saw Jiang Che, who had appeared, each of them were shocked. What surprised them even more was that all of the Zun-ranked powerhouses in the courtyard had disappeared. The Yin clan's old ancestor did recognize Jiang Che at this moment. After all, he had seen Jiang Che before, beside Luo Shuyan with Yi Ziming and the others, and knew that this was Luo Shuyan's spirit beast. Ziming is back? Upon seeing Jiang Che, the Yin clan ancestor's eyes immediately lit up. He thought that it was Yi Ziming coming back along with him, yet Jiang Che shook his head at him and then transmitted his voice. Ziming and Shui Yan, they both stayed in Qin. I came here to pick you up. After hearing Jiang Che's voice, the Yin clan's old ancestor couldn't help but widen his eyes even though he was well informed for his age. You, that's right, it's me. Jiang Che, don't talk nonsense, I'm here to take you away. Now that Jin is getting more and more chaotic, I've come on behalf of Ziming to get you out of here. Hearing that Yi Ziming still remembered the Yin clan, a smile finally appeared on the face of the Yin clan's oldest ancestor. Mr. Jiang, you don't know, there are quite a few people up and down my Yin family. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to leave just like that. Not to mention that not only within my family, but also outside there are many people from the empire watching. The slightest breeze. I'm afraid that Sima Prime will make a move. The Yin family's old ancestor sighed helplessly. Although he was dissatisfied with the royal family, there was nothing he could do. You don't have to worry about the escape, just leave it all to me. Gather all the people of your clan and I'll take you straight away. Jiang Che spoke with great confidence, and although the Yin clan's old ancestor didn't know what exactly Jiang Che's method was, he still chose to believe it. Immediately afterward, the Yin clan's old ancestor summoned the people in front of the Yin clan's tomb and conveyed Jiang Che's words to the Yin clan's people. After a brief deliberation, all of the Yin family agreed to leave the imperial capital. Yi Ziming's current achievements had already earned the respect of the Yin family's crowd, plus the madness of Sima Qingtian and the others. Everyone already knew that leaving the imperial capital was the best option in this situation now. Staying in this great Jin empire, one might be executed by Sima Prime at some point. It didn't take long for all of the Yin family to be fully loaded and ready to go. In the Yin family martial arts arena, all the Yin family members had already converged and the supplies had all been emptied. It was just that the crowd was looking at Jiang Che with some curiosity. They were curious to know how this very cute spirit beast was going to lead them out of the heavy siege. Jiang Che reached out and waved his hand, and before the crowd had time to react, they felt a wave of dizziness, and in the next second, they appeared in a strange space. This was a piece of space that Jiang Che had recently acquired, a magic treasure that was not only capable of storing objects, but could also store living people in it. However, space was limited, and the Yin family, a large family, could only stay within the size of a soccer field, but to be able to leave the empire, the people for their part were already very content, confirming that he hadn't left anything behind. Jiang Che immediately tore through space once again and disappeared into the void, advancing towards the ancient city of Xi'an. The Zun-ranked powerhouses on the periphery who were responsible for monitoring the Yin clan only noticed that something was wrong half an hour later. Immediately, they enter the Yin family home, but only to find that the building has been emptied. When this news was reported to Sima Prime, he was instantly furious. Search me, turn the imperial city all over for me. I don't believe that with so many people, where can they hide? Sima Prime did not expect that the failed assassination by the saint-level assassins, and the Yin family members who were now under heavy guard, could actually disappear out of thin air. Sima Qingtian did not know that Jiang Che had already vanished 10,000 miles away, and that there was still a day's journey before he reached Xi'an. After constant rushing, Jiang Che finally reached the ancient city of Xi'an. The situation in the ancient city of Xi'an is not as bad as one might think. Although there were some royal powerhouses here, nothing happened at the academy. Not long after Jiang Che arrived in Xi'an, he was noticed by Guo Lao. Guo Lao was a 7-star saint level, the topmost powerhouse in the entire human race today. After knowing Jiang Che's intentions, Elder Guo smiled faintly. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, nothing will happen to Tian Ke. End of chapter. Chapter 187, The Danger of Shu. After learning that Elder Gui was a 7-star saint level, Jiang Che put his heart down towards the Heavenly K Academy. With this kind of strong person as an array, coupled with the distance from the imperial city, even if the Sima family wanted to mess things up, it wouldn't be that easy. However, after hearing Elder Guo's words, Jiang Che still couldn't help but transmit his voice to ask, then what exactly is the cultivation level of the great Jin Emperor who has been practicing seclusion? Is he also at the saint level? Hearing Jiang Che's words, a rare flash of gravity finally appeared on Elder Guo's face, who had always been breezy. He's really strong. He was already a 7-star years ago. Now that he has been in seclusion for many years again, I don't know his cultivation. What level has he reached? Jiang Che's heart was suddenly shocked at his words. Although he knew that this founding emperor's strength was extraordinary, he didn't expect it to be this strong. Years ago would have been a 7-star imperial beast master. Listening to Guo Lao this meaning, it is likely that now this emperor's strength is stronger than Guo Lao. Jiang Che now sort of understand. These emperors who build empires, none of them are oil lamps. Even if they didn't show their faces for years, no one dared to have the slightest second thoughts. Even if Sima Jingtian is a vicious person, but he does not dare to have the slightest arrogance. It is because of the strength of the old emperor. And during this period of time from Luo Shuiyan, Jiang Che had also learned a lot about the history of this continent. This great Jin dynasty is one of the core countries, the one that was founded the latest. In the midst of that chaotic world back then, the old emperor of Jin had fought his way down the kingdom entirely by hard power. Country after country has been annexed and competitor after competitor has been decimated. As if he could see Jiang Che's scorn for this old emperor, Elder Guo then gave another spontaneous smile. Don't worry, you know I'm from the previous dynasty, when this wasn't the great Jin. It's just that at that time, my country's dynastic hall was comatose. So at that time, when the Sima family rebelled, I didn't intervene in the jurisdiction. This Sima family is very sensible, although it is constantly expanding, but they also know what can and cannot be moved. As he spoke, a proud self-confidence as well as a strong aura emanated from Guo Lao's body. This is an aura that only those who have been in power for a long time can possess. Obviously Guo Lao was a top-notch powerhouse back in those days, and that strong stance has continued to this day. Although he was already in his old age, the spirit of the year could still be seen between the gray hair, so little one doesn't have to worry. As long as I'm around, that Sima family won't dare to touch Xian Ancient City, much less this Tian K Academy. You can tell that little girl, Aqua Smoke, not to worry about us. Jiang Che nodded at his words. Then after you, will you also make a move against De Jin? Luo Shuyan was destined to go against the Sima family. That old emperor had a 7-star saint level cultivation many years ago, and now he didn't know to what point he had broken through. If a strong person of Guo Lao's level could help out, there would be a lot less trouble when the time came. After all, looking at the entire continent, there weren't many 7-star saint level existences. Guo Lao nodded at his words. When the time is right, then I will naturally step in. With Elder Guo's words, Jiang Che was relieved. After asking Xue location, Jiang Che returned to the middle of the villa. After Luo Shuyan and the others left, Xue had been practicing in the villa. Now that she saw Jiang Che's sudden appearance, she was instantly delighted. Don't look, Mr. Xue, it's just me. Xue Yan and the others are still in Qin. A mature man's voice rang in her ears, and Xue couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise right away. It took a long time before he was sure that it was actually Jiang Che in front of him. Jiang Che explained and then informed the other party of his purpose. With regards to traveling to the Qin kingdom, Xue did not have any resistance. The two of them hit it off right away, and immediately sat on Xue icebird and flew towards the south. Xue was not one of those clansmen of the Yin family. Jiang Che would not be willing to stuff such a character beauty inside the space. Xue is a real extreme imperial sister. That enchanting and proud body, not Luo Shuayin Ziming can be compared. It's even a few blocks away from Lin Shuer and Oxia Xiao Xiao. Nice. That's what it feels like. Quietly lying in Xue arms, that familiar brain pad wave filled Jiang Che with intoxication. Jiang Che didn't return directly to Qin, but instead made another trip to Shu in the southwest. With no more worries, Zhang Kai has now led his men to rebel, but after all, it was the first sectional minister to rebel, and naturally it was suppressed more vigorously. Jiang Che is ready to go by the way to help Zhang Kai some help, at least to help it through the pre-crisis. Do not hold up to the rise of Luo Shui play finished, although Jiang Che only wanted to lie down. Since Luo Shuyan wanted to unify the human race, then Jiang Che didn't mind taking a hand. Only after arriving at Shu City did Jiang Che realize that Zhang Kai had also been hiding his strength earlier. Jiang Che realized at this moment that Zhang Kai was also a saint-level powerhouse, and was still a 2-star saint level with very strong strength. The reason why he pretended to be a half-saint earlier was so as not to arouse the Sima family's wariness. Seeing Jiang Che arrive here, Zhang Kai immediately greeted him with great fanfare. His face was filled with gratitude that Luo Shuyan had helped remove the threat to Zhang Kai's family. Under the love of the house, Zhang Kai naturally also treated Jiang Che as his savior. Miss Luo's recent events have truly caused us to be in awe. Over the years, the human race would rarely defeat the demon race in the middle of a frontal battle. Mr. Jiang, you and Miss Luo are truly legends of our human race. As soon as Zhang Kai met him, he praised Luo Shuyan and Jiang Che, various flags of national righteousness, the name of human liberator, just to the body, which gave Jiang Che said are a little embarrassed. After all, he hadn't thought that much about it, he just wanted to lay flat. On the contrary, it was Xue on the side. After hearing this, her eyes were starry, and she looked at Jiang Che with a desire to rub him directly into her arms. City Lord Zhang, truth be told, I came here this time to help you with your troubles. Is there anything you're experiencing any problems with that you need me to help you with? Jiang Che couldn't stand Zhang Kai's boasting and hurriedly transmitted his voice to interrupt. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Zhang Kai's eyes all lit up. He already knew that the current Jiang Che's strength was not trivial. It was the Qin Kingdom's protector beast, and it was the power of one person that had swayed the human demon battlefield. Mr. Jiang, since this is the case, I have something to say straight away. The Sima family has sent a 3-star saint level whose strength is above me. There is indeed a lot of pressure. Jiang Che nodded. The 3-star saint level was indeed strong, but it was nothing to himself. Lead the way and destroy him directly. Originally, Zhang Kai wanted to discuss the plan with Jiang Che, but he didn't expect it to be so dry. The two of them then came to a mountain forest, 300 miles away from Shu. Without saying a word, Jiang Che directly appeared from the void. However, This saint-level powerhouse also reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly got up to return fire. However, Zhang Che was not speaking of martial virtues and used his ability to vanish into the void one after another. Taking advantage of the saint-level powerhouse's unpreparedness, he was the one who directly slammed him over. As Zhang Che's strength continued to rise, the Qilin seal was likewise capable of slapping over saint-level powerhouses. Zhang Kai seized the moment and unleashed his full power, beating this third-level Zun-level powerhouse of the Great Jin Imperial family to the point of spitting blood from his mouth. This 3-star saint-ranked powerhouse didn't even have time to summon his own spirit beast before he was directly stomped on by Zhang Che, who had turned into a purple-gold unicorn. End of chapter. Chapter 188, The Gift of the King of Great Brightness. Looking at the massive purple-gold Qilin in front of him, Zhang Kai couldn't help but gulp. He didn't expect that after such a short period of time he hadn't seen, the little guy who had once been lying in Luo Shuiyan's arms had become so terrifying. At the same time, it also made Zhang Kai even more thankful that he hadn't followed Sima Prime's orders to kill Luo Shuiyan in the first place. Now not only are all of his family members saved, but he is also free from the control of the Great Jin dynasty. And Zhang Kai had also learned about what Luo Shuiyan and her group had done in the Qin kingdom. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Che's strong strength made Zhang Kai feel even more emotional in his heart. He perceived it, and he was afraid that Zhang Che's current strength was quite a bit stronger than even himself. It was very difficult to deal with a third-order saint-level powerhouse sent by the Great Jin Imperial family with his own strength. The reason why he was able to defeat him so quickly this time was mainly due to Zhang Che. I say, City Lord Zhang, what are you going to do with this person? Kill him directly? Zhang Che shooed with his claws, the 3-star saint level on the ground. At once, that saint-level powerhouse, his mouth once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His injuries aggravated and he didn't even have the strength to struggle. Zhang Kai's eyelids fluttered furiously at the sight. This scene in front of him was really the first time he had seen it. Who would have thought that a saint-level powerhouse, which is considered top-notch when looking at the entire continent, would be stepped on so easily by Zhang Che? Just kill him. This man is a close friend of the royal family, and it's flatly impossible for him to reveal any secrets or surrender. Even if we ask from his mouth, it's mostly false information that will only trick us into falling for it. Zhang Kai looked at the 3-star upgraded powerhouse and said in a cold voice, his tone filled with ice. Zhang Che nodded at his words, and then without hesitation, he directly stepped on it with a forceful stomp, and sent this 3-star saint-level powerhouse to his death. Although the other party was an enemy, seeing a saint-level powerhouse killed by Zhang Che just like that still caused Zhang Kai to be unable to hold back his heart and soul. After killing this 3-star saint level, Zhang Che shifted and returned to his usual naive appearance. Zhang Kai is really hard to connect this purple cute little beast in front of him with the majestic Qilin just now. Humph. This Sima Qingtian was really out of his mind to go against Miss Luo, and now he's really lost his wife and his army. Zhang Kai burst into a cold laugh. It was this Sima Prime who had taken the initiative to chase after Luo Shuiyan in the first place, only to force such a genius away. If not, one would not have been rebellious. This time, leading the rebellion, the Great Jin Imperial family obviously wanted to use themselves as a typical example, so they directly struck out with a heavy blow. Having sent over a 3-star saint-level powerhouse, Zhang Kai couldn't help but lament that if Zhang Che hadn't rushed over, it was yet to be seen exactly what kind of crisis he would be facing in this land of Shu. At least with Zhang Kai's own strength, it was impossible to defeat this 3-star saint-level powerhouse. I can already imagine Sima Qingtian's face now when he learns of the death of this 3-star saint-level powerhouse. Zhang Kai said with a cold laugh, even in the core dynasty, a saint-level powerhouse was considered a top-notch big shot. The loss of one, that could be enough to make the royal family suffer for a long time. Not to mention that not too long ago, the royal family had just been left without a shadow break, and the royal family had lost 2 saint-level powerhouses in such a short period of time. Even if it was as strong as the Sima family, it would still hurt for a long time. Mr. Jiang, thank you very much. This time I can see that for the next period of time, it will be very difficult for the imperial family of the Great Jin to pose a threat to my dependency. After all, there are other places that rebel together. Unless, of course, the one comes out. That true powerhouse of the Great Jin dynasty had always been a nightmare in Zhang Kai's heart. That person was known as the invincible god of war back in those days. Zhang Kai, as the original general of Shu, didn't have the courage to really fight with that strong man in the beginning, because he knew that if he really fought to the death, he would not be able to live. Zhang Che naturally knew exactly who the powerful one this Zhang Kai was talking about was, and it was none other than the old emperor of the Jin kingdom. If he makes a move, then there's nothing I can do about it. You'll just have to consider yourself unlucky if a 7-star saint level steps in. Zhang Che spread his small paws and said very bluntly. After dealing with Zhang Kai's side, Zhang Che returned to Xue Bingning's side. The two of them then flew directly towards the border of the Great Jin Dynasty. Beyond Shu, tens of thousands of miles away is the border. And now with the civil unrest in the Great Jin Dynasty, there was basically a rebellion along the border. Zhang Che flew all the way to the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range. In the next second, thousands of haze flashed. Xue Bingning's eyes widened, only to see that the sky was filled with a seven-colored haze in the middle of the sky. Immediately afterward a huge flying bird appeared in front of the two, and it was none other than the Peacock Great Bright King from earlier. It was obvious that this Peacock Great Bright King had sensed Zhang Che's arrival. Otherwise a spirit race powerhouse of this level wouldn't randomly appear on the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range. Little fellow, I really didn't expect that so soon. You actually broke through to the 8th rank. Peacock Bright King looked at Zhang Che, his gaze filled with friendliness and appreciation, and there was also a touch of surprise in his tone. Obviously in the Peacock Great Bright King's view, Zhang Che breaking through to the 8th rank in such a short period of time was truly beyond reason. Among the spirit race, they were all considered to be at the top level of talent. Little one, those spirit beasts beside you, did they not come along? Peacock Mingwan looked around, and Zhang Che knew that the other party mainly wanted to take a look at Little Flame. After all, that was the Red Flame Luan Bird Clan, the last bloodline left in the world. Elder, I'm just passing by and stopping by. They're still on the Qin side. But don't worry senior, they are living well now, and their strength is getting stronger every day. Zhang Che laughed softly, his appearance looking very cute, but he remembered that the last time they met, the Peacock Great King of Brightness had said that after their strength breakthrough, it seemed that there were some benefits left for himself and the others. When Peacock Bright King heard Zhang Che's words, he smiled and said, since you came on your own, then you all should come with me to the depths of the mountain range. Immediately after that, Peacock Ming Wang swung his wings, and seven-colored haze enveloped Xue Bingning and Zhang Che. In the next second, the two of them only felt that the stars had shifted, and they appeared in an extremely quiet and peaceful valley. Immediately afterward, Zhang Che saw that Peacock Bright King's hand had 10 more pills that had a circle of Dan halo and emitted a strong fragrance. This is the Bloodline Advancement pill, but seeing as you're like this now, you shouldn't need it anymore. So remember to bring it back to your friends and them. After tossing these 10 pills to Zhang Che, Peacock Bright King brought Zhang Che, again, to a water pool deep in the valley. Although Zhang Che never needed to rely on himself to cultivate, he was also able to sense that the aura of this place was extremely dense. Just take a deep breath. All feel refreshing. This water pool above the smoke, like a fairyland. At the Peacock Great Bright King's gesture, Zhang Che then directly soaked into this spirit pool. After a whole day, Zhang Che realized that lying flat in this spirit pond, the experience value given by the system was as high as 200 W. End of chapter. Chapter 189, Confusion. Worry. Zhang Che was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this spirit pool would be so effective, and that he would be able to harvest 2 million experience values in a day's time. Originally, he was just passing by and came over to take a look, but he didn't expect to have any surprises. Based on this current increase, Zhang Che guessed that perhaps next, he would be able to break through another level in this spirit pool. The more one cultivated to the later stages, the more extremely difficult it was to make a breakthrough at each level. It would be too difficult to find a treasure site with a spiritual pool like this one. If it wasn't for Peacock Great King of Brightness bringing Zhang Che here, I'm afraid that Zhang Che would have never been able to find it on his own. Now that Zhang Che had reached the range of an 8th order spirit beast, if he could break through another level, his strength would be greatly increased. For other preppers or spirit beasts, it's at a level like the Holy Order. The breakthrough of each weight could take decades and hundreds of years, even centuries. Just like that, Zhang Che directly slept in the middle of this spirit pond. This sleep was a full 10 days. Although it was said that Zhang Che didn't need to absorb aura to cultivate, but this kind of water pool that was full of spiritual chi made Zhang Che's sleeping experience very good. 10 days had passed, and as expected, Zhang Che had risen another level, and had now reached level 74. The Peacock Bright King on the side was currently standing next to the spirit pool, his brow slightly furrowed in some confusion. It's really strange. It's been 10 days since the aura in this stone has passed. How come there hasn't been any decrease? The spirit pool within this one valley could be used to help the spirit race enhance their strength. However, all these days, Peacock Mingwan realized that the aura had not weakened in the slightest. Could it be that Zhang Che was in there and didn't absorb any aura at all? This is also too outrageous. The rich spiritual chi in the spirit pond could accelerate the cultivation and upgrading of the spirit beasts, but it only works for the first 10 days, because the effect cuts down a lot if you go any further. The body of a spirit beast would be extremely resistant to the spirit water in this spirit pool, and trying to absorb it again wouldn't be as smooth. At this time, the sound of breaking water rang out, and the Peacock Underworld King finally emerged from the middle of the spirit pool when he saw Zhang Che. I can't I can't absorb it. Jiang Che stretched his back and muttered softly. Only at this time, Peacock Great Bright King was keenly aware that Jiang Che's cultivation level had risen by another level compared to earlier, and his aura had become much stronger. Originally, Peacock Great Bright King thought that with an outstanding qualification like Jiang Che's, with the rich spirit water in the spirit pool, raising to the peak of the 73rd level was already considered the limit. But he never expected that Jiang Che had not consumed the spirit pool, and not only did he meet its expectations, he even broke through a level, which was simply unbelievable. But even if the spirit stones weren't consumed, they couldn't go back in. Little fellow, I didn't expect your qualifications. It's even more outstanding than I had imagined. I hope that in the future on the continent, I will be able to hear your legend as well. Peacock Great Brightness King, very appreciatively, looked at Jiang Che and faintly smiled. Jiang Che nodded, and then bid farewell to Peacock Great Brightness King before preparing to return to the Qin Kingdom with Xue. During these few days, Xue was deep within the Kanglan mountain range, and absorbing the spiritual qi had also raised her strength quite a bit. Xue was now more and more curious about Jiang Che, not realizing that even such spirit race powerhouses like the Long mountain range were acquainted with Jiang Che. Sitting on Xue icebird, the two of them flew all the way towards Qin. Soon after arriving at the border of Chu, Jiang Che realized that a large number of troops had been placed on the border of Chu compared to the last time he passed by. Such a large number of armies, staged on the borderline of Jin, had a great intention of taking advantage of the fire. The Chu state's military flags were densely covered, and not only that, Jiang Che realized that there were still armies constantly gathering in the Chu state's territory, heading towards this side of the Chu-Jin state's borderline. The atmosphere of this border had become very grave, and the air seemed to be filled with a sense of murder. It seems that the Xiang clan finally cannot sit still. Chu these years know war, peace and quiet. People's livelihood is strong, now is also to the idea of wanting to move. Xue looked at the gloomy atmosphere below and couldn't help but say in a deep voice, no harm done. This is a matter between Chu and Jin. It has nothing to do with us. Why do you care so much? Jiang Che just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Jiang Che now realized that the human race seemed to be in a state of chaos, and the entire continent seemed to present a situation where various forces were divided. Jin's side of the country is in constant civil strife, and Chu has begun to display its troops on the border again, with the intention of having a large army on the border. She hasn't made any big moves yet though, but previously, she had hoarded a lot of troops at the border with Qin in order to beware of the combined forces of the War Demon race and the Rock Demon race. Now that the allied forces of the two major demonic races have been defeated, but she still has no intention of withdrawing its troops, apparently on guard against Qin. Only the surrounding Qin country where Luo Shuiyan was located was instead in a thriving state. As Luo Shuiyan led the army to repel the demon race one after another, many people began to recognize the Qin's change of law, as well as Luo Shuiyan as the human co-lord. After all, in the middle of this continent nowadays, where is the situation where there are any human co-owners? All forces are divided, and the strongest is the leader. It was just that Jiang Che was a little worried that nowadays, so many conflicts had erupted in the human race, and they were fighting each other for their own interests. If the wars don't stop, won't it be a constant drain on strength? After all, if the demon race went to war against the human race, they wouldn't care which country's humans were in their eyes. They were all enemies. Nowadays, there is a lot of smoke between the countries of the human race, and the dark cloud of war hangs over this continent. For the human race, the ongoing civil unrest now is not a good thing. Jiang Che could only place all of this on Luo Shuiyan, who was an absolute empress in her previous life. Hopefully Luo Shui, who had once unified an entire continent, would have predicted this situation and had a way to resolve it. The human race after the outbreak of civil strife and fighting with each other would indeed have an easier time after unification. After all, the forces of all sides would be weakened by quite a bit, but in this kind of unification after a bloodbath, it would take at least a few decades for the human race to regain its strength. Those cunning demons? I'm afraid they won't give humans this time. In the meantime, if the demon race attacked in force, how would the human race be able to resist? A battle between two major races was not something that could be swayed by an unusual individual. That was something that required two races, countless people to stand up and fight together in order to truly determine the ultimate victory. However, the good thing was that as he continued to move forward, Jiang Che realized that on the main road, there seemed to be some more small countries that were now choosing to stand on Luo Shuiyan's side. Choose to embrace this. The young human co-owner. Many men and horses were converging towards the Qin country, and it seemed that the power Luo Shuiyan now held was no longer much weaker than these three core dynasties. End of chapter. Chapter 190 Bloodline Advancement Pill. Full advancement. Under Luo Shuiyan's leadership, these several small neighboring countries had now all submitted to the Qin state. between several countries. The original border lines are now all open. There were all sorts of close exchanges between the countries in terms of merchant caravans, armies, as well as the Imperial Beastmaster Academy and so on. With Qin as the center, these neighboring countries are just as thriving as ever. It was completely different from the Jin and Chu countries and so on that Jiang Che had seen on their way here earlier. Even Schwebingning was able to see the gap in this atmosphere. The situation is tense all over the continent right now, and there is even more war around Qin. Even the Great Chu Kingdom, which has always been free of war, has now begun to display troops on its borders and may start a war at any time. I didn't realize that the Qin neighborhood where the water smoke girls are located is a different scene instead. Schwebingning's eyes were filled with joy. Being able to see Luo Shui's several people have this achievement, she felt very pleased. Things had basically been resolved, so the two of them, Yi Jiangche and Schwebingning, weren't in a hurry on the way back. It was also the first time for Schwebingning to leave the Great Jin dynasty, so the two of them practically walked around on this journey, eating and playing at the same time. Looking at the ice blue flying bird, Jiangche thought for a moment and took out one of the 10 bloodline advancement pills left for him by the Peacock Great Bright King. Seeing this, Schwebingning instantly understood Jiang Che's meaning and quickly waved her hand to reject it. This is absolutely not possible. This bloodline advancement pill was given to you by a strong member of the spirit race. How can you give it to me when it's so precious? Although Schwebingning didn't know just how useful this bloodline advancement pill was, but to be able to make a powerful member of the spirit race from the depths of the Tsonglan mountain range personally come out to give it away, then I guess it must be worth absolutely a lot. That Peacock Great King of Brightness gave away 10 of them, so it's not too bad. Besides, I don't need this thing, just one more. This little guy has carried the two of us all the way on his back. There's no credit but there's also hard work, not to mention that those who see it get a share. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Schwebingning didn't know how to refuse. At this moment, her ice bird was already staring at the bloodline advancement pill in Jiang Che's hand with wide eyes in death. Although Schwebingning didn't know the preciousness of this elixir, the ice bird, as a spirit beast, was already able to sense how important this elixir was to him. Bloodline was vital to spirit beasts, affecting the upper limit of their future achievements. Only with a strong enough bloodline could a spirit beast have room for higher growth. Little fellow, join my Flying Sky Gang and recognize me as your boss, and this elixir will be given to you. Boss, I'm in. Hearing Jiang Che's words, the ice bird hurriedly nodded. With that, Jiang Che then fed this elixir to the ice bird. In the next second, the body of the ice bird underwent a radical change, and a powerful aura was released. The original blue plume became as if it was cast in ice crystals at this moment, as if it were. This ice bird was very lucky that it was an ordinary bloodline itself, without any ancestor advanced bloodline genetics, and it didn't even have a chance to return to its ancestor if it wanted to. However, under the enhancement of this bloodline advancement pill, it unexpectedly possessed a legendary grade bloodline. Schwebingning was also able to sense the changes in her own spirit beasts. She didn't expect that she would actually possess a spirit beast with a legendary level bloodline one day, and was pleasantly surprised. Schwebingning subconsciously took Jiang Che and held him fiercely in her arms. Jiang Che was directly buried into the gully, and the towering peaks pressed down on Jiang Che. The strong milky flavor accompanied by the choking sensation is truly painful and pleasurable. After evolving into a legendary level bloodline, the ice bird was refreshed, directly changing its head and strengthening its strength. The wings have become very powerful and the speed of flight has increased dramatically. Soon the duo returned to the territory of Great Qin. After arriving at the imperial capital Xianyang, Jiang Che found Izimeng. With that, he reached out and waved his hand, and a large group of Yin clan members appeared in a clearing. At this moment, the members of the Yin family had not yet reacted, and only felt a sudden flash of light in front of their eyes. Then they appeared in such an unfamiliar environment. Before the crowd could say anything, they saw the figure that made them feel very familiar. With a face full of joy, the Yin family's oldest ancestor arrived in front of Izimeng. Zimeng, I didn't realize it was really you. I knew it. You haven't given up on the Yun family. Hearing these words from the Yin family's old ancestor, Izimeng didn't know what to say for a moment. Turning her head to look at the crowd of curious, yet expectant Yin family members, Izimeng sighed heavily. Although it was said that she still had some resentment in her heart towards these clansmen, in the final analysis, we were all of the same clan. The bloodline was connected, not to mention that if it was father who was there, I think he would have placed these clansmen properly. Since I'm the head of the Yin family, it's only natural that I won't cause the family to be disregarded. Not to mention that the Yin family's current situation is closely related to me. Since we've come to Qin, I hope everyone will adapt to the Qin environment as soon as possible. Izimeng then left with the Yin family, who was now the marshal of the Great Qin Empire. Settling the people of her own family was nothing to her. and there was no need for the crowd to worry about it. The ladies were all very happy to see Schwebingning, who had also come with Jiang Che at this moment. After all, it's a rare thing to see an old acquaintance in a foreign country. I would have guessed that the little fellow would have brought you along with him, Luo Shuyan said with a smile. Among Xian's villas, only Schwebingning was left who hadn't come over yet. Luo Shuyan knew that when Jiang Che went to Tianke Academy, he would definitely bring the other party with him as well. After all, Jiang Che only hated the opposite sex, and I'm sure that no one would reject an extreme imperial lady like Schwebingning. Schwebingning and the crowd all greeted each other happily as well, and there was always a lot to say when they reunited again after not seeing each other for a long time. She also recounted what had happened along the way. By the way, water smoke, I really have to thank Sha by this time. My icebird has advanced into a legendary level bloodline. Schwebingning's eyes were all filled with gratitude. There was no imperial beast master that wished that the spirit beast that accompanied them would be eliminated. Jiang Che took out the bloodline advancement pill at this moment and waved his hand towards the several spirit beasts. Little Tiger and a bunch of other juniors immediately arranged themselves in a good manner. Jiang Che gave every single spirit beast a bloodline advancement pill. It didn't take long for strong auras to be released within this great hall one after another. Little Tiger, Little Black, Little Fire, Little Flash, as well as color scales and so on, all logically awakened the power of their bloodline and reached the legendary level bloodline. Each and every one of them became formidable and too much stronger than before. Even the Silver Sable, which was just a common bloodline, was just as lucky as the Icebird. It was clear that she was able to successfully advance into the legendary bloodline without the ancestor gene. The Silver Sable's gaze toward Jiang Che at this moment was filled with gratitude. Earlier, everyone was all getting stronger and stronger. Only the Silver Sable was pulled away because of its bloodline. Even with Lin Shuer's breakthrough in strength, the Silver Sable wasn't able to make it onto the battlefield. Among the crowd of spirit beasts, she was inferior. At this moment she finally didn't have to keep her inferiority complex down. This elixir brought by Jiang Che changed the Silver Ferret's fate. End of chapter. Chapter 191, Not Following the Rules. After a few spirit beasts advanced, the strong beast might filled the hall for a long time without dispersing. Except for the Silver Sable and the Icebird, which were just ordinary bloodline spirit beasts. The rest of these spirit beasts all had great origins. After the bloodline awakening, one's aura was very strong. At this moment, several spirit beasts stood within the great hall, as if they were an ancient ferocious beast. All of them were majestic and completely different from the usual cheeky look. The Peacock Great Bright King gave Jiang Che 10 bloodline advancement pills, counting the ones taken by the Icebird. A total of 8 had now been used, with only the last 2 remaining. Although it cost so much so, Luo Shuiyan was not distressed at all, but instead was very happy. After all, something like the bloodline advancement pill couldn't be eaten even if given. It was supposed to be for the spirit beasts, and it would be beneficial to all of them if the spirit beasts were able to advance in their bloodline. What's more, these people around themselves now were all tested by Luo Shuiyan's previous life that, living a new life, many of the memories of her previous life Luo Shuiyan still remembered. In this life, he had brought a few people together because they were his extremely rare companions. Returning from her own rebirth, Luo Shuiyan once again found all these teammates, taking them to break through various secret realms, refining various pills for the crowd, and getting through crises time and time again. The purpose was to wait until that day, until the future when she succeeded in becoming an empress. She would no longer be surrounded by empty people. The heights are too high. Luo Shuiyan doesn't want to wait until she becomes an emperor. She only has loneliness. In this life she hoped that all these friends around her would be able to follow in her footsteps and fight alongside her. Xiao, Shuer, you guys have to work harder and break through to the peak of the Zoom level as soon as possible. Luo Shuyan looked at the crowd and cheered. The elevation of a spirit beast's bloodline meant that the upper limits of both the Imperial Beast Master and the spirit beast's cultivation would once again be raised by quite a bit. Similarly, this advancement of the spirit beast bloodline would feed back to the Imperial Beast Master, allowing the Imperial Beast Master to cultivate faster. All in all of the spirit beasts of several people had advanced to the legendary level. The benefits of this to them, naturally, cannot be overstated. It could be said that in the future, relying on the spirit beasts, a few people becoming saint-level powerhouses, that was almost always a nail in the coffin, and they only needed to cultivate at ease. As for Luo Shuiyan, she herself had the beast god skill that she had obtained in her previous life because she had it, coupled with the various cultivation experiences from his previous life. The progress was extremely fast. There was also the even more heaven-defying Jiang Che, feeding back through Jiang Che's constantly breaking through cultivation. Nowadays, Luo Shuiyan had all but become a 2-star saint-level powerhouse. A 2-star saint-level powerhouse in his early 20s. Looking at the entire continent, He could no longer find the second person. After breaking through to the saint level, Luo Shuyan's position as the human race's co-lord became even more secure. After all, the reason why several of the neighboring countries had chosen to compromise with Qin and honor Luo Shuyan as the common lord of the human race, it was mainly because, one after another, she had repelled the demon race. Now that Luo Shuyan herself possessed a saint-level cultivation, she naturally had more say. The realm of the two-star saint level, not to mention in the entire Great Qin, looking at the entire continent, was considered a party of powerhouses. Even compared to the core dynasty, those saint-level powerhouses, Luo Shuyan's true battle power was also much stronger with the various secret arts she had practiced in her previous life. Nowadays, even if Jiang Che didn't make a move, even though Luo Shuyan was very young, there weren't many people who would be her opponent. Water smoke. Today's worries in the Great Qin dynasty have basically been resolved. Everyone is getting stronger and stronger, and the situation between the countries is getting more and more stagnant. What are you going to continue to do next? Jiang Che inquired with some curiosity. Although he said that he liked to lie flat, he was curious to know if Luo Shuyan would try to continue messing things up again next. Now that the world was in chaos, the atmosphere between the countries was very grave, especially around the Great Qin dynasty. The Sima family has been sort of screwed up by all sorts of things lately. Rebels continued to rebel all over the borders of Qin, and on Jiang Che's way back, all of them were still having areas freed from the royal family's control one after another. It could be said that Sima Prime, right now, had no time to care about Luo Shuyan and the others. The various domestic messes have worn him out. When he was in Shu, Jiang Che had also killed a 3-star saint level in passing, which was considered to be another foot in the face of the Great Qin imperial family. And Shu was also on the move, constantly mobilizing troops at the border. Chen Bing is always ready to take advantage of the fire and annex the Great Qin. It can be said that nowadays the various areas of the human race, in addition to the vicinity of the state of Qin, are on the verge of chaos. The original kind of peacefulness had disappeared. Many years ago, after various melees, mankind entered a brief period of peace. But now this short-lived peace seems to be coming to an end, and a new round of war will be ignited. The various forces of the human race were on the verge of chaos. The next thing is simple. Go to war. Hearing Jiang Che's inquiry, Luo Shuyan didn't hesitate for a second and said in a very firm tone. As a peerless empress, Luo Shuyan had a kind of determination. She knew that it was absolutely impossible to convince these people in high positions to abandon their own interests and contribute to the war between the human and demon races just by using their lips. Over the years, those high-ranking officials and dignitaries had long since gotten used to living in peace and enjoying themselves, and they wouldn't even think about the future of the human race, even to the point of doing anything dirty and nasty for their own benefit. There is no way to speak to these profit-minded people by the power of words alone. The only way to do this is to send out the army and rely on really strong strength to completely convince and frighten them. It is only then that true unity can be achieved and the human race can reach true unity. It is among the iron hands that regimes are forged. Luo Shuyan was not some dainty little girl, but an absolute female emperor who had truly killed her way through the battlefield. Even Jiang Che froze for a moment when he heard Luo Shuyan speak so decisively. Start a war? Is that so direct? Jiang Che didn't expect that Luo Shuyan would choose this way. After all, according to Luo Shuyan's past thoughts, civil war in the human race was something she was very unwilling to see. It would deplete the human race's strength, and without the battle power to crush the other side, that would inevitably result in a lose-lose situation. However, since Luo Shuyan said so, surely Jiang Che believed that in the other party's mind, there should already be a plan. I'm going to start with the Great Chu Kingdom first. Doesn't their Xiang clan cultivate the King's Wei hegemony? Then I'm inclined to destroy this heart of invincibility in their hearts first. Luo Shuyan said with a cold smile. Jiang Che didn't expect that the first thing Luo Shuyan wanted to go to war with was neither the old enemy, Great Qin, nor Qi, who had previously watched with cold eyes. On the contrary, with them, the relationship between them to get along quite good. Chu. This is really not according to the set of cards. Luo Shuyan didn't say much, and then a military order was issued. Nowadays, Luo Shuyan governed a total of 8 small countries, and each country had mobilized an army for Luo Shuyan. With her own means, Luo Shuyan had fused this legion to the point where she had reached the point of driving it like an arm. Even Jiang Che had to admire her sleight of hand. It was clearly the armies of 8 different countries, but in such a short period of time, they all managed to get along so well, worthy of being a former supreme empress. End of chapter. Chapter 192, Overthrowing Great Chu. Rapidly expanding, Luo Shuyan did things thunderously and decided to start the war, and then directly began to mobilize the entire army. Although it was said that what Luo Shuyan controlled nowadays were some small neighboring countries, however, the power of these several countries now united together is still something that should not be underestimated. The many combined armies. After Luo Shuixian's drills over this period of time had become extremely tough. Obviously, they were the armies of several different countries, but now it was as if they were one. Immediately afterward, under the personal leadership of Luo Shuiyan herself, the large army assembled by several countries headed directly to the borders of the Great Chu in great numbers. Qin has undergone such a sudden change, which is really unexpected by Chu. It was because the Xiang clan had completely not expected Luo Shuiyan to turn on them. After all, there had always been a fairly good relationship between Luo Shuiyan and Chu. When Luo Shuiyan was being pursued by the Sima clan, the Xiang clan even hosted a banquet for them when they passed through Chu. In the Sima family's opinion, even if Luo Shuiyan wanted to start a war, she shouldn't have targeted their Chu kingdom. What's more, the Xiang clan is endowed with the aura of kingly dominance, and even though Luo Shuiyan is known as the common lord of the human race, she is still not in their eyes. In the eyes of the Dechu crown prince, Luo Shuiyan was just a yellow-haired girl who was not to be feared at all. The state of Jin was now in a state of internal and external trouble, with rebellions occurring all over the country and new wars being fought every day. In order to get a piece of the pie as well, Chu kept staging troops at the border with Jin, ready to strike at any time. Even the manpower in other areas has been mobilized. This led to Chu, completely unguarded against Luo Shuiyan's army, and for a time, it was surprisingly unable to draw enough troops to return to defense. Luo Shuiyan's move really caught Chu off guard. Together with Luo Shuiyan and the others, their current strength had long since changed from the past. Although he was in his early 20s, that powerful battle strength was definitely considered to be a top powerhouse on the continent. Once upon a time, Luo Shuiyan would be sent after by the Sima family and could only escape from the Jin kingdom. But the current Luo Shuiyan and her group were already strong enough to have their own forces on the continent. In front of Luo Shuiyan's combined army, the Underman Chu defenders showed an almost lopsided decline. Most of Chu's army was transferred to the border neighboring Jin. Therefore, Luo Shuiyan's army, which hadn't received any large-scale resistance, almost swept all the way through. Luo Shuiyan's soldiers were quick. Under her out-of-alignment military techniques, as well as her powerful strength, within a short period of time, the combined army directly consecutively breached several border fortresses of Dechu. Even the army went all the way south and directly hit the imperial capital of Great Chu. Damn Luo Shuiyan. How dare she backstab us like that? Our Great Chu has always been on good terms with her, and he went to war against us without a word. What kind of human co-lord is this? It's totally just taking advantage of people's danger. Luo Shuiyan's move had caused this Chu Xiang clan to be enraged. Yet no matter how angry, Chu's current situation was very passive. Outside of the Great Chu imperial capital, the army brought by Luo Shuiyan had already surrounded the Chu imperial capital. Chu, which has not been at war for many years, has focused on the development of people's livelihoods over the years, but many people forget the brutality of war. Now that Luo Shuiyan's iron army was sweeping down, it made everyone in the Chu kingdom feel self-conscious, and the atmosphere within the imperial capital was even more tense. Although Dechu is strong, it has been comfortable for too long. As long as there is chaos in the royal family, the ability to organize and coordinate across Chu will collapse. Luo Shuiyan stood in front of the army, her gaze calm and collected. All of this had long been in her plans. The army was engaged in battle along the way, although it had decimated some soldiers. Mostly, however, Luo Shuiyan had recruited them to surrender. After all, her purpose in waging the war was to consolidate the power of the human race, not to fight for power for selfish reasons. Luo Shuiyan's fundamental purpose is to want to beat these powers that refuse to submit to fear and convince them, and to combine the power of humanity into one place to fight against the demon race. If there was too much depletion during this period, it would all be a loss for the human race. After occupying the city, Luo Shuiyan had tightened the military discipline, and had never killed innocent civilians indiscriminately. What great guts! I think you guys are really looking for death. Luo Shuiyan's army surrounded the imperial capital, and at this moment, that old emperor of the imperial capital was finally unable to sit still. Only an old man in black and gold robes appeared above the imperial capital. At this moment, in his body, a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy was emanating. Emperor Chu was a 6-star saint-level powerhouse, and his strength was extremely strong. Just by releasing the pressure, it caused both armies to lose their breath. Even a yellow-haired girl dares to commit a crime against my Chu kingdom. Truly I have not been present for too long. How dare you all be so bold? With a wave of Emperor Chu's large hand, the space around him trembled, and the lifting of his hand was enough to suppress an ordinary saint-level powerhouse. Jiang Che sniffed but only gave a cold horizontal cry, then shifted and directly transformed into a 100-meter-tall purple and gold Qilin. A strong aura was released, causing this Chu emperor's pupils to contract. The pressure of a saint-level powerhouse fighting was just too strong. so the two immediately flew into the 10,000-meter sky. Luo Shuyan also exerted her spiritual power and joined the battlefield. There was the beast god skill, as well as the enhancement of various ancient secret arts that he had practiced in his previous life. Although Luo Shuyan's cultivation was only at the second mirror, she could likewise erupt with notable battle power. Chu Huang, as a veteran powerhouse, was very strong, and between his hands and feet, his kingly aura was released, with a mighty pressure that took the world by storm, and his spirit beast was a legend-grade bloodline, 8th-ranked golden flame tiger. This fierce tiger had a flame mark on its forehead, forming a king character that looked even more domineering. It was only that Jiang Che was directly on the bloodline, causing suppression, and a mythic-level bloodline wasn't something that a legendary level could touch. The aura on Jiang Che's body was only slightly released, and this golden flame tiger unexpectedly felt alarmed in an extremely rare manner. Chu Huang's expression was stunned, clearly not expecting Luo Shuyan's spirit beast to be so strong. Jiang Che released the divine beast pressure at the same time. The Qilin seal kept slapping towards Emperor Chu. The thunder descended from the sky, causing Emperor Chu to only be able to passively defend for a time. Luo Shuyan, on the other hand, became one with the little fire, her body covered in crimson flames, and stood together with this golden flame tiger, with her own powerful ancient secret art. It was only a matter of time before Luo Shuyan defeated the golden flame tiger. As the battle continued, Chu Huang became more and more alarmed. Although Jiang Che's cultivation was a bit weaker than his physical strength was extremely strong. In particular, the Kirin True Flame and the power of Heavenly Thunder made Chu Huang scornful, and the slightest mishap would risk serious injury. After a few moments, Luo Shuyan suppressed the golden flame tiger with her powerful battle experience. He then joined Jiang Che in attacking the Chu Emperor. This veteran powerhouse, Chu Huang, was quickly sent flying by Jiang Che's claw with 1 against 2. Jiang Che's figure flickered, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Emperor Chu, his Qilin claw ready to pierce through Emperor Chu's chest. The Chu Emperor was first stunned, and then he laughed out loud, only that there was a bit of desolation amongst the laughter. I really didn't think I'd have a day. It seems like the heavens are trying to kill my Xiang clan. After a miserable laugh, Chu Huang unexpectedly wanted to dissipate his power and kill himself, and was hastily stopped by Luo Shuyan. As an emperor of your generation, you started the huge Chu dynasty. How can you die so easily? Why don't you contribute a piece of yourself on that human devil battlefield? Under Luo Shuyan's persuasion, Chu Huang nodded and sighed helplessly. After this battle, Chu completely collapsed. Even Emperor Chu had failed, so there was no need for the others to hold out any longer. With that, the entirety of the Chu kingdom was incorporated into the centralized First Empire established by Luo Shuyan. It was because many of the families in Chu had already been convinced by Luo Shuyan's charisma earlier, so this time around, Luo Shuyan didn't have much difficulty in annexing the huge Chu kingdom. The army that was previously sent to the border, ready to attack the Jin kingdom, was now also taken over by Luo Shuyan. At the same time Luo Shuyan went along with the trend and recaptured some of the rebels on the borders of Jin. Strength instantly swelled, and the current Luo Shuyan already possessed more than any core dynasty's power. It can even reach absolute suppression. Luo Shuyan directly swung his army to attack Jin, and his huge army destroyed the country all the way to the ancient city of Xi'an. After Luo Shuyan's troops entered Xi'an, she once again mobilized her army to prepare to head towards the imperial capital of the Great Jin Empire. With the internal and external problems, the Sima family all became flustered. Sima Qingtian was even more regretful. If he had known that today he shouldn't have offended Luo Shuyan at that time. Likewise he regretted even more that since he had already decided to eradicate Luo Shuyan, he didn't choose to decisively decapitate her, which led to today's disaster. Could it be that we can only ask our old ancestor to come out? End of chapter. Chapter 193, inviting the old ancestor to come out. Deep within the imperial palace, Sima Prime arrived at the imperial capital's forbidden land. Looking at the silent palace in front of him, Sima Prime had a complex expression. The eyes were full of hesitation, entangled, and remorse, and a touch of worry. In today's Chu kingdom, it seemed that there was no other way to save the day other than asking the old ancestor to come out. At least Sima Prime couldn't do that. At this time, Luo Shuyan had already brought a large number of men and horses to the city. The imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty was surrounded by a heavy siege, just like a scene of the end of the road. Originally, because of Luo Shuyan's matter, the royal family of the Great Jin dynasty had caused dissatisfaction among the group, and this period of time, with the frequent occurrence of wars, had even aggravated this emotion. The imperial capital's defenders looked ahead at the vast army, and for a moment they couldn't help but gulp. The crowd only felt that this battle was simply pointless, and Jin seemed to be merely lingering for the moment. After all, Even Chu was defeated. So how long could Jin hold out? But just at that moment, another sinister laughter rang out from the Jin Empire's capital. Sima Qingtian was vicious and appeared in front of Luo Shuyan. His eyes were treacherous. Luo Shuyan, you're nothing but a yellow-haired girl. Do you really think you're some kind of human co-lord? A mere mole in his early 20s has the qualifications to want to unify many countries. I think you're really dreaming. Sima Qingtian let out a loud laugh at this moment, causing many people to frown slightly at the sight. Now that Jin is caught in a heavy siege, almost all of the great armies have fallen, and only the remaining imperial capital is still lingering. Everyone was uncertain, not knowing what Sima Prime was going to do. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly as if he had guessed something. Sure enough, the next second he heard Sima Qingtian roar in a high voice. I respectfully request that the old ancestor come out. Along with this roar from Sima Qingtian, a figure dressed in a long black robe appeared in front of the crowd. This old man looked really a bit old. The wrinkles on his face were like furrows, except that the eyes, though old, were not cloudy. Sima Yi, you finally showed up. Seeing the old man in the black robe, Luo Shuyan seemed to have already known about the other party and remained calm. Even though this old man's body exuded a powerful beast race pressure, even stronger than that Chu Huangdu he had encountered earlier. Seeing Sima Yi appear, those great band rebel leaders that Luo Shuyan had taken under her wing, each one of them immediately changed in color, all of them revealing a look of fear. Sima Yi's strength is too powerful. In that year will all of them to subdue with, that is to recover the establishment of the state of Jin. It can be said that at the beginning of the establishment of Dajin, Sima Yi almost created into its invincible prestige. What the crowd didn't expect was that Sima Yi was still alive after so many years. Originally, everyone thought that the old emperor of the great Jin dynasty hadn't shown his face for 200 years, and had most likely already sat down. But I didn't realize that the other party had never died. Now that he hadn't shown his face for 200 years, I was afraid that his cultivation would be even more terrifying than even back then. The old man was suspended in mid-air, and the intimidating power that took the hearts of the people did not diminish in the slightest. I didn't think that after only 200 years, someone would forget what happened back then. Sima Yi pinched his beard and sighed softly. The voice was full of majesty, and every word and action could cause a great sense of oppression. But that's good. Then I'll let you know again how my great Jin was founded back then. Boom boom boom. This Sima Yi's gong method was in motion, and instantly, his majestic martial exalt 8th realm aura was released. Jiang Che didn't expect that this old man would be an 8-star saint level powerhouse, one step stronger than even the old Gua team. Immediately beside this Sima Yi, a blood fire wolf with a reddish-black body appeared. This blood fire wolf had already reached the peak of rank 8, possessing a powerful strength of rank 89. It seemed that Sima Yi's strength had really improved a lot in these 200 years. Boom boom boom. Guo Lao's figure, at this moment appeared in the Luo Shuai side. After seeing Sima Yi, Guo Lao faced cold. Back then, your Sima family was plotting to usurp the throne, and now it's time to give up the throne. It's not your turn to move my Sima clan's kingdom. 10,000 meters above the sky, Guo Lao and Sima Yi kept exchanging blows. Space seemed to be trembling unceasingly, and divine auras of various colors flickered unceasingly. Guo Lao's spirit beast was likewise a wolf, but it was a whistling moon skywolf. The moon seal on his forehead emanated a brilliant light, although his strength was also very powerful, and the power of the stars was released when he raised his hands and threw his feet. But after all, in terms of realm, it was a bit worse than that blood flame wolf. The 7-star saint level Guo Lao had fallen in the middle of the battle at this point, but after all, both of them were veteran saint level powerhouses and could continue to support themselves for a short period of time. Formation. For elephant formation rise. Seeing that Guo Lao was undefeatable to the other party, Luo Shuiyan hurriedly brought Lin Shuer and a few others to construct a formation. This formation had to have a royal beast master who possessed a legendary great spirit beast to join it. The same spiritual power that converged after casting it was also very powerful, and this time, the terminal that received the energy was no longer the mysterious saint-level powerhouse, but Jiang Che himself, the upper limit of external energy that Jiang Che, who possessed a mythical grade bloodline, could accept had even exceeded Luo Shuyan's imagination. Jiang Che, who was the eye of the formation, had his own aura climbing rapidly under the various majestic power boosts. It had soon reached the 89th rank. He had stepped into the peak of the 8th rank spirit beast, and his strength was comparable to that of a 9-star saint-level imperial beast master. With a flash of his body, Jiang Che arrived beside Elder Gua. At this moment, Sima Yi, who was still rampant, finally showed a touch of gravity on his face. He didn't have to worry about facing Guo Lao alone, and he even only needed to spend some more time before he could suppress him. However, with regards to this Jiang Che who possessed a mythical grade bloodline, Sima Yi felt extremely tricky. Roar! Jiang Che roared up to the sky as the Qilin True Flame was unleashed. A monstrous purple flame that seemed to burn through this heaven and earth. That blood flame wolf wanted to put up a hard fight with Jiang Che and the power of Imperial Flame. However, his crimson blood flames instantly evaporated just as soon as they collided with Jiang Che's Qilin True Flame. The sanity, along with the blood flame wolf itself, had suffered a backlash. Jiang Che and the Whistling Moon Heavenly Wolf joined forces, and within just a few moves, they suppressed this blood flame wolf. Immediately afterward, Jiang Che plunged back into the battle with Sima Yi. Elder Gua, who had originally been suppressed, let out a sigh of relief because of Jiang Che. With the two joining forces, Sima Yi was also really hard to fight. Under Jiang Che's powerful Qilin True Body, vertical hideous wounds appeared on Sima Qingtian's body. For a time, his body was drenched in blood and his breath weakened drastically. In the end, Sima Yi, under the joint attack of Jiang Che and Elder Gua, died of qi and blood failure. He directly fell in midair, his body shattering into countless rains of blood. Sima Qingtian couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that the invincible Sima Yi to have a day of defeat. With the fall of King Sima Yi of Jin, the Sima family also collapsed completely and was executed by various rebels. End of chapter. Chapter 194, Speaking Zhuul, Have I Become a Messenger? The originally powerful Sima family of Jin instantly collapsed after the arrival of Luo Shuyan and the others. The rebels, everywhere, were a little overwhelmed for a while. The reason they rebelled was against the oppression of the Sima family. Now the Sima family was overthrown. But where to go next? Whether it's independent statehood or whether it's about joining the L.A. Smoke? Those are the questions. Luo Shuyan had fought her way to the capital of Jin and had already recovered quite a few rebels. Only as the war ended, each of these rebels had a wobbly expression. Luo Shuyan directly stood out at this time, hovering in mid-air, looking at the crowd and said, "Don't worry everyone. I'm not in the same boat as those guys from the Sima family. I, Luo Shuyan, don't have much of a quest for the so-called power and riches. I just hope that we, the forces of the human race, can all unite together and twist into a rope." Think about it, those demon races are perennially in civil unrest, but once they start a war, those guys will fight tooth and nail to invade the lands of the human race. But what about my human race? Even in the past wars of resistance, our human race would have lost a lot of energy and strength because of the collusion between each other. Luo Shuyan's tone was filled with hatred. The biggest problem with mankind is that it never learns from history. Luo Shuyan didn't want the humans to continue repeating this situation. That way once they faced the demon race's union, they would fall into a disadvantage. I won't annex you by forcefully taking everyone's land like the Sima family did, but in my capacity as co-lord of mankind, I hope that we can all be united as one. I hope that everyone will abandon the old concept of clans, and I'll make all of our human clans one. Luo Shuyan hovered in midair and spoke impassionedly. His words caused many people to fall into deep thought. For many years, the human race has been in strife for their respective interests. If all people could unite together and do business freely with each other, colleges learn from each other, and that will create an expanded extravaganza. The key point is that abandoning infighting would save humanity a great deal of strength from internal conflict. When facing the demons, there will be a stronger force. But the many chiefs present were still somewhat hesitant. After all, Luo Shuyan is too young. Plus who knows, Luo Shuyan will not become the next Sima family. At this time, Yang Kai stood out, and among the many rebel leaders of the Jing kingdom, the two-star upgraded Yang Kai was undoubtedly the most powerful, and as the first to raise the banner of rebellion. He has a very large voice among the rebels. Truth be told, gentlemen, I've known Miss Luo for a long time, and the only reason I dared to rebel against the Sima family was because Miss Luo saved my family's lives. Miss Luo became famous at Tiankai Academy at a young age, all the way as if she were a dark horse rampaging through, like a bright star. As far as I'm concerned, she's the most precious thing heaven has given to our human race. I believe that Miss Luo, as the common lord of the human race, will be able to lead our entire human race to thrive. That's why I would like to lead all the people of Shu to join Miss Luo's united empire. Yang Kai raised his arms at this moment and was the first to choose to join Luo Shui. With him at the beginning, the rest of the rebel leaders, with just a brief thought, they made their attitudes clear, all of them expressing their sinking. What Luo Shuyan had done was obvious to everyone. It's really admirable to be a rookie in the younger generation. The most crucial thing was that right now, beside Luo Shuyan, there was a large group of saint-level powerhouses hovering. No matter if they were senior or junior saint level, all of them were there. And with this kind of powerful strength gathered together, these rebel leaders wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse Luo Shuyan's request. In a single moment, Luo Shuyan managed to take down Jin and Chu, the two core dynasties, one after the other. The people in power in many countries see it very clearly. the alliance of states, led by Qin, is now a thriving one, with several countries growing stronger and stronger. During this period of time, there were various small countries, one after another, joining Luo Shuyan's camp. Nowadays, on the continent, 3/4 of the human race's power had been gathered together by Luo Shuyan. Soon there was only one last core country left, and the Daqi dynasty had yet to make any statement. Many people in power gathered within the palace of Qin and made their statements that they were ready to raise an army to attack Daqi. After all, with the current strength of Luo Shuyan nowadays, if he were to launch an attack on Daqi, he would easily be able to take down the entire Daqi. However, Luo Shuyan only gently shook her head in the face of the crowd's offer. I don't want to keep waging war. It's not my intention to take over a city through war. My purpose is to unite the human forces against the modules, not to create constant civil unrest in humanity. Don't worry, I will talk to that Qi monarch, and if he is sensible, then the soldiers will be bloodless. If the other side remains stubborn, then we'll send out troops to attack Qi again. The crowd nodded at this. However, there were still many armies heading to the border. This was their way of backing up Luo Shuyan, the human race's co-owner. Luo Shuyan could not attack Qi, but she also had to let Qi see how powerful they were now. Luo Shuyan is a direct letter. Well, now the world events are analyzed on the letter paper. I believe those guys in Qi, as long as they don't have a brain problem, won't reject your offer. Jiang Che lay on Luo Shuyan's thigh and softly transmitted his voice. On Luo Shuyan's side now, even if neither he nor Jiang Che made a move, it would only take a day to take down Qi, regardless of whether it was the top powerhouses, the unusual imperial beast masters, or the strength of the army. All aspects completely crushed the Qi kingdom. This is also why Luo Shuyan didn't continue to start the war. She believes that Qi is not a little cutie. Soon Luo Shuyan finished writing the letter, in which she highlighted some past events between humans and demons. The meaning is also very simple. It is just to persuade the king of Qi not to be stubborn. The ages of mankind roll forward like a wheel. Xiao Bai, why don't you go to Qi for me and deliver the letter? Luo Shuyan gently picked Jiang Che up and rubbed him very favorably. Ha, do you want to hear what you're saying? Do you take this lord for a messenger? Jiang Che's face was filled with speechlessness. Now that all the forces of the human race were almost in their hands, he even had to act as a messenger to deliver the letter. White, you're the best. Didn't I think that you were strong enough to make that Qi monarch feel dangerous? A divine beast as valiant and extraordinary as you appeared above that Qi state. With just a display of the overlord's Qi, even if the Qi monarch still has dissenting thoughts, I'm afraid he can only hand over the Qi kingdom obediently. End of chapter. Chapter 195, The Unification of the Human Race. Luo Shuyan spoke while gently caressing the purple fluff on Jiang Che's body. Only after hearing this flurry of rainbow farts from Luo Shuyan did Jiang Che reluctantly nod his head. I'll tell you never again. And don't ever ask me to be your messenger again. Hey, I knew you were the best. White. While saying that, Luo Shuyan held Jiang Che in front of herself and doted on her face as she rubbed it against her. Jiang Che wanted to push away in mock disgust, but he had to say that the Empress did have smooth skin that was very comfortable to the touch. Although Luo Shuyan was now honored as the human race's co-lord, in front of Jiang Che, she was still as soft and pampered as a little girl. After putting away the letter, Jiang Che directly tore through space to quickly rush towards Qi. There is a similarly large horde of soldiers on the borders of Qi today. As one of the 3 core countries on the continent, there was naturally no doubt about Qi's strength. So many years are able to, sitting steadily on the throne of the 3 kingdoms, enough to prove its strength is strong. But times have changed now. Qi's army is indeed large, but compared to the countless flashing military flags on the Qin border, Qi's side is a bit pathetic. Even the Qi generals guarding the border passes spent every day in fear and trembling. There is no way. The pressure on the border is too great. Just need the opposite side to sound the drums of war. Then their Qi border will soon be broken. The news that the Great Jin and Great Chu had fallen one after another, and that the Sima family had all been eradicated, had long since reached the territory of Qi. Nowadays, the whole Qi country can be said to be in a state of panic, and it is tense when there is a breeze. Those powerful clans of Qi were even more as if they were birds of prey. During this period of time these families, all cower in their own families, for fear of staining some of the trouble. The Qi king, who had been in closed-door cultivation, had now also come out of closed door. Every day in the palace, he was nervous, afraid of facing Luo Shuyan's attack. Jiang Che's current strength was already very strong, even if Qi had been extremely tightly defended during this time. However, Jiang Che still came and went as he pleased, and directly appeared inside the Qi imperial palace. Boom! Jiang Che directly transformed into his true body of a Qilin, exuding an extremely powerful pressure. The huge purple and gold Qilin appeared above the imperial palace. instantly causing shock to countless people in the Qi kingdom. The Qi royal family was even more horrified. Countless human spirit beasts, at this moment, directly went limp and couldn't move under Jiang Che's bloodline pressure. King Qi instantly appeared in front of Jiang Che. This old man who wore a white robe with a flashing thunderbird embroidered on his clothes, at this moment, was filled with scorn amongst his gaze towards Jiang Che. You are the king of Qi? Jiang Che transmitted his voice carelessly. Although he was able to sense that the opposite party was a high-ranking saint-level powerhouse, Jiang Che still didn't place the other party in his eyes. The Sima family had been destroyed, and this king of Qi wasn't much better than the other side. Even if he wasn't an opponent, the big deal was that he would directly tear through the void and run away. And when the time came, he would come back with an army to raid the house. King Qi was naturally aware of all of these events on the continent, and immediately arched his hand towards Jiang Che in a very friendly manner. I've heard of Mr. Jiang's great name for a long time, and I've seen it today and it really lives up to its name. Seeing that the Qi monarch had a happy expression and didn't show any hostility, Jiang Che then put away his own pressure. The people inside the Qi palace only felt like they were walking on a ghost's door at the moment. Seeing Jiang Che put away his mighty pressure, how could the Qi monarch not know that the other party was just trying to give himself a hard time? Jiang Che directly then took Luo Shuyan's letter and dumped it on the king of Qi. This is the letter that Xu Yan wrote to you. Take a good look at it yourself and make a decision after reading the letter. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't easily touch stones with eggs. King Qi nodded, then opened the letter to view it. This letter was all about Luo Shuyan, her generalization of the world situation, and her analysis about the human and demon races. Likewise there was Luo Shuyan, the ambition of being a top powerhouse. For Luo Shuyan, she didn't care how her personal selfish desires were. She only cared about the future prosperity of the entire human race. Similarly, in this letter, Luo Shuyan's own grasp of the future of the human race, whether or not it is prosperous, is also mentioned. The letter is well organized and logical. Even the king of Qi, who had once ruled for many years, sighed in awe as he watched. The king of Qi couldn't figure out how Luo Shuyan, who was so young but in her early 20s, could have such insights. Not only did he possess the great righteousness of the human race, but he even had extremely deep insights into this way of governing the country. After King Qi read the letter, he had even more admiration for Luo Shuyan. With that, King Qi put away the letter inside. Looking ahead at Jiang Che, he nodded. I also hope that Mr. Jiang will go back and tell Miss Luo that I am willing to join her united empire at her disposal. I, Qi, am also willing to contribute to the prosperity of the human race. Jiang Che nodded at his words, and then he turned around to leave this place. He was not surprised by the king of Qi's defection. 2 of the 3 core countries had fallen, and all of them had their high-end combatants forcibly suppressed head-on. As long as the king of Qi is not a cutie, then he won't resist. And now with the subjugation of Qi, the human race had truly reached unification, and Luo Shuyan had become the true common lord of the human race at this moment. Luo Shuyan did not expect. Round and round he still returned to this position. It is also considered a different path. In this way, under Luo Shuyan's rule, all the races united together. During these 2 years, Luo Shuyan vigorously pushed the kind of strong state policy of the Shang ruler down. Because of the change in the human race's policy, geniuses were constantly being born amongst the civilians, and all kinds of talents appeared as if they were overflowing. Without the suppression from the high-ranking dignitaries, the fresh blood among the human royal beastmasters nowadays has been greatly replenished. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized why Luo Shuyan had so highly esteemed the Shang ruler's change of law. It turned out that the human race did not lack geniuses, but was simply suppressed by people with selfish desires. And during these 2 years, although it was said that Jiang Che had already broken through to an 8th-rank spirit beast, the amount of experience needed to be consumed for upgrading was increasing. But after 2 years of constant experience, it was still raised to the 89th level. Nowadays, he only needed to ascend 1 more level to be able to become a half-emperor powerhouse. Looking at the entire continent, Jiang Che had already reached the pinnacle. However, to break through to the half-emperor level, the experience value required was as high as 1 billion. It's truly astronomical. Jiang Che's current accumulated experience value was only 30 million. Although the entire continent's human race was now under Luo Shuyan's rule, the strength and status of Lin Shuer's several people had also increased by leaps and bounds. With the various words and phrases, Jiang Che gained as much as 4 million experience values every day. But even so, it's a long way from a billion. End of chapter. Chapter 196, The Horn of Counterattack Against the Demons. However, fortunately, nowadays, Luo Shuyan's cultivation had broken through to the 6-star saint level and possessed a strong strength. Little White, you mean you just need time to keep breaking through? Jiang Che told Luo Shuyan about himself. the fact that he could sustain a breakthrough. After learning that Jiang Che's talent was so heaven-defying, even Luo Shuyan couldn't help but have her mouth open wide in shock. However, soon after, a smile appeared on Luo Shuyan's face. I didn't expect you little guy to have such a horrible qualification, and it just so happens that I know a place that can help you greatly reduce your time. Immediately afterward, Luo Shuyan brought Jiang Che and arrived at the imperial capital of the Great Jin. Although it was said that right now, it was not yet the time for the opening of the secret realm of time and space. However, Luo Shuyan's previous life as a female emperor, she naturally knew other ways to open the secret realm. Right now, she was already very strong enough to refine the mysterious spirit of time and space in the depths of the Great Jin imperial capital. That mysterious spirit of time and space. After refining that space-time spirit, one could enter the space-time mystery realm from various regions. Returning to the Great Jin imperial capital once again, Luo Shuyan very skillfully opened the secret realm of time and space. After entering the space-time mysterious realm, Luo Shuyan quickly arrived at the depths of the space-time mysterious realm with her own memories, pass through the strange gap and enter within the area where the spirit of time and space is located. Sure enough, that spirit of time and space was still here. Looking at this excited spirit of time and space in front of her, the corners of Luo Shuyan's mouth also hooked into a smile. Originally, during her freshman year, Luo Shuyan had already been here. It was just that at that time, her cultivation was simply too weak, and she was only a low-ranked imperial beast master. Even though the spirit of time and space was right in front of their eyes, only Jiang Che could see it, and the rest of them couldn't. This little guy, Luo Shuyan, had already managed to refine it in her previous life. Now that it has been many years since we have seen each other, once again reunited, Luo Shui's heart is a mixture of flavors. Returning here once again, Luo Shuyan had quite a picture of revisiting a hometown, and only felt incomparably saddened in her heart. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye several years had passed since she was reborn. However, with just a little bit of emotion, Luo Shuyan easily refined the spirit of time and space. Perhaps it was Luo Shuyan's body that carried the familiar aura of the spirit of time and space. That was why Luo Shuyan didn't suffer any resistance when she was refining it. Luo Shuyan once again took control of this space-time secret realm and could open in and out at will. And the purpose of Luo Shuyan bringing Jiang Che here was simple. It was with the help of the secret realm of time and space, with the flow of time from the outside world, that allowed Jiang Che to undergo a rapid improvement here. Luo Shuyan had left a large amount of delicacies for Jiang Che in this space-time secret realm. As for Jiang Che, he was either sleeping every day, and when he woke up from his sleep, he would accompany the spirit of time and space to have some fun. Anyway, with the system in place, she only needed to feel at ease and wait for the time to pass, accumulating experience as it came to her. As for Luo Shuyan this time, she didn't follow Jiang Che to stay in the middle of the secret realm. Luo Shuyan, as the co-chief of the human race, her main responsibility was to lead the human race to gradually become rich and strong, and to eradicate the threat of the demon race. Now after these 2 years of rest and recuperation, the strength of the human race has increased by leaps and bounds under the great unification. No matter if it was a high-end battle force or a low-ranked imperial beast master, all of them had made a very great improvement from earlier. The first thing Luo Shuyan did was to lead the many human armies to the north of the Qin kingdom to fight the demon race. Bordering the northern side of the Qin kingdom were the war demon race and the rock demon race. This war demon race is very warlike and seems to have a combative nature in their bones, and the race is so peculiar that it responds to wars, whether waged by itself or by others. So even if you see the huge army of the human race, so powerful, this war demon race actually chose to meet the battle instead of choosing to abandon their territory and flee this place. As for the rock demon race, it was likewise very close to the border of the human race, and had often served as an ally to support the war demon race before then. This time the rock demon race was equally unsurprising, joining the border battle together. As one of the top 10 king clans of the devil race, this war devil race was extremely strong, and this race, born as if for fighting, even among the same class has not bad strong strength. The top powerhouses in the battle demon clan numbered several saint levels. It could be said that this strong power of the war demon race could completely crush any of the human core kingdoms. It was just a pity that times were different nowadays, and the human forces had all joined together. It's true that the strength of a single country is not good, but after the human race is transformed into a whole, this massive force was simply devastating. Even the war demon race could not resist it. Although there were many strong people from the war demon race, there were just as many strong people at the late saint rank of the human race today. Although the two great demon races wanted to fight back, they were under the powerful Iron Army led by Luo Shuyan. Humans swept through the demon race with their absolute strength. Ever since Luo Shuyan took charge of the human race, she changed the trend of the human race facing the demon race, which could only be defeated. The successive battles as well as the prosperity of the human race made Luo Shuyan's status in the human race higher and higher, and her reputation stronger and stronger. All of them sincerely and heartily regarded him as the common lord of the human race. As for this war demon race and rock demon race, they were completely exterminated under Luo Shuyan's leadership. Large swaths of lost land were reclaimed by Luo Shuyan and the others as the land of the human race. After resolving the hidden dangers on the border between Qin and Qi, Luo Shuyan did not stop hoofing it and led the army to roll south once again. This time, her purpose was to travel to the borders of the great Jin dynasty. There is a powerful blood demon race over there that has been eyeing the human kingdom. The blood demon race was a very peculiar race, and although it wasn't as warlike as the war demon race, its strength was still not to be underestimated. And this race had many bizarre moves, with all sorts of magical secret arts coming out of the woodwork. This kind of each of these peculiar arts gave the combined human army a real headache. For example, the so-called blood transformation technique, the blood escape technique, and so on, were the basic watchwords of the blood demon race. Although it was said that this blood demon race was not a match for the combined armies of the human race in a frontal battlefield, however, escaping was very good at it, and wanting to completely suppress the blood demon race could be said to be very difficult. Even though Luo Shuyan had long ago advanced, ambushed multiple armies to encircle them, they were still escaped by the blood demon race. One by one, these blood demon clansmen transformed into all sorts of magical blood-colored divine auras and vanished into the distance. Or they transformed into a sea of blood and created all sorts of trouble. Or they directly left behind a split body to fight in the Golden Cicada. This blood demon clan had all kinds of tricks coming out of the woodwork, causing many human dancers to have headaches. One of the top 8-star saint-level powerhouses of the blood demon race was fleeing into the distance with the remnants of the blood demon race's troops after the great battle. And this remnant force of the blood demon race passed through the heavy siege and joined up with the other royal race among the demon race, the were demon race. End of chapter. Chapter 197, Crossing Kanglin Mountain. Siege of the Soul Demon Race. The strength of the weapon demon race was very strong, and these clansmen of the weapon demon race were simply like humanoid fighting machines. If we say that the war demon race is born to be warlike and immortal with the enemy, and has extremely rich and powerful combat experience, the artifact demon race, then, is pure, a race built to fight. All over their body, no matter which organ parts they had, they were able to be refined into weapons for combat. Describing the weapon demon race with a humanoid weapon is not an exaggerated description. If one were to describe the war demon race in terms of humanoid weapons, it would be an affirmation of the war demon race as its strength. But if this term is used to describe the weapon demon clan, it's a complete write-off. It was because these people of the weaponry demon race were the ones who had taken all kinds of weapon refining materials or spirit weapons and incorporated them into themselves. Live to refine yourself, all over your body, as if you were a spiritual soldier of toughness. Luo Shuyan and Jiang Che, among others, had encountered a few weaponized demon race members at the chaotic rocky beach in the first place. It had then already displayed a notable strength. That body surface was incredibly tough, and the defense was very powerful. If they were in the same class against their opponents, these weapon demon clans, with their strong physical qualities, even if they could not defeat their opponents, they could at least ensure that their lives would not be in danger. Moreover, the more the artifact demon race cultivated to the later stages, the more plain and ordinary their appearance would look. That skin could not be seen as the slightest bit strange at all, but the degree of toughness was even more terrifying than a spirit weapon in the hands of a human. The saint-level powerhouses of the weapon demon race were particularly difficult to deal with when they fought against these saint-level experts of the human race's united army. Even though Elder Guai and the others had used powerful magic treasures, they could only barely defeat these people of the weapon demon race. Trying to completely obliterate it under the same rank could be said to be extremely troublesome. And nowadays, the appearance of these strong people of the weapon demon race looked like they were just very stout in size, but they couldn't see the slightest abnormality. That's why even the human race's army had a hard time accurately judging the strength of these weapon demons. Appearance plain and strange. In fact, they have long been their own flesh and blood, refining in spiritual weapons and treasures, and so on. There is no difference. All of his body, regardless of the various joints, elbows, knees, shoulders, and so on, had been refined into extremely terrifying attack weapons. Even the fingers are extremely tough and strong. As the combined forces of the human race were fighting these weapon demon races, the sounds of gold and stone clashing on the battlefield were endless. The clanking sound was so loud that those who didn't know better thought they were pumping iron. So in the face of these difficult weapon demons, even though the humans had a numerical advantage, they still took these weapon demon fellows and did not have much of a solution. The most crucial thing was that not only were the physical defenses of the clansmen themselves extremely high, even the cities built by the weapon demon clan were extremely sturdy. It seemed that the weapon demon clan with their own refining of spirit soldiers into their bodies, had refined all the cities they lived in as well. That one huge city was like a carefully refined magic treasure. Each one was as solid as a golden soup that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if they were defeated on the frontal battlefield, these artifact demon clans could still hold on to their cities. Together with those, the remnant troops of the blood demon race that possessed bizarre techniques, mixed together with these weapon demons, with the two great royal clans joining forces, the attack of the human army, which had been sweeping across the land, was stopped alive. Numerous human race powerhouses, who had been fighting with this blood demon race and weapon demon race for a long time, were slow to make further progress. Seeing this, Luo Shuyan's attitude was very decisive. Since these weapon fiends want to wear us out here by virtue of our defense, let's go ahead and attack the other fiends. Luo Shuyan temporarily expanded the border walls outward, and then immediately sent out troops from the direction of the original Chu kingdom. Immediately afterward, Luo Shuyan led a few top human race saint-level powerhouses, and personally traveled to the depths of the spirit race to talk. Seniors, now that my human race is looking to break this demon race one by one, I still hope to borrow a road for us and others to pass through. The cultivation methods of the devil race are very different from ours, so it can be said that as long as the devil race is not removed, that is a huge threat to both you and I. Only by completely eradicating these demonic races will we be able to cultivate in peace on this continent. Luo Shuyan elucidated the various pros and cons. After all, the Kanglan mountain range was the territory of this spirit race. If one wanted to borrow the road, one had to go through these spirit race powerhouses to agree to it. Ha 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 ha. Since it's for the purpose of getting rid of the demon race, then I, the spirit race, will help with all my might. At this time, a bright voice rang out, only to see a colorful flying bird descending to this place, and it was clearly the peacock great king of brightness, who had a previous encounter with Luo Shuiwe. I really didn't expect that you, this little girl, who hasn't seen you for a few years, has even turned into the existence of a human co-lord. Seeing the peacock great bright king fly in, Luo Shuyan also had a smile on her face and respectfully arched her hand. This is also thanks to you, Peacock Elder. You were the one who gave us those bloodline advancement pills in the first place. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. Thereupon, Peacock Great Bright King, again, exchanged simple pleasantries with Luo Shuyan. Now that the Peacock Great Bright King had stepped in, the spirit race, which itself wanted to exterminate the demon race, quickly agreed to Luo Shuyan's request. Then the human army, with the help of the spirit race's sphere of influence, crossed the Kanglan mountain range and directly chose to attack the soul demon race amongst the demon race. This soul demon clan could be said to be the same as the weapon demon clan, which were completely two extremes. The body of the weapon demon race was extremely strong, as tough and indestructible as a spiritual soldier's treasure. But this soul demon race is just the opposite. The soul demon race had very weak physical qualities, but had the special ability to enslave souls, and he had very powerful means in terms of soul attacks, possessing strong soul power. However, this one group has a very big disadvantage, which is that it is very difficult for the soul demon race to reproduce. The number of clans was very small, and the entire soul demon clan only had less than 10,000 people. These populations were pitifully small compared to the rest of the demon race, so the soul demon race was also at the back of the demon race's territory, and wasn't located on the front lines of the war with the human race. However, these devils did not expect that Luo Shuyan could not attack the weapon devil clan for a long time, and directly found the spirit clan's medium to borrow the road and came straight to the soul devil clan's territory. Because she knew how special these soul demon races were, Luo Shuyan didn't lead her troops to attack rashly. Instead, he had the human army, in advance, set up various formations. This peculiar military formation was able to help Imperial Beast Masters stabilize their divine souls while strengthening their own defenses against the soul aspect. The soul demon race was scarce in numbers and had a weak physique, and their only strong aspect was their soul attacks. But if one is well prepared in advance, in terms of this soul, let these soul demon race not be able to utilize their own advantages, then for the human race, the battle would be very easy. Sure enough, with Luo Shuyan's addition of this big formation, the human army was like a crack. The less than 10,000 people of the soul demon race were directly overwhelmed by the human army. End of chapter. Chapter 198. The final battle. Under Luo Shuyan's leadership, a large number of demonic races were eliminated by the human allied forces. The boundaries of the human race had fully doubled, and a large part of this territory was actually originally the land of the human race. They are the human territories that were once captured by the demons during the human-demon war. Now that the human army had finally returned to their homeland once again after countless years, many people stood on this land that had once belonged to mankind, and for a while they thought about it. The human and devil wars were once fierce, and countless human martyrs fought to the death to preserve the existing land. During those dark years, the human race could only be passively defensive in the face of the demon race's frenzied killings. Even after all these years of truce, there is still war on the border. I don't know how many human beast masters, who rushed to the border before and after, ended up dying in the hands of the demon race. And now all the clans, under the leadership of Luo Shuiyan, are united together, attacking the city and recovering into the homeland. For a time, Luo Shuiyan's reputation amongst the human race had reached its peak. It even surpassed the leaders of the human holy lands that were recorded in the canonical books during the ancient times. The front line has frequent reports of shortcuts. The entire human race has been in high morale for a while, and all the human forces on this continent have now boiled over. The crowd seemed to have seen the dawn of the day when the demon race would be expelled. Without the invasion of the demon race, then the human race would be able to usher in a true heyday. In Luo Shuiyan's previous life, it was that corpse demon race's demon king who escaped from the secret realm. It then gathered all the major races of the demon race, ended the internal strife of the demon race, and assembled a large army to launch an attack on the human race, which was already on a downward slope. Even though Luo Shuiyan was strong at that time, she was still outnumbered. With the overall weakness of the human race, it would be difficult for Luo Shuiyan to save the day even if she was stronger. However, in this life, after Luo Shuiyan was reborn, with the experience and memories of her previous life, she was able to finally reverse the crisis of the human race. Not only did he kill the corpse demon race's ancient demon king in that secret realm, he even went ahead to unite all the forces of mankind, unifying the human race on the continent before the human race had fallen, and integrating all the forces of all parties into one place, and also successfully implemented the policy of changing the law of the Shang ruler of Qin, so that the human race has changed the environment of being oppressed by the high officials and powerful people, and gradually become rich and strong. There was a time when humans were somewhat stretched even in passive defense against the demon attack, but now it was able to take the initiative to launch a large-scale attack against the demon race, on its own accord. Before these demons could unite, Luo Shuiyan led the army and quickly broke them down one by one. The various forces of the former world's human race were in civil strife, although top powerhouses existed between several core empires, but humanity was still busy with internal conflicts, and all these top powerhouses still had to watch out for each other. It's even harder to join forces and work together. It was only at a later stage, after Luo Shuiyan had grown up, with her powerful strength, that she forced the forces to unite. But by that time, the strength of the human race had been weakened considerably, and because it was Luo Shuiyan who forced all parties to unite by virtue of her powerful force, so even though there was an alliance on the surface, they still had their own minds behind the scenes. This life is much smoother. Now that the demon race has been forced by Luo Shuiyan, the combined human army led by Luo Shuiyan, to have to end the civil unrest for the time being. Compared to the previous life, the world landscape is now completely reversed. Instead, it was the demon race that was forced to unite after being constantly hit hard. But in this case, a temporary end to civil unrest, relying on the remaining demon race to fight against the increasingly strong human race was obviously only mending the fold. More and more human beast masters continued to grow up and join the army to conquer the demon race. On the frontal battlefield, the demon race was constantly losing, and the spirit race, which hadn't appeared all along, also sent a large number of spirit beast troops to join the united army at this moment. For a time the entire continent was being cleared of the demon race in every region. After another 2 full months, all the forces kept on conquering. In the end, all of the demon race, all of them, were forced back together by the combined armies of the human race and the spirit race. Looking at these remnants of the demonic forces, the morale of the human army was high, and the strongest people from all sides were full of confidence at the moment. Great! We can finally come to an end with these demons today. These demons have brutalized an unknown number of our people over the years, and today we can finally get our revenge. All of the human powerhouses were excited at this moment and seemed to be ready for victory. On the contrary, on the side of the demon race, there was no more of the usual arrogance and fierceness, and each face was filled with gravity. Wait, you guys, look, what are those demons doing? What a strong demonic aura. What are these demons trying to do again? The human army, which was originally still very excited, suddenly realized that amongst the areas where those demonic races had gathered, changes had appeared. What was still a sunny, clear day was suddenly cloudy, and the heavy, turbid air seemed to be coming down on us. The sudden change aroused the scorn of the crowd. For a time, there was a riot amongst the human army. However, it was fortunate that Elder Gua, as well as the King of Chu, the King of Qi, and other high-ranking saint-ranked powerhouses, had appeared above the human army. On their bodies, strong spiritual power fluctuations were released. All that turbid air was kept out of the human forces. With these top-tier powerhouses around, the human race was instantly at ease, and the hearts of their troops were all stabilized. However, on the opposite side of the human army, the area where those demons were located, the air became almost pitch black, to the point that gusts of hissing could be heard. It was as if there were endless grievous souls wailing, and the sound sounded very oozing. What are these demons up to again? Why do I feel that these demons seem to be setting up some kind of formation? Wolao and the other top powerhouses, who were hanging above 10,000 meters in the air at this time, looked at the many demonic races in front of them with furrowed brows. Whatever formation they are in, now that the defeat of the demon race has been decided, just with these people they have now, how can they be our opponent? The king of Chu was surrounded by a kingly hegemonic aura, and the black and gold robe he was wearing fluttered in the wind, and with the golden hegemonic aura it looked mighty and unearthly. The Chu king, Guo and other top powerhouses were all powerful existences from hundreds of years ago. Originally, they were already old, but now, after constantly fighting against the demon race, their vitality has become more and more vigorous, and they seem to have regained the peak of their years. King Chu looked at those demon race below with disdain in his eyes. The rest of the few people were also confident when they heard this. In their opinion, the demon race was at the end of their rope. However, right at this moment, Wu Lao's brows tightened and he suddenly felt his heart beating furiously. Nope, the formation that this demon race casts, it seems like I've seen it inside some kind of ancient book. End of chapter. Chapter 199 Blood Sacrifice Formation. Desperate Demon Emperor. A formation among the ancient books? What formation? The human powerhouses, who were originally still careless, couldn't help but tense up for a moment when they saw Guo Lao's expression change drastically. Old Guo, don't be so startled. What's going on? Do you recognize this formation? Although the crowd didn't think that the demon race, which was already at the end of its rope, could still make any waves, but Guo Lao at the moment that face full of gravity, does not seem to be joking. Under the gaze of the crowd, Elder Guo's brows were almost twisted into a circle as his face became more and more ugly. I remember once, reading in a mysterious ancient book that there was once a forbidden method amongst the demon race called the blood sacrifice formation. This kind of formation belongs to the forbidden arts, and can be used to exchange monstrous magical power by sacrificing the lives and flesh and blood of a large number of demonic races. Hearing these words from Guo Lao, everyone's faces changed as they looked towards those demons. Sure enough, at this moment, the very center of the demon race had already gathered a large number of people from the demon race, and the formation that had been set up by them had also taken shape at this moment. All sorts of ancient mysterious runes were flickering endlessly in the air at this time. Various kinds of purple and blood-colored demonic chi directly rose up to the sky, just like a disaster of extinction. In the next second the human army, which was originally still talking non-stop, fell silent, because in front of them, those demons stepped into the middle of the formation in droves. In the next second, in the presence of countless people, these demon races that entered the formation instantly turned into blood mist. All of that flesh and blood essence was absorbed by the formation. But even so, these demons still entered the formation one after another. Almost instantly, this grand formation devoured more than 20% of the remaining demon race. Countless devils entered the formation and sacrificed their lives, and the monstrous devilish chi created by this formation was going to dye this heaven and earth into a pitch-black color. A strong sense of oppression came from the direction of the demon race. The many human powerhouses suspended in mid-air only felt as if a huge boulder was being pressed on their chests at this moment. Looking at these demonic arrays in front of him, there was a feeling of suffocation for a moment. The next second the crowd saw that the monstrous demonic chi instantly surged into the 10 top powerhouses standing in the center of the demon race. These 10 people were all demon kings of the demon race, and all of them had the battle power of a saint rank advanced. At this moment, under the enhancement of this demonic aura, the aura of the several people's bodies was even climbing up. In almost just an instant, he had already left Elder Guo and the strongest people from various countries far behind. Even so, it seemed to have transcended the range of the saint rank and achieved the emperor realm. For a while everyone present, all fell silent. In the eyes of everyone, a saint-ranked powerhouse that was already the top existence on the continent. However, none of them had expected that the demon race, under such a desperate situation, would actually cast this ancient forbidden art. Obtain powerful magical powers by sacrificing large numbers of your clan members. Elder Guo, as well as the King of Qi and the King of Chu, their faces were already gloomy to the extreme at this moment. They felt a monstrous pressure from those 10 demon kings. This was definitely something that had transcended the range of the Holy Order. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful boom followed one another, and these 10 demon kings instantly flew into the sky. At this moment, all 10 of them had achieved the Emperor realm, and the powerful pressure they exuded caused all the beings present to feel their legs go weak. No matter if it was a human or a spirit beast, they all felt a great pressure at this moment. It was fear that originated in the soul. Emperor-level powerhouses, that only existed in legends, had already transcended far beyond the saint level. A single emperor-level existence was enough to defeat many human saint-level powerhouses. Not to mention that at this moment, there were 10 demon emperors in the demon clan. This sudden reversal of the situation took everyone by surprise. Elder Guo and the other high-end saint-ranked powerhouses of the human race looked at each other before flying to the front of the battlefield. Now they were the strongest of the human race. Even if the other party was a demon emperor, they would still have to stand in front of the human army. The people were running their spiritual energy, summoning their respective spirit beasts, and their strong spiritual energy from each other merged in one place, holding up a barrier in front of the human army. However, only one of the 10 great demon emperors was seen to just smile coldly at this. With that, the stout, black armor-clad demon emperor swung his right hand violently. A large fist print unexpectedly descended directly from the sky above. It was like an exterminating calamity, bombarding the defense shield forged by the many saint-ranked powerhouses together. In just the blink of an eye, the defensive shields that these dozen or so high-ranking saint-ranked powerhouses had teamed up to put up were instantly shattered. These saint-ranked powerhouses were even more pale, spitting out blood and flying backwards under this huge force. For a time, the entire scene was plunged into dead silence. All of the human race did not expect that so many strong human race members had joined hands, but even the other party could not even block a single casual strike. Is this the strength of an emperor level? How is it possible? Could it be that the heavens are going to kill my human race? By what right can the demon race have 10 demon emperors appear at the same time? How can we still fight? All of these saint-ranked senior powerhouses combined are no match for a single demon emperor. We won't be able to stop these 10 demon emperors even if we put our best foot forward. The dark cloud of despair hangs over the heads of the human race. Previously they were full of confidence, but did not expect the situation to reverse so quickly. Foolish humans, you have caused my demon race to sacrifice so much blood and flesh. Today I will sacrifice all of you, and will turn this continent into my demon race's land. Ha 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 ha. If so many humans are all devoured, I believe the strength of my demon race will climb once again. A bunch of unsuspecting guys, let all of you die here today. Under the leadership of the 10 great demon emperors, the demon race was instantly ready to launch a counterattack. A demon emperor casually waved his hand, and a strong blade aura chopped down from the sky. The black blade on was like opening up the sky and seemed to split this space apart. Right at this moment, a fire-red divine aura suddenly flew out from the back of the human race, directly shattering that powerful blade aura. This sudden scene shocked everyone beyond belief. In particular, these 10 demon emperors were stunned. The crowd turned around to see a woman in a long fiery red dress. The peerless woman with a blazing flame burning around her descended into the center of the battlefield. This magnificent woman was none other than Luo Shuyen. Only at this moment, Luo Shuyen had officially stepped into the Emperor realm. After casting the spirit fusion technique, he merged with little flame, just like a queen coming out from amongst the flames. That powerful aura instantly dissipated the heavy burden that was weighing on the hearts of the many human races. Even the sky that was covered in black demonic cheese seemed to have an extra fire. Everyone hadn't expected that after 2 years of non-stop conquest, Luo Shuyen had actually broken through to the Emperor realm without even realizing it. I really didn't expect that the first among us to break through would be this little girl. End of chapter. Chapter 200, Transcendence, the Realm of the Gods. End of the book. Elder Guo wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Luo Shuyen with relief in his eyes. But she's the only one. That demon clan has 10 demon emperors. The Tsunami sect's supreme patriarch said with a grave expression. Grandpa, who says it's only Sister Water Smoke? Tiny? This voice Tsunami sect's supreme sovereign was simply familiar. It was precisely his precious granddaughter. Auxiliary little. Only to see 3 figures fly in again from the distance. All of them were stunningly beautiful. It was none other than Luo Shuyan's 3 best friends, Lin Shuer, Oxia Xiao Xiao, and Ez Meng. At this moment, the 3 of them, all of them had stepped into the Emperor realm. As for the spirit beasts of the 3 of them, all of them now possessed a strong cultivation at the peak of the sacred stage. Luo Shuyan had already, long ago, handed over the spirit fusion method to the 3 of them. Lin Shuer. At this moment, the 4 of them simultaneously performed the spirit beast fusion technique, melting their respective spirit beasts, with their strong power, into themselves. The pressure released by the 4 of them at once unexpectedly overshadowed the 10 demon emperors. The appearance of Luo Shuyen's 4 instantly caused the human race's military spirit to soar. No one had expected that at such a desperate moment, the human race would stand out with 4 supreme female emperors. Luo Shuyen was alone to battle the 4 demon emperors, while the 3 of them, Lin Shuer, were entangled with the 6 demon emperors. The slight pressure of an emperor-level powerhouse, as well as the battle fluctuations were extremely strong. That's why many powerful people, almost all of them, have to fight outside the domain. The crowd could only be on the ground and see the various colors of divine auras flashing high above. However, although it was impossible to see exactly what happened in the battle, the crowd was able to tell which side was a human emperor-level powerhouse and which side was a demonic race just by virtue of those divine auras of various colors. After all, those demons, their entire bodies were draped in black turbid gas. At this moment in mid-air, Luo Shuyan's brows were tightly locked. The number of demons was simply too great. In this life by his own side, there were 3 more Lin Shuer people fighting side by side. But Luo Shuyan didn't expect that the demon race had such a big killing move. 10 demon emperors appeared between them at the same time, and 4 against 10 did not have an advantage in terms of numbers. Luckily, they were able to barely wield the opponent through various secret battle techniques. It was only a little difficult to defeat these 10 demonic powerhouses. Luo Shuyan's deep firelight flickered around her, and she raised her hand to several flaming birds. This firebird was like an exterminating divine beast. It seemed that even the surrounding space was scorched and distorted. With her own strength, Luo Shuyan was barely able to hold up the 4 demons. The pressure on the 3 of them, Lin Shuer, was much less compared to Luo Shuyan. After all, they were only fighting 1 against 2. Yi Ziming wore a long purple dress. Her body flickered with a haze of light, and 9 colored lights surrounded her, as if she was a goddess of the 9 heavens. Raising his hands and feet contained extremely strong fluctuations, and there were even thousands of thunder flashes between his palms. Although it was difficult to defeat his opponent, he was not in the least bit outmatched by 1 against 2. Lin Shuer was even more very exaggerated, with a silver-white glow all around her depths. When he raised his hand, the sky was filled with flashes of starlight, as if extraterrestrial stars had descended. Points of starlight surrounded its body, and it seemed to be a goddess bathing in starlight, and the defense on its body surface was difficult to break through even for the demons. Auxiliary Little has grown a lot, but he still looks like a child. Fighting furiously, his hands transformed into palms as if a tiger descended from a mountain. Between one move and the other it was stiff and fierce, and although it was said that one would be injured under the demon's attack, it seemed to have stirred up Auxiliary's ferocity even more. Although the 4 people's single combat strength was stronger than that of the demon race, the suppression in numbers gradually made the 4 people fall into a disadvantage, and they could only passively defend. Seeing the momentum of the demonic chi in the air, gradually pressing down on the human side, all the hearts present were incomparably nervous. This battle today was crucial. The human race could only win but not lose. Seeing Luo Shuyan's 4 people, they became more and more passive. Everyone's breath is going to stop. It seems to have seen the scene of the human race's decline and demise. Roar! And just then, a sudden roar like thunder resounded between heaven and earth. The next second the crowd only saw that the space in the center of the battlefield. Unexpectedly a crack appeared. Immediately after that, a huge behemoth slowly walked out from the middle of this crack. That purple and gold scales were draped with purple flames. A terrifying thunderclap surrounded all of his body, just like heavenly punishment descending. This is the Protectorate Divine Beast. Kirin. This is Lord Luo Shuyan's Divine Beast, the Qilin. Everyone recognized the powerful existence that walked out from amongst this spatial rift. It was Jiang Che, who had been sent into the secret realm of time and space to cultivate by Luo Shuyan earlier. At this moment, Jiang Che was 1,000 feet tall, and under the release of that powerful pressure, even the 10 demon emperors instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. The 20-fold time flow of the Eye of Time had settled after such a long period of time. Jiang Che had now broken through to level 96. Comparable to a 5-star emperor-level powerhouse. Roar! Dare to touch them! Seek death! Jiang Che looked up to the sky and roared, a roar that instantly drank back the 10 demon emperors. Seeing Jiang Che appear, Luo Shuyan's 4 people were instantly excited. As long as Jiang Che was around, they would have an endless sense of security. 10 demon emperors were forced to unite in one place by Jiang Che alone, their eyes filled with scorn. However, Jiang Che didn't intend to waste time with these guys, and he had spent too long suffering alone in that secret realm of time and space. Right now he just wanted to get it out of his system. The 10 great devil emperors joined forces to attack towards Jiang Che. Yet Jiang Che was indifferent to this, only to see a blazing purple Qilin true flame burning up on his body. The space around him all instantly appeared to be distorted for a moment. Roar! With a furious roar, Jiang Che's figure disappeared as if he were a ghost. In the next second, it directly appeared behind a demon emperor, and with a direct strike from that huge Qilin claw, it struck this demon emperor with blood in his mouth and broken bones. All of them hadn't expected that it was only a single strike. Jiang Che had seriously injured a demon emperor. Immediately afterward, Jiang Che disappeared back into space, instantly slapping away 2 demon emperors once again. That's all the strength? Rumble. Jiang Che let out a cold snort, and then his spiritual energy revolved. Instantly thousands of thunderbolts fell from the air. Each purple thunderbolt was as if it was a heavenly punishment. With just one strike, all 10 of these demon emperors were seriously injured. Jiang Che then opened his mouth and spat out a ball of Kirin True Flame, and these 10 demon emperors were covered by the terrifying Kirin True Flame before they could recover from the thunder under their severe injuries. Miserable screams instantly echoed between heaven and earth. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Che killed all 10 of these demon emperors in a flash of lightning. With the death of the full demon emperor, the remaining demons were no longer able to resist. Driven by the human race to the barbaric land, the entire territory of the demon race combined, less than a quarter of the human race, and no longer have the possibility of turning over. Time flies and the years go by. Soon the human-devil war. Several years had passed. Boom boom boom. Suddenly the winds and clouds of heaven and earth changed, and the sun, moon, and stars were reversed. A strong pressure was released on a mountainous and beautiful palace. This strong pressure directly swept across the entire continent. Jiang Che made another breakthrough with the system, and actually broke the shackles directly, successfully transcending and reaching a realm that was unattainable to all. The realm of the gods. Jiang Che became this continent, the first god-level powerhouse, truly immortal. Then, under the curious gaze of Luo Shuiyan's 4 girls, Jiang Che was wrapped in a ball of light. That originally purple beast form finally transformed into a man with a stout figure and a handsome face. Just the moment they saw Jiang Che, Luo Shuiyan's 4 faces instantly blushed, because at this moment, Jiang Che was not wearing any inches on his body, and his angular muscles seemed to be filled with strong explosive power. I say a few Empress lords, you've seen it all and hugged it all over the years, and now you're shy on it? Finally back in human form. Come on, I'll catch up with you guys. As the words fell, Jiang Che directly transformed into a divine aura, pouncing on the 4 peerless female emperors in a flash of spring. End of chapter.